Jiangqing 3rd Awakening Senior High School, Awakening Hall. The air was as suffocatingly hot as summer asphalt, and every young face was filled with tension and excitement. Today was the day that determined their fate, the awakening ceremony. In this era of Blue Star, surrounded by ferocious beasts and walled-off cities, only the awakened were considered the elite. Next, Lin Fan. With the booming voice of the headmaster, a tall and handsome boy stepped onto the stage. He was Lin Fan, the star student of Jiangqing 3rd High School. His father was the director of a financial conglomerate, and he came from an affluent family. A murmur of astonishment and envy erupted from the crowd. Su Yang stood quietly in the corner of the queue, watching the scene with sweaty palms. Lin Fan's up, he's definitely starting with an A rank, right? No kidding. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His genes aren't even on the same level as ours. Sigh. If I could awaken even a D-rank talent, my ancestors' graves would probably start smoking with pride. Listening to the chatter around him, Su Yang felt no waves in his heart. If anything, he wanted to laugh. Genes. If genes were all that mattered, why would anyone even bother putting in effort? That said, he had to admit Lin Fan's entrance was on point. All it lacked was some dramatic God of Gamblers background music. Lin Fan confidently placed his hand on the pitch-black awakening crystal, his posture calm and composed. Buzz. The crystal was silent for a second before exploding in a dazzling burst of purple-black light. The light shot into the sky, forming the shadowy outline of a massive, twisting dark serpent on the ceiling of the hall. A rank. It's the rare A-rank talent, shadow manipulation. The headmaster's voice trembled with excitement, and his beaming smile was as radiant as a blooming flower. The entire hall immediately erupted in chaos. Holy crap! A rank. Our school is going to make history this year. Lin Fan is incredible. Countless looks of admiration, envy, and fervor focused on Lin Fan, who basked in it all with a smug smile. His gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Su Yang in the corner. The smile instantly turned into one of obvious disdain and provocation. Su Yang met his gaze calmly. Ah, here it was, the classic villain's glare moment. This guy had taken a dislike to him ever since their first day at school, simply because Su Yang, a plain orphan, had outperformed him in the entrance exams. Next up was the real star of the show. Next, Xiaoning Shuang. With the announcement of her name, the previously noisy hall fell silent. Every gaze turned to the tall figure at the front of the queue. She wore a pure white dress that outlined her youthful yet alluring silhouette. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features exquisitely sculpted, and her long, jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist. She seemed to carry an aura of icy detachment, standing among the crowd yet apart from the world. Xiaoning Shuang, the cherished daughter of the Xia family, one of Jiangqing's top financial dynasties. She was recognized as the school's beauty and the undisputed highlight of this year's awakening ceremony. Su Yang couldn't help but steal a few more glances. After all, who didn't enjoy admiring something beautiful? But this girl was just too cold, like a walking air conditioner, cooling the air within 3 meters of her. Xia Ningxuang stepped lightly to the awakening crystal, her slender, pale hand gently pressing against it. There was no dramatic flare like Lin Fan's. The awakening crystal began to glow with a pure, flawless, icy blue light. The light quickly spread, and in the blink of an eye, the entire crystal transformed into a sparkling, translucent blue ice crystal. A bone-chilling cold swept through the hall. At the top of the hall, a giant ice crystal lotus slowly bloomed, sacred and majestic. S rank. It's the S rank talent, Icebound Empress. The headmaster was so ecstatic that his voice cracked. The hall was utterly silent. If an A rank talent was a dragon among men, then an S rank talent was a myth, a legend, someone destined to stand at the pinnacle of humanity's future. Everyone was stunned by the overwhelming cold and pressure, their eyes fixed on the breathtaking girl. Xia Ningxuang's face remained indifferent as she calmly withdrew her hand, as if an S-rank talent was only natural for her. When she turned, her frosty gaze swept over the hall, lingering briefly on Lin Fan, whose arrogance had turned slightly unruly. She frowned slightly before looking away. Her eyes then passed over Su Yang without pause, as if he were nothing more than an ordinary stone by the roadside, completely unremarkable and unworthy of any attention. Su Yang understood perfectly. This was exactly what he had expected. After all, in the eyes of these elites, someone like him, a struggling orphan barely able to make ends meet, wasn't he even qualified to be background scenery? All right. Everyone quiet down. The headmaster finally managed to suppress his emotions. The ceremony continues. Next, Wang Hao, the chubby boy beside Su Yang, shuddered, his face full of reluctance. Brother Yang, my legs are weak, pathetic. Su Yang patted his back. Go on. If you can awaken a D rank, you'll be able to carry a few more bricks than others in the future. Go to hell. Wang Hao cursed as he stomped up to the stage, a determined look on his face as he pressed his hand down. Buzz. A heavy, earthen yellow light flashed. D rank, Earth-type defensive talent. Not bad. Wang Hao was overjoyed, bouncing back to Su Yang with a grin, winking. Brother Yang, from now on, I've got your back. My chest will be your strongest shield. Su Yang barely managed to smile. With that chubby body of his, protecting others? At best, he could serve as a moving target. Time ticked by. Most students awakened with F rank or E rank talents. Occasionally, a D rank would emerge, sparking some envy. Finally, the last one, Su Yang. When the headmaster called Su Yang's name, the atmosphere shifted oddly. All eyes turned to him, not with envy or jealousy, but with a kind of morbid curiosity. The once top student, now an awakening failure. Everyone wanted to see how hard this former genius would fall in the face of fate. Under the weight of countless stares, Su Yang walked calmly onto the platform. He took a deep breath and placed his hand on the cold, awakening crystal. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A minute passed. The pitch-black crystal remained utterly still. It was like a lifeless stone. The hall was deathly silent at first. Then someone couldn't hold back a soft chuckle. Uft. That laugh opened the floodgates, and the hall erupted in laughter. Ha ha. Did the crystal fall asleep? What a joke. A so-called top student, and he can't even awaken an F-rank talent. What trash. I told you, ordinary people are just ordinary. They're born inferior. The mocking laughter, the sneers, and the disdainful gazes were like countless sharp needles stabbing at Su Yang as he stood on the platform. The smile on the dean's face faded, replaced by disappointment and annoyance. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, step down. Don't waste any more time. Su Yang's hand remained pressed on the crystal, his knuckles turning slightly white from exertion. He refused to believe it. For this day, he had studied tirelessly, trained relentlessly. He worked 3 jobs to save money for his sister's medical bills, and slept only 4 hours a day. He desired strength more than anyone. But why? At that moment, a voice rang out, magnetic yet chilling to the bone. Su Yang, I told you long ago, we are not from the same world. A girl dressed in luxury brands, with flawless makeup, stepped forward. She was Su Yang's ex-girlfriend, Li Qian. At this moment, her arm was entwined with Lin Fan's, and she looked down on Su Yang with pity and superiority in her eyes. Do you understand now? Brother Fan is a soaring eagle in the sky, and you're just an ant on the ground. There's a chasm between us that you will never be able to cross. Lin Fan wrapped his arm around Li Qian's waist and slowly stepped towards Su Yang. He lowered his voice and said, Loser, do you know why I waited for you until the very end? He leaned in close to Su Yang's ear, his smile cruel. Because I enjoy seeing you filled with hope, only for reality to stomp you mercilessly into the mud. Your frail little sister is still in the hospital waiting for you to scrape together money to save her. Isn't she? What a pity. A useless waste who can't even awaken a talent doesn't even qualify to go scavenging outside the city. You and your sister are destined to struggle at the very bottom of society. Boom. Lin Fan's words struck Su Yang's mind like a clap of thunder. His sister, Su Shui, his only family, his sole hope and light for continuing to live. An uncontrollable rage erupted from the depths of his soul, sweeping through his entire body in an instant. He suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Lin Fan. But to the others, his fury was nothing more than the impotent roar of a weakling. Lin Fan chuckled lightly and took a step back, as if avoiding something dirty, and declared loftily, "From today onward, anyone who dares to associate with this loser Su Yang is going against me." Lin Fan. The crowd fell silent instantly. Everyone instinctively took a few steps away from Su Yang. Even Wang Hao, who had been calling him brother just moments ago, was shoved aside and now stood anxiously watching from a distance. On the high platform, Su Yang stood utterly alone. Humiliation, betrayal, despair, all these overwhelming negative emotions flooded over him like a tidal wave. It was as if his life had been sentenced to death at this very moment. Just when he was about to be consumed by darkness, a cold, mechanical voice, devoid of any emotion, suddenly resounded in his mind. Detected host S mental fluctuations reaching the limit. Condition met for binding to the absolute command system. System loading, 1%. System loading, 10%, 50%, 99%. This icy mechanical voice was like the sole beacon of light in the deep sea. Su Yang froze in shock, his bloodshot eyes regaining a hint of clarity. Was this an illusion? Was his mind breaking under the immense pressure? It made sense. Getting to this point without breaking was already a testament to his strong will. He let out a bitter laugh and prepared to lift his hand off the awakening crystal. But at that moment, loading complete. Absolute command system successfully activated. Boom. An invisible surge of azure blue data streams rushed up his arm and flooded into his mind. A simple yet strikingly minimalist translucent interface appeared before his eyes. Host, Su Yang. Realm, unawakened ordinary human. Mental power, 1010 critical burst, temporarily stabilized. Skills acquired, none. System core directive, absolute. Directive description, all skills recorded by this system will ignore cooldowns, energy consumption, and casting preparation times. What the hell? Su Yang's pupils contracted sharply. No cooldowns, no consumption, no casting delay. Is this even something a human could possess? This wasn't an ordinary golden finger, this was straight-up administrator privileges in a game. His heart felt as though it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, then released suddenly. It pounded wildly, echoing like thunder in his ears. He suppressed the surging excitement within him, his gaze glued to the interface as his breathing grew heavier. All right, Su Eunuch, stop hogging the stage like you're about to do something and get off already. A harsh, mocking voice interrupted him. It was Lin Fan. With Li Qian in his arms, his face was full of ridicule, as though he were watching a clown in its final act of desperation. Laughter erupted around them once more. But this time, to Su Yang, it all seemed distant and muffled, as if separated by a thick layer of glass. In his world, only that dominant line of text remained. Ignore all limitations. Su Yang slowly lifted his head, casting a cold glance at Lin Fan and Li Qian. That gaze was so calm it was terrifying. There was no anger, no resentment, not even hatred. It was as if he was looking at two stones on the roadside. No, not even stones. At best, they were just two piles of breathing trash. Lin Fan felt a sudden tightness in his chest under that gaze, as if all his confidence and sense of superiority had been pierced through and shattered. "What are you looking at, loser?" Lin Fan roared, trying to mask his unease. Su Yang ignored him. He turned and stepped down from the platform without a word. He had no time to waste on small fry like them. He needed to figure out immediately whether this system was real. At that moment, the crowd instinctively parted to make way for someone. Xiaoning Shuang, surrounded by a group of admirers, was preparing to leave. Her frosty phoenix eyes accidentally met Su Yang's as he descended the platform. Their gazes locked. Her eyes remained icy, like snow-capped peaks that would never melt, devoid of any emotion. But her gaze lingered on Su Yang's eerily calm face for an extra moment. Was this utter despair leading to numbness? The thought flitted through her mind before vanishing. Geniuses and losers were paths that would never cross. Su Yang passed by her without a trace of expression. S-grade talent, the Ice Queen. Impressive, indeed. Those long legs, that slender waist, and that cold demeanor were truly exceptional. But alas, no matter how extraordinary the talent, it still had cooldowns, didn't it? It still consumed energy, right? Sorry, my cheat doesn't follow the rules. Brother Yang, are you alright? Wang Hao pushed through the crowd, his plump figure rushing to support Su Yang, his face filled with concern and anger. I'm fine. Su Yang patted his shoulder calmly. Those bastards. Especially that dog couple Lin Fan and Li Qian. Ugh. Brother Yang, don't take it to heart. From now on, you've got me backing you up. Wang Hao said indignantly. Su Yang felt a wave of warmth rise in his heart and was just about to speak. Buzz, buzz. The broken phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated violently. He pulled out the phone and saw Dr. Zhang displayed on the screen, his heart tightening suddenly. Hello, Dr. Zhang. Su Yang? Get to the hospital quickly. Your sister's condition has suddenly worsened. The anxious voice of the doctor came through from the other end of the line. Her cold marrow syndrome has developed acute complications. Her organs are rapidly failing. She must undergo the life circulation stabilization surgery immediately, or she won't make it through the night. Boom. It felt like an invisible hammer had struck Su Yang's head heavily, leaving his mind utterly blank. The sounds around him vanished. He could only hear the frantic thudding of his own heart, pounding in terror. The surgery costs, how much? His voice was dry and hoarse, each word seemingly squeezed out from the depths of his throat. At least 300,000. And that's just for the surgery. Follow-up treatments will cost even more. 300,000. The figure was like a mountain, pressing down heavily on Su Yang's shoulders. It felt as if all the blood in his body had been drained in an instant. His hands and feet turned icy cold. I'll come right away. Hanging up the phone, Su Yang's body trembled uncontrollably. Yang Ji, what's wrong? Wang Hao noticed something was off about him. Fatty, lend me some money. Su Yang suddenly grabbed Wang Hao's arm, his eyes bloodshot. Huh? Okay. I still have 800 yuan left for living expenses this month. Not enough. Not enough. Su Yang released him and bolted out of the awakening hall like a madman, with only one thought in his head. Money. Make money. At any cost. Half an hour later, outside the intensive care unit of Jiangxing First People's Hospital, Su Yang sat lifelessly on a cold bench, clutching a few crumpled bills in his hand. This was all his savings. After selling everything at home that could be sold and borrowing from Wang Hao, he had only managed to scrape together 2,300 yuan. It wasn't even close to a fraction of the 300,000 needed for the surgery. Despair. Despair seeped into his very bones, swallowing him whole once again. The hope ignited by the system moments earlier was extinguished by this cruel reality, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke. The system? Absolute command. What use was it? Could it conjure money out of thin air? Ha ha, ha ha. Su Yang covered his face, letting out a suppressed, almost beast-like low growl, his shoulders shaking violently. Tears of bitterness and pain seeped through his fingers. Why? Why did fate treat him this way, just as he was on the verge of collapse? Ding. System prompt. This system cannot directly generate material wealth, but can assist the host in obtaining anything. Newbie quest issued. Acquire your first skill. Quest reward. Unlock the skill acquisition module. The cold system prompt was like a shot of adrenaline, injected into Su Yang's chaotic mind. That's right. The system. I still have the system. This is my only hope. Su Yang snapped his head up, his bloodshot eyes reigniting with a spark of madness. Acquire the first skill. How? He looked around. The hallway was bustling with people, all ordinary folk. He couldn't just randomly pick someone to try, could he? Stumbling and staggering, he left the hospital and returned to his dilapidated rental in the old city district. Skill. Skill. He searched the room like a lunatic. The room was empty. There was nothing there, not even a mouse. Wait. Su Yang's gaze suddenly froze in the corner. A shiny, robust cockroach, gleaming with vitality, was smugly twitching its antennae. Hey, living creature? No time to hesitate. A savage glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Grabbing a slipper from the floor, he pounced on it like a starving tiger. Brother cockroach. Sorry, but I have to use you for my sister's sake. Smack. A crisp sound echoed. The cockroach was instantly smashed into smithereens, utterly dead. At the moment its life force dissipated, a faint, barely visible white light rose from the corpse and merged into Su Yang's body. Ding. You have slain a mutated iron shell cockroach, F class. A skill book has dropped. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an F-class skill, Fireball Technique. The skill has been automatically recorded. In Su-Yong's system interface, the recorded skills section was no longer empty. A small flame icon burned quietly there. Fireball Technique F-class. Condense fire elements to form a weakly offensive fireball. It worked. It really worked. Su-Yong trembled with excitement, almost instinctively activating the skill toward an empty spot in the room. No incantations, no gestures, just a single thought. Buzz. A small fireball, the size of a fist, radiating faint heat and light, appeared in his palm out of thin air. It wobbled, its temperature so low it probably couldn't even light a cigarette. Indeed, an F-class trash skill. A trace of disappointment flashed in Su-Yong's heart. But then, a wild idea surged into his mind. The system said, no cooldown, no consumption. Does that mean? He focused his thoughts again. Buzz. A second fireball appeared, closely following the first. Buzz. 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 Su-Yong's eyes widened, his breathing growing more and more rapid. 1, 2, 10, 100. In just a few seconds, over 100 faintly glowing fireballs hovered densely before him like a swarm of obedient fireflies, illuminating the dim room as bright as day. And he hadn't expended a shred of mental energy, nor did his body feel any discomfort. Staring at this fantastical scene, Su-Yong slowly began to smile. An F-class fireball technique might be useless on its own. But what about a fireball technique that could unleash 1,000, 10,000 fireballs in a second? What would you call that? You'd call it Judgment Day? A bold and audacious plan instantly took shape in his mind. 300,000. Maybe it wasn't so unattainable after all. Inside the shabby rental, watching the hundreds of fireballs floating before him, Su-Yong's breathing grew hot and hurried. Not out of fear, but out of sheer excitement. 18 long years of a stifled life had, at this moment, seen a ray of light piercing through the darkness. 300,000. His sister. In Su-Yong's eyes, the manic glint gradually gave way to calm determination. He was a born strategist, able to think clearly even in the most desperate of times. Now, he held the sharpest weapon in his hands. Next, it was time to find a suitable target and turn it into life-saving money. Outside Jiang City lay an endless wilderness. It was a paradise for ferocious beasts, as well as the hunting ground and graveyard for awakened ones. The law stipulated that ordinary people who had not awakened were strictly prohibited from leaving the safety barrier of the city, even by a single step. If caught by patrols, the punishment ranged from fines to detention. But now, Su-Yong couldn't care less. Using the 2,300 yuan he had left, he spent 2,000 on the black market for a set of shabby combat gear and a barely usable machete. The remaining 300 was his final backup fund. The night was as dark as ink. Su-Yong, using the shadows, skillfully avoided several surveillance cameras and approached an isolated section of the city's western barrier. Here, there was an abandoned sewage pipe he had discovered by chance while working odd jobs in the past. A foul stench assaulted his nostrils, but Su-Yong paid it no mind and bent down to crawl inside. For his sister, entering a sewer was nothing. Even if it were a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, he would march through. 10 minutes later, the cold wind of the wilderness, carrying the scent of iron and decaying blood, blew against Su-Yong's face. He took a deep breath of this dangerous air, feeling every cell in his body come alive. This was the world beyond the wall. Here, there were no bright city lights, only a blood-red crescent moon that dyed the land in a sinister shade of crimson. In the distance, eerie wails that sounded neither human nor beast echoed occasionally, making one's spine tingle. Half an hour ago, he wouldn't have survived 3 seconds here. But now, the corners of his mouth curved into a cold smile. He felt like a gamer who had just unlocked admin privileges, eager to find some unsuspecting mobs to test his newly upgraded skills. Come on, my little darlings. Who is going to be the first prey of my absolute command system? He lowered his body and slipped like a ghost into the bushes ahead. According to the information he found online, this area was the territory of F-grade beasts known as wind wolves. Wind wolves were known for their speed and cunning. They were not large, about the size of a fully grown husky, but their lightning-fast speed and razor-sharp claws could easily tear through a human's throat. For a newly awakened F-grade individual, a one-on-one fight was incredibly dangerous, and being surrounded by a pack was almost certain death. That's exactly why Su Yang chose them. Danger meant value. The fur and claws of a single wind wolf fetched about 3,000 yuan at the Hunters Guild. 300,000. That was just 100 wolves. Su Yang licked his dry lips, his eyes gleaming with a hunter's determination. Like a seasoned veteran, he lay in ambush, patiently waiting for his prey to appear. Time passed, second by second. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from the grass ahead to his left. Here it comes. Su Yang's heartbeat quickened, not from fear, but from the thrill of the impending battle. A pair of ghostly green eyes lit up in the darkness, like two will-o'-the-wisps. Then, a nimble figure slowly emerged from the grass. Its grayish-blue fur, streamlined body, and aura exuded pure power. It sniffed the air, seeming to catch the scent of a human, and growled lowly, a warning filled with menace. A wind wolf. And it was alone, a lone scout sent to investigate. The perfect target, as if delivered by fate. As the wind wolf locked onto Su Yang, preparing to pounce for a kill, Su Yang moved. He didn't draw his blade, nor did he assume a defensive stance. Instead, he calmly stood up and raised his right hand toward the wolf. The wind wolf's eyes showed a flicker of confusion. This human, had he been scared stiff? But in the next instant, all its doubts were replaced by overwhelming terror. Buzz, a fireball, about the size of a fist, suddenly appeared in Su Yang's palm. It was an F-grade fireball spell. The flame was dim, its temperature low, and it looked utterly harmless. The wind wolf even sneered disdainfully. This level of firepower? It wasn't even hot enough to give it a massage. But this was just the beginning. Buzz, 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 buzz. The human artillery Su Yang's lips curled into a vicious smirk. With a single thought, the second, third, 10th, and even the 100th fireball. In less than a second, over 100 fireballs appeared, forming an impenetrable wall of orange-red flames before him. The wind wolf's scorn froze instantly. Its pitiful level of beastly intelligence couldn't comprehend this scene that defied all logic. What was this? F-grade fireball spell? You call this an F-grade fireball spell? This was nothing short of orbital bombardment from a heavenly weapon. Goodbye, little husky, Su Yang whispered, his right hand swinging forward sharply. Try this on for size. Fire in the hole. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hundreds of fireballs shot out simultaneously. No longer individual orbs, they merged into a massive torrent of destruction, tearing through the night sky. The air ignited and vaporized, producing a deafening screech. The wind wolf didn't even have time to cry out. It was fast, but against this omnidirectional barrage, speed was meaningless. Boom! Firelight illuminated a 100-meter radius. The terrifying explosion carved out a 10-meter-long scorched trench in the ground. When the smoke cleared, the wind wolf was nowhere to be seen. Only a few scorched tufts of fur, curling and reeking of burnt flesh, remained as evidence of its existence. Ding! You have slain the F-grade beast wind wolf. Experience points plus 10. Skill book detected. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the F-grade skill, jump. Skill has been automatically recorded. Su Yang glanced at the new icon on his system panel, depicting a small figure leaping upward, and nodded in satisfaction. Jump F-grade. Consumes minimal energy to execute a short leap upward or forward. Yet another somewhat useless skill acquired. He could already imagine himself using infinite jump to dart around mid-air, leaving enemies dizzy and disoriented. Low damage, but maximum humiliation, Su Yang mused, blowing on his fingers. However, looking at the scorched trench on the ground and the lingering aroma of roasted meat in the air, he fell into thought. The power seemed over the top. The wind wolf had been blasted to bits. With its fur and claws destroyed, how could he sell the materials now? A tactical error. It seemed he'd have to tone down the firepower next time, or the materials would be incinerated. At that moment, howl? Hull! From the distant darkness came several furious and bloodthirsty wolf cries. Clearly, the earlier explosion had alerted the entire pack. Su Yang's eyes lit up instantly. Well, buy one, get more? Is there such a good deal? In the dark forest, pairs of eerie green eyes lit up one after another. One, two, three, four, a total of 5 wind wolves. They approached from different directions, encircling Su Yang completely and cutting off all his retreat paths. The leading wind wolf was noticeably bigger than the others, its fur darker and its gaze fiercer. F-class peak. The wind wolf leader. It stared intently at Su Yang, then glanced at the terrifying scorch mark on the ground, its eyes filled with both fear and ferocity. Good, all here at once. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Su Yang wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he stretched his wrists, producing a series of crack sounds. Round 2 begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 wind wolves charged simultaneously. They transformed into 5 streaks of bluish-gray lightning, pouncing towards the central target from 5 cunning angles. This time, Su Yang didn't use the fireball Gatling gun. No need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Besides, the materials couldn't be wasted. He smirked, raising both hands simultaneously. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This time, there were only 5 fireballs, each one locked on to an incoming wind wolf with pinpoint accuracy. A hint of cunning flashed in the eyes of the wind wolf leader. Just 5 little fireballs, and you think you can stop us? It twisted its body, easily dodging the incoming fireball. But just as it thought it had evaded and was preparing to tear apart the human before it with its claws, it was shocked to discover that damned human had sent another fireball hurtling from the same direction. Dodge one, and another followed. Dodge again. The fireballs were endless. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One fireball after another, like homing missiles with eyes, came incessantly, relentlessly. The wind wolf leader was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Do your skills have no cooldown? Is your energy infinite? Its prideful speed became the biggest joke under Su Yang's relentless barrage suppression. No matter how it dodged, there was always a fireball precisely sealing off its next move. This was instinct, ingrained in Su Yang's very bones, a skill of extreme control. The other 4 wind wolves faced the same predicament. They were like mice being toyed with by 5 cats, hopping and darting around in a pitiful frenzy, unable to even touch the hem of Su Yang's clothing. Game over. Su Yang's eyes turned cold. In the next moment, his attack speed suddenly doubled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense flurry of fireballs instantly locked down the last escape routes of the 5 wind wolves. Thud, thud, thud. With several muffled sounds of fur being scorched, the 5 wind wolves howled in agony as they fell from midair. Their bodies bore several charred marks. Although not dead, they were completely incapacitated. Su Yang slowly stepped forward, drawing the mountain-splitting blade from his back. Under the despairing, frightened gazes of the wind wolves, the blade gleamed and fell. You've slain F-class feral beast wind wolf, EXP plus 10. You've slain F-class feral beast wind wolf, EXP plus 10. You've slain F-class peak feral beast wind wolf leader, EXP plus 20. Detected talent shard drop. Congratulations, host. You've obtained talent shard, wind speed. Su Yang stared at the system notification, momentarily stunned. Talent shard? What is this? He immediately opened the system to check. Talent shard, wind speed F-class. Used to enhance existing skills, granting them special effects with wind attributes. Enhance skills? Su Yang's gaze fell on the skill icons 4, Fireball Technique, and Leap. Without hesitation, he willed the enhancement on, Fireball Technique. Ding! Detected host's choice to enhance skill, Fireball Technique. Talent shard, wind speed F-class is fusing with skill, Fireball Technique F-class. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. Your skill Fireball Technique has mutated. On Su Yang's system interface, the burning flame icon now had a faint green halo around its edges. Wind Speed Fireball F-class combines fire and wind elements to create fireballs with faster speed and greater penetration. Now this is interesting. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Fireball Rapid Fire, now upgraded to Wind Speed Fireball Gatling. With this speed and penetration, it was going to be insane. Satisfied, he packed up the corpses of the 5 wind wolves and the only intact wolf claw from the wind wolf leader that had been blasted to bits. Here comes 30,000. Jiang City, Hunter S. Guild. The guild hall was bustling early in the morning. Blood-stained and battle-hardened awakeners came and went, the air thick with tension and the stench of blood. Su Yang appeared at the entrance, carrying a large, bulging sack, looking completely out of place. He was too young, too clean. Hey, where did this high school kid come from? Ran away from home. This 1S got such tender skin, probably came looking for excitement, and ended up peeing his pants in fear. A few mercenaries polishing their weapons burst into mocking laughter. Su Yang couldn't be bothered with their boring jabs and walked straight to the materials purchasing counter. The appraiser was a one-eyed old man who lazily lifted his gaze and pointed at Su Yang's sack. What's in there? Wolves, Su Yang replied succinctly, dropping the sack heavily onto the counter. Clatter. 5 intact wind wolf corpses, along with a noticeably thicker, sharper wolf claw, rolled out. The one-eyed old man's lone eye widened sharply. The mocking laughter around them instantly ceased. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the pile of corpses. Wind wolves. And 5 of them at that. More importantly, these wind wolves, apart from the fatal injuries, had almost no other wounds. Their fur was perfectly preserved. What did this mean? It meant that the hunter had killed them cleanly and decisively, with overwhelming strength. Kid, you took them down all by yourself? The one-eyed old man's voice was a bit hoarse. Who else? Su Yang retorted. The hall fell silent. A teenager without even a hunter-s badge, killing 5 wind wolves on his own? What kind of joke was this? He must be gotten lucky and scavenged some leftovers from a big shot, someone muttered sourly. Yeah, that has got to be it. The one-eyed old man glanced deeply at Su Yang, but said nothing more, beginning the appraisal. 5 adult wind wolves, pelts 95% intact, claws undamaged, highest price, for 1,000 each. 1 F-class peak leader-s claw, 10,000 flat. Total, 30,000. Hearing this number, Su Yang's brows furrowed slightly. Something's off. The price he checked online said one is only about 3,000. The one-eyed uncle seemed to see through his doubt and grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Kid, you've handled this material clearly. You're experienced. The guild pays an extra 1.3 times the price for hunters who can provide high-quality materials. If you get good stuff in the future, remember to come find me, Uncle Long. Thank you, Uncle Long, Su Yang said cheerfully. He hadn't expected to make so much. Soon, his phone chimed with the sound of an electronic transfer. Seeing the screen display balance, 302,300.00, Su Yang finally let out a breath of relief, releasing the tension he'd been holding all night. His sister would be saved. Turning to leave, he paid no attention to the complex gazes behind him. Just as he stepped out of the guild's doors, a sleek, icy blue hover car silently stopped at the entrance. The door opened, and first to step out was a long, slender leg wrapped in a white dress. Following that, Xia Ningxuang's breathtakingly beautiful face came into view. Her beauty was such that one couldn't look away. Today, she wasn't wearing her school uniform. Instead, a simple, elegant long dress accentuated her cold demeanor, making her seem like an ethereal ice goddess detached from the mortal world. Su Yang's steps involuntarily paused. He couldn't help it, this woman's allure was too strong. Just one glance made him feel like his standards of beauty were elevated, as if no other girl could compare afterward. Xia Ningxuang appeared to be here on some business and didn't notice Su Yang at the entrance. However, as the two were about to pass each other, her cold, phoenix-like eyes flickered slightly and landed on Su Yang. Su Yang froze. Damn, did she notice me? That's impossible. I have such an ordinary face. I wouldn't stand out even in a crowd. But Xia Ningxuang's gaze didn't linger on his face. Instead, it fell on his hands and clothes, where a faint trace of wind wolf blood remained, not yet wiped clean. A fleeting, nearly imperceptible look of surprise crossed her eyes. Yesterday, in the awakening hall, this boy had been shrouded in despair and exuded an aura of death. Yet in just one night, his entire demeanor had undergone a drastic transformation. The despair and numbness were gone, replaced by an indescribable calmness and confidence. He was like a sharp blade, polished clean and ready to be unsheathed at any moment. Was it an illusion? This thought flashed briefly through Xia Ningxuang's mind. She withdrew her gaze and didn't look at Su Yang again, walking directly into the guild hall. Two parallel lines, intersecting briefly, then separating once more. Su Yang rubbed his nose, muttering to himself. What were you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before. But seriously, this S-class genius has an insane level of perception. I'll have to be extra careful around her in the future. Not lingering any longer, he headed straight for Jiang City's First People's Hospital. When Su Yang slapped 30,000 yuan in surgical fees down at the payment window, Dr. Zhang and the nurses stared at him as if he were some kind of monster. Xiaoyang, where did you get so much money? Found it, Su Yang said calmly, his expression unperturbed. Dr. Zhang's mouth twitched slightly, but chose not to press further. Instead, he gave Su Yang a heavy pat on the shoulder. Good kid, don't worry. I'll personally perform your sister's surgery and use the best medicines available. The red light above the operating room lit up. Leaning against the cold wall, Su Yang felt a sense of unprecedented peace. Money, I'll only earn more and more of it. My sister's illness, it will definitely be cured. Everything was heading in the right direction. However, what Su Yang didn't know was that a malicious net was already being quietly woven around him. Jiang City No. 3 High School, Elite Class A. Lin Fan sat in his seat with a dark expression, listening to his lackey Li Hu's report. Brother Fan, I found out. That kid really went to the Hunter's Guild last night, sold materials from 5 Wind Wolves, and made 30,000 yuan. Li Hu looked utterly incredulous. Smack. Lin Fan slammed his palm onto the desk, his gaze cold and venomous. Impossible. A failure at awakening, how could he possibly kill 5 Wind Wolves? He must be gotten lucky and picked up something others left behind. I think so too, Li Hu quickly chimed in. A loser finds some lucky money and thinks he's made it big. Today at school, he's even walking straighter. Humph. Lin Fan sneered, his eyes glinting like a venomous snake. A mere ant. Even if it occasionally climbs onto the table, it can't escape being crushed with a single finger. He stood up and said to Li Hu, Come, take me to meet this great hunter Su. Let us teach him what destiny truly means. At that moment, Su Yang had just returned to school and was heading to the library to research. As he walked along the tree-lined path outside the teaching building, a group of people blocked his way. Leading them was Lin Fan, his face full of arrogance, alongside his ex-girlfriend Li Qian, who was now heavily made up and looking at him with disdain. Well, if it isn't Su Yang, I heard you struck it rich. Lin Fan's voice was laced with mockery. He didn't speak loudly, but it was enough for nearby students to hear clearly. In an instant, countless eyes turned toward them. Su Yang frowned. Trouble was coming. All he wanted now was to develop quietly, and didn't he want to play games with these childish rich kids? What do you want? He asked calmly. Of course, I have something to say. Lin Fan slowly approached, looking Su Yang up and down with disdain, as if staring at trash. I heard you got lucky, found some money, and forgot who you are? Su Yang, I advise you to recognize reality, Li Qian said, arms crossed and looking down at him. Luck won't always be on your side. You'll never be in the same league as Brother Fan. Su Yang felt no emotional fluctuation and even found it a bit amusing. Here we go again, the same old villain routine. Can't they come up with something fresh? Have you finished? If you're done, I'll be on my way. I'm busy. Su Yang said this and prepared to walk around them. Stop right there. Li Hu took a big step forward, blocking Su Yang's path. His large, muscular frame was like a wall as he sneered. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Brother Fan talking to you is your blessing. Brother Fan suspects your money isn't clean. If you've got the guts, prove yourself to us. Here it came. Su Yang understood immediately. The truth was about to unfold. He raised his eyelids and looked at Li Hu calmly. And how do you want me to prove it? Seeing that Su Yang had taken the bait, Li Hu's sneer grew even wider. It's simple. Next week marks the Academy's monthly combat assessment. Do you dare to make a bet with me? The stakes are the 30,000 you earned yesterday. If you lose, the money goes to Brother Fan. If you win, there's no way you can win. The surrounding students immediately erupted in a commotion. Li Hu was an F-rank peak awakener with the talent of strength enhancement, capable of killing a bull with one punch. And Su Yang? A failure, a loser who hadn't even successfully awakened. This wasn't a gamble, it was blatant robbery and humiliation. Everyone looked at Su Yang with eyes full of pity and ridicule. Lin Fan's smile grew increasingly cruel and triumphant. He wanted to crush Su Yang's remaining dignity and hopes in the crudest and most direct way possible, right in front of the entire school. He wanted everyone to understand how miserable it would be to offend Lin Fan. Well, loser, do you dare? Li Hu took a step closer, eyes full of malice. Everyone thought Su Yang would refuse, get angry, or beg for mercy. But Su Yang simply looked at them quietly, as if watching a group of monkeys jumping around. After a moment, he chuckled softly. "All right," he said, nodding with a calm tone, as if discussing something trivial. "I'll bet." A week passed in the blink of an eye. At Jiangxing No. 3 High School, the monthly combat assessment officially began. Inside the massive virtual combat training ground, the crowd was bustling, the atmosphere so heated it could almost lift the roof off. All senior students were about to face their first major examination since awakening. Outstanding performers would not only receive abundant academy resources, but also have a chance to be pre-admitted to top universities. Meanwhile, the $3,000 bet between Su Yang and Li Hu had already been deliberately publicized by Lin Fan, spreading throughout the entire grade. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were involuntarily drawn to Su Yang in Class A's lineup. There was pity, there was sympathy, but even more, there was schadenfreude. Look, it's that loser Su Yang. He actually showed up. Risking his life against an F-rank peak like Li Hu for 3,000? He must be desperate. 3,000. I heard it was 30,000. He even gambled away his sister's life, saving money. For real? Then he's doomed. Amid the murmurs around him, Lin Fan's smile grew even more wicked and smug. This was exactly the effect he wanted. To publicly grind Su Yang's last shred of hope and dignity into dust. Li Qian, clinging to Lin Fan's arm, gazed at Su Yang with disdain and a twisted sense of satisfaction. "See, this is the price of refusing my kindness. Ants should know their place." Su Yang ignored the chatter around him. He closed his eyes and rested, his mind continually simulating various clever combinations of the leap skill. "Brother Yang, Wang Hao approached, his face full of concern. "I heard you bet your sister's life saving money. Are you out of your mind?" Su Yang opened his eyes, patted Wang Hao on the shoulder, and smiled. "Don't worry, I've got this." "You've got this, my ass." Wang Hao stomped his foot in frustration. "That's Li Hu. F-rank peak with a strength enhancement talent, he can punch through steel. How are you supposed to beat him?" Su Yang gave a mysterious smile. "Hard fists? Sorry, punches that can't hit are as useless as cotton candy." At this moment, the dean on the high platform cleared his throat and announced, "The assessment begins. All examinees, please enter your respective teleportation zones." Buzz as the command was issued, beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping all the students. Su Yang felt a brief dizziness before finding himself in a simulated complex forest. A cold system voice echoed in his ears. Assessment scenario: Zone 7 Hunting Grounds, Rocky Forest. Assessment objective: hunt beasts within the allotted time to earn points. The top 10 scorers will be declared winners. Note: the area contains 100 F-rank beasts, ironhide boars, 10 F-rank peak beasts, tusked boars, and 1 C-rank elite beast, berserk giant boar. Meanwhile, outside the training grounds, the massive spectator screen split into hundreds of small windows, broadcasting each examinee's performance in real time. In the VIP monitoring room on the top floor, the principal, dean, and several senior instructors watched the main screen with serious expressions. This year's batch is promising. Both Lin Fan and Xiaoning Shuang have already started hunting tusked boars, especially Xiaoning Shuang. Her talent level is S rank, and her sensory range is astonishing, nearly covering half the area. One instructor suddenly pointed to a corner of the screen, astonished. "Who's that? Jumping around like a monkey?" Everyone followed his gaze. In one scene of Zone 7's hunting grounds, a figure was moving through the rugged rocky terrain with an incredibly complex and rapid technique. Each jump landed precisely on protruding rocks or outstretched branches, his body tracing an almost otherworldly trajectory through the air, so fast he left behind an afterimage. This movement, light, agile, eerie, it was utterly beyond what a student of this level should be capable of. The dean adjusted his glasses and pulled up the student's profile. Name, Su Yang. Talent, none. Awakening failed. Ha ha, a tea-drinking instructor couldn't help but spit out his tea. Awakening failed? Old Zhang, are you messing with us? With that level of skill, you're telling me he's a normal human? Everyone was stunned. They stared at the ghost-like figure on the screen and then at the glaring words "Awakening failed" in his profile. Their worldview was shaken to its core. Could it be? He was one of those legendary martial arts geniuses? Inside Zone 7, Su Yang was completely unaware that he'd become the center of attention. He was simply enjoying the thrill brought by the leap skill. Hoo-hoo, take off, he cheered inwardly, performing a 720-degree spin mid-air before landing precisely on a branch as thin as an arm, not even disturbing a single leaf. This feeling was exhilarating. No fear of terrain, no fear of obstacles. The entire forest had turned into his playground. There it is. Su Yang's eyes locked onto an ironhide boar digging at the ground not far away. He didn't use a fireball. Against creatures with thick hides and tough flesh, fireballs weren't very effective and would only give away his position. He silently jumped down from the tree and pulled out a brick. It was a brick he had bought from a construction site for $10, 3 per piece. I am Su Yang, an ordinary high school student who loves physics and architecture. The ironhide boar seemed to sense danger and suddenly turned its head. What greeted it was a red brick that arced beautifully through the air. Smack! A crisp, muffled sound rang out. The brick struck the wild boar's eye with precision, and the immense force made it let out a miserable cry. Before it could react, Su Yang's form ghosted to its side, his machete gleaming with cold light. Squelch! The blade sliced through the softer part of the boar's neck, and blood spurted forth. F-class ferocious beast, ironhide boar, killed, points +10. The movements were clean and efficient, without a trace of hesitation. Done. Moving on, Su Yang nodded in satisfaction, preparing to locate his next target. This scene happened to be observed by a piercingly cold gaze not far away. Xia Ningxuang stood atop the crown of a massive tree, her white dress fluttering, resembling a celestial being bathed in moonlight. She had merely been passing by, but was drawn here by the commotion. What she saw was Su Yang ambushing with a brick and then finishing off the boar with a dagger. For the first time, a hint of surprise flickered across her perpetually icy face. What had she just witnessed? That Su Yang who supposedly failed his awakening? Wasn't he just an ordinary person? How could he possess such ghostly agility? And why was he carrying a brick? Moreover, why did he wield it with such proficiency? An indescribable absurdity surged in her heart. Was this really the same Su Yang who had failed his awakening and stood numb and despairing during the ritual? Just as Xia Ningxuang was lost in her thoughts, an enraged roar echoed from the other side of the forest. Su Yang, you useless trash. Get out here. It was Li Hu. He came barreling through, his F-class peak strength making him resemble a human tank, scattering bushes and rocks in his path. Xia Ningxuang's elegant brows furrowed slightly. She had no interest in such schoolyard bullying theatrics. Retracting her gaze, she prepared to leave. A genius wouldn't waste even a second on trash. But just as she turned, a scene caught in her peripheral vision caused her pupils to contract sharply. Facing the charging Li Hu, Su Yang did not flee. Instead, he slowly pulled a brick out of his backpack. He weighed the brick in his hand, seemingly seeking the optimal point of leverage. His calm gaze did not seem to perceive an impending F-class awakened fighter about to erupt. Instead, it was as though he was staring at a pig about to be knocked out by a brick. On the training ground, the air vibrated with the force of Li Hu's furious roar. He resembled an enraged bull, muscles swelling, eyes bloodshot, fixated on the slender figure holding a red brick. Su Yang. Trash. You're dead, Li Hu bellowed, stomping his foot. Boom. The firm alloy floor was left with a shallow crater under his stomp. Li Hu shot forward like a cannonball, wrapped in a whirlwind, aiming straight for Su Yang's face. Strength enhancement, fully activated, this punch could shatter the head of an ironhide boar. The surrounding students gasped in shock. Here it comes. Li Hu's mad bull charge. That hit will leave the trash either dead or crippled. Lin Fan's mouth curled into a cruel smile of satisfaction. Li Qian openly displayed disgust and delight, as if she could already see Su Yang's bones shatter and him begging for mercy on his knees. However, just as Li Hu's massive fist was about to smash into Su Yang's nose, Su Yang moved. He neither blocked nor retreated. His expression didn't even change. He merely gave a faint bounce. Leap. The simplest, most basic, and even somewhat laughable F-class skill. In everyone's eyes, Su Yang resembled a startled rabbit, jumping on the spot, with a height of no more than half a meter. But it was this mere half-meter elevation that caused Li Hu's supposedly lethal punch to graze past the soles of Su Yang's shoes. The gust of wind from the punch fluttered Su Yang's pant leg ever so slightly, and that was all. What? Li Hu's punch missed. The enormous momentum caused him to stumble a few steps forward, his eyes filled with bewilderment. It must have been luck. It had to be luck. He spun around abruptly, locking onto Su Yang, who was mid-air descending. Using the strength in his waist, Li Hu unleashed a ferocious, sweeping kick. This strike blocked off all of Su Yang's landing directions. I'll break you. Li Hu's face twisted with savagery. Outside the arena, Wang Hao's heart was in his throat. Yet, the anticipated sound of bones breaking didn't come. In mid-air, Su Yang, halfway through his descent, suddenly and inexplicably completely defying the laws of physics, bounced upward again. Leap. He jumped again. Effortlessly, he vaulted over Li Hu's sweeping kick. The entire movement was so light it seemed comical, almost like playing a child's game of leapfrog. Li Hu's leg was the frog, and Su Yang was the player leaping over it. The scene fell into a chilling silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. The expressions on their faces shifted from anticipation and cruelty to confusion and stupor. In the VIP surveillance room, a minter who had just sipped tea spat it out, and the teacup fell to the floor with a clang. This is possible. Double jump? No, wait. There's not a trace of energy fluctuation. This ISNTA skill. This is pure muscle explosiveness. Monster. That kid's leg core strength is utterly freakish. The worldview of the big shots was completely upended by Su Yang's crude yet astonishing consecutive jumps. Only Xia Ningxuang. Her icy gaze deepened with growing perplexity. No, this wasn't merely raw muscle strength. This was an extreme form of bodily control she had never encountered before. Every jump, its timing, height, angle was accurate to the millimeter, as though calculated billions of times, not a fraction more or less. Using the least amount of force to achieve the most perfect result. Could this really be achieved by an ordinary person who had failed awakening? On the battlefield, Li Hu was utterly dumbfounded. He watched as Su Yang landed lightly, leisurely brushing off the dust on his trousers, his mind entirely blank. What just happened? Was I played? Ah, trash. I'll kill you for sure. The fury of his shattered dignity drowned out all reason. Li Hu completely lost control. His fists, elbows, knees, sweeping legs, all blurred into a dense web of relentless strikes, surging towards Su Yang in a frenzy. Mad bull frenzy. Each strike carried a sonic boom, slicing through the air. And yet, faced with this storm-like barrage, Su Yang displayed an even more unimaginable footwork. Leap, leap, leap. Su Yang's figure had completely transformed into a phantom dancing on the edge of a blade. He weaved through the gaps of Li Hu's punches and kicks, evading in a way that was almost humiliating to his opponent. A leap to the left, dodging a straight punch. A leap to the right, avoiding a sweeping kick. A leap forward, perfectly making Li Hu's knee strike miss. A leap backward, letting Li Hu's elbow strike graze by. It was as if he were a player with an invincibility cheat activated, effortlessly maneuvering through the boss's barrage of attacks. Meanwhile, Li Hu had become the clumsy boss, exhausted and exasperated as his skills fell short. Wang Hao's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg inside. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was this still the Su Yang he knew? This footwork? No, it couldn't even be called footwork anymore. It was practically performance art, completely devoid of damage, yet utterly humiliating. The entire training ground was dead silent. All the students, including Lin Fan and Li Qian, stood frozen like statues. The scene before their eyes was absurd to the extreme. The burly and menacing Li Hu flailed his fists and legs like a clown, sweating profusely and panting heavily. Meanwhile, Su Yang, his target, maintained a relaxed demeanor, jumping around him with ease, dodging every attack by the slimmest of margins. Not only did Li Hu fail to land a hit, but he couldn't even brush against the hem of Su Yang's clothes. Huff, huff, huff. Li Hu finally stopped, his hands resting on his knees, his chest heaving violently as sweat streamed down his face like a brook. He was completely drained not just physically, but emotionally. He felt as though all his strength had been wasted on a cushion, and all his dignity had been trampled underfoot by Su Yang's ridiculous leaps. You damn monkey who only knows how to jump. If you have the guts, stop dodging. Li Hu roared, his voice cracking with frustration. Su Yang finally ceased his maddening leaps. He looked at the furious Li Hu and slowly raised the brick in his hand. Then, in an extremely serious tone, he said, "Actually, I don't just know how to jump. I also know how to smash bricks." Puffed. From the sidelines, someone couldn't hold back their laughter. Then, the suppressed laughter erupted like wildfire, instantly engulfing the entire training ground. Ha ha! Smash bricks? Is he serious? This is psychological warfare at its peak. Li Hu's going to lose his mind. This loser? No. This god, where did he come from? He's too outrageous. Lin Fan's face turned so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. To him, Su Yang wasn't just humiliating Li Hu, he was delivering a resounding slap to his own face in front of the entire school. Li Hu, get rid of him, Lin Fan hissed through gritted teeth. In the arena, hearing the relentless mockery and seeing the bright red brick in Su Yang's hand, Li Hu's last shred of rationality snapped. Rah! He let out an inhuman roar, and a surge of energy far more violent than before erupted from his body. His skin turned visibly red and bloodshot, his muscles swelling once more. Innate secret technique, frenzied blood boil. This was a forbidden technique that doubled one's strength and speed for a short period, at the cost of burning through one's life force. It was his final trump card. I'll kill you. Li Hu's body became a crimson blur, his speed at least doubling. This time, he abandoned his fists and legs, spreading his arms wide like a massive net, lunging directly at Su Yang to trap him. Against such overwhelming speed and strength, dodging was no longer an option. He was determined to crush Su Yang in the most primal, savage way possible, to hug him to death and squeeze him into a pulp. In the VIP room, the principal shot to his feet, his face pale with alarm. Not good. It's a desperation move. Stop him immediately. Even Xia Ningxuang's eyes constricted sharply, her usually frosty demeanor cracking for a moment. Li Hu's speed was too fast. So fast that Su Yang's uncanny dodging skills couldn't keep up. This time, all his escape routes were sealed. There was nowhere to run. As Li Hu's arms capable of crushing steel were about to close in, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Yet, in this life or death moment, Su Yang's face remained calm, even curling into a cold smile. Finally, not dodging anymore. Good. The game ends now. Li Hu, now a crimson blur, surged forward with a bloody wind. His arms, like massive iron pincers, were poised to crush Su Yang completely. With the power and speed granted by frenzied blood boil, this was an F-rank peak attack. A guaranteed kill. In the VIP monitoring room, the principal slammed his hand on the control panel, nearly shattering it. On the treetop of the tallest tree, Xia Ningxuang's sharp phoenix eyes narrowed, and a chill emanated from her. It was too late. Everyone believed that Su Yang was doomed. But at the center of the storm of death, Su Yang's face showed not a hint of fear. He even shook his head slightly, as if disappointed. Is this all you've got? The speed you gained at the cost of your life? Is merely this? His voice, calm to the point of indifference, echoed clearly in everyone's ears. He's insane. This trash must have gone completely mad. Li Hu's face twisted with fury and humiliation, and the speed of his closing arms increased further. He was going to make this arrogant fool pay with his life. However, just as his arms were about to touch Su Yang's clothes, Su Yang finally stopped his leaping. He raised his hand, not the one holding the brick, but his empty hand. Buzz. A faintly glowing, fist-sized F-rank fireball materialized out of thin air. Seeing the fireball, Lin Fan on the sidelines almost burst out laughing. This little trick? Is that it? At such a critical moment, you're summoning an F-rank fireball? Are you trying to light a cigarette for Li Hu? But in the next second, his laughter and everyone's expressions froze completely. Buzz, 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 buzz. It wasn't just one. It was 10, 100. Countless fireballs, densely packed like a sudden glitch in the system, formed an orange-red, scorching, and terrifying barrage in less than half a second. They didn't fly outward. Instead, they formed an impenetrable barrier, standing firm between Su Yang and Li Hu. Holy! Wang Hao let out an ear-piercing scream, echoing the thoughts of everyone present. What the hell is this thing? Li Hu charged forward but abruptly came to a screeching halt. His brain, dominated by a frenzied will, felt something for the first time, something called fear. The unbelievable scene before him completely shattered his understanding of reality. F-grade fireball technique. Does your family sell fireballs wholesale? The game is over. Su Yang's cold voice was like the judgment of death itself. With a light push of his arm, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The barrage of over 100 fireballs did not converge into a torrent like before when they annihilated the Wind Wolf. Instead, one by one, in a deliberate rhythm, they flew toward Li Hu. The first fireball landed on Li Hu's chest with a puff. The power of an F-grade fireball wasn't significant, especially with Li Hu's secret technique activated, greatly boosting his physical defense. It didn't even scratch his skin. It merely burned a fist-sized hole in his clothing. Li Hu froze. That's it. All bark and no bite. But then, puff. The second fireball hit his left shoulder precisely, burning another hole. Puff. The third one his right shoulder. Puff, puff, puff. The fourth, fifth, and sixth fireballs hit him in rapid succession. The dense barrage of small fireballs, like guided welding torches, began painting on Li Hu's body. From his chest to his abdomen, from his thighs to his calves. Li Hu's expensive battle suit was reduced to shreds at an alarming speed, resembling the tattered clothes of a beggar. The entire place fell into a dead silence. Everyone's mouths hung open, their eyes wide as they stared at this absurd scene. Was this a fight? No, it was clearly a grotesque display of brutal performance art. Li Hu was driven to madness. His body sustained little damage, but the psychological humiliation crashed over his pride like a tidal wave. I'll fight to the end. He charged forward through the relentless barrage of fireballs, trying to launch another attack. But with just a casual wave of his hand, Su Yang intensified his assault. Puff, 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 puff. The even denser fireballs slammed into Li Hu's face, forcibly halting his charge. His singed hair, charred face, and tattered clothing made him look like a refugee who had just escaped from a coal mine explosion, utterly pathetic. Ta! A girl among the spectators couldn't hold back her laughter. Her laugh was like a spark igniting a fuse. Holy crap! That is savage. Absolutely savage. The damage is low, but the insult level is off the charts. Forget killing him, his pride is already dead. Li Hu's self-esteem is in shambles. The roar of laughter engulfed the entire training ground like a tidal wave. Lin Fan's face went from grim to pale blue, and finally to deathly white, like a sheet of paper. He felt as if every fireball wasn't hitting Li Hu but landing on his own face, each one a resounding slap. Li Qian's face also turned pale. She subconsciously stepped back, as if wanting to distance herself from the boy who resembled a devil. Do you surrender? Su Yang halted his attack, though the fireballs hovering in the air still exuded a menacing aura. Li Hu opened his mouth, but a puff of smoke emerged instead, carrying the distinct stench of charred flesh. He looked into Su Yang's calm, unyielding eyes. Surrounded by merciless laughter, his last mental defenses crumbled completely. Thunk! His knees gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. I surrender. Those 3 words seemed to drain every ounce of strength from his body. Ding! Li Hu's negative emotion points, plus 1,000. Ding! Lin Fan's negative emotion points, plus 1,000. A series of system notifications echoed in Su Yang's mind. causing him to pause for a moment. Oh, so their essay functioned like this? Looks like I'll need to incorporate more of these performances in the future. Retracting the fireballs, Su Yong walked up to Li Hu, extending his hand with a calm tone. The 30,000 wager. Transfer it over. Li Hu trembled violently, his face ghostly pale. At that moment, Lin Fan's icy voice rang out from the sidelines. Hold it. He pushed through the crowd, his expression dark as he stepped forward, glaring at Su Yong. Su Yong, do you dare claim you didn't use any banned drugs or items? How can a failed awakener like you release over 100 fireballs in just 1 second? Still refusing to accept defeat, he started accusing Su Yong in turn. All eyes immediately shifted to Su Yong. Indeed, this was far too unreasonable. Su Yong glanced at Lin Fan, whose mouth was spouting lies, and smiled. Proof. Someone like you, a total failure, being capable of this is proof enough. Lin Fan spoke righteously, attempting to sway the crowd. Oh. Su Yong nodded and turned to the examination teacher nearby. Teacher, I request a body check. Additionally, I'd like to report that someone openly gambled during the exam, tried to default on their debt, and falsely accused others. With just a few words, Su Yong threw the problem right back at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's face immediately darkened. The examination teacher frowned and was about to speak. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the depths of the forest. The entire virtual training ground shook violently. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura far exceeding F grades swept across the area, savage and brutal, pressing down on everyone like a tsunami. Warning! Warning! Energy anomaly detected in Hunting Zone 7. Detected D-grade beast, rock giant lizard. All candidates evacuate immediately. Repeat, evacuate immediately. The shrill alarm blared across the training grounds. Every student's face turned deathly pale in an instant. A D-grade beast. Are you kidding? That's a terrifying existence capable of easily crushing all of them. How could it appear in the freshman examination grounds? Chaos erupted in an instant. All the students frantically fled toward the teleportation exit. Lin Fan, too, abandoned his grudge against Su Yong, his face pale as he followed the crowd in a desperate attempt to escape. Only a few people maintained their composure. Xia Ningxuang stood atop a tree crown, her white dress billowing in the wind, her stunning face showing a rare expression of seriousness. Her gaze locked onto the source of the terrifying aura. D-grade beast, the rock giant lizard. Renowned for its defensive capabilities, its entire body was covered in impenetrable rocky armor. Even regular C-grade attacks could barely scratch it. This was a major problem. Just as she prepared to intervene to buy time for her peers to evacuate, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of something astonishing. While everyone else was desperately running away, one person calmly walked toward the D-grade beast. It was Su Yong. There wasn't a trace of fear on his face. Instead, it held a faint, uncontrollable excitement and anticipation, like a starved hunter who had finally spotted the prey of his dreams. Xia Ningxuang was utterly stunned. This guy? Is he insane? Rumble the earth groaned as the solid alloy training ground shook violently, as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. The terrifying aura of a D-class beast descended upon the students like an invisible hand, gripping their hearts tightly. Run! Run quickly! A D-class beast. Why is it here? Help! I don't want to die. The students, who had been spectators just moments ago, were now consumed by panic. Their sanity shattered under the weight of fear, and they desperately rushed toward the only exit. The sound of trampling feet, piercing screams, and cries formed a cacophony of chaos akin to an apocalypse. Lin Fan's face was as pale as a sheet, his former arrogance as an A-level genius long gone as he dashed ahead of everyone else. Li Qian was even more terrified, her face ghostly white, one of her high heels lost as she stumbled in disarray. Amid the chaos, only one figure moved against the tide. Su Yong. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward with calm determination, heading toward the source of the fearsome aura. His expression was unsettlingly serene, and if one looked closely, they might see a flicker of excitement in his eyes, as if he was eager for action. He's gone mad. That loser has lost his mind. The fleeing students screamed in terror when they saw this. Atop a towering ancient tree, Xia Ningxuang stood in her white dress, resembling a celestial being from another world. However, her cold and exquisite face was now filled with unprecedented seriousness. As someone with an S-level talent, she understood better than anyone else what a D-class beast represented. It was an entirely different level of existence. The gigantic rock lizard, a mid-level D-class beast, was renowned for its steel-like defenses. The rocky armor covering its body could withstand the full force attack of a C-level awakener without a scratch. Even more terrifying was its strength. One stomp was enough to shake the simulated forest to its core. This was not something these students, who at best were at the peak of F level, could possibly contend with. Even for her, with her S-level talent, she could at most freeze it temporarily. Killing it? That was out of the question. They had to retreat immediately. However, just as she prepared to intervene and buy time for her classmates, she suddenly froze. Her ice-blue eyes reflected a solitary figure moving against the flow of the crowd. Suyang, what is he trying to do? Is he seeking death? This absurd thought flashed through Xia Ningxuang's mind. The next moment, she saw it. The gigantic rock lizard, over 5 meters tall and covered in heavy rocky armor, like a moving mountain, finally broke through the last obstacle and appeared before everyone. Roar! Its deafening roar brought with it a foul, putrid wind. The sound waves alone caused several slower students to bleed from their heads and collapse unconscious. Its lantern-sized, murky eyes locked onto the sole small figure who had not fled. Suyang, not bad. The size is impressive, and it looks like it can take some hits. Suyang looked up at the massive creature before him, his words carrying a genuine tone of admiration. In his mind, Suyang thought, if it drops a skill book, it's bound to be D-class, right? This could be a jackpot. The gigantic rock lizard seemed to sense the disrespect from this tiny ant. With a furious roar, it lifted its colossal foot, thicker than a water tank, and stomped down with immense force. Boom! The ground cracked. Shadows loomed. Xia Ningxuang's heart leapt into her throat. But faced with an attack that could crush him into a bloody pulp, Suyang leisurely raised his hand. Buzz! A wind-speed fireball of F level appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! The fireball shot out like a meteor, hitting the underside of the gigantic rock lizard's foot with precision. Bang! The fireball exploded in a flash. And then, nothing happened. The gigantic rock lizard's foot only bore a small scorch mark, with almost no damage. Indeed, its defense is remarkable, Suyang nodded, as if he were appraising a product. Before the massive foot could come down, he lightly flicked his body upward with a skill leap. His entire figure rose lightly, like a feather, jumping 3 meters back just in time to avoid the deadly attack. Having missed its mark, the gigantic rock lizard became even more enraged. It swung its tail fiercely. The thick, spiked tail, tearing through the air with a ferocious sound, swept across with immense speed, sealing off all escape routes. Yet again leap. Suyang jumped once more. This time, he leapt upwards. In a display of agility akin to a gymnast, he performed a flawless flip just as the tail swept overhead, landing squarely on the gigantic rock lizard's tail. Xia Ningxuang. For the first time, her cold, icy eyes revealed a trace of bewilderment. What kind of maneuver is this? Before she could process what she had just witnessed, something even more absurd unfolded. Using the gigantic rock lizard's tail as a starting point, Suyang began his performance. Leap, leap, leap. His figure, ghostly and unpredictable, defied all logic, hopping and darting across the gigantic rock lizard's massive, rugged body. From the tail to the back, from the back to the shoulders, he finally executed an elegant 720-degree spin and landed steadily atop the gigantic rock lizard's head. The entire sequence was smooth and effortless, as if he were casually strolling through his garden. The furious D-class beast, wild and violent, was reduced to a clumsy toy, flailing its head, swinging its tail, and clawing at its own body, yet unable to even graze the corner of Su Yang's clothes. Whoa! From a distance, the chubby Wang Hao stared in shock, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a light bulb. Brother Yang, is he walking a dog? Xia Ningxuang's understanding of reality was completely shattered. Her mind went blank. As an S-level genius, her comprehension of strength, speed, energy, and combat techniques far surpassed ordinary individuals. Precisely because of her deep knowledge, she could grasp just how bizarre Su Yang's actions were. Completely unconventional, breaking all physical laws. Every leap was like a precise manipulation of space, swift and accurate, yet devoid of any detectable energy fluctuations. This wasn't combat. This was mockery of the very art of battle. Roar! Enraged by the fly hopping around its head, the gigantic rock lizard's fury peaked. It abruptly halted all its movements, and the rocky armor covering its entire body began to glow with an ominous, earthy yellow light. An overwhelming, suffocating aura burst forth. Talent skill earthquake and mountain shatter. Xia Ningxuang's expression changed drastically. This is bad. Rumble. Centered around the gigantic rock lizard, the entire training ground began to tremble violently, undulating like ocean waves. Cracks spread madly across the ground, deep and bottomless. The enormous alloy panels simulating the sky on the dome couldn't withstand the intense vibrations and began to emit a low, ominous groan. Countless fragments of rock and metal components rained down like a torrential storm. The students who didn't manage to escape were instantly thrown into despair. A dome fragment the size of a truck hurtled down with the aura of death, aiming directly at a group of terrified and frozen girls. Xia Ningxuang gritted her teeth, disregarding Su Yang entirely. Her figure flashed, and she instantly positioned herself in front of the girls. A piercing cold surged forth in an instant. Ice wall. A massive, crystal-clear ice wall, several meters thick, erupted from the ground, standing firm against the falling boulder. However, the weight and impact of the boulder far exceeded her expectations. Crack. The ice wall was instantly covered in spiderweb like cracks. Boom. The ice wall shattered with a thunderous crash. Xia Ningxuang let out a muffled groan as the immense force slammed her backward. She was flung into the air, blood splattering onto her pristine white dress, resembling red plum blossoms blooming in a snowy field. She had been gravely injured while trying to protect her classmates. And yet, the deadly boulder was merely delayed for a moment, still crashing down with an unstoppable force. Death was imminent. At this critical moment, a calm voice sliced through all the chaos, ringing clearly in Xia Ningxuang's ears. Hey, had enough fun yet? If this goes on, my little XP baby is going to get crushed. The calm voice was like an invisible blade, piercing through the earth, shaking roars and screams in an instant. Had enough fun yet? Xia Ningxuang, sprawled on the ground, her blood surging wildly and a trace of blood at the corner of her lips, lifted her dust-covered yet still stunning face. In disbelief, she looked toward the source of the voice. Atop the giant rock lizard's head, Su Yang was still standing there, his coat fluttering in the wind. His feet seemed rooted to the spot, unshaken by the raging behemoth beneath him. He gazed down at the D-rank beast, his eyes devoid of fear or tension, carrying only a hint of irritation. It was as if he was chastising an overzealous child for breaking his favorite toy. If this goes on, my little XP baby is going to get crushed. Xia Ningxuang's mind buzzed, going completely blank. XP baby? Was he talking about me? That bastard. Even now, he is making such ridiculous jokes. But before she could even get angry, something even more unbelievable happened before her eyes. Faced with the truck-sized dome fragment that was about to crush the girls below into pulp, Su Yang finally made his first real move. He raised his hand. Buzz, 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 buzz. No incantation, no preparatory actions. Hundreds of orange-red fireballs appeared out of thin air as if spreading like a virus. This time, instead of scattering, they compressed and merged at an astonishing speed under Su Yang's intent. 1. A single fireball over 3 meters in diameter, its color shifting from orange-red to deep red, its molten core flowing like lava, appeared. The terrifying heat distorted the air around it. Go. Su Yang flicked his finger lightly. The massive crimson fireball, trailing a dazzling tail of flames, shot upward and struck the falling dome fragment with pinpoint accuracy. There was no violent explosion. The moment the two objects made contact, time seemed to slow. The solid alloy fragment melted and vaporized from the center as if it were butter tossed into a steel furnace. In less than a second, the deadly boulder vanished into thin air. Not a single trace remained. Silence. A dead, oppressive silence. All the survivors, including Wang Hao who had just struggled to his feet in the distance, stared upward, mouths agape, as if frozen in place. Xia Ningxuang's icy blue eyes lost the last shred of reason as the boulder evaporated into nothingness. Her proud S-rank ability, even when unleashed at full power, could only leave a crack in the boulder. And he merely flicked his finger. This is really just an F-rank fireball spell? You dare call this F-rank? Roar. Above, the fly erupted with an astonishing energy, thoroughly enraging the giant rock lizard. It no longer struck blindly but instead gathered all its power into its massive, earth-colored tail. Its entire body glowed intensely as it swung the enormous tail horizontally towards Su Yang with mountain-shattering force. This time, it used its full strength. It wanted to crush this insolent insect, along with the head it stood upon. Faced with this unavoidable thunderous strike, Su Yang did something that nearly made Xia Ningxuang's jaw drop. He didn't dodge. Not only did he not dodge, but he also leaped lightly from the rock lizard's head, actively meeting the sweeping tail. Has he gone mad? Xia Ningxuang's heart leapt into her throat. Yet, just as Su Yang's body was about to collide with the massive tail, shhhk, a faint slicing sound echoed. At some point, a mountain-cutting blade had appeared in Su Yang's hand. The blade's edge traced a precise arc, slashing directly across one of the giant rock lizard's lantern-sized eyes. F-rank peak beast one-eyed devil fly slain. Points plus 20. Ding. Special energy detected. C-rank skill book healing spell obtained. It turned out that during the rock lizard's frenzy, the previously ignored devil fly had landed on its eyelid. Su Yang's true target had always been this fly. All done. Su Yang's heart surged with joy as he grabbed the softly glowing white skill book. Learn. Ding. Detected that skill healing spell is C rank, exceeding the system's current learning limit FD rank. Warning. Forced learning may cause system overload. Proceed? Proceed. Su Yang didn't hesitate. Boom. A warm current instantly surged through his body, and all the knowledge and techniques for using the healing spell were deeply engraved into his soul. At that moment, the rock lizard's frenzied tail finally struck him with full force. Boom. A deafening crash. Su Yang was sent flying like a baseball hit for a home run, tracing a grim arc through the air before slamming into a metallic wall dozens of meters away and rolling to the ground. Su Yang. Xia Ningxuang cried out, struggling to stand. It's over. Taking a direct hit from a D-rank beast at full strength would be fatal, even for a C-rank superhuman. He sacrificed himself to save us. A wave of sorrow and regret surged through Xia Ningxuang's heart. However, as the dust settled, the figure embedded in the wall, Su Yang, slowly stood up. He patted the dust off his body, twisted his neck, and a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed in the air. Hiss. That actually hurts a bit, he muttered, as a soft, life-filled white glow suddenly lit up over his chest. Healing spell. Everyone was stunned as they watched Su Yang's clearly twisted and deformed chest rapidly recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Broken bones reconnected, internal organs healed. In just 3 seconds, he was as good as new, his breath steady, as if that earth-shattering blow just now had merely tickled him. Xia Ningxuang was utterly dumbfounded. Wang Hao's eyes were nearly bulging out of his head. The scene fell into complete silence. All right, warm-up's over. Su Yang flexed his wrists, looking at the equally stunned giant rock lizard with a smile that sent chills down its spine. Now, let us play something more exciting. He grinned. The game called. Hit me if you can. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, a second, third, 10th, and then 100th soft white glow burst forth from Su Yang's body in rapid succession. The holy light engulfed him entirely, so thick it seemed almost tangible, as though a god had descended upon the battlefield. Unlimited healing. Come on, hit harder, what? Didn't you eat? Su Yang even abandoned all defense and evasion. swaggering directly toward the giant rock lizard. Roar! The giant rock lizard couldn't comprehend the bizarre phenomenon before it, but its primal instincts screamed at it that this tiny pest was provoking it. It went berserk. Massive feet stomped down. A giant tail swept across. Sharp claws tore through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Su Yang was knocked flying, crushed flat, and ripped apart over and over again. But no matter how severe the injuries, the next second, they would all be healed by the endless holy light, and he would stand up again as if nothing had happened, continuing to taunt the beast. At the same time, buzz, 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 buzz. Over 100 F-rank fireballs, forming a fireball Gatling gun, relentlessly bombarded the injured eye of the giant rock lizard. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation? Off the charts. In the training ground, the most absurd, peculiar, and shameless battle in history unfolded. A D-rank ferocious beast desperately and futilely attacked an unbreakable sandbag that no amount of force could kill. Meanwhile, that sandbag enjoyed the perks of unlimited healing while slowly chipping away at the boss's HP with the lowest tier skills. Xia Ningxuang's worldview, values, and the pride she held as an S-rank genius were completely shattered at this moment by Su Yang's shameless tactics. This is possible? This wasn't a battle at all. It was torment. Finally, with an unwilling shriek of despair, the colossal beast collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. It wasn't defeated. It was drained to death. Killed D-rank ferocious beast giant rock lizard. Points plus 1,000. Su Yang withdrew the holy light and fireballs, exhaling deeply. The mental exhaustion far outweighed the physical toll. He walked to the corpse of the giant rock lizard, ready to see if it had dropped anything good. Just then, a cold voice, filled with jealousy and murderous intent, suddenly sounded from not far behind him. Well, you've really opened my eyes, Su Yang. Su Yang whipped around. Standing in the shadows, glaring at him with eyes brimming with killing intent, was Lin Fan, the man who should have fled long ago but had somehow quietly returned. Hand over whatever that beast dropped, along with the secrets of your body, Lin Fan sneered. And then you can die. Lin Fan's voice dripped with cruel certainty. He had seen it clearly after killing the giant rock lizard. Su Yang's aura was visibly weakened. The mental relaxation after intense focus had exposed a glaring vulnerability. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As soon as the words left his mouth, a shadow composed purely of darkness silently extended and elongated behind Lin Fan, morphing into several razor-sharp tendrils. A rank talent, shadow manipulation. Die now trash. Several shadowy blades, exuding a deathly aura capable of slicing through steel, sealed off all of Su Yang's escape routes, converging fiercely toward his exhausted body. From afar, Xia Ningxuang, who had only barely recovered some strength, saw this scene and her eyes widened in shock, nearly bursting with blood. No, the shadowy blades, formed entirely of dark energy, carried a lethal, steel-rending aura, blocking off every angle of evasion. Too fast. Lin Fan's face twisted into a look of triumphant greed. He could already envision Su Yang's body, hiding its shocking secrets, being shredded into pieces by his shadow blades, blood splattering everywhere. Trash will always be trash. No stroke of luck can ever change your lowly nature. From afar, Xia Ningxuang, struggling to her feet, saw this tragic scene unfolding and felt her heart gripped tightly by an invisible hand. No, she screamed, her voice trembling with panic and fear that even she had not realized. However, just as everyone thought tragedy was inevitable, at the center of the death storm, Su Yang slowly opened his eyes. He gazed at the shadowy blades mere inches from him, his face devoid of fear, despair, or even the slightest ripple of emotion. There was only a calmness, as if watching a clown perform. In his mind, Su Yang thought, "Finally, you've shown up. I've been waiting for this." Pretending to be exhausted is more tiring than fighting monsters. Buzz. Without any warning, blinding holy light erupted violently from Su Yang's body. Not just one burst. Hundreds, thousands of bursts. Countless, healing spells, stacked and fused in less than a tenth of a second, forming an indestructible wall of divine light. Sizzle. The razor-sharp, eerie shadow blades, as if black iron thrown into aqua regia, were utterly purified and evaporated the instant they touched the light wall, leaving not even a wisp of black smoke. Lin Fan's sinister grin froze instantly. Xia Ningxuang's desperate cry of no caught in her throat, turning into ragged gasps. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Amidst the swirling dust and intertwining holy light, Su Yang slowly stood up straight. The wounds left from his battle with the giant rock lizard, the fractures caused by his collisions with the walls, all of it healed within moments under the endless baptism of holy light, defying all logic. He cracked his neck, producing a crisp crack sound, as though he had just finished a refreshing warm-up. He looked at the now utterly petrified Lin Fan, his lips curling into a harmless smile. "Oh, I forgot to tell you one thing. My healing spell, well, it doesn't seem to have any cooldown." Boom. This sentence was like billions of tons of bombs exploding in Lin Fan and Xia Ningxuang's minds. Healing, actually, has no cooldown. What kind of bizarre monster is this? Lin Fan's mind went blank, and a surge of fear from the depths of his heart shattered, for the first time, the confidence he held as an A-level genius. Run. His only thought was to flee for his life. A level talent shadow stealth. Without hesitation, Lin Fan activated his life-saving skill. His body instantly turned into a phantom-like shadow as he prepared to meld into the ground's shadows and escape. Thinking of running now? Su Yang's voice whispered in his ear like a ghost. "Don't you think it's a bit too late?" Leap. Su Yang's figure left behind a blurred afterimage in his original spot. The next second, he appeared right in front of the shadow Lin Fan was about to hide in, stomping down mercilessly. Boom. The hard alloy floor was dented by the forceful stomp. Lin Fan, who had just half merged into the shadow, seemed to smash into an invisible wall and stumbled backward, shaken. "You." Lin Fan was shocked and furious. "The game is over." Su Yang didn't give him any chance. He raised his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This time, it wasn't fireballs, nor was it holy light. Instead, it was countless basic F-level skills, water ball technique. Hundreds and thousands of translucent water balls hovered in mid-air, resembling a massive crystal chandelier, gleaming with an eerie light. Lin Fan froze, then sneered coldly, his anger boiling over. "Water ball technique? Su Yang, are you mocking me? Using such a weak trick, barely adequate for watering plants. What's the point? Do you plan to wash my face with it?" "No." Su Yang shook his head, his eyes carrying a trace of pity. "I want to show you what despair truly means." As soon as his words fell, the thousands upon thousands of water balls began to move. They didn't hurl toward Lin Fan, but, under Su Yang's control, froze in an instant. Freezing technique. No, this was no ordinary freezing technique. This was the perfect combination of water ball technique and freezing technique. Each water ball, upon freezing, turned into a sharp, icy, piercing spear. Thousands upon thousands of icy spears. "Go." Su Yang gently pointed with his finger. Whiz, 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 whiz. The sky full of icy spears transformed into a storm of death, shrieking sharply as they surged toward Lin Fan. Shadow Shield. Lin Fan was scared out of his wits and desperately activated his talent, gathering high concentrations of shadow energy to form a shield for protection. But it was useless. A single ice spear might not be powerful, but what about 10, 100, thousands? Not to mention this was a relentless, unending assault. Crack. In less than half a second, the shadow shield was covered in cracks. Bang. The shield shattered with a loud crash. Ah! Lin Fan let out a heart-wrenching scream. He was pierced through his limbs by countless ice spears, pinning him firmly to the wall behind him, forming a humiliating da shape. More ice spears grazed past his body, shredding his expensive combat suit into strips of rags. The damage wasn't significant, but the sheer humiliation made the air itself grow heavy. Su Yang slowly retracted the ice spears and stepped toward the bloodied Lin Fan, who was pinned to the wall. From his backpack, he pulled out a blood-red brick. "You." Lin Fan's pupils contracted at the sight of the brick, his voice trembling. "You can't kill me. My father is Lin Tianhao, a councilman of Jiangqing. Oh, Su Yang nodded, then raised the brick and brought it down. Bang! A dull, crisp thud echoed. Lin Fan's eyes rolled back, his head slumped to the side, and he completely passed out. Ding! Lin Fan's extreme resentment and fear, negative emotion value plus 9,999. Su Yang contentedly weighed the brick in his hand. Wouldn't it have been easier to cooperate earlier? Kill you? Don't overthink it. With your level, you're not even worth my attention. The entire process was witnessed word for word by Xia Ningxuang, who stood not far away. Her stunningly beautiful face was completely numb. From infinite healing, to turning water ball magic into an ice spike storm, and finally to skillfully pulling out a brick for the finishing blow. What kind of monster is this boy named Su Yang? At that moment, urgent alarm sounds and footsteps came from afar. Nobody move. We are the Academy Guard. A dozen instructors and guards in black uniforms, exuding fierce auras, rushed to the scene. Seeing the apocalyptic scene before them, everyone gasped. The corpse of a D-class giant rock lizard, Lin Fan, an A-class genius, pinned to the wall and unconscious. And the boy standing in front of Lin Fan, still holding a blood-stained brick. A leading instructor shouted sternly, "Su Yang, drop your weapon. You are suspected of maliciously injuring a fellow student and colluding with the God-Eater cult to summon a ferocious beast. You are now under arrest." As soon as the words fell, a cold yet resolute voice rang out. He did not. Everyone turned toward the voice. Xia Ningxuang, dragging her injured body, stepped forward one step at a time to stand beside Su Yang. Her white dress was stained with blood and dirt, making her look disheveled. Yet her straightened back and her phoenix eyes, clear as an icy pool, radiated an aura that made it impossible to look away. Facing all the skeptical gazes, she spoke each word clearly. I saw it with my own eyes. It was Su Yang, relying on his own strength, who killed the out-of-control D-class ferocious beast and saved everyone. As for Lin Fan, Xia Ningxuang's gaze turned as cold as an ice cavern. After Su Yang was exhausted, he launched a sneak attack from behind, intending to kill and steal the treasure. I, Xia Ningxuang, swear on the honor of my S-class talent that every word I say is true. The crowd erupted in shock. The air instantly froze. The smoke and scent of blood had yet to dissipate, and the remnants of holy light gradually faded. All eyes focused on these two individuals. One was a waste, who had just miraculously killed a D-class ferocious beast and defeated an A-class genius single-handedly. The other was the universally acknowledged prodigy of Jiangcheng High School, an S-class talent, and the eldest daughter of the Xia family. At this moment, this icy school beauty stood in front of the boy holding the brick, using her seemingly fragile yet resolute body as a shield. I, Xia Ningxuang, swear on the honor of my S-class talent that every word I say is true. Her cold voice was like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's hearts. The honor of an S-class talent. In this world where martial artists reign supreme, these 6 words carried the weight of Mount Tai. The leading instructor of the Academy Guard's face shifted repeatedly. He glanced at Lin Fan, who was plastered to the wall like mud, then at Su Yang, who looked calm as if he had merely swatted a fly, and finally at Xia Ningxuang's pure phoenix eyes. He had no doubt that if he insisted on taking Su Yang away today, the Xia family would send a letter of accountability to the principal's desk the very next second. An A-class talent, the son of a councilman. An S-class talent, the daughter of a financial magnate. This was practically a clash of titans. Xia Ningxuang, this matter is very serious. Lin Fan is gravely injured, and we must. The instructor tried to argue further. Xia Ningxuang's gaze grew colder. Serious? Are you implying that I'm not trustworthy? She took a step forward, and the air was filled with a faint chill, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Or are you saying that, in your eyes, a traitorous scumbag who launched a sneak attack is more worthy of protection than the hero who saved everyone here? Every word hit like a dagger. The instructor's forehead immediately broke out in sweat. He knew that if he said even one more word, he might lose his job. No, I wouldn't dare. He quickly waved his hands and then gestured to the team behind him, his tone becoming official. Take Lin Fan for treatment. I will report the situation here truthfully to the school committee and let them decide. Su-young, you may need to cooperate with the follow-up investigation. Su-young shrugged, looking indifferent. In his mind, he thought, investigate all you want. Better yet, broadcast it live. I can give the national audience a performance of hand-casting forbidden spells. The guards swiftly peeled Lin Fan off the wall and carried him away. No one dared to look at Su-young again. A storm big enough to change the entire freshman assessment was quietly suppressed by a few words from Xiaoning Shuang. As the guards and Lin Fan left, the tense atmosphere at the scene finally dissipated. The surviving students now looked at Su-young with completely different eyes. It was a complex mix of awe, fear, curiosity, and fanaticism. Trash? If this was considered trash, then what were they? Dust? Brother Yang. Brother Yang. The chubby Wang Hao scrambled over, hugging Su-young's leg and crying his heart out. I thought you were done for, Brother Yang. You're my god. Su-young's face darkened, and he kicked him away. Get off me. You're smearing snot on my pants. He patted his pants and turned his gaze to Xia Ningxuang beside him. The girl's face was still pale, and the bright red stains on her white skirt were particularly striking. She seemed to notice Su-young's gaze, her body trembling slightly as she tried to regain her icy demeanor, but her weakness made it difficult. Thank you, Su-young said seriously for once. He knew that if Xia Ningxuang hadn't stepped forward, the subsequent trouble would have been much greater. Although he didn't care, it was always better to save himself some hassle. Xia Ningxuang gently shook her head, her cold gaze showing a rare flicker of emotion. She looked at Su-young, her lips moving slightly, as if she had countless questions to ask. Why does your F-level skill have no cooldown? How can you use healing magic to withstand a D-level beast? Who exactly are you? But in the end, she simply took out a delicate jade bottle from her spatial bracelet. This is a third-grade chi recovery pill. It can help you recover from internal injuries. She handed over the jade bottle, her movements somewhat stiff and her ears slightly reddened. Su-young looked at the jade bottle and then glanced at her. This woman was quite interesting. Despite being the most injured herself, she was still thinking about giving medicine to someone else. He didn't take it. Instead, he stretched lazily right in front of her. Crack! A crisp sound of bones popping echoed. Buzz! A soft holy light appeared on his chest and quickly spread throughout his body. Healing magic. Xia Ningxuang watched in astonishment as the last traces of bruises and internal injuries left on Su-young from his battle with the giant rock lizard disappeared almost instantly. His aura, in just 1 second, returned to peak condition. In fact, it was even stronger than before. Xia Ningxuang's hand, holding the pill, froze in midair. Her cold face showed a subtle change. Su-young looked at her dazed expression and grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. No need for the elixir, it's too wasteful. But still, thank you, class president. After saying this, he turned around gracefully and waved at Wang Hao. Fatty, let's go home. He left Xia Ningxuang standing alone in the wind, flustered and at a loss. In her mind, only one thought kept echoing. This bastard. He definitely did it on purpose. Back at the familiar rented room, Su-young immediately rushed into his sister Su Shue's room. Seeing that she was still sleeping soundly and breathing steadily, he finally let out a sigh of relief. After transferring the first sum of money he earned from the assessment, 300,000 yuan to the hospital account to extend her treatment, Su-young finally had some time to take stock of the huge gains from this assessment. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his consciousness entering his mind. Absolute Command System Host, Su-young Realm. Awakener F-level peak skills recorded. Fireball F-level leap F-level healing C-level. Currently being overloaded for recording Waterball F-level freeze D-level in the corner of the system panel. There was also a constantly jumping number. Negative emotion value. 12,580 points. Over 10,000 points? Lin Fan and Li Hu contributed most of it. Looks like I'll need to do more performance art. In the future this stuff might be really useful. Su-young stroked his chin, grinning from ear to ear. But the real highlight was the reward for killing the giant rock lizard. Ding! Detected that the host has independently killed a D-level life form for the first time, triggering milestone rewards. Reward 1. Slight increase in all attributes. Reward 2. System permissions unlocked. New feature activated. Reward 3. Obtain special item D-level talent fragment. Solid rock. Here it comes. Su Yang's spirits lifted, his eyes fixed on the second and third rewards. He focused his thoughts on the new feature. Boom. The system interface suddenly shook violently, countless streams of data flashing by rapidly. Finally, an ancient and mysterious bronze furnace icon appeared in the center of the panel. Skill furnace feature description. Insert 2 or more recorded skills, consume a certain amount of energy, and perform a fusion. The fusion result is unknown, with a chance to upgrade, mutate, or even create entirely new skills. Note 1. Fusion carries a risk of failure. Failed fusions will result in the disappearance of the inserted skills. Note 2. The higher the level and rarity of the inserted skills, the more energy consumed, the lower the success rate, but the greater the potential rewards. Note 3. Inserting special materials like talent fragments can significantly increase the success rate, with a very small chance of imbuing the fused skill with a trace of law embryonic form. Su Yang's heart pounded uncontrollably. Laws. Isn't that the legendary concept one must comprehend to ascend to the throne realm above S level? The skill furnace was practically a direct path to the divine domain. Calm down, calm down. Su Yang took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Meals must be eaten bite by bite, and roads must be walked step by step. The most important thing now was to attempt the first fusion. Activate the skill furnace. Ding. Activating the skill furnace for the first time requires energy activation. Detected that the host possesses D-level talent fragment, solid rock, which can be used as the core energy source. Use it. Use it. Su Yang answered without hesitation. The talent fragment that burst out from the giant rock lizard instantly transformed into a stream of earthy yellow light and merged into the bronze furnace. Buzz. The furnace gently vibrated, and ancient patterns gradually lit up. Ding. Skill furnace activated. Please input the skills to be fused. Su Yang stared at the skill list, lost in thought. Healing was a C-level skill and couldn't be touched for now. The combination of Water Ball and Freeze was already quite powerful, so there was no need to fuse them for now. As for the remaining skills, only Fireball and Leap were left. One was the most basic attack skill, while the other seemed to be a mere movement skill for escaping. What could possibly come out of fusing these two seemingly unrelated skills? Whatever. Adventure brings opportunity. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Su Yang's eyes sharpened. System. Fuse Fireball and Leap. Ding. Selected fusion skills. F-level Fireball, F-level Leap. Fusion will consume 1,000 energy points, with a success rate of 75%. Proceed with fusion? 1,000 energy points? Su Yang glanced at his energy bar, only a pitiful 100. Ding. Insufficient energy. External resources can be converted into energy. Convert. He pulled out the rewards from the Academy competition, an assortment of F-level energy crystals and potions from his backpack. Ding. Detected F-level energy crystals X10, convertible to 500 energy points. Ding. Detected F-level vitality potions X5, convertible to 250 energy points. Even with everything, it only added up to a little over 800 energy points. Still short by more than 100 points. Let us go all in. Gritting his teeth, Su Yang took out the 300,000 cash compensation from Li Hu and converted it as well. Ding. Detected 300,000 blue star coins, convertible to 150 energy points. Ding. Energy sufficient. Proceed with fusion? Start. Fuse it for me. Su Yang roared in his mind. Boom. The bronze furnace in his mind roared to life. The crimson light orb representing Fireball and the cyan light orb representing Leap were thrown into the furnace by an invisible force. The furnace blazed fiercely, and the entire system interface flickered violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Su Yang's heart was in his throat. This was his entire fortune. If it failed, he'd be back to square one overnight. Time ticked by, second by second. No one knew how long it took, but the violent tremors finally began to subside. A dazzling light burst forth from the furnace. Immediately afterward, the system notification rang out like thunder, shaking Su Yang to his core. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a brand new D-level mutated skill Explosive Flame Sparrow. D-level mutated skill. Explosive Flame Sparrow. As these four words solidified in Su Yang's mind, an unprecedented sense of power surged through his body like an electric current. He could clearly feel a completely new yet perfectly synchronized energy circuit forming within him. On one side was the fiery explosion of Fireball. On the other was the nimble agility of Leap. The two intertwined and spiraled in a mysterious manner, ultimately converging in his dantian to form a vivid crimson rune that seemed alive. Quite interesting. Su Yang slowly opened his eyes, a faint spark flickering deep within his pupils. He raised his right hand, and with a thought buzz, a ball of orange-red flame appeared out of thin air. But this time, instead of forming a sphere, it began to violently morph and stretch above his palm. Moments later, a lifelike, palm-sized bird made entirely of flames hovered above his hand. Its lines were smooth, its feather textures intricate, and its eyes sparkled with a lively glow. This was the explosive flame sparrow. Su Yang thought to himself, not bad. I've evolved from conjuring fireballs to becoming a figurine master. This aesthetic is leagues above the fireball spell. He could feel that the energy contained within this seemingly harmless little firebird was 10 times more intense than a fireball of the same size. More importantly, he focused his thoughts again. The firebird gently flapped its wings and, as if it were alive, took off from his palm, circling around his body. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, it even managed to draw a beautiful Z-shaped trajectory in midair. This path was precisely the trajectory of Leap. Isn't this just like the flying swords in cultivation novels or the floating cannons in sci-fi? Su Yang's breathing quickened. A self-guided explosive capable of locking onto enemies and performing various trajectory maneuvers. The tactical value of this skill was simply immeasurable. I have to test its power. Unable to contain his excitement, he left a simple note for his sister and rushed straight to the school's advanced training grounds. The advanced training grounds at Jiangxing No. 1 High School were not open to ordinary freshmen. The targets here were made of military-grade superalloy, and only attacks of sea level or higher could leave a mark. At this moment, many upperclassmen were sweating profusely in the training area. Boom! A burly, muscular young man slammed his fist into an alloy target, producing a deafening roar. The numbers on the target's display jumped wildly before settling on a shocking value. Combat Power Assessment. Sea Level Beginner. Whoa! Senior Zhao Gang has gotten even stronger. That punch must have had a force of 10,000 kilograms. As expected of the 98th ranked expert on the Combat Power Leaderboard. His D-level talent, Rock Skin, is practically cheating D-level beast attacks, can't even break his defense. Exclamations and praise echoed around the room. The young man, known as Zhao Gang, withdrew his fist with a satisfied expression, his face brimming with pride. He scanned the room, basking in the awe-filled gazes of those around him, feeling utterly pleased. Just then, a seemingly frail figure stepped into the area reserved for upperclassmen powerhouses. It was Su Yang. His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Huh? Isn't that the failure who botched his awakening? What's he doing here? Did he wander into the wrong place? I heard something big happened during the freshman assessment. Yesterday, a D-level beast showed up, and Lin Fan got seriously injured. Really? Could he have done that? The murmurs rose and fell, most of them filled with disdain and skepticism. Zhao Gang frowned, his eyes openly displaying his contempt. He despised people like Su Yang the most, those who looked weak and frail, yet always tried to pull clever tricks to attract attention. In his eyes, strength was everything, and defense was king. All those flashy gimmicks were worthless. Su Yang ignored the gazes around him. He walked straight to an empty sea-level test target, took a deep breath, and thought to himself, here it comes, the highly anticipated new product launch. Everyone, watch closely. Slowly, he raised his hand. Buzz. The exquisite and magnificent little flame bird appeared in his palm once again. What is that? Fire element. The design is nice, but the energy fluctuation, at best, it's just at the peak of F level, right? Hilarious. He wants to use that thing to attack a C-level alloy target? Is he polishing the target? Zhao Gang sneered, crossed his arms, and prepared to watch a good show. However, in the next second, all the mocking froze instantly. Go. Su Yang softly uttered a single word. Whoosh. The explosive flame sparrow transformed into a streak of crimson light and shot out in an instant. Its speed was astonishing. Even more bizarre was its flight trajectory. It didn't fly in a straight line but instead drew a strange S-curve in the air, bypassing a virtual obstacle and finally hitting the bullseye with precision. Time seemed to stand still. Then boom. A deafening and violent explosion erupted, even more intense than Zhao Gang's punch earlier. A massive fireball, over 3 meters in diameter, exploded at the target's center, and the scorching heat wave turned into a shockwave, sweeping in all directions. Several students nearby were forced to retreat by the heat wave, their hair slightly curling from the heat. The entire training ground fell silent, so quiet that even breathing could be heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the alloy target. Above the target, the evaluation numbers skyrocketed. F level, D level, D level peak. Finally, accompanied by a sharp intake of breath, the numbers slowly stopped. Combat power evaluation, C level beginner. This single strike was equivalent to the full force attack of a C level awakened individual. Silence. Dead silence. The confidence and disdain on Zhao Gang's face froze completely, replaced by shock and disbelief. This, impossible, he shouted. How could an F-level nobody produce C-level damage? The target must be broken. Yes, that's it. Su Yang ignored him, merely looking at his palm thoughtfully. Su Yang thought to himself, the power is decent, but the trajectory is still a bit off. Needs more practice. Next time, I'll try Flame Sparrow Drift or Spinning Sparrow to catch them off guard. His relaxed demeanor, as if he had just casually done something trivial, completely shattered Zhao Gang's pride. Kid. Zhao Gang took a sudden step forward, his body glowing with an earthy yellow light, and a heavy, mountain-like aura instantly locked onto Su Yang. What kind of trick was that? Don't think you can act arrogant with some flashy gimmicks. In the face of true power, your fancy tricks are useless. Su Yang finally raised his eyes and glanced at him. Oh, is that so? He replied indifferently. This nonchalant attitude completely ignited Zhao Gang's fury. I challenge you. Zhao Gang pointed at Su Yang and shouted, let's bet all this month's cultivation resources. Do you dare to accept? The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one expected Zhao Gang, ranked 98th on the combat power list, to actively challenge a freshman. This was clearly bullying the weak. Su Yang looked at him and smiled. Su Yang thought to himself, well, look at that. Just when I was dozing off, someone hands me a pillow extra thick and large. This guy is practically begging to be taken advantage of. Not accepting would be a waste of the system. The stakes are too small. Not interested. Su Yang shook his head and refused. Zhao Gang was stunned for a moment, then revealed a sinister smile. Scared? If you're scared, kneel down and kowtow to me. Admit you're a loser. My meaning is. Su Yang extended 3 fingers. Let's raise the stakes. If I win, from now on, whenever you see me at the training ground, you walk around me. And also, bark like a dog 3 times in public. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. Too arrogant. An F-level freshman dared to humiliate a C-level combat ranking expert like this. Zhao Gang's face instantly turned red, veins bulging. Good, good, good. He laughed in anger. I want to see how you, a little ant, can shake my solid wall. I accept your terms. If you lose, you'll break both your arms and get out of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. The atmosphere between the two immediately became tense to the extreme. In the observation room on the 2nd floor of the training ground, a stunning woman in a white dress stood quietly by the window. Xiaoning Shuang. Her cold, frosty phoenix eyes were fixed on everything happening below. From Su Yang entering the arena, to him releasing that strange little flame bird, to accepting Zhao Gang's challenge, she had seen it all. Waves had already surged in her heart. That skill, not only was its power astonishing, but it could also control its trajectory. This completely overturned her understanding of skill studies. How many secrets is this Su Yang hiding? Zhao Gang is a C-level Earth-type awakener. His talent, rock skin, gives him physical and elemental resistance far beyond his level. making his defense extremely strong, Xia Ningxuang said softly, her tone carrying an unintentional hint of concern. Su Yang's flame bird has power comparable to sea level, and fire-type attacks naturally counter earth-type. But how can he win this fight? She couldn't figure it out. And precisely because of this, her gaze couldn't leave Su Yang. In the arena, the duel was about to begin. Zhao Gang's body was covered in thick rock armor, resembling a moving fortress, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Come on, loser!" He beckoned Su Yang with his finger, his eyes full of cruelty and disdain. "Let me see if your little bird can even tickle me." Su Yang smiled. "As you wish." He raised his hand, and this time, it wasn't just one. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 10 explosive flame sparrows simultaneously formed in front of him. They hovered and danced, forming a dazzling array of flames, distorting the surrounding air with their heat. "Attack!" Su Yang commanded. The 10 flame sparrows turned into 10 streaks of crimson light, shooting toward Zhao Gang from 10 tricky angles, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds. Zhao Gang's sinister smile grew wider. "Nice move." He crossed his arms to protect his chest and stomped hard on the ground. Sea-level combat skill immovable as a mountain. Boom. A heavy, earth-yellow shield instantly appeared in front of him. Bang, 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 bang. 10 explosive flame sparrows almost simultaneously collided with the shield. A series of explosions echoed throughout the arena. Violent flames instantly engulfed Zhao Gang. However, when the flames dissipated, the mountain-like figure remained as steady as ever. Not even a crack appeared on the shield. "Is that all?" Zhao Gang slowly lowered his arms, completely unharmed. He looked at Su Yang, his eyes full of contempt and ridicule. "These flashy tricks are useless against my absolute defense. Now it's my turn." The arena fell silent. Then came the suppressed whispers and mocking laughter. "I told you, F level is F level. No matter how fancy it gets, it can't touch a C-level expert." Zhao Gang's rock skin combined with immovable as a mountain can't even be penetrated by a top-tier D-class beast. He could just use his head to ram it. Now it's over, isn't it? Still making him bark like a dog. I'd love to see how he gets out of this one. Mocking and gloating gazes flooded Su Yang like a tidal wave. It was as if the stunning, flaming sparrows barrage from earlier was nothing more than an empty joke. However, standing at the eye of the storm, Su Yang's face remained completely calm. He even leisurely dug at his ear. Su Yang muttered to himself, "Wow, that's loud. It's shaking my eardrums. And, man, your turtle shell is really tough, way tougher than that big lizard from yesterday." He stared at Zhao Gang's arrogant expression, one that screamed, "I've already won." Instead of feeling discouraged, Su Yang's eyes lit up. It was as if a tech enthusiast had just encountered a top-tier firewall worth cracking. 10 weren't enough. Su Yang stroked his chin, pretending to seriously reflect. "Looks like I underestimated the defense of a C-class fighter. I apologize," he said sincerely to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang froze for a moment, then burst into deafening laughter. "Ha ha, now you realize your mistake? Too late. Get ready to lose your arms, loser." "No." Su Yang shook his head, his smile turning a bit eerie. "What I mean is, I apologize for holding back earlier." As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of flame condensed in his palm. Then a second, a third, until there were 10. 10 explosive flaming sparrows appeared once again. The grin on Zhao Gang's face grew even more twisted, just as he was about to mock him. But Su Yang's actions didn't stop. Buzz, 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 buzz. The fire elements in the training ground erupted into chaos. Centered around Su Yang, clusters of orange-red flames sprouted up like mushrooms after the rain. 20, 50, 100. Countless, explosive flaming sparrows formed one after another, densely packed. They flapped their fiery wings, hovering around Su Yang, making him look like a flame monarch descending upon the mortal world. The temperature in the training ground began to skyrocket. The air twisted from the heat, crackling and popping. The students who had been mocking him earlier were now completely dumbfounded. Their smiles froze, their mouths gaped wider and wider, and their eyes looked like they were about to pop out. What the hell? What is this thing? His energy, is it infinite?" Zhao Gang's wild laughter was abruptly cut off. as if an invisible hand had choked him. He felt the searing heat from the hundreds of firebirds, enough to melt steel. A chill surged from the depths of his heart straight to his head. This can't be something an F-class awakener can do, right? You call this F-class? 100 should be about enough, right? Su Yang looked up at the fiery army he had created, muttering with a hint of uncertainty. He thought to himself, this is my first time pulling off something this big. No experience. If the firepower's too strong and I end up making the senior cry, what then? I'm a good student who respects his elders. He glanced at Zhao Gang, whose face had turned ashen, and flashed a harmless smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Senior, is your turtle shell tough enough? Here we go. Without giving Zhao Gang a chance to react, Su Yang pressed his hand down. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hundreds of explosive flame sparrows seemed to receive a command, transforming into an all-encompassing, earth-shattering storm of fire. From all directions, above and below, they formed a seamless web of firepower, carrying an unyielding force of destruction as they roared toward their sole target in the arena. No! Zhao Gang's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints. He let out the most anguished and terrified roar of his life. Unmovable as a mountain. Hold on up. He poured all his energy without reservation into the earth-yellow light shield in front of him, desperately trying to withstand this apocalyptic assault. But it was futile. The attack of a single explosive flame sparrow might only cause ripples on the light shield. 10 could make it tremble. But what about 100? When 100 attacks, each equivalent to a sea-level beginner strike, hit the same point simultaneously within a second, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Boom. The first flame sparrow collided with the light shield. Boom, 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 boom. The remaining 99 followed in quick succession. The training ground felt as if a bomb had been dropped on it. Deafening explosions merged into one continuous roar, the ear-splitting blasts tearing through the air. Blinding flames engulfed everything. A violent shockwave swept across the entire field like a Category 12 hurricane. Fall back. Activate defenses. The onlooking students screamed, retreating frantically while raising their meager shields, barely avoiding being blown away by the shockwave. Meanwhile, in the observation room on the second floor, Xia Ningxuang's phoenix-like eyes, usually as calm as an icy lake, now reflected the blazing inferno, trembling intensely. Her delicate, translucent hands had unknowingly gripped the window ledge tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. This man, what kind of monster is he? Every move he makes violently and brutally overturns her understanding of this world. Finally, as the flames of the last flame sparrow gradually extinguished, the scene on the field reappeared. A charred pit over 10 meters in diameter had formed at the center of the arena. And in the middle of the pit stood Zhao Gang, his body scorched, his clothes in tatters. He was half kneeling, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with the terror and confusion of someone who had narrowly escaped death. The earth-yellow light shield in front of him, once hailed as absolute defense, had long since disappeared. No, it hadn't vanished, it had been forcibly shattered. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Su Yang slowly dispersed the flames in his hands, feeling a slight dizziness in his mind. Controlling over 100 skill units for precise attacks consumed far more mental energy than simply casting them consecutively. It seems my mental strength has become a bottleneck. I need to find a way to improve it, he thought to himself. Step by step, he walked up to Zhao Gang, looking down at him from above. Senior, can we settle the bet now? Will you bark like a dog first, or run a lap around the training ground? Humiliation. Naked, blatant humiliation. Zhao Gang suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Su Yang with hatred, madness, and unwillingness. I haven't lost. He squeezed out the words through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. I haven't lost yet. Ah! With a beast-like roar, an even more violent and sinister earth-yellow energy erupted from his body. Strange black patterns surfaced on his skin, his muscles rapidly swelling, tearing, and then instantly healing. In just 1 second, his aura surged from AC-level beginner to AC-level peak. This is the blood ignition secret technique. He's gone mad, An upperclassman exclaimed in shock. This was a sinister secret technique that involved burning one's own blood essence and life force in exchange for temporary immense power. Its side effects were severe at best. It would cause a regression in strength at worst. It could lead to instant death. I want you dead. Zhao Gang had completely lost his sanity. His body, enhanced by the secret technique, transformed into a blurred shadow, carrying a crazed determination for mutual destruction as he suddenly threw a punch aimed at Su Yang's head. The punch was incredibly fast. Due to mental exhaustion, Su Yang's reaction was half a beat slower. Seeing the massive fist, as large as a casserole pot, about to smash into his face at this critical moment, clang. A crisp sound, like ice crystals shattering, suddenly rang out. A crystalline, transparent ice wall emitting a bone-chilling cold silently rose from the ground, precisely blocking in front of Su Yang. Boom! Zhao Gang's desperate punch struck the ice wall with full force. Crack! The ice wall instantly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks, but successfully absorbed the deadly impact. Everyone's gaze instantly turned toward the direction where the ice wall had risen. On the second floor, in the observation room, the large floor-to-ceiling window had somehow been opened. A stunningly beautiful woman in a snow-white dress stood there quietly. The evening breeze lifted her skirt and long hair, making her appear like an unearthly goddess of ice and snow. Xiaoning Shuang. She had intervened. The entire scene fell into dead silence. The suddenly appearing ice wall, crystalline and transparent, seemed like a heavenly barrier dividing two worlds. On one side was Zhao Gang, burning with life force and consumed by madness. On the other side was Su Yang, slightly fatigued but still standing tall. All eyes naturally converged on the second floor. At the open floor-to-ceiling window, the girl in the white dress stood quietly, her skirt and hair fluttering in the evening breeze, exuding an aura of transcendence. Xiaoning Shuang. She had intervened. This true genius of Jiangcheng High School, possessing an S-grade talent, had unexpectedly stepped in to intervene in a battle between upperclassmen for the sake of Su Yang, whom everyone considered a waste. The news shocked everyone, leaving their minds in a daze. Zhao Gang, whose eyes were bloodshot from the secret technique's burning effects, stared at Xia Ningxuang with a beast-like growl, filled with resentment and unwillingness. But in the end, he dared not make another move. The side effects of the blood ignition secret technique began to manifest. His swollen muscles deflated like a punctured balloon, his overwhelming aura plummeted, and his entire body wobbled before dropping to one knee, vomiting black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Soon, the Academy's security team arrived. This time, their gazes towards Su Yang were no longer dismissive, but filled with reverence. The leading instructor even nodded politely before signaling for Zhao Gang, now unconscious, to be carried away. Thus, a battle worthy of being recorded in Jiangxing High School's history came to an end. Su Yang stood in place, rubbing his slightly aching temples. Internally, he grumbled, "My mental strength is really lacking. Just summoning 100 flame sparrows already makes me dizzy. Looks like I need to figure out a way to surprise, curiosity, inquiry, and a trace of something she herself hadn't realized, admiration." The surrounding students held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Everyone craned their necks, eager to hear what the icy campus beauty would say to Su Yang. Would it be questioning or a warning? Su Yang looked at her and was the first to break the silence, grinning. "Class monitor, your entrance is really unique. Even the background music is different from others. That move just now, thanks." Xia Ningxuang's eyelashes trembled slightly. She hadn't expected Su Yang's first words, under the watchful eyes of everyone, to be so casual. On her cold face, there was a rare moment of softening. She was silent for a moment, then spoke coldly, cutting straight to the point. 3 days from now, the Academy Tournament team registration deadline. Su Yang was taken aback. She continued, "I want to participate. My team is still missing a damage dealer." She raised her eyes, and in those beautiful eyes, Su Yang's reflection was clear and resolute. "Su Yang, would you be willing to join my team?" Boom. The shock of this statement was no less than the explosive fire sparrow Su Yang had just unleashed. All the boys present felt as if their hearts had shattered into pieces. What? Xiaoning Shuang, the one who had rejected all the geniuses in the school, even looking down on top experts from other schools, had actually taken the initiative to invite an F-rank freshman to form a team. Has the world gone mad? Countless envious, jealous, and hateful gazes stabbed at Su Yang like sharp swords. Su Yang himself was stunned. He thought to himself, wow, what kind of divine treatment is this? Just finished a fight and already got a teammate. No, a wife? This treatment, truly the hallmark of a protagonist. He looked at Xiaoning Shuang's incredibly serious expression and knew she wasn't joking. Why choose me? He voiced the question on everyone's mind. Because you're strong. Xiaoning Shuang's answer was simple and direct, leaving no room for doubt. Your fighting style is very unique. I need a teammate like you. Su Yang smiled. He liked fighting alongside smart people. All right, I'll join. The school's open-air cafe. Su Yang and Xiaoning Shuang sat across from each other, a scene that caught the attention of half the school's students. An F-rank nobody and an S-rank genius. No matter how you looked at it, this pairing defied logic. Why don't your skills have a cooldown time? Xiaoning Shuang wasted no time, throwing out the key question as soon as she sat down, her eyes fixed on Su Yang, not wanting to miss any change in his expression. Su Yang took a sip of coffee, his demeanor calm. In his mind, he thought, here it comes, the classic interrogation scene from the female lead. What's the standard answer again? Oh, right, half-truths. Keep it mysterious. He put down the cup and started spouting nonsense with a straight face. You could say my awakened talent is rather special. It doesn't have any combat power on its own, its only function is optimization. Optimization? Xiaoning Shuang frowned slightly. It was the first time she'd heard this term. Yes, optimization. Su Yang snapped his fingers. Take Fireball, for example. Normally, people have to go through energy-gathering model construction launch. But my talent can optimize these steps to the extreme, eliminating all unnecessary processes, so it looks like there's no cooldown time. This explanation, oddly enough, sounded quite reasonable. Xiaoning Shuang fell into deep thought. Coming from a prestigious family, she was well informed and knew that various strange auxiliary talents indeed existed in the world. Although Su Yang's optimization theory sounded absurd, it currently seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. Seeing her seriously pondering, Su Yang almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He thought to himself, it's so easy to fool a top student. Just throw out a professional term, and she'll fill in the gaps herself. Next time, I can even say my talent is multithreading and asynchronous invocation. At that moment, a magnetic voice filled with arrogance sounded beside them. Ningxuang, I've been looking for you for a long time. So, this is where you are. Su Yang looked up. He saw a young man dressed in top-tier custom-made combat attire, with handsome features but an arrogant gaze, holding a bouquet of dazzling, ice crystal roses as he walked straight toward them. Low murmurs immediately arose around them. It's the eldest young master of the Qin family, Qin Feng, ranked 7th on the combat leaderboard, an A-grade talent. Nobleman of the Wind. He's been pursuing Xiaoning Shuang, but she's never given him a good look. Qin Feng ignored the surrounding gazes, his eyes fixed solely on Xiaoning Shuang. When he noticed Su Yang sitting across from her, his brows furrowed, and the arrogance in his gaze instantly turned into obvious disdain. Who are you? An F-grade? Ningxuang, how can you sit with such trash? Aren't you afraid he'll dirty your eyes? His tone was as if Su Yang were an annoying fly. Xiaoning Shuang's expression immediately turned cold. Qin Feng, please show some respect. Su Yang is my teammate. Teammate? Qin Feng laughed exaggeratedly, as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Ningxuang, are you joking? Bringing an F grade to participate in the academy competition? Are you planning to get eliminated early? He took a step forward, towering over Su Yang, his gaze full of scrutiny and threat. Kid, I don't care what sweet talk you use to deceive Ningxuang. Right now, disappear from her sight immediately. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll still be able to walk out of the school tomorrow. A blatant threat. Before Su Yang could respond, Xiaoning Shuang had already stood up. A strong chill emanated from her, as if the air itself had frozen. Qin Feng, I'll say it one more time. Her phoenix-like eyes were as cold as thousand-year-old ice. He is my teammate. This is my business, not yours, and certainly not something for the Qin family to meddle in. Qin Feng's face instantly turned extremely unpleasant. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak tension, Su Yang, who had remained silent, suddenly chuckled. He slowly stood up, patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, and spoke in a tone that carried a hint of reprimand. "Senior, that's not how you pursue a girl. Look at you. You're good-looking, but why can't your brain keep up? If you want to impress someone, just talking tough won't cut it. You need to bring something real to the table." Qin Feng was stunned. "Something real?" Su Yang pointed at the ice crystal roses in Qin Feng's hand, then at Xia Ningxuang, his face full of dissatisfaction. "The class monitor's talent is S-grade ice. Giving her a bouquet of ice is like giving a swimming champion a bottle of mineral water, completely unoriginal. You should." Su Yang paused, and under the curious gazes of both Qin Feng and Xia Ningxuang, he slowly raised his right hand. Buzz! A cluster of orange-red flames rose in his palm. The next second, under Su Yang's skillful control, the flames quickly took shape, transforming into a lifelike rose burning with an eternal flame. Explosive flame sparrow, shaping modification. See that? The contrast of ice and fire, now that's what I call romance. Su Yang waved the flaming rose in front of Qin Feng, turned around with flair, and handed it to Xia Ningxuang. "Class monitor, it's our first collaboration. Please take care of me." The entire cafe fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned by Su Yang's dazzling display. Qin Feng's face turned as red as a cooked liver. Xia Ningxuang looked at the rose, its warm flames dancing, then at Su Yang's naturally confident and handsome smile. For the first time, her calm heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but reach out and take the flaming rose. It felt warm to the touch, without the slightest burn. Such precise energy control. "All right," she said softly, her ears tinged with a faint blush. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the petrified Qin Feng with a smile. "Senior, did you learn something?" Without waiting for a response, he ignored Qin Feng and turned to Xia Ningxuang. "Let's go. We need to discuss the details of the competition." Xia Ningxuang nodded silently and followed him out of the cafe. The two walked away side by side, leaving Qin Feng alone, holding the expensive ice crystal rose, disheveled in the wind like a clown abandoned by the world. Ding! Qin Feng's extreme jealousy and resentment plus 15,000. Walking down the street, Xia Ningxuang looked at the never-extinguishing flaming rose in her hand and finally couldn't help but speak. "Aren't you afraid of offending the Qin family?" "Of course I am," Su Yang shrugged. "That's why I'm clinging to your thigh, class monitor." Xia Ningxuang paused in her steps, her cheeks reddening further. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her tone and change the subject. "For this year's academy competition, our goal must be to win the championship, because the final reward is no ordinary thing." She looked at Su Yang, her gaze more determined than ever. "It's a leaf said to have fallen from the legendary world tree. Rumor has it that it possesses incredible power, capable of causing a slight law alteration to any skill below D level. The world tree's leaf." These words were like a bomb, setting off waves in Su Yang's heart. Laws. This was something essential for advancing to the throne realm above S level. An opportunity that ordinary geniuses might never encounter in their lifetime was now right in front of him. This wasn't just a reward, it was practically a VIP pass to the divine realm. Su Yang's breathing quickened slightly. He glanced at the girl beside him, her profile serious and beautiful. She clearly valued this leaf greatly as well. "Wow, if I win the championship, wouldn't that mean I get the rich, beautiful girl and start my journey to the pinnacle of life?" Su Yang couldn't help but joke inwardly. "Ahem, don't worry, class monitor." He quickly composed himself, patted his chest, and solemnly promised, "For the championship, for the world tree, I, Su Yang, will stop at nothing." Xia Ningxuang looked at his exaggerated display, and a rare smile appeared in her usually cold eyes. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The annual grand event of Jiangxing First High School, the academy competition, officially began. The Central Martial Arts Arena was packed with people, and colorful flags fluttered in the air. Tens of thousands of students packed the stands to the brim, with dozens of giant screens hanging in the sky, broadcasting the competition live from every angle. "Look, it's Senior Qin Feng." ranked 7th on the combat leaderboard, with the A-grade talent wins noble gentleman. So cool. Over there is our second-year top student, Senior Liamo. His blade skills are extraordinary. And there's Summer, the campus beauty. Oh my god, she's stunning today. Cheers and screams erupted from the stands, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Su Yang, Xiaoning Shuang, and Su Yang's best friend Wang Hao, who had been dragged along, stood in a corner of the competition area. Wang Hao was so nervous his palms were sweating. Looking around at the imposing upperclassmen, he felt like a lamb that had wandered into a pack of wolves. Yangzi, my legs are going weak. The chubby boy swallowed hard and whispered, our team an F grade, a D grade, and an S grade powerhouse, aren't we just here for laughs? He had a D grade earth-based defensive talent, which was decent in the regular class. But among these geniuses, he was just there to make up the numbers. What are you afraid of? Su Yang patted his shoulder, smiling casually. Did you forget our team name? Wang Hao instinctively looked at the badge on his chest, where 4 large characters were boldly written. Carry Squad. Wang Hao's face instantly fell. He suspected Su Yang had named the team just to publicly humiliate him. At that moment, the teaching director on the podium cleared his throat and began reading the team assignments. Group A, Captain Qin Feng, team members. Group B, Captain Liamo, team members. As one strong team after another was announced, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Finally, it was their turn. Group D, Captain Xiaoning Shuang, team members Wang Hao, Su Yang. The scene fell silent for a second. Then, a tidal wave of chatter erupted. What's going on? The campus beauty Xia is actually teaming up with 2 deadweights. Who's Wang Hao? D grade? Not bad. Wait, Su Yang, that F grade loser. Did I hear that right? An S grade powerhouse teaming up with an F grade loser? Is this some kind of avant-garde performance art? The big screen clearly displayed the trio's profiles. When Su Yang's talent level, F, record was magnified, the crowd's laughter and jeers surged like a tidal wave. Ha! I thought his win against Zhao Gang a few days ago was just luck, but his record still says F grade. Not far away. Qin Feng laughed openly, his eyes full of disdain and pity. Ningxuang, did you see that? This is the teammate you chose. With this kind of trash, you won't even make it past the first round. Faced with the overwhelming ridicule, Wang Hao's face turned red with anger, his fists clenched tightly. Xia Ningxuang's expression was as cold as ice, a chill emanating from her that lowered the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Only Su Yang remained calm and composed. He even had the leisure to fix his hair while looking at his photo on the big screen. Su Yang thought to himself, not bad, not bad. The hate level is maxed out. Starting off as the enemy of the crowd, the organizers really get me. All participating teams, prepare for teleportation. At the teaching director's command, a massive spatial teleportation array in the center of the martial arts arena lit up. 100 teams, 300 future elites of Jiangxing High School, stepped into the glowing light. Time flew by. When Su Yang opened his eyes again, they were already in a vast, primitive jungle. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying plants. In the distance, the faint roars of unknown beasts echoed. This was the venue for the first elimination round the simulated secret realm, Forest of Beasts. The rules were simple. Hunt the magical creatures in the secret realm or hunt other contestants and seize the points on their wristbands. If your points hit 0, you would be automatically teleported out. Yangzi, what do we do now? Wang Hao immediately summoned an earthy yellow shield, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Xia Ningxuang also frowned slightly. She could sense countless dangers lurking in this jungle. But Su Yang held them back, gesturing for silence with a show. He closed his eyes, as if sensing something. In reality, his consciousness was immersed in the system panel. He hadn't been idle these past 3 days in preparation for this competition. Using the resources he won from challenging Zhao Gang, he took on a few small tasks at the Hunter S Guild, accumulating enough energy to fuse 2 brand new F-level skills. Smoke Bomb, F-level, creates a cloud of smoke that obscures vision and perception. Slide Step, F-level, allows a quick slide in any direction over a short distance, ignoring terrain restrictions. Individually, These skills seemed unimpressive, but as Su Yang stared at them, a sly smile curled at the corner of his lips. Just then buzz. The wristbands on all three of their arms suddenly emitted a piercing red alarm. A mechanical, electronic voice echoed across the sky. Secret Realm announcement. The location of Group D's Carry Squad has been locked. Coordinates 754,881. The Hunter Alliance bounty has been activated. Whoever defeats this team will split all their initial points and receive an additional 5,000 bounty points. The announcement repeated 3 times. Wang Hao's face turned deathly pale in an instant. What the hell? Publicly revealing our location? And with a bounty? This is blatant cheating. Someone's pulling strings behind the scenes. Xia Ningxuang's expression was equally grim. She immediately realized that this had to be Lin Fan or Qin Feng's doing. They must have bribed the competition's tech staff, intending to drive them into a corner from the very start. Rustle, 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 rustle. Almost as soon as the announcement ended, dense, unrestrained footsteps and energy fluctuations came from all directions in the jungle. Malicious gazes, like those of hungry wolves, shot out from the shadows. Found them. They're right here. Haha. 5,000 points, this is ours. Move in. Don't let them escape. In an instant, at least a dozen teams, nearly 50 people surged in from all directions, trapping the 3 of them in a small clearing with no way out. A desperate situation. Less than 3 minutes into the match, and they were already being hunted by the entire map, cornered with no escape. Damn it. Let us fight them to the death. Wang Hao roared, raising his earth element shield to its maximum, ready for a last stand. Xia Ningxuang's body was surrounded by a chilling aura, ice crystals rapidly forming as she prepared to unleash her strongest trump card. However, a warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. It was Su Yang. Faced with a siege that would drive anyone to despair, his face showed no trace of tension. Instead, it carried an expression of excitement and playful amusement. "Don't rush," he said, looking at the hunters eyeing them like prey. He chuckled softly. "Let us play a game first." A game called Hunters and Prey. A desperate situation. Less than 3 minutes into the match, and they were already trapped in a death scenario, hunted by the entire map. Nearly 50 senior students, like sharks smelling blood, surrounded them from all directions, their eyes filled with greed and mockery. "Yangzi, damn it. If we're going down, let's take a few with us." Wang Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he pushed his D-level earth elemental talent to the limit. A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, shielding the 3 of them, but his trembling hands betrayed his inner fear. Xia Ningxuang reacted even faster. Between her slender, snow-white fingers, cold air condensed into 3 sharp ice spikes. The oppressive aura of her S-level talent caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Her gaze was cold and resolute, clearly prepared to pay a heavy price to forcefully break through the encirclement. However, a warm hand once again rested on her shoulder. It was still Su Yang. "Don't rush." Faced with a scene that could make any freshman crumble, his face showed not a trace of panic. Instead, he wore an excited and playful smile. "Getting targeted by the entire map right at the start. I've seen plenty of high-level games like this." His tone was relaxed, as if he were strolling through his backyard. Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao were stunned. "Dude, you still have the mood to joke at a time like this? Follow my lead." Su Yang's gaze suddenly became focused, like a conductor about to direct a grand performance. "Fatty, put away your earthen wall. Just activate the most basic defensive shield and stay put. Class rep, you should also hold back your powers for now. Save your energy, you'll be busy later." "Huh?" Wang Hao looked bewildered. "Yangzi, are you out of your mind? If we don't use the wall, won't we just become sitting ducks?" Xia Ningxuang also furrowed her beautiful brows. Though she said nothing, the doubt in her eyes said it all. "Trust me." Su Yang uttered just 2 words, but they carried absolute confidence, leaving no room for doubt. Xia Ningxuang stared deeply at him. Unexpectedly, she really withdrew the ice spikes from her fingertips. Seeing this, Wang Hao could only grit his teeth and abandon the earthen wall defense, leaving only a thin layer of earth-colored light shield to protect the 3 of them. Ha! That loser must be scared stiff. He actually withdrew his defenses. He's really making it easy for us, saving us the trouble. Brothers, charge. Take them down, and we'll split the 5,000 points evenly. The crowd outside the encirclement burst into laughter upon seeing this, then rushed forward like a tidal wave without hesitation. As dozens of dazzling skills were about to engulf the three of them, Su Yang finally made his move. He didn't summon a world-destroying firebird, nor did he adopt any defensive stance. He simply snapped his fingers lightly. Snap! Poof! With a soft sound, a cloud of gray-white smoke suddenly exploded at his feet, instantly enveloping the three of them. This was an F-level skill smoke bomb. Ha! What's he trying to do? Suffocate us with a smoke bomb. Is this all he's got? This is his trump card? I'm dying of laughter. The lightning element student at the forefront laughed so hard he bent over, then hurled a lightning bolt forward with force. But in the next second, poof, 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 a series of dense, piercing sounds suddenly erupted. Centered on the first smoke bomb, 1, 10, 50, hundreds, countless smoke bombs appeared like a virus spreading wildly, then exploded in unison. It took just 1 second. A vast expanse of thick, impenetrable gray fog surged with overwhelming momentum, instantly covering nearly 1,000 meters around them. The students who had charged in only saw a flash of white before plunging into complete darkness and silence. Vision, hearing, and even mental perception were all severely suppressed by the dense fog. What is going on? I can't see anything. Damn it, this fog is toxic. It blocks perception. The previously arrogant hunters instantly turned into headless flies, panicking and shouting in confusion. They were like ducks lost in the deep sea, completely disoriented. Meanwhile, within Su Yang's absolute domain, Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao were equally stunned. Wang Hao thought this move was incredibly powerful, but Xia Ningxuang, as an S-class genius, could perceive more clearly the terrifying power hidden behind this seemingly simple scene. Using an F-level skill, releasing it hundreds of times in an instant, and precisely controlling the explosion range to form a perfect domain. This level of energy control, combined with an unfathomable energy reserve. What kind of monster is this man? As her mind wavered, Su Yang's voice, tinged with amusement, reached her ears clearly, as if completely unaffected by the dense fog. The game has begun. Squad leader, let us warm up first. Directly ahead, 7 o'clock direction, 13 meters, there's a wind element enemy preparing to release a wind blade. Interrupt him with an ice spike. Xia Ningxuang's heart tightened. Almost instinctively, she raised her hand and swung without hesitation. Whoosh! A crystal-clear ice spike pierced through the dense fog, vanishing instantly into the darkness. The next second, a short, sharp scream came from that direction, then abruptly stopped. Ding! Team D has defeated a member of Team C17. Points plus 50. The notification sound from her wristband made Xia Ningxuang's eyes widen even further. It really hit the target. In this dense fog where even she couldn't perceive anything, Su Yang seemed to have full map visibility. Fatty, 3 meters behind you to the right. There's an earth element enemy trying to ambush you. Don't worry about him, he can't break through your shield. Su Yang's voice rang out again. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a dull thud, and Wang Hao's shield shook slightly, but he remained unscathed. Holy crap! Fatty exclaimed. Yangzi, are you some kind of god? No, I just play the game well, Su Yang chuckled. Whoosh! A faint light flashed beneath his feet, and his entire body moved like a weightless shadow, sliding several meters in an instant and silently merging deeper into the fog. F-level skill slide step. A useless mobility skill in the eyes of all awakened individuals. But under Su Yang's control, it became a divine technique. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Unlimited slide step. His figure darted through the dense fog at a speed beyond human visual perception, frantically and unpredictably weaving through the area. For the trapped students, this was nothing short of a nightmare. They couldn't see their enemy, they could only hear the ghostly, sharp sounds of something cutting through the air from all directions, near and far, impossible to pinpoint. Who's there? A timid student shouted, his voice full of fear. The response was a silent hand appearing behind him. Slap. Su Yang lightly patted the back of his neck. Before the student could react, Su Yang had already disappeared with another slide step. At the same time, Su Yang's voice sounded in Xia Ningxuang's ear. Squad leader, 9 o'clock direction, the one I just scared freeze his feet. Without hesitation, Xia Ningxuang unleashed a surge of cold air. Ah, my feet. Well done, Su Yang said approvingly. Fatty, 5 meters straight ahead. Use your fiercest headbutt and charge. Got it. Wang Hao, holding back a belly full of anger, roared upon hearing this, and charged forward like a raging bull. Bang! Ah! Ding! Team D has defeated a member of Team A09, earning plus 80 points. One enemy after another was taken down under Su Yang's precise, scalpel-like commands, perfectly executed by Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao. The enemies couldn't even touch the hem of Su Yang's clothes. They could only be eliminated in fear and confusion, their points drained, and teleported out of the game. This was no longer a battle. It was practically a one-sided, free-for-all feast of point harvesting. Xia Ningxuang stood in place, releasing one eye skill after another with pinpoint accuracy according to Su Yang's instructions. She had never imagined that combat could be this effortless. There was no need to think, no need to search for targets, and no need to assess the battlefield. All she had to do was trust that man's voice and unleash the immense power of her S-grade talent on every point he designated. She stared at the figure flitting like a ghost in and out of the dense fog, her cold phoenix eyes sparkling with admiration. This man wasn't just fighting. He was toying with the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, on the giant screen in the central martial arena, all the students and instructors watching were stunned. All they saw was the light representing Team D surrounded by dozens of other lights, which suddenly exploded into a massive gray area. Then, one by one, the lights representing the other teams went out, and Team D's points skyrocketed like a rocket. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000. In just a few minutes, Team D's total points surged from an initial 1,000 to over 50,000, catapulting them into the top 10 of the leaderboard. The scene was dead silent. Am I seeing things? What just happened? Could it be some kind of black tech? Or a system glitch? On the podium, the director of education's mouth hung wide open, enough to fit an egg. Qin Feng's sinister grin had long since frozen, replaced by sheer terror and disbelief. Just as the entire arena fell into a stunned silence, the sky over the secret realm suddenly darkened without warning. Black raindrops began to fall, pattering softly. Su Yang, having just dealt with the last enemy and preparing to disperse the smoke, suddenly felt the fire elements in the air become unusually sluggish, as if suppressed. He tried to conjure a flame rose at his fingertips, but the fire flickered unsteadily, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Beside him, Xia Ningxuang's expression changed drastically. It's the rain of annihilation, a special calamity that can significantly suppress and weaken all elemental energy. Her voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. Under this rain, Su Yang's fire abilities and her ice powers were weakened by at least 70%. Their greatest advantage was completely nullified. The black raindrops fell from the darkened sky, carrying an ominous chill. This rain was peculiar. When it landed on the skin, it lacked the moisture of ordinary rainwater. Instead, it seeped invisibly into the body like shackles, making every cell feel heavy and sluggish. It's the rain of annihilation, Xia Ningxuang repeated, her usually cool and melodious voice now tinged with unmistakable gravity. She tried to gather ice crystals at her fingertips, but the cold air she could usually summon with ease now felt like a broken-down old car stuck in traffic, slow and frustrating, with her power greatly diminished. This is a special natural disaster that suppresses elemental energy on a large scale. Although simulated, its effect has weakened our elemental skills by at least 70%. She looked at Su Yang, her eyes full of worry. Su Yang's strength relied almost entirely on his incredible fire-based skills. Now that fire was disabled, their strongest asset was gone. Damn it! No wonder my shield feels like it's made of paper. Wang Hao shouted as well. His earth-yellow light shield had dimmed under the black rain, and looked ready to shatter at any moment. The hunters, who had just been toyed with by Su Yang, froze briefly before realizing the situation. Ha! Heaven is on our side. His fireballs are gone. That kid's just a toothless tiger now. Brothers, if elemental skills are useless, we still have our fists. Go take them down. The tide of battle instantly turned. Those who had been too suppressed to move moments ago were now brimming with morale, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Clenching their fists, they closed in from all directions. This time, there was no trace of fear in their eyes, only the burning rage to repay the humiliation they had just suffered. Yangzi, Wang Hao was sweating profusely in panic. Xiaoning Shuang took a deep breath and tightly clenched her fair, jade-like hands, preparing for a life-and-death struggle. But Su Yang, the focal point of everyone's attention, remained as calm and composed as ever. He reached out to catch a few drops of black rainwater, feeling the suppressive force, and his eyebrows slightly raised. Su Yang thought to himself, a version update? Directly nerfing mages? Not bad, not bad. The game designers really know their stuff, can't let one class be too overpowered. Instead of panicking, he seemed to light up with excitement, as if he'd discovered a new world. Class rep, Fatty, don't worry. Su Yang twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, and flashed a smile that sent chills down his opponent's spines. Who says mages can't play physical? As soon as he finished speaking, a faint gray light, as hard as rock, instantly enveloped his skin. F-grade skill hardening. This was a common auxiliary skill that almost no one paid attention to, as its only function was to slightly increase physical defense. It was pathetically weak. What? Hardening? This guy's lost his mind. The muscular man charging at the front laughed so hard he was nearly in tears. He swung a fist the size of a cooking pot, whistling through the air as it aimed straight for Su Yang's face. However, Su Yang didn't stop his actions. Buzz, 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 buzz. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of layers of hardening skill effects crazily stacked on his body. His skin visibly transformed from its normal tone to a rocky gray, then to a deep iron black, and finally began to shimmer with a diamond-like brilliance. Standing there, he resembled an indestructible boulder, exuding an overwhelming sense of security. Su Yang thought to himself, first time stacking armor on myself. No experience, let's try 10,000 layers to test the waters. Shouldn't be too hard, right? Die. The muscular man's fist finally landed. Then clang. A deafening metallic collision sound erupted. Ow! Then came the heart-wrenching scream of the muscular man. Everyone was stunned. The muscular man's fist instinctively twisted and deformed, his entire hand hanging limply. As for Su Yang, not a single strand of his hair moved. He even raised his hand and lightly flicked his cheek, which had been hit by the fist, with a diamond-hard finger, producing a crisp ding sound. Is that all you've got? Su Yang tilted his head, looking at the muscular man with an innocent and naive expression. Senior, did you skip your meals? Your strength is so weak, it feels like a massage. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Every approaching step seemed frozen in place. Shock and disbelief were written all over everyone's faces. Using his face, he had shattered the fist of a sea-level powerhouse. What kind of godlike move was this? Xia Ningxuang's cold phoenix eyes were now wide open, her rosy lips slightly parted, enough to fit an egg. Her S-level genius brain had completely short-circuited. She realized that the man before her was using an extremely brutal and unreasonable method to completely overturn her understanding of the world. Well, warm-up's over. Su Yang, satisfied, felt his defensive strength and then began to move. No flashy moves, no earth-shattering energy bursts. He was like an out-of-control humanoid tank, charging straight toward the densest part of the crowd. Battle start. Boom. The first student in his path didn't even have time to react before being sent flying by an unstoppable force, spitting blood mid-air, their points dropping to 0, and disappearing in a flash of white light. Stop him. Quick, stop him. Don't let him through. The crowd descended into chaos. 7 or 8 students roared in anger, attacking simultaneously with physical strikes and restraining skills, all aimed at Su Yang. But it was useless. These attacks were like tickles, not even enough to make him pause. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. Su Yang was like a tyrannosaurus charging into a flock of sheep. Every simple collision, every casual punch, left a student with broken bones and tendons, screaming as they disappeared in flashes of light. This wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided, merciless traffic accident. Don't, don't come any closer. You're a monster. You're a devil. The remaining students completely broke down, dropping their weapons and fleeing in terror. Su Yang stood in the middle of the wreckage of the accident scene, patting off non-existent dust from his body. He muttered to himself, "Sigh, mages are more fun. Playing physical is too exhausting. Next time, I should look into the feasibility of infinite strength blessing." He turned around, ready to show off to Xianing Shuang and Wang Hao. Just then, a figure seemed to ignore the black rain curtain, casually stepping out from the shadows of the forest. The newcomer was dressed in black, with a handsome face and a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. It was Lin Fan. Behind him were four teammates with deep, imposing auras, each exuding a power far beyond that of ordinary students. Su Yang, I must admit, you always manage to surprise me. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the chaotic scene, finally landing on Su Yang's diamond-like body. Although a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, his expression was dominated by an overwhelming arrogance. Unfortunately, your physical defense is like a turtle shell, completely useless against me. As soon as the words fell, the four team members behind Lin Fan instantly dispersed, taking positions in four directions and tightly surrounding Su Yang and his two companions. A cold, viscous force surged from their bodies, drawing eerie black runes on the ground. Shadow prison cage. Shadows from all directions seemed to come alive, transforming into dozens of pitch-black chains that shot skyward, instantly forming an impenetrable spherical cage, trapping Su Yang at its center. Su Yang attempted to strike it with force. Clang! The seemingly illusory chains were indestructible. A strange power traveled along the chains, completely absorbing and neutralizing his impact. His physical attacks were rendered useless. Lin Fan stood outside the cage, looking down at him, the smile on his face growing colder, like a hunter gazing at prey trapped in a cage. Su Yang, this time you won't escape. I'll make sure you die in endless agony, screaming in despair. Lin Fan's smile was both cruel and elegant, like a nobleman admiring his captured prey. Behind him, the four team members stood like statues, steadily maintaining the energy of the shadow prison cage, their eyes filled with disdain for Su Yang. To them, this was no longer a battle but a judgment. Su Yang, how does it feel? Lin Fan's voice carried the pleasure of toying with his prey. Your strength, your defense, everything you pride yourself on is useless here. This is the gap in talent. The power you've built up with 1,000 low-level skills is nothing but a joke in the face of a true grade A talent. Inside the cage, Su Yang's diamond-like body shimmered as he tentatively swung a fist at the chains. Clang! A dull sound echoed. The force that could shatter the bones of the strongest opponents was instantly absorbed by the chains, as if falling into an abyss, completely nullified by the strange power of the rules. Not even a ripple was left. It's useless. Lin Fan shook his head, as if speaking to an ignorant child. Shadow prison cage is essentially banishment. Any energy impact is sent to another dimension. Not even top-tier experts can do anything once trapped. Outside the cage, Xianing Shuang's face was as cold as ice. Using her grade S talent's keen perception, she focused intently on the chains, realizing that Lin Fan was telling the truth. This wasn't just energy, it was the embryonic form of a rule, a domain only accessible to rare talents above grade A. This was no ordinary battle, it was a complete dimensional suppression. Su Yang. She clenched her pale, jade-like hands, her knuckles turning white. She had a secret technique that could tear open the cage, but the cost would be immense. Yangzi. Wang Hao was so anxious he was on the verge of tears. He charged forward with an earth shield, only to be pulled back by Xianing Shuang. Don't go. You'll be swallowed up too. While the outside was in chaos, Su Yang remained unusually calm. He stopped his futile attacks and instead curiously tapped the chains with his fingers, listening to the dull echoes. He thought to himself, well, this is interesting. Rule-based weapons are evolving so quickly. Energy absorption, spatial banishment, Sounds high-end. Isn't this just a turtle shell with magic immunity properties? Too bad. Dear game designers, you overlooked one thing. Magic immunity doesn't equal physical immunity. Su Yang raised his head, looking at Lin Fan outside the cage, whose face was full of confidence. Suddenly, Su Yang grinned. Lin Fan, how's the soundproofing in this cage? Lin Fan frowned, not understanding what he meant. Rambling nonsense before your death? No, no, no. Su Yang shook his finger, his smile growing even brighter. I'm just worried that your screams later will be so loud they'll scare the birds and grass outside. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Su Yang slightly bent his knees, assuming a stance everyone was familiar with, the starting pose for a charge. Uffed. Seeing this, one of Lin Fan's teammates couldn't help but laugh. What is he trying to do? Break the cage with a charge? Did a donkey kick his brain? He didn't even use his strongest power. What can a D-rank displacement skill possibly do? The mockery on Lin Fan's face grew even more pronounced. Is this all you've got, Su Yang? Is this your limit? How disappointing. Even Xia Ningxuang's beautiful phoenix eyes flashed with deep confusion. She couldn't figure out what Su Yang was trying to do. But Su Yang didn't give them any time to think. The first move, he said softly. Buzz. A faint light glimmered beneath his feet. D-rank skill, charge. He suddenly lunged forward, slamming hard into the shadow chains in front of him. Bang! The result was unsurprising. His body was instantly rebounded, and the indestructible cage didn't budge an inch. Ha ha ha! Lin Fan's group erupted into deafening laughter. However, there wasn't a trace of discouragement on Su Yang's face. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a crazed smile. The second move. Buzz. Another charge. Once again, he was repelled. The third move. The fourth move. The 100th move. Buzz, 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 buzz. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Su Yang seemed to go mad, activating charge over and over again at a speed beyond human reaction limits. His figure left countless afterimages in place. Each charge struck the exact same point on the cage. This wasn't mere repetition. This was energy accumulation. What is he doing? He has gone mad, completely mad. The smile on Lin Fan's face had vanished at some point, replaced by seriousness and unease. He instinctively felt that something terrifying was happening. Increase the energy output. Suppress him now, he shouted. But it was already too late. When Su Yang's charges reached 1,000 times in a single second, a qualitative change occurred. Clang. This time, the cage didn't silently absorb the impact. It let out a crisp wail. The spot Su Yang had struck 1,000 times showed an almost imperceptible crack. Xia Ningxuang's pupils contracted to the extreme. She understood. Su Yang wasn't using energy attacks. He was using the purest, most primitive, most direct physical inertia. The kinetic energy of one charge could be easily absorbed by the cage. 10 charges, 100 charges, no problem. But when the kinetic energy of 1,000, 10,000 charges was concentrated on a single atom-sized point in less than a second, the explosive force in that instant had already exceeded the limits of what the cage's laws could withstand. It was like having an internet speed of 1G, theoretically capable of downloading anything. But if someone suddenly sent you a 10,000 terabytes file all at once, there would only be one result: the cable burns out, and the server crashes. Impossible. For the first time, Lin Fan's face showed utter terror. The laws of power he had always prided himself on had been broken by a D-rank skill in such a crude and unreasonable way. Nothing is impossible. Inside the cage, Su Yang's voice was so calm it was terrifying. His eyes burned like two blazing stars. In the face of absolute mass, any fancy rules are nothing but paper tigers. Lin Fan, listen carefully. This move is called the Holy Sword of Physics. Shatter. Boom. At the moment Su Yang completed the 10,000th stack of charge, time seemed to freeze. The indestructible shadow cage shattered like glass struck by a high-speed bullet. From the point of impact, countless black cracks spread instantly. Crack, crack. In the deathly silence, the cage imbued with the power of laws began to break apart bit by bit, disintegrating into countless black fragments that scattered into the air. Su Yang's figure, carrying the terrifying power accumulated from 10,000 charges, shot forth like a beam of light piercing the heavens and earth. His target was singular. Outside the cage, Lin Fan, who was already scared out of his wits. The speed was too fast. So fast that Lin Fan's thoughts couldn't keep up at all. The shadow of death loomed over him like never before. He could only watch helplessly as that diamond-hard fist, capable of reducing him to dust, rapidly enlarged before his eyes. No! A desperate scream erupted from his throat. Just as Su Yang's fist was about to strike his face, something unexpected happened. Snap! A crisp shattering sound rang out. The black jade pendant on Lin Fan's chest, engraved with a bizarre demon god pattern, suddenly exploded. Boom! A sinister and violent aura, far surpassing a level and even beyond anyone's comprehension, erupted like a volcano. That force instantly formed a black shockwave, slamming fiercely into Su Yang. Ugh! Su Yang felt as if he'd been hit head-on by a meteor. Even with his diamond body reinforced by 10,000 layers of hardening, a tearing pain surged through him. His entire body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Boom! The terrifying energy shockwave, like an invisible giant hand, gripped Su Yang tightly. Agony. A pain so intense it felt like his very soul was being torn apart, spread through his entire body in an instant. The diamond body, which was supposed to be indestructible, emitted a cracking sound at this moment, its surface covered in fine fractures. Su Yang was violently flung away, tracing a tragic arc through the air like a baseball hit out of the park, before crashing. All the students, regardless of their strength, were firmly suppressed by an irresistible and terrifying pressure at this moment, unable to move even a finger. Their bodies trembled, their souls quaked. It was a fear that came from the deepest part of their being, the kind felt when facing an absolute predator. This is outside the secret realm. The teaching director on the podium suddenly stood up, his face turning pale in an instant, his voice trembling uncontrollably. King tier pressure. Boom. In the central martial arts arena, tens of thousands of spectators, both teachers and students, erupted in chaos. King tier. That was an existence even higher than S tier, a true guardian of a nation, a god-like powerhouse. How could such a terrifying force appear in an ordinary academy competition? It's the emblem of the God-Eater cult. A sharp-eyed instructor screamed, pointing at the eerie symbol that flashed across the chest of the shadowy figure. Panic spread like a plague. Inside the secret realm, Lin Fan snapped out of his initial fear, feeling the supreme power protecting him, and a sickly, fanatical smile appeared on his face. Su Yang, do you see it now? This is the insurmountable gap between you and me. He knelt respectfully on one knee before the shadowy figure, calling out devoutly, "Master has descended." The shadowy figure, referred to as Master, slowly lowered its head. On its indistinct face, two cold and merciless lights shone, ignoring Lin Fan's kneeling posture and locking its gaze on Su Yang, who was struggling to get up 100 meters away. An ancient, grand voice, neither male nor female, echoed in everyone's hearts. The anomaly must be erased. As soon as the words fell, the shadowy figure slowly raised a finger. That finger, composed of pure darkness and ultimate power, blotted out the sky and sun, carrying an absolute will of judgment, pressing down steadily and firmly towards Su Yang's head. Under this finger, space shattered, laws retreated. No one doubted that once this finger descended, Su Yang, along with the surrounding 1,000 meters of land, would be completely obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. No. Wang Hao's eyes turned blood red, nearly mad. He desperately activated his earth element ability to rush forward, but the pressure pinned him firmly in place, making it impossible to even stand upright. He could only roar in despair. It's over. Everyone had only one thought in their minds. At this moment, a cold, stubborn, yet trembling figure moved. It was Xia Ningxuan. Under the terrifying pressure that could crush mountains, her slender body trembled as she slowly stood upright. Blood was already flowing from the corner of her mouth. Beneath her pristine battle attire, her skin cracked and blood seeped out. Her cold phoenix-like eyes now burned with determination and a madness that spared no cost. S-tier talent. Ice Emperor bloodline. Activate. Buzz. An extreme cold force erupted from her, centered on herself. This was no ordinary skill, but the true power unleashed from the depths of her bloodline. Her jet black hair instantly transformed into crystalline silver white, fluttering in the wind. With all her strength, she broke free from the oppression, and a tragic yet beautiful blue streak of light flashed as she unhesitatingly stood in front of Su Yang. She spread her arms wide, like a white phoenix shielding a small bird with its wings, using her frail body to forcibly withstand the finger of darkness that could destroy everything. Absolute Zero Eternal Ice Coffin. Crack, crack. Everything in the world froze under this icy force. A massive, crystalline ice coffin, shimmering with the brilliance of laws, materialized out of thin air, rising to meet the descending finger. This was her ultimate move, the pinnacle of her bloodline's power. Su Yang struggled to lift his head, witnessing this breathtaking scene. The silver-haired girl's hair billowed, her garments fluttered, her body covered in blood, yet with her seemingly fragile back, she shielded him if only for a single second of sky. In that instant, Su Yang's mind went blank. He thought to himself, why? He couldn't understand. Why would this usually cold, proud, and distant class monitor go to such lengths? Then he saw the answer. Amidst the scattering ice shards, the girl turned her head and gave him a faint smile. Though light, that smile was enough to melt the ice and snow. There was no fear in her smile, only a resolute pride, the kind of determination that said, "No one can harm the teammate I've chosen." The will of the weak is meaningless. The shadow of the cult leader's voice echoed coldly once more. The massive dark finger lightly touched the eternal ice coffin. Bang! There was no earth-shattering explosion. The ice coffin, which had condensed all the effort and raw power of an S-class talent, shattered silently like fragile glass into countless sparkling fragments. The aftermath gently swept over Xia Ningxuang's body. Uffed. The girl's smile froze, and blood sprayed into the air like blooming roses. Her resilient figure, like a but-warm blood, soaked his clothes, carrying a faint fragrance, yet it burned his soul like a branding iron. He could feel Xia Ningxuang's life, like a flickering candle in the wind, rapidly fading away. Her face, usually cold as ice and distant, an unparalleled beauty that kept others at bay, was now pale and bloodless. Her phoenix-like eyes, always filled with aloofness and pride, were tightly shut, with a single crystalline frost droplet hanging on her long lashes, resembling a snow lotus about to wither. Why? Su Yang's mind went blank. She was a favored daughter of heaven, the heiress of a top financial conglomerate, a powerful individual with an S-grade talent. She and he were supposed to belong to two different worlds. She stood high above, while he was mired in the mud. Why would she do this? Then, he remembered the faint smile she gave when she turned back amidst the swirling ice shards, a smile warm enough to melt snow and ice. That smile held no trace of fear, only a resolute pride. No one touches the teammate I acknowledge. Teammate. What a joke. Boom. An indescribable rage erupted in Su Yang's heart, like a volcano dormant for billions of years. The player's heart within his chest was now burned to ashes. To hell with the game. To hell with the high-level matches. To hell with tactical strategies. Now, he only wanted that pretentious being in the sky to die. The massive dark finger of judgment that crushed space was aimed directly at his head. The stench of death was so thick it was almost tangible. At that moment, Su Yang slowly raised his head. His eyes, usually playful and lazy, were now blood-red, devoid of any emotion, filled only with a chilling calm. Behind that calm lay a madness capable of destroying everything. Su Yang silently recited in his heart, "System, listen to me carefully. I'll say this only once." His voice was hoarse and low, yet it thundered through the mental realm. "Aren't you called Absolute Command? Now, as your host, I issue the first and only absolute command. Take Fireball, Hardening, Charge, Smoke Bomb, Slide. Every skill on my panel, F grade, D grade, C grade, all of them. Fuse them. All. Ding. Host's intents will detected. Command authority confirmed. Absolute command activated. Skill fusion module initiated. Warning: this operation will consume all of the host's mental energy and is irreversible. Proceed? Stop wasting time and fuse them already. Boom. Su Yang's system panel exploded before his eyes. The skill icons that represented his glorious journey: fireball, hardening, charge, healing, slide, smoke bomb, were now shattered like stars thrown into a furnace, instantly breaking apart and transforming into a torrent of primordial runes. These runes, colorful and varied in shape, spun wildly, collided, disappeared, and reassembled. An unprecedented, world-creating like terrifying wave erupted from Su Yang's body. Outside, the massive shadow known as the cult leader and the finger about to press down hesitated slightly. For the first time, a hint of doubt and unease appeared in its indifferent gaze. From this tiny ant, it sensed a presence that even it feared. No, impossible. What are you doing? Outside the cage, Lin Fan's wild laughter had long frozen on his face, replaced by shock and confusion. He could feel Su Yang's aura skyrocketing madly, exponentially, in a way he couldn't comprehend at all. This was no longer a simple increase in power but a leap in the level of life itself. Fusion progress: 30%, 70%, 99%. Fusion complete. Congratulations, host, you have created an unprecedented, unique skill. A brand new skill icon, shimmering with chaotic light, appeared at the very top of Su Yang's shattered panel. Its name seemed to carry a divine majesty capable of judging all things. Forbidden spell Apocalypse, Judgment. Su Yang held Xia Ningxuang in his arms and slowly stood up. He gently placed the unconscious girl beside Wang Hao behind him, his movements as tender as handling a precious treasure. Fatty, take care of her. Yangzi. Wang Hao was already crying silently, his entire body chilled as he looked at Su Yang's blood-red eyes. Su Yang ignored him. He turned around, facing the colossal dark finger that blotted out the sky, facing the god-like gigantic figure alone. His body, hardened like diamond from stacking tens of thousands of layers of hardening, rapidly healed its cracks, becoming even more brilliant and pure. He yawned, as if the earlier madness of destruction had been nothing but an illusion. Forbidden spells. Is this how they're used? He murmured softly, as if asking the gods above or questioning himself. Chanting for 3 days and nights? Rituals? Sacrifices? Too troublesome. I prefer my simpler way. The next moment. Buzz. No chanting. No incantations. Not even the slightest sign of energy fluctuations. A massive, incomparably vast chaotic magic array, composed of billions of mysterious runes and seemingly encompassing the truths of the universe, silently unfolded behind him. As soon as the magic array appeared, the entire secret realm world, on the verge of collapse, instantly froze. The wind stopped, the rain ceased, and even the flying fragments of space halted. Everything bowed and submitted under this overwhelming will. For the first time, fear appeared on the cold face of the cult leader's shadow. No, this is the source. His words were left unfinished, because Su Yang had already snapped his fingers. Snap! A chaotic beam of light, tearing through heaven and earth, descended thunderously from the center of the magic array. It carried no earth-shattering roar, no scorching heat. It simply existed. Wherever the beam of light passed, everything was erased. This was not destruction, not disintegration, but a complete and merciless obliteration from the very foundation. The dark finger, capable of destroying mountains and rivers, melted away silently like snow under sunlight as soon as it touched the beam of light. Next came the cult leader's shadow. His massive body, constructed from throne-level laws, couldn't withstand even a second under the beam's illumination and began dissolving into nothingness from the feet up. His blurred face was filled with disbelief and terror. He seemed to want to say something but couldn't make a sound. Finally, under the judgment of the beam of light, this arrogant throne shadow, along with the laws and oppression it brought, was completely and cleanly erased from this world. The world returned to tranquility, as if the earlier destruction had been nothing but an illusion. Outside the secret realm, in the Central Martial Arts Arena. Tens of thousands of teachers and students, including all the academy's high-ranking officials on the podium, stood frozen like puppets, staring blankly at the final scene on the light screen. The dean, Zhang, opened his mouth wide enough to fit a light bulb inside. The thermos cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clink, spilling the scalding goji tea everywhere, yet he seemed completely unaware. Qin Feng's expression of shock turned into a blank stare, his eyes hollow, as if his faith had crumbled. The entire world fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's minds completely short-circuited at that moment. What exactly did they witness? A novice, using a skill they had never seen before, instantly defeating a throne-level existence. Is this even something a human could do? Inside the secret realm, Su Yang stood quietly as the massive magic circle behind him slowly dissipated. An irresistible wave of exhaustion surged over him like a tide. His vision began to darken. Damn, overdid it, my mana bar. No, even my health bar is gone. That was his last thought before losing consciousness. Just as he was about to collapse, a strange shadowy rift silently opened beneath the panicked Lin Fan's feet. A mysterious force enveloped him and instantly whisked him away. Meanwhile, Su Yang fell straight backward, landing on the grass stained red with Xia Ningxuang's blood. In the final moment before he completely lost consciousness, the light on the points bracelet on his wrist shone brightly. On the light screen, the total points of the carry squad jumped wildly before finally settling. First place. Absolute first place. His consciousness, like a stone sinking to the bottom of the sea, slowly floated up in the endless darkness. He didn't know how much time had passed. Su Yang's eyelids trembled with difficulty. The first sense to return was his sense of smell. A faint, sweet scent of disinfectant wafted into his nostrils. It was a high-end smell, unlike the cheap stuff he bought for his sister. Next was touch. Beneath him was an incredibly soft mattress, like lying on a cloud, far more comfortable than his 10-year-old hard bed. Su Yang thought to himself, am I dead? My goodness, the VIP ward in the underworld is way too luxurious. With this treatment, I wouldn't mind dying again. He struggled to open his eyes. What greeted him was a pure white, soft ceiling and a graceful figure in a white nurse's dress, her back turned to him as she changed in foreback. Her figure was curvaceous, her long legs wrapped in white stockings, slender and straight. As she moved, the hem of her dress swayed gently, outlining an alluring silhouette. Seemingly hearing some movement, she turned around. A delicate, flawless oval face appeared, adorned with a gentle professional smile. You're awake, mister. Su Yang, she said, her voice sweet like a mountain spring. Su Yang blinked, his brain still a bit sluggish. Mister? That title sounded quite dignified. He instinctively tried to sit up, but found his body weak and sore, unable to muster any strength. Don't move. The nurse quickly approached, gently pressing him down, her breath fragrant as orchids. Your mental energy is severely depleted, and your body is still very weak. You need to rest well. Her movements were gentle, but Su Yang keenly noticed a slight tremor in her fingertips when they touched his skin, and a blush appeared on her face. Her gaze carried curiosity, admiration, and even a hint of the excitement of idol worship. Su Yang was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, this plot doesn't make sense. I'm supposed to be the useless protagonist, so why have I suddenly turned into the returning Dragon King? Miss, that look in your eyes. I don't have money to tip you. At that moment, the door to the ward quietly opened. A group of people filed in. Leading them was the dean of Jiangqing Academy, the old man whose Mediterranean hairstyle gleamed under the light. Beside him stood several big figures that Su Yang had only seen in Jiangqing news. The president of Jiangqing Academy, an elderly man with a deep and steady demeanor. The branch president of Jiangqing Martial Alliance, a burly man with a full beard. And even the highest leader of Jiangqing, who often appeared on TV giving speeches with a receding hairline that evoked sympathy. At this moment, these figures, whose mere actions could shake the entire Jiangqing, were all looking at him with warm smiles. Their gazes were like they were looking at a mythical beast that could lay golden eggs. The dean rushed to the bedside, his face blooming with a smile as radiant as a flower, so wide that even the wrinkles could trap flies. Su Yang, You're finally awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Quick, call the Federation's top medical expert team to conduct a comprehensive examination for Su Yang. This enthusiasm, this attitude, was a stark contrast to the cold demeanor he had shown during the awakening ceremony. Su Yang was completely bewildered by the situation. In his heart, he thought, this is bad, really bad. With this kind of setup, they're either preparing to give me an award or making me pay for the damage I caused to the plants in the secret realm. Judging by their happy faces, the latter seems more likely. He licked his dry, cracked lips and tried to speak, his voice hoarse. How long was I unconscious? Not long, just 3 days and nights. The president stepped forward personally, his voice loud and full of admiration and praise. Su Yang, you are now a hero not just of Jiangqing, but of the entire Federation. Hero? Su Yang's memories began to flood back like a tide. That overwhelming dark giant finger. The girl standing in front of him, her back stained with blood yet unwavering. And finally, that all-consuming rage that burned everything. His heart tightened suddenly, and a strong sense of panic gripped him. He grabbed the president's hand abruptly, his eyes bloodshot, almost shouting, Xianing Shuang. How is she? This shout drained all his strength and instantly silenced the ward. The smiles on the faces of all the big figures disappeared, replaced by solemn expressions. The president looked at Su Yang's eyes, red with agitation, and heavily patted the back of his hand, speaking in a deep voice. Rest assured, she's alive. Thanks to your final strike, not only was the throne projection destroyed, but the energy aftermath from the projection also purified the residual dark laws in her body. Coupled with the Xia family's use of top-tier resources, she has escaped life-threatening danger. However, due to the overexertion of her bloodline power, she remains in a deep coma and has been taken back by her family. Hearing this news, Su Yang's tense nerves finally relaxed. His entire body seemed drained of energy as he collapsed heavily back onto the bed, gasping for air. Alive, that's good. Alive, that's good. Seeing him in this state, the big figures present all showed a bit more admiration in their eyes. A talent beyond compare, extraordinary combat power, and deeply loyal. This person had limitless potential for the future. Su Yang, Jiangqing's highest leader, personally poured him a glass of water, held it to his lips, and spoke in an unprecedentedly gentle tone. How are you feeling? We know you're very tired, but there are some matters that must be conveyed to you as soon as possible. Su Yang took a sip of water, moistening his throat, and nodded. Please go ahead. The leader's expression turned serious. First of all, your performance in the competition was broadcast live across the entire Federation. The fact that you single-handedly defeated the throne projection and saved all the participating students has made you an idol in the hearts of countless young awakeners. The Federation's Supreme Council has already issued an order to classify you as a Federation Level 1 protected genius, and you are now receiving national-level medical treatment. Su Yang's eyelids twitched as he listened. He thought to himself, national hero? Me? Just because I played the game without using cooldown cheats? Is the talent selection standard in this world a bit too casual? However, every coin has two sides. The leader's tone shifted. Your emergence has also drawn the heightened vigilance of the God Eater cult. According to intelligence, they have raised your danger level above that of the Holy Sun and issued the highest level kill order against you. From the moment you woke up, you will face endless assassinations and dangers. At the same time, the Federation itself is not entirely united. Some conservatives harbor apprehensions about anomalies, like you, which defy conventional understanding. They fear your power might disrupt the current balance. Su Yang listened quietly, his gaze calm as water. He had already prepared for this. When you can punch a server to pieces, there will always be a few game administrators and wealthy players who don't like you. What about Lin Fan? He asked the question he cared about most. At the mention of this name, everyone's expressions turned grim. The dean sighed and took over the conversation, saying, he escaped. While you were unconscious, a mysterious spatial force took him away. We've discovered that the Lin family was behind it. They used immense energy to classify Lin Fan's actions as being controlled by the God Eater cult, unable to act autonomously. Coupled with the key evidence the throne projection had already been completely destroyed by you. So, the Federation cannot publicly punish him and can only let the Lin family hide him for protection. In other words, he's still alive and well, and in the future, he could return at any time as an even stronger enemy. The atmosphere in the hospital room grew heavy for a moment. Suyang, however, smiled. "It's fine," he said, his voice not loud but filled with reassuring confidence. "He'd better pray he can stay hidden forever. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I'll make him understand what true despair really is." The boy's calm, yet sharp gaze pierced the hearts of the big shots present like a blade. They knew that a true young dragon had opened its eyes. "All right, let's not dwell on such heavy topics," the dean said with a smile, breaking the silence. He took out a delicate box as smooth as jade from his pocket and handed it to Suyang. "This is your rightful reward. One of the prizes for winning the academy tournament." Suyang took the box, feeling its smooth texture. When he opened it, he saw a crystal-clear green leaf, seemingly imbued with the purest life energy in the world, lying quietly inside. Just looking at it made Suyang feel as though his parched spiritual world had been nourished a little. World Tree Leaf. The legendary supreme treasure, capable of lives and resurrecting flesh and blood. Suyang exclaimed inwardly, "Whoa, this is a real treasure. If I sold this, no, I should keep it. Who knows, Captain Xia might need it someday." He carefully put the box away. The dean, seeing his actions, nodded in satisfaction and then dropped another bombshell. "This is just one of the privileges. As the champion, you have another special right. 3 days later, once your body has recovered a bit, you'll have the opportunity to enter our Jiangqing Academy's legendary S-class treasury. It holds all the precious treasures collected by the Academy over the past century, and you can choose any 3 items. Jiangqing's first sanatorium, national-level VIP ward." Suyang had turned down the enthusiastic invitations from the dean, the city lord, and a group of other bigwigs, declaring that he wanted 800 S-class bodyguards to escort him home. What a joke. He was now a Federation Level 1 protected genius, attracting attention wherever he went like a spotlight. If 800 burly men followed him, could that even be called going home? It would clearly be an armed escort. All he wanted was to quietly, like an ordinary person, return to that small, shabby house full of memories. Suyang thought to himself, "Mainly, I don't want to scare the neighbors. If Grandpa Wang thinks I owe money to 800 strong men and they're here to collect debts, wouldn't that be too embarrassing?" Changing into a set of casual clothes, Suyang walked out of the sanatorium under the complex gazes of the crowd. The familiar streets, the familiar people. But everything seemed to have changed. The old man playing chess by the roadside dropped his chess piece with a clatter when Suyang passed by, his face full of astonishment. The music in the square where the dancing aunties gathered suddenly stopped, and a group of people whispered while pointing at him. Even the street vendor selling roasted sweet potatoes at the corner excitedly gave him 2 extra. Suyang could clearly hear their discussions. "Look, it's him, the high schooler who defeated immortals in that live stream. He looks even more handsome in person than on TV. I heard he's now a national treasure, with someone handing him tissues even when he sneezes." Suyang's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, defeating immortals sounds cool, but Grandpa, your choice of words is a bit exaggerated. And this national treasure treatment? What I want is to sneeze and get paid directly. He quickened his pace, cutting through a few alleys, and returned to the old residential area on the outskirts of the city. However, standing at his doorstep, he froze. The dilapidated house with peeling walls and drafty windows from his memory was gone. In its place was a clean and tidy 2-story building. The bumpy dirt road in front of the house had been replaced with smooth bluestone slabs, and there were even 2 small flower beds added nearby. A brand new notice was posted on the door. Jiangqing City Hall. Due to the dilapidated condition of Suyang's residence and to ensure the safety of the National Treasure's family, we have undertaken free renovations. Construction team. Suyang was speechless. He thought to himself, National Treasure's residence? I've only lived 18 years, and I'm already considered a relic? Did the construction team's copywriter learn writing from their PE teacher? He pushed the door open, both amused and exasperated. A wave of the aroma of food and the scent of sunlight greeted him. In the kitchen, a slender figure wearing an apron was humming an off-key pop song. tiptoeing to reach the soy sauce bottle on the top shelf of the cabinet. She was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts. The hem of the t-shirt lifted slightly with her movements, revealing a sliver of fair, slender waist. Below the shorts were a pair of perfectly straight, flawless legs. Her skin was as white as jade, glowing faintly under the sunlight. She was no longer the frail, pale, and skinny girl from his memories. At this moment, she was healthy and full of vitality, like a sunflower blooming freely after being nourished by rain and dew. Soo-young stopped in his tracks. His throat felt a little dry. The heart felt as if it were gently held by a warm, large hand, a bittersweet sensation indescribable, instantly filling his chest. All his battles, all his adventures, all his madness. At this moment, all his doubts found their perfect answer. Hearing what seemed like the sound of a door opening, the girl turned her head. A face very similar to Soo-young's, but more delicate and beautiful, appeared before him. Seeing the person at the door, the girl's bright, large eyes first showed confusion, then filled with joy. "Brother!" Su Shui dropped the soy sauce bottle in her hand and, like a joyful little deer, leapt into Soo-young's arms. "Brother, you're back. You're finally back." The girl's soft body leaned into his embrace, carrying the fresh scent of shampoo. Soo-young could feel that she was no longer the fragile girl who seemed like she would break with a mere touch. Her hug was full of strength. He smiled, reaching out to ruffle his sister's hair, his voice softer than it had ever been. "I'm back, Xiao Shui." Su Shui looked up, her eyes red-rimmed, but her smile radiant. "Brother, look. My illness, it's completely gone. The doctor said it's all thanks to the money you sent, and later the special medicine from the Martial Alliance. Now I'm as strong as an ox. You don't have to worry about me anymore." She proudly jumped twice in place, showing off her healthy body. Yes, you're the best," Soo-young said with a smile, helping her wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, though his heart was filled with relief. Thankfully, everything was still in time. "Dinner's almost ready. Brother, go wash your hands. I made your favorite braised pork ribs." Su Shui pulled Soo-young to the dining table, proudly presenting dish after dish like treasures. Watching his sister bustling between the kitchen and the dining room, Soo-young's heart, hardened by battles, completely melted. This was everything he wanted to protect. The siblings ate while chatting about their recent experiences. Soo-young glossed over the bloody battles, simply saying he was lucky to win the championship in the competition. Su Shui chattered about the amusing incidents of their home being forcibly renovated and the neighbors' complete change in attitude. The warm atmosphere quietly flowed through the small house. Suddenly, Su Shui, holding a piece of pork rib, tilted her head and said with some confusion, "By the way, brother, I've been feeling a bit strange these past few days." Soo-young's heart stirred, but he kept his expression calm as he asked, "What's wrong?" "It's just," Su Shui wrinkled her little nose. "I keep feeling like someone is secretly watching our house. Especially when I'm home alone, the feeling is even stronger. But every time I run to the window to look, there's no one outside. Maybe I'm just overthinking it." She finished speaking and continued eating her pork ribs, clearly not taking it too seriously. The smile on Soo-young's face didn't change. He continued gently serving food to his sister and cracking jokes. But in his deep eyes, a flash of icy killing intent appeared. From the moment he stepped into this residential area, his spirit, enhanced by skill fusion, had already detected something unusual. The air carried an extremely faint, yet cold and sticky energy. That aura he knew it all too well. It was the same as the one that erupted from Lin Fan's jade pendant. The God-Eater cult. They had already extended their claws here. To his one and only weakness. A surge of uncontrollable anger rose in his heart, but his formidable willpower suppressed it firmly. He couldn't panic, and he definitely couldn't let his sister notice. Soo-young thought to himself, "Good. You were hiding so well, but now you've jumped right into the trap yourselves. Trying to use my sister to threaten me? Or planning to take her hostage? No matter what you're scheming, congratulations, you've already booked yourselves a VIP ticket to hell." After dinner, Soo-young took the initiative to wash the dishes. While humming a tune, he said to Su Shui, who was watching TV, "Xiao Shui, you've just recovered. You should go out and get some fresh air. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the biggest mall in the city and buy you some new clothes. How does that sound? Really? That's great. Su Shui jumped up from the sofa, her face full of excitement. Su Yang looked at his sister's innocent, joyful face, and his smile grew even brighter. But hidden within that smile was a trace of coldness that no one could detect. He placed the clean dishes into the cabinet, his gaze passing through the kitchen window to the rooftop of a distant residential building. It was as if there were eyes there, secretly observing everything happening here. Su Yang thought to himself, "Come on, little rats. Tomorrow, I'll prepare a grand welcome ceremony for you." The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Jiangxing's largest commercial complex, Wanxiang Tiandu, was bustling with activity. Today, Su Shui was wearing a light yellow dress, the treasure she had only been able to gaze at longingly in her wardrobe while she was sick. Now, the young girl could finally wear it and fully display her youth and vitality under the sunlight. She was like a lark that had just escaped its cage, her face brimming with excitement and curiosity. Holding Su Yang's hand, she chattered nonstop as they strolled from the cosmetics counter on the first floor to the branded women's clothing store on the third floor. "Brother, do you think this bag looks good? Brother, this milk tea shop is new. Let's try it. Wow, that celebrity poster is so handsome." Su Yang wore a gentle smile on his face, fulfilling all his sister's requests with patience, like the ideal boyfriend accompanying his girlfriend on a shopping trip. But his inner thoughts were entirely different. Su Yang thought to himself, 30 meters ahead on the left, that crew-cut guy pretending to look at his phone, his breathing rate is half as fast as normal, and his gaze sweeps over us every 3 seconds. Definitely a top-level scout, cannon fodder number 1. Behind us to the right, at the ice cream shop, the couple pretending to wait in line. The man is staring at me, while the woman is watching Xiao Shui out of the corner of her eye. They're working seamlessly together, clearly partners, cannon fodder number 2 and 3. On the 5th floor, at the coffee shop by the window, there's someone with a concealed presence, mid-level skill, who's been using mental energy to monitor me from a distance. Likely the commander of this operation, but just a minor character. Su Yang's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. From the moment he stepped into the mall with his sister, he had already sensed an invisible net closing in. The other side was being very cautious, only sending minor players, clearly just to monitor or test him. Testing whether he was truly, as the rumors claimed, capable of effortlessly taking down throne-level figures. Su Yang thought to himself, "What a bunch of fools. Is your intelligence system completely useless? You've issued the highest level kill order, yet you only send these small fry to their deaths? Who are you underestimating here?" On the surface, he remained calm, holding Su Shui's hand as they continued to stroll leisurely, like an ordinary brother and sister. But he was waiting for the perfect moment, a moment that could catch all the rats in one fell swoop without scaring his sister. "Brother, I want to try on that dress." Su Shui pointed to a white gauze dress in the window of a clothing store decorated like a princess castle, her eyes sparkling. Su Yang glanced at the store. Not bad. The shop was large, the fitting rooms were at the back, and most importantly, the soundproofing was excellent. The opportunity had arrived. "Go ahead," he said, smiling as he ruffled his sister's hair and handed her a bank card. "If you like it, buy it. The password is your birthday. I'll go get you a milk tea and wait for you at the entrance." "Okay, you're the best, brother." Su Shui happily took the card and flitted into the store like a joyful little butterfly. The moment she turned and entered the shop, the gentle smile on Su Yang's face slowly faded, replaced by an expression of cold indifference. He turned and strolled leisurely toward the corridor leading to the emergency exit, in the opposite direction of the milk tea shop. Su Yang thought to himself, "The bait is set, time for the fish to bite." Sure enough, as soon as he stepped into the quiet corridor, the several presences that had been watching him immediately and without hesitation followed. At the end of the corridor was the restroom. Su Yang, as if suddenly struck by urgency, walked straight into the men's room. The F-ranked buzz cut man and the D-ranked couple exchanged glances and followed him in. They thought this was the perfect spot to make their move. What they didn't know was that they had just stepped onto a one-way path to hell. The restroom was empty. The three entered one after another, immediately spreading out to block the only exit, their eyes fierce and vigilant. "Where is he?" The buzz-cut man asked in a low voice, frowning. Be careful, this guy is pretty skilled, the D-ranked man said in a deep voice, pulling out a dagger that glimmered with a ghostly green light. Just then, were you looking for me? A lazy voice came from above. The three of them looked up in shock. They saw Su Yang, who had somehow climbed onto the ceiling, his limbs pressed tightly against it. From above, he stared down at them with a calm gaze that made one want to die. You. The buzz-cut man had just uttered a single word when a swift shadow struck him. Su Yang leaped down from the ceiling. Infinite slide. In the narrow space, he moved with dizzying speed, leaving behind the remaining female assassin screamed in terror. But her scream didn't last long. A small flame, like the flicker of a candle about to go out, unknowingly landed on her forehead. Fireball. The simplest F-level skill. Boom. The flames instantly engulfed her, leaving not even ashes behind. From the moment Su Yang made his move to eliminating the three, the entire process took less than 5 seconds. Clean and efficient. Su Yang clapped his hands, which were completely free of dust, his expression calm and unruffled. In his mind, he thought, the appetizers are done. Now it's time to catch the biggest fish. He walked out of the restroom, as if nothing had happened, and headed straight to the cafe on the 5th floor. Meanwhile, inside the cafe, the C-level commander was leisurely sipping coffee, wearing a small earpiece to monitor the situation in the restroom. When the scream came through the earpiece, he froze instantly. His face changed dramatically. Something had gone wrong. Without hesitation, he stood up, intending to escape through the back door. But as soon as he turned around, he bumped into a warm wall. He looked up sharply. What met his gaze was Su Yang's amused, smiling eyes. You, when did you get here? The commander's eyes widened to pinpoints, every hair on his body standing on end. He hadn't even sensed how Su Yang had approached. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Su Yang said with a smile, placing a hand lightly on his shoulder. Yet the force felt like a mountain pressing down, rendering him immobile. I still have some questions for you. Fear immediately gripped the heart of this C-level assassin. He knew he was done for today. A flash of resolve crossed his eyes, and the energy within his body suddenly surged, preparing to self-destruct. Trying to self-destruct? Did you ask for my permission? Su Yang's voice, like a devil's whisper, sounded in his ear. The next second, a powerful and pure healing energy surged into his body. A C-level skill, healing. The commander's nearly exploding energy core was forcibly suppressed by this life force, healed back to a safe state. Ugh! The commander spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of despair and disbelief. Even self-destruction could be interrupted and saved by healing magic? What kind of demonic trick was this? Su Yang couldn't be bothered to say more. With one hand, he grabbed the commander and dragged him like a dead dog into the nearby storage room. A few minutes later, Su Yang walked out, refreshed, holding a strangely shaped black communicator. Inside the storage room, only a pile of human-shaped ashes remained. He toyed with the communicator, his mental energy probing into it. The next second, his gaze turned icy. The communicator contained a shockingly detailed action plan. Not only did it record his and his sister's entire itinerary for the day, but it also clearly marked the time and location of his entry into the Academy's S-level vault 3 days later. There was a mole inside the academy, and their position was definitely not low. Just as Su Yang was about to decrypt the communicator's encrypted information, beep, 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 the communicator emitted an urgent alarm, its surface instantly becoming scorching hot. The self-destruct program had been activated. Su Yang's eyes narrowed, but he didn't stop it. He quietly watched the communicator melt into a pool of molten iron in his hand. In his mind, he thought, the S-level vault is a trap? Interesting. Do they think this will scare me off from going? Naive. You'd better prepare something inside, or I won't just kill a few people. He casually tossed away the iron slag in his hand and turned back to the clothing store. At that moment, Su Shui had just changed into the white gauze dress and walked out of the fitting room, looking like an ethereal fairy untouched by the mortal world. With a hint of shyness, she spun around in front of him. Brother, does it look good? The coldness on Su Yang's face instantly melted, replaced by the warmest smile. It looks good. The best in the world. 3 days later, deep within the forbidden area of Jiangqing Academy, Su Yang donned the brand new uniform issued by the academy and followed the director through a maze of twists and turns, finally arriving at a massive door made of mysterious metal. In front of the door, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a coarse long robe, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his aura blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. If one didn't look closely, they would think he was a lifeless stone statue. Elder Lu. The director respectfully saluted the old man. The elder, addressed as Lu, slowly opened his eyes. They were both cloudy and profound, as if they held the sediment of countless years. With just one glance, Su Yang felt as though he had been seen through completely. This was the Academy's treasure guardian, said to be a legendary figure from the same era as the dean, Elder Lu Xian, who had long guarded the S-class treasure vault. "You are Su Yang?" Lu Xian's gaze fell on Su Yang, his tone calm and devoid of emotion. "Student Su Yang greets Elder Lu." Su Yang replied evenly, showing no fear. In his mind, Su Yang thought, "This old man's gaze is more penetrating than a hospital X-ray machine. Good thing I wore underwear today, or it would have been embarrassing." Lu Xian nodded slightly, a faint trace of approval flashing in his eyes. Despite the oppressive aura, Su Yang remained composed, demonstrating commendable mental fortitude. "I've watched the recordings of the competition." Lu Xian slowly stood up, his seemingly frail body exuding a mountain-like presence. "Not bad. That move of yours has already touched the edge of law." He said no more, turning to press his withered hand against the cold metal door. "The rules, the director should have explained them to you. Once inside, you may choose 3 items. You only have one chance once selected, they cannot be changed. If you're truly talented, don't pick those flashy but useless things. Don't disgrace the academy." Boom, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the massive metal door, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, slowly opened. Behind the door was not a spacious treasure hall, but a dazzling starry sky. Countless light clusters floated like stars in the air, each containing a powerful treasure. Divine weapons, techniques, pills, rare materials, an array of items that dazzled the eyes. As Su Yang stepped inside, he was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming torrent of energy, so intense it felt tangible. Su Yang exclaimed inwardly, "Wow, this scene. It's more thrilling than Black Friday shopping carts in America. Just grabbing one item could probably buy a villa in Jiangqing." To your left, that fiery red spear is called Flame Dragon Fong, an S-class weapon imbued with the soul of a flame dragon, capable of enhancing fire-based skills by 30%. Lu Xian's voice came from behind, carrying a hint of guidance. "That golden ancient book floating ahead is an A-class top-tier technique, 9 turns golden body art. Once mastered, the physical body becomes as indestructible as a throne. And that blue bead, Heart of the Ocean, when worn, can keep your mind clear and double your cultivation speed." Lu Xian explained each treasure as if introducing a collection. He had high hopes for this young man and wished he would make the wisest choices to lay a solid foundation for himself. However, he soon realized that things were not unfolding as he had imagined. Su Yang merely glanced at the imposing S-grade spear. Su Yang thought to himself, "Increased by 30%? My fireball machine gun fires 1,000 rounds per second. What does your bonus even mean? Besides, the hard as steel I crafted myself using the hardening skill is just as sturdy." He outright ignored the glittering A-grade cultivation manual. Su Yang thought, "The 9 revolutions golden body technique sounds impressive, but I can infinitely stack. Hardening a diamond-like body is just the starting point. Why would I need this?" As for the Heart of the Ocean, which could accelerate cultivation, Su Yang didn't even pause his steps. Su Yang thought, "Accelerate cultivation? My system upgrades rely on breaking through major realms, which has nothing to do with this thing. It's a complete waste of time." Thus, he casually dismissed all the dazzling S-grade and A-grade treasures, heading straight to the deepest corner of the treasure vault. There, a few dim light clusters emitted weak auras, like discarded relics of a bygone era, huddled together in solitude. Lu Xian frowned. What is this kid trying to do? Then, he witnessed a scene that nearly made him explode with anger. Su Yang reached out, and took a book from the first dim light cluster, a book with yellowed pages and worn, heavy corners. On the cover, 6 large characters were written, detailed explanation of basic skills. Lucien's eye twitched. This thing isn't just the standard textbook given to every freshman upon enrollment. Although the version in the treasure vault was the original, with more detailed content, it was essentially just a guide to F to D grade basic skills. A genius capable of instantly defeating throne projections comes to an S grade treasure vault to take a beginner's textbook? Nonsense. Lucien couldn't help but reprimand in a low voice. Suyang seemed not to hear him, tucked the book into his arms, and turned to the second light cluster. There lay a grayish, palm-sized stone, its surface pitted and unremarkable. Tranquil stone effect. When worn, it can slowly restore mental energy. Lucien's forehead throbbed. The tranquil stone was indeed rare, but its mental energy recovery speed was so slow it was infuriating. 4 high-level awakeners, 10 minutes of meditation restored more mental energy than wearing this stone for an entire day. This item was typically used by ordinary people with inherently weak mental energy to calm their minds and aid sleep. What would someone with mental energy as overwhelmingly strong as yours want with this? To grind their teeth? Suyang contentedly pocketed the stone and moved toward the final light cluster. Lucien took a deep breath, silently comforting himself. It's fine, there's still one last chance. The first 2. Let's just say this kid wanted something novel to keep as souvenirs. Surely, for the last one, he'd pick something decent, right? Then, Suyang took out a massive scroll made of some unknown beast hide from the final light cluster. He unfurled the scroll, which was densely covered with illustrations of various ferocious beasts, alongside annotations detailing their habits, weaknesses, and critical points. Encyclopedia of Beasts Beginner's Edition. Lucien's vision darkened, and he almost lost his breath. He felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart tightly. Pain. It hurt so much. What a waste of a treasure. Suyang. Lucien's voice could no longer conceal his fury. Do you even know what you're doing? The Academy gave you this opportunity to choose divine weapons and tools that could help you soar to great heights, not to come here and pick up trash. A beginner's manual, a calming stone, and a hunter's guide. These are your choices. You are simply hopeless. The elder, who had lived for nearly a century, was trembling with rage, his finger pointing at Suyang, shaking uncontrollably. Faced with the elder's wrath, Suyang remained unusually calm. He carefully rolled up the Encyclopedia of Beasts, turned around, and looked at the fuming Lucien. He asked seriously, "Elder Lu, what do you think is my greatest strength?" Lucien was stunned. Instinctively, he wanted to say that forbidden spell, but he swallowed the words back. That move clearly came with too great a cost and couldn't be used frequently. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "It's your combat style, unexpected and unconventional." Exactly. Suyang smiled. To me, S-class divine weapons and A-class techniques are merely tools. As long as my mental strength is strong enough and my energy is sufficient, I can use countless fireball spells to simulate stellar descent, or use countless hardening spells to create the sturdiest armor for myself. Those powerful weapons and techniques don't mean much to me, because I, myself, am a walking arsenal. Suyang's voice wasn't loud, but it struck Lucien's heart like a heavy hammer. Lucien was completely stunned. Suyang raised the detailed explanation of basic skills in his hand and continued, "But to play these basic skills to their fullest potential, I need to understand them at the deepest level. This book can teach me the fundamental logic and variables of each skill. This is principle." He then took out the calming stone. "My combat style consumes a tremendous amount of mental energy. Others may see this stone as useless, but to me, as long as the battle lasts long enough, it becomes an inexhaustible mana source. This is energy." Finally, he patted the Encyclopedia of Beasts in his arms. "This guide tells me where to aim my destructive attacks to inflict the greatest damage. This is method. Principle, energy, method." Suyang looked at the completely dumbfounded Lucien and smiled faintly. "Elder, do you still think I chose trash?" The entire Starry Sky treasury was so silent that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lucien stared blankly at the young man before him, his aged eyes showing shock for the first time. What did he see? He saw a monster who had maximized his own strengths. He saw a brand new combat philosophy that he had never seen or even imagined before. So this was it. The truly terrifying thing wasn't the earth-shattering forbidden spell, but this young man's mind, which had already surpassed the times and everyone's understanding. After a long while, Lu Xian let out a long exhale and solemnly bowed deeply to Su Yang. It was my old eyes that failed to see. Su Yang, starting today, all libraries in the academy that are not open to the public will be unconditionally accessible to you. After leaving the treasury, Su Yang politely declined the dean's offer to send a car to take you back to the National Scholars' residence and walked alone along the academy's shaded paths. He did not encounter any attacks. The infiltrators from the God Eater cult were evidently more patient than he had imagined. Or perhaps they had no intention of making a move here. Su Yang didn't care. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the book's detailed explanation of basic skills. He thought to himself, jackpot. This original textbook contains so many lost spellcasting techniques. For example, the fireball spell can have its energy structure adjusted to include tracking and explosive effects, basically a low-budget version of a heat-seeking missile. He eagerly flipped through the pages, devouring the knowledge like a ravenous wolf. Suddenly, his fingertips felt a very subtle bump within the layers of the book's pages. Su Yang's heart stirred. Carefully, using his fingernail, he slowly tore open the bonded layers of the pages. Inside, there were no words, only a transparent blueprint made of a special material, thin as a cicada's wing. On the blueprint, silver lines he couldn't understand depicted a vast and mysterious star map. At the center of the star map, a coordinate point glimmered faintly. Next to the light, two words were written in ancient federal script, Godfall. Su Yang returned to the National Scholar level dormitory specially prepared for him, shut the door, and isolated himself from all outside distractions. He did not immediately study the mysterious Godfall star map. His intuition told him that the secrets hidden behind this object were far beyond his current capabilities. Su Yang thought to himself, don't be stupid. The name itself is Godfall, so it's obviously some big shot's tomb. With my current level of strength, what am I going to do there? Fertilize the big shot's grave? No need for that. I'll wait until I've leveled up fully, then go dig it up properly. He had more pressing matters to attend to now. Su Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, and with a thought, the exquisite box made of warm jade appeared in his hands. This was one of the rewards for winning the Academy competition, the World Tree Leaf. He opened the lid, and an indescribably intense life force surged out. Just one whiff made Su Yang feel the fatigue in his mental world instantly dissipate, as if he were soaking in warm spring water, with every cell in his body dancing. Su Yang thought, wow, this thing is incredible. It's practically a portable energy booster. If I brewed it into tea, I might ascend on the spot. Without hesitation, he followed the information that surfaced in his mind and gently pressed the crystalline green leaf against his forehead. Buzz. The moment the World Tree Leaf touched his skin, it transformed into a pure green stream of warmth, instantly flowing into his mental world. Su Yang felt as if his brain had been hit by a nuclear bomb, not destruction, but creation. His mental world, which had originally been a small lake, was now expanding at a visible rate under the impact of this creative force. The lake turned into a great river. The river turned into a surging ocean, boundless and vast. At the same time, the long-dormant system finally responded. High-purity primal energy detected. System core module charging. 10%, 50%, 100%. Charging complete. Initiating version upgrade. Absolute Command System 1.0 upgrading to version 2.0. Optimizing system's underlying logic. Enhancing core functional module skill forge. Detected host's mental strength meeting the standard. Unlocking a brand new functional module. A series of prompts echoed in Su Yang's mind like heavenly music. His consciousness seemed to be pulled into a tunnel composed of countless data streams, undergoing an unprecedented transformation. No one knew how much time had passed. When the dazzling torrent of data gradually subsided, Su Yang suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was deeper and brighter than ever before, as if stars were twinkling within. His mental strength, nourished by the leaves of the world tree, had more than doubled. But more importantly, the system. He eagerly summoned the system interface. A brand new, translucent panel filled with a sense of technological and mysterious beauty appeared before him. Absolute Command System 2.0 Host, Su-Yang Realm. Peak Awakener Mental Strength. 5888 Unit. Standard Hertz Core Function 1. Absolute Command. All mastered skills can ignore cooldowns, consumption, and casting delays. Core Function 2. Skill Forge can fuse skills or talent fragments of the same origin or similarity, with chances of mutation or upgrade. Success rate depends on mental strength and understanding of the skill's. Core Function 3. Skill Programming Locked. Unlocked. It's here. Su Yang's breathing quickened as his gaze locked onto the third core function. He thought to himself, skill programming? What kind of god-tier function is this? Does this mean I'll have to write a set of code before fighting in the future? Excited, he clicked on the explanation for skill programming. Skill programming. The host can act as a programmer, treating learned skills as code to create new macro skills by setting trigger conditions, execution sequences, and logical judgments if then else. Note 1. Once a macro skill is successfully set, it can be instantly executed with one click. Note 2. The complexity of the programming is directly proportional to mental strength consumption. Su-Yang was dumbfounded. If Absolute Command had turned him from an ordinary player into a cheat-level expert, then the emergence of skill programming had directly elevated him from a player to a game developer. What did this mean? It meant that his combat style was about to undergo a complete revolution. Previously, although he could instantly and infinitely cast skills, he still had to manually operate and think about each move. Now, he could predefine a perfect combo logic and release it with just one click during battle. For example, Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately began his first attempt. In the skill programming interface, he quickly wrote his first macro command using his thoughts. Macro skill name, Golden Cicada Escape 1.0 Trigger Condition. The moment the hardening skill is broken by external force. Execution sequence, 1 simultaneously. Instantly cast the jump skill 10 times in random directions. Execution sequence 2 simultaneously. Release the smoke bomb skill at the moment of jump activation. Logic setup complete. Generate. Su-Yang clicked confirm without hesitation. Buzz. A strong wave of dizziness suddenly struck his brain. He felt as if a large chunk of his mental energy had been instantly sucked away by an invisible black hole. Just writing a simple defensive counterattack macro composed of 3 low-level skills had consumed nearly 1/10 of his mental energy. Su Yang's face turned slightly pale, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. He thought to himself, this feature is such a hassle, but it's so worth it. He could already imagine the scene. The enemy, after exhausting all their efforts to finally break through his turtle shell-like, hardening defense, was just about to revel in their triumph. Then, the Golden Cicada shedding its shell macro would automatically trigger. He would vanish without a trace, leaving behind only a cloud of smoke to confuse the enemy. Just imagining this scene made him feel that, while the damage might not be high, the humiliation factor was off the charts. This wasn't just simple operation anymore, it was predicting the enemy's moves and embedding countermeasures into his combat instincts. Su-Yang rubbed his hands together excitedly, and countless mischievous ideas immediately popped into his mind. For example, setting up an auto counterattack macro. Any attack that touched him would instantly trigger 100 fireball spells to bombard the enemy's face. Or setting up an infinite Tsukuyomi macro, combining illumination, mental shock, and illusion to drag the enemy into a mental world and loop a maddening melody. Su-Yang thought, this isn't just a combat system, it's practically an automated trap script generator. From now on, anyone who dares to fight me won't just be facing me, they'll be up against a top-tier AI combat program. Just as Su-Yang was reveling in the ecstasy of his newfound ability, a line of faint golden text slowly appeared beneath the description of skill programming on the system panel. System prompt. The ultimate form of skill programming is law programming. When the host's understanding of the world's essence reaches a certain level, they can attempt to use law code to write, modify, or even create the physical rules of reality. The smile on Su Yang's face instantly froze. His heartbeat began to race wildly. Law programming? Modifying the physical rules of the real world? He had always thought this system was just a cheat that allowed him to cast unlimited skills. But at this moment, he finally saw the terrifying truth hidden behind this mysterious, absolute command system. This wasn't just a cheat. This was a godlike creation editor. The night was as calm as water, quietly flowing over the artificial lake at Jiangqing Academy. On a bench by the lake, Su Yang idly kicked a small stone with the tip of his shoe. 3 days ago, he had returned fully loaded from the S-class treasure vault, and for the past 2 days, he had been completely immersed in the newly unlocked skill programming feature, having the time of his life. Things like the auto-block counterattack macro, the lock-on tracking fireball macro, and even a crazy one-click outfit change and escape macro, he had written them all, waiting for the perfect moment to show off to his enemies. Unfortunately, these macro skills are all one-time consumables, and writing one consumes a huge amount of mental energy. Otherwise, I'd write myself a fully automated AFK leveling script and head straight to the pinnacle of life. The reason he was here tonight was because he had received a message from Xiaoning Shuang. The content was simple, just a few words. Tomorrow night by the lake, I have something to say. Su Yang scratched his head. Why does this scene and dialogue feel so familiar? According to the usual novel tropes, next up should either be the senior shyly handing me a love letter, or a beauty suddenly revealing that she's my long-lost fiancé. Squad leader Xia, what are you planning now? Just as he was lost in thought, a faint fragrance accompanied by soft footsteps wafted from behind. Su Yang turned around, and his breath caught instantly. Under the moonlight, Xiaoning Shuang stood quietly not far away. She wasn't wearing the academy uniform or combat gear, just a simple, elegant white dress. The hem swayed gently in the evening breeze, outlining her slender and graceful figure. Her silver hair cascaded like moonlight, less sharp than usual, with a touch of softness. That stunningly beautiful face, always carrying a cold aura, now seemed to exude a hint of warmth under the hazy moonlight. She stood there, with the shimmering lake behind her and the starry sky above, looking so breathtakingly beautiful that she resembled a painting so surreal it was hard to believe. Wow, her looks are out of this world. If she started streaming, her top fans would probably rocket over to shower her with gifts overnight. No, I need to stay calm. I'm a man who has seen the world, a man who has surpassed even celestial beings. Su Yang cleared his throat, trying hard not to look like a country bumpkin dumbstruck by a beauty. Squad leader Xia, were you looking for me? Xia Ningxuang walked up to him, her cold gaze sweeping over him as if checking whether he was missing any limbs. Yes, she replied softly. Then, the air fell into an awkward silence. Su Yang felt a bit restless, thinking to himself, Sis, say something. If you don't, I might have to start cracking jokes to lighten the mood. Like, doesn't tea tonight's moon look like the pancake I bit into yesterday? Perhaps sensing his discomfort, the tips of Xia Ningxuang's ears turned slightly red, though it was barely noticeable. She took out a small item wrapped in red silk from her bag and handed it to Su Yang. For you. Su Yang accepted it, feeling its warmth and catching a faint fragrance. Upon opening it, he found a protective charm carved from an unknown warm jade, inscribed with intricate and mysterious guardian runes. System notification: high-energy protective barrier detected, level A. Can withstand 3 fatal attacks below throne level. Su Yang's hand trembled. He thought, well, an A-level defensive artifact. It can block 3 attacks from throne-level powerhouses. This thing could fetch enough on the black market to buy a seaside villa. Xia, you rich lady, do you need an anklet? One that shouts 666? What's this? Su Yang looked up at her. A protective charm. Xia Ningxuang's gaze shifted to the lake, her voice still cold but slightly faster. It's something my family obtained. You're about to head to a more dangerous place, so you might need it. A more dangerous place? Su Yang keenly caught the key phrase. Xia Ningxuang nodded, finally turning her gaze back to his face. I came to tell you a second thing. My family has secured a spot for you through special channels. She paused briefly, then said each word clearly. A guaranteed admission to the Federation's top academy, War Academy. Boom. That name exploded in Su Yang's mind like a bomb. War Academy. It wasn't just an ordinary school for geniuses. It was the Federation's fortress of war, the cradle of national guardians, and the sacred ground every awakened individual dreamed of. Those who entered were one in a million prodigies. So, Xiao Shuang looked at his shocked expression, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, almost imperceptibly. We'll be able to meet there again soon. Su Yang took half a minute to digest this news. He looked at the talisman in his hand, then at the girl in front of him who had paved the way for him, and complex emotions surged in his heart. Actually, the military also invited me, Su Yang admitted. I know, Xiao Shuang was not surprised, but the military has too many restrictions on their quotas. What the Xia family is giving you is a free quota. Su Yang fell silent. He looked deeply into Xiao Shuang's eyes and asked the question that had been lingering in his heart. Why? Xiao Shuang, why are you helping me so much? From voluntarily teaming up during the academy competition to now giving him the talisman and the guaranteed spot. This kindness was too heavy. Xiao Shuang felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and turned her eyes away. The evening breeze blew, lifting a few strands of her silver hair, gently brushing her slightly flushed cheeks. By the lakeside, a long silence ensued. Just when Su Yang thought she wouldn't answer, Xiao Shuang spoke softly, her tone more serious than ever. Because I want to see with my own eyes how far you can go. Her voice was gentle, yet it was like a pebble thrown into the lake of his heart, stirring ripples upon ripples. Maybe. She looked up, her ice-blue eyes reflecting the starry sky above and Su Yang's figure within them. You can change this world. The air seemed to freeze. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't a fool. When a girl looks at you like that and says such words, it's not just admiration. It was almost a form of entrustment, a belief, a confession that transcended words. Su Yang's mind screamed, "Stay calm. Su Yang, keep it together. 18 years of single experience must come in handy now. No, this is the time to test your emotional intelligence. Should I confess or play dumb?" Waiting online, quite urgent. Just as his brain was spinning rapidly, torn between saying "for you, I would defy the world," or "thank you, you're so kind." A pig-like scream accompanied by earth-shaking footsteps rapidly approached, rudely tearing apart this ambiguous and beautiful atmosphere. "Boss." Bad news. Wang Hao, the chubby guy, came charging from afar like an out-of-control human tank, stumbling and crawling, his face full of panic and urgency. Su Yang's expression instantly froze. He thought to himself, "Seriously, Fatty Wang, I just managed to create such a romantic atmosphere, and you ruined it all in one go. Do you believe I'll write a program to make you choke automatically while eating later?" Xiao Shuang also frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure flashing in her eyes at being interrupted. Wang Hao ran up to the two, propped his hands on his knees, and panted heavily. "Boss, it's a big deal." Su Yang said irritably, "The sky's falling?" "Speak slowly." Wang Hao took a deep breath before finally clarifying his words. "Lin Fan. That damned Lin Fan is back." Su Yang's gaze instantly turned cold. Xiao Shuang also became serious. Wang Hao, his voice trembling with a hint of sobbing, pointed toward the academy gate and shouted with all his might, "He's right at the academy gate, challenging you to a life and death arena in front of everyone. The time is set for tomorrow, right before you leave for the War Academy." He also said, "If you don't dare to accept the challenge, he will go after your sister." Before the words were finished, an intense, icy killing intent suddenly erupted from Su Yang, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. Xiao Shuang's expression changed, and she quickly reminded him, "Su Yang, calm down. The Lin family is known for their patience and ruthlessness. If Lin Fan dares to come back so brazenly this time, there must be a conspiracy behind it. It's not just about settling scores with you." The killing intent on Su Yang's face slowly receded, replaced by a deep and profound calm. He turned to look at the academy's main gate, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. In his heart, he thought, "A conspiracy? Fine. This time, I want to see what new trap you've prepared." As Wang Hao finished speaking, the atmosphere, which had been filled with ambiguity due to Xia Ningxuang's presence, was instantly frozen by an invisible chill. The ripples on the lake seemed to stop. Just a moment ago, Xia Ningxuang had been lost in her girlish thoughts, but her face instantly turned pale. A trace of genuine coldness and seriousness flashed in her ice-blue eyes as she looked at Su Yang. Su Yang slowly withdrew his gaze. The killing intent sparked by Lin Fan receded like a tide, and his expression returned to one of calm, as still as an ancient well. He even gave Wang Hao, who was visibly anxious, a reassuring smile. "Fatty, don't worry. The sky won't fall. You've said so much in one breath thirsty, aren't you? Go to the convenience store and bring me a bottle of iced sugar-free cola." Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. "Boss, at a time like this, with the fire already at your eyebrows, you still have the mood to drink cola?" Inwardly, Su Yang thought, "Of course, I need cola, and it has to be iced. Otherwise, if I kill too enthusiastically, what will I do if I get thirsty?" Su Yang's composure slightly reassured Wang Hao, but he was still so anxious that he was pacing in circles. Xia Ningxuang, however, sensed a chilling danger from this unusual calm. She stepped forward, her voice cold and urgent. "Su Yang, you can't go. This is definitely a trap." "I know," Su Yang replied decisively. He turned to look at Xia Ningxuang. Under the moonlight, the girl's eyes were filled with pure concern, devoid of any other thoughts. Her usually icy face was now tinged with a captivating blush due to her anxiety. Su Yang thought to himself, "TSK, this damned beauty strike. Stay calm, Su Yang. Now's not the time to think about romance, it's time to kill." He reached out his hand and, to the astonishment of Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao, lightly flicked Xia Ningxuang's smooth forehead. The touch was warm, with a hint of coolness. "Don't worry." His voice was soft, but carried an undeniable firmness. "In this world, no one can set a trap for me." As for Lin Fan, a trace of ruthless amusement appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Doesn't he like performing in public? Then I'll give him a stage he'll never forget for the rest of his life." With that, he didn't linger any longer and turned to walk toward the academy's main gate. Each step was steady and resolute, as if treading on everyone's heartbeat. Xia Ningxuang held her forehead, watching his departing figure. Under the moonlight, his shadow stretched long. Though thin, it gave the impression that he could hold up the entire sky. The main square at Jiangxing Academy's front gate. The area was already packed to the brim. Students, instructors, numerous media outlets, and onlookers had completely blocked the square. Countless cameras and gazes were focused on the center of the square. There, a figure stood, like an unsheathed demonic sword, coldly upright. It was Lin Fan. He had returned. But he was no longer the Lin Fan of the past. Dressed in a well-tailored black combat suit, his figure was much more upright than before, yet his entire being exuded a cold and eerie aura. The arrogance of a noble scion had long vanished from his eyes, replaced by a crazed hatred and overwhelming darkness. Peak sea level. The oppressive force, so powerful it couldn't be concealed, made many nearby D-level students feel suffocated, their faces pale. How could he have become so strong? How long has it been? This aura, it's too sinister. He must have fallen. The crowd buzzed with shock and confusion. Lin Fan paid no attention to the surrounding gazes, his eyes fixed on the depths of the academy like a venomous snake staring at its prey. Suddenly, he revealed a sinister smile. He raised his hand, holding a shattered talisman in his palm, stained with dried dark red blood. "Zhao Gang, do you remember him?" Lin Fan's voice was hoarse and grating, like the friction of two pieces of metal, carrying a hint of excitement. "Yes, I killed him. After the competition ended, I personally broke every single one of his bones. Because he was Su Yang's friend." Boom. The crowd erupted in chaos. Zhao Gang, the young man who had fought side by side with Su Yang in the competition, was actually madman. He's a madman. He admitted it. He actually admitted to being part of the God-Eater cult. Lin Fan began to laugh maniacally. His laughter filled with blat. The other family heads also spoke up one after another, their words implicitly pressuring the academy. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense to the extreme. Everyone understood that this was no longer a personal grudge between two students, but a concerted effort by the old aristocratic forces, led by the Lin family, to suppress Su Yang, a newly risen genius from a commoner background. They would not allow an uncontrollable anomaly to disrupt the order they had long been accustomed to. Just as the oppressive atmosphere reached its peak, a calm voice came from the back of the crowd, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "I'll take it." The crowd automatically parted to make way. Su Yang, dressed in casual clothes with his hands in his pockets, walked out leisurely. There was a lazy smile on his face, as if he were not here for a life-and-death duel, but for a stroll in the park. Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao followed closely behind him, their faces full of tension. Su Yang's appearance instantly shifted all attention from Lin Fan to him. Su Yang. The moment Lin Fan saw Su Yang, the suppressed madness and hatred in his eyes erupted like a volcano. "You finally dare to show yourself. I thought you'd hide for the rest of your life." Su Yang stopped in his tracks and met his gaze, the smile on his face unchanged. In his mind, Su Yang thought, "Oh, just a few days without seeing him, and he's already this useless?" Even his voice is hoarse from shouting. Looks like the pressure from the God Eater cult is pretty intense. He casually dug at his ear and said lazily, "Sorry, I was just deciding which pair of shoes would look cooler. Took me a bit of time." "You." Lin Fan was so enraged by his nonchalant attitude that he nearly spat blood. But Su Yang ignored him and turned his gaze to the Lin family patriarch and the others. "The life and death duel? Fine. However, I have one condition." The Lin family patriarch frowned. "You are in no position to make conditions." No, I do have a condition." Su Yang raised a finger, his smile tinged with provocation. "It's very simple. Today, here, no matter whether I fall first or he does, the result will be the same. Whoever wins, our grudge ends here. If any of you old geezers, juniors, or irrelevant nobodies dare to harm a single hair on my sister's head, I will not let it slide." The smile on Su Yang's face gradually disappeared, and a bone-chilling killing intent exploded across the scene. This killing intent was purer and more terrifying than the dark energy emanating from Lin Fan, sending shivers down everyone's spine. "I promise. I will make your entire family disappear from this world completely. I mean what I say." The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was so stunned by Su Yang's words and his overwhelming aura of destruction that they were left speechless. The Lin family patriarch's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. After a long while, he finally forced out a single word through gritted teeth. "Fine." The agreement was thus reached. A life-and-death duel that had captured the entire city's attention was about to begin. Just as the referee Minter stepped onto the stage, preparing to announce the start of the match, woo woo woo, a piercing alarm suddenly blared, deafening and instantly filling the entire Jiang city. This was no drill. It was the highest-level alert triggered by a massive breach of the city's defense system. The beast tide was here. Everyone's expressions changed drastically in an instant. "What is going on?" "The beast tide is here. The eastern city wall has been breached. It's the God Eater cult's doing." Panic spread like a virus. On the stage, Lin Fan looked at Su Yang, whose face was filled with shock, and revealed a twisted, terrifying smile. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the chaos about to erupt. "Surprised, Su Yang? This disaster sweeping across the entire city is the gift I prepared for you." He pointed at himself, then at the eastern part of the city engulfed in flames in the distance, his voice filled with a crazed pleasure. "Now make your choice. Will you stay and fight me to the death? Or become the hero who saves the world?" "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you." Lin Fan's smile was like that of a demon from hell. "You no longer have a choice." Lin Fan's voice, like a poisonous blade, pierced through the night sky amidst the shrill alarms, carrying a twisted excitement. He spread his arms, embracing the doomsday carnival he had orchestrated. The eastern part of the city was ablaze. Half the night sky dyed a blood-red hue of terror. The howls of countless ferocious beasts formed a symphony of death, clearly reaching the ears of everyone in the square, bringing forth primal fear. Panic erupted like a plague. "The beast tide is here. It's really the beast tide. The eastern city wall has been breached. My home is over there. Run!" In the chaos, Lin Fan's twisted smile appeared even more sinister. He savored it all, relishing the brief shock on Su Yang's face. surprised Su Yang. This disaster sweeping across the entire city is the gift I prepared for you. He pointed at himself, then at the hellish sea of flames in the distance, his voice maniacal. Now make your choice. Will you stay and fight me, your mortal enemy, to the death? Or become the hero who saves the world? It was a trap that left no room for retreat. If he stayed, he would be a coward who disregarded the lives of the city's people. If he left, he would bear the stigma of fleeing in the face of danger, and the Lin family had plenty of ways to ruin his reputation. Worse still, if he left, Lin Fan's target would immediately shift to his beloved sister. Xia Ningxuang's face turned deathly pale, and she instinctively clutched Su Yang's sleeve tightly, her knuckles white. Wang Hao was drenched in sweat, cursing incessantly, swearing at Lin Fan's ancestors. The Lin family patriarch and the heads of the other prominent families exchanged knowing, cold smiles. This was the real ruthless move. Killing someone was one thing, but breaking their spirit was far worse. However, to everyone's surprise, the shock on Su Yang's face lasted less than a second before disappearing. It was quickly replaced not by anger, struggle, or fear, but by an expression of mixed helplessness and irritation. It was as if a gamer engrossed in playing suddenly had their console unplugged by a child. Su Yang thought to himself, "Are you kidding me? Just to fight me? You actually lured all the monsters in the server here? This isn't something money can fix. The key is, this move is clearly self-destructive." He didn't even spare Lin Fan another glance. Facing Lin Fan's astonished, confused, and then furious gaze, Su Yang slowly turned around. He completely exposed the most vulnerable part of a martial artist's body, his back, to his greatest enemy without any defense. This action was silent contempt, as if saying, "You aren't even worth me turning around to look at you. Su Yang, how dare you?" Lin Fan felt an unprecedented humiliation, trembling with rage. Su Yang, however, paid no attention. He faced the blazing flames in the eastern part of the city, hands in his pockets, standing straight as an arrow. What exactly was he planning to do? Everyone was filled with questions. The next second, the answer was revealed. No incantations, no hand seals, no flashy movements. Su Yang simply stood there quietly. Then rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth began to shake violently. This wasn't a localized tremor. The entire Jiang city, a massive metropolis housing tens of millions, groaned in agony under this irresistible force. Under countless terrified gazes, a yellowish-brown line shot out from beneath Su Yang's feet, stretching madly toward the eastern horizon. Immediately after, a massive, ancient wall, as if it had existed since time immemorial, rose from the ground. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. The wall's height continued to climb, its surface gleaming with a metallic sheen, its hardness far surpassing any alloy known to humanity. It was like an awakened ancient dragon, its majestic spine standing between the rampaging beast tide and the fragile city. Macro skill, Great Wall 1.0 execution logic. Infinite earth wall technique plus infinite hardening layered to generate. Su Yang thought to himself, not bad, the effect is pretty close to the simulation in my mind. But this mental energy consumption, it's like a faucet turned on full blast. I'll have to hit up Fatty for a good meal to replenish later. This miraculous scene plunged the entire square into a deathly silence. Everyone looked up, mouths agape, their minds blank. What had they just witnessed? The creation of a miracle. Could this truly be a power possessed by a mere mortal? Xia Ningxuang covered her mouth, preventing a gasp from escaping. Moonlight spilled onto her face, so beautiful it seemed otherworldly, her ice-blue eyes reflecting the towering miracle wall and the seemingly frail, yet incomparably majestic figure standing before it. At this moment, the budding emotions in her heart were overwhelmed by an even stronger, more fervent feeling. It was the light called faith. What the hell? Wang Hao's voice trembled as he slapped himself hard. The sharp pain confirming this wasn't a dream. My boss is a god. And this was merely the beginning. Just as the colossal wall fully formed woo woo woo. Behind the wall, a sound sharper and deadlier than the city's alarms pierced the air. The atmosphere was torn apart. Billions of transparent, invisible wind blades formed a dense, impenetrable death stormed behind the wall. These weren't ordinary wind blades, they were a meat grinder capable of shredding everything in existence. Among the first wave of charging beasts, many were C-level and B-level elites. They didn't even have time to see the wall clearly before plunging into this death zone. No screams, no struggles. Squelch. Squelch was the sound of flesh being instantly shredded into fragments. Blood mist soared into the sky, falling as a crimson downpour behind the wall. Macro skill, Heaven S, Net 1.0 execution logic. Infinite Wind Blade constructs a three-dimensional killing array. One man, one wall. Together, they formed an insurmountable chasm. Lin Fan stared blankly at the scene, the madness and hatred on his face gradually replaced by fear and despair. The conspiracy he had painstakingly planned, the trump card he had been so proud of, the beast tide he had staked everything on in front of Su Yang. It was nothing more than a child's sandbox game. The other party couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge him, raising a hand to rewrite the entire game rules. No, no. Lin Fan let out a beast-like roar, his sanity completely collapsing. Why? Why could this worthless person have everything? Jealousy and unwillingness transformed into his darkest power, igniting the last of his life. I'll kill you. Boom. Thick, almost tangible dark energy erupted from Lin Fan's body. His body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, all his life essence instantly converting into the purest, most malicious power. A pitch-black blade condensed in his hand. It was his talent, his life, his everything. Whoosh. Lin Fan's figure disappeared. He transformed into an untraceable shadow, stabbing at supersonic speed toward the figure still facing away from him. Su Yang, watch out, Xiaoning Shuang shouted sharply. The shadow crossed 100 meters in an instant, appearing behind Su Yang. Ice walls and earth shields were as fragile as paper in the face of Lin Fan, who was burning his life. The shadow blade, infused with all his resentment, was less than an inch away from Su Yang's back. However, Su Yang still didn't turn around. He was even thinking about how to optimize his Great Wall and considering whether to add an auto-turret feature. Su Yang thought to himself, why does it suddenly feel chilly behind me? Is the temperature dropping? Fatty, where's my cola? Just as the deadly blade was about to pierce Su Yang's clothes, a beam of soft, pure, and incomparably warm white light suddenly radiated from behind Su Yang without warning. The light wasn't blinding, but carried a power that cleansed all filth. Within the light, a guardian angel's phantom, composed of pure light particles and bearing 6 pairs of wings, slowly opened its arms, enveloping Su Yang completely. Macro skill, Absolute Defense Embrace of the Holy Angel 1.0. Trigger condition. When a lethal physical or energy attack is detected within 0.5 meters of the host. Execution logic. Instantly cast healing spell 100,000 times, constructing a conceptual level protective barrier with high dimensional energy. Sizzle the Shadow Blade, capable of instantly killing a peak C-rank powerhouse, melted away like ice under the scorching sun the moment it touched the holy light. No explosions, no impact, only silent dissolution. Lin Fan's strongest strike, fueled by burning his life, couldn't even make the angelic phantom frown. It was directly purified and erased. Impossible. Lin Fan remained in his stabbing posture, his body frozen in place, the last glimmer in his eyes completely extinguished. His life had long been exhausted. What kept him moving was nothing but his unwilling obsession. And now, even that obsession was entirely purified by this absolute, pure light. Thud. His body turned to ash, scattering with the night wind. From beginning to end, Su Yang never turned his head. The night wind seemed to have its throat gripped by an invisible hand, coming to a halt. The square fell into dead silence. The towering wall that spanned the sky, like a myth brought to life, silently displayed the gap between mortals and gods. Behind the wall, the death grinder composed of countless blades had ceased. But the blood mist that soared into the sky still lingered under the moonlight, like a massive red nightmare, deeply etched into everyone's eyes. Lin Fan was gone. Even the strike he staked his life on, filled with resentment, had completely dissipated, as if it had never existed. The only proof he had ever been there was the insignificant ashes scattered on the ground by the wind. And that figure, which never once turned back. Time seemed to freeze into amber at this moment. Xia Ningxuang covered her lips, her fingertips icy cold. Her usually cold, lake-like blue eyes now reflected the starry sky and that solitary figure. She had seen countless geniuses and experienced immense talent, but she had never seen anyone like Su Yang, who displayed the word powerful with such ease and naturalness, as if it were a given. This was no longer a battle, it was a crushing defeat. Wang Hao's mouth hung open, wide enough to fit an egg. His mind felt completely stuck, with only two words echoing repeatedly in his head: holy crap. Finally, amidst the deathly silence of the crowd, Su Yang slowly turned around. His movements were unhurried, even a bit lazy, like someone stretching. But when he faced the crowd head-on, the invisible pressure made the Lin family patriarch and several heads of prominent families tighten their hearts, involuntarily stepping back half a step. Su Yang's face showed no joy of revenge, nor any excitement of salvation. There was only a faint calmness, as if he had just dealt with a troublesome matter. He glanced at the ashes on the ground, his gaze passing over the crowd and landing on the pale-faced Lin family patriarch. Su Yang thought to himself, "Sigh. I originally wanted to play a few more rounds with your son, but you had to start the fight so quickly. Now look, the food's cold, and there's no place to hand out the red envelopes." He tilted his head slightly, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone to hear. "Your talent, your bloodline, your schemes." Su Yang paused, his tone carrying a hint of pity. "In front of me, they are nothing." Boom. This sentence was like a heavy hammer, fiercely striking the hearts of the Lin family patriarch and all the old forces. Killing someone was one thing, but crushing their spirit was another. The Lin family patriarch trembled violently, as if struck by lightning, and spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. His greatest pride, his family's hope, his meticulously planned trap. In Su Yang's eyes, it was nothing but a joke. This kind of complete mental domination was far more brutal than any physical blow. Just as Su Yang's words fell, a cold system prompt echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has killed the special target son of God Devourer cult false. Detected a trace of extremely faint, divine, power being emitted. System permission judgment. Conditions for absorption met. Absorbing. Absorption complete. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, thinking, divinity? Wow, this guy has such strong backing. God Devourer cult. Could it be that they really treat gods as snacks, which is why there's a lingering taste? He suppressed his doubts, and his gaze returned to its calm state. The oppressive atmosphere in the square still made it hard for anyone to breathe. Su Yang raised his hand and casually snapped his fingers toward the towering giant wall in the distance. Snap! The sound was crisp. In the next moment, the wall, which had brought despair to countless people and was capable of withstanding a million beast tides, silently collapsed and sank, turning into a flat expanse of land. It was as if it had never existed. This move, even more than the earlier act of creation, instilled an unfathomable fear in everyone. Creation represents the pinnacle, but the ability to erase at will signifies true absolute control. At that moment, a series of urgent and orderly sounds of something cutting through the air came from the city center. Dozens of floating warships bearing the emblem of the Federation's swords sliced through the night sky and hovered above the square. The hatches opened, and a squad of Federation enforcers in black special operations uniforms, a cold and stern aura, charged out like tigers unleashed, immediately taking control of the scene. Leading them was a middle-aged officer with stars on his shoulders and sharp eyes. He walked straight to the Lin family patriarch, presenting an electronic arrest warrant. Lin Xiaodian, you are suspected of colluding with a cult, planning terrorist attacks, and endangering the Federation's security. You are hereby arrested in accordance with the law. All members of the Lin family and related individuals involved in the case are to be detained. All Lin family assets are to be fully confiscated. The icy voice declared the end of the Lin family. The Lin patriarch's face turned pale as he completely abandoned any thought of resistance. In the face of absolute power and irrefutable evidence, any struggle was futile. Several members of the enforcement team approached the academy's senior staff, stopping in front of Elder Lu Xian, who had once doubted Su Yang, but now stood with a calm expression. Lu Xian, you are under arrest. The teaching director and others were shocked. Elder Lu Xian, however, revealed a strange smile. He did not look at the enforcers, but fixed his gaze on Su Yang, his eyes burning with fervent intensity. Su Yang, you are strong, stronger than anyone could have imagined. But his voice suddenly turned sharp. Do you think this is the end? No, this is just the beginning. The fall of the Holy Sun will only awaken an even greater existence. Ha ha, just wait and see. The entire world will become the domain of my God. You will all become sacrifices offered to the deity. Ha ha. Amid his maniacal laughter, Lu Xian was forcibly fitted with an energy suppressor and escorted onto the warship by the enforcers. Thus, the citywide crisis came to an end. The dust finally settled. The crowd in the square watched the warship slowly ascend into the sky, then turned their gaze to the young man who still stood with his hands in his pockets. His expression relaxed. Their emotions were complex and indescribable. Reverence, admiration, gratitude. Countless fervent gazes focused on Su Yang. Su Yang muttered to himself, "Help, my social anxiety is acting up. This is worse than being bombarded with questions about my relationship status by relatives during the new year. System, can I block this all with one click?" All he wanted was to slip away quietly. Be boss. Wang Hao finally found his voice and ran to Su Yang's side, so excited he could barely speak. You, just now, what was that? A god descending to earth. Su Yang patted him on the shoulder. Basic operation, don't overhype it. He turned to leave amidst the chaos, only to find Xia Ningxuang already standing in front of him at some point. The girl looked at him quietly, the moonlight casting a sacred silver glow around her. On her stunningly beautiful face, the frost had long melted away, leaving only a pure and heart-stirring radiance. She said nothing, simply gazing at him like that. In her blue eyes, it seemed as though galaxies swirled, emotions surging, all eventually softening into gentle ripples. Su Yang felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and cleared his throat. Class President Xia, are you okay? Xia Ningxuang gently shook her head, then did, Officer, someone is attacking here. Today, thank you for the protective charm. Su Yang tried to make his voice sound natural. Although I didn't use it. Xia Ningxuang's fingers paused for a moment, then withdrew, a faint blush appearing on her earlobes. Not needing it is the best outcome, she said softly, her voice carrying a hint of relief and lingering fear that even she hadn't noticed. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. 3 days later, above Jiang City, the weather was clear. The entire city was still immersed in the shocking discussions about Su Yang's Night of Miracles. A massive floating battleship silently tore through the clouds, descending like a monarch, and hovered above the city. On the battleship's hull was engraved a fierce and majestic eagle emblem with outstretched wings. It was the symbol that all awakened individuals across the human federation dreamed of. The War Academy. The battleship's hatch slowly opened, and a tall, slender figure appeared at the entrance. It was a woman dressed in a red, tight-fitting combat suit, her short hair neat, her features sharp, exuding an aura of competence and decisiveness. Her gaze locked precisely onto the young man below who was about to head out for breakfast. Su Yang. The female instructor's voice carried far through the loudspeaker, imbued with an undeniable sense of command. Welcome to the War Academy. Your legend begins here. In the eastern suburbs of Jiang City, within a temporarily designated military-restricted zone, a massive floating battleship hovered like a mountain 100 meters above the ground, casting a shadow that covered the entire area. The fierce eagle emblem on the battleship's hull gleamed with a cold metallic light under the sun, resembling divine eyes overlooking all beings. This was the Eagle reception ship of the War Academy. Below the battleship, the atmosphere carried a hint of farewell sorrow. Wang Hao, a 200-pound chubby guy, was crying like a 300-pound child, clutching Su Yang's arm tightly as he sobbed. Boss, what am I going to do when you're gone? Who's going to help me grind dungeons, lend me homework to copy, or bring me medicine when my dad beats me up? Su Yang looked helpless and kicked him away. In his mind, he thought, I suspect you're hinting at something, but I have no evidence. Besides, you're just a D-level defense talent. If your dad can leave scars on you, he must be an S-level big shot, right? All right, stop crying. It's not like I'm not coming back, Su Yang said irritably. His gaze passed over the chubby guy and landed on Xia Ningxuang, who stood not far away. Today, Xia Ningxuang wasn't wearing her simple white dress, but had changed into a sleek black combat suit, perfectly showcasing her stunning figure. Her silver white hair was tied up high, adding a touch of heroism to her appearance while subtracting some of her softness. She stood quietly, her cold gaze fixed on Su Yang, saying nothing, but the worry and reluctance in her eyes were more moving than any words. Su Yang thought to himself, I can't take it. I really can't take it. This beauty, this figure, this aura. When Goddess Nuwa created me back then, she must not have been serious, probably just casually molded me. Su Yang walked up to her, and the air seemed to carry a faint fragrance. I'm leaving. He scratched his head, struggling for a long time before finally uttering these simple 3 words. Xia Ningxuang softly responded with an She stepped forward, close enough for Su Yang to see the morning dew clinging to her long eyelashes. Under the shocked gazes of Wang Hao and the other people seeing him off, Xia Ningxuang extended her slender, fair hand and gently helped Su Yang straighten his slightly wrinkled collar. Her movements were soft, and her fingertips inadvertently brushed against Su Yang's collarbone. That trace of coolness felt like an electric current, instantly making Su Yang tense up. In the academy, don't act like you did in Jiangcheng, carrying everything on your own, she said softly, her voice trembling slightly. Wait for me. After speaking, she stepped back, resuming her cold and frosty demeanor, as if the gentle girl from moments ago had been an illusion. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. He shouted inwardly, Wait a minute. Class leader Xia, make yourself clear. Wait for you, does that mean wait for you to have dinner when I return? Or wait for me to come back? For something else? Saying half and leaving half unsaid makes people overthink. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice came from the warship. New student Su Yang, please board the ship within 30 seconds. Failure to do so will be considered a voluntary forfeiture of qualification. Su Yang took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions surging in his heart, and waved goodbye to Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao. I'm off. A beam of light descended, and Su Yang's figure disappeared from where he stood. Xia Ningxuang looked up at the massive warship as it slowly started, tearing through the clouds, and finally turned into a black, disappearing on the horizon. She clenched her fists, and an unprecedented determination burned in her ice-blue eyes. Su Yang, I won't make you wait too long. Inside the warship, the space was far larger than expected. It resembled a massive metallic plaza rather than a cabin. Nearly 100 young men and women were already standing on the plaza. They exuded a powerful aura, their eyes filled with arrogance, radiating the confidence of, I am the chosen one. These individuals came from various parts of the Federation, all top talents from their respective regions. As soon as Su Yang appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Their gazes carried scrutiny, curiosity, and obvious disdain. Look, that's the last one to board the ship. From Jiangcheng? That little place where something happened a few days ago. I heard his awakened talent is only F grade, and he managed to stir up such a fuss through sheer opportunism. Must have been luck. Huh, luck is the least valuable thing in the War Academy. Though the voices weren't loud, they were clear enough for Su Yang to hear. He thought to himself, here we go, the classic newbie ridicule session. All right, all you big shots, sons-in-law, and supreme beings, go ahead and perform. He couldn't be bothered to respond and found a corner to sit down, starting to study the virtual screen in front of him. The screen displayed the public database of the War Academy. He directly entered the keyword abyss. Abyss, a general term for extremely dangerous extra-dimensional spaces. Multiple abyssal worlds are known to exist, and the rules of these worlds are completely different from those of Blue Star. Rules, the fundamental principles governing the operation of worlds. Only throne-level powerhouses can grasp a portion of the power of rules. The secrets of the world gradually unfolded before him. Just as Su Yang was engrossed in reading, a grating voice came from above his head. Hey, country boy, are you Su Yang? Su Yang looked up. He saw a tall, handsome young man dressed in a shiny silver combat suit, looking down at him condescendingly. The badge on the young man's chest indicated that he was from the Federation's capital, the Qin family of the Imperial City. This was a top-tier family with a legacy spanning hundreds of years, Su Yang thought to himself. Wow, that aura, that gaze classic superiority complex. Buddy, did you inherit that sense of superiority from your ancestors? He yawned and lazily asked, What's up? My name is Qin Feng. The young man, Qin Feng, raised his chin, his tone arrogant. Let me remind you, don't bring those petty tricks from Jiangxing to the War Academy. Here, it's all about talent and strength, not those flashy little gimmicks. You're one man defending a city to me. That's just a joke. His voice was loud, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Many faces showed expressions of anticipation, eager to watch the drama unfold. Bullying newcomers, especially those from small places with less than stellar reputations, was a favorite pastime for these so-called elites. However, Su Yang's reaction shocked everyone. Not only did he not get angry, but he looked at Qin Feng with interest and asked, Finished? Qin Feng frowned. If you're done, move aside. You're blocking my view of the materials. Su Yang waved his hand, as if shooing away an annoying fly. The room fell silent instantly. No one had expected this seemingly ordinary boy to show such blatant disregard for the Qin family of the imperial capital. Qin Feng's face immediately turned red, resembling a cooked pig liver. He felt as if he'd punched cotton, with all his confidence and momentum completely shattered by Su Yang's casual words. You're asking for it, Qin Feng roared, his aura instantly surging to peak B level. A fist engulfed in red flames, tearing through the air, smashed towards Su Yang with ferocity. At that moment, a cold female voice echoed through the hall. Quiet. A short-haired female instructor, dressed in a tight red combat suit, with a fiery figure but an icy expression, suddenly appeared before everyone. Just by standing there, her overwhelming presence immediately halted Qin Feng's attack. Qin Feng's expression changed, and he quickly withdrew his fist, respectfully saying, Greetings, Instructor Qitong. The others also fell silent, clearly showing great reverence for this female instructor. Instructor Qitong scanned the room, her gaze finally landing on Su Yang and Qin Feng, a playful smile tugging at her lips. The War Academy doesn't tolerate cowards, nor does it forbid competition. Her words sent a ripple through the crowd. So, Instructor Qitong's voice suddenly turned stern, carrying an air of ironclad authority. The first lesson of the War Academy begins now. From this moment until the warship arrives at the Academy headquarters, all forms of contests are permitted. Remember, all forms. Losers will be demoted and lose the privilege of choosing mentors and resources first. Boom. Her words were like a bomb, instantly igniting the crowd. The eyes of all the geniuses burned with ambition. Their gazes toward those around them were no longer evaluative but predatory, like hunters eyeing their prey. Qin Feng was even more thrilled. He turned to Su Yang with a sinister grin, his fists cracking audibly. Kid, did you hear that? Your luck has run out. A brutal elimination match had begun ahead of schedule. Yet, faced with the sudden challenge and Qin Feng's undisguised murderous intent, Su Yang's reaction was, he yawned again. Then, under Qin Feng's fiery gaze, he leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and looked as if he was ready to take a nap. Su Yang thought to himself, Finally, I can slack off openly. This is great. I'll get up after you're done fighting. Much easier this way. This complete disregard was more humiliating than any counterattack. I will kill you. Qin Feng completely lost control, channeling all his strength into his right fist. The burning flames actually condensed into the shape of a fierce tiger, roaring as it aimed for Su Yang's temple. With this punch, he used all his power, vowing to subdue this ignorant country boy once and for all. As the devastating punch was about to land, Su Yang remained seated with his eyes closed, motionless. Was he really asleep? Or had he already given up resisting? Qin Feng's fist, wrapped in blazing crimson flames like a ferocious tiger, resembled a small meteorite carrying the power to destroy everything, heading straight for Su Yang's temple. This was the full-force strike of a peak-level B-class powerhouse. The scorching heat waves ignited the air in the entire metal hall, forcing the surrounding geniuses to retreat, their faces filled with shock and fear. This punch was enough to destroy an entire building. That country boy from Jiangsheng was doomed. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. However, Su Yang, the target, remained leaning against the chair, his eyes still closed. His delicate face showed no trace of tension, as calm as if he were sleeping. Su Yang thought to himself, why does it suddenly feel a bit warm? Who switched the air conditioning to heating? How annoying. Oh, turns out someone is grilling teppanyaki nearby. The heat looks just right. Too bad I didn't bring any cumin. Just as the blazing fist was less than a centimeter away from Su Yang's temple, so close that even his hair was slightly curled by the high temperature, something happened. Su Yang moved, but it wasn't the expected block, nor a panicked dodge. His body simply leaned back ever so slightly at an incredibly subtle and strange angle. His upper body, as light as a feather, slid back against the chair just a tiny bit. Just that tiny bit. Infinite glide. The fiery punch, powerful enough to split mountains and crack stones, grazed past the tip of his nose, missing by a hair's breadth. Boom! The ferocious punch, having lost its target, slammed into the alloy wall behind Su Yang with a deafening crash. The entire battleship trembled slightly. The indestructible wall bore a terrifying fist imprint half a foot deep, its edges glowing red and sizzling. The room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. He dodged it, just like that, so effortlessly. Qin Feng was stunned too, still frozen in his punching stance, his body slightly swaying from the exertion, his eyes filled with incredulity. He felt as if he had used all his strength to swat a mosquito, only to miss and almost hurt himself in the process. But it wasn't over yet. Just as Qin Feng's strength was depleted and his body stiffened, the boy who had been pretending to sleep finally opened his eyes slowly. His gaze held no relief, no tension, only a faint laziness and annoyance at having his nap disturbed. Su Yang extended his right hand, lightly flicking his index finger. There was no earth-shattering energy wave, no dazzling skill effects. Only a barely visible, soft white light point floated from his fingertip, slowly drifting toward Qin Feng. The light spot was so weak that it seemed a gust of wind could blow it away. What was this? The question popped into everyone's mind. Qin Feng also saw the light spot. He instinctively felt something was wrong, but more than that, he was furious at being played. Trickery and deceit. He roared, wanting to gather his strength for another strike. But the white light spot had already floated in front of him, gently landing on the shoulder of his silver battle suit. Then, nothing happened. No explosion, no impact, not even a sound. The only thing that happened was a speck of almost invisible dust stuck to his shoulder due to his excessive movements, disappeared. This was an F-level life skill, cleaning technique. Su Yang thought to himself, sigh, my OCD is acting up again. Seeing dirt makes me uncomfortable. Now I feel much better. Silence. A deathly silence. If Su Yang dodging that punch earlier had shocked everyone, then this cleaning technique brought a sense of utter absurdity to everyone. What kind of battle was this? The opponent used a move capable of instantly killing a B-level peak fighter, and you countered by dusting off his shoulder? Minimal damage, maximum insult. Huh. Someone couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. The laughter was like a fuse, instantly igniting the entire crowd. Whoa, you can fight like this. Not just killing, but crushing the spirit. Is this guy a devil? The genius of the Qin family from the imperial capital actually got cleaned up with a cleaning technique. The discussions were like slaps, landing hard on Qin Feng's face. His complexion turned from flushed red to purple, then to a livid green. Qin Feng completely lost it. He felt his dignity had been pressed to the ground and scrubbed 100 times with a cleaning sponge. I'll kill you. His aura surged again, this time even triggering his bloodline power, unleashing a pressure far beyond what he had displayed earlier. Just as he was about to go all out and reveal his ultimate move, a cold, sharp voice echoed through the hall. Enough. The red-eyed instructor had somehow appeared in the arena. She simply stood there quietly, her gaze cold as she swept a glance at Qin Feng. Just that one glance. Qin Feng's aura deflated like a balloon pricked by a needle, vanishing instantly. A chill rose from deep within him, making his entire body feel cold, leaving him without even the thought of resistance. The War Academy encourages competition, but not mindless fighting, the red-eyed instructor said, her voice not loud but clear enough to reach everyone's ears. First, Qin Feng, initiating provocation and using a killing move first violates the exchange rules. Evaluation, foolish. Second, Su Yang, responding passively, resolving the conflict at the lowest cost while preserving dignity. Evaluation, excellent. She paused, her gaze turning to the pale-faced Qin Feng, before finally announcing the verdict. Decision, Qin Feng, initial rating downgraded by 1 level. Su Yang, initial rating upgraded by 1 level. Bang! This result left all the geniuses who had been watching for entertainment completely dumbfounded. No fight, not even a single move exchanged, yet one rating was downgraded and another upgraded? Only now did they realize that this seemingly lazy guy not only had mysterious and unpredictable strength, but also mastered the rules and could manipulate people's minds with ease. A formidable character. Qin Feng looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his body swaying, almost collapsing to the ground. Initial rating. This determines the resources, mentors, and even dormitory levels they can enjoy after entering the academy. Because of one impulsive provocation, he fell from grace. He looked at Su Yang with resentment, only to find that the other party wasn't paying him any attention, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, as if everything that had just happened was an insignificant farce. Su Yang thought to himself, finally, some peace and quiet. Speaking of which, the energy fluctuation when that guy erupted, why does it feel a bit like Lin Fan's? One is high-tech, the other is bizarre cooking, but the raw materials seem somewhat similar. Quite interesting. Su Yang's complete disregard made Qin Feng so angry that his chest felt tight, almost causing him to faint on the spot. At this moment, a crack appeared in his conviction. Instructor Qitong watched the scene unfold, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. When she looked at Su Yang, there was a newfound sense of genuine appreciation and curiosity in her eyes. Clearing her throat, she drew everyone's attention. It seems some people have already grasped the survival rules of the War Academy ahead of time. Very good. Her voice suddenly turned stern and cold. Your initial rating determines whether you'll be eating meat, drinking soup, or eating dirt in the academy. This is just the appetizer. Instructor Qitong's gaze swept across the room, and every genius who met her eyes felt as if they were being stared down by a prehistoric beast, their hair standing on end. Once you arrive at the Academy's main campus, you will face your first real lesson, which is also your final rating test. The assessment is simple. She revealed a cruel smile. Survive. In the Warship-S hall, the air seemed to still carry the sound of Qin Feng's dignity collapsing. The previous contempt and scrutiny directed at Su Yang had completely vanished, replaced by wariness, curiosity, and a complex mix of disbelief. They were all prodigies and naturally understood what the earlier scene signified. It wasn't he just dodging and toying around. It was the display of someone effortlessly controlling the situation while facing the full force attack of a peak B-level powerhouse. This guy from Jiangxing wasn't he some lucky rural kid who stumbled into fortune. He was a prehistoric crocodile in sheep-esque clothing. Qin Feng slumped lifelessly in a corner, his eyes hollow, muttering cleaning spell under his breath. Clearly, his faith had taken a heavy blow. Su Yang thought to himself, sigh, these young people have such poor mental resilience. This isn't even a big deal yet. Back in the day, when I was camping for a world boss, I was spawned killed at the resurrection point by a rival guild for 3 days and nights. Didn't I still come out full of energy? Young people these days really need to work on their mental fortitude. He continued to rest with his eyes closed, the gazes around him as good as non-existent. In reality, his mental energy had already sunk into the system, beginning to organize the gains from this journey. Name: Su Yang Realm. Peak Awakener System Rating. Excellent initial rating upgraded by 1 level. Skills recorded: Fireball F, Jump F, Hardening F, Healing C, Slide F, Smoke Bomb F, Earthwall F, Windblade D, Cleaning Spell F. Su Yang thought. Rating upgraded by 1 level. Not bad. Even small benefits can add up. I just hope the rating actually means something. Hopefully, I'll get assigned a single dorm with a private bathroom. Otherwise, if I have to live with a bunch of guys with smelly feet, my F-level cleaning spell might just wear me out. At that moment, a subtle feeling of weightlessness swept over them. Immediately after, the metallic armor on the outer layer of the warship emitted a clack-clack sound as it slowly retracted, revealing transparent, ultra-strong portholes. Blinding sunlight pierced through the clouds, instantly flooding the entire hall. "Look outside," someone exclaimed. Everyone, including Su Yang, instinctively turned to look out the window. The next second, the hall was filled with gasps of astonishment. Outside the warship stretched an endless sea of clouds. Above the pristine white cloud sea floated a massive city, suspended 10,000 meters in the air, so majestic it defied description. It was a sky city constructed entirely of countless silvery white metals. Numerous towering spires pierced the heavens, interconnected by glowing energy pathways. Floating vehicles of various sizes weaved through the city like blood coursing through veins. At the center of the city was an unimaginably massive energy core, resembling an artificial sun, radiating a gentle yet immense energy that powered the entire city. One could even see a silver waterfall cascading from a high tower at the city's edge, plunging into the sea of clouds. Yet, it didn't vanish instead. It transformed mid-air into a misty energy fog, which was reabsorbed by the force field at the city's base. This was no ordinary city. It was a living, breathing colossus made of steel and energy. Even Su Yang, who had witnessed countless wondrous sights, was left stunned by the breathtaking blend of power, beauty, and futuristic technology before him. Holy crap! How many infinite, earth wall techniques and hardening spells would it take to build this? No, it must be levitation combined with anti-gravity and energy matrix. My tuition wasn't wasted. Just seeing this makes it worth every penny. At some point, Instructor Akatome had reappeared in front of the group. Watching the stunned geniuses, she allowed a faint smile of pride to cross her face. "Welcome to the pinnacle of human civilization's defense, the sanctuary for all awakened War Academy." Her voice echoed through the loudspeakers, reaching every freshman's ears. "What you're seeing now is merely the outer ring living zone of the Academy. This will be your base of study for the next few years. Of course, that's assuming you survive." Her cold words snapped everyone out of their awe. Instructor Akatome's expression turned serious as she pointed to the artificial sun at the city's center. "See that? That's the Academy's credit exchange center. At War Academy, federal currency is worthless and family backgrounds are a joke. The only currency that matters here is credits." Her voice rose sharply, brooking no argument. "Techniques, weapons, elixirs, access to training rooms, even private guidance from instructors, everything you want must be exchanged for credits. Without credits, you won't even get basic nutritional meals and will have to sleep on the cold metal floor. Credits are your lifeline." The harsh rules hit the prodigies like a bucket of ice water, instantly making them feel an immense pressure. A scion of a top-tier family couldn't help but ask, "Instructor, how do we earn credits?" Akatome's lips curled into a cold smile. "Good question. Your initial credits are determined by your initial rating. The higher the rating, the more credits you receive. As for the subsequent credits, it's simple. Complete the tasks issued by the Academy, participate in various competitions, or..." Her gaze swept across the room, and everyone she looked at felt a chill down their necks. "Snatch them directly from your classmates." Boom. This sentence instantly heightened the tension in the hall. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves from those around them, their eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. "Now, your first lesson, which is also your final evaluation test, begins immediately." As soon as Instructor Akatome finished speaking, the floor of the hall suddenly cracked open, revealing individual metal platforms that began to rise and fall. Test site, simulated abyss number 1, ecological zone. Test content, survive for 7 days. If you make it out alive, you pass. A friendly reminder, Instructor Akatome said with a sly smile, simulated abyss number 1 maintains a consistent 10% mortality rate. In other words, Out of every 100 people, 10 are destined to stay there forever. Wish you all good luck. Before her words had fully landed, everyone felt the ground beneath their feet give way. The platforms plummeted rapidly, throwing them into an abyss of darkness. Amid the intense sensation of weightlessness, Su Yang's peripheral vision sharply caught a detail. Just before the fall ended, he noticed a few individuals clearly from the top aristocratic families of the imperial capital and magic capital exchange a secret glance. A device on their wrists lit up simultaneously, seemingly transmitting information. Su Yang thought to himself, "Oh, an open book test? An insider answers? These guys must be desperate." In the darkness, he felt himself pass through a layer of icy energy. The next second, light reappeared. A stench, a mix of rotting vegetation and acrid sulfur, instantly assaulted his nostrils. Beneath his feet was sticky black mud that reached his ankles. Around him grew bizarre, grotesque plants that continuously emitted purple toxic mist. The sky was shrouded in thick, lead-gray poisonous clouds, with no sunlight in sight. Warning: high concentrations of mental corrosion toxic mist detected. This environment will continuously erode your mental strength, slow your thinking, and may even cause hallucinations. Host, please leave immediately. The cold system notification echoed in Su Yang's mind. He scanned his surroundings and realized that in this boundless toxic swamp, he seemed to be the only one present. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Starting off with a biohazard-style map? Interesting. Mental corrosion? Perfect, just what I need for some special brain therapy. He wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he took a deep breath of the toxic mist with great interest, a look of pleasure on his face. At that moment, a massive shadow slowly emerged from the swamp, not far away. A pair of lantern-sized, crimson eyes locked onto him through the purple mist. Those crimson eyes, filled with primal and ferocious killing intent, flickered faintly in the dense purple fog. Beneath the swamp, an enormous figure, so large it made one's heart race, gradually surfaced, churning the sticky black mud and emitting a gurgle-gurgle sound. Any newcomer would have been terrified out of their wits by now, ready to fight for their life. But Su Yang's expression remained completely calm. He even had the leisure to critique the massive eyes. The spacing between these eyes is a bit wide. Did it get eyelid surgery? I'll give it a bad review. Oh, now I remember. This creature is called the Swamp Stalker, a Class C ferocious beast. The Beast Encyclopedia Beginner's Edition says it can barely see anything. Those two big eyes are purely decorative, relying entirely on sensing vibrations to hunt. Its flesh is tough, like a tire, not even dogs would eat it. Conclusion: it's purely a decorative monster. Just as the Swamp Stalker was about to lock onto his position, Su Yang's body moved as lightly as a ghost. His toes gently tapped the surface of the swamp. Infinite glide. He slid forward silently for over 10 meters, the entire process not causing even the slightest ripple, landing as softly as a feather. The massive creature, which had just revealed half of its head, lost its target, its useless crimson eyes swiveling around in confusion before slowly sinking back into the swamp. From start to finish, Su Yang didn't even spare it a second glance. After resolving this minor episode, he began carefully observing the so-called simulated Abyss No. 1 ecosystem. The air was thick with the stench of rot and sulfur, constantly irritating his nostrils. Warning: high concentrations of mental corrosion toxic mist are continuously eroding your mental strength. The system's notification sounded like background music, looping in his mind. Su Yang, far from being nervous, took a deep breath instead. The toxic mist, which could slow the thoughts of ordinary awakeners and induce hallucinations, flowed into his lungs, but felt like mint-flavored e-cigarette vapor, bringing a hint of coolness. He thought to himself, this is it. Not strong enough. Where's the promised mental corrosion? I thought it was a premium feature, but they want to even give me a free trial? 1-star review. He vaguely sensed that the absolute command system acted like an invisible firewall, blocking all negative effects. However, to maintain his mediocre F-class persona, some necessary pretense was still required. First, solve the breathing issue. Su Yang muttered as he pulled out the thick Beast Encyclopedia Beginner's Edition from his system space. This was a trophy he had obtained after defeating an academic cultist from the God-Eater sect, but he hadn't had time to examine it closely. Flipping through it quickly, he was soon drawn to an illustration of a plant. Found it. Clear spring iris, a symbiotic plant that can neutralize various toxins and filter air. It usually grows at the roots of the purple mist demon flower. Suyang glanced around. Soon, he spotted his target in a patch of purple flowers not far away. The plants were palm-sized, entirely green, and resembled orchids. He walked over, but instead of picking them directly, he extended a finger. Whoosh! A stream of clear water appeared out of thin air, precisely washing the leaves of the clear spring iris, rinsing off the toxic mud completely. Waterball spell. Next, dozens of thin, translucent cyan wind blades materialized, delicately cutting around the plant. Wind blade. A few seconds later, a perfect, ergonomically designed, fragrant, all-natural antitoxic mask was born. Suyang put it on with satisfaction, and the surrounding air instantly became fresh. Not bad craftsmanship. I could consider setting up a stall to sell ancestral screen protectors and vegetable cutting services. With the breathing issue resolved, the next step was to find a place to stay. Spending the night in this swamp. What a joke. Suyang was a man who valued quality of life. He walked to a relatively flat area of the swamp and extended his hand. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound, the black swamp in front seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible hand, automatically splitting to reveal the relatively dry black soil beneath. Earth wall technique. While others used the earth wall technique for defense, Suyang used it for demolition. A pit with a diameter of 5 meters and a depth of 10 meters quickly took shape within seconds. Then, Suyang lightly pressed against the walls and bottom of the pit. Was an earthy yellow glow, visible to the naked eye, covered the entire inner wall of the pit. The originally loose soil instantly became harder and smoother than granite. Hardening. Still not perfect. Suyang snapped his fingers. Pop, pop, pop. Hundreds of fist-sized fireballs appeared out of thin air, like miniature suns, flying around the pit and starting to dry it thoroughly. Fireball technique. The moisture quickly evaporated, and in less than a minute, a dry, sturdy, and even warm, luxurious underground shelter was perfectly completed. Suyang thought to himself, not bad, up to the standards of a premium renovation. I'll carve some patterns with wind blades later to give it more style. Satisfied, he jumped down and then used earth wall technique to seal the top, leaving only a few cleverly designed ventilation openings. Outside was the hellish swamp filled with dangers and toxic mist. Inside the shelter, however, was a warm, dry, and fresh paradise. While other talented freshmen were still busy dispersing the toxic mist, searching for safe spots, or even already fighting fierce beasts, Suyang leisurely took out a bag of chips from the system space. Crunch. Suyang thought. Sigh. If Fatty were here, he could bring me a bottle of iced cola. Life is so simple yet boring. Just as Suyang was enjoying his vacation, a disheveled figure was struggling through the swamp outside, sinking with every step. His name was Zhao Jie, possessing a D-level wind talent, considered a top figure in his city. But now his high-grade combat suit had been corroded into tatters, and his exposed skin was covered in purple-black spots. The toxic mist had muddled his mind, and hallucinations began to appear before his eyes. No, if this continues, I'll die here. The will to survive made him grit his teeth and persist. Just as his consciousness was about to fade, his peripheral vision caught sight of several barely visible ventilation holes on the ground not far away. From those holes, the air drifting out was not toxic. Zhao Jie's spirit was instantly revived, as if he had grabbed the last straw to save his life, and he crawled over desperately. He lay on the ground, pressing his face close to the ventilation holes, greedily inhaling the long-lost fresh air. Someone is down there. This discovery made him almost deliriously excited. Using the last of his strength, he shouted hoarsely, "Is anyone down there? Help! I'm Zhao Jie from the Zhao family of the Imperial City. Save me, and I will reward you greatly." His voice traveled through the ventilation holes, clearly reaching Suyang, who was eating chips. Suyang paused for a moment, thinking, someone from the Imperial City? Sounds pretty weak. Save him. Troublesome. If it's a guy, he'll disturb my rest. If it's an ugly woman, that's even worse. He initially planned to ignore it, but then he reconsidered. Wait, this could be a source of information delivered right to my door. Perfect for asking about the situation outside and seeing if there are other unlucky souls. Let us treat it like ordering takeout and listening to the delivery guy. Thinking of this, Suyong snapped his fingers. The ceiling above silently split open, revealing a gap. A rope made of hardened soil extended from the gap, precisely wrapping around Zhao Jie's waist and pulling him inside. With a thud, Zhao Jie was thrown to the ground. The joy of surviving filled him with such excitement that he stammered. Thank you. Thank you so much, classmate. You. The words stopped in his throat as he took in the scene before him. A dry, smooth floor, sleek and solid walls, a warm and comfortable temperature. This was actually built by someone in this hellish place. When his gaze fell on the young man leisurely munching on potato chips, his pupils shrank sharply. It's you. The F-grade trash who humiliated Qin Feng with cleanse on the battleship. Zhao Jie's mind went blank. How could an F-grade talent possibly live so comfortably here? This guy must have gotten lucky and obtained some powerful relic. Jealousy and greed instantly consumed his reason. Just an F-grade. No matter how strange, he's not that strong. Even though I'm in bad shape now, taking him down will be easy. If I kill him, this unbelievably safe shelter and all his secrets will be mine. Classmate, thank you so much. Zhao Jie struggled to stand, forcing a grateful smile onto his face as he stepped closer to Suyong. To repay your life-saving kindness, I've decided. His gaze suddenly turned ferocious. To send you on your way. A sharp, green wind blade instantly appeared. He slowly stood up, walked to Zhao Jie, extended 2 fingers, and gently pinched the still bone, chilling wind blade. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering echoed. The wind blade, condensed from AD-level talent and sharp enough to cut through steel, was effortlessly crushed by Suyong as if it were cheap glass. Suyong thought to himself, the hardness is average, not even as tough as my fingernails reinforced with hardening. Poor quality. Zhao Jie looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He stumbled back a few steps, collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. It was over. He had provoked a monster he absolutely couldn't afford to mess with. Classmate, I was wrong. The poisonous mist affected my judgment earlier. I didn't mean it. Zhao Jie was in tears, frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy. Please spare my life. I'm from the Zhao family in the imperial capital. Whatever compensation you want, I'll give it to you. Suyong dug at his ear with a look of disdain. Here we go, the classic begging for mercy scene. Why didn't you think of this earlier? And your apology is so half-hearted. You can't even kneel properly. Your skills are seriously lacking. He walked up to Zhao Jie, squatted down, and patted his fear-stricken face. Don't be nervous. I'm a very reasonable person. Suyong's smile, in Zhao Jie's eyes, was more terrifying than a demon from the abyss. Look, I saved your life, and yet you tried to kill me. That's not an easy debt to settle. How about this? Suyong snapped his fingers. From now until the end of the test, you're my temporary worker. Huh? Zhao Jie was stunned. Huh, what? Suyong smacked the back of his head. You're in charge of cleaning, gathering intel, and being a mobile storage unit. Any problems? No problems. Zhao Jie didn't dare argue and nodded repeatedly. As long as he could survive, he'd do anything, even be a temporary worker or a beast of burden. Suyong nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, not bad, a free laborer. My shelter could use a cleaner. I just wonder if this guy will drop a skill book. Doesn't seem likely. He looks like a total pauper. Meanwhile, in the Sky City, Central Tower, Monitoring Center, hundreds of massive screens displayed real-time footage of the simulated Abyss No. 1 ecosystem. Instructor Qitong and dozens of senior mentors were solemnly observing the performance of each new student. Zone 13, Zhang Meng, a level strength talent, performing excellently. He's already taken down 3 C-level beasts in a row. Zone 27, Liu, a level plant control, highly adaptive. She's already established a preliminary defensive perimeter. Qin Feng, Wang Teng, and Zhou Hao, those scions of noble families, have already grouped up. Their route is heading straight for the ancient ghost tree. Looks like they got their hands on a map in advance, one mentor said with a frown. Instructor Chitong snorted coldly. That's just petty cleverness. True strength doesn't rely on such things. Her gaze stopped on a screen that showed almost no activity. The screen displayed Su Yang's shelter. Because Su Yang had sealed it with earthen walls, the interior was invisible. Only a single green life signal remained stationary, unmoving. What's with this new student named Su Yang? It's been 3 hours since the test started, and he hasn't moved at all, one mentor asked, puzzled. The one whose initial rating was upgraded by a level? I watched the playback. He did seem quite clever on the battleship. Clever? I think he's just a coward, hiding in a burrow like a turtle and still hoping to pass the War Academy's test, scoffed another instructor who favored a tough approach. Instructor Akame said nothing, merely focusing intently on the unmoving little green dot. Her intuition told her that this young man was far from simple. At that moment, the main screen in the center of the hall refreshed the personal points leaderboard for the first time. First place, Qin Feng, points, 350. Second place, Wang Teng, points, 320. Third place, Zhou Hao, points, 315. 98th place, Zhao Jie, points, 0. 99th place, Su Yang, points, 0. 100th place. Sun Miao, eliminated Qin Feng's name, firmly occupied the top spot, drawing particular attention. Humph. Relying on intelligence advantages to kill a peak sea-level spectral tree demon first, hardly honorable. Nothing can be done, the rules allow it. It's also part of their family's strength. The instructors discussed among themselves, with most focusing on the names at the top of the leaderboard. No one noticed that the name in second to last place suddenly moved. Deep in the swamp, inside a shelter, Su Yang stretched lazily, feeling that the chips he had just eaten were about digested. Temp worker, he called to Zhao Jie, who was trembling in the corner. Let's go. Time to start work. Zhao Jie jolted in surprise and quickly crawled over. When Su Yang led him back into the poison-filled swamp, Zhao Jie's legs were still shaking. But what shocked him was that Su Yang casually handed him a piece of emerald green leaf, the clear spring herb previously used to make gas masks. Put it on and follow me, Su Yang ordered in a tone that left no room for argument. Zhao Jie quickly pressed the leaf to his mouth and nose, and a refreshing scent immediately dispelled the surrounding poisonous mist. He looked at Su Yang's unprotected, leisurely figure ahead, and his respect deepened. What kind of monster was this? Boss, where are we going? Zhao Jie asked cautiously. Su Yang pointed to the deepest part of the swamp, where the purple poisonous mist had almost solidified, blocking even light. To eat a buffet. Huh. Su Yang couldn't be bothered to explain further and strode forward. The deeper they went, the stronger the corrosive power of the poisonous mist became. Warning. Your vitality is being moderately corroded. Warning. Your mental strength is being severely corroded. Warning. System alerts kept ringing in Su Yang's mind. His skin began to show faint purple spots, and his vitality was visibly declining. Following behind, Zhao Jie was terrified. The boss was risking his life. Even if he could resist toxins, this kind of vitality corrosion wouldn't last long, right? But in the next moment, he witnessed something he would never understand in his lifetime. A gentle and holy white glow began to radiate from Su Yang's body. Healing spell, healing spell, healing spell. The advanced healing spells, which would be excruciating for any sea-level powerhouse, were crazily cast on Su Yang at a rate of dozens, even hundreds, per second. The purple spots that had just appeared on him vanished instantly. His rapidly declining vitality was immediately restored and even began to rise, his entire being exuding an overwhelming aura of health. Zhao Jie's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What kind of operation was this? Infinite healing spells to brute force environmental damage. Just as his worldview was collapsing, they had already reached the core area of the swamp. Here lay over a dozen massive ferocious beasts. Unable to resist the deadly poison of the core zone, they were weakened to their limits, struggling on the ground. Any one of them, in their normal state, could have easily torn Zhao Jie apart. Watch closely. This is how you enjoy a buffet. Su Yang grinned at Zhao Jie and raised his right hand. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, thousands of blazing fireballs, each the size of a fist, appeared out of thin air, forming an unstoppable torrent of steel. Fireball Gatling. Boom, 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 boom. The devastating explosions instantly engulfed the entire area. Those C-rank ferocious beasts, already on the brink of death from the poison, didn't even have time to let out a cry before being blasted into ashes. Killed C-rank swamp lurker, points plus 50. Killed C-rank decayed crocodile, points plus 60. Killed C-rank. System notifications flooded Su Yang's mind. Standing behind him, Zhao Jia was completely numb. His mouth hung open as he stared blankly at the figure surrounded by flames and holy light, like a deity descending to earth. Only one thought remained in his mind. This is how someone with an F-rank talent survives? Monitoring center. Quick, look at the leaderboard, a mentor exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. On the massive screen, a name that had been at the bottom was now skyrocketing at an astonishing speed. Rank 90, Su Yang, points, 110. Rank 73, Su Yang, points, 260. Rank 51, Su Yang, points, 430. Rank 32, Su Yang, points, 680. Rank 15, Su Yang, points, 950. In less than 5 minutes, Su Yang's points had surged from 0 to nearly 1,000, catapulting him into the top 20. The monitoring hall fell into a dead silence. All the mentors, including Qi Tong, stood up, their faces filled with shock. What is going on? How is his score increasing so fast? Quick, pull up his surveillance feed. The technicians scrambled to operate the system, and soon, the footage of Su Yang's area was displayed on the main screen. On the screen, the young man strolled leisurely through the core zone, where the poisonous mist was thickest, his body radiating a blend of holy light and flames. Wherever he passed, swathes of C-rank ferocious beasts were felled like harvested wheat, instantly reduced to charred remains. Behind him trailed a lackey carrying a bag watching this scene. As if a deity had descended, all the seasoned mentors were dumbfounded. An elderly research mentor, with white hair and the most seniority, stared at the screen, his body trembling slightly with excitement. This combat style using a large number of low-level skills, achieving uninterrupted attacks through perfect energy circulation, could it be the legendary, long-lost technique from hundreds of years ago? His voice was hoarse as he uttered 4 words, one by one. Infinite flow style. The monitoring center was eerily silent. On the main screen, Su Yang moved through the simulated abyss with an ease they had never witnessed in their lifetimes. The sacred healing light and the explosive fireball flames formed a strange, yet harmonious cycle around him. His health bar seemed perpetually full. His energy appeared to be connected to another world. Wherever he walked, not a single blade of grass survived. Infinite flow. The white-haired mentor was still muttering under his breath, his eyes filled with a crazed excitement, as if he had just seen his first love. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A strength-obsessed instructor slammed the table, his voice booming. The key to the infinite flow lies in energy self-circulation, which requires atomic-level precision in controlling one's energy. This theory only exists in ancient texts from 300 years ago and has long been proven unfeasible. How could an awakener who hasn't even reached superpower level possibly master it? His questioning voiced the doubts of everyone present. This was simply unscientific, even more unbelievable than fantasy. Silence. A cold, decisive voice with a metallic edge rang out. It was Akatome. At some point, she had stepped up to the main console, arms crossed, her crimson eyes fixed intently on the screen displaying Su Yang. She stood straight, her combat suit outlining her perfect waistline and long legs, exuding an astonishing blend of power and beauty. At this moment, the cold indifference that the famously stern and ruthless beauty instructor was known for had vanished, replaced by intense focus and excitement, like a hunter discovering a priceless treasure. Whether or not he belongs to the infinite flow, Akatome's voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the hall. All I know is that this kid named Su Yang is giving us all a live lesson. How to play creatively on the edge of the rules. Her words left all the mentors stunned. Then, as they looked back at the screen, they finally noticed something different. Indeed, Su Yang's actions, which seemed reckless at first glance, were actually incredibly clever. He specifically targeted beasts that had been weakened to the brink of death by the toxic mist, exchanging the lowest cost for the highest points. From start to finish, he hadn't even directly confronted any fully powered beasts. This wasn't combat, it was precision scavenging. At that moment, a technician urgently reported. Instructor, report. Qin Feng's team is rapidly approaching Su Yang's location in the core zone. They've activated a signal jamming device. It seems they intend to clean up the battlefield. As soon as these words were spoken, the mentor's expressions turned meaningful. Here it comes, the main event. On one side was the genius team, armed with top-tier family intelligence and equipment, brimming with confidence. On the other side was the mysterious and cunning scavenger, who treated survival like a vacation. When the two sides clashed, Akatome's lips curled into a smile of keen interest. She was very much looking forward to it. That little guy who always managed to surprise her, how would he play this time? Core zone of the swamp. Boss, someone's coming. Temporary worker Zhao Jie was digging out a somewhat valuable poison sac from the corpse of a rotting giant crocodile when his face suddenly changed. The makeshift detector on his wrist emitted a piercing alarm. 5 powerful energy signals were rapidly converging, encircling them. The leading aura burned as fiercely as a small sun. Qin Feng. Zhao Jie immediately recognized the aura, and his face turned ashen. Boss, it's Qin Feng and his team. They must have gotten our exact location through internal channels. We need to run now. He had seen Qin Feng's strength with his own eyes. There was no way they could stand against him. However, Su Yang simply wiped his hands slowly, his face showing no trace of tension. Oh, the delivery's finally here? And it's a family bucket. Not bad, not bad. Just when I was feeling a bit sleepy after a full meal, now I can have some dessert to perk me up. He glanced at the 5 menacing light dots on the detector, then swept his eyes over the swamp he had cleaned up so thoroughly, and revealed a smile that sent chills down Zhao Jie's spine. Run. Su Yang patted Zhao Jie on the shoulder, his smile radiant. Why would we run? This place is my territory now. Temp worker, go and set up those building materials we just collected, following the method I taught you. Remember, no matter what you hear or see later, don't come out. Su Yang's tone was so casual, it was as if he were instructing a butler to prepare afternoon tea. Zhao Jie, though filled with confusion and fear, no longer dared to resist Su Yang's orders. He could only steel himself, carrying a pile of sticky, foul-smelling beast materials, and disappear into the mist. Su Yang stretched lazily and walked to an open area in the center of the swamp. He extended his hands, pressing them lightly toward the ground. Well then, let the game begin. Rumble. The entire ground began to tremble slightly in an eerie manner. A few minutes later, this is the place. Qin Feng kicked aside a mutated plant blocking his path, his gaze dark and fixed on the area ahead, shrouded in thick purple mist. Behind him, his 4 teammates, all exuding powerful auras and equipped with top-tier gear, were clearly signs of elite families. The signal detection shows that kid is in there and hasn't moved at all, a scout reported. A country bumpkin relying on cheap tricks. He's probably scared stiff by the poison and hiding in a corner waiting to die, another sneered. Qin Feng's face was full of vengeful delight. The humiliation he suffered on the battleship, he would repay tenfold. Not only would he take all of Su Yang's points, but he would also break his limbs and have him eliminated like a dead dog. Everyone, activate the internal circulation breathing system. Formation Master, prepare to disperse the mist. Qin Feng ordered, his voice filled with commanding authority. Yes. The team immediately began their operations in an orderly manner. However, the moment they stepped into the core area, a sudden change occurred. The teammate at the front suddenly felt the ground give way beneath him. He let out a scream as he vanished instantly. What is going on? Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. The ground beneath them, which should have been solid, had turned into soft, muddy quicksand. It's a swamp trap. Be careful. The Formation Master, experienced and quick to react, immediately warned. Before he could finish speaking, pop. A soft sound echoed. A bullet made of highly compressed mud shot out from an extremely tricky angle, hitting the formation master square in the face, instantly sealing his vision and breathing. MMPH. MMPH. The formation master became blind in an instant, spinning around in panic. Enemy attack. Form up. Qin Feng shouted in shock and fury, flames surging from his body to illuminate the surroundings. But as the light spread, everyone gasped in horror. Around them, towering earthen walls several meters high had risen at some point. These walls crisscrossed and intertwined in a complex structure, transforming the area into a massive maze in just a few minutes. Su Yang thought to himself, "Welcome to the first level of the immersive escape room game, Baby Qin. Don't run, Knight of the Swamp Terror." Friendly reminder, this level is exclusively sponsored by the F-rank skill, Earth Wall Technique. Stop playing tricks. Qin Feng roared and threw a punch. Boom. The raging flame iron fist instantly smashed the earthen wall in front of him into pieces. But behind the wall, there was still another wall. Endless earthen walls seemed to stretch on forever. Young Master Qin, don't be impulsive. There's something wrong with this maze. The team's only female member, a perception-type support, hurriedly reminded him. At that moment, a strange coo-coo-coo sound echoed from deep within the maze. Suddenly whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of small birds, their bodies ablaze with orange flames and resembling sparrows, shot towards them from all directions. It's explosive flame sparrows. Defend quickly. Qin Feng was shocked. These were D-level ferocious beasts individually. They weren't strong, but their numbers were overwhelming, and they could self-detonate. Boom, boom, boom. The team members scrambled to raise their shields as explosions erupted around them, leaving their faces covered in dust and looking utterly disheveled. Su Yang chuckled and said, "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce them. These are remote-controlled bombs I crafted using the venom sacs of ferocious beasts and my fireball technique. I call them Flying Master Su brand gas tanks, handmade and more eco-friendly." As the wave of explosions subsided, the group barely had time to catch their breath. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to writhe violently. New earthen walls shot up as if growing out of the ground, while the previous walls slowly sank into the earth. The entire maze's structure was completely transformed before their eyes. No, impossible. The formation master, who had just wiped the mud off his face, screamed in despair. The maze is moving on its own. The structure keeps changing. There's no way to crack it. Qin Feng's heart sank. He finally realized he was facing an extremely dangerous entity. They were like flies trapped in a spider's web, while the hunter lurking in the shadows was leisurely toying with them. Come out here." Qin Feng completely lost it. He unleashed his skills in a frenzy, the flames scorching the earthen walls black, but he couldn't touch the mastermind behind it all. Just as he was about to exhaust his strength, a leisurely voice seemed to come from all directions, clearly echoing in everyone's ears. "Stop shouting. Your wailing is too noisy, it's disturbing my sleep." As punishment, the game enters the second stage. As soon as the voice fell, the surface of the maze's earthen walls suddenly became unnaturally smooth and began secreting a slimy, foul-smelling mucus. At the same time, the ground tilted slightly. Qin Feng and his team of 5 slipped and instantly lost their footing, tumbling like rolling gourds along the slanted ground and slippery walls, uncontrollably sliding toward a massive, foul-smelling mud pit at the deepest part of the maze. In the monitoring center, all the instructors stared at the screen, watching the 5 top-tier talents roll into the mud pit like bowling balls, completely stunned. Instructor Qitong silently turned around, her shoulders trembling slightly. Was she laughing? When Su Yang emerged slowly from the core of the swamp, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Who am I? Where am I? Why am I working?" The 7-day test had just ended. A gentle white light enveloped everyone. The sensation of weightlessness returned. In the next second, Su Yang was back in the grand starting hall. The hall was bustling with people, though about 1/10 fewer than when they had first arrived. Most of the surviving freshmen were in a sorry state, bearing varying degrees of injuries, their eyes filled with a mix of relief and exhaustion from narrowly escaping death. When they saw Su Yang and Zhao Jie, who followed behind him like a scolded wife, many showed disdain and contempt. Isn't that Su Yang with the F-level talent? He actually survived. Huh, look at how clean he looks. He must have found a place to hide for 7 days. Talk about dumb luck. Does a coward like him even deserve to enter the War Academy? Though these whispered remarks were not loud, they were clear enough for everyone to hear. Zhao Jie's face turned bright red, wanting to retort, but he forcibly held back under Su Yang's warning glare that said, "If you dare speak, you're done for." Su Yang thought to himself, yes, you're absolutely right. Not only did I hide, but I also decorated the place like a 5-star hotel, ate chips for 7 days, and even picked up a free helper along the way. This is true survival wisdom. You fools who only know how to fight and kill will never understand. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the chatter of these small fry and found a corner to close his eyes and rest. At that moment, Qin Feng's team was also teleported back. The 5 of them were undoubtedly the most miserable in the room. Each looked as if they'd been fished out of a cesspool, reeking of an unbearable stench, with their combat uniforms smeared with some unidentifiable sticky substance. Especially Qin Feng, his face was ashen, and his gaze was so venomous it seemed he wanted to devour someone alive. He stared fixedly at Su Yang, and if looks could kill, Su Yang would have been reduced to minced meat by now. Su Yang thought, "Oh, Qin baby is back? Looks like my specially crafted secret sauce was quite the hit. Judging by how much you're savoring it, I'll have to increase the dose next time." The atmosphere in the hall turned bizarre with the appearance of Qin Feng's team. Everyone could feel the almost tangible killing intent in the air and instinctively distanced themselves from Su Yang, as if he were some kind of bad omen. Silence. A cold female voice rang out. The figure of Instructor Akatome appeared on the high platform like a ghost. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, sweeping across the room, instantly silencing all the freshmen. The 7-day final evaluation test is now over. First of all, congratulations on surviving. But merely surviving does not mean you are qualified. Instructor Akatome's voice was cold and merciless. Next, based on your overall performance during the test, including points earned, survival skills, tactical application, environmental adaptability, and other factors, a final rating will be given. This rating will determine all the resources you can enjoy in the academy for the next year. Everyone's breathing became rapid. The climax was here. The large screen in the center of the hall flickered. A massive leaderboard appeared. Everyone immediately focused on the top of the list. First place. Second place. The names were temporarily hidden, but the point totals were clearly visible. The first place score was an astonishing 2,350 points. Holy crap! Over 2,000 points? Did they kill half the powerful monsters in the swamp? That's insane. I risked my life and barely got under 200 points. A burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Qin Feng's lips curled into a confident, cold smile. This score no one but him could possibly achieve it. In the last 2 days, he'd gone on a near-mad rampage hunting fierce beasts, pushing his points to such heights. He was determined to completely crush that useless person who only knew how to play dirty tricks. Instructor Qitong looked at the reactions below, expressionless. Now, the ratings will be announced. Sun Miao, score, 15, weak combat will, eliminated in the 3rd hour. Rating, unqualified, expelled. The cold words dropped the temperature in the hall by several degrees. Wang Ming, score, 195, average performance. Rating, C. Li Yu, score, 380, good at utilizing the environment, performed well. Rating, B. One name after another was read out, bringing joy to some and despair to others. Soon, it was Qin Feng's turn. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Qin Feng straightened his chest, his face full of pride. Qin Feng. Instructor Qitong read his name, pausing slightly. Initial rating, A. Test score, 2350, ranked first. While the crowd erupted, it was indeed him. Qin Feng's smile grew even brighter. However, Instructor Qitong's next words were like a loud slap across his face. But Qitong's tone suddenly turned icy. He maliciously used family intelligence to learn the map and monster distribution in advance. Undermining the fairness of the test during the test, he also attempted to gang up on other candidates, displaying vile behavior. After deliberation by the instructor panel, the final rating is downgraded to A. What? Qin Feng's smile froze instantly. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Ranked first in points, yet only received an A-. It was utterly humiliating. I refused to accept this. Qin Feng couldn't help but roar. I earned first place with my strength. Why give me an A-? Instructor Qitong glanced at him coldly, her gaze like that of someone watching a clown. Refused to accept? The War Academy only looks at results, not the process. Your result is failure. I failed. Who did I lose to? Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Qitong ignored his outburst and instead turned her gaze to the corner, where a quiet boy had remained motionless. Her voice, amplified by the sound system, rang clearly in everyone's ears. Su Yang. Here it comes. All eyes instantly focused on Su Yang. Initial rating, F. Test score, 1860, ranked second. Hearing this score, many were stunned. An F-rated candidate had achieved the second highest score? Qin Feng sneered disdainfully. So what if it's over 1,000 points? It's still lower than mine. A coward who only hides and burrows. How could he possibly? Before he could finish, Instructor Qitong mercilessly interrupted him. Su Yang demonstrated unimaginable tactical creativity and environmental adaptation during the test. Using the most basic skills, he completed textbook-level resource conversion and area control. He achieved the highest point efficiency with the lowest input. And Qitong's lips curled into a faint smirk. He successfully toyed with an elite A-rated squad, completely dismantling their combat capabilities. At this point, she gave Qin Feng a meaningful glance. Qin Feng's face turned pale instantly. Instructor Qitong's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable authority. Based on the above, with special approval from the War Academy's highest committee, Su Yang's final rating is. She paused, savoring the tension that gripped everyone. Then, she slowly announced a result that overturned everyone's expectations. S rating, equal to the special recruit who did not participate in this test, Xiaoning Xuan. Boom. The entire hall erupted as if it had exploded. S rank. A worthless F-rank talent actually received the legendary S-rank rating that only the prodigy Xiaoning Xuan could achieve. Has the world gone mad? I refuse. Qin Feng let out a hysterical roar, completely losing his sanity. I absolutely won't accept this result. An F rank. A mere schemer. How does he deserve an S rank? He doesn't even have the courage to face me in direct combat. His questioning echoed the sentiments of most people present. Indeed, why? Courage. Instructor Qitong laughed as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world, shaking her head. Qin Feng, you still don't understand why you lost. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. But the image on the main screen in the hall suddenly changed. It displayed the core area of the swamp, the moving maze personally designed by Su Yang, constantly shifting and evolving. On the screen, Qin Feng's team of 5 was like headless flies, being toyed with in the maze. Mud bullets splattered their faces. Remote-controlled explosive fire sparrows bombarded them. In the end, like 5 tumbling gourds, they uncontrollably rolled into a massive, foul-smelling mud pit. Every detail was broadcast in high-definition, 360-degree clarity. This was a public humiliation. A freshman couldn't help but laugh. The laughter was like a spark igniting a powder keg, instantly filling the hall with a relaxed atmosphere. Qin Feng's face turned pale beyond description, a mix of shame, anger, and hatred creating an ugly expression. He wished he could disappear into the ground. Have you seen clearly? Instructor Qitong's voice was as cold as ice, marking the end of this humiliation. War is not just a contest of strength. Intelligence is also part of one's power. Your refusal only shows that you haven't even figured out why you lost. The War Academy does not welcome fools who can't understand the reasons for their failure. After finishing, she no longer looked at Qin Feng, but turned her approving gaze to Su Yang. Su Yang, congratulations. As an S-rank reward, you will receive 100,000 initial credits and one of the Academy's highest privileges, the right to reside in the core area's Heroic Spirit Tower. Additionally, the Academy's chief mentor has specifically requested to meet you. Now follow me. Chief mentor. These 4 words caused all the freshmen, including the arrogant heirs of prestigious families, to show expressions of shock and envy. That was the pillar of the War Academy, the legendary and mysterious Supreme Existence. Countless geniuses would do anything to meet them and receive a single piece of advice. And now, this great figure was specifically seeking out a freshman with F-rank talent. Under the gaze of jealousy, awe, and fear from the crowd, Su Yang stretched lazily and sighed lightly in his heart. I wanted to keep a low profile, but my strength won't allow it. Chief Mentor? Sounds like a troublesome old man. Hopefully, they'll give me more credits otherwise. This trip will be a loss. He followed Instructor Tong, walking toward the depths of the hall, leaving the awkward scene far behind. Su Yang followed Instructor Tong through a futuristic alloy corridor. The gazes from the surrounding freshmen boiled like hot water, filled with jealousy, shock, confusion, and barely concealed fear. Su Yang thought to himself, "Tisk, these little kids are looking at me like I'm some prehistoric beast. Calm down, this is just basic operation. Sit down and listen to the lecture." He clearly heard Qin Feng's heavy breathing behind him, filled with extreme anger, along with the sound of bones creaking. Su Yang chuckled inwardly. Qin Baby's mental resilience is really poor. This is just the beginning. I've prepared plenty of family bucket packages for later. Young man, learn to enjoy life, like savoring the social death experience I've tailored for you. He walked neither hurriedly nor slowly, each step seemingly trampling on Qin Feng's fragile self-esteem. The crimson-eyed instructor ahead remained silent. Her walking posture was unique, like a graceful and agile female leopard, her back straight, every step steady, precise, and fierce. The tight black combat suit outlined her astonishing curves, especially her legs wrapped in tactical pants, exuding a sense of power. The air carried a faint scent of gunpowder mixed with a cold fragrance from her. Su Yang secretly speculated, this instructor is definitely a tough character. She walks with such authority, probably could kick a cow to death, let alone a chicken. Just not sure how fast her healing skills are. As if sensing Su Yang's gaze, Crimson Eye's steps paused slightly, but she didn't turn around. Don't use your standards for evaluating temps to assess me. Her cold voice echoed in the empty corridor. Otherwise, you'll suffer greatly. Su Yang immediately withdrew his gaze, pretending to look innocent, while inwardly complaining. Wow, such sharp perception? Got eyes on her back? But this warning sounds a bit like flirting. No, I'm a decent person. Soon, they arrived at a towering structure made of silver metal. The tower pierced the clouds, its surface shimmering with visible energy halos, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. This is the Heroic Spirit Tower, Crimson Eye introduced, her tone carrying a hint of reverence. It's the core of the War Academy and the final resting place for Federation heroes. Only top-tier students rated as S-level or those who have made significant contributions to the Federation can reside here. Living here not only grants access to the highest level of resource support, but also allows one to constantly feel the will of the heroic spirits, which greatly aids in cultivating mental strength. Su Yang looked up at the tower and nodded. Sounds impressive. To put it simply, it's a top-tier school district housing, complete with signal enhancement and experience bonuses. Pretty good, just wondering if delivery guys can reach the top floor. They took a hover elevator that moved so fast it left a faint afterimage, ascending all the way to the top floor of the tower. When the elevator doors opened, the scene before Su Yang left him stunned. It wasn't the opulent grandeur he had imagined, nor a high-tech command center. Instead, it resembled a simple and somewhat humble tea room. An old wooden table, a few straw mats, and a steaming teapot. An elderly man sat in a wheelchair by the window, quietly watching the clouds roll by. He had only one arm, the other sleeve hanging empty. His hair was white, his face marked by the passage of time, looking like a neighborly old grandpa who might be blown over by the wind at any moment. But when he slowly turned his head, Su Yang's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. What kind of eyes were those? Murky, yet seemingly holding a galaxy within. Calm, yet as if they had witnessed countless storms of blood and fire. Just one glance made Su Yang feel as though his soul had been seen through. Su Yang thought to himself, damn, this old man. He looks like he has no health or mana bars. This is definitely not an ordinary person, he's a super big boss. Instructor. Akim saluted the old man. The old man smiled and nodded, signaling her to leave. Akame gave Su Yang a deep look, said nothing, and turned to enter the elevator. In the tea room, only Su Yang and the one-armed old man remained. "Come, sit down." The old man's voice was gentle, carrying a reassuring strength. Su Yang complied, sitting on the cushion opposite him. He thought to himself, meeting the parents right at the start? No, this feels more like the ultimate interview. Better behave, well, maybe I can get more. Apply for more credits. The old man personally poured him a cup of tea, the fragrance wafting through the air. "Did you have fun in the swamp?" the old man asked with a smile. Su Yang's hand paused as he held the tea. Fun. What a clever choice of words. Reporting to the teacher, the student was merely trying to survive using his own strengths, he answered seriously. Huh. The old man chuckled, shaking his head. Your survival methods are quite unique. You almost drove that Chin family boy mad. I watched the playback. The design of that mud maze was pretty good. Su Yang was shocked. He actually knows everything, even about the mud maze. Is the Academy's surveillance this high definition? Don't be nervous. The old man seemed to see through his thoughts. I didn't call you here to blame you for messing up the test, nor to dig into your secrets. He looked at Su Yang, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Your mental strength is exceptionally powerful, far beyond what a newly awakened young person should have. But your control is very crude, the old man said, hitting the nail on the head. It's like a baby wielding a divine axe capable of splitting the heavens. While it can kill, it's ultimately just relying on instinct. Su Yang fell silent. This was the first time someone had so accurately pointed out his problem. He did indeed rely on the system's zero-consumption feature, recklessly using skills without understanding the fine control of energy. I'll ask you a question. The old man's expression turned serious. What do you think is the essence of a skill? Su Yang was completely stunned. The essence of a skill? What kind of strange question is this? A skill is just a skill, isn't it? You press the button to release it, and that's it. Like playing a game, just press QWER. Who would bother studying the principles behind the skills? Internally, he thought, this question is too hard. Isn't this supposed to be a philosophy department topic? Our combat academy just teaches us how to knock enemies down, right? He hesitated before answering. It's a tool? A tool that helps us use energy more conveniently and efficiently to achieve our goals. It was a standard answer, a safe bet. But the old man shook his head. Yes and no. He didn't give a direct answer, but said, what the War Academy teaches has never been about specific skills. Those things you can learn on your own from skill books. What we truly teach is understanding. Understanding the power you wield. Understanding the world you face. The old man looked deeply at Su Yang. Your talent is very special. It has given you a starting point far beyond ordinary people. But if your cognition doesn't keep up with your power, in the end, you will only become a slave to that power. Go. The old man pointed out the window. Under the tower, there's a monument of 10,000 laws, the foundation of the academy. Go stand there for 3 days. Come back to me when you understand the essence of skills. Su Yang stood up and bowed solemnly to the old man. This time, he was sincere. He turned and left, but his heart was in turmoil. Su Yang thought to himself, damn, this old man really knows how to talk. Just a few words, and he has got me all tangled up. Understand? The monument of 10,000 skills. Sounds so grand. Could it be he's just sending me there to stand as punishment? As Su Yang disappeared at the elevator entrance, the smile on the old man's face gradually faded. He maneuvered his wheelchair to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the young trainees below, who looked like ants. His eyes grew deep and complex. No incantations, no medium, no consumption. Instant release of a massive number of low-level skills. He stretched out his only remaining hand, gently touching the cold glass. This infinite trait, which only existed in the legendary era and was proven to be a fallacy. The old man's voice was as low as a murmur, carrying a trace of trembling he himself was unaware of. Could that forbidden legend be true? At the base of the Spirit Tower, Su Yang stood before a massive, pitch-black monument of unknown material. The monument was about 100 meters tall, its surface smooth as a mirror, yet so deep it seemed to swallow all light. This was the foundation of the War Academy, the monument of 10,000 skills. Suyong thought to himself, wow, such a huge rock. The chief mentor told me to stand here for 3 days. Maybe he's worried I want to find a spot to carve I was here? He smirked, then followed the mentor's instructions, found a clean spot in front of the monument, and sat cross-legged. What is the essence of skills? The old man's question echoed in his mind again. The essence of skills? I get it. ISNT is just a tool for if the enemy doesn't move, I move. If the enemy moves, I move chaotically. As long as I press the keys fast enough, no enemy can escape my instant kill. He closed his eyes and tried to sense the monument. A vast, immense, and complex torrent of information instantly flooded his mind. It was the heat of flames, the gentleness of flowing water, the pulse of the earth, the sharpness of wind blades. Tens of thousands of skill concepts, like a movie fast-forwarded billions of times, crazily played out in his mental world. A basic fireball technique. From the first time primitive humans drilled wood to make fire and understood the concept of heat, to the first awakened individual using mental power to manipulate fire elements, and then to countless predecessors continuously improving and simplifying it, ultimately forming a standard skill model. This entire process was imprinted within the monument of 10,000 skills. Suyong felt like his head was about to explode. Stop, stop, stop. The information is too much. My brain is about to overload. Is the old man trying to make me reinstall my system? He quickly restrained his thoughts, not daring to delve further. His sitting and zoning out appearance soon attracted the attention of passing trainees. Look, ISNT that this year SS rank freshman? S rank. I heard he has an F rank talent and only got the rating by exploiting loopholes in the test. That SM. He tricked Junior Chin Fong and the others into a mess, and then ended up falling flat himself. Everyone's talking about it. A guy who only knows how to play tricks, standing in front of the monument of 10,000 skills to comprehend it? He's south just defiling this place. The murmurs of discussion rose and fell, full of jealousy and disdain. A tall, imposing second-year trainee walked over, arms crossed, looking down at Suyong with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Hey kid, I heard you're quite the player. Suyong didn't even lift his eyelids, muttering to himself. Here we go, classic villain scene. Can't the lines be a bit fresher? Hey, kid, do you think you're acting in a gangster movie? Suyong ignored him, and the senior student's face darkened, feeling humiliated. He picked up a pebble from the ground and flicked it with his finger. Whoosh! The pebble shot through the air with a sharp sound, aiming straight for Suyong's forehead. Many people showed schadenfreude-filled smiles. But just as the pebble was about to hit Suyong, an almost invisible transparent ripple spread through the air in front of the stone tablet. Snap! The pebble collided with an invisible wall and instantly shattered into dust. The senior student let out a muffled groan, his finger feeling as if it had hit something hard, causing him to grimace in pain. The 10,000 Laws tablet comes with protective rules that forbid physical attacks. Is this your first day at the War Academy? A cold voice rang out. Everyone turned their heads to see a tall, sharp-featured young man who bore a striking resemblance to Chin Fong, but exuded a much colder and more ruthless aura. He was accompanied by several followers as he slowly approached. Senior Chin Tian. The senior student who had just acted out immediately greeted him respectfully upon seeing the newcomer. Chin Tian, a prominent figure in the second year, with an A-grade talent, a mid-level transcendent, and Chin Feng's elder brother. Everyone knew he was famously protective. Suyong had insulted his younger brother, and he would never let it slide easily. Chin Tian's gaze locked onto Suyong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, like a venomous snake. His icy stare seemed capable of freezing the air itself. Interesting. You know how to hide under the protection of the rules, Chin Tian sneered. But eventually, you'll have to come out. The humiliation my brother suffered, I will make you pay back double. He didn't make another move, but left this threatening remark before leading his group to a nearby spot, where they also sat cross-legged, clearly intent on keeping a close watch on Suyong. The surrounding students, sensing drama, stopped to watch the spectacle unfold. For a moment, a strange scene formed in front of the 10,000 Laws tablet. Suyong sat in the center, calmly cultivating, while a circle of people surrounded him, waiting for him to make a fool of himself or for the moment he stepped out so they could act. Oh, Big Brother's here? And brought an audience? Planning to live stream your first move. All right, take your time waiting. I'll sleep first. No, I'll comprehend the Tao first. The commotion outside no longer affected him in the slightest. He was completely immersed in his mental world. System, do me a favor. Ding. Host, please proceed. Filter out 99% of the useless information from the 10,000 laws tablet and only display the basic models of energy structure and law manipulation for me. Command confirmed. Optimizing and filtering information. Buzz Su Yang's mind instantly cleared. The chaotic history of skill evolution vanished, replaced by pure, fundamental energy runes. They resembled bright stars, forming the underlying code of all skills. So that's how it is. Su Yang's consciousness became unprecedentedly clear. Skills don't create energy out of thin air. They're more like a key, or perhaps a lever. Using mental power as a fulcrum to leverage the omnipresent power of laws in the universe, manifesting various abilities. So, chanting, hand seals, and magic arrays, they're all methods to make this lever more stable and precise in finding the point of force. And my absolute command system. Su Yang's breath hitched slightly. It skipped all the complex steps and directly gave me the opportunity to use leverage infinitely. Others spend 10 years honing their skills to deliver a single strike. But I can wield a rusty iron sword and unleash billions of strikes in just 1 second. Boom. At this thought, Su Yang's mental world surged with towering waves. His originally lake-like vast mental power began to frantically contract, compress, and condense around a core point. The density skyrocketed geometrically. Outside, the onlookers only saw the air around Su Yang, who was sitting cross-legged, begin to subtly distort. It was as if an invisible force was awakening within him. Playing tricks, Qin Tian sneered disdainfully. But in the next moment, his pupils shrank sharply. He saw a thread, thinner than a strand of hair by 100-fold and almost transparent, slowly extending from Su Yang's brow. The thread flexibly swirled in the air. A leaf that had just fallen from a nearby tree was gently lifted by it and slowly returned to the branch, as if it had never fallen. Effortless precision, mental power, turned into threads? A knowledgeable third-year senior exclaimed, her voice trembling with disbelief. Impossible. That's a realm only achieved by formation masters with peak mental power and ultimate self-control. How could a freshman possibly do this? The entire scene fell into dead silence. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and envy. They finally understood the true significance of an S-level rating. Su Yang slowly opened his eyes. His world was completely different now. He could see the elements flowing in the air and hear the sound of ants crawling on grass 100 meters away. His mental power was no longer an ocean, but billions of resilient threads that he could manipulate at will. If before he was watering with a flood, now he was crafting micro-sculptures. He stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and calmly swept his gaze over Qin Tian and his stunned followers. Secretly, he rejoiced, closed door training complete, divine skill mastered. Sigh, I accidentally showed off again. Really didn't he mean to? Ignoring everyone, he turned and headed toward the top floor of the Spirit Tower. The chief mentor was still waiting for his answer. At the moment he turned, the heavy clouds above the War Academy were torn apart by a blazing beam of light. A silver-white private starship slowly descended, its elegant shape resembling a swan. At the bow, a tall, cold figure leaned against the railing, overlooking the massive academy. She had returned. Spirit Tower, top floor tea room. Su Yang pushed the door open once again. The one-armed old man was still sitting in his wheelchair by the window, as if time had never changed. But this time, the old man wasn't gazing at the clouds outside. Instead, his starry eyes were fixed on Su Yang. Have you figured it out? The old man's voice was still gentle, but carried a trace of barely perceptible anticipation. Su Yang cursed inwardly. Figured out what? Figured out that you made me stand for 3 days and almost fried my CPU? I know the answer. I'll give you the standard one right away. He respectfully walked up to the old man and bowed slightly. Mentor, I understand now. The essence of skills is not a tool, but a key. The old man's cloudy eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and he gestured for Su Yang to continue with interest. Su Yang organized his thoughts and began to speak slowly. Our power is like the fulcrum to move the earth, and skills are the sufficiently long lever. It allows us to leverage the omnipresent power of rules in the world with minimal effort, unleashing incredible might. So, the strength of power not only depends on how stable the fulcrum is, but also on our understanding and skill in using this lever. Su Yang thought to himself, "How about that, old man? Is this answer standard enough?" I followed the model answer to the letter. The tea room fell into a long silence, broken only by the sound of boiling water in the teapot. After a long while, the old man's wrinkled face finally broke into a smile. In that smile, there was relief, approval, and a surprising sense of joy. "Good, very good." The old man said "good" twice, his voice filled with genuine delight. "In 100 years, you are the first newcomer to grasp this principle in less than a day." Su Yang was taken aback. "A day? Old man, you might be mistaken. I used the system's information filtering plugin and figured it out in just an hour. Forget it. If you say a few days, then a few days it is. Your happiness is what matters most." The old man maneuvered his wheelchair to Su Yang's side, extending his only remaining hand to gently pat Su Yang's shoulder. "Your path is unique. The standard courses at the War Academy won't be of much use to you." Su Yang's eyes lit up. "Oh, does this mean I'll get special treatment? No classes? I like the sound of that. Rote learning will only limit your imagination, and imagination is your greatest weapon." The old man fixed Su Yang with a solemn gaze. "So, I've decided to give you a gift." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man lightly touched Su Yang's forehead with his index finger. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling light. Su Yang only felt a cool sensation at his brow. In the next moment, an indescribably vast torrent of information surged into his mind like a galaxy pouring down. This wasn't knowledge, nor was it a cultivation technique. It was pure combat experience. It was the distilled battle instincts of a powerful warrior who had walked through countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, surviving innumerable life and death struggles. How to predict an opponent's moves. How to position oneself. How to spot that fleeting flaw in an enemy's attack the moment they strike. How to deliver the most efficient and lethal blow with the least effort. These experiences played out in his mind like countless fragmented scenes of light and shadow. Su Yang saw the old man calmly and effortlessly slaying enemy commanders amidst an overwhelming tide of beasts. He also saw him evade a space-tearing fatal attack from an equally powerful opponent with just a simple sidestep. Su Yang cursed inwardly. "Holy crap. This isn't a gift, this is a Gundam pilot manual with the full DLC package. And it's an official, bug-free version. Old man, you're too generous." It was unclear how much time had passed before the old man slowly withdrew his finger, his face looking slightly pale. "This imprint contains some of my combat insights. How much you can absorb depends on your luck." Su Yang opened his eyes and bowed deeply to the old man. This bow was more sincere than any he had ever made before. This gift was more precious than any divine artifact or cultivation technique. It made up for Su Yang's greatest weakness, lack of real combat experience. From today onward, the Academy's higher dimensional training ground will be permanently open to you. The old man dropped another bombshell. Su Yang fell into deep thought. Higher dimensional training ground. Just hearing the name sounds impressive. Is it one of those VIP exclusive maps where spending money makes you stronger? There, you can simulate all battle environments and enemies you can imagine. It's the best place to hone your skills and turn experience into strength. However, the old man's tone shifted. "Su Yang, here it comes, the classic however. I knew there's no such thing as a free lunch. This privilege comes at a price." The old man's expression turned serious. "On the last day of each month, I will personally assign you an S-level difficulty task. If you fail to complete it, the privilege will be revoked. Do you accept?" Student accepts. Su Yang agreed without hesitation. "Are you kidding? Challenges bring growth, and pressure creates motivation. Besides, tasks often mean rewards." Su Yang thought to himself, an S-level task sounds great. Lots of experience, high drop rates, and maybe even rare materials. This time, I'm definitely hitting the jackpot. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead, your new life is just beginning. When Su Yang walked out of the spirit tower, the sky was nearing dusk. In front of the monument of 10,000 laws, Qin Tian and his followers had long disappeared. They probably saw him enter the top floor of the spirit tower, but didn't see him come down for a long time. Realized waiting was pointless, and left. Su Yang stretched lazily, feeling incredibly refreshed. His mental strength had leveled up. He received a throne-level combat experience package and unlocked an exclusive leveling map. This wave was definitely a win. Su Yang thought, next, I'll head to the training ground to enjoy the feeling of my new cheat. Then I'll go to the cafeteria for a good meal to celebrate. Perfect. But after taking a few steps, he stopped. Not far away in the sky, a silver-white private starship hovered, its sleek lines resembling a work of art. The design and paint job clearly screamed wealth. A beam of light projected from the starship, landing on the ground. As the light dispersed, a tall, cold, and stunning figure appeared. She was dressed in a perfectly tailored pure white combat suit that accentuated her curves. Her silver hair shimmered like flowing moonlight under the setting sun. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her features were so exquisite they seemed like the work of a deity, though her face carried an icy sense of detachment. Especially those ice-blue eyes, clear yet indifferent, as if nothing in this world could move her. She was Xia Ningxuang, another S-level talent among this year's freshmen, and the cherished jewel of the Xia Financial Group. As soon as she appeared, the square beneath the spirit tower fell silent. Countless gazes focused on her, filled with awe, admiration, and a sense of inferiority. Su Yang muttered to himself, wow, this entrance effect is worth at least 8 sets of 888, right? Is this the legendary daughter of heaven? Sure enough, beautiful people even make the air smell fragrant. It seems to have a hint of coldness. Xia Ningxuang was used to the attention and showed no reaction. She stood quietly, becoming a unique scene, completely distinct from the surrounding noise. Her gaze swept across the square, as if searching for something. Finally, those ice-blue eyes locked onto Su Yang with precision. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone thought she would, as usual, ignore the crowd and leave directly. But unexpectedly, the icy expression on Xia Ningxuang's face softened slightly, and the corners of her lips lifted into a faint smile. Though fleeting, it was enough to outshine the setting sun. She actually smiled at that F-level talent Su Yang. Seeing this scene, the boy's heart shattered. Su Yang was stunned as well. Why is she smiling at me? Could it be that I'm so handsome I can melt an ice mountain? No, I get it. She must want to greet me, a fellow S-level big shot, and build a good relationship. Yes, that must be it. Xia Ningxuang walked gracefully towards Su Yang. Just then, a figure filled with anger, accompanied by 7 or 8 followers, rushed over from another direction and rudely blocked the two of them. It was none other than Qin Tian, who had just left. Su Yang. Qin Tian's voice seemed squeezed out from between his teeth, full of resentment and coldness. Comfortable hiding in the spirit tower, huh? Now, you're no longer protected by the rules. His followers spread out, forming a circle and surrounding Su Yang and the approaching Xia Ningxuang. The atmosphere instantly became tense to the extreme. Xia Ningxuang frowned slightly, her ice-blue eyes flashing with a hint of displeasure. Su Yang sighed, his face full of what a hassle. Ugh, can't I just quietly go have a meal? I just left the beginner's village and already ran into elite mobs blocking the way. This game experience is way too realistic. Qin Tian's voice pierced the eardrums like icy needles. His 7 or 8 followers exuded a menacing aura, clearly seasoned second-year students, maliciously cutting off all of Su Yang's escape routes. The air seemed to drop a few degrees. The surrounding freshmen watching the commotion didn't dare make a sound. This was Qin Tian, a prominent figure among second years. His strength was a whole major realm higher than Su Yang, who had just enrolled. Su Yang was doomed. That was the thought in everyone's mind. Su Yang sighed helplessly. Ugh, just left the beginner's village and already ran into a group of elite mobs targeting me, and they're all named once. Is the game developer targeting me? Can I at least go to the cafeteria for a hot meal first? He was about to speak, ready to throw out some classic taunts like, Want your little brother's exclusive secret recipe? I can give you a 20% discount to provoke the other party. However, suddenly, an aura even colder and purer than Qin Tian's erupted without warning, spreading rapidly. Standing beside Su Yang, Xia Ningxuang moved. She didn't even glance at Qin Tian, simply taking a light step forward. Just that one simple step. Crack. Centered on her step, a layer of visible frost spread out like a spider web, covering the ground beneath Qin Tian and all his followers with a thin layer of ice. In the air, tiny snowflakes began to drift. The temperature of the entire square instantly dropped by at least 10 degrees. The followers felt a chill rush from their feet straight to their heads, their internal energy circulation slowing down. One by one, they stared in terror at this woman who was both breathtakingly beautiful and overwhelmingly powerful. Xia Ningxuang's ice-blue eyes finally lifted slowly, fixing on Qin Tian's face. Her voice was as cold as thousand-year-old ice striking jade, devoid of any emotion. "You dare touch my man?" Boom. These 6 words exploded like a bomb in the minds of all the onlookers. My man! My man! Countless boys felt as if their hearts had been gripped by an invisible hand, then smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. That was Xia Ningxuang. Since enrolling, she had never shown a good face to any boy, always aloof and untouchable, like an ice queen Xia Ningxuang. Yet she actually said that this talent, which only belonged to F-ranked Su Yang, was hers. This news was so shocking that it nearly blew everyone's minds. Qin Tian's expression instantly turned extremely grim. He glanced at Xia Ningxuang with apprehension. Being of the same S-level talent, he naturally understood Xia Ningxuang's terrifying prowess. This woman was truly a favored daughter of heaven, with an ice talent at S-level, capable of easily defeating opponents far above her level. But Qin Tian was not someone to be trifled with either. Moreover, he represented the honor of the Qin family. "Xia Ningxuang, I respect you as a member of the Xia family and don't want to be your enemy," Qin Tian said coldly, suppressing the anger in his heart. "But this is a personal grudge between me and this worthless trash. He humiliated my younger brother first, and as his elder brother, it's only natural for me to confront him. You'd better not interfere." Xia Ningxuang's stunningly beautiful face remained expressionless. She simply extended her slender hand, and a long sword, entirely formed of ice crystals and exuding a terrifying chill, slowly materialized in her palm. Her stance was already crystal clear. Su Yang inwardly marveled. Wow, this protective, no, husband-protecting stance deserves full marks. Both beautiful and cool, I absolutely love it. Though this ice effect seems a bit power-draining, feels like the surrounding heating has frozen to a halt. He could sense that Xia Ningxuang was not joking. The power contained in that ice sword was enough to pose a fatal threat to Qin Tian. A fierce battle seemed imminent. Private duels in the academy are a serious offense, Qin Tian growled, his expression fierce but his voice tinged with fear, unwilling to make the first move. However, the War Academy encourages resolving conflicts through official channels. His tone shifted, and he glared venomously at Su Yang. "Kid, if you have any shred of manliness, don't hide behind a woman. I, Qin Tian, challenge you to a resource duel, betting all academic credits and resources for the next month. Do you dare accept? Resource duel?" The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. This was the official method for resolving personal disputes in the War Academy. Once a challenge was issued, unless there was a significant disparity in strength, the challenge party could not refuse. The stakes were usually academic credits and resources. Qin Tian was at the extraordinary mid-tier, while Su Yang had just awakened clearly a one-sided crushing defeat. "Su Yang, don't agree to it." Xia Ningxuang furrowed her delicate brows, intending to help Su Yang refuse. However, a warm hand gently pressed down on her raised arm. It was Su Yang. He gave Xia Ningxuang a reassuring smile. Xia Ningxuang was stunned. She saw no trace of nervousness or fear in Su Yang's eyes, only a familiar, confident calmness that seemed to have everything under control. It was reminiscent of the mysterious figure who had single-handedly outmaneuvered all the geniuses in that complex swamp maze. For some reason, she lowered her hand, letting the ice sword dissipate. Su Yang stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xia Ningxuang, shielding her behind him. This subtle gesture caused a faint ripple in Xia Ningxuang's ice-blue eyes. A challenge? Sure. Su Yang looked at Qin Tian, his face adorned with an innocent smile. Qin Tian's lips curled into a cruel grin. Idiot, you took the bait. But Su Yang's tone shifted as he lazily scratched his ear. The stakes are too small. It's meaningless. Meaningless. Everyone froze. A month's worth of resources and credits, those stakes are still too small? Qin Tian frowned and asked coldly. Then what do you want? Su Yang extended a finger and shook it. If we're going to play, let's play big. His gaze swept across the crowd, his voice not loud, but clear to everyone. I, Su Yang, will wager all the privileges of my S-level rating, every benefit I have at the War Academy for the next 4 years, including but not limited to housing rights in the Spirit Tower, permanent access to the high-dimensional training grounds, monthly S-level resource allocations, and the attention of the chief mentor. With every word he spoke, the faces of the onlookers grew darker. When he finished, the entire square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at Su Yang as if he were insane, wagering all the privileges of an S-level rating. This was madness. Those privileges were things countless geniuses fought tooth and nail for, and he was putting them up as a bet. Qin Tian's heartbeat quickened, completely shaken by the sudden, enormous temptation. All the privileges of S-level. If he could win them, his future at the academy would be bright. He might even seize the opportunity to leap to a level. You? Qin Tian's breathing grew rapid. Are you serious? Of course. Su Yang shrugged, smiling with ease. Now here's the problem. He looked at Qin Tian, his gaze suddenly sharp, like a blade piercing straight into the other's heart. I've wagered all my wealth. You, Qin Tian, do you dare to wager yours? Su Yang's casual question was like a heavy bomb dropped into a calm lake. No, it was more like a nuclear bomb. You, Qin Tian, do you dare to wager yours? The Spirit Tower square was so silent you could hear a heartbeat. Qin Tian's face turned bright red. His breathing was rapid, his chest heaving violently, as he stared fixedly at Su Yang's calm and composed face. Wager everything he had. What did he have? The resources brought by his A-level talent? The status of being the young master of the Qin family? The various benefits for the next 4 years? Compared to the entirety of an S-level rating's privileges, it was laughable. What did he have to offer? Did he even qualify? Su Yang's move wasn't a gamble, it was the most humiliating way to tell him. Everything you have is worthless in my eyes. You're talking nonsense. Qin Tian squeezed the words out through gritted teeth. The lackeys behind him exchanged glances, their arrogance completely gone. Su Yang laughed. He extended a finger and waved it in front of Qin Tian. No, 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 the rules must be fair. Since it's a wager, it has to be fair. I'm betting my S-level privileges, so naturally, you have to put up something of equal value. Su Yang's gaze swept over Qin Tian, then over the group behind him, finally landing on the faces of the surrounding onlookers. His voice suddenly rose. Of course, if you can't come up with it alone, you can form a group. You, along with your brother Qin Feng, those 7 or 8 useless followers behind you, and even everyone who looks down on me and thinks my F-level talent doesn't deserve an S-level rating. All of you can join forces, pool together all your benefits for the next 4 years, and wager them against me. I, Su Yang, alone, accept the challenge. Boom. The crowd erupted completely. A madman. This was absolutely a complete madman. Not only was he betting against Qin Tian, but he was also challenging everyone who doubted him. How arrogant. How audacious. Qin Tian's face turned alternately green and white, realizing he was in a dilemma. If he left in disgrace today, he would become the laughingstock of the entire War Academy. Fine. Very well. Qin Tian laughed in anger, his eyes filled with resentment. Su Yang, I'll remember you. For this resource challenge match, I, Qin Tian, wager all the rights of the Qin family and myself in the academy for the next 4 years. The academy's AI will serve as the witness. 3 days from now, we'll meet at the life and death platform. After speaking, he didn't spare Su Yang another glance. With a group of followers whose faces were equally grim, he squeezed through the crowd in embarrassment and quickly left. Suyong thought to himself, young people are so impulsive. Such a big wager. And he didn't even bring more people in. Truly short-sighted. At the center of the commotion, Suyong clapped his hands as if nothing had happened. He turned to look at Xia Ningxuang, who had been frowning the whole time, and flashed a bright smile. "Senior, thank you for earlier. Come on, let me treat you to a meal to celebrate the massive fortune I'm about to win." Xia Ningxuang looked at him, her ice blue eyes filled with complex emotions. There was worry, doubt, but more than anything, a curiosity she herself hadn't realized. Was this man truly fearless, or had he already gone mad? As Su Yang and Xia Ningxuang walked side by side toward the cafeteria, drawing countless stares along the way, they were unaware that the moment Qin Tian had made his harsh declaration, the War Academy's internal student forum had already exploded. Breaking news. F-rank freshman Su Yang bets his entire S-rank fortune to challenge second-year legend Qin Tian. Within 3 minutes, the post shot to the top of the trending list, with a glaring hot tag beside it. The comment section refreshed at an astonishing speed. "Holy crap, I just got back from the Spirit Tower, and I swear everything the OP said is true." The scene was more dramatic than an annual blockbuster. An F-rank freshman daring to challenge Qin Tian and the forces behind him? And wagering an S-rank evaluation? Is this guy incredibly lucky, or just bored with life and looking for thrills? An F-rank taking on a mid-tier transcendent? This isn't just a regular challenge, it's outright asking for trouble. I heard Su Yang got his S rank in the entrance test through clever tricks. Sure, he is smart, but what about actual combat? What is he going to use to fight Qin Tian? His mouth. The comment above is savage. But I love it, haha. Public opinion was almost entirely against Su Yang. At that moment, the Academy issued an official announcement, intensifying the storm. Official betting announcement on the Resource Challenge match between students Su Yang and Qin Tian. The announcement was simple. The Academy had opened credit betting for the match. The odds made everyone gasp. Su Yang wins, 1 to 50. Qin Tian wins, 1 to 1.01. These odds were downright insulting. The Academy's stance was clear. Su Yang's chances of winning were almost zero. 1 to 50? Are they crazy? The Academy is practically giving away money. Even if it's just a 1% return, it's a guaranteed profit. I've already bet this month's living expenses on Qin Tian. Thank you, Junior Su Yang, for the free benefits. Bet on Qin Tian. Although I don't like his smug face, going against the credits is like going against myself. Is anyone daring enough to bet against Su Yang? Bet 100 credits, and if you win, you'll achieve financial freedom instantly. Stop dreaming. Betting on Su Yang is like throwing money into a ditch, it won't even make a sound. The entire forum turned into a carnival. 99.9% of people bet on Qin Tian. Su Yang's betting section was completely empty. At this moment, a Gold V certified account Qin Tian personally spoke up. Qin Tian said, "Thank you all for your support. I have no interest in making things difficult for a junior, but since he provoked me, as a senior, I must teach him the basic rules of the War Academy. Here, talent and level are the foundation of everything. In 3 days, I'll make him understand." His words immediately garnered strong support from the upperclassmen. Senior Qin Tian is absolutely right. It's time to show these arrogant freshmen their place. Support the senior. Let him know this isn't a place where clever tricks can get you by. Public opinion surged like a flood, pressing down on Su Yang. In the cafeteria, Su Yang was happily eating his third bowl of braised pork, completely ignoring the storm outside. He secretly admired. The War Academy cafeteria is amazing. The braised pork is fatty but not greasy, melts in your mouth, and tastes far better than anything outside. When I win all of Qin Tian's assets, I'll come here every day. Eating 8 meals a day won't be too much. Sitting across from him, Xia Ningxuang had no appetite. Her slender, fair fingers quickly swiped across the smart brain screen, reading the forum posts. The more she read, the tighter her brows furrowed. Especially when she saw the 150 odds, a flash of anger appeared in her icy blue eyes. This was an insult. She looked up at Su Yang, who was devouring his food, and finally spoke. Aren't you even a little worried? Su Yang looked up, still chewing on his food, and mumbled, worried about what? That the cafeteria auntie won't give me a fourth bowl. I'm talking about the match. Xiaoning Shuang was so angry she couldn't speak. This guy was way too bold. Oh, that. Su Yang quickly finished his meal, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and opened his smart brain, directly entering the betting interface. Xia Ningxuang watched in shock as he found his own name and entered a number. He bet all the 10,000 credits he had received upon enrollment on himself to win. After doing this, he looked up at the stunned Xia Ningxuang and smiled. Worrying is useless. Might as well earn some extra cash. 150 odds, such a great opportunity. Not taking it would be foolish. Xia Ningxuang's heartbeat inexplicably sped up. Looking at Su Yang's clear and confident eyes, she suddenly found the forum's pessimistic voices laughable. After a moment of silence, she also opened her betting interface. Ding! Student Xia Ningxuang, bet on Su Yang wins. Amount, 100,000 credits. After completing this, she put away her smart brain and said to Su Yang, Qin Tian is narrow-minded, vengeful, and ruthless. He definitely won't let you in easily. Be careful of his dirty tricks. Su Yang was secretly delighted. Wow, the rich lady bets 100,000 just like that. Awesome. I have to repay her well this time. Take her along to make a fortune. On the surface, he maintained a relaxed demeanor. Whatever comes, I'll deal with it. Nothing to be afraid of. Satisfied and full, Su Yang stood up. This meal is on me. When I win, I'll take you to eat at the most expensive place in town. Where are you going now? Xia Ningxuang asked instinctively that Su Yang stretched lazily, the sunset casting his shadow long and thin. Without turning back, he casually waved his hand and walked toward a secluded area deep within the academy. Heading to a good place. Sharpening the knife for 3 days, ready to slaughter the pig. His figure disappeared into the entrance of the high-dimensional training ground. Xia Ningxuang stared at his back, silently took out her communicator, and dialed a number. Help me check what Qin Tian has been buying on the black market recently. The high-dimensional training ground. This was a sacred site built at great expense by the War Academy, hidden 1,000 meters underground beneath the main campus. Su Yang swiped his student card, and the massive alloy doors silently opened, revealing a pure white, boundless space. Welcome, S-level authorized user, student Su Yang. First-time entry. Would you like a beginner's guide? The cold, mechanical, synthesized voice echoed through the space. Su Yang muttered to himself, this service is pretty thorough. But forget the beginner's guide, I always skip tutorials and dive straight into the action. Skip the guide. Enter custom training mode. Command confirmed. Please set the training environment, enemy type, and difficulty level. Su Yang thought for a moment, but didn't rush to create enemies. What he wanted most was to understand the mysterious new abilities of his transformed mental power, now resembling threads. Environment setting, gentle breeze. Environment generating. As soon as the words fell, soft currents of air appeared in the pure white space, swirling playfully like mischievous little sprites. Su Yang slowly closed his eyes. The next second, his brow twitched slightly, and the transformed mental power, like countless invisible threads, spread outward from him in all directions. His perception instantly altered the entire world. No longer relying on vision, hearing, or touch, it became a higher-level, omniscient perspective akin to 3D modeling. He could clearly touch the trajectory of every breeze's flow, sense the minute shifts caused by their collisions, and even distinguish which current was 0.01 degrees warmer. This precise control over energy intoxicated him. Su Yang thought, amazing, absolutely amazing. Before, my perception was like a Nokia camera, now it's upgraded to a Hubble telescope. If I use this for, I bet I could develop plenty of functions beneficial to both body and mind. After getting accustomed to this new perception mode, Su Yang began experimenting with new possibilities. He wanted to test whether these mental power threads could serve as casting conduits. Enemy setting. F-level target, stationary, 100 meters away. A data dummy instantly appeared 100 meters away. Su Yang extended a finger, and an extremely fine thread of mental power stretched from his fingertip, precisely connecting to the target. Then he focused his thoughts. Fireball spell. Logically, the fire elemental energy should flow along the thread like an electric current, instantly reaching the target and exploding. Instead, poof, a faint sound. The mental power thread evaporated instantly, like a plastic wire scorched red by heat, as soon as the fire elemental energy surged through it. The target 100 meters away remained completely unharmed. Su-Yang froze. He thought to himself, did I mess up? My network cable can't handle this much traffic? The service provider is ripping me off. Unwilling to give up, he tried several more times. Without exception, whether it was the fireball spell, wind blade spell, or even the gentle water ball spell, as soon as the skill's energy was injected, the thread immediately collapsed. It was too thin to withstand the energy impact during skill formation. So that's how it is. Su-Yang stroked his chin. Instead of feeling discouraged, his eyes grew even brighter. He thought to himself, I understand now. These threads of mental power aren't like network cables or oil pipelines. Their correct usage should be needle and thread. If I can't directly release a skill, why not use them to weave a skill? A bold idea emerged in his mind. He reached out again. This time, he didn't try to pour the entire energy of fireball technique in one go. Instead, he divided the energy required for one fireball technique into hundreds of portions. Then, carefully using the threads of mental power to guide them, he condensed a miniature fireball, no larger than a grain of rice, less than a centimeter in front of his palm. This required an extremely precise control of mental power. For anyone else, even the most top-tier mentors, it would be utterly impossible. But Su-Yang succeeded, because his system was absolute command. Zero delay, zero consumption, zero preparation time. This meant he could perform intricate operations infinitely without worrying about mental power depletion or penalties for failure. A miniature fireball the size of a grain of rice success. Su-Yang's gaze sharpened as the second thread, the third thread, and up to the 100th thread of mental power extended simultaneously. In front of his palm, over 100 miniature fireballs, as if imbued with life, floated in the air, emitting faint heat. Next came the most critical step. Weave, Su-Yang commanded softly. The hundreds of threads of mental power began to shuttle, intertwine, and connect with complex and precise trajectories. They were like the threads in a weaver's hands, linking the miniature fireballs one by one. Finally, they formed a chain made of flames, yet extraordinarily flexible. A chain. This flaming chain was about 2 meters long, entirely crimson, and floated quietly in front of Su-Yang. It was no longer the violent energy cluster of fireball technique, but resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, exuding a restrained yet lethal beauty. Su-Yang looked at his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. Success. Before, I was just throwing grenades. Now, I've leveled up to playing with chainswords. Never mind the damage for now. The style points are off the charts. With a thought, the flaming chain came alive, silently slicing through the air. Its speed far exceeded that of an ordinary fireball technique. 100 meters away, it reached its target almost instantly. Just as it was about to hit the target, a mischievous smile appeared on Su-Yang's lips. Disperse. Boom. The chain, composed of over 100 miniature fireballs, suddenly disintegrated in front of the target. It reverted into over 100 individual fireballs. They surged toward the unfortunate target from all directions, completely engulfing it. Boom, 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 boom. A series of dense explosions echoed through the pure white space. When the flames subsided, the F-grade target had been obliterated, leaving not even a trace of data. Target destruction, 100%. Attack mode assessment, multi-point, wide area, instantaneous burst. Comprehensive evaluation, far exceeds the power limit of F-grade skills. Even the mechanical notification sounded slightly stuttered. A flash of inspiration struck Su-Yang's mind like lightning. Holy crap, I think I've just opened the door to a whole new world. Isn't this skill programming? In the past, using skills was like using software he could only use the functions designed by the developers. For example, fireball technique. Press a button, and it throws a fireball. Now, with the mental power threads as his hands, it seemed he could bypass the software entirely and start manipulating the hardware directly. He could break down a skill, deconstruct it, and then reassemble it according to his own ideas. If Fireball could turn into a chain of flames, could it also become a fire net, a firewall, or even a flaming Gatling gun? And what about Windblade? Could it be woven into an endless storm? And Earthwall? Could it be used to instantly construct a maze, like stacking building blocks? Countless crazy new ideas flooded Su Yang's mind. I'm rich. This time, I'm really rich. That fool Qin Tian still thinks I'm just a rookie who can only throw F-level skills. 3 days from now, I'll show him what true code power looks like. He could almost imagine Qin Tian's expression when he whipped a healing chain across his face, hitting him while simultaneously healing him a torment and humiliation of the highest order. As Su Yang was immersed in his anticipation of a bright and torturous future, he was unaware that, in the central AI control room of the high-dimensional training ground, a piercing red alarm had suddenly gone off. Alert! Unanalyzable training data detected. Student, Su Yang. Authorization level, S. Training content. Reconstruction of the underlying energy structure of F-level skill, Fireball. Reconstruction success rate, 100%. Mental power control precision exceeds theoretical threshold by 975%. Data analysis. This operational mode has touched upon the realm of law interference. Risk assessment, extremely high. This student may have mastered an unprecedented skill system. Action plan. Data has been sealed and classified as alpha-level top secret. Reporting immediately. A highly encrypted data stream silently passed through layer upon layer of firewalls, reaching the top of the heroic spirit tower. An elderly man, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. A light screen appeared out of thin air before him, replaying Su Yang's process of weaving the flame chain at 100 times slower speed. The old man gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly. In his cloudy eyes, a storm was brewing. Using mental power as the needle and the elements of the world as the thread. This is the embryonic form of the legendary law creation from the mythical era. In the high-dimensional training ground, within the pure white space, Su Yang sat cross-legged, his entire being brimming with excitement as if on a stimulant. Skill programming. This is practically opening the door to a whole new world for a tech geek like me. Qin Tian's annoying face no longer occupied his mind. The Qin Tian before him was nothing more than a guinea pig on the path of his grand experiments, a test subject for his new skills performance. Sorry, buddy, you're the one jumping around the most, so you'll have to bear the brunt. For science, for progress, and for my early financial freedom, this hardship can only fall on you. His thoughts were exceptionally clear. Since Fireball could be deconstructed and reassembled, theoretically, so could other skills. But what he lacked now wasn't some earth-shattering offensive technique. Fireball Gatling was already powerful enough, too powerful, in fact, to the point of being wasteful. What he needed most now was defense. A system that could free his hands during intense combat. What I want to create isn't some clunky turtle shell defense. What I want is full body coverage, reactive armor. No, it has to be more powerful, a battle suit with autonomous consciousness. A crazy idea took shape in his mind. He acted immediately. System, infinitely miniaturize and disassemble the F-level skill, hardening. Su Yang issued the first command. Buzz. Using his mental power to perceive, the energy structure diagram of the hardening skill instantly deconstructed into countless basic energy runes. He aimed to extract the core functional module absolute hardness. It was like dismantling a car into parts, leaving only the engine. This process demanded extremely high mental power consumption and control. For Su Yang, however, it was effortless. The next second, a dust-sized energy module, glowing faintly with an earthy yellow light, appeared before him. Success. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Step 1 complete. Next, copy and paste. Instantly, thousands of identical, hardening modules surrounded him like stars. Then came step 2. Disassemble the C-level skill, healing. Extract the repair module. Disassemble the F-level skill, Windblade. Extract the sharp cutting module. Soon, 3 dust-sized skill modules of different colors floated before him. Earthy yellow, hardening, emerald green, healing, and cyan, windblade. They resembled the most basic electronic components. Suyong thought to himself, hardware is done. Now for the most critical part, writing code to link them together. He took a deep breath, and billions of threads of mental power burst forth from the center of his brow. These invisible threads were his neural links. One thread connected to a hardening module, another connected to a healing module, yet another connected to a windblade module. Then, using his body as a blueprint, he began the most intricate weaving process. He layered the three modules in a structure of outer layer hardening, middle layer windblade, inner layer healing, stitching them onto the energy field covering his body's surface layer by layer. This process was billions of times more complex than embroidering a massive tapestry. Every inch of skin, every pore, had to be covered by this invisible system. Sweat began to bead on Suyong's forehead. His face turned pale. Although the absolute command system exempted him from mental power consumption, this high-intensity creation drained his spirit immensely. He couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, feels like my CPU is about to fry." Was Steve Jobs this exhausted when he launched the first iPhone? Time ticked by second. Finally, at the moment the last mental thread linked the final module, was a set of invisible yet tangible armor was fully formed. Suyong slowly stood up, stretched his muscles, and felt no different from before. But in his omniscient perspective, his body surface was covered with countless flickering light points, forming a dazzling energy network like a galaxy. All right, let's test the performance. Suyong focused his thoughts. Enemy setup, energy machine gun, F-level intensity, continuous fire. In front of the training ground, a futuristic energy machine gun appeared out of thin air, its dark barrel aimed at Suyong. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The next second, a torrential downpour of energy bullets rained down on him. Suyong stood motionless, neither dodging nor evading, even casually picking at his ear. What happened next was shocking. At the moment when those energy bullets were about to hit his body, a palm-sized, incredibly hard, earth-yellow light shield suddenly appeared at the corresponding positions on his body surface. Ding-ding-dang-ding. All the energy bullets were precisely deflected by this fleeting light shield, not even touching his clothes. And this was just the beginning. Suyong thought to himself, just taking hits without fighting back? That's not my style. Counterattack module activate. As soon as he finished speaking, every energy bullet deflected by the light shield activated a cyan miniature wind blade in midair. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless tiny wind blades reflected back at the energy machine gun at an even faster speed. Accompanied by a piercing cutting sound, the machine gun, made of high-strength alloy, was instantly sliced into hundreds and thousands of fragments. Defense turned into offense. The actions were incredibly smooth, completed fully automatically. Suyong didn't even move a finger. Holy crap, this is amazing. Isn't this the legendary, "You dare hit me once, and my gear will not only reflect the damage but also self-repair, leaving you completely helpless?" But before he could celebrate for a few seconds, a strong sense of weakness suddenly surged over him like a tsunami. He felt as if his mental energy was a dam that had been punctured, draining at a terrifying speed. No way. Suyong's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly deactivated the armor system. Only then did the feeling of weakness gradually fade. Upon checking, he found that just 10 seconds of testing had consumed nearly 30% of his mental energy. Oh my God, this armor system is indeed powerful, but its endurance is way too poor. It's like one of those charge for 5 hours, talk for 5 minutes crappy phones. At this rate of consumption, he could last at most 10 minutes. 10 minutes might be enough to deal with Qin Tian, but that wasn't what he wanted. He needed endurance, the ability to hold out until the end. Where's the problem? Suyong immediately began analyzing. Soon, he found the key issue. This autonomous armor lacked a central processor for unified management, with all skill modules in a standby state. It was like a computer running too many background programs, causing the CPU and memory to overload. I need a CPU. Suyong frowned in thought. What could he use as a CPU? Suddenly, he remembered something and pulled a cool stone out of his pocket. The tranquil stone. Every freshman was given one by the academy upon enrollment to help them calm down, focus, and enter a meditative state more quickly. In others' eyes, it was just an auxiliary tool. But in Su Yang's programming mindset, this thing was a mental stabilizer and energy filter. Isn't this a ready-made CPU and cooling system? His eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he entered programming mode again, setting the Tranquil Stone as the core node of the entire autonomous armor network and recompiled it. This time, he first connected all mental energy circuits to the Tranquil Stone, which would then handle unified scheduling and allocation. When an attack came, the Tranquil Stone would quickly calculate the optimal defense points and counterattack plans, activating only the corresponding modules. Modules and other safe areas would enter sleep mode, minimizing energy consumption. Buzz. When the new system architecture was completed, Su Yang felt an unprecedentedly smooth and light connection with the armament. Mental energy consumption dropped by more than 90%. Half an hour is no problem. Su Yang estimated that he could now keep this set of armament running for over half an hour. That was enough. Autonomous Armament version 1.0, officially online. Thanks to Qin Tian for providing the idea and the upcoming startup funding. He stood up straight, a sly smile appearing on his face. His trump card was ready. But the most critical step, the combat test, had yet to begin. Su Yang walked to the central console of the training ground, his fingers flying across the light screen. Generating simulated opponent. Template locked. Second-year student of the War Academy, Qin Tian. Realm adjustment. Mid-level transcendent. Skills loaded. A level talent golden sharp aura. C-level combat skill golden claw slash. D-level movement technique gale step. Light flickered. A data figure identical to Qin Tian in appearance, even replicating the arrogance in his aura and gaze, appeared before Su Yang. Come on, my little guinea pig. Su Yang's lips curled into an excited smile. Let me see how much money I can make off you in 3 days. The first simulated battle officially began. When Su Yang walked out of the high-dimensional training ground, he felt completely drained. No, it was even worse than being drained. Waves of mental exhaustion washed over him, making his steps unsteady. Su Yang rubbed his temples and smiled wryly. Seriously, being a programmer really does make you lose hair. Even in another world, using mental energy to write code can't escape this fate. If I keep this up for another 10 minutes, my handsome hairline will be doomed. Leaning against the alloy door, he let out a long breath, finally catching his breath. Looking up, he saw the warm golden light of the setting sun streaming through the glass dome. A stunning figure stood quietly in that glow. She wore a simple white martial arts uniform that outlined her alluring curves. Her silver hair cascaded down to her waist, gently swaying in the evening breeze, and her icy blue eyes shone brighter than the stars in the sky. Xiaoning Shuang. She was actually waiting for him. Wow, this scene is just too perfect. Isn't this the classic moment in top-tier anime where the male lead reunites with the beautiful girl at sunset? Who could resist this? Could she have been waiting for me for 3 days? What a sin, what a sin. If I had known, I would have left her my contact info and told her to rest first. Su Yang was just about to step forward and greet her in the coolest way possible. Yang. Z. A thunderous roar came from not far away. Immediately after, a massive figure so heavy it made the ground tremble charged toward them at an astonishing speed. Su Yang's eyelid twitched. Damn, Fatty Wong. This guy is here too? With an entrance like that, anyone who didn't know better would think Godzilla was invading the War Academy. Before he could react, Wang Hao's enormous body had already lunged at him, enveloping him in a bear hug. Yangzi, finally I see you. I missed you so much. Wang Hao's voice carried a sobbing tone, and his strength was so overwhelming that Su Yang almost vomited his lunch. Cough, cough. Fatty, if you don't let go soon, the challenge match in 3 days will have to be changed to my memorial service. Su Yang shouted while patting Wang Hao's back. Wang Hao finally came to his senses, quickly let go of his grip, looked Su Yang up and down, and said with a silly smile, It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. When I heard you got into a fight, I was scared to death. Looking at his one and only best friend, Su Yang felt a warmth in his heart. This guy was as always honest, loyal, and always putting his friends first. Standing nearby, Xia Ningxuang watched this heartwarming tiger reunion scene, and a barely noticeable hint of a smile appeared in her usually cold eyes. She thought that the Su Yang in front of her seemed a bit more tender compared to his battle-hardened self. Ahem, let me introduce you. Su Yang adjusted his emotions, pointed at Wang Hao, and said to Xia Ningxuang, "This is my childhood buddy, Wang Hao, also known as the Mobile Great Wall." Then he pointed at Xia Ningxuang and winked at Wang Hao. "And this is Senior Xia Ningxuang, an S-rank expert, currently my creditor and biggest investor." When Wang Hao saw Xia Ningxuang, his eyes went wide, his face turned bright red, and he stammered, "S Senior Xia? Hello? I'm Wang Hao." Su Yang internally mocked. Look at this coward. His D-rank defense talent must have all gone to his face. But then again, with Xia Ningxuang's looks, she'd be a top-tier goddess in my previous life. AI couldn't even generate something this exaggerated. Xia Ningxuang gave a slight nod in response to Wang Hao's greeting. This small gesture nearly made Wang Hao so excited that he almost performed a backflip on the spot. By the way, Yangzi, Wang Hao suddenly slapped his thigh, mysteriously opened his smart brain device, and pulled up an interface to show Su Yang. It was the betting page on the Academy forum for Su Yang's duel with Qin Tian. In Su Yang's betting pool, aside from his own 10,000 credits and Xia Ningxuang's astonishing 100,000 credits, there was also a small bet amount, 500 credits. Better, Wang Hao. 500 credits might not seem like much to those geniuses, but Su Yang knew that this was all the initial resources Wang Hao had as a D-rank freshman. This guy had bet everything he had on him. Su Yang's smile faded, and he looked at Wang Hao seriously without saying a word. He simply extended his fist and lightly tapped Wang Hao's chest. No words were needed. Wang Hao scratched his head and chuckled. Hee, I believe in you. From childhood to now, you've never done anything you weren't confident about. Others say you're crazy, but I think they're just blind. These simple, sincere words were more moving than any grand declaration. Su Yang felt a surge of emotion. Damn, why do I feel like crying? All right, just for those 500 credits, I'll treat you to the entire cafeteria at the War Academy later. Come on, let's find a place to sit. Su Yang threw an arm around Wang Hao's shoulder. I also want to catch up on how things are back home. The three of them went to an open-air rest area under the Spirit Tower. As soon as Wang Hao sat down, he couldn't wait to start talking. Yangzi, you're a big name in Jiangxing now. Your solo S-rank assessment achievement has been written into this year's college entrance exam prep materials. The title is The Road to a Comeback, the legend of an F-rank talent. And it's now the most popular elective course at Jiangxing #1 High School. Su Yang's mouth twitched. He silently mocked. I've become study material? These teachers are really something. I bet they're just using me to feed more toxic chicken soup to the senior students. And then there's Schwer. Wang Hao's tone was filled with excitement. Your sister is now enjoying the highest treatment as a hero's family member. The Warrior Alliance has arranged for someone to provide 24/7 protection, full access to medical resources, and I heard the city lord has personally visited her several times. Schwer asked me to pass on a message to you, she said. Wang Hao cleared his throat, imitating Su Shue's tone and deliberately pinching his voice. Stupid brother, don't mess around outside. Study hard and make progress every day, or I'll break your legs when you come home. Hearing this, Su Yang's face lit up with a genuine smile. His sister being safe and sound was his greatest happiness. This completely eased the worries in his heart. Now he could go all out and give it his all. After sharing the good news about home, Wang Hao's expression turned somber, and he said with dissatisfaction, But Yangzi, this War Academy is just too much of a bully. Especially those senior students. Every one of them acts like their eyes are on top of their heads, completely looking down on us freshmen. Because I have a D-level talent, I was assigned to the worst dormitory area with the least resources. A few days ago, some second-year bastards came to collect protection fees. When I refused, they cornered me in an alley. Before he could finish, Su Yang's gaze instantly turned icy. It was a kind of coldness that appeared calm on the surface but concealed a raging fury within. He knew that although Wang Hao was in the defense category and had a simple and honest personality, he wasn't good at fighting back and must have suffered a lot. This time, The challenge wasn't just about proving his own strength. He also had to stand up for his friend. He would make the entire War Academy understand that anyone who dared to bully someone under Su Yang's protection was courting death. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Xia Ningxuang, who had been quietly listening, suddenly handed over a smart device. The screen displayed a heavily encrypted document over 100 pages long. The title read, In-Depth Analysis Report on Qin Tian's Personal Abilities, Background, and Hidden Tactics. Su Yang was momentarily stunned before taking it. Xia Ningxuang fixed her gaze on him, her ice blue eyes showing a rare seriousness. This is all the intelligence on Qin Tian that I had my family's intelligence network gather within 24 hours, she said in a calm voice tinged with concern. He's stronger and more insidious than you think. The report reveals 3 hidden trump cards of his, each capable of threatening high-level transcendence. Xia Ningxuang paused, her eyes locking onto Su Yang's, and asked firmly, After reading this, do you still have confidence? The air grew heavy in that moment. Wang Hao was so nervous that even his breathing became lighter. Su Yang didn't answer immediately. He lowered his head, his slender fingers swiftly sliding across the screen as he quickly browsed through the terrifyingly detailed intelligence. Qin Tian, male, 19 years old, mid-level transcendent. A level talent, golden sharp aura. Can convert his own energy into an indestructible golden aura, covering his body or weapon, greatly enhancing attack penetration and destructive power. Mastered skills, C-level combat technique, golden claw, D-level movement technique, gale step, D-level defense technique, golden bell shield. Family background, second son of the Qin family in Jiangcheng, with close ties to the 7th Division of the military, which was also the main source of pressure on instructor Lei Ying. Black market transaction records. 3 months ago, purchased 3 vials of Berserk Potion, which boosts combat power by 50% for 5 minutes, with a side effect of 17.3 seconds of extreme weakness afterward. Hidden Trump Card 1. Golden Needle Acupuncture, a sinister move that consumes the essence of sharp golden energy to instantly paralyze the opponent's nerves, leaving them defenseless. Hidden Trump Card 2. The more Su Yang read, the wider his smile grew. His heart was filled with joy. This is so professional. Even the weakness duration is calculated to 1 decimal place. This intelligence is insanely detailed. Totally worth the money. No, it's worth the money Lady Xia spent. When he turned to the last page and saw the introduction of Qin Tian's ultimate trump card, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ultimate trump card, Mountain Crushing Cannon. Description: a secret technique passed down in the Qin family. By sacrificing defense and speed, the user gathers all the sharp golden energy into their right fist to unleash a powerful strike. Power level, Quasi-B grade. The downside is that it requires 3 seconds of charging, during which the user cannot move, and their overall defense drops to the lowest level. Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao were stunned when they saw Su Yang's unusual smile. Yangzi, why? Why are you smiling? This is a Quasi-B grade attack. 1 punch can flatten an armored vehicle into a metal pancake. Wang Hao was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Xia Ningxuang frowned even more deeply. She couldn't understand how Su Yang could still smile in the face of such strong enemy intel. That smile carried no trace of tension. Instead, it was filled with the excitement and satisfaction of a hunter spotting its prey. I'm smiling because this gamble is as good as won. Su Yang turned off the smart brain device, looked up, and his pitch-black eyes sparkled with wisdom. He glanced at Wang Hao and asked, Fatty, you have a D-grade Earth-based defensive talent and are the most knowledgeable about defense. From your professional perspective, what exploitable flaws do you see in Qin Tian's attack style? Wang Hao was startled by the sudden question but quickly got into the zone, scratching his head as he thought. His sharp golden energy is very tough, so taking it head-on is definitely not an option. My earth walls would probably crumble like paper. But this kind of energy, which focuses solely on sharpness and penetration, has a common weakness: poor flexibility. It's not suited for dealing with wide-range, repeated attacks. Simply put, he is like a sharp dagger, but he is afraid of being blocked by a pile of sand. Su Yang snapped his fingers. Well said. Blocking his face with sand, I like it. He turned to Xia Ningxuang. his eyes full of admiration. Senior, your intel is absolutely critical, especially the 17.3-second weakness period and the 3-second charge time for the mountain-crushing cannon. It's practically a freebie. A trace of doubt flashed in Xia Ningxuang's icy blue eyes. The 3-second charge time is also his strongest burst point. If he successfully releases it, the consequences will be severe. How do you plan to exploit it? Su Yang didn't answer directly. Instead, he stood up and began drawing on the nearby virtual tactics board. He first drew a figure representing himself, then another representing Qin Tian. Tell me, under normal circumstances, how should I fight someone like Qin Tian, a strong offensive player? Wang Hao answered without hesitation. Kite him. Keep your distance. Use your freakish agility to wear him down. Exactly. Su Yang nodded. Qin Tian would definitely think the same. He'll assume I'll buzz around him like a fly, harassing him until he gets frustrated and makes a mistake. Which is why my plan is the exact opposite. Su Yang's finger drew a bold, determined red arrow on the tactics board, pointing straight from himself to Qin Tian. What I'm going to do isn't kiting. It's a direct assault. From the very first second of the match, I'll crush him in the most relentless way, leave him gasping for air, render all his strategies useless, and push him to the brink of rage and panic. Wang Hao's mouth formed an O. Xia Ningxuang's breath hitched for a moment. Using an F-level skill to go head-to-head with an opponent who has activated an A-level talent? That's not just crazy, it's suicide. Su Yang seemed to see through their thoughts and smiled confidently. I know what you're thinking, but don't forget, my skills have no cooldown time. When someone is being chased by thousands of fireballs exploding behind them every second, stepping into sudden pits that appear underfoot, and breathing air filled with smoke and flashes, what do you think will happen to them? They'll lose their mind. And what does a gambler who has lost their mind, pushed to the edge, do? Su Yang's gaze swept over the two of them, his tone slow and deliberate. They'll bet everything they have on one last chance to turn the tables. Xia Ningxuang's pupils contracted sharply as she instantly understood Su Yang's strategy. You're planning to deliberately leave an opening and force him to use the mountain shatter cannon? Not force him. Su Yang shook his head, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lure him. Make him believe it's his only chance to take me out in one shot. Make him willingly stand there and begin that 3-second countdown to his death. The resting area at this moment, the entire War Academy was in an uproar. The Academy Forum server had crashed 3 times within half an hour. The total bets on the Su Qin battle had skyrocketed to an astonishing 3 million credits. This was almost equivalent to the Academy's resource budget for an entire quarter. Countless freshmen, seniors, and even some instructors were eagerly placing their bets. This battle was no longer just a personal grudge between Su Yang and Qin Tian. It had become a storm sweeping through the entire academy. Everyone was caught up in it, anxiously awaiting the final result tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Su Yang seemed completely unbothered. Returning to his dorm, he first enjoyed a refreshing hot shower. As expected of an S-class dormitory, the water pressure from the showerhead is so much better than the regular dorms. It feels like a massage. Once I win the money, I should apply for a room with a bathtub, or better yet, one with a swimming pool. He dried his hair, changed into loose-fitting pajamas, and sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, preparing to enter a state of meditation to adjust his mental state to its peak. Just as he closed his eyes, knock. 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 A polite knocking came from the door. Su Yang was a bit puzzled. Who could it be at this hour? He opened the door to find an unfamiliar senior standing outside. The senior had a serious expression and was dressed in a specially designed martial arts uniform that signified his status as a chief student. Hello, Junior Su Yang, the senior greeted, handing over a sealed metal vial. The bottle was cool to the touch and emitted a refreshing fragrance. By order of the chief mentor, I am here to deliver this bottle of Clarity Elixir to you. Su Yang's pupils contracted slightly. Clarity Elixir. He had read about this in his textbooks. It was a third-grade potion made from dozens of rare mental herbs, worth a fortune and impossible to buy on the market. Its sole purpose: to enhance mental focus and increase thinking speed by over 30% for an hour after consumption, making it an invaluable asset for high-intensity combat or breakthrough training. The chief mentor. Su Yang's mind conjured the image of that elderly man in a wheelchair, whose deep gaze seemed to see through everything. He was secretly delighted. Wow, this is a big move. That old man has really taken a liking to me. This potion is worth more than Qin Tian's entire bet. This is practically an official cheat code. Without hesitation, he solemnly accepted the potion. Please thank the chief mentor for me. The mentor said, the academy never overlooks any genius. The senior relayed expressionlessly, then added, tomorrow, show the spirit of our War Academy freshmen. With that, he turned and left decisively. Su Yang closed the door, weighed the potion in his hand, and smiled. This silent support was warmer and more encouraging than any words. Meanwhile, in the luxurious villa district on the other side of the academy, inside Qin Tian's private training room, the atmosphere was heavy. A young man who bore a 7-point resemblance to Qin Tian, but exuded 10 times the aura, stood with his hands behind his back. He was Qin Tian's elder brother, Qin Song, one of the third-year chief students and a peak extraordinary level powerhouse. Is it really worth using the Mountain Shatter Cannon on a mere F class? Qin Song's voice carried a hint of disapproval. Brother, you don't understand. That kid is extremely cunning. Qin Tian gritted his teeth and recounted Su Yang's elusive movements and endless tricks. Qin Song frowned in thought. He took out a jade pendant engraved with intricate runes from his pocket and handed it to Qin Tian. This is a soul-stabilizing talisman, a one-time use item that can block a single fatal mental attack below the throne level. That kid's movements are strange. He has likely cultivated some kind of mental secret technique. Take this with you, just in case. Qin Tian was overjoyed and quickly wore the jade pendant close to his body. With this item, he had no more worries. Brother, don't worry. Qin Tian clenched his fist, his eyes filled with malice. Tomorrow, I will crush his bones bit by bit in front of the entire academy's teachers and students. I'll make everyone understand that talent is the ultimate truth that decides everything. Qin Song nodded coldly. Remember, strike swiftly and decisively. Don't give him any chance to delay. The night deepened. The entire War Academy was filled with a tense and expectant atmosphere. Countless people stayed awake all night, some excited, some nervous, and some full of anticipation. In Su Yang's dormitory, however, it was unusually quiet. He drank the bottle of mind-clearing potion. A cool stream instantly surged into his mind, making his spirit unprecedentedly clear and calm. In this state, his optimization of the autonomous armament reached a whole new level. The connection between each skill module became smoother and more natural. Energy management also became more fluid and effortless. He was confident that tomorrow, he would not only shock Qin Tian, but also bring a great surprise to the entire War Academy. Everything was ready. Su Yang calmed his mind, entered deep meditation, emptied himself, and waited for dawn. However, at the moment when his consciousness was at its clearest, without any warning, a deep, bone-chilling tremor suddenly surged from the depths of his soul. The sensation was like an invisible ice needle piercing fiercely into his heart. This was no illusion. It was a strong resonance from the depths of his bloodline. It was his sister, Su Shui. A blurry image instantly appeared in Su Yang's mind. It was a dark abyss. In the center, a pair of enormous eyes slowly and indifferently opened. Those eyes held no anger, no joy, only cold indifference and disdain for everything, as if looking at mere dust. It seemed to have noticed him. This malice was vast and profound, cold and filled with an ominous aura. It did not come from tomorrow's opponent, Qin Tian. Compared to this malice, Qin Tian was as insignificant as a grain of sand. This was a higher-level gaze. Buzz. Su Yang suddenly opened his eyes, his forehead covered in cold sweat. The dormitory was still silent, and the moonlight outside the window was as cold as water. But his heart was shrouded in a heavy shadow. He understood. Lin Fan's death and his own rise seemed to have finally attracted the attention of a truly terrifying existence. The God-Eater cult. It seems I need to speed things up. Su Yang muttered to himself, a storm brewing in the depths of his dark pupils. This small internal challenge within the academy could no longer satisfy him. His true enemy lay far deeper and darker. The next morning, the central dueling arena of the War Academy. This was the most magnificent building in the academy, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators. At this moment, the circular stands were packed with people, not a single seat empty. The deafening cheers almost lifted the roof. He's here. Senior Chin Tian is here. A loud shout instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue. From the eastern contestant passage, a figure slowly walked out, surrounded by guards. Chin Tian. Today, his attire was as ostentatious as it could be. That a set of dark golden armor, made from the scales of the C-class beast, Xianjing Earth Dragon, shimmered with a metallic luster under the lights. Each piece of the armor was engraved with intricate energy runes, worth a fortune. He walked with steady steps, his gaze arrogant, basking in the tide of cheers as if ascending a throne. Wow, this Xianjing dragon armor is worth at least 30 million? The Qin family really spared no expense. Absolutely stunning. This is the aura a genius from the War Academy should have. Who does that Su Yang think he is? An F-class loser, daring to challenge Senior Chin Tian. Ha ha, I bet he won't last 3 seconds. Mockery and disdain spread throughout the crowd. In the front row of the audience, the Academy senior staff were all present. Chief Mentor Bai Qi, Instructor Lei Ying, and the heads of various branches displayed varied expressions. This duel was not just a contest between two students, but also a clash between two ideologies, the innate talent faction and the hard-working commoner faction. Old Bai, what do you think? Instructor Lei Ying asked in a low voice, arms crossed. Bai Qi picked up his teacup, gently blew on the steam, and replied indifferently, "Let's observe a bit more." At that moment, there was finally movement in the western contestant passage. A figure emerged. No guards, no armor, not even a proper combat outfit. Just a set of faded gray training clothes issued by the academy, loosely draped over his body. Su Yang, with his hands in his pockets and a sleepy, dazed expression, he yawned and glanced at the noisy audience. TSK, such a big fuss. If I didn't know better, I'd think it was a concert by a superstar, Su Yang muttered to himself. The deep stirring from his soul last night had slightly changed his perspective on this duel. Initially, he just wanted to teach an arrogant brat a lesson. But now, he needed to wrap this up quickly. He had more important matters to attend to. The entire venue fell silent for a moment, then erupted into even louder laughter. Ha ha, what is he wearing? Training clothes? Is he here for a morning jog? I'm dying of laughter, guys. This dude has no idea about the rules. This is outright disrespect to Senior Chin Tian and this duel. He's finished. In one corner of the audience, Wang Hao's face turned red with anger, stomping his feet furiously. Boss, what are you doing? Even if you can't afford armor, at least dress like a proper person. You're just making yourself a joke. Beside him, a cold and quiet figure sat still, seemingly isolating herself from the surrounding noise. Xiaoning Shuang. Today, she wore a simple white martial arts outfit, her silver hair tied up, and her delicate face devoid of any expression. Yet her ice-blue eyes remained fixed on the leisurely figure in the center of the duel arena. She didn't laugh. For some reason, seeing Su Yang's calm demeanor, so out of sync with the world, stirred an odd feeling within her. This man always defied expectations. When everyone thought he would be nervous and afraid, he acted as if he were strolling in his backyard, completely at ease. Where did this confidence come from? Xia Ningxuang's fingers unconsciously brushed against the sheath of the long sword resting on her lap, a cold aura slowly spreading. She was intrigued. In the duel arena, Chin Tian stared at Su Yang's attire, his face contorted with rage. This was humiliation, bare-faced humiliation. He felt as though all his painstaking preparations had been rendered useless, like punching into cotton. Su Yang. Chin Tian gritted his teeth, his voice squeezing out through the gaps. You're too arrogant. Today, I will make you pay for your pride with your life. Su Yang nonchalantly picked at his ear with an innocent expression. Hey bro, why are you so angry? Is it that time of the month? Ha! Someone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chin Tian's face instantly turned a deep red. You courting death. Both sides prepare. The referee instructor immediately shouted to stop them, interrupting the fury that was about to erupt mostly from Chin Tian. He glanced deeply at Su Yang, his eyes filled with pity. Young man, too reckless, sooner or later, you'll suffer for it. Qin Tian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, his gaze turning icy. From his pocket, he took out a small crystal vial. Inside was a single drop of crimson liquid, as red as blood. It's berserk dragon's blood. My God! A Class C forbidden drug, an experienced student exclaimed in shock. This substance could greatly enhance the user's strength and speed in a short time, but came with severe side effects, leaving the user weak for a long period afterward. Qin Tian was planning to use it even before the match began. Clearly, he had no intention of giving Su Yang any chance, determined to crush him in one decisive strike. Just a second before the referee yelled begin, Qin Tian swallowed that drop of berserk dragon's blood without hesitation. Roar! A terrifying aura, far stronger than his own, exploded from him. His muscles swelled rapidly, dark red patterns appeared on his skin, and his eyes turned blood red. The duel begins. The referee's announcement was completely drowned out by Qin Tian's roar. As soon as the words were spoken, boom! The special alloy floor beneath Qin Tian's feet shattered on impact. He charged towards Su Yang like an out-of-control, heavily armored tank, his entire body clad in thick rock-like armor, blood-colored flames swirling around him. He shot forward like a cannonball. His speed was astonishing, his momentum ferocious. Everyone in the audience held their breath. Too fast, too strong. This impact could flatten an entire building. That guy in training clothes would probably be reduced to pulp in an instant. Xia Ningxuang's pupils shrank sharply, her hand gripping her sword tightly. Wang Hao was so terrified that he shut his eyes, unable to bear witnessing the impending bloodbath. However, at the eye of the storm, facing this earth-shattering charge, Su Yang didn't even lift an eyelid. He continued standing there with his hands in his pockets, as if frozen in shock. He neither dodged nor flinched. He even had a faint smile on his lips. Come on, let me see if the strength you bought with money can break through my defenses. Oh, right, I haven't even activated my defensive skills yet. I'll just use my bare body to test you out first. Under the shocked, fearful, and confused gazes of tens of thousands of spectators, the distance between the berserk rock tank and that slim, gray figure grew smaller and smaller. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. The collision was about to happen in the next moment. This damage tester's attack moves are way too monotonous, the same few tricks over and over. The data samples are far from enough. Should I remind him to try a different move? Nah, too arrogant. Su Yang's calm demeanor and Qin Tian's madness formed a stark contrast. Below the stage, Wang Hao was trembling with excitement, clenching his fists tightly as he tried to suppress his voice, shouting, "Holy crap! Brother Yang is amazing! What is this? A Gundam?" Yes, definitely a Gundam. Xia Ningxuang's breathing quickened slightly. She gazed at the composed young man who seemed to have everything under control, and a storm surged in her heart. Trash? If he counts as trash, then what are we so-called daughters of heaven? A joke? Her ice-blue eyes stared intently at the autonomous armor on Su Yang. As an S-level talent holder, her perception of energy far surpassed that of ordinary people. To others, it was a complete set of energy armor. But to her, it was not a whole at all. It was a dynamic defense system composed of thousands of ultra-miniature F-level, hardening, F-level, energy shield, C-level, healing technique, flashing, disappearing, and reorganizing at ultra-high speed. Every time a fist landed, hundreds of hardening modules instantly stacked, then shattered, followed by hundreds of healing technique, light points immediately repairing. The entire process was so fast it was almost invisible, cycling endlessly, never stopping. This was not combat at all. This was art. A perfect fusion of violent aesthetics and precise calculation. For the first time, Xia Ningxuang felt that her proud S-level talent seemed so crude in the face of this higher-level technology. Huff, huff, huff. A minute later, Qin Tian stopped, drenched in sweat, leaning on his knees and panting heavily. His stamina was already mostly depleted. Meanwhile, Su Yang remained calm and composed. Not only was he sweat-free, even his hairstyle was untouched. The outcome seemed clear. I understand now. Qin Tian raised his head, the crazed look fading, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. He stared intently at the energy armor on Su Yang and slowly spoke. Ordinary physical attacks are useless against your turtle shell. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself, "Turtle shell? How unpleasant. This is called a man's romance. Buddy, learn a bit more." He looked at Qin Tian and smiled. "Finally figured it out? Su Yang, I admit, I underestimated you." Qin Tian slowly stepped back, clenching his fists in front of his chest, as an even more terrifying aura surged from within him. "But don't think this means you've won. Next, I'll use my strongest strike to shatter both you and your turtle shell into pieces. Here it comes." A glint of excitement flashed in Su Yang's eyes. He had gone to such lengths to stand there as a target, just waiting for this move. He wanted to use the strongest data to test the limit of his armor's endurance. "Come on, show me your trump card." Su Yang smiled and made a pleased gesture, his calm demeanor as if inviting a friend for tea. This attitude completely ignited Qin Tian's last shred of rationality. "Roar!" Qin Tian roared, his muscles swelling, veins bulging like dragons writhing beneath his skin. A visible earthy yellow energy frantically gathered in his right fist. The entire martial arts arena began to tremble slightly. This is Qin Tian's ultimate move. B-level combat technique. Mountain shattering cannon. It's said to be capable of injuring even top-tier sea-level beasts with a single punch. Su Yang is truly bold, daring to take this punch head-on. Everyone in the arena was captivated by Qin Tian's trump card, the tension reaching its peak. At this critical moment, in the highest seat of the VIP section, the chief mentor, who had been sitting in a wheelchair, eyes closed as if indifferent, suddenly opened his eyes. His murky gaze flashed with an incredulous light, like stars awakening after a century of slumber, shining brightly as he stared fixedly at the autonomous armor on Su Yang. His body trembled violently with excitement. The wrinkled face first showed confusion, then shock, and finally turned into fanaticism. The next second, under the stunned gazes of all the mentors, distinguished guests, and Xia Ningxuang, this elderly man who had lost both legs in the beast tide 30 years ago and had been paralyzed for 3 whole decades actually, tremblingly, stood up abruptly from his wheelchair. Boom! This action was even more shocking than Qin Tian's mountain-crushing cannon. Everyone who knew his identity felt as if a bomb had been dropped into their minds, leaving them completely blank in an instant. The chief, he stood up." A senior mentor cried out in shock, the thermos in his hand falling to the ground with a clatter. Xia Ningxuang's body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. This elderly man was a legend of the War Academy, a former national hero who had shed his last drop of blood to protect humanity. His legs had been gravely injured by the law-based power of a top-tier monarch-level beast, a wound even the strongest healers were powerless to cure. 30 years. He had never stood up in all that time. But today the old man completely ignored the commotion around him, his gaze fixed solely on the young man on the arena stage. His lips trembled, and it seemed to take all his strength to squeeze out a few words from his hoarse throat. "No, impossible," he cried out in a trembling, raspy voice, filled with shock and excitement. This method, weaving logic with countless basic commands, calculating in real time, dynamically reorganizing, and ultimately creating entirely new rules. The old man's breathing grew rapid as he gripped the wheelchair's armrests tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. From his clouded eyes, 2 hot streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. "It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. I've seen this described in rare ancient texts. This isn't a talent, nor an ability, nor equipment. This is the legendary." The old man tilted his head back and, with all the strength left in his life, let out a roar that shook the entire VIP section. Divine programming. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. All eyes were fixed on the figure wrapped in rock armor, both hands raised high, holding destructive energy. Mountain-crushing cannon. The Qin family's famous B-rank combat technique, which gathers all the source energy in the body into a single point to unleash a devastating attack. This move required a charge-up and preparation time. But no one considered this a flaw. Under the immense pressure of the mountain-crushing cannon's energy, any opponent's first instinct would be to defend with all their might, praying they could survive the destructive beam. It's over. An elder from the Qin family in the VIP section stroked his beard, a confident smile on his face. Su Yang's defensive methods are indeed peculiar, but in the face of absolute power, all tricks will be crushed. On the podium, the chief mentor frowned slightly, his fingers lightly touching the emergency intervention button. Xiaoning Shuang's clear eyes also showed a rare trace of seriousness. She quickly calculated whether her S-rank talent, Frozen Throne, could completely block this move. The answer was uncertain. And Su Yang, what would he do? Rely on infinite healing to endure it? He might be vaporized in the first instant, leaving no chance for healing. Just as everyone was worrying about Su Yang, he smiled. Bro, are you still stuck in the old version? He muttered to himself. Trying to use a charge-up move in front of me? Do you even understand the meaning of the word death? The next second, the very first second, just as Qin Tian began to charge up, Su Yang's self-discipline armament, form suddenly changed. The guardian barrier, which had been enveloping his body and emitting a gentle white glow, and the healing spell module, which continuously scattered healing light, were instantly extinguished. In their place emerged a chilling, killing intent. Buzz hundreds of razor-thin wind blades, sharp as cicada wings and glinting with a cold light, appeared out of thin air, surrounding Su Yang like a school of bloodthirsty sharks. On each of his shoulders, a lifelike, flame sparrow, burning with explosive fire took shape, its beak opening and closing, radiating intense heat. Defense? No. The best defense is offense. Before Qin Tian could pull the trigger of his mountain-crushing cannon, why not take him out first? What is he doing? He's gone mad. Instead of defending, he's launching an attack. Is he giving up on healing and preparing for a desperate last stand? Exclamations erupted from the audience. But Su Yang's actions made it clear this was no desperate gamble. This was a one-sided massacre. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Su Yang's figure vanished from his original position, transforming into streaks of light too fast for the naked eye to follow. Not just one streak, but countless ones. Infinite slide steps. He began an overwhelming display of high-speed maneuvers, circling the slow-moving Qin Tian, who was still charging his attack. Hundreds and thousands of wind blades formed a deadly web, slicing Qin Tian's rock armor from every angle without a single blind spot. At the same time, the two explosive flame sparrows let out sharp cries, transforming into two fiery meteors that targeted the most unstable energy nodes on Qin Tian's arms with pinpoint accuracy. Clang, 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 boom. The deafening clash of metal and the violent explosions nearly overturned the entire arena. Qin Tian's expression changed drastically. He felt as though he wasn't fighting a single person, but facing a well-equipped, perfectly coordinated army. The omnipresent slicing, the precisely lethal explosions, every strike disrupted his attempt to channel energy into the mountain-crushing cannon. He was forced to divert over 70% of his focus to reinforcing his prized rock armor, desperately fending off the relentless onslaught. The glow of the mountain-crushing cannon in his hands dimmed by more than half, becoming dangerously unstable. How is this possible? F-grade wind blades and D-grade flame sparrows. How could they? Qin Tian's mind was in turmoil. This was no longer a matter of skill strength. This was complete tactical domination. On the high platform, Xiaoning Shuang suddenly stood up, her rapid breathing causing her chest to rise and fall slightly. Her usually icy, composed eyes were now filled with shock. Instant energy module switching, no delay, no loss. Relentless attacks, tactical suppression. He's not fighting at all. He's performing the most intricate art. For the first time, she realized that even the most basic skills could be combined into such a dazzling and deadly display. The man she had always thought relied on luck and tricks possessed unfathomable combat intelligence. The next moment, just as Qin Tian was overwhelmed and struggling to cope, Su Yang's assault escalated once more. You think this is over? Su Yang's lips curled into a sinister smile. The real show is just beginning. Whoosh! From the ground of the arena, the air, and even Qin Tian's shadow, Dozens of chains made entirely of pure flames suddenly emerged. Great skill. Flame chains. This was originally an ordinary control skill, but in Su Yang's hands, it turned into a deadly curse. The chains coiled around like living snakes, tightly binding Qin Tian's limbs and waist, pinning him in place. Sizzle-high temperatures scorched the rocky armor, producing a piercing sound. The surface of the armor quickly turned red and even began to melt. Even more fatal was the complete restriction of movement. Qin Tian had become a sitting duck. Holy crap! Holy crap! Brother Yang is incredible. Wang Hao shouted from the audience, his face flushed with excitement as he pumped his fists, voicing the thoughts of all the spectators at the top of his lungs. He has got him. SM. Brother Yang is playing so ruthlessly. Qin Tian is done for this time. The female trainees beside him blushed at his words, pursing their lips but staring even more intently at the figure in the arena who resembled a demon god. Handsome, powerful, with a hint of mischief. Who could resist that? Qin Tian's eyes turned bloodshot, and he looked like a madman. Let me go? He roared furiously, unleashing all the power within him in an attempt to break free from the flaming chains. But as soon as he broke one, 3 to 5 new chains immediately wrapped around him. Endless, like a nightmare. The energy in his mountain-crushing cannon had already become extremely unstable, like a low-quality gas tank on the verge of exploding. Give up? Giving up meant facing Su Yang's ferocious assault immediately and this aura. Amid the violent energy aftermath, he keenly detected a faint yet terrifyingly pure trace of abyssal demonic energy. The chief mentor's gaze instantly turned icy cold. He abruptly raised his head, looking toward the Qin family members in the VIP seats, their faces ashen. Things were definitely not that simple. It's over. A mentor in the VIP viewing area sighed. This kind of energy impact, even an ordinary peak B-level powerhouse would have to avoid it. Su Yang is just too confident. However, Xia Ningxuang's eyes, cold as an icy pond, were fixed intently on Su Yang. She said nothing, but her tightly gripped armrest betrayed the unease in her heart. She couldn't understand Su Yang at all. From the start of the battle until now, he was like an enigma. Just when you thought you could see through him a little, you realized it was only a deeper darkness. Just as everyone thought Su Yang would be swallowed by that light wave, Su Yang moved. To be precise, the autonomous armament composed of countless parts in front of him moved. Those faintly glowing metal components, accompanied by a deafening sound of mechanical transformation, instantly reassembled into a defensive device. It wasn't a spear, nor a giant sword. Instead, it was an absolute defensive wall composed of layer upon layer of densely packed, semi-transparent, hexagonal energy shields. Each hexagonal shield emitted a faint aura. This was an F-level skill, Guardian Barrier, the most basic, cheapest, and most underestimated defensive skill for beginners among awakened individuals. For an ordinary awakened, deploying one could barely block a handgun bullet. But now, in front of Su Yang, there were tens of thousands of Guardian Barriers. They were precisely arranged, their halos flowing, and the energy links formed a perfect force field cycle. An F-level skill, of course, was fragile. But what about 10,000 of them? What the hell? Turtle shell tactics. Wang Hao couldn't help but shout as the devastating annihilation light wave crashed fiercely into this turtle shell. Boom! The deafening explosion shook the entire dueling arena incessantly. A dazzling white light engulfed everything. The shockwave stirred up a fierce wind, causing many students to struggle to stay on their feet, swaying unsteadily. The first layer of the Guardian Barrier shattered. The second layer broke. The third layer, the 100th layer, the 1000th layer. Bang, bang, bang. They shattered wildly. The scene was like a high-speed cannonball smashing into a wall made of countless pieces of glass. The sound of shattering merged into one, so piercing it seemed to wail. Yet no matter how violent the annihilation light wave was, the shield wall, though being consumed at an insane rate, was never truly broken. Because behind the shield wall, Su Yang's fingers were moving lightly at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Guardian Barrier. Guardian Barrier. Guardian Barrier. The speed of shattering couldn't keep up with the speed at which he generated them. With the support of the absolute command system, there was zero delay, zero energy consumption. He even had the leisure to complain in his mind. I originally wanted to counterattack in a cool way, but the visual effects of the attack skills aren't as impressive. The main focus is simplicity and durability. The light faded. The dust settled. At the center of the arena appeared a massive molten crater over 10 meters in diameter, with molten iron still flowing at the edges. On the other side of the crater, Su Yang stood unscathed. Not even the hem of his clothes was wrinkled, and he still maintained his lazy demeanor. The shield wall in front of him, composed of countless guardian barriers, was reduced to a thin layer but remained steadfast. Pooh! Qin Tian's eyes widened as he stared at the leisurely figure walking away. A bitter taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with disbelief and utter despair. The attack he had staked everything on hadn't even made his opponent take a single step back. This was the brutal reality of being utterly crushed. Su Yang slowly walked up to Qin Tian. The metal components under his feet automatically dispersed, reassembling and floating around him. He looked down at the prodigy, who had collapsed from exhaustion and couldn't even stand. There was no declaration of victory, no unnecessary taunts. Su Yang extended a single finger and, under Qin Tian's terrified gaze, lightly tapped his forehead. Thud! A soft sound. Qin Tian's entire body stiffened, his eyes rolled back, and he completely lost consciousness. The referee froze for 3 seconds before snapping back to reality. He rushed onto the stage to check Qin Tian's condition, then raised his hand and announced in a trembling voice, The winner, Su Yang. Wow. After a brief silence, the entire arena erupted into a thunderous roar of cheers. He won? Just like that. My God. He actually blocked a full power strike from an S-rank talent. How did he do it? That shield wall. I scanned it with my device, and it was all F-rank energy readings. He used an F-rank skill to block Qin Tian's ultimate move. A monster. This guy is definitely a monster. At this moment, the personal terminals of the freshmen were going wild with notifications about the conclusion of the betting pool. Ding! The bet you participated in has ended. You lost your wager, and 1,000 credits have been deducted. Ding! You lost your wager. All your credits have been reduced to 0. Cries of despair echoed one after another. Countless students who had bet on Qin Tian lost everything overnight. Staring at their empty accounts, they couldn't even muster the strength to cry. In a corner, however, came a burst of wild laughter. Ha! I hit the jackpot. I'm rich. Wang Hao clutched his personal terminal, staring at the string of numbers, laughing so hard that snot nearly came out. He had placed a heavy bet on Su Yang, with odds of 10 to 1. This battle had catapulted him from an ordinary freshman to a credit tycoon, envied even by upperclassmen. In the VIP seats, Xia Ningxuang slowly exhaled a breath. Within that breath was a sense of relief she herself hadn't realized. Her gaze was no longer one of simple shock, but had transformed into an unprecedented intensity. It was the curiosity of a top scholar facing an unknown field, the excitement of a peerless swordsman encountering a supreme sword technique. Infinite stacking, super-frequency resonance. No, the law of conservation of energy has been trampled underfoot by him. She murmured softly, a faint blush spreading across her face. It was the thrill and awe brought by wisdom and power. This man was simply fascinating. As the crowd cheered for Su Yang, a bone-chilling killing intent swept in from the sidelines like a cold current. A young man dressed in black combat gear, bearing a 7-point resemblance to Qin Tian, but with an aura 10 times stronger, appeared silently. His gaze, like 2 venomous blades, locked onto Su Yang. Qin Tian's elder brother, the third-year top student of the War Academy, and a peak B-rank powerhouse. Sensing the weakening life force of his younger brother, he had rushed over immediately. The palpable killing intent instantly silenced the surroundings. However, Su Yang merely glanced at him indifferently before shifting his gaze away, as if the killing intent that could terrify ordinary freshmen was nothing more than a breeze to him. This was the War Academy, where rules were strict. Qin wouldn't he dare make a move. Student Su Yang. At that moment, the stern voice of the chief mentor echoed through the loudspeaker. Please proceed to the dean's office immediately. The crowd erupted once again. A personal summons from the chief mentor? That was an immense honor. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, ignoring the hostile gaze, and turned to leave the field. Wang Hao followed closely, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Brother Yang, you're amazing. Tonight, it's on me, anything you want at heaven on earth. Su Yang glanced at him. With your meager credits, can you even afford the cleaning fee for heaven on earth's restroom? Uh. Wang Hao's grin froze instantly. Inside the dean's office, however, the atmosphere was far from relaxed. The usually stern chief mentor wore an unusually grave expression. He handed Su Yang a classified document. Open it. Su Yang opened it, his pupils contracting slightly. The document's title read, List of high-risk individuals suspected of demonic energy infiltration by the God Eater cult. Qin Tian's name was prominently listed. What does this mean? Su Yang asked. When Qin Tian overexerted his life force during the final strike, we detected an extremely unusual energy fluctuation, the mentor said in a low, oppressive voice. That energy is identical to the anomalous energy source we discovered in the deepest part of Simulated Abyss Number 1. He fixed his gaze on Su Yang. We suspect that the Qin family, or perhaps Qin Tian himself, has ties to the insane cult known as the God Eater cult. Su Yang understood. No wonder Qin Tian had been so desperate to trample him. There might be more behind it than just the pride of a genius. There were deeper secrets at play. So, the reason for summoning me is to assign you a mission. The chief mentor stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the entire academy. An S-rank mission. His voice carried a heavy determination. Your abilities are highly unique. Sending a team in would trigger a strong reaction from that energy source. But you, the mentor turned, his gaze burning as it fixed on Su Yang. Your talent rating is F, almost non-existent within conventional systems. Perhaps your special existence could be the key to infiltrating here. Infiltrate Simulation Abyss Number 1 and uncover the truth behind that anomalous energy source. This is your first S-level mission, and the reward is full access to S-level permissions, along with a secret you can't refuse. Su Yang raised his eyebrows even higher. What secret? The chief mentor gave him a deep look and slowly said, The secret of your abilities. Deep within the database of our War Academy lies the record of a lost prehistoric civilization. Their combat methods are identical to yours. They relied neither on talent nor bloodlines. They called the application of their skills divine programming. Walking out of the dean's office, the afternoon sunlight was somewhat dazzling. Su Yang squinted his eyes, his mind still echoing the chief mentor's last words. Divine programming. These 4 words made his usually calm heartbeat skip a beat. Interesting. Su Yang revealed a faint smile. He had always thought he was the only player, but unexpectedly, this server had long been hacked with technical cheats. Brother Yang. Brother Yang. A chubby figure came running over. It was Wang Hao. He grabbed Su Yang's arm, his face trembling with excitement. Awesome. Brother Yang, you're absolutely incredible. Tonight, it's on me. I'll book the whole heaven on earth. Su Yang glanced at him sideways. With your measly credits, can you even afford the restroom cleaning fee at heaven on earth? Hee, not before, but now. Wang Hao chuckled, opened the light screen on his wristband, and exaggeratedly showed it to Su Yang. Ding! Almost simultaneously, Su Yang's wristband also chimed with a notification. A message from the Academy's financial center popped up. S-level challenge victory rewards issued. Reward 1. 50% credit transfer from S-level challenger Qin Tian's personal account, totaling 38,880,000 credits. Reward 2. S-level permissions, Qin Tian's personal resource allocation, revoked. You have received the full resource allocation. Reward 3. Temporary activation of S-level permissions. You now have access to the War Academy's S-level resource library. Su Yang glanced at it and felt a sense of relief. With this money, his sister's gene stabilizers and advanced nutritional supplements for the next few years were secured. Beside him, Wang Hao had completely lost it. He stared at the skyrocketing numbers in his account, his eyes nearly popping out. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Holy crap. 7 digits. Brother Yang, I'm a millionaire now. The chubby guy was so excited he started dancing and jumping on the spot. Passing students turned their heads, their faces full of envy and jealousy. Everyone knew that the biggest winners of this challenge were Su Yang and the chubby guy who had bet his entire fortune on him. At that moment, Xia Ningxuang walked over. She was dressed in combat gear, her ice blue hair tied into a high ponytail, looking both sharp and refreshing. She stopped in front of Su Yang and asked crisply, "The mentor called you everything okay?" Wang Hao immediately dropped his nouveau riche act, grinning foolishly as he tried to stand straight. "Sis, ahem, hello, Xia classmate." Xia Ningxuang nodded and ignored him. Su Yang smiled. "What's the matter?" "The mentor saw my extraordinary potential and wants to marry his daughter to me." Uft. Wang Hao, who had just managed to act serious for a second, burst out laughing. Xia Ningxuang's ears turned red as she glared at Su Yang. "You're so improper." That glare broke the hearts of many boys secretly watching. The legendary ice goddess, how could she be this adorable? "Let's go." "Didn't Fatty say he was treating us?" Su Yang threw an arm around Wang Hao's shoulder. "First, let's spend some credits and turn them into combat power." "Yes, yes." Spending. Wang Hao immediately perked up, puffing out his chest like a country tycoon entering the city. "Brother Yang, classmate Xia, today I, Wang, am treating. Let's head to the Resource Exchange Center first. I'm going to buy the legendary Immovable King defensive armor set. Fully equipped, armed to the teeth." At the War Academy's Resource Exchange Center, people bustled about as a massive light screen displayed information on various equipment, pills, and techniques. Wang Hao strode confidently to the Advanced Equipment Exchange counter and slapped the desk with gusto. "Hello, give me the latest Immovable King heavy defensive armor set, top configuration." Behind the counter, a senior student in his 20s lazily glanced up. A badge reading Deacon hung on his chest. He looked Wang Hao up and down with the air of a seasoned veteran. When he saw Wang Hao's excited yet naive expression, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Another freshman who just struck it rich and didn't know the rules. Immovable King? That's top-tier D-grade equipment. It requires a strong earth element affinity and excellent energy control to handle, the deacon said slowly, his tone carrying a condescending warning. "You're a freshman, your foundation is unstable. Forcing yourself to use this equipment won't just fail to unleash its power, it might even backfire and injure you. Take my advice, don't aim too high." Wang Hao froze. "But I have credits." "Having credits doesn't mean you have the life to spend them," the deacon said with a grin, flashing a set of white teeth. "Since you seem to have an earth element affinity, I recommend the Rock Guardian set. It's a premium C-grade product, newly improved by our department. High cost-performance ratio, much more suitable for beginners to build their foundation." As he spoke, he pulled up a virtual projection of the equipment. The armor looked imposing, gleaming gold, exuding an air of grandeur. Wang Hao was tempted, but Su Yang suddenly let out a soft chuckle. That chuckle made the deacon's brow furrow. "What's so funny, classmate?" the deacon asked. Su Yang ignored him, focusing instead on the data panel for the Rock Guardian set. Rock Guardian Improved Version Grade. C Defense, 280-450 traits. Heavy 15% movement speed. Energy drain continuously consumes the user's energy to maintain its glow effect. Exchange price 880,000 credits. Su Yang couldn't help but scoff internally. This equipment had a pile of negative effects, including a flashy but useless energy-draining glow, and it was priced 30% higher than the original version. This was clearly a scam. What annoyed him even more was the deacon's disdainful attitude. It was all too familiar. It was the same as Qin Tian's faction. Even though Qin Tian had fallen, his faction was still using these underhanded tactics to target him. "Fatty, let's go." Su Yang tugged at the hesitant Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked puzzled. "Brother Yang, why?" "I think this gold set looks pretty cool." The deacon, seeing this, smirked smugly and said in a sarcastic tone, "This classmate is right. One should be down to earth. If you don't have the capability, don't think about taking what doesn't belong to you." As soon as he said this, the surrounding stewards chuckled quietly. Wang Hao's face immediately turned bright red. "What do you mean by that? Who are you looking down on?" This was no longer about recommending equipment, it was blatant humiliation. Xia Ningxuang frowned as well, and a cold aura began to spread. However, Su Yang simply looked at the steward calmly, even with a faint smile on his face. He patted Wang Hao on the shoulder and pulled him behind. Don't rush. Su Yang's voice wasn't loud, but it instantly calmed the furious Wang Hao. He turned to the steward and said, You're right. We really shouldn't have come today. The senior steward was stunned, not expecting Su Yang to be so weak, and the mockery on his face deepened. Good that you know. Su Yang ignored him, pulling along a wronged Wang Hao and a frosty-faced Xia Ningxuang as they turned to leave. Brother Yang, are we just going to let this go? He insulted us right to our faces. Wang Hao grumbled in a low voice, fuming. Let it go. Su Yang smiled mysteriously, his gaze like a cat preparing to toy with a mouse. Sometimes, solving problems doesn't require fists. He paused, looking at the confused chubby Wang Hao, and said slowly, We'll come back tomorrow. Let him clean up that top-tier immovable king set, pack it nicely, and wait for us to personally claim it. In Su Yang's mind, a specific clause from the Academy's rules surfaced clearly. S-level authority holders have the right to prioritize the allocation of any non-restricted B-level or lower resources within the Academy. As they stepped out of the Equipment Exchange Center, the afternoon sun was a bit glaring. Wang Hao's face was still flushed, and his fists clenched tightly. Brother Yang, I can't swallow this. Who does that guy think he is, daring to act so arrogant? He cursed all the way, his chest heaving violently. He's just a lousy steward, relying on being a senior with a bit of authority, and he thinks he's some big shot? That modified version, I bet it's just a scam for the gullible. I'm going to the Hunters Guild tomorrow to take on a mission, earn my own money, and not deal with his annoying face. Su Yang patted his shoulder. Don't rush. His voice was calm. Earning money is necessary, but we also need to vent our anger. Su Yang smiled. And we need to make him willingly know, regretfully deliver that immovable king set to us personally. Wang Hao froze, looking at Su Yang's composed demeanor, and half of his anger dissipated. He knew Su Yang's temperament. If he didn't act, fine, but once he did, the other party would definitely regret it. Brother Yang, you have a plan? A mere steward isn't worth my effort. Su Yang glanced at the silent Xia Ningxuang. This proud daughter of heaven was observing him. She was purely curious. She couldn't understand why, with Su Yang's current reputation and strength, he would tolerate a steward's provocation. You don't seem angry at all, Xia Ningxuang said in a crisp voice, tinged with coldness. Why should I be angry? Su Yang asked. If an ant clamors at your feet, would you bother with it? He paused. You'd only think about whether to step on it directly or wait for it to call out its entire nest of companions and then wipe them all out at once for more satisfaction. Xia Ningxuang felt a chill run down the back of her neck. This guy was indeed deeply calculating. Her face showed little expression, but her fingers at her side curled slightly. She suddenly felt that staying by Su Yang's side was even more thrilling than challenging an S-rank rift on her own. The next day, the Equipment Exchange Center was bustling with people. The steward senior was in an exceptionally good mood today, leaning back in his chair and leisurely sipping tea. Yesterday, he had disgusted Su Yang's team so much that they left, earning him heaps of praise from the bigwigs of the Qin Tian faction, along with promises of various benefits. In his eyes, no matter how capable Su Yang was, he was just a rookie. In a place as intricate as the Academy, connections and rules were the real game. At that moment, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance. He looked up and sneered. Su Yang, Wang Hao, and Xia Ningxuang had returned. Well, if it isn't Su Yang. What is this? Had a change of heart? The steward senior stood up, deliberately raising his voice. Good to hear. The rock guardian I recommended yesterday is absolutely worth the price. Since you're so sincere, I'll give you a 2% discount. His tone was dripping with condescension. The surrounding students paused to watch the scene unfold. But Su Yang completely ignored him. He walked straight to the public service terminal in the center of the hall. Wang Hao followed behind, his face full of an expression that screamed, My boss is about to show off everyone. Step aside. Xia Ningxuang found a spot, crossed her arms, and prepared to enjoy the show. What is he up to? Is he here to file a complaint? That's useless. The inspection department doesn't handle this kind of thing. Maybe he is checking the original price of the equipment to haggle? How naive. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Suyong placed his student card on the terminal S sensor. Beep, a distinctive notification sound rang out. The next second, the terminal screen flashed with a golden light, and a line of large text appeared. S-level authorization verified. Welcome, Suyong. The hall instantly fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at the golden text, frozen in place. S-level authorization. That was the stuff of legends, granted only to top alumni who had made extraordinary contributions to the academy or to a rare few prodigies. How could Suyong, a mere freshman, possibly have it? The steward senior's smile froze on his face. His heart clenched, and his breath caught for a moment. Suyong paid no attention to everyone's reactions. His fingers moved steadily across the virtual screen. He opened the resource allocation module, a menu no ordinary student had ever seen. Priority allocation S level. Suyong pressed the option. According to Article 11, Clause 3 of the Academy's Resource Management Regulations, Suyong's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the hall. Holders of S-level authorization have the highest priority and can allocate any unrestricted resources at or below B level from the Academy's warehouse. He turned his head and, for the first time, looked directly at the steward senior, whose face had turned deathly pale, with a faint smile. Senior, am I correct? The steward senior's lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a single word. Of course, he knew this rule, but who was it even written for? Ordinary students would never have the chance to use it. Without waiting for a response, Suyong continued operating the screen. Warehouse Center, Zone B07, Item G3304, the immovable king armor set requesting allocation. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a metallic click from the alloy doors at the back of the hall. A conveyor belt slowly emerged, carrying a set of dark gold, heavy, top-tier battle armor. It was precisely the immovable Wisdom King that Wang Hao had dreamed of. The entire room erupted in astonishment. Holy crap, did they just pull it straight out of the warehouse? This level of authority is insane. Wang Hao's mouth hung wide open, his brain momentarily unable to process what was happening. Was this even allowed? But it wasn't over yet. Suyong's finger slid across the screen once more. According to Article 7 of the Supplementary Regulations on Academy Internal Contribution Point Settlements, holders of S-level authority are entitled to internal evaluation pricing when allocating personal and team resources. As his words fell, the terminal displayed a new price beneath the exorbitant 2 million credit cost of the immovable Wisdom King. Internal evaluation price, 1 million credits. The price was instantly halved. Suyong turned to the senior steward, who was already unsteady on his feet, and smiled. Senior, could you please come over to handle the transfer procedures? Oh, and fatty, pay up. Only then did Wang Hao snap out of it, his face flushed with excitement as he hurried forward to deduct the credits. Throughout the entire process, the senior steward stood frozen, his complexion shifting from pale to green, then purple, and finally a dull gray. This humiliation was 100 times worse than the strong-arm tactics he had used against Suyong the day before. He had been utterly crushed by his own proud rules. Just as Wang Hao was packing up the immovable Wisdom King set and preparing to leave, Suyong suddenly spoke. Wait a moment. He returned to the terminal and tapped lightly with his finger. S-level authority seems to allow access to the steward's work logs and transaction records. His tone was deliberately laced with feigned surprise. The senior steward's body trembled. In the next second, transaction records began to appear on the screen, laid bare for all to see. Rock Guardian Enhanced Version. Sale price, 880,000. Cost price, 450,000. Buyer, Freshman Lee. Sea-level Blade of the Gale, 12% wear. Sale price, 500,000. Cost price, 300,000. Buyer, Freshman Zhao. One after another, the records were shocking. Abuse of authority, selling subpar goods at inflated prices, exploiting freshmen. Every piece of evidence was undeniable. TSK tisk. Suyong shook his head and sighed. Senior, your business dealings are quite bold. I. The senior steward broke out in a cold sweat, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Suyong couldn't be bothered with him. He casually opened the terminal and pressed the anonymous report to the disciplinary department button. After finishing all this, he pulled the dazed Wang Hao and, under Xia Ningxuang's watchful gaze, turned and left. Only one sentence echoed in the hall. Tell him to clean up and wait for his punishment. I keep my word. Back in the dormitory, Su Yang lay on his bed, fiddling with the S-level student card in his hand. Having privileges felt amazing. He opened his personal terminal and continued to explore the various benefits of S-level authority. Massive resource discounts, priority for missions, exclusive training rooms. These were just the basics. Suddenly, his finger paused. At the bottom of the permissions list, a previously grayed-out module had been activated. Library of the Origins of All Laws, S-level authority unlocked. He clicked on it. A line of text appeared on the screen. Trace the origins of countless skills and analyze the primordial models of the world's laws. Warning: the internal information is vast. Those with mental strength below grade A risk mental collapse. Proceed with caution. Back in the dormitory, Su Yang locked the door behind him and sprawled out on the bed. He let out a long breath in front of everyone. Doubling the humiliation he had once endured and returning it felt incredibly satisfying. Especially seeing that senior steward collapse to the ground, completely silent, made him feel even more elated. I really do hold grudges, Su Yang chuckled self-deprecatingly as he pulled out the golden glowing S-level student card. The card was cold to the touch, its edges shimmering with energy, exuding an air of grandeur. In his mind, the image of Xia Ningxuang's expression in the hall surfaced. It wasn't the usual indifference toward trash, nor the scrutiny reserved for the strong, but a look of shock, curiosity, and even a hint of admiration, a complex expression. TSK, this girl is looking at me more and more differently. Su Yang stroked his chin, feeling a bit smug. Conquering a proud daughter of heaven felt far more interesting than simply grinding levels and defeating monsters. He shook his head, dismissing these thoughts, and focused his attention on his personal terminal. The newly activated module, Library of Myriad Laws and Origins, lay quietly at the bottom of the list, emanating an air of mystery. Tracing the origins of countless skills, analyzing the primordial models of the world's laws. Su Yang read softly, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. This was far more impressive than any resource discounts or task prioritization. It was practically a developer's backstage access. As for the warning, mental strength below a level may risk collapse, he didn't take it seriously at all. What a joke, he was the man with the absolute command system. What was mental strength to him? Let's take a look, he thought to himself. The next second, his vision went black, and he felt his consciousness being pulled out of his body by a powerful force. There was no dizziness, no discomfort. When his sight returned, he found himself in a vast sea of stars. There was no sky or ground here, only darkness and countless twinkling points of light in all directions. These points of light were not stationary. They were glowing orbs of various sizes, connected by countless silver threads, forming a magnificent three-dimensional star map. Each orb pulsed rhythmically. This is the library? Su Yang was stunned by the sight before him. This wasn't a library, it was clearly a world constructed of skills. He tentatively reached out and touched the nearest white orb, about the size of a fist. Buzz as his fingertip made contact, a stream of information flooded into his mind. Skill, healing spell, level, C. Origin model, basic construction and guidance of life energy, parent skills. F level, light of nourishment. F level, energy soothing, child skills partial. D level, rapid healing. D level, spring of purification. B level, hymn of life. Su Yang held his breath. This was a skill family tree. He immediately understood the structure here. Each orb represented a skill, and the silver threads connecting them represented the evolutionary and derivative relationships between skills. He looked up toward the depths of the star map. There, countless tiny foundational points of light formed the roots of the entire skill star map. Fireball, waterball, windblade, hardening, jump, all were the most basic F-level beginner skills. From these simplest skills, silver threads extended upward, branching and converging, eventually evolving into thousands upon thousands of more complex and powerful D-level, C-level, and B-level skills. Holy crap. Even Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim that IT was as if the entire world's skill system was laid out before him. He forced himself to calm down, his mind racing. Others could only learn how to use skills, but he could now see the underlying code of the skills. This meant he could truly understand the skills, not just use them. His no cooldown for skills ability was no longer simply about casting skills consecutively. It allowed him to engage in skill programming. For instance, modifying the energy structure of Fireball to make it automatically track targets, or adjusting the energy frequency of Hardening so that it could not only defend against physical attacks, but also block energy attacks. A whole new world was opening up before him. He immediately immersed his consciousness into the tiny light sphere representing Fireball. This time, he didn't choose View Information, but instead selected Read Model. Boom. Countless complex golden runes and energy circuit diagrams instantly flooded his mind. It was a precise, three-dimensional structure composed entirely of pure energy. He saw how fire elements were mobilized, compressed, ignited at a specific energy node, and ultimately formed a stable, controllable explosive energy body. Every step was crystal clear. This was the core code at the deepest level of the skill. Ding. Detected Foundational Law Model Flame Control Sequence 001. Would you like to record it? The system's prompt sounded. Su Yang was stunned. Record it? The system could record this? Record it, he immediately confirmed. Recording Foundational Law Model. 1%. 2%. The progress bar was slow but steadily advancing. Su Yang suppressed his excitement and shifted his focus away from Fireball. If he could read F-level skills, what about higher-level ones? His consciousness swept quickly across the starry sea, finally locking onto a light sphere the size of a human head, emitting a faint golden glow. Judging by the intensity and size of the glow, this was at least an A-level skill. He slowly directed his consciousness toward it. Read Model. The moment his consciousness touched the light sphere, an influx of information 100 times more powerful than when he read Fireball surged into his mind. This wasn't a clear rune structure, but countless chaotic, violent, and conflicting fragments of laws. Each fragment felt like it was tearing at his soul. Ugh, Su Yang groaned, his consciousness nearly torn apart by the information. His vision turned blood red. His mental world shook violently, and it seemed on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the absolute command system erupted with a burst of golden light, forcibly severing his connection to the A-level skill light sphere. Haha. Su Yang's consciousness snapped back to its original position. He gasped for air, his head pounding with pain. For a moment, he truly thought he was going to die. The warnings weren't a joke. He muttered to himself. It seemed that insufficient mental strength and forcibly skipping levels could indeed be fatal. After resting for a while and waiting for the intense pain to subside, he pulled himself together and continued exploring the starry sea. Since higher-level skills were out of reach for now, he decided to start with the lower-level skills he was familiar with. He planned to examine the underlying code of all the skills he had mastered and have the system record them all. Just as he was about to dive into this task, a special area at the center of the starry sea caught his attention. This area was isolated from the other light spheres and shrouded in a layer of black mist. In the mist, faintly visible were some twisted orbs of light bound by thick chains, emitting a dark red glow. At the entrance to the area stood a stone tablet. Su Yang projected his consciousness toward it, and the text on the tablet automatically appeared. Forbidden Codex. This contains all the skills classified as the highest level of taboo by the Warrior Alliance. These skills typically derive their power from twisted laws, sacrificing life, or manipulating souls, making it extremely easy for users to suffer mental collapse and soul mutation. Strictly forbidden for any students to investigate, learn, or disseminate. Below the tablet were listed the names of some sealed forbidden skills: soul grafting, flesh sacrifice, abomination shaping, plague pact. Each name exuded an aura of evil and madness. Su Yang frowned deeply. When he saw this source of these forbidden skills, his entire body froze. No matter how these evil skills evolved, their ultimate root always pointed to the same word: abyss. Su Yang's consciousness returned to reality. He exhaled, his temples throbbing. The backlash from forcibly reading an A-level skill hadn't subsided yet, and his head throbbed with sharp pain. My mental strength is still too weak. I need to improve it quickly, Suyang thought to himself. The system was powerful, but the hardware had to keep up. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. The most important thing now was to prepare for the S-level mission. He needed a stronger team to handle various challenges with ease. He took out his phone and sent a message in their three-person group chat. Suyang, emergency meeting, gravity training room number 1, come immediately. Wang Hao got it. On my way, Yangji. Xiaoning Shuang. 10 minutes later, in gravity training room number 1. Wang Hao plopped down on the floor. Yangji, what's so urgent? Are we about to pull off another big move? Xiaoning Shuang stood quietly to the side. She was dressed in a white combat suit, her high ponytail tied neatly, giving her a sharp and capable appearance. She felt that Suyang harbored too many secrets. S-level missions are no joke. Relying on me alone for output is too inefficient, Suyang said bluntly. So, I plan to upgrade our team. Upgrade? Wang Hao was stunned, completely confused. Suyang ignored him and turned to Wang Hao. Fatty, listen up first. Me? Wang Hao pointed at himself. Your talent is D-level Earth-based defense, right? You're currently using Rock Shield and Earth Spike. Yeah, Wang Hao scratched his head, embarrassed. The skills are pretty basic. The defense is decent, but I'm clumsy. You're clumsy because you haven't found the right approach. Suyang walked over and extended a finger. I'll map out a path for you. Pay attention. From today on, abandon half-baked defensive skills like Earth Spike and focus solely on the extreme defense route. You need to go to the skill shop and exchange for 3 skills. F-level Hardening, E-level Vibration Sense, and a D-level Defense skill Quicksand Armor. Wang Hao was completely baffled. Yangji, this? Isn't hardening the weakest auxiliary skill? What's the use of Vibration Sense? Wouldn't it be better to learn another shield skill? Idiot, let me finish. Suyang knocked on his head. Hardening can make your rock shield sturdier. Quicksand Armor helps absorb impact, and Vibration Sense allows you to sense the direction of enemy attacks even with your eyes closed. These 3 skills, combined with your innate talent and rock shield, form a combo I call Earth Turtle Shell version 1.0. He continued, when you reach C rank, you can learn the B rank skill, Earth Pulse. This skill connects you to the power of the Earth, allowing you to continuously repair your defenses as long as your feet touch the ground. At that point, your Earth Turtle Shell will upgrade to version 2.0. As long as the enemy can't kill you in one blow, you'll be an indestructible warrior. The more Wang Hao listened, the more excited he became, his breathing quickening. He had never imagined that these ordinary low-level skills could be combined in such a way. A path from D rank straight to B rank, or even stronger, was laid out before him. Brother Yang. You're truly my brother, Wang Hao exclaimed, hugging Suyang's leg in excitement, tears and snot almost streaming down. Get off, get off. Suyang pushed him away in disgust. One down. He finally turned to Xiaoning Shuang. My turn, she asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Yes, Suyang nodded, his expression serious. Your situation is more complicated than Fatty's. S-rank Ice Talent. Ice Emperor's bloodline, correct? Xiaoning Shuang nodded lightly. It was her pride, but also her bottleneck. Ugh, I can't exactly say I saw it in the mental world. Suyang thought for a moment before speaking. I came across some scattered records about the Ice Emperor's bloodline in the Academy's ancient archives. The records mention that the ultimate form of the Ice Emperor's bloodline isn't about creating larger or stronger ice, but a special ability. Suyang paused, then solemnly uttered 4 words. Absolute zero. Boom. Those 4 words made Xia Ningxuang freeze instantly. She jerked her head up. How do you know that term? It was the oldest secret of her family, something she had only seen in the most confidential family manuscripts. Looks like I wasn't mistaken. Suyang ignored her shock. That's what the ancient text said. Once absolute zero is awakened, everything will freeze matter, space, even rules. Then, did it mention how to awaken it? Xiaoning Shuang asked urgently. A mischievous thought popped into Suyang's mind. He cleared his throat and feigned mystery. The book said that triggering absolute zero requires very stringent conditions. It needs a certain intense emotion as the key. Intense emotion? Xia Ningxuang frowned. Yes, Su Yang said seriously. For example, extreme sadness, extreme anger, or extreme love? As he said the last part, he drew out the words and gave Xia Ningxuang a slight smile. Xia Ningxuang's face instantly turned red. Nonsense, she spat, turning her head away. Ahem, just kidding. Su Yang quickly backtracked. If I tease you any further, I'm afraid you'll really freeze me into an ice sculpture. In any case, you need a trigger point that can cause a dramatic emotional fluctuation. But the process is very dangerous. If you lose control, your power could go berserk. Hearing the word dangerous, Xia Ningxuang instead calmed down. She turned back and said, I'm not afraid. You may not be afraid, but I sure am. Su Yang spread his hands. If your S-level talent goes out of control, won't Fatty and I end up frozen into ice blocks? Then what do you suggest? Xia Ningxuang bit her lip. There is a way. Su Yang stroked his chin, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. I'll create an absolutely safe environment for you so you can try without worry. Fatty, your Earth Turtle Shell 1.0 will handle the outer perimeter to block the fluctuations. And I. Su Yang paused, smiling playfully. I'll be responsible for your psychological counseling. After all, triggering extreme emotions isn't easy. If you can't recall them, I can help you remember, like that embarrassing bedwetting incident when you were little. Su Yang. Xia Ningxuang stomped her foot in anger, a burst of cold air emanating from her feet. All right, let's get serious. Su Yang put away his smile and became earnest. We'll go to the higher dimensional training ground. The space there is stable and energy is abundant. Fatty and I will set up defenses. Xia Ningxuang, you only need to do one thing. Close your eyes, find the deepest, coldest moment in your memory. Then, touch it, accept it, become it. Su Yang's words gradually calmed Xia Ningxuang's chaotic emotions. All right, she nodded. The higher dimensional training ground. This was a vast, pure white space. Wang Hao followed Su Yang's instructions, pressing both hands on the ground. Rock shield, hardening, quicksand armor, buzz. 3 beams of light lit up, and a massive rock shield rose from the ground, protecting the central area. Liquid quicksand flowed slowly over the surface of the rock shield. He stood in front of the shield, assuming a combat stance. Su Yang stood further inside, arms outstretched. Around him, an invisible protective barrier was forming. Sis-in-law, it's ready. Start your performance. Wang Hao shouted loudly from outside. Xia Ningxuang's cheeks flushed as she glared at Su Yang. Su Yang shrugged, looking helpless. Ignoring them, Xia Ningxuang walked to the center of the defensive circle and sat cross-legged. She slowly closed her eyes. In this pure white space, she began to recalling her entire life. As a favored daughter of heaven, her life seemed to have always been smooth sailing. But where were those memories that shook her to the core, those icy cold moments? Was it the first time she trained alone in the snowy mountains, feeling the bone-chilling wind? No. Was it being defeated by another genius at the academy and feeling unwilling? No, not that either. She searched her memories for the moment that could unlock the door to absolute zero. Time passed bit by bit. Suddenly, Xia Ningxuang's body trembled violently. A bone-chilling cold erupted from within her. Sitting cross-legged, Xia Ningxuang's eyelashes quivered slightly. Following Su Yang's instructions, her consciousness dove deep into her memories. The higher dimensional training ground isolated the outside world, leaving only her heartbeat and breathing. A smooth life? A favored daughter of heaven. These labels flashed through her memories, but stirred no waves. She needed something deeper, something colder. What was it? Was it at the age of 5, when her family elders took her to the far northern snowfields, leaving her to face the wind and snow alone, telling her, the Xia family is born to be accompanied by ice? The loneliness? No, that was merely strict guidance. Was it at the age of 12, when she lost to another genius in her first academy competition and saw the disappointed look in her father's eyes? The unwillingness? No, that was just the whip of growth. Her consciousness continued to dive deeper, passing through layer after layer of memories. Suddenly, a scene froze that it was the night of her 8th birthday. The manor was brightly lit, filled with guests. each wearing a false smile as they toasted her father with flattery. She, dressed in a beautiful princess gown, sat alone by the cold floor-to-ceiling window, watching the snowflakes drift down outside. Her mother, lost forever on the other side of a rift during a deep abyss expedition, was absent. Her father, consumed by grief and the pressures of the family, treated her birthday party as nothing more than a formality. No one accompanied her to blow out the candles. No one sincerely said, "Happy birthday." That day, she felt as though the world's liveliness had nothing to do with her. The entire world seemed to consist only of her and the silent, all-encompassing snow outside, capable of freezing everything. This was it. She had found it. At that moment, the extreme loneliness and cold ignited a power deep within her bloodline. Crack! A crisp sound echoed from within her body. Boom! A bone-chilling cold erupted from the center of Xia Ningxuang's body. What the hell? Outside the defensive circle, Wang Hao shuddered, his teeth chattering. His eyes widened as the temperature in the training ground plummeted. In the air, countless tiny ice-blue crystals suddenly appeared, drifting down. Frost quickly spread across the ground, releasing a piercing chill. This air conditioning is way too cold," Wang Hao shouted, his voice trembling. "Is sister-in-law turning into the Snow Queen?" Su Yang said nothing but furrowed his brows. This chill wasn't just ordinary low temperature, it was a power that controlled the laws of space. It was controlling this area, slowing the movement of all matter to absolute zero. She had succeeded. Xia Ningxuang had touched the secret of the S-grade talent absolute zero. But in the next second, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Ugh! Sitting at the center of the cold, Xia Ningxuang let out a muffled groan, her voice filled with restraint. The frost not only spread outward, but also began to erode her body. Ice crystal patterns appeared on her neck, quickly spreading to her cheeks. The tips of her jet-black hair also began to freeze. Her life force was being frantically drained by this uncontrollable power. It was out of control. The power was too strong for her body to bear, and it was backfiring on her. Su Yang, this is bad. Sister-in-law is about to turn into an ice sculpture. Wang Hao was sweating profusely, panicking. The rock shield he had desperately constructed already had several cracks, creaking under the pressure. We overdid it. Su Yang sighed inwardly. S-grade talents were indeed unreasonable, just touching the threshold had almost ruined her. But, don't panic. Su Yang's voice was calm. It's my turn now. He looked at Wang Hao and gave an order. Fatty, use your earth element energy to extend underground and wrap around her body. Remember, the goal is to maintain her body temperature, not to directly resist the cold. Use the gentlest force, don't let her temperature drop too quickly. Move slowly, move gently, and don't hurt her. Oh, okay. Although Wang Hao was nervous, he had absolute trust in Su Yang's words. He immediately placed his hands on the ground, mobilizing all his earth element energy. At the same time, Su Yang began to act. He didn't unleash any earth-shattering skills. He simply raised his right hand. Buzz! A beam of warm white light lit up in his palm. Healing spell, a common F-level auxiliary skill. Any awakened individual can use it, but Su Yang's healing technique was different. In the next second, countless rice-sized points of light surged from Su Yang's palm, converging into a stream of light that enveloped Xia Ningxuang. These points of light did not clash directly with the laws of absolute zero. Instead, they penetrated the icy domain. Each point of light carried life energy. When they encountered the rampaging cold air, they neutralized each other, weakening the power of the law. A single point of light had little effect. 10, 100 points made no significant difference either. But with tens of thousands of points pouring in every second, quantitative change led to qualitative change. For an ordinary awakened individual to do this, their mental energy would be instantly depleted. But for Su Yang, it was effortless. His absolute command system consumed zero energy. In the high-dimensional training ground, the scene was peculiar. Wang Hao's earth-yellow energy sustained Xia Ningxuang's life externally, while Su Yang's healing light rain gradually melted the icy cold from within. The icy blue light and warm white light clashed and neutralized each other, forming a dynamic balance. The ice patterns on Xia Ningxuang's face stopped spreading, and her furrowed brows relaxed. Under the protection of the light rain, she regained control of her body. No one knew how much time had passed. The rampaging cold air was finally suppressed and retracted into her body. The ice crystals in the air disappeared, and the temperature slowly rose. Wang Hao collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. "Oh my God, that scared me to death." Su Yang withdrew his hand, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. At the center of the defensive circle, Xia Ningxuang's long eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils were ice blue, reflecting a clear silhouette. She looked past the slumped Wang Hao and locked her gaze precisely on Su Yang. "Su Yang." Her voice was weak and trembling. "Awake." Su Yang walked over, squatted down, and reached out to poke her cold cheek. "I thought I might have to give you artificial respiration." He teased with a smile. Artificial respiration for an S-level prodigy, what would that taste like? Ice-cold strawberry. Xia Ningxuang's cheeks instantly flushed red, the blush spreading from her ears down to her neck. Having just survived a life-and-death ordeal, her mind was unsettled. Being teased like this, she felt both angry and embarrassed, but her body was too weak to even muster the strength to glare at him. Looking at the mischievous face so close to hers, a ripple stirred in Xia Ningxuang's heart. She didn't retort, simply gazing at him quietly. Xia Ningxuang felt a new and powerful force surging within her, waiting to erupt. Behind her S-level ice talent, a new label suddenly appeared. Absolute Zero Initial Mastery. She knew that without Su Yang's help, even if she hadn't been frozen today, she would never have completed this transformation so smoothly. "Thank you." Thousands of words in her heart ultimately condensed into these two. Meanwhile, far away in the capital of the Huaxia Alliance Imperial City, deep within a heavily guarded luxurious estate, in the ancestral hall, an ice-blue jade pendant placed at the highest point suddenly emitted a faint crack sound. A tiny crack appeared on the pendant. In the next moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, seated cross-legged in the ancestral hall, opened his eyes. Sharp light flickered in his gaze. Ningxuang's extreme cold bloodline has fully awakened? Quick, summon everyone. The elder's authoritative voice echoed throughout the estate. Immediately send Ice Guard to the War Academy and invite the young lady back to the family. Su Yang's fingers still carried the cool sensation of Xia Ningxuang's cheek. This girl, her thin skin was truly heart-wrenching. Her mind was probably in chaos, yet she had to put on a cold and arrogant facade. TSK, how interesting. As he was savoring the moment, Wang Hao's voice suddenly rang out. "Wow, Su Yang, you're impressive. Already making a move? What does it feel like to touch the face of an S-class prodigy?" The chubby guy leaned in, mischievously winking and grinning. Su Yang shot him a sideways glance. "Want to know?" Wang Hao nodded eagerly. "All right, bring your face over, and I'll let you experience it." Su Yang flexed his wrist, his joints cracking audibly. Wang Hao's chubby face froze, and he quickly backed away. "Just kidding, don't take it seriously." At that moment, the student terminal on Su Yang's wrist vibrated, and a red message popped up on the screen. "Student Su Yang, please report to the Chief Mentor's office within 10 minutes. Chief Mentor, Chen Xian." Wang Hao leaned over to take a look, and his expression instantly changed. "Chief Mentor? Chen Xian? He's one of the 3 giants of the War Academy, a powerhouse at the nation's stabilizing envoy level. What's he looking for you for?" Xia Ningxuang also propped herself up, her expression filled with concern. "Probably to settle accounts." Su Yang stroked his chin, already forming a plan in his mind. During the freshman competition, he had utterly defeated Qin Feng, almost causing the Qin family to lose face. The Qin family held significant influence in the academy, and the chief mentor was unlikely to be unaware of this. This S-class mission was very likely a trap. "I'll go with you," Xia Ningxuang said softly but firmly. She knew that this summons was almost certainly related to the Qin family and the mysterious S-class mission. Su Yang had taken on the mission for her sake. She couldn't let him face it alone. "Come on, S-class prodigy." Su Yang turned, bent down, and flicked her forehead lightly with his finger. "You're so weak right now that a gust of wind could knock you over. Are you going there to be a hostage?" "You?" Xia Ningxuang was stunned by his action, her face turning red again. Stay here and consolidate your new powers. You've awakened absolute zero. In the future, if I can't win, I'll have to rely on you. Su Yang smiled casually. His words were lighthearted, but his mind was full of complaints. Damn it, what kind of situation is this? Just saved someone, haven't even had a meal, and now I have to meet the big boss. The life of a worker is tough everywhere. After comforting Xia Ningxuang, Su Yang left the training room under Wang Hao's sympathetic gaze and headed toward the Minter Tower deep within the academy. The chief minter's office was nothing like the luxurious space he had imagined. It was a simple, ancient study. The air was filled with the scent of sandalwood and old books. Outside the window was the night view of the War Academy. An elderly man in a gray robe with partially white hair stood with his back to him, wiping a long sword. Minter, Su Yang said. The old man, Chun Xian, turned around. Although he didn't move, Su Yang felt the air around him suddenly grow heavy, making it difficult to breathe. So this is the power of a nation-stabilizing envoy-level expert? Sit. Chun Xian gestured to the sofa opposite him, his voice low and hoarse. Su Yang complied, relaxing his body but keeping his mind highly alert. The real challenge was about to begin. Chun Xian placed the long sword back on the sword rack, poured himself a cup of hot tea, but didn't he pour one for Su Yang. Do you know why I called you here? He took a sip of tea. I don't know. Su Yang shook his head decisively. I don't understand, Minter. Please enlighten me. Come on. Trying to guess what the leader is thinking at a time like this is either foolish or malicious. The corners of Chun Xian's mouth lifted slightly. You're quite a smart one. He set down the teacup and leaned forward slightly. During the freshman competition, you gave Qin Feng a pretty bad beating. Su Yang's eyelids twitched. Here it comes. He was simply outmatched. Well said. Chun Xian slapped his thigh, the sternness on his face vanishing completely as he broke into a grin. That kid has been strutting around the academy, relying on his brother Qin Tian's influence. I've been sick of him for a long time. That fight of yours was brilliant, like you were on fire. Su Yang was stunned. Something didn't feel right. Wasn't this supposed to be a scolding? How did it turn into a praise session? He looked at the old man in front of him, who seemed like a completely different person, and was momentarily at a loss. Minter, you thought I'd give you trouble on behalf of the Qin family? Chun Xian let out a cold laugh, leaning back into his chair and retracting his smile. Su Yang, remember this. The War Academy belongs to the Martial Alliance, not the private playground of certain noble families. The Qin Tian faction and us old-timers have been at odds for years. This time, you gave them a slap in the face, turning their innate bloodline supremacy into a joke. Do you know? Because of you, we've gained a lot more leverage in resource allocation this year. Chun Xian looked at Su Yang with an approving nod. Kid, you've unknowingly done us a huge favor. Su Yang finally understood. This was a battle of office politics. He was merely a pawn in the hands of the big players. But fortunately, he was a good pawn. Then about that S-rank mission, Su Yang probed cautiously. At the mention of this, Chun Xian's smile disappeared, and his expression turned serious. He was silent for a moment before speaking. It's not a reward, nor is it a trap. It's a cry for help. A cry for help? Su Yang frowned deeply. The target of the S-rank mission, that anomalous energy source. According to our latest intelligence, Chun Xian lowered his voice, each word carrying weight. It's not an inanimate object. It's something that's hatching an abyssal egg. Boom. These 4 words exploded in Su Yang's mind. An abyssal egg. What does that mean? Once an abyssal egg hatches, it gives birth to an abyssal lord with the potential for a throne. A throne. That's a being even stronger than an S-rank national guardian. A single throne could destroy a fortress city. How did something like this end up on the Academy's mission list? Su Yang's voice had changed. Because the higher-ups are too tied up right now. Chun Xian's face darkened. He pointed downward. Do you know why the War Academy was built here? Because beneath this academy lies something even more terrifying than an abyssal egg. We National Guardians can't take a single step away. Su Yang finally understood the truth behind this S-rank mission. This was a high-stakes gamble, using the lives of students to seize a chance to eliminate that terrifying thing before it hatches. Why me? Su Yang asked. Because you're the only variable. Chun Xian stared at him intently. A monster who can exhaust an A-level talent user with just an F-level skill. Your fighting style disregards rules and is unpredictable. Perhaps, only an anomaly like you can create miracles. He paused, his tone turning cold. And, Suyang, I must warn you. In this mission, your greatest enemy might not be the abyssal egg, but rather, the things also targeting it. For example, those omnipresent God-eater cultists. Chun Xian stood up, walked to the window, and gazed into the distant darkness. And, within the academy, those competitors who want to use the power of the abyssal egg to soar to the top. People like Qin Tian, he's even crazier than his brother. Leaving Chun Xian's office, Su Yang said nothing, his face dark and brooding. Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang were already waiting outside. Seeing his expression, the two immediately stopped their conversation. How did it go? What did Instructor Chen say? Is it those Qin family bastards trying to mess with you? Wang Hao clenched his fists and asked first. Xia Ningxuang remained silent, quietly watching Su Yang, waiting for him to speak. Su Yang shook his head and didn't answer immediately. The words still echoed in his mind. Abyssal egg. Throne potential. Something even more terrifying. These pieces of information left him breathless. He had thought that after winning the academy tournament, he could finally relax, earn some credits, treat his sister's illness, and casually experiment with new skills. Instead, trouble had come knocking directly. Things are far more complicated and dangerous than we imagined. Su Yang stopped walking and selectively shared some of the information Qin Xian had told him. He didn't mention the more terrifying secret underground, only emphasizing the terrifying potential of the abyssal egg and the life-threatening nature of this mission. So, this isn't a reward, but a distress signal. A high-stakes gamble from the Academy's upper echelons, hoping we can create a miracle. After hearing Su Yang's words, Wang Hao's face immediately fell. Damn it, an S-level mission? Something that hatches into a throne level right away? Isn't this just sending us to our deaths? The chubby guy roared, but then clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. But damn it, it's just an egg, right? I'll smash its yolk out. Xia Ningxuang was calmer in her response. Since it's a decision made by the Academy's upper echelons, it means they believe we have a chance of succeeding. What they value is you. She looked at Su Yang, her tone firm. This man always managed to break all conventions in the most incredible ways. Their reactions made Su Yang feel much better, and the pressure on him lightened considerably. He wasn't fighting alone. You're right, we do have a chance to succeed. Su Yang's tense expression relaxed, and his usual smile returned. But first, we need to be fully prepared. Fatty, Ningxuang, let us go spend some credits. Huh? Spend credits? Wang Hao was stunned. Exactly. Su Yang snapped his fingers. Let us turn our credits into real combat power. The War Academy, Exchange Center. This was the busiest place in the academy, where students came and went, exchanging credits for techniques, pills, materials, and equipment. As Su Yang and his two companions walked into the hall, they immediately became the center of attention. Look, it's Su Yang. Those beside him must be Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao, right? The champion team of the academy tournament. Heard they took on an S-level mission. Is that true? Are they crazy? Awakeners daring to take on an S-level mission? Amid the chatter, Su Yang walked straight to the equipment exchange area. The middle-aged instructor in charge of exchanges glanced at him and said, "What do you want to exchange? First, give me your student card so I can check your balance." Su Yang nodded and handed over his student card. The instructor casually swiped it on the terminal. The next second, his hand trembled, almost dropping the terminal. 10,000, 10,000, 100,000 million. The instructor's voice changed as he looked up at Su Yang with a strange expression, stammering, "Your credits 1,370,000." The exchange hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Su Yang, their faces full of shock. 1,370,000 credits. For most elite students, earning 10 or 20,000 credits in a semester was already considered impressive. But this guy had a fortune in the millions. While the championship reward and mission settlements added up to this much, Su Yang rubbed his nose, looking innocent. Damn, showing off feels so good. He grumbled inwardly, but kept a neutral expression. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Su Yang pointed to a set of heavy armor, and a staff displayed on the holographic screen. Instructor, I want this custom Xuanwu heavy armor and this winter S-size staff. The instructor, still in shock, instinctively glanced at the prices. The Xuanwu heavy armor, a top-tier D-level custom set equipped with an energy shield generator, was worth 150,000 credits. The winter S-size, an A-level staff crafted from polar frost crystal, significantly enhanced ice element skills, and perfectly carried the aura of absolute zero, was priced at 350,000 credits. 2 pieces of equipment, 500,000 credits. Fatty, this Xuanwu set is yours. Su Yang slapped the exchange receipt onto Wang Hao's chest. Wang Hao held the receipt, so excited that his chubby body trembled. Brother Yang, this is too much. Take it. You're our shield for this mission. If the shield isn't strong, we're all doomed. Su Yang's tone was firm, leaving no room for refusal. Then, he picked up the staff radiating cold air, its shaft made of ice crystal, and walked towards Xiaoning Shuang. The staff was icy to the touch, with a gemstone at the top glowing faintly. This is yours, Su Yang said, handing it over. Xiaoning Shuang's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She looked at the staff in her hands, then at Su Yang. This A-level staff was a perfect match for her S-level talent. But 350,000 credits, this number was overwhelming. I can't take it, Su Yang interrupted, his tone resolute. Your output determines how quickly we can finish the fight. This is an investment in the whole team. Hearing this, Xiaoning Shuang hesitated but was moved. All right. She nodded and accepted the staff. The moment she gripped Winter's sigh, a surge of powerful ice element energy spread from her body, and the air around them turned frigid. The surrounding students shivered and instinctively stepped back. Xiaoning Shuang looked at the staff, a faint smile appearing on her usually cold face. Thank you, she said softly. Su Yang was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Don't mention it. Just kill a few more enemies and earn the money back. After completing the equipment exchange, Su Yang bought a large number of rare materials, including void energy crystals, memory metal, and magical energy conduction arrays, spending another 200,000 credits. Out of the 1.37 million credits, only a little over 600,000 remained in the blink of an eye. Under the reverent gazes of everyone at the exchange center, the 3 returned fully loaded. Private Training Hall. Wang Hao donned the brand new Xuanwu heavy armor, its thick black plating enveloping his entire body and exuding an intense aura of oppression. Xian Ningxuang gripped Winter's sigh, surrounded by a chilling aura that made her demeanor even colder. As for Su Yang, he removed his autonomous armament and began upgrading it right in front of the other 2. He laid out the rare materials he had exchanged for, placed both hands on the chest plate, and closed his eyes. Absolute Command System. Initiate material analysis. Execute modular upgrade. Target. Integrate energy absorption and conversion module. Under his mental control, the rare materials quickly disintegrated and melted, transforming into streams of light that were absorbed by the autonomous armament. Complex runes flowed and restructured across the surface of the armor. Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang held their breath as they watched the scene unfold. They knew Su Yang was mysterious, but this was the first time they had witnessed him forge equipment firsthand. This operation had already surpassed their understanding of artifact craftsmen. 10 minutes later, the glow dissipated. The autonomous armament hadn't changed much in appearance, but its surface now bore a layer of dark patterns capable of absorbing light. Autonomous Armament version 1.2 upgrade complete new module added. Energy absorption passive. Can absorb energy attacks up to 30% of its own defense limit and convert them into pure energy to replenish the host's consumption. Success. Su Yang felt a surge of joy. Although there was a limit, this meant that when facing energy attacks, he could not only defend but also recharge. For someone like him, essentially a perpetual motion machine, this was incredibly practical. All right, the equipment upgrade is complete. Next is tactical training. Su Yang donned the upgraded armor, his entire demeanor transforming. I've designed 3 team macros for us, executed via the tactical communicator. Macro 1, Focused Fire. I'll mark a target. Ningxuang will take the lead in attacking, and Fatty will handle flank defense and harassment. Macro 2, Defense. Fatty will activate maximum defense and hold the front line. I'll handle healing and control, and Ningxuang will provide long-range suppression. Macro 3. Attrition Warfare. The three of us will take turns covering each other while retreating, maintaining sustained firepower to drag the enemy into a war of attrition. Su Yang uploaded the tactical programs he had written into the communicators of the other two. This wasn't a supernatural ability, it was purely based on his programming expertise from his previous life and his understanding of battlefield dynamics, resulting in the optimal commands. Come on, let's try it out. Su Yang gave a low shout, initiating the simulation. Activate Macro 1. As soon as the command was issued, Wang Hao sprang into action, shield in hand, charging toward the left flank of the simulated target. Xia Ningxuang's Winter's Sigh emitted a dazzling light, and an ice spike accurately shot toward the red that marked in Su Yang's field of vision. Their coordination was flawless. Watching the scene before him, Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. Well-equipped teammates, combined with his tactical brain and infinite firepower core abyssal egg, maybe they really could crack the yoke. Night fell. Only 12 hours remained until the mission began. The three returned to their respective dorms for final preparations. Su Yang lay on his bed but couldn't sleep. He opened his personal terminal and reviewed every detail repeatedly. Just then, ding. A notification sounded, and an email popped up. The sender was displayed as anonymous. Su Yang became alert. An anonymous email at such a critical moment. After a moment's hesitation, he still clicked it open. The email was simple, containing only one attachment and a single sentence. The attachment was a compressed file named Abyss Simulation Number 1 Incomplete. The sentence consisted of just 8 characters. Don't trust the official route. Stay alive. Su Yang's heart sank. He downloaded and extracted the attachment, and a fragmented map appeared on the screen. The layout of the map was roughly the same as the mission map provided by the Academy, but it included many hidden passages and areas. In an inconspicuous corner of the map, a bright red circle marked a spot. Beside it were 3 words: Safe House. Was this a kind warning? Or a carefully laid trap? Su Yang stared at the screen, unresponsive for a long time. Buzz. The dizziness brought by spatial displacement vanished instantly. Su Yang and the other two opened their eyes to find themselves in an unfamiliar world. This place was completely different from the outer edges of the simulated abyss they had seen before. The sky was a dark purple. The air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur and blood, burning their throats painfully as they inhaled. A suffocating pressure bore down on them from all directions. The abyssal aura here was at least 10 times stronger than on the outskirts. Under this suppression, everyone felt their hearts grow heavy, and their mental processes slowed. This is the core zone of the S-level mission? Wang Hao's face was pale as he immediately activated his ability. A layer of rocky armor covered his body, shielding him from part of the chilling erosion. The abyssal suppression here is too strong. Xia Ningxuang's expression was grave. She opened her palm, and an ice flower struggled to form, but it was far less solid than usual. The black mist coiling around it quickly devoured the ice crystal's energy. Her S-level ice ability was significantly weakened in this environment. Su Yang said nothing, scanning their surroundings. Beneath their feet was scorched, cracked earth, and jagged rocky peaks loomed in the distance. The area was eerily silent, but this silence only made Su Yang more vigilant. System, scan for nearby life signals. Scanning. Warning. A large number of hostile units detected. Quantity, 127. Level, peak C grade, 127. Su Yang's heart tightened. Just as the system's notification ended, "Watch out," he shouted, shoving Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao aside. Shu shhh. From the shadows on the ground where the three had just been standing, dozens of sharp claws suddenly shot out, accompanied by piercing screeches, slashing straight at them. The scorched earth was torn into deep gashes, the cuts unnervingly smooth. What are those things? Wang Hao's back was drenched in cold sweat. He hadn't sensed anything at all. Shadow leopards. Xia Ningxuang reacted quickly, forming dozens of ice spikes with a wave of her hand and launching them at the surrounding shadows. However, the spikes lost their power after flying just 10 meters, landing with faint thuds into the ground, causing no damage. Shrill cries echoed from all directions. The shadows began to writhe, and black figures resembling leopards emerged from them. They had no physical form, composed entirely of shadows, with only their glowing red eyes piercing the dimness. Peak C-grade beasts, shadow leopards. This is bad. My ice abilities are completely countered here, Xiaoning Shuang said grimly. She had never felt so stifled before. Despite her S-level ability, even her energy flow was sluggish. Sis-in-law, don't worry. I'll protect you. Wang Hao roared, stomping heavily on the ground. D-grade skill, rock barrier. Boom. 3 earthen walls rose from the ground, encircling the 3 of them. But before his words had even faded to crack, a dark figure shot out directly from the shadow of the earthen wall, its sharp claws stabbing straight at Wang Hao's back. Innate ability, shadow traversal. Fatty, Xiaoning Shuang screamed. Wang Hao felt a chill down his spine and tried to turn around to defend himself, but the shadow was too fast. He had no time to react. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The expected pain did not come. Wang Hao turned his head and saw Su Yang standing behind him at some point, using a small energy dagger formed by hardening to block the shadow leopard's claws. Sparks flew. The shadow leopard, surprised that its attack was blocked, let out a sharp cry, its figure flickering before merging into the shadows and disappearing. Thank you, Yangzi, Wang Hao said, patting his chest and breathing a sigh of relief. Focus on defending the front, Su Yang said calmly. He scanned the surroundings. More shadow leopards abandoned their stealth, transforming into over 100 dark figures charging in from all directions. Their target was clear: Wang Hao, the strongest defender. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of continuous impacts echoed. Wang Hao's rock barrier was covered in cracks, and he was shaken so hard that his blood churned, his face flushed red. No, there are too many. I can't hold on. Wang Hao roared. The shadow leopard's attack frequency was astonishing, and each impact rapidly drained his energy. Xiaoning Shuang tried to interfere with ice spikes and walls, but the effect was minimal. The shadow leopards flickered in and out of the shadows, and most of her attacks missed. For the first time, this proud daughter of heaven felt powerless. She glanced at Su Yang, who was fending off sneak attacks for Wang Hao amidst the beast horde, then looked down at the weakened frost in her hands, her expression complicated. Su Yang, this isn't working. We'll be worn down to death at this rate. Xiaoning Shuang said urgently. They had to find a way to break through. Don't panic, Su Yang's voice came, calm and steady. The warm-up is over. Question mark. Xiaoning Shuang and Wang Hao were both stunned. Warm-up? We're barely holding on here. And you call this a warm-up? Su Yang said no more, though inwardly he was muttering to himself. The act's about done. If I drag this out any longer, Fatty's going to collapse. And Xiaoning Shuang needs to taste some defeat otherwise. She always acts like she's in control. It's too boring. All right, my turn now. Su Yang focused his thoughts. System, activate preset tactical command. Macro Link Guardian number 1. Command confirmed. Macro Link Guardian number 1, executing. As soon as the command was issued, boom. The ground beneath Wang Hao exploded, and a 3-meter-thick, metallic glossed circular earthen wall rose from the ground, sending all the shadow leopards charging from the front flying. Countless rock spikes grew wildly from the wall, forming an impenetrable barrier. This level of defense was at least 10 times stronger than what Wang Hao could create himself. What the hell? Wang Hao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He could feel that this earth element energy came from him, but he hadn't done anything like this. At the same time, around Xiaoning Shuang, the ice elements in the air were forcibly drawn and compressed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 8 ice mirrors appeared out of thin air, encircling her in the center. The mirrors rotated slowly, emitting extreme cold rays that repelled all the shadow leopards trying to approach. What is this? Xiaoning Shuang was stunned. She realized that her ice element power had been temporarily taken over. Someone had used her power to construct a defense she couldn't even comprehend. After completing all this, Su Yang took a step forward, walking out of the protective barrier. Facing the hundreds of ferocious shadow leopards, he raised his hand and lightly curled his finger. F-rank skill. Taunt. No cooldown, no consumption, can be used infinitely. Buzz. A wave of spiritual energy filled with provocation swept across the entire battlefield, centered on Su Yang. All the shadow leopards froze in their movements. The cunning calmness in their eyes vanished, replaced by fury. Screech! 127 shadow leopards simultaneously abandoned Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang, turning into streaks of black shadows as they charged madly towards Su Yang. Su Yang's figure disappeared into the frenzied beast horde. Su Yang! Xia Ningxuang cried out in shock, her heart skipping a beat. Was he insane? Provoking the hatred of all the ferocious beasts alone? Wasn't this courting death? However, from the center of the beast horde, Su Yang's voice rang out clearly, tinged with amusement. You have no idea what it means to play. He didn't confront them head-on. His body suddenly became blurry. D-rank skill, slide step. Infinite, slide step. To the ordinary eye, Su Yang had vanished. But with her enhanced dynamic vision, Xia Ningxuang witnessed a shocking scene. Su Yang's figure became impossible to lock onto. Surrounded by over 100 shadow leopards, he used an unconventional method, frantically changing direction and moving in short, high-frequency bursts. Each dodge was executed at the very last moment before the claws could touch him. Each movement placed him in the only blind spot of the attack. He weaved through the dense onslaught, with every claw narrowly missing him. Every attack fell short. The entire beast horde was being toyed with by him alone. What kind of movement technique is this? Wang Hao was dumbfounded, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. Xia Ningxuang said nothing, her eyes fixed on the figure weaving through the gaps. Suddenly, she understood. Su Yang's strength wasn't due to high-level skills, but because he could use the most basic skills to achieve unbelievable results. This was his terrifying control. At that moment, Su Yang, who had been toying with the beast horde, slightly furrowed his brows. His brain was operating at high speed, processing the battlefield information, and he noticed something unusual. The attacks of these shadow leopards were too disciplined. They weren't attacking randomly, but were using a frenzied approach to force him into a progressively smaller space for evasion. Every coordinated strike, every blockade, had a clear tactical purpose. This wasn't the instinct of wild beasts. Su Yang looked past the frenzied beast horde toward a rugged mountain peak in the distance. A thought flashed through his mind. This isn't an ordinary beast tide. This is an army. The air was thick with the stench of blood and burnt flesh. The corpses of over 100 ferocious beasts lay scattered across the muddy ground, and the jungle was deathly silent. Huff, huff, damn. Wang Hao collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving violently. Sweat and blood dripped from his forehead, leaving him in a disheveled state. The earthy yellow giant shield in his hand had lost its glow, covered in claw marks and cracks. Yang, brother Yang, you're a real monster. Wang Hao panted heavily, looking up at Su Yang, who stood amidst the beast corpses, his clothes immaculate, not even a corner out of place. His face was filled with shock. The scene just now was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Countless shadow leopards had pounced from all directions, their speed astonishing, their claws capable of easily tearing through steel. When he and Xia Ningxuang thought they were about to die, Su Yang had stood there calmly. Layer upon layer of translucent, guardian barriers enveloped the three of them. The shadow leopard's claws struck the barriers, only to trigger ripples, completely ineffective. Su Yang's healing light never ceased to shine on himself. That's no longer treatment. That's bloodlock protection. Any wound or shock is smoothed out the moment it appears. He used his own body to create an absolutely safe opportunity for Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao to attack. Xia Ningxuang said nothing. A few specks of dirt on her face made her appear even more real. She simply stared at Su Yang's back, her gaze lingering for a long time. He was clearly just an F-level awakened talent, mostly using ordinary low-level skills. Yet these simplest of skills, in his hands, produced incredible results. Perfect defense, endless healing, a calm and composed aura. This man once again overturned her understanding of combat. She had seen countless S-level geniuses, those who could freeze 100 miles with a wave of their hand or shatter mountains with a punch. But no one was like Su Yang, who, in such an unconventional way, turned what should have been a brutal siege into a one-sided hunt. Stop daydreaming, clean up the battlefield. Su Yang's voice pulled the two of them back to reality. He walked to the corpse of the largest shadow leopard leader, squatted down, and gently ran his finger across its brow. Interesting. At his fingertips, a faint black aura coiled up, exuding a chilling and maddening sensation. Mental imprint. Moreover, it was a mark unique to the God Eater cult, carrying a heavy stench of corruption. So it really is them pulling the strings behind the scenes, Su Yang sneered inwardly. The rampage of these beasts was no coincidence. Someone was orchestrating it, aiming to wipe out the trial participants here and create chaos. And the ultimate goal of this chaos was likely the legendary Abyssal Egg. Brother Yang, what's wrong? Is there something off about this leopard? Wang Hao curiously leaned over. Nothing, just confirming a few things. Su Yang stood up and clapped his hands. He didn't elaborate, because the moment he sensed the mental imprint, he had already received new intelligence through the surrounding threads of mental energy. Two groups of people were lurking in the shadows, watching this place. One group was on a high ground 300 meters to the east. Though their presence was well concealed, the air of arrogance was unmistakable. It was Qin Tian and his lackeys. It seemed this favored son of heaven was still unwilling to give up and had followed them here. The other group. Su Yang's lips curled slightly. In a dense forest 500 meters to the south, three figures blended seamlessly with the darkness. They were dressed in wide black robes, their aura eerie and sinister. Members of the God Eater cult. They had finally revealed themselves. All trying to take advantage of the situation, Su Yang muttered to himself. Qin Tian's group wanted to swoop in and reap the rewards after the beasts, and Su Yang's group were both severely weakened. The God Eater cult's motives were more complex. Perhaps they intended to deal with both Qin Tian and Su Yang at the same time. Three forces formed a delicate standoff on this small battlefield. Each side was aware of the others, but no one made the first move. Everyone was waiting for the perfect moment. What a pity, Su Yang thought. They see me as prey on the verge of exhaustion, but they don't realize that they are the ones truly caught in the trap. He glanced at Wang Hao, who was still meditating, and Xia Ningxuang, whose face was full of curiosity. His expression remained calm. Let's go. This place isn't safe to linger, Su Yang said coolly. Didn't that anonymous email just now mention coordinates for a safe house? Let's rest there first. Wang Hao immediately nodded. Yes. Let's go quickly. I keep feeling this place is eerie, like someone is watching us. His intuition was purely a post-battle sensation, yet it was remarkably accurate. Xia Ningxuang frowned slightly. She also felt something was off, but her perception wasn't as sharp as Su Yang's, so she couldn't pinpoint the observer's location or identity. She looked at Su Yang and saw his calm expression, completely unperturbed. This reassured her greatly. I'll follow your lead, she replied succinctly. Su Yang smiled and deliberately raised his voice. The earlier exertion was too much. We need to find a place to recover. That safe house looks well hidden, perfect for us. After speaking, he led the group toward the safe house coordinates. Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang followed closely behind. The three figures quickly disappeared into the shadows of the forest. On the eastern highlands, Qin Tian stared at the backs of Su Yang and his group as they left, his face filled with malice and a hint of doubt. Too much exertion? He doesn't look affected at all. A lackey beside him muttered softly. Shut up. Qin Tian snorted coldly. Even if he's fine, his two teammates are already at their limit. Especially that fat guy. Any random D-class beast could take him down now. But, Brother Tian, the direction they're heading. I know. Qin Tian sneered. The coordinates for that safe house were anonymously sent to them by me. I've prepared a little surprise there. His original plan was to let the beast horde wear Su Yang down before triggering the trap. Although there was a slight deviation now, the outcome wouldn't change. Follow them. Once they enter the safe house, it'll be their grave. In the southern forest, three black-robed figures stood motionless like statues. This Su Yang, whom the Holy Sun has taken an interest in, does have some skill. He managed to handle this wave of beasts unscathed. One of them rasped. So what? It's just a combination of low-level skills, nothing impressive, another replied disdainfully. The leader of the black-robed figures slowly raised his head, his eyes glowing faintly under the hood. Our target isn't him, it's Qin Tian. Lin Fan, the Holy Sun, has ordered us to extract the lead on the God's fragment from the Qin family, and Qin Tian is the key. As for Su Yang, since he stumbled into this, we'll deal with him as well. The mantis and the oriole both think they're the hunter. Let's go. We'll follow them. Once they've worn each other out, we'll close the net and take both the lead on the God's fragment and the abyssal egg. The three shadows silently melted into the deeper darkness, stealthily heading in the same direction. No one noticed them. Not long after they left, a thread of mental energy, as fine as a hair, quietly retracted from their previous hiding spot. In the distance, Su Yang's mind replayed the entire conversation of the three black-robed figures with perfect clarity. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Qin Tian is the mantis. The God-Eater cult is the oriole. And I am the hunter who has already set the trap, waiting for the prey to deliver itself. God's fragment. Interesting. It seems this harvest will be even richer than expected. The three of them strolled leisurely toward the so-called safe house. Wang Hao was gasping for breath, his steps faltering, on the verge of collapse. I can't. I feel completely drained. That last strike used up all the earth elemental power I had for my entire life, he complained as he walked, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to carry through the surrounding forest. Xiaoning Shuang played along even more thoroughly. Her face was pale, her breathing rapid, and she silently followed behind Su Yang, clearly on the verge of collapse. Only Su Yang remained at ease. He even deliberately slowed his pace, turning back to the two and saying, "Hang in there a bit longer. The coordinates are just ahead. Once we reach the safe house, we can rest properly." Great performance, Su Yang transmitted through the team channel with his mental power, his tone betraying a hint of amusement. Wang Hao chuckled. "Of course, I'm a professional." Xiaoning Shuang said nothing, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Toying with their pursuers was indeed a novel experience. After walking about another 500 meters, Su Yang's mental power threads sensed that two groups behind them had already set up ambushes near the safe house. Qin Tian's men had taken the high ground, while the three black-robed members of the God-Eater cult were hiding in the shadows of the only path, ready to launch a deadly strike. They all thought they were the hunters. "All right, the audience is in place," Su Yang's voice echoed in the minds of the other two. "Let's take a different route." Wang Hao froze. "Change routes? Won't they notice?" Su Yang didn't answer but stopped in his tracks. He extended his right hand, palm facing upward. In the next second, tiny water spheres, each no larger than a fingernail, appeared in his palm, densely packed. These water spheres didn't fly out but instead began vibrating, disassembling, and recombining at high speed the moment they appeared, forming a thin mist that distorted light. The mist quickly spread, enveloping the three of them. Wang Hao looked down and saw only a blurry scene before him, blending seamlessly with the forest background. His body had completely disappeared from view. This optical camouflage, Wang Hao transmitted mentally. He knew that a few A-grade talents could achieve similar effects, but Su Yang had done this with water element skills. F-grade water sphere technique. This skill, which was supposed to do nothing but create water, could actually be used like this? Xiaoning Shuang was equally shocked. Her elemental perception was extremely sharp. She could sense that this invisibility field was composed of tens of thousands of tiny water spheres arranged in an incredibly intricate structure. Each water sphere refracted light at a specific angle, perfectly blending their figures with the background. This level of skill comprehension and precise control was simply unbelievable. This wasn't just simple manipulation, it was like programming, using the most basic skill to create an entirely new advanced effect. She looked at Su Yang, whose seemingly ordinary face concealed countless secrets. It's just a dynamic optical camouflage macro created by combining F-grade water sphere technique and D-grade mental link. Nothing special, Su Yang calmly said in their minds. "Stay close to me. We're going to retrieve the real treasure." With that, he turned and silently led the way in the direction completely opposite to the safe house. The three of them moved swiftly through the jungle. With the cover of optical camouflage, they avoided the perception of all the ferocious beasts and completely lost the two groups of pursuers behind them. 10 minutes later, Su Yang stopped. They had arrived at the base of a cliff. At the bottom of the cliff was a large cave entrance covered in vines and moss, from which a cold and chaotic aura was emanating. "This is it," Su Yang said solemnly. The point of concentrated abnormal energy he had detected earlier with his mental threads was deep within this cave. Wang Hao nervously swallowed and transmitted his thoughts. "Su Yang, I feel like there's big trouble in here, scarier than the hundreds of ferocious beasts we just encountered." Xia Ningxuang gripped her ice crystal longsword tightly, her S-level talent for crisis warning causing the hairs on her body to stand on end. Whatever was inside the cave was extremely dangerous. To reap rewards, you have to take risks. Su Yang took the lead and stepped into the dark cave. The interior was more spacious than expected, and the deeper they went, the stronger the chaotic energy fluctuations became. After walking nearly 100 meters, the space suddenly opened up before them. A massive underground cavern, about the size of a basketball court, appeared in front of the trio. What they saw in the center of the cavern made all three gasp in shock. In the very center of the cavern floated a giant egg, over a person's height, entirely pitch black. Its surface was covered in eerie dark purple patterns that slowly writhed, and it was pulsating. Thump, 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 each pulse felt like a heavy hammer striking their hearts, making their blood surge. A primal fear quickly rose within them. Around the giant egg, the cave walls and floor were covered with numerous black crystals the size of fists, which also emitted a dense and powerful energy. "Deep abyss crystals," Wang Hao exclaimed, "so many. We're rich. We're definitely rich now." These deep abyss crystals were even more valuable than high-grade energy blocks, with a single small piece worth a fortune on the market. However, Wang Hao's excitement lasted only a second, because they saw, right beneath the giant egg, a monstrous creature coiled up. It was a massive lizard covered in black bone-like armor, with a spiral-shaped horn on its head and three scarlet vertical pupils fixed on the direction of the cave entrance. Its aura was violent and powerful, already at the peak of B level, just one step away from becoming an A-level extraordinary being. This was a guardian beast. The trio's hearts sank. "This is big trouble," Wang Hao said, his face pale. "A peak B-level mutated guardian beast, the three of us combined wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth." Xia Ningxuang's expression was grim. Although she had an S-level talent, she was only at the peak of D level, completely powerless against a peak B-level opponent. Su Yang frowned deeply. The strength of this guardian beast far exceeded his expectations. Ding! High concentration abyssal source energy detected abyssal egg. System issues a strong desire directive. Devour it. Devouring will result in a major upgrade to the absolute command system, unlocking new permissions. Warning: this energy body is highly unstable, and the guardian beast is extremely dangerous. Devouring it will involve significant risks. The system's warning echoed repeatedly in Su Yang's mind. His breath caught. His heart skipped a beat, then began racing. The temptation of a system upgrade was immense, but the current situation felt like a dead end. Fight! If they started a battle, the noise would inevitably alert Qin Tian and the God Eater cult, who were still searching for them outside. With the guardian beast ahead and pursuers behind, death was certain. Not fight. Try to sneak past and steal the egg? The guardian beast's eyes had never left the giant egg, giving them no chance at all. What to do? Thump, 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 thump. The black giant egg's pulsating suddenly accelerated several times over. The dark purple patterns on its surface instantly lit up. A powerful surge of life force erupted from within the egg. It was about to hatch. Thump, 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 thump. The heartbeat of the giant egg became frantic, as if it were pounding on everyone's nerves. The energy within the cave began to grow chaotic. The B-rank peak guardian beast raised its head, its three crimson eyes fixed intently on the glowing giant egg, letting out a low, uneasy growl from its throat. It paced restlessly, causing the ground to tremble and loose stones to tumble. "Damn it! It's coming out soon." Wang Hao's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Xia Ningxuang's expression was serious, cold air emanating from her body as her hand gripped the hilt of her sword at her waist. But the one under the most pressure was Su Yang. The system prompt in his mind was no longer a cold, emotionless text, but a surge of frenzied greed. crashing into his consciousness. Devour it. The great evolution is right before your eyes. Authority. Unlock it. A new era awaits. Devour. 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 This overwhelming desire was domineering and irresistible, tempting Su Yang. If he could just consume this egg, he could soar to unimaginable heights and seize control of the future. Cold sweat dripped from Su Yang's forehead. His breathing grew rapid, and a dangerous red light flickered in his eyes. For the first time since obtaining the system, he felt the negative effects of his golden finger. It was no longer just a cold, mechanical tool, it now carried desire. Damn it, even greedier than fatty. Su Yang gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, struggling to stay conscious. He could feel his mental strength being rapidly consumed by this greed, his head splitting with pain. Su Yang, are you okay? Xia Ningxuang noticed something was wrong, her voice urgent and filled with concern. Her call brought a sliver of clarity to his chaotic mind. Forcing himself to suppress the impulse that was devouring his reason, he rasped, I'm fine. Let's think of a plan first. What plan could there be? Wang Hao was drenched in sweat, lowering his voice. While the guardian beast's attention is fully on the egg, the three of us attack together. I'll use rock armor and immovable mountain to hold the front. Ningxuang, you use your ice abilities to control it. And Su Yang, you use that Gatling gun of yours to take it down. Kill it, and all these abyssal crystals, and the egg will be ours. No. Xia Ningxuang immediately rejected the idea, her voice soft but resolute. She turned her head slightly. This guardian beast is a B-rank peak mutant with extremely high defense. Even if the three of us attack together, it's absolutely impossible to kill it in one strike. If the fight drags on for more than 10 seconds, the commotion will definitely draw everyone above down here. She paused for a moment before continuing her analysis. By then, with Qin Tian in front and the God-Eater cult behind, we'll be caught in the middle with no chance to escape. Wang Hao opened his mouth but couldn't find a reason to refute her. My suggestion is, Xia Ningxuang looked at the pulsating giant egg. I can try using the extended skill of my S-rank talent Eternal Permafrost to temporarily seal the life energy of this egg and stop it from hatching. As long as it quiets down, the guardian beast's hostility will decrease, and we might have a chance to slip away unnoticed. However, after hearing this, Su Yang shook his head. His face was still pale, but he had regained his composure. No. Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang both turned to look at him. Why not? Wang Hao asked. Puzzled, Su Yang glanced at the restless figure of the guardian beast and said in a deep voice, There's an energy connection between this guardian beast and the giant egg that we don't understand. It's not just a protector, it's part of the hatching process. If you recklessly use ice abilities to seal the giant egg, the guardian beast will see it as an attack and immediately go berserk. More importantly, Su Yang's gaze fixed on the giant egg. A life form that's about to hatch has strong but unstable vitality. Forcibly suppressing it will either succeed or explode. Explode. The word sent a shiver down Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang's spines. If a giant egg filled with astonishing energy were to explode, the resulting power would be immense, and the three of them would have no chance of escape. Then what do? We can't fight it. We can't control it. Are we just supposed to watch it hatch and let it treat us as appetizers? Wang Hao was utterly desperate, his face full of helplessness. This was a dead end. Xia Ningxuang frowned deeply, unable to think of any other solution. The cave was filled only with the frantic heartbeat of the giant egg and the heavy breathing of the guardian beast. Su Yang said nothing, his mind racing as he resisted the system's temptations while frantically analyzing everything before him. The guardian beast, the giant egg, the abyssal crystals scattered on the ground, and the enemies lurking outside, ready to strike. All these factors combined and recombined in his mind. There had to be a way. There had to be a path to break this deadlock without alerting anyone. What was the core of his absolute command system? It wasn't just infinite cooldowns. It was using the most basic skills to create impossible effects through infinite stacking. It was manipulation. It was deception. Su Yang's gaze swept over the scattered black crystals. They emitted the same energy as the giant egg. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Got it. Fatty, Ningxuang. Su Yang broke the silence, his voice ringing out. Do you believe in magic? Huh. Wang Hao was stunned. At a time like this, you're joking, Xia Ningxuang said nothing, just stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Su Yang smiled faintly. Listen carefully. Next, I'm going to perform a magic trick for this guy. He explained to himself. The guardian beast's attention is entirely focused on the energy source of the giant egg. It's not intelligent, it acts purely on instinct. So, if we create an energy fluctuation identical to the giant egg's, or even stronger a fake target, wouldn't it be drawn away? Wang Hao was completely confused. Create a fake target? How? With what? Xia Ningxuang held her breath. She had guessed Su Yang's plan, but immediately thought it was impossible. Su Yang pointed to the other end of the cave, where the abyssal crystals were most concentrated. We'll use those abyssal crystals as materials. Then, using my method, we'll give it a grand energy performance. Su Yang crouched down, pressing both hands to the ground. A faint but extremely high-frequency energy wave spread from his palms, probing toward the abyssal crystals scattered throughout the cave. F-rank skill, Energy Guidance. A basic auxiliary skill used by ordinary awakeners to guide their own energy flow. In Su Yang's hands, it was about to change everything. He was going to use countless instances of energy guidance to forcibly extract, gather, and compress the energy of hundreds of abyssal crystals, creating a fake abyssal egg out of thin air, far from the giant egg. This plan was madness to the extreme. The precision of energy control, the consumption of mental power, and the understanding of skills all require an extremely high level. But for Su Yang, who possesses the absolute command system, everything is achievable. Ning Shuang, prepare your eternal permafrost. Fatty, get ready with your immovable as a mountain. Without even lifting his head, Su Yang's voice was steady. Once I lure it away, we only have 10 seconds. Inside the deep cave, the air was icy cold. Every breath turned into white mist. Wang Hao pressed himself tightly against the rock wall, not daring to exhale, his face covered in sweat that dripped to the ground with a faint plop. His gaze was fixed on the cave entrance, his D-rank earth ability pushed to its limit. A faint yellow halo enveloped him, ready to summon a rock wall at any moment. Sister Shuang, that guy outside is getting impatient. Wang Hao lowered his voice, his tone dry and hoarse. On the other side of the cave entrance, Xia Ningxuang stood straight, gripping her sword with one hand. She possessed an S-rank ice talent, and a layer of cold air formed a barrier around her, isolating the aura outside the cave. Her gaze was not directed outside, but instead fell on the figure sitting cross-legged behind her. She could feel the powerful aura of Qin Tian outside the cave growing restless, the energy fluctuations shaking the air at the entrance with every surge. The God-Eater cultists were scattered around, forming a tight encirclement. Their patience was wearing thin. In the center of the cave, Su Yang sat with his eyes closed, his expression focused. Several low-grade abyssal crystals scavenged from the corpses of fierce beasts floated before him. The crystals were dim in color, their energy chaotic and exuding a putrid aura. Who? Su Yang adjusted his breathing, his mind diving into the sea of spiritual consciousness. In his perception, countless threads of mental power extended from the center of his brow, reaching toward the abyssal crystals. Truly formidable, Su Yang thought to himself. As soon as the threads of mental power touched the crystals, a burning pain shot through their tips. The black abyssal aura tried to invade his sea of consciousness through the threads. Fortunately, his mental power had been tempered multiple times, far surpassing that of other awakeners at the same level. If it were any other C-rank awakener, this alone might have caused a mental breakdown. He immediately mobilized more mental power to resist the invasion, while another portion of the threads began executing the plan. Skill programming, activate. A complex command formed in Su Yang's mind. What he aimed to do was not to release a skill, but to forcibly program several low-level skills into a brand new energy cycle using his mental power. Step 1. Extraction. Dozens of threads of mental power precisely penetrated the interior of the abyssal crystals, extracting the purest trace of abyssal essence from the chaotic energy. This process required an extremely high level of control over mental power. Any slight mistake could cause the crystal's energy to spiral out of control. Sweat beaded on Su Yang's forehead, and his face turned pale from the rapid consumption of mental power. Xiaoning Shuang, watching from the side, caught a trace of worry in her eyes. She didn't understand what Su Yang was doing, but she could sense the dangerous aura emanating from the crystals under his control. Every step Su Yang took was fraught with risk. "Fatty, hold the line," Xiaoning Shuang said coldly, gripping her sword tighter. The blade exuded an extreme chill, ready to respond to any sudden changes. "Don't worry, Sister Shuang." Wang Hao nodded heavily, also feeling the tense atmosphere. After expending nearly half of his mental energy, Su Yang finally extracted a small cluster of pure black abyssal essence from the crystal. The second step: construct the framework. Su Yang focused his thoughts, and two F-level skill icons on the absolute command system interface lit up. Illumination. Microvibration. Use mental energy as the framework to construct an energy circulation loop. Load the illumination model. Set the energy fluctuation frequency to 1.3 Hz, simulating the life pulse of the abyssal egg. Load the microvibration model. Set the vibration amplitude to 0.02 millimeters, simulating the faint fetal movements of the internal embryo. Su Yang's consciousness operated at high speed. Threads of mental energy intertwined and wove together under his control, forming an invisible three-dimensional energy structure. This structure was the container he had prepared for the abyssal essence. What the heck is this kid doing? Wang Hao stared, his eyes wide. Although he didn't understand, he could sense the unusual changes in the energy field around Su Yang. It wasn't ordinary power, but a form of creation, a feeling of setting rules, bringing something into existence from nothing. The third step: fusion. This was the most critical and dangerous step. Su Yang manipulated the cluster of pure black abyssal essence, slowly injecting it into the skill framework he had just completed. Zzz. As soon as the two made contact, an energy conflict erupted instantly. The F-level skill model couldn't withstand such powerful abyssal essence. The energy framework trembled violently, covered in cracks, and was on the verge of collapse. Su Yang's head buzzed, his vision darkened, and his face turned pale. "Hold on." He gritted his teeth, pouring all his remaining mental energy into hundreds of new threads to forcibly wrap the collapsing structure, continuously repairing and reinforcing it. The effect of the calm mind stone reached its peak, sending a refreshing coolness into his consciousness, barely keeping him awake. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Outside the cave, Qin Tian's patience ran out, and his violent aura surged suddenly. Not good. He's about to make a move. Xia Ningxuang's expression changed, and a chilling aura erupted around her. At that moment, the energy cluster finally calmed down under Su Yang's desperate suppression. The abyssal essence was successfully trapped within the skill model composed of illumination and microvibration. A faint hum sounded. A brand new object slowly took shape in Su Yang's palm. It was a black crystal the size of a fist, with a smooth surface that flickered rhythmically at a specific frequency, accompanied by a steady pulse. Simultaneously, faint vibrations emanated from within the crystal. Its energy fluctuations and aura were almost identical to the abyssal egg Xia Ningxuang remembered. The mimicry beacon was successfully created. Holy crap! Wang Hao stared, dumbfounded, at the object in Su Yang's hand, stammering, Yang Ji, you made another egg?" This wasn't just similar, it was practically identical. Xia Ningxuang was completely stunned as well. Using two of the most basic F-level skills and a few scraps of crystal, he had managed to forge a counterfeit divine artifact, indistinguishable from the real thing. What kind of brain did this guy have? What kind of power did he possess? Su Yang exhaled deeply, his head throbbing and his body weak. He looked at the masterpiece in his hand and revealed a faint smile. Success? Next, as long as this mimetic beacon is silently thrown out, it can attract Qin Tian and the guardian beast, creating an opportunity for them to seize the real abyssal egg. However, just as he smiled, he froze. A new, most challenging problem lay before him. Su Yang looked at the shocked Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang, frowned, and said softly, "The beacon is ready. But now, How do we send it far enough without alerting the guardian beast? At the same time, as he examined the mimetic beacon, a thought flashed through his mind. While constructing the energy model earlier, he noticed the energy conduction structure inside the abyssal crystal. The naturally formed law patterns were astonishingly similar to the law models of certain high-level skills he had seen in the library of universal laws. Could it be that they all originated from the same ancient, fundamental universal law, one representing destruction and corruption, the other representing order and creation? Could these two be opposing forces from the same source? Su Yang stared at the mimetic beacon in his hand, his brows tightly furrowed. The device was made, but how could they send it far away without alerting the guardian beast? This was no easy task. I have a way, Xia Ningxuang suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet firm. Su Yang and Wang Hao both turned to look at her. Xia Ningxuang slowly stood up, her tall figure resembling an ice and snow elf in the dim cave. The ice crystal longsword in her hand trembled slightly, its blade emitting a faint blue glow that illuminated her delicate face, making it look as if it were carved from jade. My S-rank talent, Eternal Permafrost, has a branch skill in addition to its freezing ability, Xia Ningxuang said as she extended her slender right hand. In her palm, a snowflake-shaped ice crystal began to form. Ice mirror refraction. As soon as she finished speaking, the ice crystal quickly shattered into dozens of fingernail-sized ice mirror fragments, which floated above her palm. Su Yang's eyes lit up. This girl had been hiding a trick up her sleeve. Light refraction? He immediately understood Xia Ningxuang's idea. Using an ice mirror array to project the image of the mimetic beacon to a distant location? Exactly, Xia Ningxuang nodded, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. As long as the angles are calculated accurately, I can perfectly project the energy fluctuations and visual effects of your beacon to any location hundreds of meters away. Moreover, she paused, the ice mirrors themselves generate almost no energy fluctuations, so the guardian beast won't sense them. Wang Hao was dumbfounded. Sister Shuang, your brain is amazing. How did you even think of this? Xia Ningxuang's face turned slightly red, and she let out a soft hum. I just happened to learn a bit about optical principles at the academy. Su Yang silently praised her in his heart. As expected of a genius with an S-rank talent, her sharpness and intelligence were truly unmatched. Most importantly, she always managed to come up with the best solutions at critical moments. This kind of seamless teamwork felt incredibly satisfying. Let's get started then. Su Yang handed the mimetic beacon to Xia Ningxuang. Where should we project the target? Xia Ningxuang took the beacon and pointed to a fork in the cave deep ahead. Over there, about 300 meters away, right at the edge of the guardian beast's perception range. If it chases after it, it will take at least 2 minutes to realize it's been tricked and then come back. That's enough time, Su Yang nodded, silently calculating the time in his mind. 2 minutes were more than enough for him. Xia Ningxuang took a deep breath, her gaze becoming focused. She raised both hands, and the ice mirror fragments in her palms began to dance along a complex trajectory, forming a precise geometric array in the air. Each angle of the ice mirrors was meticulously calculated to ensure perfect refraction of light between them. Ice mirror maze, light and shadow projection. With a soft exclamation, Xia Ningxuang's SS-level talent was fully activated. In an instant, dozens of ice mirrors simultaneously shimmered, silently transmitting the energy fluctuations and visual effects of the mimic beacon to the target location through intricate optical paths. At the distant fork in the road, a phantom of the abyssal egg appeared, identical in appearance and emitting energy pulses almost indistinguishable from the real thing. The 3 vertical pupils of the guardian beast immediately locked onto that direction. Its massive body began to stir, emitting a low growl from its throat. After hesitating for a moment, the peak B-level beast finally couldn't resist and charged toward the fork in the road with its enormous claws. Success! Wang Hao was so excited he almost jumped up, but Su Yang immediately held him down. Don't celebrate too soon. Su Yang stared at the guardian beast's departing figure, feeling that something was amiss. Sure enough, just as the guardian beast completely disappeared into the fork in the road, a low roar echoed from afar. Though the sound wasn't too loud enough to alert Qin Tian and the others outside the cave, it triggered an unexpected chain reaction. Boom! The entire cave began to tremble. On the stone walls, ancient abyssal runes suddenly lit up, emitting an eerie dark purple glow. These runes, densely packed, seemed to writhe as if alive, enveloping the entire cave in a sinister aura. This is a sealing formation? Xiao Ningxuang's face changed dramatically. She could feel the concentration of abyssal energy within the cave rising rapidly. What had initially been an uncomfortable chill now transformed into a tangible sense of oppression, making it difficult for the three of them to breathe. Worse still, stimulated by the intense abyssal energy, the true abyssal egg suspended in the center of the cave began to pulsate even faster. Thump, 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 thump. The frenzied heartbeat filled the entire cave, with dark purple cracks spreading visibly. Damn it! Suyang couldn't help but curse. The guardian beast activated the defense mechanism when it left the nest. Wang Hao's face turned ashen. Yang Ji, what do we do now? This thing looks like it's about to hatch. Suyang was frantic. The originally planned 2-minute window now seemed unlikely to last even a minute. The abyssal egg could break open at any moment, and once the creature inside hatched, the three of them, with their current strength, would face almost certain death. Ding! System has detected the host is facing a life-threatening crisis. Emergency alert. The abyssal egg is about to hatch. It is recommended that the host immediately use the Holy Light Rune for suppression. Holy Light Rune. Suyang froze for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. He quickly pulled out a palm-sized silver-white rune stone from his pocket. This was an emergency tool given to each team leader by Chief Mentor Lin Yuan before they entered the simulated abyss, said to suppress abyssal activity at critical moments. At the time, Suyang had thought it wouldn't be of much use, but now it seemed Lin Yuan had truly planned ahead. Ningxuang, Fatty, cover me. Suyang gripped the rune stone tightly and charged toward the abyssal egg. I'll use this to temporarily suppress it. Although Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao didn't understand Su Yang's plan, they followed without hesitation. However, just as Su Yang was 10 meters away from the abyss egg, the abyssal runes on the stone wall suddenly erupted with a blinding light. An invisible energy barrier instantly rose, blocking the three of them. Is this a protective mechanism? Xia Ningxuang tried attacking the barrier with her ice crystal longsword, but the blade was immediately deflected upon contact. Su Yang's face darkened. This was trouble. With the energy barrier in place, they couldn't get close to the abyss egg, let alone suppress it with the Holy Light Rune. Meanwhile, the hatching speed of the giant egg was accelerating, with cracks spreading across the entire eggshell. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking echoed. The three of them stared in horror as the first real crack appeared at the top of the abyss egg. A pitch black, ink-like cloth stretched out from the crack. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking was particularly piercing in the deathly silent cave. Suyang gripped the Holy Light Rune tightly, watching the black claw emerge from the top of the egg, his heart tightening. Time was running out. Without hesitation, he concentrated all his mental energy and slammed the Holy Light Rune against the energy barrier. The moment the rune made contact with the barrier, a silver-white holy light erupted, surging like a tide against the protective shield formed by the abyssal runes. ZZ. Two completely different energies clashed violently, producing a harsh screeching sound. The energy barrier trembled violently, its surface covered with dense cracks. It's working, Wang Hao shouted excitedly. Xia Ningxuang also breathed a sigh of relief and was about to step forward to help when her expression suddenly changed drastically. Something's wrong. Fall back. Her S-rank talent made her exceptionally sensitive to danger, and at that moment, every hair on her body stood on end. Her instincts screamed that a fatal threat was imminent. But it was too late. Boom. The abyss egg trembled violently, and a terrifying, invisible mental shockwave erupted from within the egg, instantly piercing through the energy barrier and striking deep into the souls of the three. Suyang felt as if his head was being pierced by 1,000 needles, the excruciating pain causing his vision to go black as he staggered backward. Ah! Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang screamed in agony simultaneously, with the weaker Wang Hao collapsing to the ground, clutching his head in pain. Su Yang gritted his teeth, desperately channeling the power of the tranquil mind stone to resist the mental assault. But in the next moment, something even more terrifying occurred. The entire cave began to twist and distort before his eyes. The abyssal runes on the rock walls wriggled like countless black, squirming worms. An illusion. Alarms blared in Su Yang's mind as he realized he had fallen into some kind of mental attack-induced hallucination. But knowing it was an illusion was one thing, escaping it was another. The scene before him grew increasingly vivid. The cave slowly disappeared, replaced by a familiar hospital room. White walls, the pungent smell of disinfectant, and that heart-wrenching hospital bed. On the bed lay a frail girl, her face pale, her breathing so weak it was almost imperceptible. Su Shui. Su Yang's heart clenched tightly, and all his rationality crumbled in an instant. Shui. He rushed to the bedside, reaching out to hold his sister's hand, only to find that his own hand was transparent, like an illusion. Brother. Su Shui struggled to open her eyes. The once bright and clear eyes were now bloodshot and filled with despair. Brother, it hurts so much. You said you would cure me, so why am I in more and more pain? Su Yang's throat felt as if it were blocked, and he couldn't utter a single word. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room was pushed open, and several doctors in white coats walked in. But when Su Yang saw their faces, he froze completely. All of the doctors' faces were identical to Lin Fan's. Ha ha, Su Yang, look at your useless little sister. You can't even protect your only family member, and you still think you can make it in this world? She's dying, and you're powerless to do anything. Countless voices of Lin Fan echoed in the hospital room, each word like a sharp knife, stabbing deeply into Su Yang's heart. No, it's not like that. Su Yang desperately tried to refute, but his voice was so weak that even he could barely hear it. At that moment, Su Shui's body began to turn transparent, like a bubble about to burst and disappear. Brother, I can't wait for the day you succeed. I'm so tired. I just want to rest. No, Su Yang screamed with all his might. Shui, don't go. He frantically tried to grab his sister, but his hands passed through her transparent body again and again. Despair surged over him like a tidal wave, drowning him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the illusion, Xia Ningxuang found herself in a burning, luxurious manor. Flames shot into the sky, and cries and screams echoed everywhere. She saw the elders of her clan falling one by one into pools of blood, and her once loving mother being stripped of her dignity. Ningxuang, this is all your fault. A familiar voice rang out. Xia Ningxuang turned around, and it was her father. But at this moment, his eyes were filled with hatred, and his trembling finger pointed at her. If you hadn't refused that marriage proposal, how could our Xia family have suffered such revenge? It's all because of your willfulness that everyone is dead. Xia Ningxuang felt as if her heart was being slashed by a knife, leaving her gasping for air. Meanwhile, Wang Hao's illusion was another kind of hell. He saw his parents being torn apart by ferocious beasts, and his once warm home reduced to ruins. What broke him the most was the mocking expressions on the faces of those beasts. Wang Hao, you useless piece of trash. You can't even protect your family, and you think you can grow stronger with Su Yang? You're nothing but a burden. All three of them were trapped in their deepest nightmares, their mental defenses on the verge of collapse. In reality, the cracks on the abyssal egg grew larger, and more pitch-black claws stretched out from within. A blurry silhouette was slowly taking shape inside the eggshell. Outside the cave, Qin Tian suddenly looked up, his brows furrowing. This aura. He sensed an extremely dangerous fluctuation, one that even he, a peak B-rank powerhouse, felt apprehensive about. Everyone, enter the cave immediately. Qin Tian commanded, leading the God-Eater cultists deeper into the cave. At this moment, Su Yang, trapped in the illusion, was experiencing the darkest moment of his life. Watching his sister's figure about to disappear, an unprecedented fury surged within him. Enough! Enough! Su Yang let out a thunderous roar in the illusion, his voice booming like thunder. He stared at the sister who was about to vanish before him, and a sudden, intense doubt arose in his heart. Wait! Su Yang suddenly recalled a crucial scene not long ago, after Su Shui had recovered. She was lively and energetic in the hospital room, urging him to go participate in the academy trials. That rosy little face, those sparkling eyes, and her playful words. "Brother, good luck. I'll be waiting for you to bring me back something delicious." Something's not right. Su Yang's eyes flashed with determination. "My Schwer is already healed. She's waiting for me at home right now." He stared intently at the weak and pained Su Shui before him, his voice as resolute as steel. "A mere illusion dares to shake my resolve." Boom. A powerful will erupted like a volcano, surging skyward from Su Yang's body. This pure, blazing force of protection instantly tore apart the entire illusion. The hospital room vanished, countless faces of Lin Fan dissipated, and even the fake Su Shui turned into black smoke amidst wails. Su Yang opened his eyes and found himself still standing in the cave. He gasped for breath, sweat covering his forehead, but his gaze was exceptionally clear. Damn it, he almost got fooled by this lousy trick. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Su Yang turned his head, and his face instantly turned pale. Wang Hao was kneeling on the ground, clutching his head with both hands, tears streaming down his face as he muttered incessantly, "Mom, Dad, don't die, don't leave me." Even more heartbreaking was Xianing Shuang. Usually as cold and aloof as ice, the S-class genius was now curled up on the ground, trembling, her delicate face covered in tears of despair. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so willful," she cried, her voice filled with deep remorse and pain, making Su Yang's heart tighten. Even worse, the life force of the two was visibly draining away, as if something was devouring their souls. "Damn it!" Su Yang gritted his teeth and rushed over, desperately shaking their shoulders. "Fatty, Ningxuang, wake up. None of that is real." But neither of them responded. They were completely trapped in their nightmares, and no matter how much Su Yang shouted, it was useless. Anxious, Su Yang slapped Wang Hao directly across the face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the cave, but Wang Hao didn't even flinch. Physical awakening was completely ineffective. "System, is there any way to save them?" Su Yang asked urgently. Detected teammates deeply trapped in a mental illusion. It is recommended that the host use spiritual power to directly enter the target's consciousness space for rescue. Warning: this operation is extremely dangerous. If the host suffers fatal damage within another's consciousness space, it will result in mental collapse. Su Yang didn't hesitate. "I don't care. Tell me how to do it." Activating spiritual connection mode. The host must use a thread of spiritual power to touch the target's forehead and project consciousness into their mental world. Warning again. After entering another's consciousness space, the host will be unable to use any skills and can only rely on willpower to fight. Su Yang took a deep breath, looking at the suffering Xianing Shuang. She was usually stubborn, but she never faltered at critical moments. If it hadn't been for her ice mirror projection earlier, they wouldn't have been able to approach the Abyss Egg. Now it was his turn to protect his teammates. Su Yang extended his right hand, his fingertip gathering a thread of spiritual power as thin as a strand of hair. The thread trembled slightly as it approached Xia Ningxuang's smooth forehead. Just as it was about to make contact, Xia Ningxuang suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. "No, please don't kill them. I'll marry that person. I'll agree to anything." Her voice was filled with anguish and despair, tearing at Su Yang's heart. This seemingly cold and proud girl was carrying such a heavy burden inside. "Ningxuang, hold on. I'm here to save you." His voice was firm yet gentle as the thread of spiritual power lightly touched her forehead. The next second, Su Yang felt the world spinning as his consciousness was pulled by a powerful force, plunging instantly into boundless darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a burning, luxurious manor. Flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and the air was filled with the stench of blood and the desperate cries of anguish. Su Yang looked around and quickly found Xia Ningxuang in the garden. She was kneeling in front of the corpse of a middle-aged man, her usually calm face now streaked with tears. The corpse was dressed in an opulent robe, with a large bloody hole in its chest, clearly dead for some time. Surrounding Xia Ningxuang were over a dozen fierce men, holding blood-stained weapons. "Xia Ningxuang, if you had obediently married our young master back then, your father wouldn't have died." The leader of the men sneered. "But it's too late for regrets now. Your Xia family will disappear from this world today." Rage ignited in Su Yang's eyes. Bully his teammate. Courting death. He strode toward the men, ready to fight, but suddenly remembered the system's warning. He couldn't use any skills in someone else's consciousness space. But so what? A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as Su Yang grabbed an iron rod from the ground and swung it at the nearest man. "Get out of my way." The iron rod whistled through the air and struck the man's head with a heavy blow. To Su Yang's surprise, the man was knocked down instantly. His head cracked open, and he died on the spot. It turned out that in the mental world, willpower was the strongest weapon. The other men, seeing their companion killed, roared in fury and charged at Su Yang. A chaotic battle broke out in an instant. Although he couldn't use skills, Su Yang relied on his combat techniques honed through countless battles and his immense willpower to unleash astonishing power. Like a tiger among sheep, he swung the iron rod relentlessly, taking down all the men within 3 minutes. After finishing, Su Yang dropped the iron rod and walked over to Xia Ningxuang. Ningxuang. His voice was soft, yet it carried an indescribable sense of security. Xia Ningxuang looked up at him, her tear-filled eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "Su Yang? How are you here?" "I'm here to save you." Su Yang extended his hand. "Everything here is fake, an illusion created by fear. Come with me." Xia Ningxuang looked at his outstretched hand, then at her father's corpse on the ground, a trace of struggle flashing in her eyes. But my father, he's still alive," Su Yang said firmly. "Xia Ningxuang, trust me. In the outside world, your family is safe and sound." Xia Ningxuang stared blankly at Su Yang, her clear eyes reflecting his figure. This boy, who appeared in her darkest nightmare, was like a ray of light, dispelling the fear and despair in her heart. I believe you." She reached out and grasped Su Yang's hand tightly. In an instant, the entire illusion trembled violently and finally dissolved into countless points of light. Their consciousnesses returned to reality. Xia Ningxuang opened her eyes and found herself lying in Su Yang's arms. Their eyes met, so close that they could feel each other's breath. Her cheeks instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, her heart pounding like a drum. You're awake." Su Yang was also a bit embarrassed and quickly let go of her. But the next second, his expression turned serious. Because Wang Hao's condition had worsened, the chubby man's face was pale, devoid of any color, and his life force was so faint it was almost undetectable. In the center of the cave, the abyssal egg's crack had expanded to 1/3 of its surface. A pitch-black, sharp claw fiercely tore at the eggshell. Time was running out. Su Yang looked at the agonized Wang Hao, his gaze resolute. Carefully, he extended a thread of mental energy toward the center of the fat man's brow. Just as it was about to make contact, an angry roar from Qin Tian suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Damn it! The guardian beast was tricked. Everyone, charge into the depths of the cave immediately. We can't let those guys succeed. Su Yang fixed his gaze on Wang Hao's pain-twisted face without the slightest hesitation. He knew that if he delayed any longer, the fat man's soul would be completely destroyed by the will of the abyss. Gathering his mental energy once more, he aimed it at Wang Hao's brow. Just before making contact, a cold hand grasped Su Yang's wrist. The grip wasn't strong, but it trembled slightly. "Wait." Xia Ningxuang's voice was somewhat urgent. She stared at Su Yang's face, which was completely bloodless, his lips pale. "You've already exhausted your mind saving me. You can barely stand. If you force your way into Wang Hao's consciousness again." Su Yang turned to meet her gaze. His temples throbbed violently, the pain almost unbearable. The overuse of his mental energy caused his vision to blur slightly. But still, "I'm fine." Su Yang gently freed himself from Xia Ningxuang's hand. His movements were soft, but his voice was firm. "The fat man is my brother. I won't just stand by and watch him die." Xia Ningxuang pressed her lips tightly together, looking at this young man. She no longer tried to stop him. "Then I'll go with you." Su Yang froze. "What?" Xia Ningxuang's tone was resolute, and the surrounding air seemed to grow colder. "My S-rank ability isn't just about controlling ice and snow. The most important part is absolute protection on the mental level. In his consciousness, I can create an ice shield for you. This girl, though sharp-tongued, was more reliable in action than anyone else. All right, we'll do it together. Two streams of mental energy intertwined and simultaneously pierced into Wang Hao's brow. In the next instant, a strong sense of weightlessness overwhelmed them, as if their consciousnesses were being pulled away. When Su Yang regained awareness, he found himself standing in a desolate wasteland. The sky was a gloomy blood red. The ground was cracked, and countless white bones were buried in the dry soil. The air was thick with the stench of iron, decay, and dust. This is Wang Hao's inner world. Xia Ningxuang's voice was filled with shock, unable to reconcile the hellish scene before her with the image of the simple, good-natured fat man. Su Yang quickly locked onto a figure kneeling at the center of the ruins. Wang Hao was kneeling on the cracked ground, clutching two cold corpses in his arms, clearly his parents. The ground around him was continuously turning to sand, as if he himself was disintegrating into dust. "Mom, Dad." Wang Hao's voice was hoarse, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. "I'm sorry. I'm useless. My ability is too weak. I couldn't even block a single stone. I couldn't protect you." Dozens of ferocious beasts formed of shadow and malice surrounded him, letting out low, mocking laughter. "Useless. A D-rank Earth ability, the most worthless talent. You're not even fit to be cannon fodder. Look at you, unable to protect even your parents. And you still think you can protect others?" Su Yang clenched his fists tightly. It was this kind of despicable attack again, targeting the softest, most vulnerable part of a person. He was about to step forward when Xia Ningxuang grabbed his arm. "Something's wrong." Xia Ningxuang's tone was heavy. "The malice here, it's noticed us." As soon as she finished speaking, the ruins began to tremble violently. A dozen ferocious beasts turned their heads in unison, their hollow eyes glowing red as they stared intently at Su Yang and Wang Hao. "Heh. Two more sacrifices coming to die?" The leading beast bared its sharp teeth, its voice shrill and piercing. "Then come on, become nourishment for this wasteland." Roar. The dozen beasts erupted simultaneously, transforming into dark shadows that lunged at the two from all directions. Su Yang's entire body tensed. In the spiritual realm, he couldn't rely on his innate abilities and could only resist with sheer willpower. These beasts were mental pollution entities created by the abyssal will, far more brutal and dangerous than ordinary illusions. "Ning Shuang, prepare for battle." Su Yang kicked up an exposed steel bar and gripped it as a weapon. Xia Ningxuang spun around, forming an ice shield in front of her. The two stood back to back, assuming a defensive stance. "Su Yang, I understand now," she said urgently while fending off the beast's claws. "These monsters draw their power from Wang Hao's despair. If he regains his spirit, these things will disappear on their own." Su Yang immediately grasped the situation. That's right. The key wasn't to kill all the monsters, but to ignite hope in Wang Hao's heart. "Fatty." Su Yang smashed a beast's head with the steel bar and shouted toward the center of the ruins. "Wake up. Everything you're seeing is fake." Wang Hao remained unresponsive, clutching his parents' corpses numbly. "Your parents are waiting for you at home. Last time, Auntie said she'd make braised pig trotters to celebrate once you awakened your D-level ability." Su Yang's words made Wang Hao's shoulders tremble slightly, but he only buried his head lower. "It's all fake. They're all dead. I killed them. Damn it." This guy had already sunk into the abyss of despair. At that moment, Xia Ningxuang spoke coldly, her tone firm and clear. "Wang Hao, the first time you met me, you said your dream was to become the strongest shield, to protect everything you cared about." She paused, her voice turning sharp. "Now, your brothers are exhausting their mental strength, breaking into your hell to die with you. Is this what you call protection? Someone who has given up on themselves, do they even deserve to talk about protection?" Her words struck Wang Hao like a heavy hammer. I'm not." Wang Hao trembled violently, slowly raising his head. He saw Su Yang and Xia Ningxuang fighting desperately, covered in blood. He saw Su Yang's arm slash deeply as he blocked an attack. He saw Xia Ningxuang's ice shield, riddled with cracks and on the verge of shattering. "They, in my world, are fighting for me?" "Yes, that's right." A faint change appeared on Wang Hao's lifeless face. and vitality gradually returned. I can't die. I must become stronger. I must protect Brother Yang, protect Sister Shuang, protect everyone. Rumble. The spiritual realm shook violently. The beasts let out piercing screams as their bodies began to fade. Impossible. How can his will break free? The leading beast roared in frustration, abandoning Xia Ningxuang and opening its massive mouth to unleash a concentrated blast of malicious energy straight at Su Yang. At the critical moment, Wang Hao suddenly stood up. Get lost. A thunderous roar erupted as the fatty stepped forward and threw a punch. His fist burst with solid, earth-yellow energy, his innate power. Boom. The energy blast shattered with a single punch, and half of the beast's body exploded into black smoke. The remaining monsters retreated in terror, letting out incredulous screams. Impossible. How can an outsider use talent to enter his mental world? Su Yang and Xiaoning Shuang were shocked. Common sense was completely overturned. Wang Hao roared to the sky, his laughter mixed with tears, release, and a determination to burn everything. I understand now. His feet stomped deeply into the ground, and the ruins trembled under his will. This is my world. Here, I am the rules. I am the master. With a swing of his fists, the earth responded. Countless spikes rose from the ground, instantly piercing all the monsters and shattering them into dust. The blood-red sky collapsed, the dark ruins disintegrated, and warm sunlight shone once again. The three returned to reality. Wang Hao suddenly opened his eyes and saw the concerned faces of Su Yang and Xiaoning Shuang. Brother Yang, Sister Shuang. Tears streamed down the chubby man's face. Thank you. If it weren't for you, don't mention it. Su Yang smiled and punched him lightly. We're brothers, no need for extra words. Xiaoning Shuang rarely showed a faint smile. Don't underestimate yourself, your will is the strongest. At this warm moment, a piercing crack sounded from the center of the cave. Crack. The abyssal egg split open completely and exploded. A massive figure, over 3 meters tall and covered entirely in obsidian scales, slowly stood up. Its two blood-red eyes lit up, filled with malice and greed. A terrify even worse, in the center of the cave, the newly hatched abyssal creature was facing them, growling low in its throat. A wolf in front, a tiger behind. Su Yang, what do we do? Xia Ningxuang's face was pale, yet she still shielded Su Yang with her body. Her ice-based abilities were completely exhausted, and she couldn't even summon a trace of frost at her fingertips. Wang Hao was in an even worse state, slumped on the ground, gasping for air, his earlier outburst having drained all his strength. Don't panic. Su Yang forced himself to stay calm, quickly scanning the layout of the cave. 2 exits, both blocked. A dead end. But he soon noticed something on the ground not far away, a rune that had fallen due to the mental shock. A holy light rune. This was the very thing that had just repelled the spiritual form of the A-rank abyssal creature. The glow on the rune had dimmed, but the sacred aura still lingered. Its deterrent power likely hadn't completely faded. Su Yang subtly shifted his foot 2 steps closer to the rune. Just then, at the main entrance of the cave, Qin Tian burst in with 7 or 8 scions of noble families. Su Yang, you little brats. Qin Tian's words abruptly stopped. His body stiffened as he stared at the pitch-black, terrifying creature in the center of the cave. An A-rank, abyssal creature? The noble scions behind Qin Tian all held their breath. The strongest among them was only C-rank. Facing an A-rank monster wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. But soon, Qin Tian turned his gaze to the 3 of them, Su Yang, Xia Ningxuang, and Wang Hao, who were barely standing. Their faces were pale, their breaths weak, clearly exhausted. The A-rank abyssal creature hadn't attacked immediately. Instead, it seemed to be observing the food in the cave. A trace of greed appeared on Qin Tian's face. I see now, he sneered. Su Yang, I should thank you for clearing all the obstacles for us. Now, you don't even have the strength to resist, do you? Su Yang sneered back. Qin Tian, do you really want to start infighting at a time like this? He gestured with his chin toward the abyssal creature. That thing doesn't care who we are. Ha ha, Qin Tian laughed. It's just a newborn little monster. With so many of us, why should we fear it? As for you, his tone turned icy. You can't even stand properly now, And you still want to negotiate with me? Before he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from another entrance to the cave. Several figures in black robes entered, led by someone wearing a ghastly white skull mask. The cult of the Devourer. Xia Ningxuang's voice trembled. Su Yang frowned deeply. This was truly adding insult to injury. Could their situation get any worse? The leader of the cult of the Devourer ignored everyone else, his gaze fixed intently on the abyssal creature. Hara! Found it! Finally found it! His voice was dry and grating, seeping through the mask with a sickly obsession. O great child of the abyss, you have finally descended upon this world. Qin Tian's brows furrowed. You scum from the cult of the Devourer, this has nothing to do with you. Leave before I make a move. The man in the skull mask slowly turned his head, his hollow eye sockets locking onto Qin Tian. His voice was filled with disdain. You noble scions are so foolish. This kind of sacred relic is not something mere mortals like you can touch. It requires a more perfect sacrifice. He swept his gaze over everyone present, including Qin Tian and all those behind him. Qin Tian's expression changed. What do you mean? It's very simple. The man in the skull mask slowly raised his hand, a swirl of dark energy spinning in his palm. All of you will become the Abyss Child's first feast. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed figures behind him simultaneously launched their attacks. Countless black rays, poisonous mists, and curses surged forth like a tidal wave. Courting death, Qin Tian roared, commanding his subordinates to counterattack. The entire cave instantly descended into a chaotic storm of violent energy. The battle erupted, yet the abyss creature remained motionless. It simply watched the chaotic melee with great interest. Hurrah! Fight! Kill! Let me see whose flesh is the most delectable. Taking advantage of the chaos, Su Yang quietly approached the holy light rune. Su Yang, what are you planning to do? Xia Ningxuang asked him through their mental link. Trust me, Su Yang replied simply. Xia Ningxuang looked at his profile, and the anxiety in her heart gradually subsided. Just as Su Yang was about to touch the holy light rune, the abyss creature suddenly turned its head and stared at him. Little insect, what do you intend to take? Its voice was cold and piercing, directly invading his mind. Su Yang's hand froze in midair. A bead of cold sweat slid down his forehead. But in the next moment, he suddenly grinned. Not taking anything, just wanted to ask you. He bent down abruptly, grabbing the holy light rune in one swift motion. His body trembled from the effort, but he held the rune tightly. Who wants to die first? Buzz. The holy light rune emitted a faint milky white glow in his hand. The abyss creature let out a low growl and actually retreated half a step. The black-robed cultists of the God-Eater sect, who had been fighting desperately, froze in their tracks, staring at Su Yang in terror. Even the furious Qin Tian was momentarily stunned. What exactly was that thing in his hand? How could it frighten even an A-level abyss creature? Su Yang endured the headache, straightened his posture, and revealed no weakness. In truth, he was almost out of strength to say another word. What's wrong? No one dares to move. Su Yang sneered, turning his gaze to the crowd. I thought you were all so formidable. Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao struggled to their feet, standing on either side of Su Yang, forming a triangular defensive formation with their backs against each other. The three of them swayed unsteadily but stood firmly together. The abyss creature stared fixedly at the rune in Su Yang's hand, its blood-red pupils contracting. The holy light rune. How do you have such a thing? It worked. The rune was indeed effective. Want to know? Su Yang tossed the rune lightly in his hand. Defeat me, and I'll tell you. The abyss creature fell silent. A few seconds later, it suddenly burst into laughter. Hurrah! Interesting. A dying insect dares to threaten me. But do you think that with this depleted, broken rune, you can protect yourselves? It slowly raised its sharp claws, dark energy beginning to condense at its fingertips, forming a tangible shadow. Let us see how long your trump card can last. At that moment, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly emanated from the depths of the cave. An ancient and powerful aura enveloped the entire cavern. All the creatures inside, including the A-level abyss creature, froze instantly. A strong will awakened from the depths of the cave. An ancient presence emerged from the cave's depths, causing everyone to halt their movements involuntarily. An inexplicable pressure blanketed the entire cavern. Su Yang gripped the holy light rune tightly, his face pale, yet he stood tall and unwavering. Through the mental link, Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao's condition was slowly recovering. Although the recovery was slow, at least it wasn't worsening. The most important thing now was to buy time. What's wrong? Su Yang provocatively looked at the abyss creature, his voice weak but his tone arrogant. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Why don't you dare move now? The abyss creature's blood-red eyes were fixed on the rune. Although the rune's glow was faint, its sacred aura made it uncomfortable. Little bug, do you really think a broken rune can threaten me? The abyss creature slowly raised its sharp claws, black energy beginning to gather, though its movements were clearly hesitant. Su Yang sneered inwardly. As expected, it was just bluffing. This creature had just hatched. Its strength was unstable. If it were truly confident, it would have acted already instead of wasting time talking. Threaten? Su Yang grinned, his voice sinister. You're right. This rune indeed can't threaten you. The abyss creature paused for a moment. But Su Yang's voice turned icy. If this holy light rune self-destructs, it can purify all dark forces within 100-meter radius, including the body you just hatched into, and he glanced at the black-robed members of the God-Eater cult, and the dark energy within you cultists. The man in the skull mask froze. The cultivation techniques they practiced were heavily imbued with dark attributes. If they were truly purified by the holy light rune, at best they'd lose all their cultivation, at worst they'd die on the spot. You're bluffing. The skull-masked man's voice trembled slightly. You wouldn't dare detonate the rune, or you'd die too. Su Yang burst into wild laughter. Die? He acted as if he'd gone mad. I'm already a worthless nobody. If I can drag you so-called geniuses down with me, it's worth it. As he spoke, he made a motion as if to crush the rune. Everyone tensed up. Qin Tian's expression changed as well. Although he wasn't afraid of the holy light's purification, if the rune exploded, the cave would surely collapse, and no one would escape. Wait! Qin Tian hurriedly shouted. Su Yang, calm down. We can negotiate terms. Su Yang stopped his motion and looked at him. Oh, what terms? Qin Tian's eyes shifted, and he pointed at the black-robed members of the God-Eater cult. Let's join forces first and deal with these cultists. As for the ownership of the Abyss Egg, we can compete fairly afterward. Xia Ningxuang glanced at Su Yang, her eyes full of worry. She knew Qin Tian's proposal was actually a ploy to send Su Yang to his death. Once the cultists were dealt with, Su Yang and his group would be too weakened to resist, and Qin Tian would undoubtedly turn on them. But to everyone's surprise, Su Yang actually nodded. An interesting proposal. Su Yang curled his lips. But why should I trust you? Because we're all in the same boat now. Qin Tian quickly explained. These cultists want to use us all as sacrifices. If we don't deal with them first, none of us will survive. The skull-masked man sneered. You noble brats are so naive, thinking such petty schemes would work. We of the God-Eater cult don't play such games. He slowly raised both hands, black energy gathering in his palms. Since you want to join forces, let me see your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed cultists behind him launched their attacks simultaneously. Various eerie dark skills surged toward Qin Tian's group. Qin Tian's face darkened, and he immediately commanded his subordinates to counterattack. Everyone, fight with all your might. A fierce battle immediately broke out in the cave. However, this time both sides were more cautious, and no one dared to fight recklessly. Su Yang and his two companions stood aside, not joining the fray. Xia Ningxuang quietly approached Su Yang and asked in a low voice, Are you really going to cooperate with Qin Tian? Su Yang didn't answer, instead using a mental link to communicate. Of course not. I just need time to recover. And, Haven T, you noticed? That abyssal creature has been watching us the whole time. Xia Ningxuang's heart tightened as she looked toward the center of the cave. Sure enough, the abyssal creature hadn't joined the fight. It was simply watching the chaotic battle with great interest. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with a crazed light, as if it were enjoying a spectacular show. What is it waiting for? Xia Ningxuang asked through the mental link. For us to exhaust each other, Su Yang replied coldly. And then it'll take us all out in one fell swoop. Wang Hao also joined the mental link. So what do we do now? It's simple, Su Yang said, his voice icy. Since everyone is putting on a show, we'll play along to the end. Just then, the tide of the battle shifted. One of Qin Tian's subordinates was struck by the strange skill of a man in a black robe, letting out a miserable scream before collapsing. Qin Tian roared in fury, "Damn cultist!" He personally joined the fight, unleashing his full A-rank lightning ability. Thick bolts of lightning surged toward the man in the skull mask. The skull-masked man didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he revealed a sinister smile. Just as I hoped, he formed hand seals and began chanting an eerie incantation. When Su Yang heard the chant, his heart clenched. This feeling, it was all too familiar. It was just like when Lin Fan had activated the blood sacrifice array. Not good. Su Yang's expression changed drastically. Everyone retreat immediately. But it was already too late. The skull-masked man finished his incantation, and a massive blood-red array lit up beneath his feet. The array rapidly expanded outward from him, covering the entire cave in the blink of an eye. The crimson light illuminated the entire space, and everyone felt an overwhelming force of restraint. Even the abyssal creature showed a look of surprise. A blood sacrifice array? Its voice carried a hint of astonishment. Interesting. Very interesting. Standing at the center of the array, the skull-masked man's aura swelled wildly. He looked at everyone, his voice filled with fanatical fervor. "Welcome to my altar. Your flesh and souls will become offerings to the great Lord of the Abyss." Qin Tian's face turned pale. A blood sacrifice array? Impossible. This forbidden technique has been lost for ages. Lost? The skull-masked man laughed maniacally. "You're too naive. Our God-Eater cult has preserved this legacy for 1,000 years. You frogs in a well can't possibly comprehend." The array's restraining force grew stronger, leaving everyone immobilized. Even more terrifying, they could feel their life force slowly draining away. Xia Ningxuang gritted her teeth and desperately tried to gather her ice energy to break the array. But as soon as she formed an ice spike, the power of the blood-red array melted it away instantly. "It's useless," the skull-masked man said smugly. "Once the blood sacrifice array is activated, there are only two outcomes. Either all the sacrifices die, or the caster dies. But I will never fall." Su Yang gripped the holy light rune in his hand tightly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. This was real trouble. The blood sacrifice array was an extremely evil forbidden technique. Once activated, it could only be broken by overwhelming power. Otherwise, there was no way out. And right now, he hadn't even recovered his normal combat strength. Just as everyone was falling into despair, a soft chuckle suddenly echoed from the depths of the cave. "A blood sacrifice array? Quite interesting. However, playing such tricks on my territory, aren't you underestimating me a bit too much?" The voice resonated like an echo from an ancient temple, each word carrying an undeniable authority. From the depths of the cave, a blurry figure slowly emerged, as if traversing through time and space. All eyes were involuntarily drawn to it. It was an elderly man dressed in a plain white robe, his face kind and gentle, yet his eyes held the vastness of the stars. His appearance instantly changed the atmosphere of the entire cave, making the air heavy with tension. The man in the skull mask froze, his body stiffening as his breath caught for a second. "Impossible. The Guardian has awakened." The old man smiled, his gaze sweeping gently over the crowd before finally landing on Su Yang. "An interesting young man. The holy light rune in your hand, did you obtain it from my guardian beast?" Su Yang did not answer immediately, instead watching the old man warily. Through his mental link, he could sense Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao's nervousness. The old man seemed unbothered by Su Yang's caution and turned his attention to the man in the skull mask. "Lapdog of the God-eating cult, you have some nerve to set up a blood sacrifice array in my domain." The skull-masked man's voice turned sharp and grating. "What is a guardian? You're nothing but a remnant soul. Today, I'll make sure you disappear for good." He formed seals with his hands, and the power of the blood sacrifice array surged. Everyone felt a stronger pull, their life force being drained rapidly. Su Yang's face turned pale, and large beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He could feel his strength slipping away, faster and faster. "Damn it! This array is really powerful, Wang Hao said weakly through their mental link, his voice barely audible. Brother Yang, I can't hold on much longer. Xiaoning Shuang was also struggling, her ice-based abilities almost completely suppressed. She could only barely maintain a thin layer of ice armor for protection. Hold on, Su Yang responded calmly, carefully observing the situation. Qin Tian and his subordinates were also in dire straits. Though they were stronger than Su Yang's group of three, they were equally powerless against the blood sacrifice array. Damn cultists! Qin Tian roared, his voice filled with despair. You want to use all of us as sacrifices? The skull-masked man laughed maniacally. Fools! You were always meant to be sacrifices. Only with enough life force can the abyssal child fully awaken. Su Yang's gaze fell on the abyssal creature. Strangely, it also seemed affected by the array, its body trembling slightly. Yet its eyes grew brighter and brighter, like two burning crimson flames, as if it were absorbing something. Something's not right, Su Yang frowned, his mind racing. It's not being controlled by the array, it's absorbing the array's power? At that moment, the system notification sounded. Special energy field detected. Blood sacrifice array, an ancient forbidden formation that extracts the spiritual and life force of living beings for specific purposes. Notice, the current array is transferring energy to the abyssal egg, accelerating its maturation. Warning, host life force is rapidly depleting. Su Yang's heart sank. This was bad. Brother Yang, what do we do? Wang Hao's voice grew even weaker. Su Yang didn't answer immediately, but instead looked at the old man who had suddenly appeared. The guardian? Who exactly was he? The old man seemed to sense Su Yang's gaze and smiled. Young man, you are very special. I can feel a different kind of power within you. Su Yang was startled. Could the old man see through the existence of the system? Before he could respond, the old man had already turned to the man in the skull mask. Since you want to play this game, I'll see it through with you. The old man's figure blurred, and in the next second, he appeared in front of the skull-masked man. What? The skull-masked man retreated in terror, but it was too late. The old man gently placed his palm on the mask. Break! With a soft sound, the mask shattered instantly, revealing a twisted face. No, he screamed. How do you still have such power? The old man shook his head. Though I am but a remnant soul, dealing with a small fry like you is more than enough. The skull-masked man's body began to collapse, but a sinister smile appeared on his face. Haha, too late. The blood sacrifice array has already been activated. Even if I die, it won't stop. Unless everyone dies, the array will not cease. The old man's expression turned serious. I see. So you plan to use this array to forcibly awaken the child of the abyss. The skull-masked man laughed as his body turned into a cloud of black mist and dissipated into the air. The great lord of the abyss is about to descend. You will all become his food. With the disappearance of the skull-masked man, the blood sacrifice array not only failed to weaken but grew even stronger. Everyone felt an intensified pull, their life force rapidly draining away. Qin Tian's face turned ashen as he looked at Su Yang. Su Yang, what do we do now? Su Yang did not answer him, but instead looked at the old man. Senior, is there a way to break this array? The old man shook his head, worry evident in his eyes. Once the blood sacrifice array is activated, there are only two possibilities. Either all the sacrifices die, or what? Su Yang pressed. Or you find a stronger being to absorb the array's power. Su Yang's gaze fell on the abyssal creature. It seemed to be absorbing the array's power, but at a very slow pace. That thing is absorbing the array's power, but it's just been born and is too weak. The old man nodded. That's right. It hasn't fully awakened yet. If it could completely absorb the array's power, the array would naturally disappear. But in its current state, by the time it finishes absorbing, you all will already be dead. Su Yang fell into deep thought, countless ideas flashing through his mind. At this moment, Xiaoning Shuang suddenly spoke. Su Yang, I have an idea. Her voice was weak, but her gaze was unusually firm, her ice-blue eyes glinting with wisdom. We can use a mental connection to pool our strength together, and then what? Su Yang asked. Then transfer the power to that abyssal creature to help it absorb the array faster. Su Yang and Wang Hao were stunned. Are you crazy? Wang Hao exclaimed. That would be suicide. Xia Ningxuang shook her head, a trace of determination flashing in her eyes. No, this is our only chance. If we do nothing, we'll all be drained by the array in the end. But if we actively give it our power, at least there's a sliver of hope. Su Yang looked at Xia Ningxuang, a strange feeling welling up in his heart. This usually indifferent girl was unexpectedly so calm in the face of life and death. You're right, Su Yang nodded. But there's one problem. How can we be sure that after it absorbs the power, it won't immediately kill us? Xia Ningxuang fell silent. She had no answer to this question either. At that moment, the old man spoke up. Young man, the holy light rune in your hand can be used to restrain it. Abyssal creatures are naturally afraid of the holy light. As long as you hold the rune, it won't dare to act recklessly. Su Yang looked at the rune in his hand, then at the abyssal creature. The patterns on the rune emitted a faint glow in the darkness, like a key to resisting the abyss. It's worth a try. He turned to Qin Tian. Qin Tian, we have a plan, but we need your cooperation. Qin Tian hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Go ahead, what's the plan? Su Yang briefly explained. After listening, Qin Tian's expression grew even darker. Are you crazy? Helping that monster grow stronger? Do you have a better idea? Su Yang countered. Qin Tian was silent for a moment. Fine, but if that monster turns on us in the end, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Yang nodded and turned to Wang Hao. Fatty, are you ready? Wang Hao grinned. Though his face was pale, his eyes were resolute. Brother Yang, after all these years with you, what storms haven't we weathered? Let's do this. Su Yang turned to Xia Ningxuang. Ningxuang, are you sure you want to go through with this? Xia Ningxuang nodded, her gaze firm. I trust your judgment. Those words warmed Su Yang's heart. All right, let's begin. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang conveyed his intentions to Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao through their mental link. The three of them joined hands, forming a small circle. Su Yang gripped the holy light rune tightly and slowly approached the abyssal creature. The rune emitted a faint glow in his hand, illuminating his determined face. Hey, buddy, want to absorb this power a little faster? The abyssal creature's blood-red eyes fixed on Su Yang, filled with both wariness and greed. Little insect, what are you trying to do? Its voice was like the whispers of countless insects, sending chills down one's spine. Su Yang raised the holy light rune. It's simple. We'll help you absorb the power of the formation, and you promise not to kill us. If you dare to go back on your word, I'll detonate this rune and take you down with me. The abyssal creature was silent for a moment, then let out a low, rumbling laugh that made the entire cave tremble. Interesting, very interesting. Fine, I agree. Crack, a crisp sound echoed as the massive eggshell cracked again, the fissures spreading rapidly. Black energy seeped out like ink from the cracks, condensing into eerie runes in the air. A claw as black as ink stretched out from the fissure, its sharp nails carving 5 deep marks into the cave wall. Su Yang's pupils contracted sharply. The claw wasn't covered in scales, but in countless tiny eyes. Each eye glowed with a crimson light, like rubies soaked in blood. Fall back, Su Yang commanded in a low voice, pulling Xia Ningxuang back. Wang Hao also retreated quickly, the smile on his face replaced by seriousness and vigilance. The abyssal creature let out a piercing wail, its body trembling violently as if being pulled by an invisible force. No, Master, I have always loyally guarded you. Its voice was filled with fear and despair, its claws frantically scratching the ground, desperately trying to break free from Xia Ningxuang's ice seal. Su Yang observed calmly, quickly calculating the time in his mind. The ice seal could only last for 30 seconds. Meanwhile, the claw had fully extended, beginning to tear open cracks in the eggshell, attempting to widen the exit. Boom! A loud noise came from the cave entrance, and the ground trembled. The guardian beast had returned. Qin Tian's face turned pale, his legs weak, almost unable to stand. It's over, we're trapped in the middle. But Su Yang remained unusually calm, his gaze shifting back and forth between the abyss egg and the cave entrance, the system's tactical analysis data continuously updating. No, this is the opportunity. He turned to the elderly guardian, his voice low and resolute. Senior, are you ready? The old man nodded, a trace of determination appearing on his aged face. Young man, Your plan is risky, but it is indeed our only hope. His body began to glow, golden runes emerging from within him, sketching a complex formation in the air. I only have one chance. I must wait for the exact moment the Abyss Child fully breaks out of the shell. Su Yang took a deep breath and turned to Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao. Ningxuang, hold on for 10 more seconds. Fatty, get your earth barrier ready and wait for my signal. Xia Ningxuang gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead, but her hands firmly maintained the ice seal. I can hold on, she said softly, yet her tone was as resolute as steel. Wang Hao patted his chest, forcing a wry smile. Brother Yang, this time we're really brushing past death. Su Yang didn't respond, his attention fully focused on the abyss egg that was breaking apart. Cracks spread across the surface of the eggshell, black energy flowing through the gaps like a living entity, emitting a piercing hum. The claw tore open a large enough gap, and soon a second claw emerged. Both claws exerted force, ripping the eggshell in half. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the shattered eggshell, the sound waves striking everyone's eardrums like a physical force. Su Yang felt warm liquid trickling from his ears, but couldn't spare a thought for it. Now, Wang Hao slammed his hands onto the ground, and an earthen yellow energy barrier rose from the ground, separating them from the Abyss Child breaking out of the shell. Meanwhile, the loud noises at the cave entrance grew closer. The guardian beast roared furiously, filled with killing intent, as if sensing the changes in its nest. It's here, Qin Tian shouted in terror. At this critical moment, the abyss egg completely shattered, and a massive figure emerged from within. It was a humanoid monster nearly 3 meters tall, its entire body covered in black scales, each scale bearing a tiny eye. It had no facial features, only a giant mouth filled with sharp teeth that extended from the top of its head to its chest. The Abyss Child, Su Yang murmured, his heartbeat quickening despite the system's assistance. The aura of this creature was far more terrifying than he had imagined, like darkness from the deepest reaches of the universe. The Abyss Child, newly born, immediately fixed its gaze on the struggling abyssal creature. Servant. Its voice was like a chorus of whispers, eerie and hollow. You have done well. The abyssal creature stopped struggling, a glimmer of hope flashing in its blood-red eyes. Master, I have always loyally guarded you. The Abyss Child slowly raised its hand, pointing at the abyssal creature. Yes, you have been loyal. Now, give me your power. The abyssal creature's body froze, fear and confusion flashing in its eyes. Master, what does this mean? The child of the abyss did not respond. A black vortex appeared in its palm, beginning to absorb the energy of the abyssal creature. No, Master. What? The abyssal creature let out a piercing scream, its body rapidly shriveling like a sponge drained of water. Su Yang watched coldly, calculating the timing in his mind. At that moment, the stone wall at the cave entrance collapsed with a thunderous crash, and a massive guardian beast charged in. The beast resembled a lion but had 6 legs, its entire body covered in dark red scales. 2 enormous tusks extended from the corners of its mouth, gleaming with a chilling light. Roar, the guardian beast, seeing the scene inside the cave, let out a deafening roar. All 6 legs pushed off the ground simultaneously as it lunged toward the child of the abyss. Now's the time, Su Yang shouted. Elder, seal it quickly. The elder guardian's body erupted with dazzling golden light. Countless runes flew out from within him, rapidly forming a complex array in the air. Seal technique, activate. The golden light surged like a tide toward the child of the abyss, enveloping it and the guardian beast together. The child of the abyss roared in fury, its body twisting as it desperately resisted the sealing power. But it had just been born, its strength not yet fully awakened, and with the interference of the guardian beast, it was gradually suppressed by the golden light. Go, now's our chance. Su Yang grabbed Xia Ningxuang's hand and dashed toward the cave exit. Wang Hao and Qin Tian followed closely behind, none daring to look back. Behind them came the unwilling roars of the child of the abyss, the angry growls of the guardian beast, and the elder's commanding voice. I'll hold them off as best I can. Go quickly. Su Yang gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. He knew the elder would likely sacrifice himself, but this was their only path to survival. Brother Yang, can we really make it out? Wang Hao asked, panting heavily. Su Yang did not answer, only gripping Xia Ningxuang's hand tightly as they ran toward the exit. At the brink of life and death, there was no choice but to charge forward. Deep within the cave, silence fell. Everyone stared at the abyssal egg, which was on the verge of cracking, holding their breath. Su Yang clenched the holy light rune in his palm. That faint warmth was their last hope. Crack, a fissure spread across the black eggshell. Black energy seeped out from the crack not as mist, but as a tangible substance, weaving twisted runes in the air. The runes writhed and deformed, as if heralding the return of an ancient evil. Xia Ningxuang pressed close to Su Yang, her entire body tense. A layer of frost spread from her palm, ready to freeze everything at a moment's notice. Though her body was rigid, she stood tall, prepared to strike at any time. Brother Yang, something's not right with this thing, Wang Hao said, his throat moving as his voice turned hoarse. Su Yang did not respond. He was fully focused, watching the collapsing abyssal egg alongside the system. The system's data refreshed frantically, but only displayed 2 words, unknown. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the crack suddenly widened. A hand reached out from within. It was a small black hand, the size of a child's, covered in tiny eyes that opened and closed incessantly. Qin Tian couldn't help but gasp, instinctively stepping back. What kind of monster is this? It was unlike any abyssal creature he had imagined. Not a ferocious beast, nor a twisted abomination, but something humanoid, making it all the more terrifying. Crack, crack. The eggshell shattered completely, black fragments scattering in all directions. A small, thin figure stood up. It was about the size of a 3 or 4-year-old child, entirely pitch black. Its face had no features, only 2 bottomless vortex-like eyes. Its body was covered with countless eyeballs, each independently rotating and blinking, observing this new world. This is the child of the abyss. Wang Hao's voice trembled, tinged with sobs. The child looked around, its gaze sweeping past Su Yang and Xia Ningxuang before finally stopping on the leader of the God-Eater cult at the array's core. The next moment, it opened its mouth. A fissure tore straight from the top of its head down to its chest, revealing layers of sharp teeth. Then it cried. No sound, no tears. Yet the cry directly assaulted everyone's minds. This was not a sound attack, but a mental rupture. Ah! One of Qin Tian's subordinates let out a scream, clutching his head as his fingernails dug deep into his scalp. Blood gushed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. His body rapidly shriveled and withered, his life drained by the silent cry. Within seconds, he became a lifeless husk, collapsing to the ground. Panic erupted among Qin Tian's team. Stay calm, Qin Tian shouted, but his voice betrayed his own fear. Su Yang's head throbbed painfully, the silent cry tearing at his psyche. He bit down hard on his tongue, using the pain to stay conscious. The system's warnings came urgently. Warning: intense mental contamination detected. Warning: host's mental strength is being drained. Suggestion: immediately distance yourself from the source of contamination. Ningxuang, fatty, hold on. Su Yang growled, the holy light runes flaring brightly. A fragile barrier unfolded, struggling to resist the invisible impact. Xia Ningxuang's lips were pale. A layer of frost spread from her neck to her cheeks, a sign of her powers spiraling out of control. Yet she stood tall. I'm fine. She coldly uttered 2 words, her breath misting like icy fog. Wang Hao was in the worst condition, sweat and blood mixing as they dripped from his forehead. He pressed his hands firmly against the ground, where earthy yellow energy gathered into a precariously unstable wall. Brother Yang, it's draining my mental strength. Wang Hao's voice was hoarse. Su Yang nodded, he could feel it too. This wasn't an attack, it was feeding. At that moment, the God-Eater cult leader at the array's core suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. His face twisted with fervent worship and a madness willing to sacrifice everything. O great Lord of the Abyss, you have finally arrived. He raised his hands high, his voice trembling with excitement, almost breaking. Please accept my offering. Let me be your first servant in the mortal realm. He began chanting. The incantation was complex and eerie, each word exuding an aura of malevolence. The energy of the blood sacrifice array accelerated rapidly, enveloping everyone in an even stronger suction force. The child of the abyss stopped crying. Its faceless head turned toward the God-Eater cult leader, its two vortex-like eye sockets staring directly at him. "It's looking at him," Xiaoning Shuang said uneasily. Su Yang noticed it too. That gaze didn't seem to regard the leader as a follower, but rather as a piece of food. The system's notification sounded abruptly. Target detected. Nascent entity divinity, not yet extinguished command unlocked. Devour warning. Target strength unknown. Executing devour command carries extreme risk. Su Yang's breath hitched. Devour command. Before he could react, the child of the abyss moved. Its small body sliced through the air, appearing before the God-Eater cult leader, its pitch-black hand reaching straight for his chest. "Master!" The leader of the God-Eater cult shouted with ecstatic fervor, spreading his arms wide, ready to embrace the divine grace he imagined. The next moment came the muffled sound of flesh being torn apart. The hand of the abyssal child pierced through his chest, gripping his still violently beating heart with terrifying precision. "Ah!" His scream replaced the fanaticism, and the worship on his face instantly transformed into sheer terror and confusion. "Why? Master, I am your most loyal." The words had barely escaped his lips. The abyssal child yanked with force. The heart, along with chunks of flesh and connective tissues, was brutally torn from his chest cavity. The gushing blood never touched the ground. Instead, it solidified mid-air into blood-red runes, rushing eagerly into the abyssal child's body. The leader of the God-Eater cult shriveled rapidly. His screams ceased as he became a mummified husk, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The abyssal child brought the still twitching heart to the gaping maw that had split open across its chest. Crunch, crunch. The sickening sound of chewing filled the air, accompanied by the wet noises of bones and flesh being ground to pulp. Its body began to expand rapidly. Bones cracked as they grew, and skin stretched taut. The form, which had resembled a 3- or 4-year-old child, swelled to the height of a grown adult within mere breaths. The small, scattered eyes on its surface grew larger and multiplied, covering its body densely, each one glowing with an eerie light. "It's evolving," Su Yang said heavily. Before his words had fully landed, the abyssal child's faceless head suddenly turned towards him. Two whirlpool-like eye sockets locked onto Su Yang with a gaze that chilled him to his core. He felt as though that gaze was about to tear him apart. The system's alert turned blood red. "Warning. Target has locked onto the host. Recommendation: activate Devour command immediately, or flee at once." The abyssal child slowly raised its hand and pointed at Su Yang. That long, blackened finger was covered in countless tiny eyes, each one fixated on him. An icy, twisted thought, surpassing the boundaries of any language, exploded directly into Su Yang's mind. Food. Interesting food. That cold and distorted thought pierced into Su Yang's brain. Interesting food. He was locked on. Every hair on Su Yang's body stood on end. He was no longer a person in the eyes of the monster, but a piece of meat on the chopping block, being evaluated for the best place to cut. "Brother Yang." Wang Hao's panic shout pulled Su Yang back from the mental lock. Qin Tian and his men were pale. The monster that had just devoured the heart of a B-rank powerhouse had set its sights not on them, but on this seemingly unremarkable young man. "Run! Su Yang, run now!" Qin Tian instinctively yelled. He was overwhelmingly relieved that he was not the one deemed interesting food. But Su Yang didn't move. His mind was racing under the system's red alert. Run? Where? Turning his back to flee while locked on by such a monster was no different than offering himself up as prey. That would be a death sentence. What bad luck, getting called out at the start. Do I look that appetizing? Su Yang complained inwardly, but his expression turned sharp and fierce. He stared intently at the abyssal child, whose arm was slowly rising, gripping the holy light rune in his hand, veins bulging on his forearm. At this critical moment, roar! A thunderous roar erupted from the collapsed cave entrance. The ground quaked, and the mountains trembled. The massive 6-legged lion-like guardian beast had finally charged in, Its dark golden beast eyes stared at the shattered giant egg and the abyssal child standing in the center, bloodshot and filled with rage. This was its nest, the place it had guarded for countless ages, waiting for the hatching of the divine child. Now, everything was destroyed. A strange, foul-smelling entity had replaced everything it held dear. The guardian beast's fury found its outlet. Ignoring Su Yang and Qin Tian, insignificant beings in its eyes, its 6 sturdy legs slammed into the ground, and its entire body transformed into a dark red blur, charging madly forward. The opportunity had arrived. Su Yang's heart tightened. "Fatty, build a wall quickly." Without hesitation, he shouted loudly while pulling the stiff Xia Ningxuang beside him, retreating swiftly to the corner behind them. "Got it," Wang Hao responded reflexively, slamming his hands heavily onto the ground. D-level skill, Earth Bastion. "Quick, build it. Hurry." His face was pale, his mental energy already exhausted, but he pushed through with sheer willpower to cast the spell. Rumble. Thick earthen walls rose rapidly, layering upon each other to form a solid defense in front of the three, separating them from the battlefield in the center of the cave. Boom! Just as the earthen walls took shape, the guardian beast and the abyssal child collided violently. It wasn't a simple sound of physical impact, but an explosion of energy. The guardian beast's sharp claws struck the abyssal child's frail body claws sharp enough to tear through alloy, yet there was no blood splatter, nor the sound of bones breaking. A bizarre scene unfolded. Countless tiny eyes on the abyssal child's surface blinked simultaneously, and the violent energy from the guardian beast's claws was inexplicably absorbed. Roar! The guardian beast's growl carried a hint of confusion. Meanwhile, the abyssal child's massive mouth, split open to its chest, emitted a chilling cluck-cluck laughter. Its small, pitch-black hand gently pressed against the guardian beast's chest. Splurt! The guardian beast's massive body trembled, its dark red scales shattered, and its tough muscles were pierced by an invisible force, leaving a gaping blood hole. The residual violent energy rippled outward. Ah! Help! Qin Tian's team was scattered by the shockwave, fleeing in all directions. A nearby martial artist didn't even have time to scream before being torn to shreds by the energy. Defend. Form a defensive formation. Qin Tian's eyes widened in fury, desperately trying to organize his subordinates to resist. But they had already been drained by the blood sacrifice array and couldn't withstand the shockwave, teetering on the brink of collapse. In the chaotic battlefield, only the corner where Su Yang's group was remained intact. The earthen walls Wang Hao had built trembled violently under the energy impact, cracking in multiple places, but he continuously repaired them, keeping them solid as a rock. Brother Yang, these two monsters, are they top-tier B level? Wang Hao gasped for breath, nervously peeking through the cracks in the wall, his voice trembling. No. Su Yang's voice was calm as he supported Xia Ningxuang, helping her sit against the wall. The lion is, but the newborn one, it's an anomaly. He stared at Xia Ningxuang's pale face and trembling eyelashes, his brows furrowed. The girl had overexerted herself. The thin frost covering her face was a sign that her ice-type abilities were nearing the brink of losing control. Xia Ningxuang slowly opened her eyes, her ice-blue pupils showing no panic, only composure. "I'm fine," she said softly, her voice light but firm. She didn't immediately meditate to recover, but instead extended her finger to lightly touch the earthen wall in front of her. A layer of crystalline frost quickly spread, freezing and reinforcing the cracks. After finishing, she looked at Su Yang, silently asking, "Don't move." Su Yang made a calming gesture. "Let's enjoy the show first." His gaze returned to the center of the battlefield. A black-on-black fight, and between two boss-level entities at that. This is a rare sight. The corners of Su Yang's mouth lifted slightly. System, begin data analysis. Target 1, Guardian Beast. Target 2, Abyssal Child. Analyze their attack patterns, energy consumption, and weaknesses. Command received. Constructing battle model. The battle in the center of the cave had reached a fever pitch. The Guardian Beast had gone completely berserk, abandoning energy attacks in favor of primal biting and ramming, relentlessly assaulting the Abyssal Child. The Abyssal Child, on the other hand, moved like an eerie dancer. Its body twisted at impossible angles to evade fatal blows. It didn't counterattack, but merely touched the guardian beast with its body. Each touch weakened the guardian beast's aura, while the abyssal child grew stronger. It was devouring. It was absorbing the guardian beast's life energy. This isn't a battle, it's a feast. Su-yang felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder the system flagged it as unknown and abnormal. This kind of direct energy devouring wasn't part of conventional combat. At that moment, the suction force of the blood sacrifice array suddenly surged. The crimson patterns on the ground erupted with intense light, and the life energy being drained transformed into blood-red streams, all rushing toward the abyssal chiel behind him. Wang Hao held his breath. "Brother Yang, it." The fat man's voice trembled, too scared to look outside through the cracks in the earthen wall. "Shut up," Xiaoning Shuang said calmly. She had already adjusted her breathing, and some color had returned to her face. She didn't look at the terrifying monster, but instead focused on Su Yang's profile. Her trust was pure and unwavering. As long as this man was still standing, there was hope. Su Yang felt her trust, and the tension in his heart inexplicably eased. He didn't turn around, only nodded slightly. At this tense moment of confrontation, a sudden change occurred. The abyssal child, nearly 3 meters tall, with vortex-like eyes fixed on Su Yang, suddenly shifted its gaze slightly. It was drawn to something else. Its head moved past Su Yang, turning toward another corner of the cave. There, the final energy nexus of the blood sacrifice array was still operating. A blood-soaked god-eater cultist sat cross-legged at the center of the array. He was the last battery sustaining the array's suction power. Having witnessed his leader being devoured and the guardian beast torn apart, he was already terrified out of his wits. But the array's restraints held him in place, preventing him from escaping. When the abyssal child turned its gaze toward him, he trembled in despair. No, he whimpered weakly. The abyssal child moved. Its massive body silently appeared before the cultist. Everyone thought it would, as before, reach out and rip out the man's heart. But it didn't. Instead, it lowered its head, and its enormous mouth, split open to its chest, gaped wide. Crunch! A sharp sound that made teeth ache echoed. It bit off the cultist's neck in one bite. No blood splattered. In the cultist's wide-open eyes, his body, along with his soul, turned into a gray-black stream of energy, which the abyssal child absorbed into its mouth. With the last battery removed, the entire cave trembled violently. The blood-red patterns on the ground dimmed rapidly. The suction force that had been draining everyone's life energy vanished instantly. Huff, ha! The survivors collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The joy of surviving and extreme exhaustion intertwined, leaving several of Qin Tian's subordinates completely paralyzed. The array is broken. We survived. After a brief silence, an uncontrollable cheer erupted. But Qin Tian didn't join the celebration. He was grateful to be alive, but an even stronger greed surged within him. His eyes were fixed on the cave walls. There, under the long-term energy wash of the blood sacrifice array, were embedded fist-sized crystals emitting a dim, eerie glow. Abyssal crystals. Each one was priceless, a top-tier cultivation resource that could drive sea-level powerhouses mad with desire. The opportunity was here. Qin Tian's mind raced. The monster had just swallowed the array's core and was motionless, digesting. Su Yang's team was curled up in the corner, barely holding on. This was the only chance. Don't just stand there like idiots. Qin Tian suddenly jumped up from the ground, shouting with all his might, his voice hoarse from excitement. The array is broken. That monster is digesting. Quick, pry all the abyssal crystals off the walls for me. This is our one and only chance. If we pull this off, we'll never have to worry again. After surviving a life-and-death ordeal, everyone's desire for power and wealth was magnified countless times. At a few warriors who had been weak and powerless immediately had their eyes turn red upon hearing abyssal crystal. The captain is right. Let's do it. Go for it. They shouted, struggling to stand up, drawing their weapons, and charging at the stone wall like madmen, frantically digging with clanging sounds. Greed overwhelmed fear. Behind the earthen wall, Wang Hao was stunned. Crazy. They've all gone crazy. The monster is right there, and they still dare to do this? Are they suicidal? He couldn't comprehend Qin Tian and the others' actions. Su Yang, however, watched coldly, a hint of amusement on his face. He gently patted Xia Ningxuang's shoulder as she leaned against the wall, eyes closed, recuperating. The girl's eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes, her vitality mostly restored. Following Su Yang's gaze, she also saw Qin Tian and the others frantically digging, her brows slightly furrowing. They don't move, Su Yang said casually, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Just watch. He paused and added, let Qin Tian test for us just how strong this thing gets when it's full. Xia Ningxuang was momentarily stunned but quickly understood his meaning, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. Qin Tian's actions were both foolish and laughable. While everyone was focused on Qin Tian, in the deepest shadows of the cave, a few surviving black-robed members of the God-Eater cult were kneeling in bizarre postures. They neither looked at Qin Tian nor at Su Yang, but instead stared fanatically at the motionless child of the abyss. Their lips moved silently, as if chanting some sinister prayer. Their bodies were slowly withering, as though sacrificing their own lives to summon something. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. One of Qin Tian's men successfully pried a complete abyssal crystal from the stone wall. He held the crystal in ecstasy, his face filled with obsession. Haha, I got it. I got it. But his laughter abruptly stopped. He saw the nearly 3-meter-tall monster, which had remained motionless, slowly turn its head. Hundreds and thousands of eyes of various sizes on its body simultaneously shifted, all fixating on the warrior, holding the crystal, his smile frozen stiff. Those two vortex-like eye sockets were devoid of emotion. A cold, indifferent thought echoed in the minds of every survivor in the cave. That belongs to me. The icy thought pierced into everyone's brain like a needle. That belongs to me. The warrior holding the abyssal crystal froze instantly, as if turned into a statue by ice. He felt hundreds and thousands of eyes staring at him simultaneously, each filled with childlike curiosity and beast-like greed. Stiffly, he turned his head to look at the nearly 3-meter-tall monster. The child of the abyss did not move. It merely tilted its head slightly, its faceless visage with two vortex-like holes seeming to scrutinize the person who had stolen its toy. The air was deathly silent. Qin Tian's men, who had been frantically digging, stopped their actions, cold sweat soaking their backs in an instant. Behind the earthen wall, Wang Hao peered through a crack and saw this scene, his teeth chattering. It's over. We've really angered it now. Quiet, Xia Ningxuang's cold voice rang out. At some point, she had stood upright, faint cold air swirling around her, her ice-blue eyes filled with vigilance. She wasn't looking at the monster, but was instead staring at Su Yang's back. She trusted his judgment. Su Yang remained motionless, his heartbeat steady, but his mind was racing. Interesting, it's not anger, it's more like declaring this is mine. Like a child seeing someone touch their building blocks. He quickly analyzed in his mind. This reaction is more instinctive, not rational. Its intelligence is still very primitive. At that moment, the abyssal child moved. That cold thought once again drilled into the minds of every survivor. That is mine. The ecstatic expression on the face of the warrior holding the crystal instantly froze. He felt an invisible force completely lock onto him, rendering him immobile. Within that force, there was a mix of curiosity and greed. Stiffly, he turned his head to look at the nearly 3-meter-tall monster. The abyssal child still hadn't moved. It tilted its head slightly. Its face had no features, only two pitch-black holes staring at the one who had stolen its possession. The air froze instantly. Several of Qin Tian's warriors, who had been frantically digging, stopped in their tracks, cold sweat sliding down their spines. On the other side of the earthen wall, Wang Hao peered through a crack and saw the scene, his teeth chattering. It's over. We've really angered it this time. Silence, Xia Ningxuang said coldly. She stood upright, an icy aura emanating from her, assuming a defensive posture. She didn't look at the monster, but instead fixed her gaze on Su Yang's back. She trusted his judgment. Su Yang remained motionless, his heartbeat steady, but his mind was racing. Interesting, it's not anger, it's declaring that these crystals are its possessions, he analyzed internally. This reaction is more instinctive, not rational. Its intelligence is still very low. At that moment, the abyssal child moved. It slowly raised one hand, long and black, covered with countless tiny, spinning eyes. It didn't attack, but gently spread its 5 fingers. Buzz, the abyssal aura in the cave was awakened. Countless gray-black streams of energy surged from all directions toward the abyssal child's palm, condensing, stretching, weaving. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into hundreds and thousands of fine black threads. These threads floated lightly in the air, ready to strike. The abyssal child's massive mouth, the crack that extended from its head to its chest, opened slightly, emitting a faint clack-clack sound. It was laughing. The laughter didn't come out audibly, but resonated directly in everyone's minds, carrying a sense of excitement. It had found a new toy. Hiss! A black thread shot out silently. The warrior holding the abyssal crystal turned pale, instinctively raising his weapon to block. But the thread ignored physical matter, piercing through his blade and protective energy, drilling precisely into his forehead. Ugh! The warrior's body stiffened, his vitality rapidly draining. He didn't fall. The black thread gave a gentle tug, and his body was lifted by an invisible force, his feet dangling helplessly in midair. His life force was being swiftly siphoned through the thread. Help! Help me! He opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Clink! The abyssal crystal slipped from his powerless hand, falling to the ground. Third brother. Qin Tian roared. But this roar became the signal for the battle to begin. Hiss! 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 Hundreds and thousands of black threads shot out simultaneously. They came from all directions, striking Qin Tian's remaining subordinates at bizarre and sinister angles. Defend! Quickly defend! Ah! No! Screams, the clash of weapons, and the explosion of energy blended into a chaotic cacophony. But it was all in vain. The defenses of these C-rank warriors were effortlessly penetrated by the black threads. Poochie! Poochie! The sound of the black threads piercing through flesh echoed repeatedly. One after another, the warriors were impaled by the black threads, their bodies suspended midair. They struggled in vain, quickly withering into shriveled corpses, swaying lightly as they hung. In less than a minute, Qin Tian's team was annihilated. Only he remained, standing alone amidst the carnage, trembling all over. Within the cave, the frantic digging came to an abrupt halt, replaced by a one-sided massacre. Behind the earthen wall, Wang Hao was so terrified he couldn't speak, clutching his mouth tightly for fear of making a sound that might draw the attention of the playful demon. Xia Ningxuang's face was ashen, her fingers gripping her sword so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Even she had never witnessed such a bizarre slaughter before. This wasn't a battle, it was a cruel game. Su Yang's expression grew more serious than ever. This isn't an ordinary physical or energy-based attack. It pierces and drains the soul. These black threads are an extension of its mental power, its hunting web. He paused, his tone grim. This core ability of its is nearly impossible to counter. At this moment, Qin Tian snapped out of his overwhelming terror. Staring at his subordinates' shriveled corpses hanging in midair and the monster standing in the center admiring its handiwork, the laughable greed in his heart had long vanished. The gap between them was insurmountable. Escape. He had to escape. Qin Tian's face twisted with determination as he suddenly pulled a scroll from his chest. The silver-white scroll was inscribed with intricate spatial runes, emanating strong spatial energy fluctuations. An A-rank rare artifact, the spatial warp talisman. This was the last life-saving trump card his family had given him. Brother Yang, he's trying to run. Wang Hao shouted urgently. Su Yang responded indifferently, his gaze still fixed on the battlefield. Without any hesitation, Qin Tian tore open the scroll. Buzz! A burst of silver light erupted, and a distorted spatial rift quickly formed before Qin Tian. The powerful suction began to pull his body in. It worked. A look of wild ecstasy appeared on Qin Tian's face, the joy of narrowly escaping death. However, just as half of his body was about to enter the spatial rift, the abyssal child, which had remained motionless until now, suddenly moved. It seemed intrigued by the glowing rift. Gently raising a single finger, It pointed lightly toward the spatial rift. Whoosh! A black thread, sturdier and faster than all the ones before, shot out, leaving only a dark shadow in its wake. It pierced into the rift with pinpoint precision. It did not attack Qin Tian. Instead, it precisely penetrated the newly formed spatial rift. Crack! A crisp shattering sound rang out. The silver light on the spatial rift flickered chaotically before exploding outright. The resulting spatial turbulence sent Qin Tian flying backward. Uffed! Qin Tian crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The ecstatic expression on his face instantly froze, turning to one of utter despair. The abyssal child floated toward Qin Tian. Hovering there, it lowered its head, its two vortex-like eye sockets locking onto him and the shattered scroll in his hand. A mocking voice echoed in Qin Tian's mind. Interesting toy. Do you have more? Qin Tian's entire body trembled. He turned his head, looking past the monster in front of him, and shouted desperately toward the earthen wall in the corner. Suyang, save me. I'll give you all the abyssal crystals. The Qin family's techniques as well. I know a secret about your sister, Su Shui. Save me. Qin Tian's frenzied, wretched scream pierced the deathly silence like a scorching iron spike. I know a secret about your sister, Su Shui. Su Yang's pupils instantly shrank into dangerous pinpoints. Sister, Su Shui. These two words were the softest, most untouchable bottom line in his heart. A surge of fury erupted from deep within him, almost breaking through all the defenses built by his rationality. This guy is really courting death. Murderous intent exploded in Su Yang's heart, yet his face remained expressionless. His muscles didn't move a single inch, and his gaze was as calm as a deep well, as if what he had just heard was nothing more than irrelevant nonsense. However, Xia Ningxuang, standing behind him, keenly sensed the change. She felt the air temperature around Su Yang drop several degrees, a coldness purer and more piercing than her own ice-based abilities. A trace of worry flashed in her ice-blue eyes, and her hand holding the crystalline ice sword unconsciously moved closer to Su Yang. She didn't know who Su Shui was, but she knew that the fool named Qin Tian had touched something this man absolutely could not tolerate. In the center of the cave, the childish game was momentarily interrupted by the shout. The abyssal child hovered in front of Qin Tian, the thousand eyes on its body simultaneously rotating, seemingly curious about why this toy was emitting such intense emotions. A mocking voice once again echoed in Qin Tian's mind. Interesting struggle. It had no interest in the secret it had mentioned to Qin Tian. It only cared about playing and devouring. Slowly, it raised a slender, pitch-black finger, from which a solid black thread emerged, aiming directly at Qin Tian's forehead. Death was imminent. Qin Tian's face turned pale, drained of all color, leaving only endless regret and despair. Why had he coveted those abyssal crystals? Why had he provoked this monster? Why had he placed his last hope in someone he looked down upon as a waste? Just as the black thread, capable of piercing the soul, was about to shoot out roar. A furious and wild roar, like the simultaneous detonation of billions of tons of explosives, thundered from the depths of the passage they had come through. The entire cave shook violently. Countless fragments of rock fell from the ceiling, and the blood-red patterns on the ground cracked inch by inch. This sound was not just a physical impact, it carried the majesty of a king and the wrath to destroy everything. Behind the earthen wall, Wang Hao was shaken by the roar until blood poured from his 7 orifices. Its eyes were no longer ordinary crimson, but resembled 2 blood-red suns condensed to the extreme, filled with the purest rage and killing intent. Its gaze immediately locked onto the ruined, empty stone platform in the center of the cave. There, the egg it had guarded for 100 years was shattered. Its child was gone. Overwhelmed by immense grief and fury, it howled toward the sky, a heart-wrenching cry. Roar! Then, its gaze fixated on the figure suspended mid-air, exuding a familiar, yet alien aura of the abyssal child. It was this. This thing had stolen its child and taken over its nest. Hatred drove the B-level peak beast into complete madness. Without hesitation, it stomped fiercely. Boom! The solid rocky ground instantly exploded into a deep pit. Its massive body transformed into a dark red meteor, carrying an earth-shattering momentum, charging straight at the abyssal child. This was not just a charge. It was like a volcanic eruption colliding with the bottomless abyss. Faced with this furious strike, the abyssal child abandoned its play with Qin Tian. Its nearly 3-meter-tall body suddenly sank, and thousands of predatory black threads instantly retracted, weaving a massive, eerie black web in front of it. The next moment, boom! The raging flame armor lion collided with the black web. There was no imagined deafening explosion, only a teeth-gritting, space-tearing muffled sound. Crimson flames and gray-black threads tangled and eroded each other madly. Two entirely different, yet equally powerful B-level peak forces formed a terrifying energy vortex in the center of the cave. The energy storm emanating from it swept outward like sharp blades in all directions. SHT, Wang Hao exclaimed, desperately channeling earth energy into the wall. Solidify, Xia Ningxuang shouted sharply, her slender hand pressing against the wall. A surge of cold air instantly spread, layering the wall with crystalline ice armor. Earth and ice combined perfectly, instantly enhancing the defense. Even so, the wall still trembled violently under the impact, emitting sounds of strain. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, forgotten by everyone, became the most pitiful leaf in the storm. The energy shockwave directly flung him away, tumbling like a ragged sack through the air for over a dozen spins before slamming into the stone wall and finally crashing to the ground. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, unsure how many bones were broken, his breath weakening to the extreme. But he was still alive. The instinct to survive drove him to use his last ounce of strength, crawling toward the only seemingly safe spot in the cave. It was the corner formed by the earth and ice walls, the place he had previously scorned as the trash's hiding spot. He scrambled and rolled to the wall, leaning against its cold surface, watching the two frenzied monsters battling in the center of the cave, trembling like a leaf in the wind. He had survived. He had truly survived the demon's grasp. The joy of narrowly escaping death made him want to laugh, but the pain from his wounds caused him to cough uncontrollably. He looked up at the figure that had never left, standing behind the wall. Su Yang. The chaotic energy storm blew Su Yang's clothes and black hair, making his figure appear somewhat unreal amidst the flickering light and shadow. Qin Tian opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Gratitude? Pleading? Or perhaps using that secret to continue negotiating. But before he could speak, Su Yang slowly turned his head, looking down at him from above. His gaze held no sympathy, no pity, and no relief for surviving. There was only an unfathomable calm, and beneath that calm, a coldness that could freeze a person to the core. A cold, emotionless voice rang clearly in Qin Tian's ears amidst the roaring battlefield. You just said, you know, what's secret about my sister. You just said, you know, what's secret about my sister. Su Yang's voice was soft, drowned out by the intense energy clashes in the center of the cave. Yet these few words pierced deeply into Qin Tian's ears, making his entire body tremble. Qin Tian dared not meet Su Yang's gaze. Leaning against the wall, his body shook uncontrollably from pain and fear. He opened his mouth, his throat dry, unable to make a sound, and could only swallow the blood-stained saliva. Speak. Su Yang took a step forward. That small step made Qin Tian's heart tighten sharply, even stopping his breath. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The instinct for survival overcame Qin Tian's fear, and he shouted hoarsely, Don't kill me. Please spare me. Su Yang did not respond, only staring at him, waiting for him to speak. In the center of the cave, the battle between two B-level peak combatants had reached its most intense stage. The crimson-eyed flame-armored lion and the abyssal child clashed madly, energy storms sweeping through everything. Yet the atmosphere in this corner was even heavier. 3 months ago, Qin Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood, speaking hurriedly. My family held a secret meeting. My father asked me to deliver tea, and I accidentally overheard their conversation. Keep talking. Su Yang's voice was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Someone used a special communication device to contact my father. That voice was strange, not human at all. Qin Tian's voice trembled as he recalled. They mentioned you. calling you worthless Su Yang, but that was just in passing. What they truly cared about was your sister. Su Yang froze in place. They called her pure soul. Afraid Su Yang might lose patience, Qin Tian hurriedly shouted the most crucial information. That monster said your sister's soul was purer than they expected, a perfect vessel for some kind of dissension ritual. Vessel? For the first time, Su Yang's voice showed a hint of fluctuation. Yes, vessel. Qin Tian nodded frantically. They said Lin Fan, that worthless guy, was just a decoy, a bait in plain sight. The truly important one is your sister. They've been secretly watching her, waiting for the right opportunity. Su Yang stood frozen, coldness radiating from his body. Beside him, Wang Hao's eyes widened in shock. What? Those lunatics from the God-Eater cult are targeting Shuer. Xiaoning Shuang frowned deeply. She didn't know much about Su Yang's family matters, but judging from his murderous aura, this was no simple matter. When will they act? Su Yang's voice was filled with killing intent. Qin Tian shook his head frantically. I don't know. That's all I heard. That monster said the time wasn't right yet, that they were waiting for some celestial sign. Celestial sign? Yes, celestial sign. Qin Tian shouted. They said when the blood moon hangs high, the ritual will begin. Su Yang clenched his fists tightly. Blood moon hangs high? When? A month? A year? Or tomorrow? What else do you know? He stepped closer. That's it. Really, that's all. Qin Tian was on the verge of tears. I only heard this much. And then my father found me and kicked me out. I swear. They changed locations, and I never had another chance to eavesdrop. Su Yang remained silent. He believed Qin Tian's words. At this life and death moment, Qin Tian neither had the courage nor the reason to fabricate such a lie. But the information was too vague. A pure soul? A descent ritual? A blood moon hanging high? These words echoed repeatedly in his mind, intensifying his killing intent. The God-Eater cult. Those lunatics had set their sights on his sister. His only weakness. Please, take me with you. Qin Tian's desperate plea interrupted Su Yang's thoughts. I've told you everything I know. I can help you. The Qin family has resources, an intelligence network. We can join forces against the God-Eater cult. Su Yang glanced at him. You really think I'd trust a family with ties to the God-Eater cult? Qin Tian's face turned pale. No, it's not like that. My father was forced. The God-Eater cult is too powerful. We had no choice. Shut up. Su Yang's two words cut Qin Tian off instantly, cold sweat soaking his back. Su Yang turned away, his gaze returning to the battlefield at the center of the cave. The Abyssal Child and the Crimson-Eyed Flame Armor Lion were both battered, but their fight grew increasingly ferocious, with no clear victor in sight. Brother Yang, Wang Hao lowered his voice. What do we do now? Should we escape while they're tearing each other apart? Su Yang didn't answer. His thoughts had already flown back to that heavily guarded city, back to that cramped, shabby apartment, back to his frail little sister. Was Schwenner safe now? Had those lunatics begun their move? He had to return immediately, but first, he had to survive and get out of here. Xiaoning Shuang, Su Yang suddenly spoke. Use your ice abilities to open a passage in the wall behind us. Can you do it without causing an energy fluctuation? Xiaoning Shuang understood his intent and nodded. I can, but it will take time. 3 minutes, Su Yang set the deadline. Wang Hao, you're in charge of reinforcing the frontline defenses. Use your earth abilities to seal off all sound and energy. Don't let those two notice us. Got it. Wang Hao immediately placed his hands on the wall, channeling his full strength. And me? Qin Tian asked anxiously. What can I do to help? Su Yang didn't even turn his head. You? Just wait quietly for death. Qin Tian's face froze instantly. You can't do this. I gave you such important information. Information? Su Yang sneered. You think a few vague words are enough to save your life? I can tell you more. Qin Tian was completely panicked. I know all the connections between my family and the God-Eater cult. Su Yang finally turned his head, staring at him. Then say it now. Qin Tian opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. He was merely a marginal branch of the family, with no access to the real secrets. I need time. Time's up, Su Yang interrupted him. Young Master Qin. Su Yang's voice carried a hint of mockery. Do you want to live? Qin Tian trembled all over. Yes, of course I do. Then prove you're useful. Su Yang pointed at the blood-red altar. Go, stop them. Qin Tian's face was deathly pale. You must be joking, right? That's the God Eater cult. They'll tear me to pieces. Or you can die here right now. Su Yang's tone was calm. Either way, we're leaving soon. Qin Tian looked at the ice tunnel gradually forming behind Xiaoning Shuang, then at Su Yang, and closed his eyes in despair. I'll go. He trembled, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. But you have to promise to take me with you. Su Yang nodded. As long as you come back alive, I promise. Qin Tian took a deep breath and struggled to his feet. Staggering, he moved step by step toward the ominous altar. He'll die, Xiaoning Shuang said softly. Su Yang responded indifferently. But he'll buy us enough time. Xiaoning Shuang glanced at Su Yang and said no more. She knew that ever since learning his sister was in grave danger, Su Yang had dropped all pretense and patience. The passage is almost ready, Xiaoning Shuang said. We can leave at any time. Su Yang nodded, his gaze fixed on the altar. He had to see with his own eyes what the lunatics of the God Eater cult were planning. The more he understood, the better he could protect Su Shui. By now, Qin Tian had stumbled close to the altar. The black-robed figures were completely engrossed in their eerie ritual, paying him no attention. Just as Qin Tian thought he could easily sabotage the altar, one of the ritual leaders slowly turned his head. Beneath the black robe, there was no face, only a mass of twisted black mist. An inhuman, mocking voice echoed directly in Qin Tian's mind. Perfect timing. Our ritual was just missing a fresh sacrifice. The next moment, Qin Tian let out a blood-curdling scream. The scream was cut short, as if his throat had been crushed. He didn't even see the face beneath the robe. A withered hand extended from the black mist, gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground. Perfect timing. Our ritual was just missing a fresh sacrifice. The voice was filled with excitement. In the next second, Qin Tian was slammed violently onto the altar made of white bones and black stone. Bang! Qin Tian felt as if every bone in his body had shattered. The excruciating pain made his vision go black, and he couldn't even make a sound. He was tossed onto the center of the altar like a piece of trash. The leading black-robed figure raised a black bone blade high. With this impure blood, awaken the slumbering shadow. With the greedy soul, open the net of harvest. He chanted ancient, malevolent incantations as the bone blade pierced Qin Tian's chest. Qin Tian let out one final scream as blood gushed forth, staining the entire altar. A bizarre scene unfolded. His blood didn't spill outward but was instantly absorbed by the runes on the altar, transforming into countless crimson threads that shot skyward. What are they doing? Wang Hao's scalp tingled as his voice trembled. Su Yang didn't answer. His expression was extremely grave. He stared at the altar and the crimson threads, already forming a hypothesis in his mind. These people. Boom! The ceiling of the cavern suddenly lit up. A massive web woven from countless black threads appeared, covering the entire ceiling. The web pulsed with the same gray-black energy as the abyssal child, but it was purer, more malevolent, like the condensed screams of countless tormented souls. This is bad, Xia Ningxuang exclaimed in alarm. She thought the web was targeting them, but the giant net's target was never this small corner of theirs. Buzz! The giant net descended from the sky, like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, precisely enveloping the center of the cave where two peak B-level creatures were locked in a frenzied battle. Roar! The crimson-eyed flame-armored lion was the first to sense the deadly threat overhead. It jerked its head up and let out an enraged roar. On the other side, the bizarre abyssal spawn suddenly ceased their attacks. Thousands of eyes simultaneously fixed on the sky, and for the first time, a ripple resembling fear emerged from the vortex like holes in their forms. They wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The two giant beasts, having expended massive amounts of energy in their fierce battle and tightly entangled with each other, were unable to break free in an instant. Whoosh! A massive black net suddenly descended, trapping both the crimson-eyed flame-armored lion and the abyssal spawn at the same time. Sizzle! The moment the black net made contact with their bodies, thick black smoke began to rise, and the stench of charred flesh quickly filled the air. Roar! Hiss! They howled in fury and agony. The black net tightened visibly, and every thread within it seemed alive, transforming into greedy siphons that burrowed into their flesh, frantically extracting their primal life, energy, and souls. The dark red flames on the crimson-eyed flame-armored lion's body dimmed rapidly under the suppression of the black net. The thousands of eyes on the surface of the abyssal spawn began to burst one after another, turning into gray-black pus. They launched a desperate assault on the black net, their violent energy shaking every corner of the cave. Boom, boom, boom. The entire cave trembled violently in this final frenzy. Countless massive rocks fell from the ceiling, and the ground split open into bottomless chasms. The place could collapse at any moment. Holy crap! Holy crap! These maniacs! Wang Hao clutched his head and cowered in a corner, his face pale. This is the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Xiao Shuang's face was also ashen. Her ice-blue eyes were filled with shock and a hint of helplessness. As a prodigy with an S-level talent, she had always been confident in her strength. But the scene before her completely overturned her understanding. This was not just a clash of power, it was a meticulously planned, evil, and precise hunt. It turned out that from the very beginning, whether it was the guardian beasts or the abyssal spawn, they were merely prey materials in the eyes of those black-robed figures. Their true target was the purest and most immense core essence within the two peak B-level creatures after they had mutually exhausted each other. Divine Descent Vessel. Su Yang stared at the shrinking black net, which was frantically channeling the power of the two giant beasts toward the altar, and everything became clear to him. He finally understood. These lunatics from the God-Eater cult intended to use the essence of these two peak B-level creatures to create a vessel capable of hosting the descent of some terrifying entity. That vessel would be far more horrifying than Lin Fan, and even more so than the abyssal spawn. Brother Yang, the wall can't hold much longer. This place is going to collapse. Let us get out of here. Wang Hao was so anxious he was nearly in tears. The defenses he and Xia Ningshuang had constructed together were already on the verge of collapse under the energy storm unleashed by the dying retaliation of the B-level creatures. Xia Ningshuang also looked at Su Yang, beads of sweat forming on her pale forehead. The energy consumption of the ice wall was immense. Her stunningly beautiful face appeared somewhat fragile in the flickering light and shadows of the cave, yet her gaze remained resolute. She was waiting for Su Yang's decision. This guy, whom everyone at school called a loser, had unknowingly become the pillar of her heart. Su Yang's eyes, however, were not on the collapsing cave. He was staring intently at the black-robed figures desperately maintaining the altar, then glanced at the two giant beasts rapidly being drained of their strength and growing weaker. Danger? No. This was an opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The final plan needs to be adjusted. Su Yang calculated quickly in his mind. These lunatics think they're the hunters? Who the real hunter is remains to be seen. He took a deep breath and turned around. On his unusually calm face amidst the chaotic light and shadows, a cold smile emerged. He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it overshadowed all the roaring and growling. Prepare to execute Plan B. Wang Hao froze. B plan? We have a Plan B. Su Yang ignored him and turned his gaze to Xia Ningshuang. Ningshuang, in 3 minutes, use your strongest freezing ability to freeze the entire altar area. Can you do it? Xia Ningshuang nodded firmly without hesitation. I can. She didn't know what Su Yang was planning, but she chose to trust him. Finally, Su Yang's gaze fell on the chubby Wang Hao, issuing the final command. Wang Hao. 3 minutes later, when Xia Ningshuang makes her move, you must use all your strength to build the thickest earth wall around the three of us. Then close your eyes and block your ears. Remember, no matter what happens, don't look and don't listen. Wang Hao. Take him and retreat from the ice cave. Go as far as you can. Su Yang's voice was not loud, but both Wang Hao and Xia Ningshuang felt a jolt. Wang Hao's eyes nearly popped out. He suspected he had misheard. Take him. He glanced at Qin Tian, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, then suddenly turned to Su Yang, his voice trembling. Brother Yang, are you out of your mind? If we leave, what about you? Stay here and die with those two beasts and those lunatics. Wang Hao was so anxious his jaw was trembling. This cursed place was on the verge of collapse, and just the aura emanating from that black net made his whole body shiver. At a time like this, instead of sticking together to escape, Su Yang wanted to split up and take that half-dead Qin Tian with them. This wasn't just courting death, it was actively seeking it. Su Yang ignored his angry outburst, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the sinister ritual at the center of the cave. The life energy of two peak level B grade creatures was being frantically extracted by the black net. Through the altar, this energy was continuously channeled into the energy core at the top of the cave. The pressure released by that core had already surpassed the limits of B grade. I have my own way to get out, Su Yang said calmly, his tone chillingly cold. What way could you possibly have? Wang Hao shouted. You're a bit mysterious, sure, but that's the dying counterattack of 2B grade beasts. And those cultists from the God Eater sect doing who knows what. How can you handle all that alone? Fatty, calm down. Xiaoning Shuang suddenly interjected, stopping Wang Hao. She wasn't as agitated as Wang Hao. Instead, she stared at Su Yang's profile. He was too calm, unnaturally calm, and even a little excited. This realization made her heart tighten. Su Yang, what exactly are you planning to do? She asked softly. Su Yang finally turned his head and looked at Xiaoning Shuang and Wang Hao. You staying here won't help me. You'll only drag me down, he said bluntly, without mercy. Wang Hao's face instantly turned red. His mouth opened to retort, but he couldn't say a word. Su Yang was right. On a battlefield of this level, his Earth-based defense was practically useless. Being able to protect himself was already a stretch. More importantly, Su Yang's tone grew heavier. The information about my sister, the conspiracy of the Devourer cult, someone has to survive to take it out. Your mission isn't to die with me, but to deliver this information, word for word, back to the Martial Alliance. This is our only hope for survival. At these words, Wang Hao and Xiaoning Shuang fell silent. Su Yang wasn't trying to play the hero, he was making the most rational, yet cruel decision. But Wang Hao gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening. What about you, Brother Yang? Su Yang's lips curved into a faint arc. Me. I'll stay and collect some interest. Another voice inside him shouted, Are you kidding me? 2 massive experience packs, bleeding and nearly dead. If I don't consume them, I won't be able to sleep tonight. The Devour button on the system panel is practically blinding me. If I leave now, I'll never forgive myself. Seeing Su Yang's nonchalant demeanor, Xiaoning Shuang's heart tightened. She knew Su Yang never boasted. From the academy competition to the city's beast tide, this man always managed to pull off surprising feats in desperate situations, turning the tide. But this time was different. This time, the danger surpassed anything before. She took a step forward, standing in front of Su Yang. She was shorter than him, only reaching his chin, and had to slightly tilt her head to meet his gaze. The fierce wind blew her long hair, a few strands brushing against Su Yang's cheek. The cave wept, the giant beast roared, and the entire world seemed on the verge of collapse. Yet in this corner, their gazes met, freezing everything in place. How confident are you? Xiaoning Shuang asked. 50%, Su Yang answered without hesitation. It was the truth. Facing the forming, completely unknown, divine descent possession, he had only a 50% chance of leaving alive. Xiaoning Shuang's body stiffened. 50%? In a situation almost certain to end in death, he claimed 50%? Was he insane, or did he truly have the skill? She didn't press further. She gave Su Yang a deep look, then did something that stunned both Wang Hao and Su Yang. She raised her hand, and an ice-blue crystal staff appeared in her palm, its head embedded with an A-grade ice core. Buzz, as the staff appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and the violent energy fluctuations instantly calmed. This is the breath of the Ice Emperor, Xiaoning Shuang said, handing the staff to Su Yang, her voice soft yet resolute. An A-grade artifact, containing a sealed absolute zero from my ancestor. It can freeze everything around it, including space, for 0.1 seconds. Perhaps it can buy you a chance to escape. Su Yang was stunned. Wang Hao's breath stopped. An A-grade artifact, and one imbued with the power of law as a top-tier treasure. This was the Xia family's ultimate heirloom, A strategic resource money couldn't buy. And Xiaoning Shuang just handed it over? I can't. This is an order. Su Yang's words were abruptly interrupted by Xiaoning Shuang, using the same tone he had just employed. For the first time, the girl showed such forcefulness. Her pale fingers turned slightly bluish from the effort as she firmly shoved the staff into Su Yang's hands. Your mission is to come back alive. She stared at Su Yang, her words deliberate and unwavering. And then, return my family's treasure to me. Su Yang gripped the staff tightly, feeling the icy chill seep into his palm. He remained silent for 3 seconds before finally nodding heavily. All right. He put away the staff. Let's go. Su Yang turned to Wang Hao. Wang Hao clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. He gritted his teeth, staring intensely at Su Yang. Finally, he wiped his eyes fiercely and turned around, hoisting the barely alive Qin Tian onto his shoulder. Brother Yang, if you dare to die. His voice choked, but he shouted. Then, even if I have to dig through the entire underground, I'll slaughter every last one of those God-Eater cult bastards to join you in death. Without looking back, he strode forward, heading toward the ice-cold cavern. Xiaoning Shuang took one last look at Su Yang. Come back alive. She left him with just those 3 words before spinning around sharply. Condense. With a crisp command, she pressed her palm toward the direction of Wang Hao's retreat. Boom, boom, boom. Massive walls of ice surged from the ground, forming a frozen corridor behind them and sealing off all residual energy waves from reaching them. She did not look back, using her own strength to shield her companions and Su Yang from the chaos behind them. Before long, the sound of their footsteps disappeared into the depths of the ice-sealed passage. The entire cavern became eerily empty in an instant. Inside the cave, only the dying wails of a massive beast, the grating chants of the God-Eater cult, and Su Yang, standing alone in the shadows, remained. He raised his head, staring at the energy singularity at the center of the massive net on the cave's ceiling. It was rapidly expanding, emitting an oppressive force that was terrifyingly powerful. Su Yang gripped the breath of the Ice Emperor tightly. Then, his gaze swept over the black-robed figures who believed themselves untouchable. His facial muscles twitched as a cold, emotionless smile appeared on his face. Well, the pesky audience has cleared out. Prey, sacrifices, the lurking yellow sparrows in ambush. Now, the real party begins. His consciousness sank into the system. On the interface, a scarlet option flashed rapidly, and he locked onto it without hesitation. Detected. Too high purity. Unclaimed soul essences peak B class X2. Devour conditions met. Activate absolute command. Devour? Wang Hao and Xiaoning Shuang's presence had completely vanished into the ice-sealed passage's depths. The cavern fell into a deathly silence. Outside, 2 peak B-class creatures let out heart-wrenching roars in their final moments. The cave's structure began to crumble under the strain, the collapsing noises mingling with the nauseating chants of the God-Eater cultists. In the corner where Su Yang stood, there was nothing but the sound of his own heartbeat. He lifted his head. Through the chaotic energy storm, he locked onto the ceiling of the cavern. At the center of the massive black, threaded web, an energy singularity was swelling. The oppressive force it emitted had already surpassed the confines of a B-class creature, climbing toward an entirely new level. A vessel prepared for the descent of a god. Su Yang gripped the ice-blue crystalline staff tightly. The biting cold emanating from it pierced into his palm, keeping his mind laser-focused amidst the chaos. A class artifact, Breath of the Ice Emperor. A thought flashed through his mind. This favor is a massive debt to repay. He understood all too well that this staff's value far exceeded what could be described as merely a class. The will within the staff's core carried an aloof and cold arrogance, overlooking all beings, belonging to a throne-level powerhouse. This thing was likely Xia Ningxuang's ultimate life-saving trump card. This isn't just a staff, it's practically her entire fortune on the line. Su Yang couldn't help but complain inwardly. No, I must make it back alive, or this deal will be a huge loss. He shook off his stray thoughts, his gaze turning calm. All right, the meddlesome audience has all left the stage, he muttered to himself, a cold smile forming on his lips. Pray, sacrifices, the lurking yellow sparrow. Now, the real party is just beginning. His consciousness sank into the system interface. In the corner of the panel, a scarlet option was pulsating rapidly. Detected. High purity. Unclaimed soul essence peak B level X2 conditions for devouring met. Activate absolute command. Devour? Yes, Suyong silently confirmed in his mind. But he didn't press the button immediately. He knew the devouring process would not go smoothly. Although the two peak B-level creatures were suppressed by the black net, their essence power was extraordinarily strong. The black-robed members of the God-Eater cult weren't fools either. Their meticulously planned ritual would never allow an outsider to easily seize the results. Once he began the devouring process, all three factions would undoubtedly launch simultaneous attacks on him. He needed an opportunity, a window of absolute safety, free from interference, even if it was just for 0.1 seconds. Suyong looked at the breath of the Ice Emperor in his hand. Xiaoning Shuang had said that it sealed the absolute zero passed down from her ancestors, capable of freezing everything around it, including space itself, for 0.1 seconds. The final plan needs some adjustments. Plan B? No. A crazed smile appeared on Su Yang's face. Now we execute Plan S. S stands for Suyong. As soon as he finished speaking, he acted without hesitation, pouring all his mental energy into the breath of the Ice Emperor. Buzz. The staff trembled violently, and the A-level ice core at its tip erupted with a blinding blue light. A sharp pain shot through his brain as his mental energy was instantly drained. His body, though strengthened multiple times, was still fundamentally that of an F-level awakened and could not withstand such terrifying energy infusion. But he didn't care. He had only one thought activated. Activated at all costs. Move. Damn it, move. Suyong growled through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging from his neck to his forehead. Finally, from deep within the ice core at the staff's tip, the slumbering will of the throne awakened. Crack. A faint cracking sound echoed in his mind. The world instantly fell silent. The crimson-eyed flame-armored lion, mid-roar, froze with flames suspended at its maw. The writhing, struggling abyssal spawn, its bursting eyeballs and splattering pus, all came to a standstill. The black-robed figures, holding bone blades aloft and chanting incantations, remained frozen in their devout postures. Even the massive boulders falling from the cave ceiling defied the laws of physics, hanging motionless in midair. Light, wind, energy, time. Everything was utterly frozen by this rule-defying chill. This was absolute zero. However, the one who unleashed this power, Suyong, was also bearing its immense backlash. Crack, crack, crack. Frost began spreading rapidly from the hand gripping the staff, encasing his entire body. His blood flow slowed. His life force was being drained by this power. Used to sustain the time freeze, he knew he had less than a second. Perhaps only a fraction of a second. Suyong summoned all his willpower, fighting against the stiffness of his body, and took the first step. One step, using all his strength. The ice had already reached his shoulders. He took another step, moving toward the center of the black giant net, toward the 2B-level peak ferocious beasts frozen in despair and agony, toward the abyssal child, whose body was covered in countless eyes and whose form was grotesque. Compared to the crimson-eyed flame-armored lion, this creature from another dimension had a soul origin that was undoubtedly more peculiar and precious. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Suyang's vision began to blur, his consciousness growing faint as his life force ebbed away. He could feel his heartbeat nearly stopping, but he kept walking. Finally, he stood before the abyssal child. He raised his frost-covered, nearly numb right hand and firmly pressed it against the creature. His icy fingers touched the abyssal child's slippery skin. On the system panel, the glaring red Devour button shone brightly. Suyong used the last of his strength to issue the command. Devour. Boom. As he pressed the button, the frozen world shattered with a deafening sound. Suspended rocks trembled. Time was about to resume. Boom. In Suyang's mind, the word Devour fell. The eternal tableau frozen by absolute zero shattered in response. Time returned. The suspended boulders crashed down with a destructive roar. Solidified flames and pus exploded simultaneously, transforming into an even more violent energy storm. But none of this affected Su Yang. A universe, billions of times more terrifying than the collapse outside, was being born with a thunderous roar in his mental world. Devour command confirmed. Target, abyssal child infant form soul origin. Executing command. The system's cold prompt was the last coherent sound he heard. The next second, Su Yang's right hand, pressed against the abyssal child, turned into a black hole that devoured everything. Hiss! The abyssal child, just freed from the stasis of time, revealed for the first time a terror and confusion stemming from the core of its being in its thousands of eyes. It couldn't understand. Why did this insignificant human, as small as an ant, possess such a fatal attraction to its soul? It wanted to resist, to break free. But the giant soul net woven by the God-Eater cultists became Su Yang's strongest ally at this moment, pinning it firmly in place, unable to move. An indescribable surge of immense energy, mixed with chaotic, evil, and twisted extra-dimensional information, flooded into Su Yang's arm like a breached dam. If an ordinary person's mental world was a small stream, then what was pouring into Su Yang's mind now was a cataclysmic river of destruction descending from the heavens. Countless images exploded in his consciousness. The birth of the abyss, the wails of a race, writhing flesh, icy stars, strange geometric shapes beyond three-dimensional comprehension, indescribable in their nature. The torrent of information was enough to instantly destroy the will of any S-level powerhouse, reducing them to a mindless husk. Su Yang's consciousness was like a leaf in a storm, on the verge of being torn to shreds at any moment. Agony, pain beyond the limits of the physical body erupted from the depths of his soul. His 7 orifices instantly spewed scorching blood. Give me devour. In the final moment before his consciousness, the core authority of the absolute command system was suddenly forcibly activated. Buzz, a higher, more powerful, and unreasonable will awakened from the depths of Su Yang's soul. It ignored all chaotic information. It ignored the feeble struggles of the abyssal child. Like a cold and ruthless machine, it began to completely decompose and absorb this massive source of power. Ding. Detected extra-dimensional biological gene sequence, analyzing ding. Detected talent, thousand-eyed insight quality too low, decomposed into talent fragments X120. Ding. Detected talent, abyssal whisper quality too low, decomposed into talent fragments X85. Ding. Detected the system log scrolled madly at an astonishing speed. Under the absolute command of the system, the abyssal child at the peak of B rank couldn't even let out a complete wail. Its massive body withered rapidly, its flesh and blood shriveling, its skin cracking and peeling off in chunks. Thousands of eyeballs burst one after another like punctured balloons, ultimately turning to ash. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, a B rank peak-level beast capable of destroying a small city evaporated into thin air. The massive soul web and all the sacrificial energy were also completely devoured by Su Yang's body. No, the black-robed figure by the altar finally snapped out of the shocking turn of events, utterly collapsing. The leading black-robed man let out a despairing scream and charged at Su Yang. However, the ritual had been interrupted, and the dark power began to backfire on them. Puff, puff, puff. Their bodies ignited with black flames from within, like dry grass catching fire, and they were instantly reduced to ashes. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Su Yang was the final hunter who claimed all the stakes. At the other end of the cave, the crimson-eyed flame-armored lion, now unrestrained, let out a weak whimper and collapsed with a thud. Its essence had been drained by more than half, leaving it completely powerless. The entire cave fell into a deathly silence. Only Su Yang stood quietly in place. He slowly raised his head, his face covered in blood, his expression ferocious. Yet his eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was the look of someone utterly satisfied after a gluttonous feast. Damn, I really hit the jackpot this time. This was his last thought before losing consciousness. The next second, the system panel erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Ding. successfully devoured the essence of B rank, peak level, abyssal child. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item. Divinity Fragment X1. Divinity Fragment, a remnant of the essence of a higher dimensional being, containing a trace of immortal properties. Ding! System has absorbed excess energy, meeting evolution conditions. System upgrade initiated. Current version 2.0, 3.0 upgrade progress. 1%, 10%, 50% boom. An even more powerful torrent of energy than during the devouring erupted within Su Yang's body. This was the forced infusion brought about by the system upgrade. His body simply couldn't withstand such a powerful energy impact. Su Yang trembled violently, the light in his eyes fading rapidly. His body stiffened and fell straight backward. Thud! He collapsed onto the cold ground, completely losing consciousness. At the very moment he passed out, rumble. The massive underground cave met its fate. A large-scale collapse began. A boulder the size of a truck locked onto Su Yang with precision, hurtling down with a deafening roar. Death was now inevitable. However, just as the massive boulder was about to fall, a black lightning bolt shot out from the frozen passage without warning. The figure moved so fast that the eye couldn't keep up, leaving afterimages in the air. He appeared beside Su Yang with pinpoint accuracy, grabbed him in one swift motion, and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! The spot where he had just stood was smashed into a terrifying crater by the boulder. The newcomer was dressed in a black combat suit, his expression cold and his gaze sharp as a blade. It was none other than the iron-blooded instructor of the War Academy, Lei Ying. He glanced at the unconscious, bloodied Su Yang in his arms, then surveyed the apocalyptic collapse around him, his brows furrowed. This energy outburst, something definitely went wrong. What on earth did this kid do here? Without wasting time, Lei Ying held Su Yang tightly, transformed into a black shadow, and dashed toward the only escape route. Meanwhile, on Su Yang's system panel, in the last second before he lost consciousness, the final log entry refreshed, detected host's vital signs dropping rapidly, nearing collapse. Emergency protocol activated. Soul link with Pure Soul, Su Shui has been activated. Commencing remote life force synchronization. Warning: this operation may cause unknown effects on both parties. Boom! The Earth Dragon turned over, and the cave ceiling collapsed. Just as the massive boulder, capable of pulverizing any life, was about to fall, a streak of pitch-black lightning tore through the chaotic energy storm. Lei Ying, like a ghost, swiftly charged into this death zone. Her gaze was as calm as the icy wind in a snowfield, without a trace of emotion. Her movements were crisp and decisive. She reached out, grabbed Su Yang's combat suit collar, and stomped heavily on the crumbling ground. Bang! The ground beneath her feet exploded into a large pit. Using the force, she leaped, transforming into a black lightning bolt, racing along the edge of the falling boulder toward the only escape route built of frost. Behind her was the sound of the world collapsing into destruction. In Lei Ying's arms, Su Yang was completely unconscious, his head limp to one side, his face covered in blood that couldn't hide his youthful features. Lei Ying's brows furrowed deeply. What on earth had this kid been up to down there? Her mission was to track the signal of an S-class fugitive, blood butcher Qin Tian, which had been pinpointed to this area. But by the time she arrived, Qin Tian's life signal had already weakened to the point of near disappearance, replaced by a chaotic energy outburst that sent chills down her spine. This energy contained the dying rage of a peak B-class beast, the sinister sacrificial aura of the God-Eater cult, and even a trace of something she couldn't comprehend, like chaotic fluctuations from another world. And at the center of all this energy was none other than Su Yang, a first-year student at the War Academy, rated as F-class, in the archives a problem student. It was simply unbelievable. Lei Ying held Su Yang tightly as she sped through the frozen passage. The ice wall forcibly constructed by Xia Ningxuang with C-class strength had already been riddled with cracks under the cave's collapse and was now crumbling bit by bit. Crack, crack. Ice shards flew, and cold air spread everywhere. Lei Ying moved at an extreme speed, becoming a blur as she dashed out of the passage before it was completely sealed. Boom! Behind her, The entire mountain range collapsed completely, forming a massive sinkhole. Dust and smoke billowed, burying all the secrets and sins of the underground forever. Far from the collapse's center, Laying finally stopped in a relatively safe forest. She carefully laid Su Yang flat on the ground. Known for her reputation as the devil instructor, her actions at this moment were surprisingly gentle. She crouched down and began to check Su Yang's condition. What she saw shocked her. Even someone like Lei Ying, accustomed to life and death, couldn't help but have her pupils contract sharply. It was horrifying. Su Yang's body was almost entirely battered, with multiple fractures, his combat suit in tatters, and his skin covered in wounds from energy burns and tears. The most terrifying sight was his right hand, completely encased in a layer of eerie ice crystals. The power contained within those crystals sent a bone-chilling cold through Lei Ying. This wasn't ordinary freezing, this was the residual power of a throne-level expert. That little girl from the Xia family. Lei Ying immediately thought of Xia Ningxuang, the genius girl with an S-level ice affinity. To wield such a level of power, Xia Ningxuang must have paid a tremendous price. Lei Ying placed her palm on Su Yang's chest, injecting a trace of pure lightning energy to probe deeper. The next second, her expression changed completely: shock, horror, disbelief. Her perception seemed to plunge into a hell of intertwining ice and fire. Inside Su Yang's body, two completely opposing yet equally terrifying forces were clashing violently. One was a life energy as scorching, sacred, and pure as the rising sun. This force was desperately repairing his shattered body, maintaining his last hope of survival. The other was chaotic, destructive, and carried the aura of the abyss, a chaotic energy. It was like a greedy black hole, frantically devouring Su Yang's life force, trying to drag him into eternal darkness. Sacred and chaotic, creation and destruction. Either of these forces alone would be enough to overwhelm an A-level expert. Yet these two forces were waging the cruelest battle within Su Yang, a fragile F-level awakener. He was like a glass bottle containing two antimatter bombs, ready to shatter at any moment. How is he still alive? Lei Ying muttered to herself, doubting her understanding of reality for the first time. After a long pause, the aged voice spoke again, this time with undeniable decisiveness. Rakage, here. Abandon all follow-up investigations and bring him back immediately. Understood. Should I send him to the Academy's medical department? Rakage instinctively asked. No. The chief mentor's words were heavy, as if issuing a command that would alter history. Activate Protocol 0 and send him directly to the 7th isolation zones. 0 Ward. What? Rakage froze, her face showing an uncharacteristic expression of shock for the first time. 0 Ward. That was a legendary place mentioned only in the War Academy's top-secret archives, a forbidden zone built at great expense, but never used, prepared as the last line of defense against God-level calamities. Seal all information and elevate access permissions to the highest level. From now on, Su Yang's public record in the Academy will show him as missing in action during a mission. This is the highest directive. The communication ended. Rakage stood motionless, the evening breeze bringing a piercing chill. She looked down at the unconscious boy on the ground, his breathing faint. Once considered a failure who fought desperately for a chance to qualify for the Academy's competition, a freak who shocked the entire school with an F-level skill. Who was he really? What secret was hidden within his body? What could possibly compel the chief mentor, who had guarded the Academy for decades and remained calm in the face of disasters, to resort to such unprecedented measures? Rakage's gaze was complex and inscrutable. She knew that from tonight onward, everything would change. A massive storm was quietly brewing around this boy. War Academy, Southgate. The air was heavy, as if even the wind had lost the courage to move. Dozens of mentors and student leaders stood silently, their eyes fixed on the distant horizon. No conversations, only the sound of suppressed breathing. Finally, two figures appeared. One staggered, the other supported, slowly emerging from the twilight glow. A tense and subtle commotion rippled through the crowd. It was Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao. They had returned. Xia Ningxuang's ice silk combat suit was torn to shreds, hardened into a crust by dried, darkened blood and dirt. Her face no longer bore its usual cold indifference, but was ashen gray. Only her eyes remained unervingly bright, like two obsidian stones embedded in ice and snow. She was supporting Wang Hao. The chubby boy was in worse condition, one arm twisted at an unnatural angle, while the other hand clutched a writhing sack like a steel clamp. Occasionally, eerie laughter emanated from the sack, sending chills down everyone's spine. Medical team. The voice of the receiving mentor was hoarse as he shouted. Several medical students rushed forward with stretchers. I'm fine. Xia Ningxuang spoke, her voice like two pieces of ice colliding, rough and cold. She waved her hand to push away the stretcher, her gaze sharp as a blade, slowly sweeping over everyone present. Seal the scene. Evacuate all unrelated personnel. Take him. Her eyes fell on the burlap sack. Qin Tian, hand him over to the enforcement division. Conduct the highest level mental examination and the highest level physical detention. Additionally, I demand an immediate emergency meeting. I want to see the chief mentor. A series of commands were delivered without the slightest emotional fluctuation, yet carried an absolute determination forged in blood and fire. Everyone present was stunned. The Xia Ningxuang they remembered was a lofty, untouchable prodigy. But now, she resembled a warrior returning from hell. The palpable killing intent made everyone's throats tighten. Half an hour later, War Academy, Tower Top, Room 0. Around the massive circular obsidian table, only a few people were seated. The Academy's chief mentor, the deans of various branches, and the highest-ranking officer of the enforcement division. Each of them held a status that could make Donghai City tremble. The chief mentor, an elderly man with a head full of white hair and gentle eyes, looked at Xia Ningxuang. Ningxuang, have some water first, don't rush. The tea on the table was still steaming, but Xia Ningxuang paid it no mind. She simply placed a blood-stained tactical recorder in the center of the table. Chief Mentor, Deans, she said, I have video evidence to support what I'm about to say. Her voice had regained clarity, but her tone was taut like a stretched string. S-Class wanted criminal blood butcher, Qin Feng. His true identity is War Academy second-year student, Qin Tian. As soon as the words fell, one of the branch deans' faces immediately turned grim. Our task squad was ambushed by Qin Tian's faction. Their real objective was to assist the God Eater cult in conducting AB-class highest-level live sacrifice. The sacrificial offerings were the crimson-eyed flame armored lion, and she paused briefly, then slowly uttered 3 words, the abyssal egg. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly grew heavy. The chief mentor's slightly squinted eyes finally opened a crack, and from that slit shot a piercing light. When we arrived, the ritual was already complete. The abyssal egg had hatched into AB-class peak creature, the child of the abyss. I, Wang Hao, and another student were trapped underground. She didn't say the name, but everyone knew who she meant, the boy who had created miracles in the Academy tournament and had gone missing during this mission, Su Yang. We had almost no way to escape at the time. At this point, Xia Ningxuang's calm voice finally showed a slight tremor. In her mind, the image of that boy's resolute back emerged. He had shoved his staff into her hands, smiling as he said, You go first. He had charged alone toward 2B-class peak beasts, like a fearless flame rushing into the darkness. In the end, it was Su Yang. He came up with a plan. He told us to retreat first while he stayed behind to cover us. Xia Ningxuang's words stopped there. She didn't elaborate on what Su Yang had done, because she didn't know. She only knew that when she and Wang Hao escaped, there was a deafening explosion behind them, accompanied by an energy storm so intense it froze her very soul. The meeting room was deathly silent. The authorities present, relying solely on this cold and detached account, could piece together just how brutal and insane that battle must have been. That a NF-level student, facing 2 peak B-level creatures alone. This isn't suicide, it's an outright sacrifice. Ahem. The head of the enforcement department, a stern-faced middle-aged man, broke the silence, his voice deep. Student Xia, you said Qin Tian has ties to the God Eater cult. Behind this, could it be the Qin family pulling the strings? The question struck directly at the core. At that moment, bang, 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 the heavy iron door of the conference room was suddenly pounded on. An assistant instructor rushed in, pale-faced and trembling. Chief, Elder Qin Haishan of the Qin family is here. He is demanding the academy release Qin Tian immediately and wants Xia Ningxuang to come and explain herself. Before the words had fully landed, an arrogant shout came from outside the door. Chief Instructor, my Qin family respects you, but that doesn't mean you can bully the pride of our family at will. An orphan, a little girl, and a few baseless accusations trying to tarnish the reputation of my Qin family. An elderly man in a traditional Tang suit, his expression haughty, pushed past the assistant and stormed in aggressively. He scanned the room, his gaze finally locking onto Xia Ningxuang, exuding an oppressive aura. Little girl from the Xia family, retract your words immediately and come with me to the Qin family to apologize to my grandson. Let us settle this matter right here and now. Xia Ningxuang slowly raised her eyes. Her gaze was icy, devoid of any warmth, as if she were looking at an object about to be destroyed. Qin Haishan, enraged by her look, was just about to explode. Elder Qin, the chief instructor spoke. His voice remained gentle, yet it made Qin Haishan's entire body tense up instantly. How arrogant! Are you teaching our war academy how to do things? The chief instructor slowly stood up. He didn't release any oppressive aura, merely waved his hand casually. In the center of the conference room, a light screen suddenly unfolded. On the screen was Qin Tian, his eyes vacant, drooling at the corners of his mouth, bound by a mental shackle. A recording from the depths of his soul played clearly. It was my father. He told me to contact the God Eater cult. He said the family needs the power of the abyss. They're still looking for the pure soul, my sister. They want to sacrifice her to the God. Qin Tian's voice was fragmented and despairing, each word piercing deeply into the heart. The arrogance on Qin Haishan's face instantly. Su Yang shed blood for the academy, and the academy will use all its resources to pave the way for his companions. From today onward, all S-level resource libraries of the academy are unconditionally open to you, until we repay this debt of gratitude. The meeting ended. Everyone left with a mix of excitement and complex emotions. In the vast meeting room, only the chief mentor and Xia Ningxuang remained. The old man walked to the window, his back to her, and after a long silence, he slowly spoke. Girl, the final surge of energy in the underground cavern that froze everything. That absolute zero that even made me feel alarmed. The chief mentor turned around, his deep gaze seemingly piercing into her soul. Was it you, or the Xia family behind you? Donghai City, 3rd Safe Zone, Municipal Library. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled shadows. The air was filled with the tranquil scent of old books and ink. Su Shui sat by the window, a thick book titled Beast Encyclopedia, Beginner's Edition spread open in front of her. She was engrossed in the book, her slender fingers occasionally brushing over the illustrations of ferocious beasts, her brows slightly furrowed. Her brother was now a powerful awakened one, often venturing into dangerous places. Although she couldn't help him directly, she at least wanted to understand the world he might face. Suddenly, an unanticipated, searing pain struck her, as if it came from the depths of her soul, gripping her heart tightly. It felt like an invisible hand had fiercely clenched her heart and then abruptly drained it. Ah! Su Shui let out a pained sound, her face instantly turning pale as the book in her hands fell to the ground with a thud. Surprised glances came from those around her. She couldn't care about others clutching her chest with both hands. Her body curled up, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. The pain, an indescribable pain. But what terrified her even more was an overwhelming sense of loss and fear that came out of nowhere. It was as if the most important thing in her life was slipping away from her. Brother. That thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Something must have happened to her brother. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. She wanted to scream, but her throat felt blocked, unable to make a sound. Just as she was on the verge of suffocating, the pain suddenly receded like a tide. In its place came a warm current. A faint but pure and comforting energy began to spread from her heart, flowing through her entire body. It felt like being gently embraced by warm hands on the coldest winter night. Familiar, reassuring. It was her brother's presence. Su Shui froze. utterly certain that this warmth was identical to her brother's aura. She slowly released her hands, gasping for air, still shaken. Was everything just now an illusion? She looked up blankly out the window. And then, her world completely changed. The once ordinary street now appeared different to her. The air was filled with countless specks of light, smaller than dust, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors, like an endless meteor shower. The street trees nearby were no longer static objects. Their canopies were shrouded in a faint green glow, gently breathing and pulsating in a mysterious rhythm. She could even hear a vague emotion. That tree. It seemed happy, content. Su Shui blinked hard, thinking she was hallucinating. But when she opened her eyes again, the strange scene remained. She could see energy now. This discovery left her completely stunned. Half an hour later, Su Shui was walking home in a daze. Her first instinct was to call her brother, but the communicator responded with a cold, mechanical message. The user you are trying to reach is outside the service area. A sense of unease quickly spread through her. Everything she had just seen in the library left her mind in chaos, and a ridiculous, yet singular explanation surfaced in her thoughts. Awakening. Could it be I've awakened? But during the Academy's awakening ceremony, the ability crystal showed no reaction. And this ability to see energy flows and sense the emotions of all things, what exactly is it? Could all of this be related to the sharp pain and the warm current she felt earlier? Brother, where are you? What is happening? Her mind was filled with questions, her heart heavy with worry. So much so that she didn't notice she had taken a shortcut home a quiet alley. Hey, isn't this the little junior from Third High? A flippant voice came from the alley entrance. Three small-time thugs with brightly dyed hair, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, blocked her path. The leader, a yellow-haired guy, looked Su Shui up and down, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Junior, I'm a bit short on cash lately. How about lending me some money? Su Shui's heart sank. Normally, she would have been so scared that she'd defreeze up, only thinking of avoiding and escaping. But today, after experiencing the soul-deep pain and the upheaval of her world, she found herself not as afraid. Instead, she felt irritated. Irritated that her thoughts had been interrupted. I don't have any money, she said softly, gripping the strap of her backpack tightly and trying to walk around them. No money? Yellow Hair sneered, exchanging a glance with his companions before spreading his arms to block her. No money is fine. How about keeping us company for a chat? Another thug with green hair approached her with a grin, reaching out to grab her shoulder. You're so pretty. Don't be so unfriendly. Su Shui instinctively shrank back, fear finally surfacing in her eyes. After all, she was just an ordinary high school girl. However, just as that filthy hand was about to touch her school uniform, a barely perceptible force suddenly radiated from the center of Su Shui's body. The green-haired thug's body froze abruptly, as if he had hit an invisible wall. A gentle yet irresistible force lightly pushed him away. He stumbled back 2 or 3 steps, nearly falling over. What the hell? Yellow Hair frowned and cursed. No, boss, Green Hair stammered, pointing at Su Shui with a bewildered expression. This chick is weird. It's like something pushed me. Useless. Yellow Hair didn't believe him and stepped forward himself, glaring viciously. Little girl, you dare play tricks on me? He reached out with a large hand, aiming directly for Su Shui's face. Su Shui closed her eyes in fear, but he didn't touch her. She only felt that familiar warm current in her chest surge forth again, automatically. This time, she saw it clearly. A translucent barrier made of pure, pale golden light particles instantly formed in front of her. Bang! Yellow Hair's hand smacked solidly against the barrier. It felt as though he had hit a piece of elastic jelly. All his strength was instantly absorbed, neutralized, and then rebounded even stronger. A scream of agony. Yellow Hair was flung backward by a tremendous force, stumbling over 3 meters before crashing to the ground. He clutched his wrist in pain, wailing. The remaining thugs were completely dumbfounded. The alley fell into a dead silence. Su Shui slowly opened her eyes, looking at the yellow-haired man writhing on the ground, then at her own fair and slender hands. Just now, was that me? That golden barrier, did it come from my body? A ghost. An awakened. She's an awakened. The remaining two thugs finally came to their senses, scrambling and stumbling as they fled the alley in terror. Su Shui stood alone, her heart pounding wildly. It wasn't fear, but an unprecedented sense of shock and confusion. This power, this warm, life-filled power, it's exactly the same as the aura on my brother. Brother, she murmured, the confusion in her eyes gradually replaced by determination. You must be in trouble. You're protecting me in this way, aren't you? She didn't know. At the end of the alley, hidden in the shadows on a rooftop, a man in a black trench coat slowly lowered the binoculars in his hands. A cold, analytical voice came through his earpiece. Target pure soul, encountered a threat, triggering passive defense mechanisms. Energy leakage detected. Energy type, high purity life energy. Energy level, F. Energy source, untraceable, suspected remote connection. The man in the trench coat looked extremely grave. He pressed the communicator, his voice low and restrained. Command Center, this is Watcher 7. Target Pure Soul has shown initial signs of superpower awakening. Repeat, the target has exited dormant status. Recommendation, immediately elevate protection level to Gamma grade. War Academy, 37 floors underground. Here, hundreds of meters deep into the Earth's crust, the alloy walls were 10 meters thick, every inch engraved with intricate energy circuits. The air was cold and deathly still. This was the forbidden zone of forbidden zones. Ward 0. When the special alloy door, weighing tens of tons and inscribed with 13 sealing arrays, slowly opened, even Lei Ying, a peak-level C-rank powerhouse, felt her breath catch. She was holding the unconscious Su Yang in her arms as she stepped into this place that existed only in legends. The interior space was so vast it felt unsettling. At the center, there was only a single bed. A bed carved entirely from a block of transparent crystal. Inside the bed, a pale blue energy liquid flowed slowly like a galaxy, exuding a powerful and sacred life force. The Genesis Crystal Bed. The name suddenly echoed in Lei Ying's mind. This was one of the Academy's most treasured artifacts, said to be crafted from the core of a Genesis crystal excavated from the land of fallen gods. Its value was enough to purchase half of Donghai City. Its sole purpose was to provide a place for dying deities to reconstruct their divine bodies. And now, it was about to be used on a student with an F-rank talent. Lei Ying suppressed the turmoil in her heart and carefully placed Su Yang onto the crystal bed. The moment they made contact, boom. All the monitoring instruments in Ward 0 instantly went from calm to a frenzy of alarms. The piercing sirens were almost deafening. The moment Su Yang's body touched the crystal bed, his clothes silently disintegrated into ashes. His lean body was fully exposed to the air. The left half of his body was enveloped in a sacred golden radiance, warm and pure, like the mysteries of life at the birth of the universe. The right half, however, was shrouded in abyssal black mist, cold and malevolent, as if foretelling the end of all things. Divinity and malevolence, light and darkness. Two completely opposing supreme forces had achieved a terrifying balance within his body in a twisted and bizarre way. What kind of monster is this? Lei Ying was utterly speechless. She had never imagined that she would use the word monster to describe a student. Meanwhile, Su Yang's consciousness was plunging into an endless sea of stars composed of 0s and 1s. Warning. High-dimensional energy impact detected on the host's soul level. System's underlying logic is being forcibly rewritten. Rewrite progress, 37%. 58%. For the first time, the cold system notification carried a trace of panic. Su Yang's consciousness could clearly see his system collapsing. The divine fragment, stripped from the abyssal child, had now transformed into a miniature golden sun, frantically releasing information about the laws of creation. Meanwhile, the abyssal core from Qin Tian had turned into a black vortex devouring everything, releasing information about the laws of destruction. His absolute command system was like a computer simultaneously running two completely incompatible operating systems, on the verge of total collapse. No, my cheat. Amidst the excruciating pain, Su Yang's consciousness let out a silent roar. He couldn't lose it. This was the only thing he and his sister could rely on. If you two are incompatible, then I'll make you compatible. The madness and determination belonging to the ultimate system freak erupted from the depths of his soul. He mobilized all his mental power, like an invisible giant hand, fiercely grabbing at the golden and black energies. System detects host's active intervention. Intervention failed. Warning. Host's mental power is about to collapse. Shut up. Su Yang's consciousness roared. He didn't care about laws, divinity, or demonic essence. In his eyes, these were just two unruly skills. And he was the master of all skills. He began using the clumsiest, most insane method to forcibly knead the two energies together. It was like trying to craft an artifact in a game using two completely incompatible low-level materials. Once explosion, his consciousness was torn apart. 10 times explosion, his soul was burning. 100 times, 1,000 times. Su Yang could no longer feel pain. Only a pure belief remained to take control of everything with his own hands. He didn't know how much time had passed. When, for the 10,000th time, he wove a thread of golden light and a wisp of black mist together at an unimaginable angle and rhythm buzz. There was no explosion. They fused into a gray singularity, existing somewhere between being and nothingness. At that moment, the entire sea of data stood still. Unknown logic detected. Parsing logic. Parsing successful. Constructing new system architecture. System upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. Your absolute command system has evolved into Genesis of all laws system. Before Su Yang's consciousness, 3 brand new virtual modules composed of laws slowly emerged. The first was a gentle blue light orb, omniscient laws. It could analyze all energies, skills, and laws Su Yang encountered, converting them into code he could understand and use. The second was a blazing red light orb, law sandbox. This was the virtual space within his mental world. Here, he could use the code he had deciphered to simulate, test, and even create entirely new skills, just like building blocks. The third module was an unfathomable abyss of chaos, exuding an aura so intense that even Su Yang felt uneasy. It bore only 3 question marks. Access denied, temporarily sealed. Su Yang's consciousness was left speechless in awe. If the previous system had made him the top-tier player, then, now he finally had the qualifications to become a game developer. So this is the true pinnacle of play, he sighed contentedly. At that moment, a thought stirred in his mind. Amid the powerful golden divine energy, he sensed a faint yet blood-bound connection. It was his sister, Su Shui. A flash of inspiration struck him, and with a gentle thought, a wisp of pure, almost non-aggressive golden life energy traveled through that mysterious link, crossing endless space in an instant and quietly flowing toward her. Brother's power. I'll share a bit with you. After completing this, Su Yang's consciousness began to return. Inside Ward 0, the boy lying on the Genesis crystal bed slowly opened his eyes. Deep within those black pupils, it seemed as though stars were twinkling. A trace of golden light and a hint of darkness intertwined, eventually settling into calm. You're awake. Lei Ying, who had been guarding him for 3 days and nights, couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. Su Yang sat up, feeling the new power within him, a fusion of creation and destruction. A familiar yet slightly mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't ask how long he had been asleep, nor did he inquire about his sister's condition. Because the moment he opened his eyes, omniscient insight had already automatically analyzed everything around him. The energy composition of the crystal bed, the flow of power within Lei Ying, even the residual components of disinfectant in the air, all the information had been reduced to its most fundamental data and flooded into his mind. At this moment, he understood his situation better than anyone else. Suddenly, Su Yang paused. He looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through hundreds of meters of rock and alloy, reaching the deepest part of the War Academy. There he saw something, a being bound by countless chains of laws. It was ancient and powerful, laden with endless sorrow and loneliness. The moment Su Yang looked at it, an aged, weary sigh, as if it had traveled through millennia, echoed in the depths of his soul. Another one, another pitiful soul who has stepped onto this irreversible path. Child, what you create, is it a miracle or another despair? 37 floors underground in the War Academy. The corridor outside Ward Zero was as cold as a blade. Wang Hao sat alone on a frigid metal bench, clutching a bulging storage bag tightly, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. His eyes were bloodshot and severely swollen. He had been keeping vigil for 3 days and nights. Every few minutes, he would involuntarily stare at the heavy alloy door that seemed to embody despair. His gaze was filled with anxiety, regret, and a trace of fear so profound that even he dared not confront it. It's all my fault, it's all my damn fault. Wang Hao's voice was hoarse, like an old bellows. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The final scene in the cave played over and over in his mind. Like a brand seared into his memory, he could only watch helplessly as Su Yang desperately burned himself out, charging toward that indescribable terror. And he, the chubby guy who called himself a brother, didn't he even have the strength to lift a finger? This sense of powerlessness nearly tore his soul apart. Haozi, a cool yet weary voice came from the end of the corridor. Xia Ningxuang walked over slowly. Her face was still pale, but her icy eyes were even more resolute than a few days ago. Ningxuang. Wang Hao shot to his feet, as if pricked by a needle. How is Su Yang? Hasn't he woken up yet? Mentor Lei Ying said his vital signs have stabilized. Xia Ningxuang sat down beside him. The cold metal chair made her shiver slightly. Her gaze fell on the storage pouch Wang Hao was guarding like a treasure. What is this? Hee at the mention of it. Wang Hao finally managed a faint smile. Like presenting a prized possession, he carefully untied the string of the storage pouch, opening it just a crack. A powerful medicinal aroma, mixed with an overwhelming life force, instantly burst forth. Inside the pouch, the blood ginseng king emitted a pulsating red glow like a heartbeat, while the icy aura of the Millennium Snow Lotus caused frost to form in the surrounding air. There was also dragon bloodgrass, phoenix flower. Each one was a treasure fiercely contested by martial families in the outside world. I spent every single credit I earned from the last trial to exchange for these. Wang Hao scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. The Academy's alchemists said that these, combined with the Genesis crystal bed in Ward Zero, would amplify the effects to the extreme. Looking at these radiant treasures, Xia Ningxuang felt as if a warm hand was tightly gripping her heart. She knew all too well. Given Wang Hao's family background, these items represented everything he had. No, it was even more than that. He had staked his entire future on this pouch. This chubby guy had poured his very life into it. Haozi, don't say those polite words. Wang Hao interrupted her with a wave of his hand. At this moment, his gaze was no longer simple and naive, but purely earnest. Ningxuang, I'm not smart, and my strength is lacking. But Su Yang is my brother, and you're my friend. As long as it's for your good, I, Wang Hao, would give my life for it, and it'd still be worth it. Xia Ningxuang suddenly understood. This was true friendship. It wasn't about benefits or status. It was about the person who, in your darkest moments, was willing to use their own flesh and blood to light the way forward for you. Thank you. Haozi, she said softly, her voice trembling without her even realizing it. The two were just about to get up and deliver the medicinal materials inside when steady, yet imposing footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. The chief mentor approached slowly, his face still kind, but his furrowed brows betrayed an unhidden seriousness. Student Xia, Student Wang. Chief mentor. Wang Hao quickly stood at attention and saluted respectfully. Xia Ningxuang also stood up, her movements noticeably stiff. Her gaze was fixed on the letter in the old man's hand. The seal on the envelope bore an icy blue snowflake emblem, the Xia family crest. A letter from your family, the chief mentor said as he handed it over, his tone calm and devoid of emotion. They've expressed serious concern about your performance and the power you used during the trial. Xia Ningxuang took the envelope. The thin sheet of paper now felt as heavy as a boulder pressing on her heart. She didn't even open it. The cold sensation from her fingertips had already given her a premonition of the contents inside. Questions about the will of the throne. Inquiries about Absolute Zero. And the command to return home immediately, an order she absolutely could not defy. She tore open the envelope. As expected, the wording in the letter was even harsher and colder than she had anticipated. Ning Shuang, the power you've displayed has touched upon the core secrets of the family. You must return to the main house within 3 days to undergo questioning by the Council of Elders. This is an order and cannot be disobeyed. Father, Xia Zhinshan. Xia Ningxuang's hand gripping the letter turned pale at the knuckles, inch by inch. She raised her head and stared directly into the deep eyes of the chief mentor. Chief mentor, what if I refuse? A flicker of almost imperceptible surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. Refuse? Xia, you must understand, that is your family. Moreover, the power of absolute zero indeed requires proper guidance. If it spirals out of control, I know it's dangerous. Xia Ningxuang interrupted him, her voice not loud, but as resolute as an ice pick. But right now, I'm not going anywhere. Why? The chief mentor asked. Xia Ningxuang turned again to look at the cold alloy door. At that moment, the ice and snow in her eyes seemed to melt, revealing an unprecedented tenderness. Because he hasn't woken up yet. Until he opens his eyes, I will stay here. Even if it's a command from the family, I want to obey. Wang Hao, standing nearby, was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. My God, that's the Xia family, one of the pillars of Donghai City. And Ning Shuang Shi's defying the family head's order for Suyang? The chief mentor fell silent. For a long time, he looked at the stubborn girl in front of him, whose determination to protect was evident even if it meant shattering herself to pieces. His worldly wise eyes slowly revealed a faint smile of approval. Very well. What? Xia Ningxuang froze. I said very well. The old man repeated, his smile becoming clearer. A person who cannot guard their own heart could never control a power as formidable and dangerous as absolute zero. Xia, your choice proves you have the resolve to become a true stronghold. The chief mentor pulled out a black card engraved with intricate patterns from his pocket and handed it to Xia Ningxuang. This is the highest access to the S-class gravity training room. Since you're staying, don't waste time. When that boy wakes up, he want to see you standing still. Xia Ningxuang took the card, feeling its warmth against her fingertips, and her eyes couldn't help but grow moist. Thank you. No need to thank me. The chief mentor waved his hand, his tone shifting to something more meaningful. But you'd better be prepared. The Xia family won't let go easily. Regarding the will of the throne and absolute zero within you, your family knows far more than you imagine. The simultaneous awakening of these two powers has only occurred once in the history of the Xia family. That person, the chief mentor's words abruptly stopped, his eyes flashing with memories and regret. Forget it. These secrets, when Su Yang wakes up, he'll learn them himself. With that, the old man turned and walked away slowly. In the hallway, only Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao remained, staring at each other. Ningxuang Wang Hao swallowed hard. You've really made up your mind? The consequences. Xia Ningxuang didn't answer. She walked to the door of Ward 0, gently placing her cool palm against the alloy door, as if she could feel the heartbeat of the person behind it. How's he, do you know? Her voice was as soft as a vow. In the underground cave, when I saw him rushing toward death without hesitation to protect us, I realized something. In this world, there are things more important than family, than bloodlines, than everything else. Xia Ningxuang turned around and looked at Wang Hao. She seemed to radiate a glow. It was the brilliance of a girl truly growing into a woman. I chose him. No matter the cost, I am willing to bear it. As soon as her words fell, buzz inside Ward 0, a faint mechanical hum sounded. All the monitoring instruments on the wall suddenly shifted from stable data to a violent cascade of turbulence. Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with ecstatic joy. Su Yang was waking up. However, before the joy on their faces could fully unfold, steady and icy footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. A team of warriors in ice blue tight combat suits approached swiftly. Each step felt like a heavy stomp on one's heart. Leading them was a middle-aged woman. Her appearance bore a 7-point resemblance to Xia Ningxuang, but her eyes held no trace of warmth, only coldness and authority, like ice frozen for 1,000 years. She was Xia Bingxin, the executive elder of the Xia family. She had arrived. At the moment consciousness returned, Su Yang felt as though he had surfaced from the depths of the ocean. But this sensation was entirely different from any previous awakening. Before he even opened his eyes, he could already see the surrounding scene. The air was filled with countless elemental particles, fiery red, icy blue, earthy yellow, and vibrant green. They flowed gently through the air, forming invisible rivers of energy. The monitoring instruments embedded in the walls had energy cores pulsating rhythmically, emitting a low resonance. Even the crystal bed supporting him could be clearly perceived, its intricate energy circuits revealing ancient and mysterious laws. What was going on? Suyang wondered silently as he opened his eyes. The world he saw was clearer than ever before, not just visually clear, but a comprehensive, multidimensional perception. He could see the flow of blood within Minter Lei Ying's body, hear the rhythm of her heartbeat, and even smell the faint scent of lightning emanating from her. "You're awake." Lei Ying's voice was filled with excitement. But in Su Yang's perception, it was not just a voice, it was a wave of energy carrying complex emotions. Concern, relief, and a hint of deep vigilance. Vigilance? Su Yang's heart tightened, and he instinctively tried to sit up. This simple action nearly strained his back. His body was no longer the same as before. Every muscle's strength had multiplied. Every bone was as hard as steel, and the sound of blood rushing through his veins was distinctly audible. Most importantly, he could sense a faint golden glow emanating from his bones and meridians, as if they had been reforged by a divine power. "How long was I asleep?" Su Yang's voice was hoarse. 3 days and 3 nights. Lei Ying responded, her eyes complicated. "Do you know? Over these 3 days, the changes in you have completely overturned all my understanding of martial evolution." 3 days? Suyang frowned. It felt to him as if he had only blinked. Immediately, a more pressing thought flashed through his mind. His sister. He hurriedly turned his focus inward, searching for the soul bond connecting him to Su Shui. He found it. Not only that, but the bond was even more stable than before, flowing with a warm golden glow. From the other end of the bond, he could vaguely sense Su Shui's condition. She was fine, safe, even healthier than before. This made Su Yang breathe a complete sigh of relief. No matter what he had become, as long as his sister was safe, everything was worth it. "System, show me my current status," he murmured in his mind. "The universal creation system is starting." Host, Su Yang. Realm, Peak Awakener Pseudo-Transcendent. Physique, Divine Demonic Origin. Body unique. Core abilities, Universal Comprehension, Law Sandbox. Insufficient Authority, Skills Analyzed, 247. Skills Creatable, Unlimited. Seeing this panel, Su Yang was stunned. What was a Divine Demonic Origin body? And Skills Creatable, Unlimited? That didn't sound scientific at all. Divine Demonic Origin body. A unique physique that fuses fragments of divinity and the essence of the abyss, possessing an affinity for both the laws of creation and destruction. Theoretically, you can master any skill in this universe. Universal Comprehension, the ability to analyze all energies, skills, and laws you come into contact with and convert them into understandable code. Law Sandbox, a virtual space within your mental world used for simulating, testing, and creating new skills. Su Yang blinked. This was practically like leveling up from a player to a game administrator, wasn't it? "Su Yang, are you okay?" Lei Ying noticed the change in his expression and asked with concern. "I'm fine, better than ever," Su Yang said with a smile, attempting to sit up from the crystal bed. This time, he moved very carefully. But even so, when his feet touched the ground, the entire Zero Ward trembled slightly. Lei Ying's pupils instantly contracted. She could clearly sense that the aura emanating from Su Yang was completely different now. If the previous Su Yang was like a sharp but ordinary blade, then now he was a holy sword blessed by the gods. No, even the term holy sword was insufficient to describe him, because within this divine aura, there was also a trace of abyssal coldness. Light and darkness, perfectly fused together. "Instructor, are those two still waiting outside?" Su Yang suddenly asked. His perception was now terrifyingly sharp. Even through the thick alloy door, he could see Wang Hao and Xiaoning Shuang standing outside. The chubby one still looked honest, but the bloodshot eyes betrayed the pain he'd endured over the past few days. As for Xiaoning Shuang, Su Yang's gaze lingered on her for a moment. The girl's aura had also undergone subtle changes. Her absolute zero power seemed more restrained but also more dangerous, like an iceberg ready to erupt at any moment. More importantly, she carried an air of firm determination, as if she'd made some significant decision. They've been waiting outside the whole time. Laying nodded, especially Xia Tongxue. She refused her family's recall order and insisted on waiting for you to wake up. Refused her family's recall? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. His understanding of the Xia family told him this was no small matter. This girl, could it be that for his sake, she even cut off her retreat? Thinking of this, Su Yang felt a surge of complex emotions. There was certainly gratitude, but more than that, a sense of responsibility. Since this girl was willing to take such a big risk, he absolutely couldn't let her down. "Let them in," Su Yang said. Laying nodded and walked toward the door. Just as she was about to press the door button, Su Yang suddenly stopped her. "Wait." He looked down at himself, bare-chested, with only a towel wrapped around his waist. Although this body was now flawless, with smooth muscle lines and healthy glowing skin, it still wasn't appropriate to meet people like this. "Find me some clothes first." Laying couldn't help but laugh and pulled out a set of standard academy uniforms from her storage ring, handing it to him. Su Yang took the clothes and was about to put them on when he suddenly froze. He noticed a special record at the end of the system log. Detected synchronization of life force connection with target Su Shui. Synchronization strength, 87%. Estimated duration, permanent. Note: this connection involves two-way transmission. Some of the host's abilities may affect the target. Life force synchronization? Su Yang frowned deeply. What did this mean? His abilities would affect his sister? Recommendation: host should meet with target Su Shui as soon as possible to confirm status. Warning: once a life force synchronization connection is established, it cannot be actively severed. Su Yang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Could something have happened to his sister? At that moment, urgent footsteps sounded outside the door. It wasn't Wang Hao and Xianing Shuang, but another group of people. Su Yang sensed a cold and powerful aura emanating from them. Leading the group was a woman whose aura was no weaker than Instructor Lei Ying's. Moreover, the energy fluctuations on her were strikingly similar to Xianing Shuang's. The Xia family? Su Yang quickly put on his clothes, his gaze sharpening. It seemed trouble had arrived ahead of schedule. A familiar smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Just the right time to test the power of this new body. After dressing, Su Yang didn't rush out. The footsteps outside the door grew closer, but he was more concerned about the new operating system within his body. "First, I need to figure out what kind of monster I've become." Su Yang's consciousness once again entered the spiritual world. The scene before him left him stunned. The previously simple system interface had disappeared, replaced by a boundless virtual universe. There were 3 massive planet-like modules, each radiating a distinct and powerful energy. The first module was light blue, its surface flowing with countless tiny runes, like a living waterfall of code. Universal law comprehension. Su Yang reached out to touch it and immediately understood its powerful function. It was equivalent to a universe-level analytical engine, capable of breaking down any energy, matter, or skill it encountered into its most fundamental law structures. Like dismantling a sports car into parts and then explaining the function of each component and countless ways to assemble them. Isn't this the ultimate cheat for martial artists? Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a seasoned system manipulator, he instantly realized how terrifying this ability was. Others need talent and 10 years of hard practice to master skills, but now he can directly copy with one click. The second module is golden, with an internal space resembling an infinitely expanding creation factory. Law Sandbox. This feature is even more powerful. Su Yang's consciousness entered it and discovered that he could use the code of parsed laws to piece together entirely new skills, like assembling Lego bricks. Wow, this is practically upgrading players to game designers. He couldn't help but gasp. This is every online game player's ultimate dream, designing their own exclusive skills. As for the third module, Su Yang looked at the deep, bottomless chaotic nebula, where 3 large red characters were written: insufficient permissions. Divine Furnace. Currently sealed unlock conditions. Collect more divine fragments, divine furnace? Just hearing the name, you know it's the ultimate weapon. Su Yang licked his lips, already anticipating this ultimate feature. Let's try the current abilities first. He decided to conduct a small experiment in the sandbox. His consciousness shifted to Law Sandbox, and Su Yang pulled up the code structure of the previously parsed fireball technique. In his perception, the essence of this F-level skill was gather fire elements, compress them into a spherical shape, imbue them with kinetic energy, and delay the explosion. 4 simple steps corresponded to 4 basic code segments. Since I can release them infinitely, what if I simultaneously launch 100 fireballs and make them track targets like missiles? Su Yang began frantically simulating. He copied the fireball technique code 100 times and attempted to add programs for intelligent tracking and focus strikes. At first, things went smoothly. 100 fireballs were launched simultaneously, accurately tracking moving targets. But when he tried to incorporate more complex functions, such as bypassing obstacles, splitting into bullet heads after explosion, or even coordinating to form a firestorm, Su Yang felt as if his head had been hit by a truck. Warning: current mental energy severely insufficient. Simulation forcibly terminated current progress. 100 tracing explosive fireball technique 8% estimated completion mental energy required. 2847 units hosts current mental energy. 52 units. Damn, the consumption is this high? Su Yang rubbed his head and exited sandbox mode. This experiment finally made him understand the operating principles of the new system. Universal law knowledge is responsible for learning and copying, while Law Sandbox is responsible for innovation and invention. But innovation requires a large amount of mental energy. Moreover, the more complex the skill, the exponentially higher the consumption. Looks like I'm still just an apprentice creator, far from being a true god of creation. Su Yang shook his head with a wry smile. But that's normal. He had just upgraded and couldn't instantly become a cosmic deity. System prompt: Law Sandbox currently only supports the creation and modification of F-level and E-level skills. Permission upgrade conditions. 1. Parse higher-level skill models. 2. Fuse more divine fragments. I see. This is the tech tree in the game. Su Yang nodded in understanding. To unlock advanced features, he first needed to accumulate enough research points. For him, research points meant parsing more skills and collecting divine fragments. As he was pondering, the urgent voice of Thunder's shadow mentor came from outside the door. Su Yang, the situation outside is very complicated. Come out quickly. Judging by the tone, there was definitely big trouble. Su Yang took a deep breath, and his consciousness returned to reality. Here, he walked toward the door, placing his palm on the alloy handle. Universal Insight automatically activated its analysis. The material of the alloy door, its energy circuits, manufacturing process, and even its defense level instantly formed a complete description in his mind. This feeling, it's like having a cheat for X-ray vision. Su Yang's lips curved into a faint smile. The world outside the door was far more exciting than he had anticipated. Wang Hao stood protectively in front of Xia Ningxuang, his face flushed red, seemingly in the midst of a heated argument. Xia Ningxuang stood in the middle of the corridor, her posture upright like a pine tree, exuding an icy killing intent that made people hesitate to approach. 3 meters away stood a cold and imposing middle-aged woman. This woman bore a 7-point resemblance to Xia Ningxuang, but her eyes held no warmth, only the majesty and killing intent of a glacial abyss. Most crucially, her aura. Su Yang's Universal Insight quickly analyzed. Peak S-level strength, just 1 step away from the legendary SS level. Moreover, the purity of the ice energy within her was 30% higher than Xia Ningxuang's. A top-tier expert of the Xia family? Ningxuang, this is your last chance. The middle-aged woman's voice was as cold as a piercing winter wind, each word carrying an undeniable pressure. Come home with me to face the Elders' Tribunal, or I'll personally break your legs. Xia Ningxuang bit her lip, her body trembling slightly, but her tone remained resolute. I told you, I won't go anywhere until he wakes up. How foolish. A flicker of anger flashed in the middle-aged woman's eyes, and the surrounding air instantly dropped by 10 degrees. You're willing to betray the honor of the entire Xia family for a worthless nobody. He's not worthless. Xia Ningxuang's voice suddenly rose, and dense ice crystals immediately appeared around her. He's the most remarkable person I've ever met. Stronger than anyone in the Xia family. Wang Hao nodded vigorously in agreement. That's right. Ningxuang is absolutely right. Su Yang is no worthless nobody. The chubby man's voice was loud, but it seemed powerless against the overwhelming aura of the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman sneered coldly and slowly raised her right hand. Powerful S-level ice energy gathered furiously, and countless sharp ice spikes materialized in the air, each one glinting with lethal cold light. Since you're so protective of him, let me personally test his abilities. Her voice carried a cruel mockery. This genius nobody you're so infatuated with, let's see what he's capable of. Just as the ice spikes were about to shoot out, the heavy alloy door of room 0 slowly opened. Su Yang strolled out leisurely, wearing that familiar, slightly mischievous, calm smile. Capable of what? He first glanced at the middle-aged woman brimming with killing intent, then at Xia Ningxuang, who was so tense she was on the verge of breaking down. His tone was as relaxed as if he were discussing the weather. Well, as for that question, Su Yang paused mid-step, a glint of gold suddenly flashing in his eyes. Why don't we prove it with actions? Su Yang stepped out of room 0, instantly becoming the focus of the corridor. Not just because his sudden appearance disrupted the tense atmosphere, but also because of the unique aura emanating from him. It was like a sword with its edge concealed, yet instinctively evoking a sense of danger. Su Yang. Wang Hao was the first to react, his face breaking into a radiant smile as he rushed over in a few quick steps. But when he was still 2 meters away from Su Yang, his steps paused for a moment and confusion flashed in his eyes. You feel like a completely different person? The chubby guy scratched his head, unable to pinpoint what was off, but his intuition told him that the Su Yang in front of him was no longer the same Su Yang from a month ago. Xia Ningxuang also turned around, her icy blue eyes fixed intently on Su Yang. Her intuition was even sharper. The man before her still appeared to be the slightly roguish, joking Su Yang on the surface, but his essence had completely changed. If he had been like a drop of water before, now he was an unfathomable ocean. Changed. Su Yang raised an eyebrow and smiled nonchalantly. Maybe I just slept too long and feel more refreshed now. His gaze swept over the two of them, and universal insight automatically provided feedback. Wang Hao, early stage C level, Earth element defense specialization, robust and stable vitality, solid foundation. Xia Ningxuang, mid-stage B level, ice element with a mysterious ice variant, harboring extremely dangerous energy fluctuations within her body. What the heck? The chubby guy actually broke through to C level. And Ningxuang, the absolute zero aura around her was more than 10 times stronger than before. Slept that long? You've been out for an entire month. Wang Hao's eyes widened. The doctor said your body was undergoing deep reconstruction, and no one knew when you'd wake up. Ningxuang and I came to see you every day, and you were lying there like a dead pig. A month? Su Yang was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be 3 days? No wonder the chubby guy and Ningxuang had made such significant progress in their strength. So much could happen in a month. What happened outside during this month, he asked. Wang Hao immediately lit up with excitement, finally getting the chance to spill the words he had been holding back. Oh, it was incredible. The chubby guy rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming. First, the Qin family, what a disaster. Qin Xiaoyang's dad was removed from his position and investigated, reportedly involved in a major case. The entire Qin family was turned upside down. And Qin Xiaoyang had it even worse. Not only was he expelled from the academy, but he was also sentenced to 3 years for intentionally harming a fellow student. I heard he's being bullied every day in prison, and his hair is almost all gone. Su Yang nodded. The Qin family's downfall was something he had anticipated. After all, daring to lay hands on students had already crossed the academy's bottom line. And then your exploits spread like wildfire. Wang Hao grew more animated as he spoke, his voice trembling with excitement. A B-level guardian beast. You, with an F-level talent, actually took down a B-level guardian beast. The entire martial artist circle in Donghai City exploded. Now everyone outside is saying you're either the disciple of a reclusive master or the hidden heir of some prestigious family. No one believes you're really just an orphan. Hearing this, Su Yang's expression turned subtle. Fame spreading might not necessarily be a good thing. He understood that while fame itself was harmless, it inevitably brought trouble along with it. What about the Academy's response? The Academy has been very protective. Xia Ningxuang finally spoke, her voice as cold as ice. The chief mentor issued a gag order, forbidding anyone from disclosing your specific situation. Officially, they're saying you're undergoing deep recovery and rejecting all visits. Su Yang looked at Xia Ningxuang and noticed the significant changes in her as well. It wasn't just her strength that had improved, her entire demeanor had undergone a transformation. If the previous Xia Ningxuang was like a noble and aloof snow lotus, now she was an unparalleled, solitary, and icy phoenix. Stunningly beautiful to the point of making hearts race, yet so dangerous that no one dared to approach. Ningxuang Yu. Su Yang was about to speak, but was interrupted by a cold snort. Enough. The middle-aged woman finally lost her patience, her aura surging like a cold tide. Kid, no matter what your background is, step aside immediately. I'm taking Ningxuang home. Only then did Su Yang remember that an S-class powerhouse was still standing outside the door. He turned to look at the middle-aged woman, a familiar yet slightly provocative smile appearing on his lips. Let me guess, you're from the Xia family? Xia Bingxin, the enforcement elder of the Xia family. The middle-aged woman responded coldly. And Ningxuang's second aunt? Second aunt, huh? Su Yang nodded, then turned to Xia Ningxuang. She wants to take you home. What do you say? Xia Ningxuang bit her lip, a trace of hesitation flashing in her eyes. She must come with me, Xia Bingxin said decisively. The power awakening within Ningxuang is too dangerous. She must return to the family for proper guidance. It's not up to you to decide, Su Yang replied, his tone still relaxed but his gaze firm. Ningxuang is independent. She has the right to choose her own path. A flash of killing intent appeared in Xia Bingxin's eyes. A worthless nobody dares to point fingers at me? As soon as the words fell, a terrifying chill suddenly erupted. The temperature in the corridor plummeted, thick layers of ice formed on the walls, and the air crystallized. This was the pressure of an S-class powerhouse. Wang Hao's face turned pale, his body trembling, teeth chattering. Xia Ningxuang wanted to step forward but was gently held back by Su Yang. Don't be afraid, he said softly, walking slowly towards Xia Bingxin. With each step, the ice beneath his feet melted a little. Worthless. Su Yang shook his head, his smile growing brighter. It's been a long time since I've heard that term. Brings back memories. He stopped 3 meters away from Xia Bingxin, exuding no pressure but standing as solid as a mountain. But using that word to describe me. Su Yang chuckled lightly. Second aunt, your information is a bit outdated. With that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. The crisp sound echoed through the corridor. In the next moment, Xia Bingxin's expression changed dramatically. The chilling aura she had released began to weaken uncontrollably. It wasn't being suppressed or resisted, it was being neutralized. Su Yang's universal knowledge instantly analyzed the essence of her ice-based skill, then used Rule Sandbox to construct a corresponding neutralization program. F-class skill, warmth technique, released 10,000 times, precisely adjusting the vibration frequency of each ice element. Effect, perfect counter. Impossible. Xia Bingxin's eyes widened, her voice trembling. Her frost domain, which even S-class powerhouses of the same level had to handle cautiously, was being effortlessly neutralized by a seemingly F-class boy. Nothing is impossible, Su Yang said with a radiant smile, as if discussing the weather. He turned to the stunned Xia Ningxuang and winked. So, Ningxuang, what do you choose? Xia Ningxuang froze. This man had once again displayed an incomprehensible ability before her. Despite his seemingly unchanged strength, he could easily withstand the pressure of an S-class powerhouse. How many secrets was he hiding? Xia Ningxuang took a deep breath, her gaze firm. I choose to stay. Xia Bingxin's face darkened. Very well. It seems you've both chosen the most foolish path. She slowly raised her hand, her aura growing violent. In that case, don't blame me for being merciless. Just as the tension reached its peak, Mentor Laying appeared. Enough, stop it. Her voice was commanding and left no room for argument. Xia Bingxin, this is the War Academy, not a place for your Xia family to run wild. Xia Bingxin looked at Lei Ying, a trace of apprehension flashing in her eyes. As the Academy's chief mentor, Lei Ying's strength was undoubtedly formidable. Lei Ying, are you willing to oppose the Xia family for an outsider? I am merely upholding the Academy's rules, Lei Ying replied calmly. The safety of the students is the Academy's responsibility. The atmosphere remained tense. At this moment, Xia Ningxuang suddenly spoke. Second aunt, give me 3 days. Xia Bingxin looked at her. If, after 3 days, I still insist on my choice, then stop forcing me. Xia Ningxuang's voice was soft, but unusually firm. This is my final concession. Xia Bingxin was silent for a moment before finally nodding. Fine, I'll give you 3 days to think it through. The 3-day deadline was set. Xia Bingxin snorted coldly, her figure flickering as she disappeared at the end of the corridor. Mentor Lei Ying stared in the direction she had left, her brows tightly furrowed. That woman is still as domineering as ever. Su Yang shrugged, looking relaxed. Mentor, let's head back. There are some things that need to be dealt with. Back in Ward 0, Wang Hao immediately leaned over, his eyes full of curiosity. Su Yang, how did you do that just now? That was the pressure of an S-class powerhouse. I almost turned into an ice popsicle. Xia Ningxuang also cast an inquiring glance, her ice blue eyes flickering with complex emotions. Su Yang did not answer directly, but instead took out the abyss core from his storage space. The black crystal, the size of a basketball, floated quietly in his palm, emanating a deep and dangerous energy wave. Let's deal with this first. Omniscient laws activated immediately, and countless tiny golden runes flickered in Su Yang's eyes. The internal structure of the abyss core was analyzed layer by layer, as if scanned by a high-end CT machine, with every molecule clearly visible. High-purity energy core detected contents. Earth law fragments 47, gravity law fragments 23, abyss corrosion law fragments 12 warning. Abyss corrosion law is highly contaminative, handle with caution. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. The value of this core was far higher than he had anticipated. The Earth law and gravity law were both extremely precious high-level laws, and even fragments were enough to drive countless powerhouses mad. As for the abyss corrosion law, Su Yang recalled the final frenzied state of the guardian beast and made up his mind. This thing was too dangerous to handle carelessly. Ningxuang, Fatty, step back a bit. The two obediently retreated, giving Su Yang enough space. Su Yang took a deep breath, omniscient laws operating at full capacity. Buzz the abyss core began to tremble violently, its black sheen gradually fading. Su Yang's mental power, like countless tiny tendrils, penetrated deep into the core, starting to extract the precious law fragments. This process was more difficult than he had imagined. The law fragments were like components glued together with strong adhesive, requiring extreme caution to separate. Any slight mistake could trigger an energy explosion. Fortunately, Su Yang's mental strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, and the analytical capabilities of omniscient laws were unparalleled. 10 minutes later, 47 Earth yellow fragments of the Law of Earth were fully extracted, floating in front of Su Yang. Each fragment exuded a heavy and stable aura, like a miniature embodiment of the Earth. Next came 23 purple fragments of the Law of Gravity. As soon as these fragments appeared, the surrounding space began to distort, and even the light bent slightly. Wang Hao felt his body grow heavier, as if he were suddenly carrying a 1,000-pound burden. What the heck is this? Why is it so heavy? The chubby man gritted his teeth, struggling to stay upright. Xia Ningxuang fared slightly better, but also clearly felt the pressure. Su Yang ignored their reactions and continued focusing on the extraction. Finally, there were 12 fragments of the Law of Abyssal Corrosion. These fragments were dark red, with flowing, living patterns on their surfaces. As soon as they appeared, the room's temperature dropped by several degrees. Even more terrifying was the nauseatingly evil aura they emitted. Xia Ningxuang's expression shifted slightly, and she instinctively took a step back. This feels very dangerous. Su Yang nodded in agreement. The law of abyssal corrosion was indeed dangerous. It could contaminate other laws, turning normal energy into abyssal attributes. This was also the reason the guardian beast had gone mad. The law sandbox emitted a notification sound. Detected contaminated law fragments. Purification recommended. Purification options. Neutralize with the law of light or destroy directly. Suyang thought for a moment and decided to destroy them. Such dangerous things were better off gone. He raised his right hand, and a cluster of pure white flames appeared in his palm. This was the advanced form of purification, specifically designed to counter negative energy. The 12 fragments of the law of corrosion let out shrill screams as they came into contact with the flames, then disintegrated completely. After dealing with the contaminated fragments, Suyang stored the remaining 70 law fragments into the law sandbox. Instantly, his skill material repository was greatly enriched. The law of earth could be used to enhance defensive skills, while the law of gravity could be used to develop various control skills. With these materials, his ability to create new skills would take a qualitative leap. The abyssal core, now devoid of law fragments, turned into an ordinary energy crystal. Although it no longer contained the power of laws, the pure energy within it was still considerable. Suyang weighed the crystal in his hand and suddenly had an idea. "Fatty, come here." Wang Hao walked over with a puzzled expression. "What's up?" Suyang handed him the crystal. "This is for you." "Huh?" Wang Hao's eyes widened. "Something this valuable, you're really giving it to me?" "Valuable, my foot." Suyang rolled his eyes. "To me, it's just an ordinary energy battery, but for you, it'll definitely be useful. This crystal can accelerate the condensation and purification of earth element energy. It's perfect for cultivation." Wang Hao's face flushed with excitement as he took the crystal with trembling hands. "Suyang, I don't even know how to thank you. Don't get all sentimental." Suyang patted him on the shoulder. "We're brothers. No need to be so formal." Xia Ningxuang quietly watched from the side, a trace of warmth flashing in her eyes. This was why she was drawn to Suyang. Strong, yet not selfish. Mysterious, yet not cold. He always managed to show the brightest side of humanity at the most critical moments. After sorting out the spoils, Suyang suddenly remembered the system's earlier notification. Life force synchronization. What was going on with his sister? A month was enough time for many things to happen. If anything happens to his sister because of his abilities. Suyang's mood instantly grew heavy. "Mentor, I would like to apply for a trip home." Mentor Liang was momentarily stunned. "Home? Now?" "Yes." Suyang nodded. "My sister is in poor health, and I'm very worried about her." Mentor Liang was silent for a moment before nodding slowly. "All right, but..." Her expression suddenly turned serious. "Your hometown is Tianhai City, right?" Suyang's heart tightened. The mentor mentioned Tianhai City with such a grave tone. Could something have happened there? "Yes, what's wrong?" Mentor Liang handed him a document. "In the past 2 months, there have been multiple cases of low-level awakeners disappearing in Tianhai City. The missing individuals are all young awakeners ranked F to D, with no clues left behind. We suspect this is related to the cult of the Devourers searching for pure souls." Suyang took the document and quickly skimmed through it. The list of missing persons, locations, times, a string of information made his heart grow heavier and heavier. Among the missing were quite a few people he knew, even some companions from the orphanage. "Mentor, are you saying?" "I approve your application to return home." Mentor Lei Ying's gaze was sharp. "But at the same time, I am giving you a mission. Find out the truth behind these disappearances. If it is indeed the work of the cult of the Devourer, find a way to stop them." Suyang clenched his fists. If the cult of the Devourer was truly active in Tianhai City, then his sister's safety. "I accept the mission." Mentor Liang nodded, her eyes profound. "Remember, the protection of the War Academy is limited. A true strong person must be able to protect everything they care about. This trip home is both a family visit and your true graduation test." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Suyang stood by the window of Ward 0, looking at the bustling academy life outside, his emotions complicated. This month-long coma had caused him to miss so much. But it was precisely this unexpected upgrade that gave him the capital to stand firm in this dangerous world. "Suyang, are you really leaving?" Wang Hao clutched the abyss crystal, his face full of reluctance. Ever since obtaining the crystal, his cultivation speed had skyrocketed like a rocket. In just 3 days, he had broken through from early stage C rank to mid-stage C rank with an exceptionally solid foundation. Just for a while, Su Yang turned around and patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. The situation in Tianhai City is complicated. I need to go back and take a look. Xiaoning Shuang stood quietly nearby, her ice blue eyes flickering with complex emotions. Over the past 3 days, she had been pondering her second aunt's words, the pressure from the Xia family, the responsibilities of the clan, and the man before her who had captured her heart. I'll find a way to convince the family, Xiaoning Shuang suddenly said, her voice as light as a feather. Give me some time. Su Yang looked at her, a warm current surging in his heart. This girl had endured so much pressure for him. The daughter of the Xia family was actually willing to stand against her entire family for an orphan of humble origins. Silly girl. Su Yang reached out and gently stroked her cheek. I'm not leaving forever. Once I've dealt with things at home, I'll come back. Xiaoning Shuang's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't avoid his hand. Then, you must be careful. Her voice grew even softer. If you encounter trouble you can't handle, remember to contact me. The Xia family may be overbearing, but in certain areas, they can still be quite useful. Wang Hao stood to the side, his eyes wide with disbelief. This public display of affection was so overwhelming that it almost blinded this single dog. Ahem. The chubby guy deliberately cleared his throat. Could you at least consider the feelings of us third wheels? Su Yang and Xiaoning Shuang both shot him a glare, and the chubby guy immediately shrank back. Just as the three were joking around, a rumbling sound suddenly came from outside the window. A lavishly designed airship slowly descended onto the academy's port. The airship was over 100 meters long, entirely silver white, with intricate snowflake and sword patterns engraved on its hull. Even just sitting there, it exuded an aura of noble majesty. The Xia family's airship? Xia Ningxuang's expression shifted slightly. Why would it appear at this time? The cabin door slowly opened, and an elderly man in a deep blue robe stepped out. He appeared to be in his 60s, with neatly combed white hair and a stern face. What stood out the most was the unfathomable aura he carried, like a volcano that could erupt at any moment, brimming with destructive power. Universal analysis, activated immediately. Detected extremely high-level energy fluctuations. Estimated strength. Early SS level, just one step away from the legendary Monarch level. Warning, the opponent's strength far exceeds the host's current level. Proceed with caution. Su Yang frowned deeply. SS level? That was the pinnacle of human strength. In the entire Donghai city, there might not even be a handful of such individuals. The third elder. Xiaoning Shuang's voice trembled slightly. Why would he come to the academy in person? Wang Hao swallowed hard. This old man looks terrifying, even scarier than your second aunt. As the three were still puzzled, the academy's broadcast suddenly came on. Would students Xiaoning Shuang and Su Yang please proceed immediately to the port area to meet an honored guest? The announcement repeated 3 times, and the entire academy heard it. Su Yang and Xiaoning Shuang exchanged glances, both with heavy expressions in their eyes. It seems they've come specifically for us. Su Yang shrugged, still maintaining a relaxed demeanor. Let's go meet this big shot from the Xia family. The three headed toward the port area. Along the way, Su Yang noticed that the students around him were looking at him differently. What used to be mockery and disdain had turned into awe and curiosity. Look, that's Su Yang. I heard he took down a B-level guardian beast all by himself. An F-level talent accomplishing something like that? It's unbelievable. I think he's definitely hiding his true strength. Maybe he's the descendant of some reclusive family. Various whispers reached his ears, and Su Yang shook his head inwardly. Strength determines everything. A powerful person commands respect, even with just their breathing. The port had been cleared by the academy's security, leaving only the Xia family elder standing quietly in front of the airship. When the elder saw the three approaching, his gaze first fell on Xia Ningxuang. Ningxuang, you've lost weight. His voice was calm but carried immense authority, making it hard for anyone to meet his eyes directly. Third elder. Xia Ningxuang gave a slight bow, though her demeanor was somewhat distant. Why have you come to the academy in person? The family head was concerned about your safety and specifically sent me to check on you. The third elder's gaze then shifted to Su Yang, scrutinizing him carefully. This must be Su Yang, correct? Su Yang felt the probing gaze and sneered inwardly. This old man clearly had ulterior motives. Though polite on the surface, his eyes were filled with arrogance and disdain. My name is Su Yang. Greetings, elder. He bowed respectfully with a calm demeanor. The third elder nodded, his expression still stern. Su Yang, my young friend, I've heard that you've been making quite a name for yourself recently, even defeating a B-level guardian beast. That's no small feat, just a stroke of luck, Su Yang replied modestly. Luck? The third elder sneered. Defeating a B-level beast with an F-level talent, luck hardly explains that. He paused, his tone becoming more meaningful. I've lived for many years and seen countless geniuses, but someone like you is truly a first. To be honest, I'm very curious about the secrets you're hiding. Su Yang's heart sounded an alarm. This old fox was clearly here to probe him. It seemed the Xia family's interest in him far exceeded his expectations. Elder, you're too kind. Su Yang maintained his smile. It was merely luck. Luck? A sharp glint flashed in the third elder's eyes. Then, Su Yang, my young friend, would you be interested in changing your luck? What do you mean? Join the Xia family. As soon as the third elder spoke, the atmosphere around them froze. With your talent and potential, the Xia family would provide you with the best resources, cultivation techniques, elixirs, weapons, training grounds, whatever you desire. The Xia family can offer. Even, he glanced at Xia Ningxuang. If you're willing to marry into the Xia family, Ningxuang's marriage could also be considered. Xia Ningxuang's face instantly turned pale. Third elder, she said angrily. What are you talking about? I'm thinking about the future of the Xia family. The third elder replied expressionlessly. Ningxuang, the power awakened within you is too strong. You need a powerful partner to help you control it. Although Su Yang comes from humble origins, his abilities are extraordinary. If he is willing to hand over his secrets and serve the Xia family, it's not unacceptable. Hearing this, Su Yang was furious. This old man was blunt indeed. What did he mean by humble origins but extraordinary abilities? What did he mean by hand over secrets? Did they see him as nothing more than a commodity to bargain over? Interesting. Su Yang's smile took on a dangerous edge. The Xia family's offer is indeed tempting, but he glanced at Xia Ningxuang and saw her glaring angrily at the third elder, her body trembling slightly. Clearly, she was very displeased with the elder's words. Third elder, what do you mean by but? The elder pressed. I'm just curious. Su Yang's tone turned playful. What if I refuse? A trace of coldness flashed in the third elder's eyes. Refuse? Su Yang, my young friend, do you truly wish to reject the Xia family's goodwill? The surrounding air suddenly grew colder, and an overwhelming pressure surged like a tide. Wang Hao's face turned pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This was the aura of an SS-level powerhouse. Just as Su Yang was about to respond, a cold figure suddenly stepped in front of him. Xia Ningxuang drew the sword from her waist, its blade emitting a bone-chilling cold, as if it were absolute zero. She pointed it at the third elder, her voice as icy as the depths of a frozen cavern. Third elder, take back those words. Otherwise, I can only treat you as an enemy. The air around the port instantly grew heavy. The SS-level pressure released by the third elder swept over like waves, causing Wang Hao's face to turn pale and his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Even the Academy's security personnel were so terrified by the oppressive aura that they retreated. This was the majesty of humanity's top-tier powerhouses. At the critical moment, Su Yang calmly took a step forward. He stood in front of Xia Ningxuang, his gaze firmly meeting the authoritative eyes of the third elder. Elder, please calm your anger. Su Yang's voice was soft, yet exceptionally clear amidst the terrifying pressure. Ningxuang was merely protecting her friend, with no ill intent. The third elder let out a cold snort. Boy, do you think you have the right to speak in front of me? The pressure intensified again. Wang Hao could barely stand, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The surrounding security personnel all dropped to their knees, trembling. Yet Su Yang remained standing steadily. Universal insight was fully activated, allowing him to see through everything about the third elder. The aura composition of an SS-level powerhouse, the trajectory of energy flow, the state of his body. Su Yang's brow slightly furrowed as he noticed a subtle anomaly in what seemed to be the third elder's perfect energy circulation. Beneath the third rib on the left side of his chest, there was a barely perceptible stagnation of energy. The flow of aura in that area was noticeably slower than elsewhere, like a hidden reef in a river. This is an old injury? And judging by the nature of the wound, it was definitely not an ordinary external injury. The residual energy was eerie, carrying the aura of the abyss. Not only that, Su Yang discovered more details. This hidden injury caused a sharp pain every 30 seconds, prompting the third elder to subconsciously adjust his breathing to alleviate it. His left ring finger trembled slightly, a habitual movement from enduring long-term pain. Su Yang's mind stirred, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Elder, does your third rib on the left side of your chest experience sharp pain every 30 seconds? He paused, his tone becoming even more precise. And during rainy days, the pain intensifies tenfold, even making it difficult for you to sleep? Boom. This statement struck the third elder like a thunderbolt on a clear day. His expression changed drastically, and the overwhelming pressure wavered noticeably, like a calm lake suddenly struck by a heavy stone. How do you know? His voice trembled, filled with disbelief. This secret was unknown even to the Xia family patriarch. Years ago, during an expedition to the Abyss Rift, he had been pierced through the chest by the claw of an A-level abyssal creature. Although he received timely treatment, the strange abyssal energy remained in his body, leaving a permanent scar. The sharp pain every 30 seconds, the tenfold increase in pain during rainy days. Even his closest confidants had never noticed these details. Yet this seemingly ordinary F-level young man before him had seen through it all. Not only was the third elder shocked, but everyone around was wide-eyed in astonishment. Holy crap! What kind of godly ability is this? Wang Hao exclaimed, his voice cracking. He saw through the hidden secret of an SS-level powerhouse with just one glance. That's insane. The Academy's security personnel were dumbfounded. They had followed the third elder for years and had never heard of him having an old injury. But judging by the third elder's reaction, everything Su Yang said was true. What kind of monster was this kid? Xia Ningxuang's eyes sparkled with amazement. She knew Su Yang was mysterious, but she hadn't expected him to be able to uncover even the secrets of the family elder. This ability was completely beyond ordinary comprehension. Su Yang looked at the third elder's shocked expression, feeling secretly pleased. Universal insight was indeed powerful, capable of uncovering even such hidden old injuries. But outwardly, he maintained a relaxed smile. Elder, there's no need to be surprised. Su Yang's tone was calm, yet carried an unfathomable depth. I have some understanding of the human energy cycle, so detecting abnormalities isn't particularly difficult. He paused, a deep glint flashing in his eyes. Judging by your injuries, it should be the claw strike of an A-rank abyssal creature, the blood-clawed demon. That peculiar abyssal corrosive energy forms a permanent energy blockage within the body. Every time the pain flares up, it's actually your vital energy and blood trying to break through the corrosive seal, but failing each time. Over time, this hidden injury won't just slow down your cultivation, it could even cost you your life at a critical moment. The third elder was utterly shocked. Not only could he pinpoint the exact location of the injury and the pain's pattern, but he also analyzed the cause, the mechanism of its onset, and its future progression with crystal clarity. This level of insight was beyond the limits of ordinary people. Even those specialized S-rank healers couldn't achieve such precise diagnoses. Who exactly was this young man? Wang Hao, standing nearby, was dumbfounded, his face brimming with admiration. Oh my God, Su Yang, you're absolutely incredible. He was so excited that he gestured wildly. You silenced an SS-rank powerhouse with just one sentence. That's more powerful than any forbidden spell. Xia Ningxuang was equally stunned. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Su Yang with admiration and infatuation. This man always managed to create astonishing miracles at critical moments. The third elder looked deeply at Su Yang, the disdain and arrogance in his eyes completely replaced by wariness and reverence. You're not simple, he said slowly, his voice tinged with complex emotions. No wonder Ningxuang is so protective of you. Su Yang bowed slightly, his attitude becoming humble. I mean, no offense, elder. I only wish to prove that I have my own path and value, and I don't need to rely on anyone. I appreciate the Xia family's goodwill, but I must decline the offer to marry into the family. He spoke politely, but with firm resolve. The third elder was silent for a moment, a complicated expression flashing in his eyes. If he had looked down on Su Yang before, that was no longer the case. To see through the secrets of an SS-rank powerhouse at a glance was no stroke of luck or coincidence. This young man harbored secrets beyond imagination. Very well, it seems I truly underestimated you, the elder finally said. He retrieved a token engraved with a snowflake emblem from his storage ring and tossed it to Su Yang. But remember this, boy. The road home won't be smooth. The God Eater cult has already extended its reach into Tianhai City. If you can make it back alive, perhaps the family will reassess your value. Su Yang caught the token, feeling the chill emanating from it. The token was made of a unique material resembling deep-sea ice. Intricate runes were carved on its surface, indicating it was more than just a symbol of identity. This is the Xia family's guest token, the third elder said flatly. With it, you can receive assistance from Xia family branches in critical moments. Of course, that's only if you're worthy of such help. Su Yang toyed with the token, gaining some understanding. This old fox appeared to be helping him, but it felt more like surveillance. With this token, the Xia family could track his movements at any time. Still, since it was offered, there was no reason not to accept it. Thank you, elder. The third elder nodded and turned to Xia Ningxuang. Ningxuang, I understand your choice. I will report the matter truthfully to the family. However, his tone suddenly grew heavy, and a deep worry flashed in his eyes. The power awakening within you is becoming increasingly difficult to control. When you drew your sword just now, I felt an extremely dangerous aura. If you don't learn to control it soon, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xia Ningxuang's expression shifted slightly, and she instinctively glanced at her hands. I know, I'll be careful. Careful, the third elder sneered, his eyes filled with concern. Do you think that kind of power is easy to control? That's the legacy of the Frost Queen, a terrifying power capable of freezing the entire world. If it spirals out of control, not just you, but the entire academy will turn into ice sculptures in an instant. Hearing this, Su Yang frowned deeply. What kind of power had awakened within Xia Ningxuang that even an SS-ranked expert was so apprehensive? Judging by the third elder's tone, this power was immensely destructive. Wang Hao's face turned pale, and he trembled in fear. Freeze the entire world. He looked at Xia Ningxuang, trembling. Sister Ningxuang, do you really have something so terrifying inside you? Su Yang took the initiative to speak, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Third elder, can you tell me what exactly the power inside Ningxuang is? The third elder gave him a deep look. Do you really want to know? I do. Su Yang nodded firmly. Since I've chosen to stand by her side, I have the right to know the truth. Besides, a confident smile appeared on his lips. Maybe I can find a way to solve it. The third elder was silent for a moment before finally sighing. Fine, you'll find out sooner or later anyway. The power awakening within Ningxuang is the forbidden bloodline of our Xia family, the legacy of the Frost Queen. The Frost Queen. Su Yang's heartbeat quickened, and universal knowledge immediately began gathering relevant information. Just from the name, it was clear this was no ordinary existence. That's right. The third elder's expression turned exceptionally grave. According to legend, the Frost Queen possessed a terrifying power capable of freezing the entire world. With just a thought, she could plunge the continent into a millennium-long ice age. But this power is too overwhelming for ordinary people to bear. Throughout history, every Xia family descendant who awakened this bloodline ultimately succumbed to the power's backlash, turning into an ice sculpture and dying. Without exception, he looked at Xia Ningxuang with a complicated gaze. And the purity of the bloodline awakened in Ningxuang is the highest ever recorded. This means her power is even stronger, but it also means death will come even faster. Su Yang looked at Xia Ningxuang and found her gazing back at him with a complex expression. In her eyes, there was reluctance, guilt, and deep fear. Wang Hao was so terrified that he couldn't utter a single word. So, Xiaoning Shuang could die at any moment? Su Yang, do you still want to stick to your choice? The third elder asked meaningfully. Being with her means you could face life-threatening danger at any time. And her time might be much shorter than you imagine. Su Yang was silent for a moment as universal knowledge rapidly processed in his mind. The legacy of the Frost Queen, power backlash. No one in history had survived. Wait, he suddenly thought of something, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Universal knowledge could not only analyze skills and laws, but also bloodlines and constitutions. If the power within Xiaoning Shuang is out of control because it cannot coexist peacefully with her bloodline, then is it possible to use a combination of skills to help her establish a stable control system? Su Yang suddenly smiled. He looked at Xiaoning Shuang, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. Interesting. The Frost Queen's legacy? Sounds impressive. But he reached out and gently stroked Xiaoning Shuang's cheek, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. I'm more curious, can this power truly not be controlled? Or is it that people in the past simply didn't find the right method? The third elder's airship disappeared into the horizon, and the Academy's port returned to tranquility. Su Yang toyed with the Xia family's guest token, pondering silently. This old man, though outwardly polite, had been probing with his words. Su Yang, are you really planning to return to Tianhai City now? Xia Ningxuang walked up to him, her voice as light as a feather. The conversation with the third elder earlier had left her feeling conflicted. On one hand, she felt proud that Su Yang could intimidate the family elder. On the other hand, she was more aware than ever that the path she and Su Yang were on would not be smooth. Yes, I'm a bit worried about my sister's situation. Su Yang nodded, looking into Xia Ningxuang's ice-blue eyes. And since your old man said the road ahead won't be peaceful, I need to hurry back. He reached out and gently stroked her cheek, his tone soft. Don't worry, I'll come back to accompany you as soon as I handle family matters. Xia Ningxuang's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't shy away from his touch. This intimate gesture made her heart race and gave her an unprecedented sense of security. Then I'll go with you, she suddenly said, her tone firm. Su Yang was stunned. This aloof young lady was actually volunteering to go home with him? Anyway, I've already mastered the Academy's courses, so going back a few days early won't be a problem, Xia Ningxuang added. But Su Yang noticed the tremor in her voice. This girl was scared. Scared of facing the threat of bloodline backlash alone. Scared that once he left, she might never see him again. No, your bloodline power is too unstable. What if something happens on the way? Su Yang shook his head and refused. Precisely because it's unstable, I need to stay by your side. Xia Ningxuang interrupted him, her eyes shining with determination. I heard everything the third elder said earlier. The Frost Queen's legacy, no one in history has been able to control it. She paused, her voice trembling slightly. But you just said, could it be that people in the past simply didn't find the right method? I want to know, do you really have a way to help me control this power? Su Yang looked into her eyes, filled with hope, and his heart softened. This girl had already endured too much pressure for him. Now, she also had to face the danger of bloodline backlash alone. Universal knowledge began to operate rapidly in Su Yang's mind, analyzing the energy fluctuations within Xia Ningxuang. He could sense an extremely dangerous power stirring restlessly. That icy aura seemed capable of freezing all life. But Su Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. If he used universal knowledge to deeply analyze the operational patterns of this bloodline power and combined it with the system's skill set, perhaps he could truly find a way to control it. All right, Su Yang finally nodded in agreement. But you must follow my arrangements along the way. Xia Ningxuang's eyes immediately lit up with a brilliant glow, and her whole demeanor became energized. Wang Hao, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Hey, can you two at least consider my feelings as the third wheel here? The chubby guy exaggeratedly covered his eyes. The dog food you're feeding me is enough to make me full. Su Yang and Xia Ningxuang both shot him a glare, and the chubby guy quickly shrank back. All right, I didn't see or hear anything. The three of them laughed and chatted as the Academy's logistics department prepared their transportation for the return trip. A silver-white medium-sized airship slowly descended at the port. The airship, about 50 meters long, had sleek lines and bore the emblem of the East Sea War Academy on its hull. "This is the Academy's express transport ship," the reception staff explained. "It has a top speed of 800 kilometers per hour and will take about 6 hours to reach Tianhai City from here. The ship is fully equipped with a lounge, dining area, and observation deck, so you can relax during the journey." Su Yang nodded, satisfied with the arrangement. The three boarded the airship and were immediately stunned by the luxurious interior. Leather sofas, crystal chandeliers, solid wood coffee tables, and walls adorned with rare nebula stones. The entire cabin was decorated with a blend of elegance and modern technological flair. "Wow, this is way too luxurious." Wang Hao's eyes widened, and he looked as excited as if he had entered a palace. "Su Yang, your treatment now is better than that of the young masters from the great families." Su Yang was filled with emotion. Just a few days ago, he had been mocked as the loser of the academy. Now he was enjoying such top-tier privileges. Strength, it was the key to changing everything. The airship slowly ascended, and through the porthole, the East Sea War Academy gradually faded into the distance. Xia Ningxuang sat beside Su Yang, quietly gazing at the sea of clouds outside the window. A gentle breeze brushed her long hair, which shimmered under the sunlight, making her beauty impossible to ignore. Su Yang couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Her beauty wasn't just in her exquisite appearance, but also in the noble aura that radiated from within. Even when faced with the threat of bloodline backlash, she maintained her elegance and resilience. "What are you looking at?" Xia Ningxuang noticed Su Yang's gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Looking at a beauty," Su Yang said without hesitation. "I've realized you're becoming more and more beautiful." Xia Ningxuang's face instantly turned as red as an apple, and she lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes. Wang Hao, on the side, made an exaggerated gagging motion. "Please, can you two wait until I leave before saying things like that? This single dog can't take it anymore." With that, the chubby guy ran off to explore the other facilities of the airship. With Su Yang and Xia Ningxuang alone, the atmosphere grew even warmer. "Su Yang, about the bloodline power within me." Xia Ningxuang suddenly spoke, her tone turning serious. What the third elder said wasn't the whole story. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Xia Ningxuang took a deep breath, organizing her thoughts. "The Frost Queen's bloodline is known in our Xia family as the blood of kings. Every generation that awakens this bloodline bears a special mission." She paused, her voice softening. "To uphold an ancient covenant." "A covenant?" Su Yang's heart stirred. "What kind of covenant? I don't know the specifics either." "The family elders never tell the younger generation much about it." Xia Ningxuang shook her head. "All I know is that this covenant is related to the first battle against the Abyss 100 years ago. It is an agreement jointly signed by several top families. And the Awakened, one of the Frost Queen's bloodline, is the guardian and executor of the covenant." Su Yang frowned deeply. This covenant sounded far from ordinary. For several top families to value it, it must hide astonishing secrets. "So your family strictly controls you because of this?" "That's right." Xia Ningxuang nodded, a trace of pain flashing in her eyes. "In their eyes, I am not Xia Ningxuang, but the heir of the royal blood, a tool and weapon of the family. They want me to completely obey the family's arrangements, sacrificing everything for that so-called covenant, even my emotions and life." Hearing this, Su Yang's heart immediately ignited with anger. Treating a living person as a tool? These great families' mindset was truly outdated and cruel. Moreover, Xia Ningxuang's voice grew lower. "The appearance of the third elder indicates that the conservative faction within the family has started to act." "Conservative faction?" "The Xia family is divided into two factions," Xia Ningxuang explained. "One faction believes in keeping up with the times and giving young people more freedom. The other insists on tradition, prioritizing family interests above all else. The third elder is one of the representatives of the conservative faction. His visit to the academy today is definitely no coincidence." Su Yang nodded thoughtfully. "You mean they might cause trouble for me on my way home?" "Very likely," Xia Ningxuang said worriedly. "They'll use various methods to test you, and if you fail, they'll find ways to make me disappear from your side." Su Yang picked up the thread, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. "Interesting. A dangerous smile appeared on his lips. "I'd like to see what tricks they can pull." Just as the two were talking, the captain of the airship suddenly issued an emergency broadcast through the internal communication system. "Attention, passengers." The captain's voice was tense. "A large-scale spatial rift has appeared along the planned route ahead, and the military has sealed off the original path. We must reroute and pass through the Ashen Wasteland region. The estimated journey time will be extended by 8 to 10 hours." Su Yang and Xia Ningxuang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with gravity. The Ashen Wasteland? That was one of the most dangerous places in the Eastern Sea region. 100 years ago, during the First Abyss War, a massive battle had taken place here. The entire land was polluted by abyssal energy, turning it into a haven for ferocious beasts and aberrations. "It seems the test has come sooner than expected." Su Yang chuckled lightly, his eyes gleaming with battle intent. "Perfect. I want to see just how strong I am now." The airship pierced through the clouds, and the scenery outside the window changed instantly. The once bright blue sky turned into a dark yellow, blood-colored expanse. The ground was no longer covered with green trees and towns, but had become a desolate wasteland. Twisted metal wreckage lay scattered everywhere, some still emitting green smoke. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the entire world seemed lifeless. "My God, is this the Ashen Wasteland?" Wang Hao pressed his chubby face against the window pane. "It's so barren. Feels like we've entered a hellish dungeon." Standing beside him, Su Yang frowned deeply. The universal knowledge in his mind was operating at high speed, analyzing everything before him. This land retained complex energy fluctuations. There was the corrosive power of the abyss, fragments of the laws of the strong, and some unfamiliar, eerie energy. What was most unsettling was that these forces had not dissipated over time, but were instead anchored to this land by some unknown power. What exactly happened in that great war 100 years ago? Su Yang pondered silently. For the entire land to end up like this, the intensity of that battle must have been extraordinary. Xia Ningxuang walked up to Su Yang, her expression complex. "I heard from my grandfather that the 13th head of the Xia family died here in battle," she said softly, but Su Yang could hear the sorrow in her voice. To stop the invasion of abyssal creatures, he used the forbidden law of freezing, turning the surrounding 100 miles into an icy sculpture. But in the end, he still couldn't stop the enemy, and he himself became an ice sculpture, forever remaining here. Su Yang looked at Xia Ningxuang and noticed her expression growing heavier. She carried the bloodline of the Frost Queen, and the sacrifice of her ancestor touched her deeply. "Don't worry," Su Yang said, gently stroking her cheek, his tone both tender and resolute. "That kind of tragedy won't happen again. As long as I'm here, I won't let you walk the same path." Xia Ningxuang's cheeks flushed slightly, and a wave of warmth surged in her heart. This man always managed to give her the sense of security she needed most at critical moments. Just as the two were lost in their emotions, the airship suddenly shook violently. The captain's voice came through the communication system, noticeably tense. "Attention, passengers. A large area of dense fog has appeared ahead. All electronic equipment is experiencing unknown interference. We're attempting to reroute, but the fog is spreading rapidly." Su Yang immediately walked to the porthole and looked outside. Sure enough, an eerie white fog was rushing toward them at an alarming speed. The color of the fog was strange, not the usual white of water vapor, but a peculiar white tinged with a faint silver glow. Moreover, the edges of the fog churned and wriggled continuously, as if it were alive. "This fog isn't right," Su Yang muttered, narrowing his eyes as his universal insight frantically analyzed the energy composition of the fog. The results shocked him. There was no energy fluctuation within the fog at all. It completely defied the physical laws of this world. "Su Yang, do you hear something?" Xia Ningxuang suddenly asked, her voice tinged with a trace of fear. Su Yang paused and focused his attention. At first, he heard nothing, but soon, a faint, ethereal singing echoed in his mind. It was a woman's voice, airy and distant. The song had no lyrics, only a simple melody, yet it carried an enchanting power that made one want to keep listening, to never wake up. "What the hell is this thing?" Wang Hao clutched his head, his chubby face twisted in pain. My head hurts. It feels like there's a concert going on in my brain, and it's some kind of hypnotic anthem. It wasn't just Wang how other passengers and crew members on the airship also began to exhibit abnormal behavior. Some covered their ears and shouted, others giggled absent-mindedly, and still others muttered to themselves. The entire cabin descended into chaos. Everyone, stay calm. Xia Ningxuang quickly released her ice energy, and a wave of chilling cold instantly enveloped the cabin. The icy sensation jolted the affected people into a slightly clearer state. But the singing persisted, growing louder and more distinct. Su Yang realized that his mental state remained largely unaffected. The system's existence provided him with some protection. But even so, he could feel the terror of the singing. It was not just sound, it was more like a weapon directly attacking the soul. Ningxuang, can you hold on? Su Yang looked at Xia Ningxuang with concern. Although the girl used her ice energy to help others, he could see that she was also under immense mental pressure. Beads of sweat had already formed on her forehead, and her face was somewhat pale. I'm fine. Xia Ningxuang gritted her teeth to endure, but her voice trembled. It's just this singing. It's extremely strange. It feels like it's summoning something, making the power of my bloodline unusually active. A flash of vigilance appeared in Su Yang's eyes. The Frost Queen bloodline within Xia Ningxuang was already unstable, and if this situation spiraled out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, the captain's terrified voice rang out again. It's bad. The dense fog has surrounded us, and our energy shield is rapidly disappearing. The main engine's power is also dropping. At this rate, we'll have to make an emergency landing. Through the porthole, the entire airship was surrounded by the eerie white fog. Even more terrifying, Su Yang could clearly see the shield thinning at a visible rate. The originally bright blue shield light was now dim and lifeless. Interesting. Su Yang squinted, a dangerous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Universal knowledge had finally analyzed some clues. The essence of this singing was a type of advanced information virus. Through special frequency resonance, it directly destroyed material structures, disintegrating everything starting at the molecular level. Impressive, a dual attack of mental assault and material corrosion. Su Yang silently praised. This kind of attack was indeed ingenious. Ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance. But he was no ordinary person. Everyone, prepare for an emergency landing. The captain's voice was filled with despair. The main engine is about to completely shut down. We're going to crash. Boom. The airship began to plummet rapidly, and the entire cabin shook violently. The singing grew clearer and more alluring. Su Yang held Xia Ningxuang tightly, his mind racing to devise a countermeasure. Suddenly, he discovered a shocking truth. The pattern of this singing was unlike any energy he had encountered before. It was more like a force from a higher dimension, since it's a sound wave attack. A sharp glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Then let me deal with you. Boom! Under the corrosive effect of the eerie singing, the airship's main engine completely shut down. The entire vessel, like a bird with broken wings, began to plummet rapidly. Through the porthole, Su Yang saw the desolate ash wasteland below rushing closer. Twisted metal wreckage, scorched earth, and ominous pits, all waiting to tear them to pieces. Everyone hold tight. Prepare for impact. The captain's voice was filled with despair. Chaos erupted in the cabin, with passengers screaming in panic. Su Yang held Xia Ningxuang tightly, his mind racing for a solution. The speed of the fall was too fast. Even with the system's protection, it was impossible to escape unscathed. Not to mention, he also had to protect Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao. Su Yang. At this critical moment, Wang Hao suddenly shouted. The chubby man's face no longer bore his usual playful grin. Instead, it was filled with unprecedented determination. Trust me. Wang Hao suddenly rushed to the rear of the airship, pressing his hands against the cabin wall. In the next moment, the earth element energy within him erupted wildly, directly acting on the outside through the cabin wall. Rumble! The ground began to shake violently. Through the porthole, Su Yang witnessed a breathtaking scene. At the spot where the airship was about to crash, a massive earthen slope was rapidly rising. This wasn't an ordinary mound of dirt, but a meticulously designed cushioning device. Its base was wide and sturdy, and the top had a graceful curve, resembling a runway crafted specifically for the airship's landing. Wow, Fatty, when did you get this good? Suyong's eyes widened. Although Wang Hao's Earth-based abilities were only at D level, his precise manipulation this time was as refined as that of a professional geological engineer. Heh, hanging around you monsters for so long. I had no choice but to improve. Wang Hao chuckled, but Suyong could see the beads of sweat densely covering his forehead. This large-scale Earth shaping was undoubtedly a limit-pushing challenge for him. Boom! The airship crashed heavily onto the slope. However, the cushioning structure Wang Hao had designed perfectly absorbed most of the impact. The airship slid nearly 100 meters along the slope before coming to a stop. Although the hull was severely damaged, at least it hadn't exploded or fallen apart. We did it. Wang Hao collapsed to the ground, a proud smile on his face. So how about it? Reliable enough for a tank? Suyong walked over and gave the big guy a hearty pat on the shoulder. Reliable, very reliable. He genuinely admired Wang Hao's performance this time. Staying calm and delivering an extraordinary performance in a life-or-death situation wasn't something just anyone could do. Xia Ningxuang also approached, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. Thank you, Wang Hao. Her voice was soft, but it made Fatty so excited that his face turned red. Heh, no need to thank me, Sister Ningxuang. We're a team, helping each other is what we do. Suyong scanned the surroundings and found that, while some passengers had sustained minor injuries, most were still alive. The captain was organizing the crew to inspect the airship's damage. The engine is completely destroyed, and the communication equipment is being interfered with by that strange singing. It's entirely unusable, the captain said grimly. We're now stranded deep in the ashen wastelands, and hoping for a rescue is almost impossible. Suyong nodded. This outcome had been anticipated. He looked into the distance. The eerie white mist had dissipated, but the air was still thick with an indescribable sense of oppression. Omniscient insight was running at full speed in his mind, analyzing the surrounding environment. The energy fluctuations in this area were unusually complex. There was the corrosive power of the abyss, fragments of ancient laws, and some strange energy he had never encountered before. Most importantly, he felt a sense of being watched, as if something was observing them from the shadows. Suyong, look over there, Xia Ningxuang suddenly said, pointing ahead. Following her finger, Suyong saw a massive structure. It was a building complex with a distinctly military aura, tall walls, heavy steel gates, and several towering watchtowers. Although its exterior was somewhat dilapidated, the overall structure remained intact. That's an old Federation border outpost. The captain recognized the building. During the Abyss's first invasion 100 years ago, the Federation established these outposts in various danger zones to monitor the movements of abyssal creatures. Although it's abandoned now, there might still be some basic facilities inside. Suyong's eyes lit up. An abandoned outpost meant there could be backup communication equipment or, at the very least, a place to shelter from the elements that on this dangerous wasteland of ashes. The outpost was their only refuge. Let's go and take a look. The group packed their essential supplies and headed toward the outpost. The closer they got, the stranger Suyong felt. The outpost was preserved too well. Logically, after being abandoned for a century, it should be full of damage and signs of corrosion. But apart from its slightly aged exterior, the interior was almost completely intact. Even stranger, the outpost's main door was wide open. Is anyone here? Wang Hao shouted loudly. The only response was an empty echo. Suyong frowned, and, universal insight, scanned the interior of the outpost frantically. Strange, he could sense signs of life, yet couldn't detect any living person. Be careful, something's not right here, he warned the group, taking the lead to step into the outpost. The interior layout of the outpost was typical. The main entrance led to a spacious hall, with the cafeteria and rest area on the left, the armory and communication center on the right, and the dormitory area at the back. But what made everyone feel a chill was how unnaturally tidy everything was. On the tables in the cafeteria, there were still unfinished meals, though they had rotted and spoiled. The utensils were neatly arranged. On the sofa in the rest area lay an unread newspaper, its date showing the last day of the first Abyss War 100 years ago. The beds in the dormitory were neatly made, and personal belongings were arranged meticulously. It was as if the people here had vanished in an instant, without even having time to tidy up. This is way too creepy. Wang Hao's voice trembled slightly. The usually carefree fatty couldn't help but feel scared in the face of such a supernatural and eerie scene. Xia Ningxuang clung tightly to Su Yang's arm, her eyes flashing with nervousness. Su Yang, I keep feeling like something is watching us. Her intuition was sharp, and Su Yang also felt that unsettling sensation of being watched. Yet no matter how much Universal Insight analyzed, it couldn't pinpoint the location of the observer. Let's check the communication center first. See if we can contact anyone outside. Su Yang forced himself to stay calm. The communication center was on the right side of the outpost, a separate room. Pushing the door open, the equipment inside, though old, still seemed functional. Su Yang walked to the main console and began attempting to activate the communication devices. At that moment, he noticed a journal spread out on the console. The paper had turned yellow, but the handwriting remained clear. On the last page, there was only one sentence, written in dark red liquid. Don't trust your eyes. It's watching us from the walls. Su Yang stared at the dark red words, his brows furrowed. It's watching us from the walls. The sentence carried an inexplicable eeriness. Universal Insight quickly analyzed the writing traces of the sentence. From the force and trembling of the strokes, it was evident that the writer was extremely terrified at the time. Even stranger, the composition of the dark red liquid was highly unusual. It was neither blood nor ordinary ink, but an organic compound Su Yang had never encountered before. Su Yang, what are you looking at? Xia Ningxuang walked over, her eyes full of concern. Something bad. Su Yang pointed to the words in the journal. It seems the people at the outpost encountered something dangerous. Xia Ningxuang glanced at it, her face instantly turning pale. As the daughter of a prominent family, she had witnessed more bizarre events than the average person. The warning left at such a critical moment of life and death usually signifies immense danger. I think we need to leave here immediately, she said, her voice trembling. Agreed, Su Yang nodded. Just as he was about to close the logbook, the communication device suddenly emitted a burst of static. Zzz, the screen flickered a few times and miraculously lit up. Holy crap, this broken machine still works? Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise, leaning closer. Quick, see if you can contact the outside. Su Yang operated the device, and it indeed regained partial functionality. But when he tried to send a distress signal, a line of eerie green text appeared on the screen. Welcome to Station 7. We've been waiting for you for a long time. The three exchanged glances, their eyes filled with deep fear. What the hell is this? Wang Hao's voice changed. Is this place really haunted? At that moment, screams from other passengers suddenly came from outside the station. Help! Someone's been swallowed by the wall. The walls are moving. They're really moving. Su Yang and the others immediately rushed out of the communication room and ran toward the hall. The scene before them shocked everyone. A crew member was frantically smashing the wall with an emergency axe, shouting, "Come out! I know you're watching me from inside the wall." His eyes were wild, as if he had been severely traumatized. Even more bizarre, the wall he was smashing began to ooze rust-colored liquid, resembling blood. Stop! What are you doing? The captain tried to stop him, but it was too late. With the final blow of the axe, a crack appeared in the wall. The next moment, the crack slowly widened, resembling a giant eye. Holy crap! The wall is alive. Wang Hao's voice broke. Even more terrifying, the entire station began to tremble slightly. The walls, floor, and ceiling all started to undulate, as if a massive creature was breathing. Run! The captain shouted, but it was already too late. The walls suddenly extended countless metallic tentacles, instantly enveloping the crazed crew member. Help! Help me! The crew member let out his final cry for help before being dragged into the wall. The surface of the wall returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. But everyone clearly saw a human-shaped bulge on the wall's surface. What kind of monster is this? A passenger collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling. Su Yang forced himself to stay calm, using universal knowledge to frantically analyze everything that had just happened. Those tentacles had a peculiar texture, both hard and flexible, like a combination of metal and biological tissue. More importantly, They emitted a familiar energy wave the same as the eerie singing they had heard earlier. I understand now, Suyang said, narrowing his eyes. This entire station has been infected by that information virus. What do you mean? Xia Ningxuang tightly grabbed his arm. Remember that eerie singing? It's actually a type of information virus that can alter the molecular structure of matter, Su Yang quickly explained. This station has been transformed after being infected by it. It's no longer just an ordinary building, it's a massive, living architectural organism that feeds on life. As soon as he finished speaking, the station began to shake violently. All doors and windows automatically closed, emitting a heavy sound of metal grinding. This is bad. It's trying to trap us. Wang Hao rushed toward the door, but it was already tightly shut, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open it. Even more terrifying, the walls began to press inward. The once spacious hall was rapidly shrinking. Ning Shuang, try using your ice abilities. Su Yang shouted. Xia Ning Shuang immediately unleashed her ice energy, and a bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped the entire hall. Crack, crack, a thick layer of frost formed on the surface of the walls, and the pressing speed did slow down. But this was only temporary. Su Yang clearly saw the ice layer melting rapidly. The temperature of this building-like life form was rising, using heat to resist the freezing. Fatty, try your earth abilities. Wang Hao immediately pressed his hands to the ground, attempting to use an earth wall to block the pressing walls. But to everyone's despair, the earth wall he had just created was directly absorbed by the walls of the outpost. The earth energy that originally belonged to Wang Hao was instantly devoured by this building-like life form, becoming part of it. My power, it ate it? Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Yang's heart sank. This enemy was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Not only could it devour life, but it could also absorb other energies. Ordinary attacks were almost useless against it. Su Yang, think of something. Xia Ning Shuang's voice was already tinged with tears. The walls continued to press inward, and at this rate, in no more than 10 minutes, they would be crushed into pulp. Su Yang took a deep breath and activated universal knowledge at full capacity. He had to find the weakness of this building-like life form. Every life form has a core, and this monster was no exception. Suddenly, he remembered something: the eerie singing. Where was the singing coming from? Universal knowledge frantically analyzed all the information collected earlier. The direction of the singing, the source of the energy fluctuations, the control center of the building-like life form. I know. Su Yang's eyes lit up. The core of this building-like life form is at the bottom level. What? The outpost's underground should have a main power reactor. That's the source of the singing and the brain of this building-like life form. Su Yang pointed to the ground. We have to get there before we're crushed. The bottom level? Are you sure? Wang Hao stared wide-eyed at the walls that were still pressing inward. The walls are about to crush us, and you want to dig down? Trust me. Su Yang's voice was calm. Universal knowledge had completed its final analysis. The core control system of the building-like life form was 100% in the underground main power reactor. As long as they destroyed it, the entire outpost would return to normal. But how do we get down? Xia Ning Shuang pointed at the floor beneath them. These floors are alive too, we can't dig through them. Su Yang looked around and finally focused on the equipment in the communications room. Since the building-like life form could control the communication equipment, then conversely, Fatty, can you use your earth abilities to dig a tunnel along the communication lines? Communication lines? Wang Hao froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Oh my God, you're brilliant. Communication lines are externally connected and don't belong to the building itself. Without hesitation, Wang Hao pressed his hands to the corner of the communications room, and earth energy surged out wildly. Sure enough, following the direction of the communication cables, he successfully dug a downward tunnel. We did it. Fatty's face was flushed with excitement. This passage leads directly to the main power room on the third underground level. The three of them immediately crawled into the tunnel. As soon as they entered, Su Yang felt the singing grow even stronger. The frequency underground was clearer, as if countless voices were chanting ancient spells simultaneously. My head hurts so much. Xia Ningxuang clutched her forehead, her face pale. The singing is stronger here. Hang in there. Su Yang gripped her hand tightly. We're almost there. At the end of the passage was a heavy metal door. Through the cracks, faint red light flickered from inside. The moment they pushed the door open, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. This was not the main power room at all. It was a massive, flesh cultivation tank. The walls of the entire room were covered with a reddish organic substance, with countless tentacles and blood vessels squirming across the surface. In the center of the room, a gigantic flesh ball pulsated rhythmically. With each pulse, it emitted that eerie singing. What is this thing? Wang Hao's voice trembled. The heart of the architectural life form. Su Yang took a deep breath. Universal knowledge was frantically analyzing everything before him. This flesh ball was not just a heart, it was also a massive information virus transmitter. Through its singing, it spread the virus, turning everything it came into contact with into part of itself. What do we do? Should we just chop it up? Wang Hao raised the emergency axe in his hand. Don't. Su Yang quickly stopped him. If this thing is physically attacked, it might trigger a massive explosion. If it explodes, the entire outpost will collapse, and none of us will escape. Xia Ningxuang gritted her teeth. Then what if I use my ice abilities to freeze it? No. Su Yang shook his head. This kind of life form has extremely strong adaptability. Ordinary attacks won't work. We can only deal with it on the level of laws. At this point, Su Yang suddenly remembered the system's newly unlocked feature law sandbox. This feature allowed him to recombine the analyzed law fragments in his consciousness space, even creating entirely new laws. Cover me. Su Yang sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. I need some time. What? You're going to meditate now? Wang Hao's eyes widened. Bro, this is not the time for cultivation. Xia Ningxuang, however, keenly sensed a change. Su Yang's aura began to mutate, and a mysterious wave she had never felt before was slowly spreading. Protect him, she said firmly. He's doing something important. The moment his consciousness entered the law sandbox, Su Yang felt as though he had arrived in a wondrous space. There was no matter, no time, only pure information and laws. Here, he could clearly see all the law fragments he had previously analyzed: the law of flame, the law of frost, the law of earth, the law of life, and the newly analyzed structure of the song virus law. Since you can use singing to alter material structures, Su Yang extended his hand in the consciousness space and began manipulating the law fragments. Then I'll create an opposing law to counter you. He fused the law of life with the law of earth, adding a trace of the law of flame as a catalyst. Then, using this song virus law structure as a reverse template, he began constructing an entirely new law system: resonance stripping. This is an unprecedented law. It can strip away all non-native information and restore contaminated matter to its original state. Simply put, it's like an antivirus software in the form of a law. In reality, Su Yang's body began to undergo strange changes. His hands unconsciously formed complex marks, and he chanted syllables that had never been heard before. It wasn't any known language, but the voice of the law itself. Su Yang. Xia Ningxuang looked at him nervously. She could sense a force completely opposite to the eerie song gathering around Su Yang. If this song represented corrosion and distortion, then the power surrounding Su Yang symbolized purification and rebirth. The fleshy mass in the center of the room seemed to sense the threat as well. Its pulsating frequency increased, and the song became sharp and piercing. Countless tentacles extended from the walls, attacking Su Yang frantically. Not a chance. Xia Ningxuang shouted sternly, unleashing her ice energy in full force. The entire room was instantly covered in frost, slowing the movements of the tentacles. Fatty, got it, Wang Hao shouted, slamming his hands onto the ground. Walls of earth rose up, encircling Su Yang and forming a sturdy protective barrier. But the fleshy mass continued its assault. It began secreting strong acid, rapidly corroding the ice and earth walls. I can't hold on. Sweat dripped from Wang Hao's forehead. This acid is too strong. Xia Ningxuang gritted her teeth, awakening the Frost Queen's bloodline within her. Her eyes turned icy blue, and her long hair floated as if blown by an invisible wind. A stronger wave of cold erupted, dropping the room's temperature to dozens of degrees below zero. Freeze for me. At this critical moment, Su Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Strange light flickered in his pupils, as if stars were spinning within them. La, resonance stripping. With a soft command, an invisible ripple spread outward from Su Yang as the center. Wherever the ripple reached, all organic pollutants began to tremble violently. The fleshy mass let out a piercing scream as its surface started to crack. Tentacles and blood vessels fell off one by one, turning into pools of rust-colored liquid. The entire outpost shook violently. The walls, floor, and ceiling, every area infected by the Song virus, began to peel away rapidly. Wow, it really works, Wang Hao shouted excitedly. Su Yang, this move of yours is incredible. But Su Yang didn't respond. He could feel a distant, ancient, and powerful gaze fixed on this place from the depths of the starry sky. That gaze was filled with curiosity, probing, and a hint of dangerous interest. The ancient gaze sent chills down Su Yang's spine, but quickly disappeared. The effect of law, resonance stripping, was even more thorough than expected. The entire outpost shook violently as the organic pollutants on the walls receded like a tide, revealing the original metal and concrete structures. Damn, it's really back to normal. Wang Hao excitedly patted the restored walls, producing crisp metallic sounds. These walls are solid again. The massive fleshy mass in the center of the room completely withered, turning into a puddle of black residue. The eerie song vanished entirely, replaced by the mechanical hum of the outpost's normal operations. System back online, main power reactor restored. The communication equipment emitted a normal electronic tone, no longer the creepy sound from before. Great, we can contact the outside world now. Xia Ningxuang let out a long sigh of relief, her ice-blue pupils returning to their usual bright blue. Just now, in order to protect Su Yang, she had almost exhausted the power of the Frost Queen's bloodline within her. Now that the crisis was over, she appeared somewhat weak. Su Yang quickly supported her, feeling the softness of her body and her slight trembling. "You've worked hard," he said softly. Xia Ningxuang's heartbeat quickened upon hearing his gentle voice. The life and death experience they had just gone through had brought them much closer. "It's nothing. We're teammates after all," Xia Ningxuang replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice tinged with shyness. "But what was that move you used just now? I've never seen it before," Su Yang asked, though he only explained half of it. "A special purification skill, specifically designed to deal with this kind of corruption." "Wow, just how extensive is your skill library?" Wang Hao exclaimed from the side. "From the basic fireball spell to now mastering purification laws. You seem like a living encyclopedia of skills." Su Yang smiled faintly, but said no more. The combination of universal knowledge and law sandbox was indeed powerful, but it was better to keep such things to himself. Soon, the rescue team arrived. It turned out that after the airship lost contact, the Awakeners Alliance of Tianhai City had immediately dispatched a search and rescue team. The Ashen Wasteland was too dangerous for them to venture deep into, so they only dared to come after the outpost resumed normal operations and sent out a distress signal. "Su Yang, it's great that you're all okay," said the rescue team leader, a middle-aged man who seemed quite familiar. "What happened at the outpost? Why were you out of contact for so long?" Su Yang briefly recounted their encounter with the monster, but omitted the details about law, resonance stripping, simply saying that everyone had worked together to resolve the crisis. "I see. It seems the Ashen Wasteland has new mutated creatures," the team leader nodded without pressing further. "In any case, it's good that you're safe. Hurry back to the city, your families are worried sick." 3 hours later, Su Yang finally set foot on the soil of Tianhai City. After being away for several months, returning home brought a mix of emotions that were hard to describe. Finally home, Wang Hao stretched lazily, his face full of excitement. "I'm going to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, then eat my mom's braised pork." "Let's split up for now," Xia Ningxuang said as she tidied her disheveled long hair, regaining her usual elegant demeanor. "I need to report this experience to my family." "Wait," Su Yang suddenly called out to her. "How about taking a stroll around the city first? I want to see what's changed in Tianhai City." In truth, he felt a bit uneasy. Earlier on the rescue airship, he had used universal knowledge to scan the overall situation of Tianhai City and discovered abnormal energy fluctuations in the city. There were many unfamiliar auras, and these auras gave off an unsettling feeling. All right, I'd like to see what Tianhai City is like now too, Xiaoning Shuang nodded. As the daughter of a prominent family, she was highly attuned to changes in the city. Count me in. Wang Hao immediately raised his hand. My mom is probably at the mahjong table anyway, and going home would just mean getting nagged. The three of them stepped out of the teleportation station and onto the streets of Tianhai City. The first impression was one of prosperity. It was even more bustling than a few months ago. Many new shops had opened on both sides of the street, including stores for Awakener supplies, ability training centers, and fierce beast material trading posts. The streets were crowded with people and vehicles, a scene of thriving activity. But Su Yang's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Universal knowledge allowed him to see the hidden truth behind this prosperity. Do you guys feel like something is a bit off about these people? Xia Ningxuang also noticed something unusual. She pointed to a group of young people by the street. Their expressions are so vacant, like they've lost their souls. Su Yang looked closely and found it to be true. Although those young people were chatting and laughing, their smiles were stiff and their expressions were dull, as if mechanically completing some task. Look over there. Wang Hao pointed to a small alley at the street corner. Those people are acting suspiciously, constantly watching the passers-by. Following his finger, Su Yang indeed saw several middle-aged men in plain clothes. They appeared to be chatting, but their eyes were constantly scanning the pedestrians, especially the young people who looked like awakeners. Let's go and check it out, Su Yang said, leading the two toward that direction. As they approached the alley entrance, a familiar figure caught Su Yang's attention. It was a middle-aged man, dressed in shabby clothes, squatting by a trash can. His hair was graying, his face haggard, and he looked utterly downcast. What stood out the most was that he kept muttering to himself. My son didn't betray. He was deceived. He must have been deceived. They said he joined the abyss. Impossible. My son isn't that kind of person. Zhao Gang. My Zhao Gang. Where are you? Su Yang's pupils suddenly contracted. Zhao Gang's father. He remembered Zhao Gang, his high school classmate. An ordinary boy, introverted, with average grades, who awakened a C-level wind talent. After graduation, he went to the Awakener Academy for further studies. But seeing his father like this now, Uncle, Su Yang stepped forward and squatted down. Are you Zhao Gang's father? The middle-aged man looked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. You know my son? Do you know where he is? Su Yang's heart sank. Judging by his reaction, something must have happened to Zhao Gang. I was his high school classmate. My name is Su Yang. Su Yang. The middle-aged man stared at him, his eyes lighting up even more. Yes, I remember you. Zhao Gang often mentioned you. Said you were a good kid. Uncle, what happened to Zhao Gang? He was accused of being a traitor. The middle-aged man's voice trembled. They said he joined the abyss and betrayed humanity. But I know my son isn't that kind of person. He must have been framed. He must have been. Su Yang and Xia Ningxuang exchanged a heavy glance. If Zhao Gang had truly been labeled a traitor, things would be very troublesome. In this era of the abyss threat, traitors were the most intolerable existence. Uncle, can you tell us more? Su Yang took out a cup of hot tea from his spatial ring and handed it to the middle-aged man. I want to know the details. The middle-aged man accepted the tea, his hands trembling slightly. 3 months ago, Zhao Gang suddenly disappeared. People from the Awakener Alliance came and told me that he had joined the Devourer cult and was now a wanted criminal. But that's impossible. My son has always been determined to protect humanity. How could he join the abyss? He must have been framed. He must have. Su Yang's heart grew heavier. 3 months ago was precisely when he left Tianhai City and the Devourer cult. He thought of Lin Fan, the Devourer cult's saint's son who had been secretly active in the academy. Could Zhao Gang have been caught up in this? Uncle, aside from the official statement, do you know anything else? Xia Ningxuang also squatted down, her voice gentle. For example, was there anything unusual about Zhao Gang before he disappeared? Yes. The middle-aged man became agitated. In the month before he disappeared, Zhao Gang often had nightmares, saying there was a voice calling him in his dreams. Also, his personality became strange. He often spaced out and talked about things like truth and awakening. I thought he was just overworked from his training and didn't pay much attention. Su Yang and Xia Ningxuang exchanged glances, both thinking of the same possibility, mind control, or brainwashing? Uncle, where are you staying now? Suyang asked. I, I have nowhere to stay. The middle-aged man's voice trembled even more. Ever since Zhao Gang was wanted, the neighbors have shunned me. The landlord kicked me out, and I lost my job. Now I can only wander the streets, hoping that one day my son will return and prove his innocence. Suyang clenched his fists. Whether Zhao Gang was framed or had defected, this innocent father shouldn't have to endure all this. Uncle, come with us, he said, standing up, his eyes shining with determination. I will help you uncover the truth. Just then, a few suspicious-looking middle-aged men at the street corner suddenly approached. Students, please don't interact with this person. The leader of the group pulled out an ID. We are from the Awakeners Alliance Security Division. This man is the family of a wanted criminal, and interacting with him could be dangerous. Suyang glanced at the ID, his gaze turning cold. This seemingly peaceful city was deeper than he had imagined. Uncle, come with us, Suyang said calmly, looking at the security personnel in front of him. Their words sounded official, but there was an underlying indifference, as if they were talking about someone else's business. There's no need, Suyang replied. I'm just chatting with an elder. That's not illegal, is it? The leader frowned, not expecting someone to talk back. Student, you don't understand the situation. This man's son is a wanted criminal. Interacting with him is dangerous. Dangerous? Suyang sneered. What danger could an old man who doesn't even have a home pose? But you lot, stalking citizens in broad daylight. That's the real danger. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The security personnel's faces darkened, angered by Suyang. Kid, don't be so shameless. A young man stepped forward. If you know what's good for you, leave now and stop meddling. Xiaoning Shuang and Wang Hao immediately stood by Suyang's side. Although they didn't know the full situation, since Suyang had stepped up, they would undoubtedly support him. Want to fight? Wang Hao cracked his knuckles, the sound of his joints echoing. I've been cooped up in the ash wastelands for so long, just itching to spar with someone. Xiaoning Shuang didn't say a word, but the icy aura emanating from her was chilling. As an awakener with the bloodline of the Frost Queen, her presence was extraordinarily intimidating. The security personnel hesitated. Although they had official status, facing 3 awakeners made them wary, especially Xiaoning Shuang's noble demeanor, which deterred them from acting rashly. Forget it. We'll let you off today, the leader snorted coldly. But I advise you not to meddle in things that are beyond your reach. With that, they turned and left. But Suyang knew this matter was far from over. Suyang, are you okay? Xiaoning Shuang asked. I'm fine. Suyang shook his head, then turned to Zhao Gang's father. Uncle, come with us. It's not safe here. The middle-aged man nodded. Thank you so much. The voice choked. It's been a long time since anyone was willing to help me. Suyang's heart tightened. In this era where martial strength was revered, life was already difficult for ordinary people. Being labeled as a traitor's family member made it even harder to take a single step forward. Come on, let's find a place to talk properly. The 4 of them went to a tea house. Suyang booked a private room and asked the waiter to bring tea and snacks. Uncle, take your time eating, Xiaoning Shuang said. Feel free to tell us anything. The middle-aged man took the hot tea, his hands trembling slightly. Years of wandering had left his body weak. Kids, you're so kind. After taking a sip of tea, his complexion improved slightly. My name is Zhao Jiangwo. Zhao Gang is my only son. Uncle Zhao, can you tell us about the situation before Zhao Gang disappeared? Suyang asked. Zhao Jiangwo nodded and began to recall. 3 months ago, Zhao Gang returned from the Awakener Academy, saying he was taking a few days off. But I noticed something was wrong with him. He often stared blankly and had nightmares at night. In the middle of the night, he would suddenly sit up and say things like, the truth is right in front of us, and I must awaken. Suyang frowned. These symptoms were very similar to those he had seen in Song virus, infected individuals in the Ashen Wasteland. They were all signs of mental interference by some kind of force. And then, Xiaoning Shuang pressed. One day, he suddenly became excited and said he had discovered an important clue. Zhao Jiangwo's voice trembled. He said someone at the academy was plotting a conspiracy, and he wanted to expose the truth. I advised him not to act impulsively, but he didn't listen. He left early the next morning and never came back. A week later, The Awakener Alliance came and said he had joined the God Eater cult and was now a wanted criminal. Wang Hao slammed the table. This is strange. How could a perfectly good person suddenly betray humanity? Su Yang also found it suspicious. He knew Zhao Gang, the introverted young man, was absolutely not the type to betray humanity. It was more likely that he had uncovered a secret he shouldn't have known and was silenced for it. Uncle Zhao, when Zhao Gang last came home, did he mention any specific names or places? Zhao Jingwo thought for a moment. He mentioned a teacher, someone who cared a lot about the students and often talked to them. But I felt there was something wrong with that teacher because Zhao Gang's condition always worsened after talking to him. Su Yang's heart stirred. Do you remember the teacher's surname? It was Liu. I can't recall the full name. Teacher Liu? Su Yang felt the name was familiar, but he couldn't immediately remember where he had heard it. Just then, his communicator rang. It was a message from home. Su Yang's heart tightened. Ever since leaving Tianhai City, he had been worried about his sister's safety. Now, there was finally news. You all continue talking, I need to take this message. He opened the communicator, and it was a message from the family's smart housekeeper. Master, your sister Miss Su Shui left a letter for you. She said it was for you to read. Su Yang's heartbeat quickened. His sister left him a letter? What did this mean? I'll head back immediately. He stood up and said to Xiaoning Shuang and Wang Hao, you two stay with Uncle Zhao. I'm going home for a bit. Do you want us to come with you? Xiaoning Shuang asked, concerned. No need. Take good care of Uncle Zhao. I'll be back soon. Su Yang hurriedly left the tea house. 20 minutes later, he stood in front of his house. The moment he pushed the door open, he felt something was off. The house had been completely renovated, far more luxurious than when he had left. The living room was filled with brand new furniture and several paintings hung on the walls. But the house was empty. There wasn't the slightest trace of life. Su Yang quickly walked toward his sister's room. Everything in the room was still there. The bed was neatly made, and a few medical books were placed on the desk. But the room was empty. His heart grew heavier and heavier. Where on earth had his sister gone? At that moment, he noticed a letter on the desk. On the envelope, written in beautiful handwriting, were the words, "To my dearest brother." Su Yang's hands trembled as he opened the envelope. The letter paper was a pale pink, exuding the scent of jasmine, his sister's favorite fragrance. Dear brother, by the time you read this letter, I may no longer be at home. Please don't worry, I'm doing well. Recently, I met a very kind teacher, Ms. Liu. She said my body is somewhat special and requires special care. Ms. Liu invited me to her villa by the seaside to recuperate for a few days, saying the environment there would be very beneficial for my constitution. I think she is right, so I agreed. Brother, please don't worry about me. Ms. Liu is a very good person. She knows a lot about medicine and even said my constitution is very rare, a pure soul among millions. I never imagined I had such a unique trait. Once I've recovered, I'll come back to find you. Oh, by the way, Ms. Liu said that if you return, you can find us at the Moonlight Villa by the sea. The scenery there is beautiful, you'll definitely like it. Missing you, your sister, Su Shui. After reading the letter, Su Yang's face turned ashen. This strange energy fluctuation was 70% similar to the singing virus he had encountered in the Ashen Wastelands. Su Yang clenched his fists. His sister hadn't gone to recuperate willingly, she had been taken away under the guise of kindness. Moreover, the other party's understanding of the pure soul constitution was far too detailed. This was no coincidence. He immediately accessed the Academy's internal network to search for all high-level teachers with the surname Liu in Tianhai City. Soon, a name popped up, Liu Ruyan, director of the Psychological Counseling Department at Tianhai Awakeners Academy, specializing in the mental health and spiritual development of awakeners. Seeing this, Su Yang's killing intent surged. Psychological counseling? Spiritual development? That was just another term for mind control. Su Yang gripped the letter tightly, his anger boiling over. He was too familiar with his sister's handwriting, but the tone of easy acceptance in the letter was absolutely not something the cautious Su Shui would write. More importantly, the energy fluctuation of mental suggestion in the letter confirmed everything. Liu Ruyan. He gritted his teeth, his gaze icy. If she dared to lay a hand on his sister, she shouldn't expect mercy. Su Yang immediately dialed Xia Ningshuang's number. Hello? Su Yang, why are you calling so soon? Ningxuang, help me contact the Tianhai City Security Department. Su Yang's voice was as cold as ice. Tell them that Su Yang, an S-class student of the Battle Academy, needs to mobilize all resources for an urgent investigation. There was a brief pause on the other end. S-class student privileges? Su Yang, when did you? It's a long story. Su Yang took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. My sister has been taken away using mind control methods. The situation is critical. Xiaoning Shuang's tone immediately turned serious. I'll contact my father right away. The Xia family has influence in Tianhai City. We should be able to help. Thank you. After hanging up, Su Yang dialed Wang Hao. Fatty, your hacking skills are decent, right? Of course. I'm not a pro, but I can break through most firewalls. Wang Hao's voice was excited. What do you need to investigate? Investigate someone named Lu Ruyan, the head of the psychological counseling department at Tianhai Awakener Academy. Su Yang's tone was filled with killing intent. Dig up all her information, as detailed as possible. Got it. Half an hour later, inside the office building of Tianhai City's security department, Su Yang stood in the center of the conference room, with more than a dozen uniformed officials seated before him. Each of them looked tense. Just moments ago, the Xia family had directly contacted the mayor's office. Upon learning that the investigation was to assist the legendary Guardian, the mayor immediately ordered full cooperation. Mr. Su, whatever information you need, we will fully cooperate, said the head of the security department, a middle-aged man whose hands were trembling as he spoke. He was well aware of who this young man standing before him was, the super genius who had risen to fame during the Academy's grand competition and had turned the tide during the Beast invasion. An S-level student of the War Academy, a future national treasure. Such a figure commanded respect not only from him, but even from the mayor. I need all the information on Lu Ruyan, Su Yang said as he sat back in the main seat, including her birth records, educational background, work history, social connections, financial status, and all activity traces from the past 3 months. Understood. Several staff members immediately got to work. 10 minutes later, a thick file was placed in front of Su Yang. He opened the first page, revealing a standard ID photo. The woman in the picture appeared to be in her early 30s, with delicate features and a gentle demeanor like the kind of teacher who would make students feel at ease. Su Yang continued reading. Lu Ruyan, 32 years old, a native of Tianhai City. Her parents were ordinary civil servants, and her family was middle class. She had excelled academically since childhood, with a mild temperament that made her well liked by teachers and classmates. She attended the Imperial Normal University, majoring in psychology, and returned to Tianhai after graduating with honors to work as a psychological counselor at the Awakener Academy. Over 10 years of work, she had received multiple awards for excellence in teaching and was deeply loved by her students. No criminal record, no suspicious associations, not even a single speeding ticket. She was almost too perfect to be real. Don't you think this resume is a little too perfect? Su Yang looked up at the department head. The middle-aged man wiped his sweat. Indeed, too perfect. Normal people always have some minor flaws, like being late, leaving early, parking violations, or even a small argument with a neighbor. But Lu Ruyan's record had no blemishes whatsoever, as if she were a saint living in a vacuum. At that moment, Wang Hao's communication came through. Su Yang, I found something. Wang Hao's voice carried excitement and tension. Lu Ruyan's electronic traces are also suspiciously clean. Her communication records, shopping history, social media activity all are so normal it's hard to believe. But I discovered one detail. What detail? 1 year ago, she applied to conduct academic research in the Ashen Wasteland. Wang Hao's voice turned serious. Officially, it was for archaeology, but her application stated the research focus was investigating ancient relics related to mental influence technology. Su Yang's eyes narrowed sharply. The Ashen Wasteland. Mental influence technology. This was no coincidence. Anything else? There's something even stranger, Wang Hao continued. She applied for a 3-day trip to the Ash Wasteland, but in reality, she returned after just 2 days. And after coming back, her behavior started to show subtle changes. What kind of changes? She began providing psychological counseling to students more frequently. Wang Hao's voice carried a chill. especially to those with special talents or abnormal mental strength. Soo-young clenched his fists. It was now almost certain that Lu Ruyan was the mastermind behind everything. She had likely brought something back from the ash wasteland that greatly enhanced her mental control abilities. Where is she now? The security department staff immediately checked. According to the latest records, she took leave 3 days ago to go on a seaside vacation. The seaside. Soo-young recalled the Moonlight Villa mentioned in his sister's letter. Can you find the exact address? The Moonlight Villa area, located about 50 kilometers southeast of Tianhai City along the coastline, the staff quickly replied. It's a high-end vacation area with strong privacy. Soo-young stood up, his gaze sharp. Prepare the equipment. I'm going to rescue her. Mr. Su, should we send reinforcements? The person in charge asked cautiously. No need, Soo-young shook his head. The opponent might have mental control abilities ordinary people would only be a hindrance. He walked toward the door, stopping briefly as he passed the person in charge. If you don't hear from me within an hour, contact the War Academy and send them all the information on Lu Ruyan. With that, Soo-young left the meeting room without looking back. As he reached the building's entrance, he saw Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao waiting for him. Xia Ningxuang had changed into a black combat suit, her long hair tied up high, exuding a fierce aura. Wang Hao was wearing heavy protective gear, looking like a walking fortress. Why are you here? Soo-young asked. Of course, to help you rescue her. Xia Ningxuang stepped forward. Your sister is my sister too. How could I let you go alone for something like this? Exactly. Wang Hao patted his thick armor. Besides, I just found out something new. What is it? Lu Ruyan only bought the seaside villa 6 months ago. Wang Hao put away his communicator. The source of the money for the villa purchase is suspicious. An ordinary teacher couldn't afford it. Soo-young nodded. This operation definitely required assistance. When dealing with someone with mental control abilities, having more people was always an advantage. Then let's go together. He looked at the two, his tone softening slightly. This will be dangerous. You need to be prepared. The opponent is a mental controller. If she manages to control you, you might attack us. Xia Ningxuang took out a silver necklace. This is our Xia family's heirloom, the ice heart pendant. She put on the necklace, and the ice blue pendant emitted a radiant glow. It can resist mental attacks. Wang Hao patted his helmet. My equipment includes a mental barrier generator. Although it's not high level, it can provide some protection. Soo-young looked at them. Having friends like these was truly his fortune. The three quickly left Tianhai City, driving straight to the seaside. In the car, Soo-young thought about strategies while driving. If the opponent dared to kidnap Su Shui, they either had absolute confidence in their abilities or strong backing. Judging by Lu Ruyan's background, it was highly likely she had a major organization supporting her. This rescue mission would not be simple. But no matter what, he had to save his sister even if it cost him his life. An hour later, the three arrived at the Moonlight Villa area. This place is very secluded, the entire resort surrounded by dense forest, with only a small path leading to the seaside. From a distance, Soo-young saw the Moonlight Villa, a 3-story white building perched on a hillside, facing the sea. The architecture was as elegant as a castle from a fairy tale. However, when Soo-young used universal insight to sense it, he discovered that the entire villa was surrounded by a mental force field, like an invisible net. On the top floor of the villa, he sensed 2 life forces. One of them was his sister, whom he missed day and night. The other was likely Lu Ruyan. But to his surprise, his sister's life force was very stable, showing no signs of harm. This slightly calmed the anger burning in his heart. That's the place. Soo-young pointed to the villa, his voice calm. Are you ready? Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao nodded simultaneously. Just as the three were about to take action, the villa's main door suddenly opened. A figure stepped out. It was Lu Ruyan. She wore a long white dress, her hair flowing in the wind, a smile on her face. She looked like a hostess welcoming her guests. Soo-young, you've finally arrived, she said softly, her voice carrying an indescribable allure. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The sea breeze brushed against Soo-young's cheeks, carrying a faint salty scent. The Moonlight Villa stood quietly in the night, its windows glowing with warm yellow light, creating a cozy atmosphere. But an unprecedented chill rose in Soo-young's heart. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 3rd floor, He could clearly see his sister, Su Shui, sitting by the coffee table, chatting intimately with someone. Su Shui's face was full of smiles, a kind of genuine happiness and relaxation that Su Yang hadn't seen in a long time. Even her usual frail complexion had vanished. She looked rosy, healthy, and full of vitality. Something's not right. Su Yang clenched his fists. His sister had been frail since childhood and rarely showed such joy. Moreover, with her cautious personality, she would never be so close to someone she had just met. I need to find out what's going on. He took a deep breath, and his mental energy quietly spread out. As soon as it touched the villa's edge, Su Yang felt a strange resistance. It was an invisible mental barrier, sealing the villa tightly. Even more bizarre, this barrier not only defended but also emitted energy waves with a guiding nature. It would direct probing mental energy toward a preset direction, showing you only what it wanted you to see. If not for Su Yang's universal insight, being able to analyze the structure of laws, he might have been deceived as well. This woman's mental control is more terrifying than I imagined, he said, his expression grim. This kind of mental manipulation wasn't just simple psychological suggestion. It could fundamentally alter a person's perception and emotional responses. Su Yang, Xiaoning Shuang noticed his unease and asked softly. There's a mental barrier around the villa, Su Yang said in a low voice. It's intricately designed to filter and distort all probing attempts. Everything we're seeing right now might be fake, Wang Hao said, his face tense. You mean Su Shui might not be as she appears? Su Yang nodded. I suspect my sister has already been deeply mentally controlled. The happiness and health she's showing now are all fake. Xia Ningxuang's hand instinctively reached for the ice heart pendant on her chest. What do we do now? Break the barrier by force, Su Yang said, his voice as cold as a blade. I don't care what schemes the other side has. The most important thing right now is to rescue my sister. He was about to activate universal law comprehension to directly break through the rule structure of the mental barrier. Just then, the villa's door slowly opened. A figure in a white long dress stepped out from inside. It was Lu Ruyan. Moonlight bathed her, as if draping her in a layer of radiance. Her features were delicate, her demeanor gentle, and she exuded an irresistible charm. She held a tea tray in her hands, with 3 steaming cups of tea on it. You 3 have been standing outside for so long. Aren't you cold? Her voice was soft and melodious, with a magnetic quality. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Su Yang's pupils suddenly contracted. Waiting for us for a long time? What does that mean? It meant she had known they would come and had timed everything perfectly. You are Lu Ruyan? Su Yang stepped forward, his voice laced with hostility. Where is my sister? The smile on Lu Ruyan's face grew even gentler. Su Shui is resting upstairs. She got tired from playing today, but she's been very good, waiting for you to come back. She spoke as if chatting with an old friend, showing no tension despite the sudden intrusion. Don't worry, I've been treating Su Shui very well. She's a rare and wonderful child, maintaining a pure heart in this complicated world. Su Yang's killing intent almost became tangible. A pure heart? This woman clearly understood his sister's special constitution all too well. In that case, return her to me, he said coldly. She doesn't belong to you. Lu Ruyan chuckled softly, her voice crisp. Su Yang, you've misunderstood. Su Shui came with me of her own will. We've been getting along very well. If you don't believe me, you can go upstairs and ask her yourself. She gestured invitingly. But before that, how about having a cup of tea? This is a calming tea I personally prepared. It's very beneficial for the mental state of awakened individuals. Su Yang stared at the 3 cups of tea as universal law comprehension activated instantly. The next second, his expression darkened further. The tea indeed contained herbs that stabilized the mind, with no harmful components. In fact, as Lu Ruyan had said, it helped maintain the mental state of awakened individuals. This woman had even made a cup of tea flawless. What's wrong? Lu Ruyan tilted her head, her expression innocent. Worried I poisoned the tea? If you're concerned, I can take a sip first to show you. She really did pick up a cup, took a small sip, and then placed it back on the tray, her gentle smile unchanged. Now you can rest assured, right? Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao were both somewhat intimidated by her composure. This woman was either genuinely innocent or extremely cunning. Su Yang stared at Lu Ruyan, his mind almost certain that this seemingly perfect woman was the mastermind behind his sister's abduction. Yet she displayed such confidence and calm, utterly unafraid. Either she was supremely confident in her own strength, or she held a trump card that made Su Yang hesitate to act rashly. In either case, acting impulsively now would be unwise. Fine. Su Yang nodded slowly. I accept your invitation. He took a cup of tea but did not drink it immediately. Then he spoke again. However, I have one condition. I want to see my sister first. A trace of admiration flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Of course. She turned and walked into the villa, her crisp voice ringing out. Follow me. Su Shui is waiting for you upstairs. The three of them followed Lu Ruyan into the villa. The living room was luxuriously decorated, yet not gaudy. Art pieces and fresh flowers were placed everywhere, and the entire space exuded an elegant atmosphere. The most striking feature was the oil painting in the center of the living room. In the painting, a woman was gently stroking a white bird. The woman's face bore a 7-point resemblance to Lu Ruyan, but her eyes carried a trace of sorrow. Su Yang glanced at it a few more times, feeling that something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. That's a portrait of my mother. Lu Ruyan noticed his gaze, her voice tinged with reminiscence. She was also an awakened, but she passed away early. Her greatest wish in life was to see this world become a better place. Su Yang did not respond, merely following her silently, though his inner vigilance reached its peak. Every word and expression from this woman made him feel a subtle unease. She was acting too perfectly, like a top-tier actress playing an impeccable role. The three of them followed Lu Ruyan to the third floor. At the end of the hallway was a wooden door, intricately carved with complex patterns. Su Shui is inside. Lu Ruyan stopped in front of the door and turned to look at Su Yang. But before you go in, I hope you're mentally prepared. What do you mean? Su Yang's heart tightened instantly. Nothing special. Lu Ruyan's smile remained gentle. It's just that Su Shui's current state might be completely different from what you imagine. She's no longer the weak little girl who needed your protection. Now, she possesses unprecedented power and wisdom. Su Yang clenched his fists. Power and wisdom? What exactly had this woman done to his sister? Don't worry, it's a good thing for her. Lu Ruyan noticed his concern. She will thank me, just as she does now. She gently pushed the door open. Warm light spilled out from the room. Su Yang's heartbeat quickened, and he couldn't help but want to rush in. But just as he took a step forward, an unprecedented sense of danger surged in his heart. He stopped in his tracks, his eyes flashing coldly. This seemingly cozy room concealed something more terrifying than a lord of the abyss. It was a presence capable of seeing through hearts and manipulating souls. And Lu Ruyan's gentle smile, in his eyes, was more frightening than a devil's sinister grin. Su Yang took a deep breath, suppressing the unease in his heart. No matter what was hidden in the room, he had to go in. Xiao Shui. He softly called his sister's name and stepped into the room. Warm light enveloped him, and the room was arranged in a cozy and comfortable manner. The pale yellow wallpaper was adorned with cute cartoon stickers, a few medical textbooks were placed on the desk, and a bouquet of fresh white roses sat on the bedside table. Everything here resembled home. In the center of the room, a familiar figure sat on the edge of the bed. Brother. Su Shui suddenly looked up, her face breaking into a radiant smile. She jumped off the bed and ran towards Su Yang. Su Yang's heartbeat quickened. The Su Shui before him looked healthier than ever. Her complexion was rosy, her eyes bright, and her steps light. She didn't look at all like someone who had just been kidnapped. Xiao Shui, are you okay? Su Yang reached out, wanting to touch his sister's cheek. But just as his fingers were about to make contact, a strange feeling surged in his heart. It was too perfect. Su Shui's condition was so perfect it felt unreal. I'm fine, brother. Su Shui blinked her big eyes, her voice sweet. Sister Lu treats me very well, and the environment here is amazing. I've never stayed in such a comfortable room. She looked toward the doorway at Lu Ruyan, her eyes full of gratitude. Sister Lu said that as long as I cooperate with her, you, brother, will also have a better life. Su Yang's pupils contracted slightly. The word cooperate was used in a very interesting way. Xiao Shui, do you know your current situation? He asked in a low voice. Of course I know. Su Shui replied matter-of-factly. I'm now Sister Lu's guest, staying at her house. She said she wants to help us siblings change our fate, so we won't have to worry about life anymore. Su Yang's heart sank abruptly. Something was wrong. Su Shui would never say something like this. With her personality, even if she was treated well, she wouldn't trust a stranger so easily. And she definitely wouldn't take the initiative to mention cooperating with someone. Su Yang, look, Su Shui is so happy now. Lu Rian's voice came from behind. She walked into the room, her smile gentle. She said these have been the happiest days of her life. No need to worry about illness. No need to worry about medical expenses, and no need to look at anyone's face. Xiaoning Shuang and Wang Hao also entered the room. Old Su, your sister does look much better, Wang Hao said, scratching his head. She seems a lot healthier than before. Yes, Xiaoning Shuang nodded. Her mental state is excellent. Su Yang glanced at them. Their expressions were natural, without any signs of abnormality. But this only made him more uneasy. If even Xiaoning Shuang hadn't noticed anything, it meant the other party's methods were already at the pinnacle. Brother, what's wrong? Su Shui noticed his silence and asked with concern. You don't look happy. It's nothing. Su Yang forced a smile. Just a bit tired. His mind was racing. On the surface, Su Shui seemed fine. But his instincts told him that everything was an illusion. That deep, soul-level sense of crisis couldn't be a mere hallucination. Since Su Shui is fine, let's head downstairs, Lu Rian suggested. Let her rest well. Wait. Su Yang suddenly spoke. He walked up to Su Shui and held her hand. Xiaoxua, do you remember the promise we made when we were kids? Su Shui blinked, looking a bit puzzled. What promise? Su Yang's heart sank like ice. There was indeed a secret promise between the siblings. It was made during Su Shui's first hospital stay, a vow they had quietly made together. No matter what happened, as long as he mentioned the promise, Su Shui would respond with a secret code. It was their private signal. But now, Su Shui claimed not to remember. Brother, are you mistaken? Su Shui tilted her head, her expression innocent and pure. We never made any promise. Su Yang let go of her hand, the anger in his heart erupting like a volcano. But on the surface, he remained calm. Maybe I remembered wrong, he said lightly. Then, he quietly activated the absolute command system. Life detection, the F-rank skill activated instantly, with no cooldown and no energy consumption. Su Yang's perception expanded rapidly, covering the entire room. In the eyes of ordinary people, life detection was just an auxiliary skill for finding hidden enemies. But in Su Yang's hands, it became the most precise scanner. Once, twice, 3 times. He cast life detection dozens of times in succession, adjusting the parameters and frequency each time. Finally, on the 47th attempt, he discovered an anomaly. There were indeed 2 life forms in the room. One was the Su Shui standing in front of him. The other was under the bed. There was a faint life signal there, almost completely concealed. If it weren't for the unlimited use of absolute command, it would have been impossible to detect. Su Yang clenched his fists. The life form under the bed had an alarmingly weak presence, like a critically ill patient on the verge of death. Meanwhile, the Su Shui before him had an unusually strong vitality, stronger even than that of an average awakened individual. This was definitely not his sister. So, do you believe me now? Lu Rian's voice sounded in his ear. She walked over to Su Shui and gently stroked her hair. Su Shui is doing very well now. You should be happy for her. Su Yang looked up at Lu Rian. His eyes held no anger, no murderous intent, only a cold calm. Indeed, very well, he said, nodding slowly. I've never seen her so healthy. A hint of pride flashed in Lu Rian's eyes. That's good. Since you've confirmed Su Shui's condition, we can move on to the main topic. Wait. Su Yang spoke again. He walked to the center of the room, carefully surveying his surroundings. This room is really beautiful, especially this bed. He walked to the bed and lightly patted the mattress. It looks very comfortable. Lu Rian's expression stiffened slightly. What are you doing? Nothing, Su Yang replied with a smile. Just checking out where my sister lives. As her brother, I have a responsibility to ensure her safety. He crouched down, making a move to inspect under the bed. Su Yang, Lu Rian's voice suddenly sharpened. You've seen enough. We should leave now. Su Yang paused his movement and slowly stood up. He turned to Lu Ruyan, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Not letting me look. The air instantly grew tense. For the first time, the gentleness on Lu Ruyan's face shattered. Yeah, you're quite perceptive. The softness in her expression completely disappeared, replaced by a sickly madness. She slowly raised her right hand, her fingers glowing with an eerie purple light. Since you're so eager to see the secret under the bed, I'll grant your wish. Illusory moon mirage. The entire room began to distort. The walls rippled and deformed. The ceiling transformed into a bottomless vortex, and the floor shattered into countless shards of mirrors. Suyong immediately became alert, and the absolute command system automatically activated its defense mode. But it was already too late. The purple light surged forward, engulfing him, Xiaoning Shuang, and Wang Hao. The world before them completely changed. An endless labyrinth appeared in front of the three, its walls made of black marble. Each wall was adorned with eerie oil paintings, the figures within writhing and staring at them with chilling gazes. What the hell is this place? Wang Hao's voice trembled. Xia Ningxuang gripped her ice sword tightly, her expression calm, but her brows slightly furrowed, a habitual gesture she made when tense. A mental type skill, illusory moon mirage, she said slowly. It's an A grade or higher mental control skill. We've been trapped in a maze of illusions she created. A grade. Wang Hao swallowed hard. Doesn't that mean we're doomed? Su Yang said nothing, only carefully observing his surroundings. The maze's pathways were intricate and complex, each one appearing identical. The oil painting on the wall kept shifting positions, making the entire maze seem alive. Even stranger, he felt Lu Ruyan's gaze everywhere. Welcome to my world. Lu Ruyan's voice echoed from all directions, carrying a morbid excitement. Here, your greatest fears can become reality. Xiaoning Shuang, I wonder what you're most afraid of. A loud noise came from deep within the maze. Xiaoning Shuang's face instantly turned pale. A massive image appeared in the passage before her, a fire engulfing the Xia family estate. Black-clad figures storming through the gates, her father collapsing to his knees, his head rolling to the ground. Father! Xia Ningxuang screamed, her body instinctively rushing forward. Su Yang grabbed her wrist. Fake, he said calmly. It's all fake. Meanwhile, Wang Hao was facing his own ordeal. The chubby man stood frozen, staring at an oil painting on the wall. In it, his parents were being torn apart by a ferocious beast. Mom, Dad, Wang Hao's eyes began to blur. Wang Hao, Su Yang shouted. But the chubby man had already started walking toward the painting, attempting to leap into the gruesome scene. Lu Ruyan's laughter echoed through the maze. Do you see? This is the weakness of humans. Everyone has a soft spot in their heart, and my mirror flower, Water Moon, amplifies it infinitely. But Su Yang, I'm curious, what are you most afraid of? The wall in front of Su Yang began to shift. The image of a hospital bed appeared, with Su Shui lying on it, her body covered in tubes, the heart monitor displaying a flat line. Your beloved sister is dead, and you're powerless to do anything about it. Lu Ruyan's voice turned icy. This kind of pain, you're no stranger to it, are you? Su Yang stared at the image, his face completely calm. He even felt like mocking her. This? I worry about my sister's illness every day. This kind of mental attack has no effect on me. Unfortunately, this trick doesn't work on me, Su Yang said flatly. Lu Ruyan was stunned. Impossible. Everyone has a weakness. True, everyone has a weakness, Su Yang nodded. But my weakness isn't fear, it's anger. He turned to look at Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang, both of whom were on the verge of collapse under the assault of their illusions. Purification. An F-grade purification skill was instantly activated, no cooldown, no cost. A gentle white light radiated from Su Yang, quickly enveloping the two. What? Lu Ruyan's voice was filled with shock. How can you use skills in my domain? Su Yang didn't explain and continued to cast purification. Once, twice, 3 times. With each purification, the confusion clouding Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang lessened. By the 17th purification, the two were fully awake. What on earth just happened? Xia Ningxuang touched her forehead. Though her face was still pale, her cold and elegant demeanor was even more striking. Mental resistance enhancement, Su Yang explained. Purification not only removes negative statuses, but also boosts mental resistance when used repeatedly. This is nothing. I've studied this. If you use purification 1,000 times in a row, even the strongest mental attacks can be resisted. But saving people comes first right now. But we're still in the maze, Wang Hao said, glancing around. How do we get out? Who said anything about leaving? Su Yang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Since she loves playing with mazes, I'll play along. Leap. The F-grade teleportation skill activated. Su Yang's figure flickered and appeared on the wall 3 meters away. Without stopping, he activated Leap again, this time jumping directly to the ceiling. Illumination spell. Countless F-grade light spheres lit up simultaneously, making the entire maze as bright as day. These light spheres weren't placed randomly. Su Yang arranged them in specific positions, with each sphere corresponding to a coordinate on the map. Using Infinite Leap in combination with Illumination spell, he forcibly turned the ever-changing maze into a static map. Impossible. Lu Rian's voice was sharp. My maze constantly reconstructs itself. Reconstructs? Su Yang leaped again, this time to the top of a wall. Then let us see if your changes are faster than my jumps. The maze shifted wildly, with corridors rotating and walls moving. But Su Yang moved like a ghost, completely unaffected by the spatial changes. Whenever a wall blocked his path, he would jump onto it or leap to the ceiling. The number of light spheres he left behind grew, forming a complete 3-dimensional map. How is this possible? Lu Rian's voice trembled. Because you forgot one thing. Su Yang stood on a high platform in the center of the maze, looking down. This may be your domain, but now, it's my playground. Xia Ningxuang watched Su Yang freely traverse the air. His disregard for rules and unrestrained elegance made her heart race inexplicably. This man always managed to create miracles in the most desperate situations with the most unbelievable methods. Su Yang, have you found anything? Wang Hao asked, looking up. I have. Su Yang's voice came from above. There's a room at the deepest part of the maze that hasn't moved from the beginning. There's an oil painting in the room, depicting a crying woman. That's the core of this illusion. Lu Rian's voice suddenly turned hysterical. Don't touch that painting. It's my most precious possession. Su Yang's expression shifted to one of realization. I see. That painting isn't just the core of the illusion, it also carries your past. His figure flickered as he leaped toward the depths of the maze. At that moment, the entire maze began to shake violently. The oil painting emitted a blood-red glow, and the woman's cries from the painting pierced the soul. For the first time, Su Yang's expression turned serious. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura not from Lu Ruyan, but from the painting itself. That painting was an artifact far beyond a grade, a cursed object. Su Yang stared at the blood-red glowing painting, a thoughtful look in his eyes. System alert. Detected SSS grade cursed object Weeping Madonna, possessing intense mental erosion properties. Host is advised to avoid direct contact. SSS grade? Su Yang's lips curled into a faint smile. Interesting. You say it's interesting, but this thing can directly corrode your soul. And it's not something that can be resolved with physical attacks. Wait, I've thought of a good solution. As Su Yang pondered, the maze's space began to distort violently. Countless black shadows emerged from the walls, their faces blurred and forms flickering. Lu Rian's spiritual monsters. If you insist on destroying my masterpiece, Lu Rian's voice was filled with resentment. Then all of you can die here. The spiritual monsters lunged at the 3 of them. Ice wall. Xia Ningxuang reacted swiftly, instantly erecting several ice walls to block them. But the spiritual monsters passed through the ice walls and continued their assault. Earthwall spell. With urgency, Wang Hao cast his skill, and a massive earthen wall rose from the ground. Yet the spirit entity ignored the physical defense, passing straight through the wall. Physical attacks are useless against spirit entities. Xia Ningxuang's expression changed. Su Yang, however, remained calm, standing still as he even commented, "That's correct. Ordinary physical attacks have no effect on pure spirit entities. Then why aren't you coming up with a solution already?" Wang Hao was struck by the spirit entity, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Who said I was going to use ordinary methods? Su Yang slowly walked toward the oil painting. With each step, his aura grew more focused. Purification. 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 Hundreds of purification spells were cast in rapid succession, and Su Yang's mental resistance instantly soared to an extraordinary level. The spirit entities that lunged at him dissipated in an instant. Impossible. Lu Rian's voice turned sharp. How can you be immune to my mental attacks? It's very simple. Su Yang continued forward. Mental defense has a limit, so I just keep stacking it until there is no limit. Haha, simple and brutal, using infinite purification to stack buffs. But the real challenge is still ahead. Su Yang stopped 3 meters in front of the oil painting. The tears of the woman in the painting seemed about to flow out, and the air around was thick with intense resentment, turning viscous. This must be the relic of a powerful figure. Su Yang observed carefully. The painting contains not only spiritual energy, but also fragments of laws. That's why ordinary energy attacks are useless, because the power of laws either deflects or absorbs them. Lu Rian smiled smugly. Exactly. This is a treasure I obtained from ancient ruins. Even an S-rank powerhouse can't destroy it. You're right. Su Yang nodded, then did something that shocked everyone. He clenched his fist. Harden. The F-rank hardening skill activated instantly, and Su Yang's fist became incomparably tough. Harden. 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 The hardening skill stacked infinitely. 1 layer, 10 layers, 100 layers, 1,000 layers. Su Yang's fist grew harder and harder, even beginning to emit a metallic sheen. What are you trying to do? Lu Rian sensed something was wrong. It's very simple. Su Yang rotated his wrist. Since this thing can't be destroyed with energy attacks, I'll use physical attacks. Physical attacks? Lu Rian was stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha! Are you crazy? This is an artifact imbued with the power of laws. How could mere physical attacks possibly? Her laughter abruptly stopped. Su Yang had already walked up to the oil painting and raised his fist. Wait, Lu Rian finally realized. You can't do this. This is a work of art. A priceless treasure. A work of art? Su Yang's fist paused midair. From an artistic perspective, the technique of this painting is indeed impressive. But his tone suddenly turned cold. Art used to harm others is nothing but trash. Bang! The first punch landed, causing the entire space to tremble. Tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the oil painting. No, impossible. Lu Rian's eyes widened in disbelief. Bang! 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 Su Yang's fist struck the same spot with machine-like precision. Each punch carried the power of 1,000 layers of hardening, and every blow made the space quiver slightly. Whoa, this is insane, but so satisfying. Forget artifacts with the power of laws, I'll take them down with 1 punch each. Xia Ningxuang watched Su Yang's focused profile, and an indescribable feeling rose in her heart. This man always manages to solve seemingly unsolvable problems in the simplest and most direct way. His domineering aura, which disregards rules and overwhelms everything with sheer force, is incredibly captivating. Bang! 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 The sound of punches grew faster and faster. Su Yang's attack speed had already surpassed 10,000 punches per second. The high-frequency vibrations began to distort the space. The cracks on the oil painting grew larger and larger, and the mysterious power of the laws was being shattered by pure physical impact. Impossible! Lu Rian screamed hysterically. How can the power of laws be destroyed by physical attacks? This defies all theories. Theories? Su Yang replied without even turning his head. Theories are dead, fists are alive. You know that quantitative change can lead to qualitative change, right? His fists continued to pound the same spot at high speed. When physical impact reaches a certain frequency and intensity, even space will tremble. No matter how strong the power of laws is, it still relies on space to exist. If I destroy the space, where can the laws hide? Damn, this theory actually makes sense. As expected, strength is the ultimate truth. Crack! With a crisp sound, the oil painting shattered completely. The crying woman in the painting revealed a serene smile before vanishing without a trace. The illusionary space collapsed instantly. The 3 of them returned to the eerie basement. Lu Ruyan collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her mental strength had suffered a massive backlash. My holy mother painting, she murmured, her eyes filled with despair. Sorry, Suyang clapped his hands. Art is indeed beautiful, but art used to harm others is worthless. Wang Hao's eyes widened. Damn, Suyang, you're insane. You just smashed an SSS-grade artifact. Xiaoning Shuang was equally shocked. I've never seen anyone deal with law-based items like this. It's no big deal. Suyang shrugged. If you encounter magic you can't solve, use physics. If you face laws you can't break, use stronger physics. You guys have no idea what true power is. This flex is so good I want to give myself a thumbs up. Just as the three thought the battle was over, Lu Rian suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Ha ha, ha ha ha. She trembled as she stood up and reached for a red button on the wall. You think this is over? The Holy Mother painting was just an appetizer. The real masterpiece is about to take the stage. She slammed the button. The ground shook violently. A massive circular glass container slowly rose from the floor. The container was 3 meters tall and filled with green liquid. Floating in the center of the liquid was a gigantic humanoid creature. It had a human body, but its skin was an eerie grayish white, covered in tubes and mechanical components. The most terrifying part was that it had 3 heads. Behold my ultimate masterpiece. Lu Rian laughed maniacally. The 3-headed fusion trinity. I created this perfect work by fusing the bodies of 3 A-rank awakeners with the flesh of abyssal creatures. It possesses 3 different A-rank abilities, and the monster in the glass container suddenly opened its 6 eyes. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire basement. The 6 eyes of the 3-headed fusion all locked onto Su Yang and the others, and the oppressive force surged like a tidal wave. Wang Hao's legs were trembling. Damn, this thing is way too scary. Xia Ningxuang gripped her longsword tightly, cold energy swirling around her body. But Su Yang's attention was entirely elsewhere that he stared at the massive glass container. Inside the green cultivation fluid, apart from the 3-headed fusion entity, there was a smaller transparent chamber. Inside the chamber lay a slender figure. Su Yang's pupils contracted sharply. Su Shui. That familiar face, it was his long-missed sister, Su Shui. The girl's eyes were tightly shut, her face pale, and her body was covered in tubes. The tubes were connected to complex machinery, with green liquid continuously flowing through them. What have you done to her? Su Yang growled in a low voice. Killing intent erupted from him like a volcano, surging out of his body. The temperature in the entire basement suddenly dropped by several degrees. Lu Rian felt the intense killing intent and took a step back. But soon, she revealed a smug smile. Do you see clearly now? Your beloved sister is under my control. She is still alive, but Lu Rian licked her lips. Her body has already been modified by me. Do you see those tubes? If they are severed, her vital signs will disappear within 3 seconds. More importantly, her eyes gleamed with madness. Her soul is about to become the perfect vessel for welcoming the descent of the god. What? Xia Ningxuang exclaimed in shock. That's right, Lu Rian said with a crazed laugh. Su Shui possesses an extremely rare, pure soul constitution. This type of constitution is exceedingly rare and is the best vessel for carrying the consciousness of a higher existence. The ultimate goal of the God-devouring cult is to bring our God into this world. And your sister is the most perfect divine vessel. Su Yang's fists clenched tightly, emitting a cracking sound. You lunatic. Lunatic. Lu Rian laughed wildly. When the god descends upon this world, you'll know who the real lunatic is. She pointed at the container where Su Shui was. Do you see that S-class protective shield? It's the absolute guard system I spent 10 years developing. Even the full force attack of a top-tier expert wouldn't be able to destroy it in a short time. If you try to forcefully break it, the energy inside will explode, and your sister's body will be blown to dust. Su Yang's expression turned as cold as frost. This woman, daring to use Su Shui as an experiment. She must not be forgiven. But he forced himself to stay calm. This was not the time to act impulsively. Su Shui's life was in the enemy's hands, and he had to proceed cautiously. What exactly do you want? Su Yang asked in a deep voice. It's simple, Lu Rian said with a victorious smile. Surrender obediently. I'm also very interested in the secrets of your body, especially that ability you just displayed. Being able to destroy the power of laws with pure physical attacks is simply incredible. If I could study your body structure, it might provide even more support for the goddess descent ceremony. Su Yang glanced at Su Shui, then fixed his gaze on the complex protective system. Absolute command system, begin analysis. Analysis target, S-class protective system, absolute guard. Scanning. Countless data flashed through Su Yang's mind. The energy circuits of the protective shield, the core nodes, the weak points. All the information was marked by the system one by one. Analysis complete. Energy circulation nodes detected, 108. Core control modules, 3. Emergency shutdown device, 1. Suggestion. Precisely attack nodes 47, 63, and 91 to cause a short circuit in the energy circuit, allowing the protective system to be shut down without detonating the device. Success rate, 99.7% estimated time, 1.3 seconds. The Su Yang's lips curved slightly. Do you really believe your iron shell can stop me? What? Lu Rian froze. I'm talking about your protective system, Su Yang said calmly. In my eyes, it's like a blank sheet of paper, completely transparent. You're talking nonsense. Lu Rian roared angrily. This is an S-level absolute defense. Even if Node 47 is in the upper left corner, responsible for powering the main circuit, Su Yang interrupted her. Node 63 is located slightly below the center, controlling energy distribution. Node 91 is at the bottom, responsible for emergency protection. If these three nodes are destroyed simultaneously, the system can be safely shut down without harming the people inside. Lu Rian's face turned pale instantly. How do you know this? For me, analyzing this protective system is as simple as seeing through a blank sheet of paper, Su Yang said, moving his fingers slightly. Now, I'll give you a choice. Release my sister immediately, and I can make your death quick and painless. Otherwise, a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. I'll show you what true despair feels like. Lu Rian was momentarily intimidated by Su Yang's aura, but quickly forced herself to appear calm. Even if you can break the protective system, so what? You have no idea where the real danger lies. She suddenly pressed the red button in her hand. The divine descent ritual has officially begun. The green liquid in the glass container began to churn violently. A complex magic circle appeared around Su Shui's body. A cold electronic voice sounded. Soul fusion program initiated. Countdown, 10 minutes. Fusion target, code 001 pure soul. Descent target, fragment of the consciousness of the seventh demon god, Lord of Corruption. Warning, once the program is initiated, it cannot be interrupted. Forcibly terminating it will result in the collapse of the life soul within the container. Lu Rian laughed maniacally. Ha, it's too late now. In 10 minutes, the consciousness fragment of the Lord of Corruption will descend upon your sister. By then, she will no longer be your sister, but the embodiment of a god. Su Yang's face turned extremely grim. Xia Ningxuang hurriedly asked, is there any way to stop this from happening? Su Yang quickly thought of a countermeasure. System, analyze the principles of the divine descent ritual. Analyzing. Analysis result. This ritual uses a special magic circle to connect the target's soul with an otherworldly consciousness. Once the connection is established, the otherworldly consciousness will gradually erode and replace the original soul. Methods to stop it. 1. Destroy the magic circle success rate. 15%. Side effect. Potential damage to the target's soul. 2. Cut off the energy supply success rate. 30%. Side effect. The target's bodily functions may cease. 3. Establish a stronger soul link before the consciousness fusion success rate. 85%. Side effect. The caster must share part of their life force. Recommendation. Choose method 3. A glimmer of light flashed in Su Yang's eyes. I found a way. What way? Xiaoning Shuang asked urgently. Bloodline resonance. Su Yang explained. Su Shui and I are biological siblings, and our souls have a natural connection. As long as I can establish a connection with Su Shui's soul before the demon god's consciousness descends, I can prevent the foreign consciousness from invading. However, he glanced at Lu Ruyan. This crazy woman definitely won't let me get close to Su Shui easily. Sure enough, upon hearing their conversation, Lu Ruyan immediately became alert. Don't even think about it. She waved her hand, and the three-headed fusion creature immediately stepped out of the container. Green liquid dripped from its body, sizzling as it corroded the ground. Trinity, kill them. But leave Su Yang alive, I want him alive. The 6 eyes of the three-headed fusion creature simultaneously locked onto the 3 of them. Each of its 3 heads controlled a different A-level ability: lightning manipulation, an iron body, and mental shock. Its right hand gathered lightning. Its left arm transformed into metal, and the 3rd eye on its forehead emitted an invisible mental wave. You two handle this monster, Su Yang said to Xiaoning Shuang and Wang Hao. I'll go save Su Shui. Leave it to us. Wang Hao patted his chest in assurance. Xiaoning Shuang also nodded. Be careful. The countdown showed 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Time was running out. Su Yang took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Sister, your brother is coming. Su Yang looked at the blood-red laboratory and listened to the roaring sound of the magic array, but his heart was unusually calm. There are 9 minutes left in the countdown. I must find a way to destroy that cultivation pod before the divine descent ritual is completed. Lu Ruyan sneered and pressed another button on the remote control. Since you've chosen to resist, don't blame me for being ruthless. The walls on both sides of the laboratory suddenly opened, and 2 tall figures slowly emerged. They were 2 men, but their eyes were hollow, and strange metallic devices were embedded in their temples. Spiritually modified A-level awakened puppets, Lu Ruyan introduced smugly. They feel no pain, no fear, and only obey my commands. Both are mid-A level in strength. Xia Ningxuang's expression changed. 2 mid-A levels. Wang Hao swallowed hard. This is trouble. Su Yang carefully observed the structure of the cultivation pod. S-level defense ordinary attacks won't break it. But his gaze fell on the dense network of pipes and circuits at the base of the pod. What if I attack it from the inside instead of the outside? Kill them, Lu Ruyan commanded. The 2 puppets instantly charged at the trio. The puppet on the left was engulfed in flames, while the one on the right transformed into a bolt of lightning. Fire and lightning, A-level awakened abilities. Ningxuang, Wang Hao, hold them off. Su Yang shouted. Without hesitation, Xia Ningxuang faced the fire-type puppet. She waved her hands, and countless ice spikes descended from the air. Frozen wasteland. The temperature in the laboratory plummeted, and a thick layer of ice formed on the ground. The flames of the fire-type puppet clashed with the ice spikes, creating a massive cloud of steam. Wang Hao charged at the lightning-type puppet, pressing his hands to the ground. Earth barrier. Walls of earth rose from the ground, attempting to block the lightning attacks. But the gap between A-level and D-level was too vast. The lightning easily pierced through the walls, sending Wang Hao flying and leaving blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wang Hao. Xia Ningxuang was momentarily distracted and was grazed on the shoulder by the flames, leaving a scorched mark on her fair skin. She gritted her teeth, her ice-blue hair flowing in the heat of battle like a snow lotus blooming in a blizzard. Despite facing a formidable enemy, she remained graceful, each attack carrying a deadly elegance. Su Yang watched intently, a strong sense of protectiveness surging in his heart. I can't let them get hurt. I must finish the fight quickly. His gaze returned to the incubation pod. S-level defense, external attacks are ineffective. But what if we use physical principles? Thermal expansion and contraction. A spark of inspiration flashed in Su Yang's eyes. System, what's the maximum number of water ball technique that can be released? Unlimited. And freezing technique? Perfect. Su Yang took a deep breath, ready to unleash his plan. He raised his right hand, and a water ball the size of a fist appeared in his palm. This was an F-level skill, water ball technique, with weak power, incapable of killing even an E-level beast. But in the next second, a second water ball appeared. Then a third, a fourth, 10, 100, 1,000. Around Su Yang, countless water balls emerged, forming a blue ocean. What is this? Lu Ruyan was stunned. Not just her, even Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao, who were in the midst of battle, were shocked by the scene. 10,000 water balls, 50,000 water balls, 100,000 water balls. The air in the entire laboratory became humid, as if they were submerged in the deep sea. He's insane, this lunatic. Lu Ruyan retreated in fear. How can an F-level skill release so many? Su Yang ignored her screams, calmly calculating angles and positions. The cultivation chamber is tightly sealed, but the space is limited. If a large amount of liquid is instantly injected and then rapidly frozen, the internal pressure changes will rupture the precise energy circuits. Begin. 100,000 water balls simultaneously flew toward the cultivation chamber. They didn't attack the outer shell, but instead crazily rushed into the chamber through the nutrient input pipe. The liquid inside quickly rose. Lu Rian realized the danger and frantically pressed the remote control. No. Impossible. That's S-level defense. But Su Yang's attack wasn't over. He raised his left hand. Freezing technique. Not just one, but the same number 100,000 freezing balls. 100,000 icy blue lights simultaneously shot toward the cultivation chamber. The temperature plummeted. -10 degrees. -50 degrees. -100 degrees. The liquid inside the chamber instantly froze, expanding rapidly in volume. Crack. The first energy circuit broke. Crack. Crack. More circuits snapped one after another. No! Lu Rian screamed in despair. Inside the cultivation chamber, the precise energy circuits suffered extensive damage under the intense temperature and pressure changes. The red magic array's glow began to flicker unstably. The divine descent ritual was forcibly terminated. Xia Ningxuang watched the scene, her eyes filled with shock. Using the F-level water ball technique and D-level freezing technique to break through an S-level defense system, this operation is truly incredible. Her heartbeat quickened not because of the battle, but because of the wisdom and strength displayed by the man before her. Wang Hao was even more dumbfounded. Whoa! What kind of god-tier operation is this, Su Yang? The cultivation chamber completely ceased functioning, and Su Shui slowly opened her eyes. But at that moment, Lu Rian suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! Do you think it's over? The divine descent ritual may have been interrupted, but her soul has already been marked. Her soul is incomplete and could dissipate at any moment. Even if you saved her body, so what? A body without a soul, what's the difference between that and a corpse? Su Yang's expression changed. He rushed to the cultivation chamber, looking at his sister, Su Shui. Although she opened her eyes, her gaze was empty and lifeless, like a delicate puppet. System, check Su Shui's condition. Check complete target. Su Shui physical condition. Healthy soul condition. Unstable. Integrity at 67%. Continuously declining estimated time until complete dissipation. 72 hours. Su Yang clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking. Is there any way to repair her soul? Special soul-related treasures or skills are required. Suggestions: Soul Stone, Revival Grass, or a high level awakened with soul-related skills. Lu Rian smirked smugly. How does it feel? Now you know what despair tastes like, don't you? If you want to save her, you'd have to find the legendary divine soul fruit. That thing is so rare that even a nation-level powerhouse would struggle to obtain it. And you, an F-rank nobody, think you can find it? Su Yang didn't respond, merely staring silently at his sister. 72 hours. He had only 72 hours to find a way to save her soul. At that moment, the laboratory door was suddenly slammed open. A middle-aged man in black combat gear walked in. Lu Rian's expression immediately turned respectful. Master. The newcomer was none other than the true leader of the God Eater cult. He glanced at the damaged cultivation pod, and then at Su Yang, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Interesting. Using an F-rank skill to break through S-rank defenses. Kid, you're impressive. How about this? Join our God Eater cult, and I might consider helping you save your sister. Su Yang raised his head, his eyes burning with fury. You lunatics hurt my sister, and now you want me to join you? In your dreams. The leader shook his head. What a pity. In that case, none of you will leave here alive. He slowly raised his hand, a mass of pitch-black energy forming in his palm. That aura, it was SS rank. A throne-level powerhouse. The black energy in the leader's palm grew denser, and the temperature in the laboratory plummeted. The oppressive force made Wang Hao's legs tremble uncontrollably. SS rank. How can we fight that? Xia Ningxuang gritted her teeth, icy blue energy flowing over her body. But she knew very well that against a throne-level powerhouse, they stood no chance. Su Yang stood in front of the cultivation pod, looking at his unconscious sister, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. 72 hours. He had only 72 hours to save his sister's soul. "Child, I'll give you one last chance," the leader said in a low voice. "Join us, and I'll share the secret to stabilizing Lu Ruyan's soul with you. Otherwise, all of you will die here today." Su Yang raised his head, his eyes devoid of fear, filled only with anger. "You hurt my sister, and now you want to negotiate. In your dreams." The leader shook his head and withdrew the energy in his palm. "Then there's no other way." Just as he was about to make his move, Lu Ruyan suddenly spoke. "Master, please wait." Her voice trembled, but her eyes burned with a crazed fire. "Let me deal with them. I must take my revenge personally." The leader glanced at her. "Fine, but make it quick." Lu Ruyan sneered, pulling out a pitch-black crystal ball from her bosom. The surface of the crystal ball was covered in strange patterns, and something inside seemed to be writhing. The leader's pupils contracted slightly when he saw it. "The seed of lamentation? You actually brought that?" Lu Ruyan burst into wild laughter. "This is a treasure I found in the deepest part of the Ash Wasteland. It can release mental pollution energy and directly destroy the enemy's soul. Even an A-level mental awakener can't last more than 10 seconds. She stared at Su Yang, her eyes filled with malice. "Aren't you so powerful? Can you break through my defenses? Then taste the power of this." She injected her mental energy into the crystal ball. But an overwhelming mental wave erupted from the crystal ball. Wang Hao's face changed drastically as he clutched his head and screamed in agony. My head is going to explode." Xia Ningxuang's body trembled, her face turning pale. The ice heart pendant in her hand desperately emitted blue light, but it still couldn't block the mental pollution. What is this thing?" Su Yang also felt the terrifying mental impact. It was as if countless needle tips were crashing around in his mind, trying to tear apart his consciousness. "Warning. Intense mental pollution attack detected. Host's mental state has suffered minor damage. Immediate evacuation recommended." At that moment, the system popped up another message. "Wait. Rescanning. High-purity unclaimed mental energy detected. This energy can be absorbed and converted by the system. Activate absorption mode." Su Yang froze. "Absorb? This deadly mental pollution energy, the system could actually absorb it? System, are you sure?" "Confirmed. The essence of this system is absolute command, capable of converting any energy into upgrade power. However, the host may experience discomfort during the absorption process." "Discomfort?" Su Yang looked at the agonized Wang Hao and then at the struggling Xia Ningxuang. "Damn it, let's do this." System, start absorption. The next second, Su Yang did something that shocked everyone. He spread his arms and actively walked toward the crystal ball, emitting mental pollution. "Su Yang, are you crazy?" Xia Ningxuang screamed. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened. What are you doing?" "Seeking death." Su Yang grinned. "Seeking death?" "No, I'm recharging." As soon as he finished speaking, the system inside him began operating at full capacity. Buzz, 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 a formless vortex appeared around Su Yang. The mental pollution energy released by the seed of wailing was being absorbed by him at an insane rate. Absorption progress, 1%, 5%, 12%. System energy reserve increasing. Current level, F level system. Upgrade progress, 23%, 31%, 47%. Lu Ruyan stared at the scene, completely stunned. This, impossible. The mental pollution of the seed of wailing, even S-level experts wouldn't dare touch it directly. How could a mere F-level trash? Su Yang's body trembled slightly, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Absorption progress, 68%, 79%, 91%. Warning. Energy source is about to be depleted. Host is advised to increase absorption power. Not enough. Su Yang directly walked up to Lu Ruyan and grabbed the seed of wailing. "No." Lu Ruyan tried to stop him, but it was already too late. As soon as Su Yang's hand touched the crystal ball, all the remaining mental pollution energy was instantly absorbed by him in one go. Absorption complete. Congratulations, host. System upgrade successful. Current level, System level D new function unlocked. Skill fusion new passive talent. Soul perception S level system upgrade reward. Ability to record skills of level C and below the seed of wailing lost all its energy and instantly turned to dust. Lu Ruyan collapsed to the ground, her face full of fear. Hey, monster. What on earth are you? Su Yang flexed his fingers, feeling the surging power within him. The newly acquired S-level passive talent soul perception allowed him to clearly sense the soul states of everyone around him. Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang's souls were stable. His sister Su Shue's soul, though damaged, was not beyond recovery. As for Lu Ruyan, her soul was severely corrupted, appearing in a sickly purple-black hue. The cult leader nearby's soul was actually golden? No, it wasn't an ordinary gold, but a kind of gold tinged with the scent of blood. Interesting. Su Yang looked at the cult leader, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. An SS-level throne tier powerhouse, and your soul is this color. It seems the cultivation methods of your God-Eater cult are quite unique. The cult leader's expression changed. The ability Su Yang had just displayed was beyond his comprehension. Absorbing mental pollution energy? Even throne-tier powerhouses specializing in mental abilities couldn't do that. Kid, who exactly are you? Su Yang didn't answer, instead turning to look at Xia Ningxuang. After the mental shock earlier, the girl's face was pale, but her ice-blue eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Her gaze towards Su Yang was no longer one of shock, but of reverence and admiration. This man, he knew he might die, yet he still charged forward. Why is my heart beating so fast? What is this feeling? Xia Ningxuang, are you okay? Su Yang asked with concern. Hearing his voice, Xia Ningxuang was momentarily stunned, then nodded and said, I'm fine. It's just hard to believe what just happened. Her voice trembled, though it was unclear whether it was due to the mental shock or something else. You just really absorbed that terrifying thing? Su Yang shrugged. More or less. But now is not the time for chatting. He turned to the cult leader, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Now, it's time to settle accounts with you. SS-level big shot. The cult leader gave Su Yang a deep look and suddenly laughed. Interesting, very interesting. Kid, I've changed my mind. Your kind of ability our God-Eater cult must have it. If you're unwilling to join voluntarily, then I'll have to use force. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying SS-level pressure erupted from his body. But at this moment, Su Yang revealed a meaningful smile. After the system upgrade, he could now record C-level skills. And more importantly, new function unlocked. Skill fusion detected multiple recordable skill fluctuations in the surrounding environment. Host is advised to begin combat and acquire skills by defeating enemies. Bring it on. Su Yang rotated his wrist. Let us see how strong the system is after the upgrade. System, check my sister's current condition. Su Yang quickly walked towards Su Shui, silently giving the command in his mind. Scanning. Scan complete. Target, Su Shui soul state. Extremely unstable danger soul integrity. 43% estimated dissipation time. 17-minute suggestion. Perform soul repair immediately, or the target will permanently disappear. Seeing the system's prompt, Su Yang's heartbeat accelerated. 17 minutes. He crouched down and gently stroked Su Shui's pale face. Shuer, hold on. Your brother will definitely save you. Su Yang. Xia Ningxuang bit her lip and walked over. My family has the best healers. Maybe they can. It's too late. Su Yang shook his head. Ordinary healing is useless for soul damage. Wang Hao anxiously paced in circles. Then what do? We can't just watch Su Shui disappear like this. Who said there's no way? Su Yang suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with determination. System, the S-level talent soul tactility I just acquired allows me to perceive soul structures, right? Confirmed. The host can clearly perceive every detail of the target's soul. Then if I use a mental power skill, can I? Before Su Yang could finish his sentence, the system immediately responded. Detected host's intention, matching relevant skills. Match successful. Discovered C-level auxiliary skill. Mental power thread skill effect. Condense mental power into threads for precise operations acquisition method. Eliminate target Lu Ruyan, severely mentally corrupted. Immediate clearance recommended. Su Yang looked at Lu Ruyan, who was slumped on the ground. At this moment, she had completely lost her sanity, muttering incessantly, her eyes hollow and lifeless. God, God will descend. We are all God's people. Humans are merely God's food. Hara, you will all die, all die. Xia Ningxuang frowned. Is she crazy? Not crazy. She's been completely eroded by mental corruption. Su Yang approached Lu Ruyan. She's now a ticking time bomb. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ruyan suddenly raised her head, staring at Su Yang with a deadly gaze. You monster. God told me. You're not human. You are God's enemy. Her voice was sharp and piercing, and a dense black-purple energy began emanating from her body. Everyone step back. Su Yang shouted. She's about to self-destruct. Wang Hao's face turned pale. Self-destruct? Then Su Shui. If Lu Ruyan exploded here, the intense mental shockwave would undoubtedly completely destroy Su Shui's already fragile soul. We absolutely can't let her succeed. Su Yang instantly rushed to Lu Ruyan, delivering a heavy punch to her forehead. Elimination successful. Acquired skill. Mental power threads, C-level skill automatically recorded. No cooldown time limit. The black-purple energy was about to erupt, but was forcibly suppressed by Su Yang. However, Lu Ruyan's final mental fluctuations still caused Su Shui's unconscious body to tremble, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Not good. Her soul has become even more unstable. Xia Ningxuang exclaimed. Through soul tactility, Su Yang clearly sensed that Su Shui's soul was disintegrating at a visible rate. The remaining time had shortened from 17 minutes to 10 minutes. System, immediately demonstrate the usage of mental power threads. Demonstration begins instantly. Countless usage scenarios for mental power threads flooded into Su Yang's mind. This C-level skill was originally intended for precise mental operations, such as breaking illusions or constructing mental defenses. But Su Yang's idea was use it to mend the soul. He spread his hands, and dozens of pale blue threads as thin as hair appeared in his palms. These were threads of mental power. With the help of soul antennae, Su Yang could clearly see the state of Su Shui's soul. It was like a shattered garment, full of cracks and holes. Shui'er, your brother is starting to help you now, he said softly, carefully manipulating the threads of mental power to touch Su Shui's soul. This required extremely precise control. Too much force, and the fragile soul would completely shatter. Su Yang, what are you doing? Xia Ningxuang asked nervously. Performing psychic surgery on my sister, Su Yang replied without turning his head, his full attention focused on the operation. The first thread of mental power successfully connected to Su Shui's soul. Connection successful. Repair initiated. Su Yang was like a highly skilled surgeon, meticulously using the threads of mental power to stitch up the cracks in Su Shui's soul. The process was extremely delicate. Every stitch had to be just right, strong enough to hold, but gentle enough not to harm the soul. Fortunately, the absolute command system allowed him unlimited use. Others would need to rest and recover their mental power after each use of mental power threads. But Su Yang could use them continuously. If one thread wasn't enough, he'd use 10. If 10 weren't enough, he'd use 100. Soon, Su Yang's hands were surrounded by dense threads of mental power, forming a precise web. What is this? Xia Ningxuang's eyes widened. She had received the highest level of education and seen all kinds of healing skills, but this was the first time she'd seen someone directly use mental power threads to repair a soul. It was like hearing a fantastical tale. Even the most elite mental healers wouldn't dare attempt such a thing. Souls were too fragile. One wrong move could cause irreparable damage. But Su Yang's movements were as precise as a work of art. Each thread accurately connected to the damaged parts of Su Shui's soul, gently pulling and stitching the cracks together. Even more astonishing was that he was simultaneously controlling hundreds of threads of mental power. This required an extraordinary level of mental control. Bro, is this guy even human? Wang Hao's jaw dropped so far it was almost on the floor. Minute by minute, time passed. Sweat began to bead on Su Yang's forehead, but his movements remained steady. Under the perception of soul antennae, Su Shui's soul was visibly recovering. Its integrity steadily increased from 43%, 45%, 48%, 52%. It's working. Xia Ningxuang exclaimed in surprise as she noticed Su Shue's complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue. Just then, the situation suddenly became tense. Deep within Su Shue's soul, a strange golden light flared up. It was a tiny yet imposing mark, hidden in the deepest part of her soul. Warning: unknown divine mark detected. The mark is activating, estimated to fully activate in 30 seconds activation consequence. Target will be forcibly converted into a follower of an unknown entity. Su Yang's expression instantly turned grim. A divine mark. When did the God Eater cult leave something like this on Su Shui? This mark was like a ticking time bomb. Once activated, Su Shui would no longer be his sister, but a fanatical follower of some god. Trying to take her? Dream on. A dangerous glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Without hesitation, he extended more threads of spiritual power deep into the imprint within Su Shue's soul. This time, he didn't intend to repair it, he planned to remove it. Su Yang's threads of spiritual power were as precise as surgical scalpels, meticulously cutting away the divine imprint embedded deep within Su Shue's soul. This was far more dangerous than repairing soul fractures. The divine imprint was like a malignant tumor clinging tightly to the soul itself. A single mistake could destroy the soul entirely. But Su Yang's control over his spiritual power was exceptionally strong. The threads of spiritual power in his hands were no longer a simple low-level skill, but the most precise surgical tools. One thread held steady, another cut, while over a dozen threads protected the surrounding soul tissue. How is this guy even doing this? Xia Ningxuang stared intently at Su Yang's operation, her heart filled with indescribable shock. She was born into the Xia family and had seen countless top-tier spiritual ability users. Yet none could manipulate hundreds of threads of spiritual power simultaneously to perform such precise surgery like Su Yang. What made her heart race even more was Su Yang's focused expression at this moment. That unwavering determination to protect someone important, even if it meant defying the entire world, deeply moved her. Removal complete. Su Yang exhaled deeply as the final thread completely detached the divine imprint. Ding! Successfully removed the divine imprint. Reward obtained. Divine Fragment 1. Su Shue's soul integrity. 67%, 89%. Brother, I feel so much better. Su Shui slowly opened her eyes. Her voice still weak, but her gaze much clearer. Xiao Shui. Su Yang hugged his sister tightly, his eyes slightly red. It's okay now. Everything is over. At this warm moment, urgent footsteps and the roar of engines suddenly echoed outside the villa. Dozens of armored vehicles surrounded the villa, and fully armed security forces jumped out, wielding specially designed ability weapons as they charged toward the villa's entrance. Tianhai City Security Department. Drop your weapons immediately and raise your hands. The leading captain ordered loudly through a megaphone. Following closely behind, 3 luxurious hover cars bearing the Xia family crest stopped. The car doors opened, and an elderly man with white hair but a vigorous demeanor stepped out. He wore a deep blue robe, with a golden badge representing an A-level peak expert hanging on his chest. Elder Xia. The security captain immediately saluted. What is the situation? Elder Xia asked gravely. Satellite monitoring shows an S-level spiritual contamination outbreak here just moments ago, but it has now disappeared. We're preparing to investigate. Elder Xia nodded and led the way into the villa. When they pushed open the door, everyone froze in shock. The scene before them was completely unexpected. In the villa's living room, 2 men who were clearly A-level experts were dancing. Their movements were stiff and bizarre, like puppets controlled by strings. In one corner of the room, a massive ice sculpture encased a ferocious-looking middle-aged man. What was even more shocking was the sight of 3 young people sitting calmly on the sofa. One of them, a boy, was holding a little girl in his arms, his expression serene, as if nothing had happened. What is going on here? The security captain's eyes widened. Elder Xia scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on Su Yang. This boy gave him an odd feeling. He seemed harmless, yet even as an A-level peak expert, Elder Xia felt a faint sense of danger. Ningxuang. Elder Xia quickly walked towards Xia Ningxuang. Grandpa, you're finally here. Xia Ningxuang stood up, but didn't leave Su Yang's side. Are you okay? What exactly happened here? Elder Xia examined his granddaughter, confirming she wasn't injured, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's a long story to put it simply. Su Yang saved all of us. Xia Ningxuang briefly recounted the events that had just transpired. As she finished, her grandfather's expression grew increasingly serious. You're saying this young man single-handedly dealt with 3A-level powerhouses and even handled a suspected S-level mental contamination source. That's right. Xia Ningxuang's tone carried a hint of pride, as if she were praising her boyfriend. This subtle change did not escape Elder Xia's sharp observation. He gave Su Yang a deep look, silently pondering. At that moment, the captain of the security forces approached. According to protocol, we must take this little girl back for a safety inspection. She was just exposed to S-level mental contamination, and we need to confirm there are no aftereffects before releasing her. As soon as the words were spoken, Su Yang's gaze turned icy. Who dares touch my people? He slowly stood up, an invisible pressure emanating from him. It was the aura he had acquired from a throne-level beast. Though merely simulated, its power was still astonishing. Boom! The security captain was forced to one knee under the pressure, cold sweat forming on his forehead. The other team members' hands trembled as they gripped their guns. Even Elder Xia's expression changed, instinctively stepping back half a pace. Throne level, no. This is just the aura of a throne-level being. But he himself, Elder Xia's pupils contracted as he stared at Su Yang. Who exactly was this young man? Why did he carry the aura of a throne-level powerhouse? Enough. Xia Ningxuang stepped forward, her delicate hand gently placed on Su Yang's chest. I, as the heir of the Xia family, guarantee that Su Shui's subsequent handling will be managed by the Xia family. Feeling the warmth from Xia Ningxuang's palm, Su Yang's anger gradually dissipated. All right, I trust you. He sat back down, holding Su Shui even tighter. Elder Xia gave the two of them a deep look and waved to the security captain. Proceed according to the Xia family heir's instructions. Yes. The captain, as if granted amnesty, immediately led his team out of the villa. Once the outsiders had left, Elder Xia approached Su Shui and took out a crystal ball emitting a soft glow from his pocket. Let me check the child's condition. The crystal ball touched Su Shui's forehead and instantly emitted a pure white light. But in the next moment, Elder Xia's expression froze completely. This impossible, his voice trembled. A pure soul, it's actually the legendary pure soul. What is a pure soul? Su Yang frowned and asked. Elder Xia took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. A pure soul is the rarest soul talent. In human history, it has only appeared a few times. Every individual with a pure soul has the potential to reach the legendary divine realm. As night fell, Su Yang took Su Shui back to the hidden safe house. Xia Ningxuang didn't leave and followed along. She claimed she wanted to take care of Su Shui, but Su Yang knew that this aloof young lady was actually worried about their safety. You don't need to stay. Su Yang gently placed Su Shui on the bed and turned to look at Xia Ningxuang, who was brewing tea in the living room. I want to stay. Xia Ningxuang's reply was brief and resolute. She looked up, her eyes shining with a light Su Yang couldn't understand. Besides, do you think there's a safer place than by my side right now? That was true. Su Yang shook his head and said no more. He had more important matters to attend to counting today's gains. Killed a level Psychic Awakener Lu Russian. Obtained skill books. Mental Impact C level. Mental Barrier C level. Killed a level Strength Awakener. Obtained skill books. Iron Body C level. Explosive Punch D level. Killed a level Agility Awakener. Obtained skill books. Shadow Step C level. Chain/D level. Obtained Talent Fragments X27. System upgrade complete. New feature Skill Fusion unlocked. Seeing the last notification, Su Yang's eyes lit up. Skill Fusion? This was the feature he had been eagerly awaiting. System. Explain the mechanism of Skill Fusion in detail. Skill Fusion. The host can select 2 or more mastered skills to fuse, creating brand new, more powerful skills. Fusion cost. Each fusion consumes talent fragments. The amount depending on skill levels. Fusion success rate. 100%. The system guarantees fusion will succeed, but the result is random. Note. The level of fused skills is usually 1-2 levels higher than the original skills. Su Yang's breathing quickened slightly. This feature was practically tailor-made for him. He had already mastered over 30 skills, and with proper fusion, his combat power would skyrocket. Let's start with the basics. Su Yang chose two of his most familiar F-level skills, Fireball and Windblade. These two skills were already highly refined in his hands, capable of delivering power far beyond their levels when used alone or in combination. Detected Host selected fusion skills. Fireball F-level plus Windblade F-level estimated talent fragment consumption. 10 pieces confirm fusion? Confirm. Fusion begins. Su Yang felt something shifting in his mind. Two distinct energies collided and merged deep within his consciousness, eventually forming a completely new perception. Fusion successful. New skill acquired. Spiral Flame Blade D-level skill description. A perfect combination of fire and wind, forming a high-speed rotating flame blade capable of both explosion and piercing cuts. With power far exceeding the simple addition of the two skills, Su Yang couldn't wait to test the new skill. He stepped onto the balcony and aimed at a distant abandoned building. Spiral Flame Blade. A red light shot out from his hand. It wasn't an ordinary fireball or a simple wind blade, but a high-speed rotating spiral enveloped in scorching flames, with highly compressed wind blades at its core. Boom. When the spiral flame blade hit its target, the wind blade first carved out a perfect circular hole. Then, the flames exploded, creating a violent impact. An entire corner of the abandoned building collapsed instantly. Wow! Su Yang's eyes widened. The power was astonishing. To think that the building was made of a level alloy materials, which even C-level skills struggled to damage. Yet his D-level spiral flame blade had caused such terrifying destruction in a single strike. What happened? Xia Ningxuang heard the explosion and rushed to the balcony. When she saw the collapsed building in the distance, her eyes revealed shock. What skill did you just use? A newly developed minor skill, Su Yang replied calmly, though he was inwardly overjoyed. Skill fusion, it's practically a divine ability. If he could reasonably combine and integrate all his skills, how powerful would his combat strength become? Just thinking about it was exhilarating. At that moment, Wang Hao's call came through. Brother Yang, I've uncovered a very important clue. Wang Hao's voice was both excited and tense. I've traced the source of Lu Ruyan's funding. Speak. It's an overseas shell company called Morning Light Trade. On the surface, it engages in import-export trade, but in reality, it has no actual business operations. Wang Hao paused, his tone turning serious. More importantly, through special channels, I discovered that the ultimate beneficiary of this shell company is Lin Fan. Su Yang's gaze instantly turned icy. So it really was him. Anything else you found? Yes. As I dug deeper, I discovered that Lin Fan is not only the holy son of the Devourer cult, but he is also likely responsible for the cult's logistics and financial coordination in the Huaxia region. His status is higher than we imagined. Wang Hao's voice grew increasingly excited. Brother Yang, this time we've really uncovered big news. If we can fully expose Lin Fan's trail, we might be able to directly dismantle the Devourer cult's Huaxia branch. Su Yang was not as optimistic as Wang Hao. He knew Lin Fan too, well, deeply calculating, unlikely to leave any obvious flaws. The information they had uncovered now was very likely a trap deliberately set by the other party. Haozi, immediately stop all investigations, back up the information you've obtained, and then erase all traces. Huh? What? Wang Hao was puzzled. Because you are very likely already being watched, Su Yang said gravely. Lin Fan is no ordinary person. If he dares to register a company under his own name, it means he has enough capability to eliminate all witnesses. The other end of the line fell silent for a few seconds. I understand, Brother Yang. I'll handle it right away. After hanging up, Su Yang fell into deep thought. Lin Fan, the Devourer cult. It seemed this old adversary was even more dangerous than he had imagined. Moreover, the fact that the other party dared to operate so openly within Huaxia meant there was undoubtedly stronger support behind them. What's wrong? Encountered trouble, Xia Ningxuang walked over, her tone full of concern. Just an old adversary, Su Yang shook his head. But this time, I don't plan to stay on the defensive. He walked back to the living room and retrieved a specially designed communicator from Lu Ruyan's corpse. He had deliberately refrained from destroying it earlier, precisely for this moment. Su Yang carefully examined the communicator's structure, closing his eyes to recall the frequency and characteristics of the mental waves Lu Ruyin had emitted. With his absolute memory, talent, he could perfectly replicate any mental wave pattern he had seen before. A few minutes later, Su Yang opened his eyes and began operating the communicator. He was going to send a message to Lu Ruyin's superior. Experimental subject has exhibited unexpected evolution. Suspected awakening of special talent. Requesting support. Coordinates. Abandoned factory in East District. After sending the message, Su Yang casually tossed the communicator aside. What are you doing? Xia Ningxuang frowned. Fishing. Su Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. Since they want the experimental subject so badly, I'll give them a big surprise. He turned to look at Xia Ningxuang, his eyes gleaming with danger. Ningxuang, want to see how I hunt the Devourer cult? The night at the abandoned factory was particularly quiet. Moonlight streamed through the broken skylight, casting mottled light on the rusted machinery. Su Yang stood alone in the center of the factory, hands in his pockets, wearing an innocent smile. He looked just like an ordinary student waiting for a friend in the park. Hey, this place is pretty nice. He glanced around and nodded in satisfaction. This abandoned factory was located on the outskirts of the city, with no residential areas within several kilometers. Most importantly, the terrain here was enclosed, with only one entrance and exit. It was the perfect spot for an ambush. System, scan for nearby life signs. Scan complete. Target biological group approaching. Estimated arrival in 3 minutes. Quantity, 12 individuals, level distribution. High-level awakened 8, low-level transcendent 3, mid-level transcendent 1. Wow, quite the lineup. Su Yang grinned. A mid-level transcendent must be the A-rank team leader. It seemed Lin Fan was truly enraged this time, sending so many elites. But that was fine, solving everything at once would save trouble. In the distance, the roar of engines echoed. Several black off-road vehicles stopped at the factory entrance, and the doors opened as a dozen people in black combat uniforms stepped out one after another. Leading them was a tall, middle-aged man with a prominent knife scar on his face. Following closely behind, Lin Fan slowly emerged, his face bearing a cold smile. Su Yang. Lin Fan's voice echoed through the empty factory. I didn't think you'd actually show up. I thought you'd run away. Su Yang turned around to face the uninvited guests, his smile growing even brighter. Isn't this young Master Lin? Why bring so many bodyguards? His gaze swept over the men in black. Afraid you can't beat me alone, so you brought backup? Lin Fan sneered. To deal with trash like you, I alone am enough. They're just here to clean up afterward. The scarred man stepped forward, staring coldly at Su Yang. Kid, I'm the captain of the 7th Division of the God Eater cult, codename Blood Wolf. You killed our people, and today you'll pay the price. God Eater cult? Su Yang blinked, feigning innocence. What God Eater cult? I have no idea what you're talking about. Young Master Lin, are you playing some kind of role-playing game? Stop pretending. Keep pretending. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. About Lu Ruyin, you think I don't know? And those dead brothers, it was all you're doing. Oh, you mean that female assassin? Su Yang suddenly understood. Yeah, I killed her, but she struck first. Plus, she tried to kill my sister, and I couldn't let that slide. He spread his hands, looking completely justified. So I sent her on her way. What's the problem? You. Blood Wolf's killing intent surged. Since you've admitted it, there's no need for more talk. Brothers, get ready to move. The dozen men in black quickly spread out, surrounding Su Yang completely. Each of them radiated intense energy fluctuations. Wait. Su Yang raised his hands in a surrender gesture. Gentlemen, let's talk this out. I think there might be some misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? Lin Fan sneered. Still playing the pity card when you're about to die? Su Yang, aren't you supposed to be so capable? Come on, show me what you've got. All right, since you're all so enthusiastic. Su Yang slowly lowered his hands, his smile gradually fading. Then I won't feel bad about accepting. His voice turned calm, yet dangerous. But before we begin, let me say one thing. What? Your last words? The Blood Wolf captain sneered. No, no, no. Su Yang shook his head, his face once again showing that harmless smile. What I want to say is, don't get me wrong. I'm not targeting just you. I'm talking about everyone here. None of you are leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyang suddenly raised both hands. Earth wall technique. Boom. The ground shook violently, and massive earth walls rose simultaneously around the factory. These walls were over 100 meters tall and more than 10 meters thick, enclosing the entire factory in an impenetrable cage. What? The Bloodwolf captain's face changed drastically. What the hell is this? Earth-type skill? No, this scale. Lin Fan's eyes widened. Impossible. You're clearly only at the peak of Awakener level. Oh, that. Suyang casually clapped his hands, as if he had just done something trivial. It's just an ordinary F-rank earth wall technique. Nothing special. F-rank. Everyone was stunned. An F-rank skill could create walls over 100 meters tall? What kind of joke was this? Well, I used it about. Suyang counted on his fingers. 10,000 times or so. After all, I'm cautious and like to do things thoroughly. 10,000 times. The Bloodwolf captain felt his worldview shatter. What kind of monster was this guy? Now, welcome to my territory. Suyang's smile grew increasingly dangerous. Since we're all acquainted now, I won't hold back. Are you ready to feel my enthusiasm? Cut the crap. The Bloodwolf captain roared. Attack with everything you've got. Take him down. Dozens of elemental energy attacks surged towards Suyang. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, lightning, various skills intertwined into a deadly web, enough to instantly kill any novice extraordinary being. But in the face of this ferocious assault, Suyang didn't even blink. Guardian Barrier. A translucent shield appeared in front of him. Then a second, a third, until the 10th. 1,000 layers. Countless guardian barriers stacked upon each other, forming a solid defensive wall several meters thick. Boom. All the attacks collided with the wall, the deafening explosions shaking the air. As the dust settled, Suyang stood there unscathed, not even a hair out of place. Is that all you've got? He calmly patted non-existent dust off his clothes. I thought you'd be stronger. Impossible. The Bloodwolf captain's eyes widened. Who the hell are you? Me? Suyang squinted and smiled. I'm just an ordinary student. But he slowly raised his right hand, a strange energy forming in his palm. It was a perfect fusion of flames and wind blades, creating a spiraling energy mass that exuded an intimidating aura. I'm particularly good at spreading warmth. Spiral Flame Blade. This was Suyang's first time using a fusion skill in actual combat. Two different elemental energies combined perfectly in his hands, their power several times greater than a single skill. More importantly, he could release them infinitely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of spiral flame blades shot out simultaneously, each one capable of piercing through steel. Scatter. Spread out quickly. Captain Bloodwolf urgently shouted. But in this space, surrounded by earthen walls, there was nowhere to escape. Screams echoed continuously. The black-clad individuals at the Awakener level couldn't withstand the attacks their bodies were pierced through. Only 3 Transcendents barely held on, but their injuries were severe. How is it? Are you satisfied with my warmth? Suyang looked at the remaining people. Not enough? I have plenty more. Around him, more spiral flame blades appeared, densely packed, numbering over 100. You, what kind of monster are you? A novice Transcendent trembled as he retreated. Such powerful skills, and you can release them repeatedly. You're definitely not an Awakener. Ah, I've been found out. Suyang scratched his head, looking innocent. Actually, I am indeed at the peak of the Awakener level. It's just that my skills have no cooldown time. No cooldown time. This statement was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone. Skills without cooldowns, what did that mean? It meant endless firepower. It meant unstoppable combat power. It was practically cheating. Now let's have a good chat. Suyang stepped closer to the trembling Lin Fan. Young Master Lin, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why are you silent now? You can't kill me. Lin Fan's face turned pale, his voice trembling. I'm from the Lin family. My father is. The Lin family? Suyang tilted his head in thought. Oh, the Lin family that runs the herbal medicine company, right? Quite wealthy. Since you know, you should understand the consequences of killing me. Lin Fan clung to this lifeline, speaking quickly. If you let me go, I can give you a lot of money. Money, huh? Suyang stroked his chin, seriously considering. It does sound good, but... His smile turned cold. I prefer money from dead people. You dare? You really dare to kill me? Lin Fan shouted hysterically. If I die, the Lin family won't let you go? And the God Eater cult, do you think killing us will end it? They will never let you go. The God Eater cult, huh? Suyong nodded thoughtfully. Indeed troublesome. But it's fine, we'll cross paths sooner or later. He squatted down, meeting Lin Fan's gaze. Now, tell me about the God Eater cult's intel. Where is your base? How many people are there? Who is the leader? I won't tell you. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. Give up on that idea. Is that so? Suyong shook his head and sighed. What a pity. He stood up, once again condensing spiral flame blades in his hand. Since you're not cooperating, I can only send you off. Wait. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly revealed a strange smile. Do you think I'm the only one who came? Suyong, you've hooked a big shark you can't afford to provoke. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan's body rapidly swelled, and an evil power far beyond his own strength erupted from within. His eyes turned pitch black, as if connected to an endless abyss. A stronger, more dangerous consciousness was descending through Lin Fan. Suyong took a few steps back. Lin Fan was no longer an ordinary person. He had swelled to nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles as hard as steel, and his skin had turned a dark greenish black. The most terrifying feature was his eyes, so deep they seemed to swallow all light, glimmering with inhuman intelligence. How interesting, very interesting. Lin Fan's voice changed, no longer the original tone, but a cold and arrogant neutral tone. A trivial little insect of a peak awakener can actually unleash such powerful strength. Those black eyes locked onto Suyong, like a hunter staring at its prey. Let me see. Skills released without cooldown? This situation is indeed worth studying. Suyang's heartbeat accelerated. This guy could actually see through his secrets? No, it must have been the previous battle that exposed too much. Releasing hundreds of spiral flame blades consecutively, without showing any fatigue, anyone would be suspicious. Who exactly are you? Suyong suppressed the panic in his heart and asked calmly. Me? The descender tilted its head, its movements stiff like a puppet. I am the 7th inspector of the God Eater cult, codename Hound, specifically responsible for reclaiming valuable experimental specimens. Inspector? Suyong frowned. It seemed the hierarchy of the God Eater cult was far more complex than he had imagined. Lin Fan was merely a saint, but the Hound was an even higher-ranking inspector. And you, the Hound's lips curled slightly, are my greatest prize today. Before the words had finished, the Hound suddenly vanished from its original position. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure surged from behind Suyong. Damn it! Without hesitation, Suyong immediately activated Slide Step. His figure swiftly shifted 3 meters to the side, narrowly avoiding the Hound's claw. Boom! The Hound's sharp claws struck the ground, tearing 5 deep grooves into the solid concrete. If it had hit a person, Suyong couldn't help but shiver. Not bad reaction. The Hound turned around, a hint of admiration in its eyes. No wonder you're strong enough to kill Lin Fan's subordinates. However, its figure blurred again. Game time ends here. This time, the Hound's speed was even faster. In Suyang's eyes, all he could see was a vague shadow. No time to dodge, he could only take it head-on. Absolute command. Suyong roared inwardly. Instantly, dense earthen walls rose around him. 1, 2, 3. A total of 1,000 earth wall techniques formed in an instant, tightly encircling Suyong. Bang, bang, bang. The Hound's claws tore through the air, fiercely striking the earthen walls. The first wall shattered. The second wall also crumbled. The third, all the way to the 100th. Every wall was torn apart like paper by the Hound. Is this your trump card? The Hound sneered. No matter how much trash there is, it's still trash. Suyang's expression grew heavy. 1,000 earthen walls couldn't even withstand the opponent's attack for a second? Just how strong was this guy? A transcendent? A national guardian? Or something even higher? But Suyong did not give up. Instead, his lips curled into a faint smile. Who said I only know earth walls? As the words fell, a fierce wind rose around Suyong. Not ordinary wind, but countless spinning, cyclone techniques. Each cyclone spun at high speed, forming miniature tornadoes. Thousands upon thousands of cyclones intertwined, creating a dynamic defense system. Tornado armor? A flash of surprise appeared in the hound's eyes. Quite creative. It attacked with its claws again. This time, the spinning force of the cyclones deflected the direction of the claws. Although Su Yang was pushed back a dozen steps by the strong impact, he remained unharmed. Not bad, not bad. The hound clapped its hands, as if praising a pet. Using rotational force to neutralize attacks your mind is indeed sharp. However, its aura grew even more dangerous. Just with this, you're not worthy of me taking action personally. The hound spread its arms, and black energy surged from its body. The energy carried a strong, corrosive, and malevolent aura, distorting the air as it approached. Let me show you what true power is. The black energy condensed into a spear in the hound's hands. The spear's shaft was as black as ink, and its tip glimmered with a red light. Su Yang's pupils contracted sharply. The intensity of this energy had already far exceeded the limits of what he could currently withstand. If he took it head-on, he would definitely die. He had to think of a way. Universal insight. Su Yang immediately activated his most crucial auxiliary skill. A flood of information poured into his mind in an instant. Target. Unknown creature suspected abyssal race power assessment. Between the peak of transcendent and the initial stage of a national guardian energy type. Abyssal corrosion force weakness analysis. Parasitic state. Host physical strength is limited. Duration approximately 15 to 20 minutes. Su Yang's eyes lit up. He found it. This guy might be powerful, but it had a time limit. Lin Fan's body couldn't possibly sustain this power for more than 20 minutes. As long as he could stall. What are you thinking? The hound sensed Su Yang's intent and sneered. You think stalling for time will let you win? Too naive. This body won't last long, but it raised the black spear, its tip pointing directly at Su Yang. Killing you will only take 3 minutes. As soon as the words fell, the hound hurled the spear with force. The black spear tore through the air, carrying an aura of utter destruction as it shot straight towards Su Yang. Su Yang's face changed drastically. The power of this strike could definitely pierce through all his defenses. Escape? Too late. Block? Impossible. At the critical moment, Su Yang suddenly thought of a plan. If I can't block it head-on, he revealed a sly smile. Then I just won't block it. Slide step. Slide step. Slide step. Su Yang frantically activated slide step, darting through the factory at high speed. He wasn't running away, he was circling. Using the factory's complex terrain and equipment, Su Yang initiated a high-speed chase. You're fast. The hound snorted coldly, its figure flashing as it pursued. But soon, it noticed something was off. Su Yang's movement trajectory was too erratic, sometimes turning left, sometimes veering right, sometimes leaping, sometimes crouching. There was no discernible pattern. What is this guy up to? The hound frowned but continued its relentless pursuit. What it didn't realize was that with each of Su Yang's movements, he was quietly casting air cyclone. This wasn't for attacking, but for altering the airflow. 1, 2, hundreds, thousands. The airflow throughout the entire factory was now under Su Yang's control. Almost there. Su Yang stopped in his tracks and turned to face the hound. Now, it's my turn to strike back. The hound sneered. You? Of course not just me. Su Yang pointed to the ceiling. It's them. The hound instinctively looked up. Hanging densely from the factory ceiling were thousands of massive iron light fixtures and pipes. At this moment, these multi-ton pieces of equipment were swaying precariously in the airflow Su Yang had created. Are you insane? The hound's expression changed drastically. Doing this will get you killed too. Who said I was staying here? Su Yang flashed a devilish grin. Slide step. In the next instant, his figure vanished, at the same time. Su Yang stopped maintaining all cyclone technique. The heavy equipment, losing the support of airflow, crashed down under the force of gravity. Boom. The entire factory shook. Thousands of tons of steel smashed toward the location of the hound. Damn it. The hound roared, black energy erupting as it tried to destroy the falling debris. But there was too much. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't clear all the obstacles instantly. Worse yet, bang. A thick steel pipe slammed heavily onto Lin Fan. Blood flowed out instantly. This body, the hound's face turned ashen. Can't hold on anymore. At that moment, Su Yang's voice came from outside the ruins. How's it going, Inspector? Does the performance of this small fry meet your expectations? From within the rubble, the inspector slowly stood up. Black energy surged like a tide, pushing away all the surrounding steel debris. Not a bad tactic. It dusted off its body, its voice still cold. Using the environment to create large-scale physical damage, this kind of approach is rarely seen on the Abyss battlefield. Su Yang's heart tightened. Such a massive impact, yet it caused no substantial harm? But the inspector raised its head, its scarlet eyes locking onto Su Yang. Do you think the same trick will work on me again? As soon as the words fell, black energy erupted violently. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept outward, pulverizing the remaining steel equipment. Su Yang's face changed. The perfect coordination of four ordinary skills forcibly blocked the inspector's devastating strike. Damn, is this even human? Wang Hao swallowed hard. It's simply a construction maniac, Xia Ningxuang softly added beside him. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as she stared intently at the figure surrounded by layers of defenses. This man always managed to create the most incredible miracles at the most impossible moments. Interesting. The inspector halted its attack, looking at the fortress before it with great interest. Cowering and hiding just to defend? Is this your strategy? Su Yang's voice came from behind the defensive line, tinged with a hint of mockery. Cowering and hiding? No, no, no. Inspector, you've misunderstood. This isn't cowering and hiding. Su Yang cleared his throat, his tone brimming with pride. This is the wall of despair and sighs. The wall of despair and sighs? The inspector frowned. What does that mean? It means. Su Yang's voice grew increasingly mischievous. You can keep attacking, keep attacking, keep attacking, until you sigh in despair. The inspector's face instantly darkened. This brat was mocking it? Arrogant. It roared, throwing both fists forward. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous attacks poured down like a torrential rain. But Su Yang's defenses were like an immortal monster. As one part was destroyed, new defenses immediately replaced it. Earth wall technique, cooldown time? Non-existent. Water curtain splendor, mana consumption? Non-existent. Vine entanglement, duration limit? Still non-existent. Su Yang was like an unstoppable defense machine, frantically creating various defensive structures. This doesn't make sense. Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. Brother Su's mana is infinite? With so many skills being used at once, he should have run out long ago. Xia Ningxuang was also shocked. Although she was an S-class talent user, even she couldn't sustain so many skills for more than a few minutes. How was Su Yang doing this? Impossible. The inspector also felt something was off. Why hasn't your mana been depleted? Mana depletion? Su Yang's voice was full of feigned ignorance. What's that? Can you eat it? The inspector almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy? Was he really playing dumb, or did he genuinely not know? Enough. I won't waste words with you. It took a deep breath, and black energy began to churn violently. Since physical attacks are useless against you, then let's try this. The next second, the inspector opened its mouth, and a strange black mist spewed out. This black mist was completely different from its previous energy attacks. It had no intense impact, nor did it possess earth-shattering power. But it directly penetrated all the earth walls and water curtains, drifting towards Su Yang's body. What the hell? Su Yang's face changed drastically. What is this stuff? Soul poison. The inspector revealed a cruel smile. It's a toxin that specifically attacks the soul, completely ignoring all physical defenses. Those flimsy walls of yours are useless against it. Su Yang's heart tightened. Soul attack? How was he supposed to defend against that? Hardening could only strengthen the body, not the soul. Earth wall technique was physical defense, unable to block this move. Water curtain splendor and vine entanglement were even less effective. It's over, it's over. Su Yang cursed inwardly. This inspector really has no rules. What happened to sticking to physical attacks? Why did it suddenly turn into a magic attack? You're really bullying an honest man. Just as Su Yang was flustered, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Unknown energy detected, analyzing. Analysis complete, new skill discovered. Soul poison erosion grade B. Learn? Su Yang's eyes lit up. Learn. Absolutely learn. Learning successful. Soul poison erosion grade B. Releases soul-corroding toxins, continuously inflicting mental damage on enemies. Current level. Level 1. Cooldown. None. Consumption. None. Ah! Suyong suddenly burst into laughter. Inspector, are you giving me a free skill? How considerate. The inspector froze. What do you mean? I mean, Su Yang's voice was full of provocation. I've learned your soul poison. And soul poison erosion. Soul poison erosion. Soul poison erosion. A denser black mist surged out from Su Yang's defenses. Have you tried soul poison with no cooldown? What the hell? Su Yang watched the black mist drift toward him, panic rising in his heart. This inspector really has no rules. What happened to the promised physical attack? Why did it suddenly turn into a magic attack? The black mist drew closer and closer, and Su Yang could feel its terrifying power. If this thing touched him, he'd be done for. Brother Su, dodge quickly, Wang Hao shouted anxiously from afar. Xia Ningxuang's face turned pale. She too could sense the horror of the black mist. This kind of soul toxin would make even top-tier experts kneel and beg for mercy if they were hit. Dodge! Su Yang suddenly stopped moving, letting the black mist drift closer. Why dodge? This is a gift delivered right to my door. Unknown energy detected. Analyzing. Analysis complete. New skill discovered. Soul poison erosion grade B. Learn? Learn. Of course, learn. Su Yang laughed wildly in his heart. Learning successful. Soul poison erosion grade B. Releases soul-corroding toxins, continuously inflicting mental damage on enemies. Current level. Level 1. Cooldown. None. Consumption. None. Ah! Su Yang laughed, his laughter echoing through the rift. Inspector, are you helping me upgrade my skill? How considerate. The inspector froze. Was this kid crazy? At a time like this, still spouting nonsense? Playing dumb won't work. It sneered. The soul poison is about to touch you. Prepare for your soul to be corroded. The next second, everyone was stunned. Not only did Su Yang not dodge, but he actively removed several layers of defense in front of him. What the hell? Brother Su, what are you doing? Wang Hao shouted in fright. Xia Ningxuang's eyes widened, completely unable to understand Su Yang's actions. Was this a death wish? Relax. Su Yang turned back and winked. Your brother is about to put on a show. With that, he spread his arms as if embracing something precious. Come on, soul poison. Let the storm rage even harder. The black mist instantly enveloped Su Yang. The inspector laughed triumphantly. Foolish human, actively embracing death. You're done for now. But the expected scene of Su Yang screaming in pain did not occur. Instead, Su Yang's voice came from within the black mist. This taste. Kind of like the broth of spicy hot pot. The inspector's eyes widened. What was going on? Why wasn't the soul poison working? No, this isn't right. It gritted its teeth. You're pretending. The pain of soul poison acts directly on the soul. It's impossible not to react. Pain. Su Yang's voice came from the black mist, full of confusion. What pain? Why don't I feel anything at all? Actually, it feels quite nice, like soaking in a hot spring. Purification technique. Purification technique. Purification technique. Holy white light flashed within the black mist. Su Yang frantically unleashed purification technique within his body, purifying all the invading soul poison. Special energy detected being purified. Analyzing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a talent fragment. Soul poison resistance, D, level current progress. 110, wow. Su Yang's eyes lit up. There's even a benefit like this? Then I won't hold back. He directly removed all defenses. Inspector, do you have more soul poison? Can you make it stronger? This amount isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Inspector, what is going on here? The soul poison he was so proud of seemed like a massage to this human? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It shook its head frantically. My soul poison can kill S-level powerhouses. How can you, an F-level trash, be fine? F-level trash. Su Yang walked out of the black mist, completely unharmed, his face glowing as if he'd just had a spa treatment. Inspector, that's not right. Who said I'm F-level? I'm clearly. Su Yang deliberately paused. Level less. Level less. The inspector froze. What does that mean? It means. Su Yang smiled. My level has already surpassed your understanding. That's why it doesn't show. Wang Hao listened from afar, dumbfounded. Brother Su's words are incredible. I can't refute them at all. Xiaoning Shuang was also stunned. This man always managed to turn danger into safety in the most unexpected ways at critical moments. How many secrets was he hiding? Nonsense. The inspector trembled with rage. There's no such thing as level less in this world. You're just pretending. Pretending. Su Yang spread his hands. Then why don't you try some more soul poison? I promise I won't dodge. The inspector took a deep breath, a ruthless glint flashing in its eyes. Fine. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. It opened its mouth, this time spewing black mist 10 times thicker than before. The entire rift was shrouded in terrifying toxins. This time you're dead for sure. The inspector sneered. This is my full force soul poison, even SS-level powerhouses would kneel. However, not only was Su Yang unafraid, he was excitedly rubbing his hands together. Now that's more like it. The earlier amount wasn't even an appetizer. Purification technique. Purification technique. Purification technique. Countless holy lights flashed within Su Yang's body, frantically purifying the invading soul poison. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a talent fragment. Soul poison resistance D level current progress. 210. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a talent fragment. Soul poison resistance D level current progress. 310. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a talent fragment. Soul poison resistance D level current progress. For 10. Awesome. Su Yang laughed wildly in his heart. Is this the legendary grinding for upgrades? Inspector, you're truly my benefactor. Why not give me more? I can keep eating. The inspector was completely dumbfounded. The soul poison he had unleashed with all his might seemed to this human like he was feeding him nutrient solution. Was this even reasonable? No, impossible. He muttered to himself. This is absolutely impossible. No one in the world can be completely immune to soul poison. Unless, suddenly, he thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. Unless you're not human. What kind of monster are you? Monster. Su Yang touched his chin. That word. I like it. But to be precise, I should be the ultimate operation freak. As he spoke, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations to the host for collecting all fragments of the soul poison resistance talent synthesizing. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent. Soul poison resistance grade D effect. Immune to 50% of all soul toxins and able to reverse track the source of the toxin. Wow. Su Yang's eyes lit up. It even has a tracking function? Now this is interesting. He closed his eyes and sensed the residual soul poison within his body. Soon, a phantom-like black line appeared in his perception. The other end of the line pointed directly to the inspector's core. More precisely, it pointed to a certain corner deep within Lin Fan's soul. Found you. Su Yang opened his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Hiding in someone else's body like a coward, does it feel good? The inspector trembled. This human, what had he discovered? What are you talking about? It feigned composure. Stop pretending. Su Yang shook his head. Your soul poison has already exposed you. You're not the inspector at all, you're some kind of entity parasitizing Lin Fan's soul. Lin Fan's body is merely your vessel. The inspector's expression changed drastically. This human had seen through everything. Since I've been discovered. Its voice turned cold and terrifying. Then you can go die. Black energy surged madly from Lin Fan's body. This time, it wasn't soul poison but pure destructive power. I'll obliterate you completely. But instead of retreating, Su Yang dropped all defenses and took the initiative to approach the inspector for the first time. Perfect timing. It's time to end this farce. Su Yang stepped forward, each step firm and resolute. What are you trying to do? The inspector felt threatened, and Lin Fan's body began to retreat. Nothing much. Su Yang chuckled. Just want to make sure you die in a different posture. As soon as he finished speaking, the inspector suddenly realized something, and its expression changed drastically. No, you're approaching me not for close combat, but to shorten the casting distance. It immediately mobilized all its power, attempting to forcibly leave Lin Fan's body before Su Yang could act. Trying to escape? Su Yang's lips curled into a mocking smile. Too late. Illumination spell. Illumination spell. Illumination spell. Countless bursts of intense light exploded in front of the inspector. These lights, modified by the system, were no longer simple illumination, but flashbangs capable of directly attacking the spirit. Ah! The inspector screamed in agony, its spirit suffering severe shocks. Worse still, the intense light not only attacked its spirit, but also severely disrupted its perception. A mere half-second of blindness might mean little to ordinary people, but for an operation expert like Su Yang, it was more than enough. Skill fusion. Su Yang muttered inwardly. Marking spell. Binding spell. Mental power thread. Three seemingly unrelated skills crazily fused under the system's coordination. Detected host attempting skill fusion. Fusion objects. D-level marking technique plus D-level binding technique plus C-level mental power thread fusion concept. Causal binding fusion in progress. 10%, 50%, 100% fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a C-level special skill. Anchor of causality skill effect. Forcefully bind the target's soul to its current physical body on the law level for 10 minutes, during which the target cannot detach from the current vessel node. This skill involves causal laws, and its power increases with the host's realm advancement. Amazing. Su Yang was thrilled. This fusion skill was practically tailor-made to deal with these descenders. The inspector had just recovered from blindness when it felt a strange force drilling into its spiritual body. This force caused no pain, no itch, and no harm. Yet, it felt fear. What is this? It tried to mobilize its power, preparing to leave Lin Fan's body. The next second, the inspector despairingly discovered it couldn't move. To be precise, it wasn't the body that couldn't move, but the spiritual body that was firmly fixed to Lin Fan's body by some invisible chains. Impossible! The inspector screamed in terror. I am a descender. My true body is in the abyss world. This is just a fragment of my soul. I can abandon this body at any time. Why? Why can't I get out? Su Yang looked at its panicked appearance, feeling delighted. Because I locked you up. A lock on the level of causality. Now, this fragment of your soul and Lin Fan's body have been forcibly bound on the law level. For the next 10 minutes, you are one entity. Want to escape? No way. The inspector was completely flustered. It desperately tried to break the mysterious binding, but to no avail. Anchor of causality touches the most fundamental causal laws of the universe, which brute force cannot break. You, what kind of monster are you? Its voice trembled. How can an ordinary F-level awakener possibly grasp causal laws? This is completely illogical. Su Yang shrugged. I think it's illogical too. But the system says I can use it, so I use it. After all, my greatest strength is obedience. At this point, Su Yang's expression suddenly turned grim. All right, enough chit-chat. Now let's settle the score. The inspector sensed the threat and hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Wait, we can talk. I hold many secrets about the God-Eater cult. I can tell you everything. As long as you spare me, I'll say anything you want. Su Yang paused, pondering. Seeing this, the inspector quickly continued. Do you know? The God-Eater cult has other bases in this city. They're planning an even bigger conspiracy. If you kill me, you'll never know the truth. Su Yang nodded. You make a good point. The inspector breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Su Yang had been persuaded. But the next moment, Su Yang's words plunged it into utter despair. However, I refuse. The reason is simple. A cold glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. First, I don't trust what the enemy says. Second, a dead man's mouth is the tightest. Third, Su Yang revealed a dangerous smile. I have a better way to gather intelligence. After speaking, Su Yang raised his right hand. Countless rays of mental detection converged in his hand. What are you doing? The inspector asked in terror. Soul search, Su Yang replied bluntly. Since you're unwilling to cooperate voluntarily, I'll take it myself. Although the process might be painful, the result will be the same. The inspector was utterly desperate. It never expected that as a descender who roamed freely in the abyssal world, it would end up defeated by a waste. And in such a humiliating manner. I'm not willing to accept this. The inspector suddenly let out a frenzied roar. If you want me dead, then we'll die together. I'm going to detonate this body, along with my soul. Even in death, I'll drag you to hell with me. As soon as the words fell, a destructive energy rapidly gathered within Lin Fan's body. This force was more intense than any previous attack. The air began to distort, the ground cracked, and the entire rift space trembled. SHT. Wang Hao, who was watching from afar, turned pale. This guy is going to self-destruct. Su Yang run. Xia Ningxuang clenched her fists, her face full of worry. She wanted to rush over to help, but reason told her that with her current strength, she'd only make things worse. However, in the face of this life and death crisis, Su Yang's expression remained calm. Self-destruct. He shook his head. You think I didn't anticipate that? Since I locked you down, I naturally have a way to deal with it. As he spoke, Su Yang slowly raised his left hand. A brand new skill was condensing in his palm. Facing the terrifying energy about to be detonated by the inspector, Su Yang's eyes showed no fear. Instead, they carried a hint of excitement. Self-destruct. He chuckled softly, raising his right hand slowly. You think I'd fight you head-on? Too naive. In the next moment, the light of a D-level skill shone in Su Yang's hand. Charge. But this time, Su Yang didn't charge at the enemy. Using the inspector as the center, he began an unprecedented performance. The first charge, Su Yang appeared 3 meters to the left of the inspector. The second charge, he instantly shifted direction, charging to the right. The third, fourth, fifth, Su Yang's figure began to flash madly around the inspector. Each charge came from a different direction, and his speed kept increasing. In 1 second, Su Yang completed 100 charges. In 2 seconds, 1,000. In 3 seconds, 10,000. What is this guy doing? The inspector sensed something was wrong. The surrounding air vibrated violently. Countless afterimages danced wildly around it. And Su Yang's charging continued. In 5 seconds, 100,000 charges were completed. The terrifying kinetic energy gathered in the space, forming a distinct distortion field. The air was torn apart, emitting sharp whistles. The stones on the ground began to float, losing gravity. This is a dynamic vacuum field? Xia Ningxuang, watching from afar, widened her eyes in shock. He disrupted spatial stability with pure physical force. Wang Hao was even more stunned. Is this something a human can do? 100,000 charges. How did he complete them in 5 seconds? And each trajectory is different. How strong must his calculation ability be? At this moment, Su Yang stopped charging. He stood quietly at the center of the force field, not a drop of sweat on him. His breathing as steady as ever. The 10,000 charges just now were merely a warm-up for him. Now, let us witness the true power of physics, Su Yang said softly, snapping his fingers. Boom. The kinetic energy accumulated from the 10,000 charges erupted instantly. The invisible force field contracted wildly, generating immense pressure. The destructive energy gathered by the inspector began to disintegrate in the face of this pure physical force. No, this is impossible, the inspector screamed in despair. How can my energy be dispersed by physical force? This violates the law of conservation of energy. Su Yang shook his head and smiled. Conservation of energy? Who said I violated it? The kinetic energy generated by 10,000 charges is more than enough to disrupt your energy aggregation. This is science. As soon as he finished speaking, the inspector's self-destruction completely failed. The accumulated energy scattered and disappeared, and the intense backlash caused it to scream in agony. Lin Fan began to bleed from his nostrils, his life rapidly fading. Unwilling. I'm not willing. The inspector made one last struggle. It concentrated its remaining mental power, transforming it into a black light that shot straight at Su Yang's forehead. If I can't kill you, I'll take over your body. I'll make you personally kill everyone around you. The mental attack penetrated Su Yang's mental defenses at lightning speed. Xia Ningxuang's face changed dramatically. Su Yang, watch out. But Su Yin, if what Lin Fan said is true, Lu Rian's betrayal of the academy might not have been her intention. Could she also be a victim? Su Yang, are you okay? Xia Ningxuang quickly walked over, asking with concern. She had just seen Su Yang freeze and thought he might be injured. I'm fine, Su Yang shook his head. I was just thinking about something. Wang Hao also ran over, looking at Lin Fan's corpse and sighing. That guy is finally dead. But what did he mean by what he said at the end? Was Teacher Lu really controlled? Su Yang didn't answer. He crouched down and began searching Lin Fan's body. The inspector was dead, so the only clues could be found on Lin Fan. Soon, he found a black crystal in Lin Fan's inner pocket. The surface of the crystal was engraved with complex runes, exuding a chilling aura. System prompt: discovered God Eater Cult Communication Crystal. Parse. Suyang silently thought. Parse. Parsing. Parsing complete. Obtained God Eater Cult Base Coordinates X3. Obtained God Eater Cult Action Plan Fragmented X1. Obtained Lu Rian's current location information. Seeing the last piece of information, Su Yang's gaze instantly sharpened. Lu Rian was indeed still alive, and according to the coordinates, she was currently underground in the city. It seems our next destination is set. Su Yang stood up and pocketed the crystal. Are we going to rescue Teacher Lu? Wang Hao asked. Of course, Su Yang nodded. No matter what she did before, if she was truly controlled, then she's a victim. And besides, Su Yang paused for a moment. I hate those who dare to play mind control games in front of me. Xia Ningxuang looked at Su Yang's profile, feeling a warmth in her heart. This was the Su Yang she knew. Even though he could choose not to get involved, he always stood up for justice and others, even if the person had once betrayed him. Should we set out now? She asked. Su Yang shook his head. No rush. Let me deal with the spoils of war here first. After all, this is our first time killing a high-ranking member of the God Eater cult. The rewards must be substantial. Su Yang began searching the battlefield. Soon, he found several skill books emitting a black glow. System prompt: discovered a rank skill book, Shadow Bind. Learn. System prompt: discovered B rank skill book, Mental Shock. Learn. System prompt: discovered S rank skill book, Abyss Summon. Learn. Seeing the level of the last skill book, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. An S rank skill book? This was a treasure. But before learning it, he had more important matters to attend to. Su Yang walked to the edge of the rift and looked out at the world beyond. According to the crystal's information, the God Eater cult had 3 bases in this city. Lu Rian was being held in one of the underground bases. What concerned him even more was that the person in charge of that base was a throne-level entity. Throne level meant an SSS-level superpower. With his current strength, a direct confrontation was almost impossible. But Su Yang's lips curled into a smile. Who said I have to confront them head-on? Rescuing someone requires a rescue plan. He turned to look at Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao. Are you ready? We're about to do something very dangerous, but very exciting. Xia Ningxuang nodded without hesitation. I'm ready. Wang Hao, though nervous, still patted his chest. When have I ever been afraid? I'm just curious to see what kind of godlike move you'll pull off this time, Su Yang. Su Yang laughed heartily. Don't worry. This time my move will definitely blow your minds. After all, his eyes sparkled. I've never tried using an F-level skill to challenge a throne-level powerhouse before. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Lin Fan lay in a pool of blood, his chest heaving violently. His face was pale, and blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth. But his eyes were fixed on Su Yang. You think you've won? Lin Fan's voice was weak, but his smile was eerie. Su Yang frowned and crouched down. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't waste my time. Last words? Hurrah! Lin Fan suddenly burst into laughter, a laugh so heart-wrenching it seemed to tear him apart. I do have a lot to say, Wang Hao muttered under his breath. Is this guy having a final burst of energy before he dies? Xia Ningxuang gently shook her head, a complex look in her eyes. Coming from a prestigious family, she had seen many people on the brink of death. Lin Fan's current state did seem like he was about to reveal something important. Su Yang, did you know? Lin Fan struggled to speak. I'm actually a victim too. Victim? Su Yang sneered. You've killed so many people, and you dare call yourself a victim? Innocent? Humph. In this world, where is there anyone truly innocent? Lin Fan's eyes grew distant, as if lost in memory. You think I was born a member of the God Eater cult? You think my level talent was given to me for free? Su Yang's heart stirred, recalling the experimental data he had seen in the villa earlier. Could it be that Lin Fan was also artificially enhanced? 3 years ago, I was just an ordinary D-level awakener. Lin Fan's voice grew weaker, but his words were clear. Back then, I was just like you are now, mocked, looked down upon. Until until she found me. She. Su Yang keenly caught the keyword. Lu Ruyan. Lin Fan nodded, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Teacher Lu told me that if I joined the God Eater cult, I could gain immense power. She said she could help me awaken my true talent. I was so desperate to become stronger at the time, so I agreed. Wang Hao couldn't help but interject. So you betrayed humanity? Just like that. Betrayal? Lin Fan gave a bitter smile. Do you think I had a choice? After they modified me, I couldn't resist at all. They implanted a control device in my brain. Every time I tried to resist, the pain was so unbearable it felt like I was dying. Su Yang's expression grew serious. If what Lin Fan said was true, the God Eater cult's methods were even more cruel than he had imagined. What about Lu Ruyan? Was she controlled too? At the mention of Lu Ruyan, Lin Fan's expression became even more complicated. Her situation is more complex. She wasn't controlled, she volunteered. But she was also the biggest victim. What do you mean? Xiaoning Shuang couldn't help but ask. Lin Fan struggled to turn his head to look at her. Do you know how Teacher Lu's mother died? Su Yang shook his head. He didn't know much about Lu Ruyan's past. 20 years ago, Teacher Lu's mother was an awakener. She had AB-level healing talent, which was already very powerful at the time. But she was captured by the God Eater cult and became an experimental subject. Experimental subject? Wang Hao gasped. That's right. They wanted to study the secret of the healing talent to replicate this ability. The experiment lasted for 3 whole years. During those 3 years, she endured inhuman torture. In the end, she died on the lab table. Lin Fan's voice grew lower, but each word struck heavily in everyone's hearts. At that time, Teacher Lu was only 10 years old and witnessed her mother being tortured to death with her own eyes. She swore to take revenge and destroy the God Eater cult. But she was too weak, completely incapable of avenging her mother. So, she chose to infiltrate the God Eater cult. Su Yang suddenly understood. Are you saying Lu Ruyan is an undercover agent? Undercover. Lin Fan gave a bitter smile. She was at first, but what? The upper echelons of the God Eater cult had long discovered her identity. They didn't kill her, but used her instead. Used her guilt toward her mother and her thirst for revenge. They told her that only by becoming strong enough could she avenge her mother. They implanted a special mental imprint in her. This imprint doesn't directly control her actions, but amplifies her negative emotions. It made her increasingly paranoid, increasingly insane. A trace of sympathy flashed in Xiaoning Shuang's eyes. So everything she's doing now is all the result of being manipulated. Lin Fan nodded. She thinks she's taking revenge, but in reality, she's just a pawn in the hands of the God Eater cult. Su Yang fell silent. He thought of those insane experiments in the villa. If what Lin Fan said was true, Lu Ruyan was truly a tragedy. What about you? Su Yang asked. Why are you telling me this? Because I'm dying. Lin Fan's breathing grew rapid. And I don't want to see more innocent people die. Su Yang, you must stop her. Stop her from what? She's carrying out a crazy plan. What plan? Lin Fan used the last of his strength to grab Su Yang's sleeve. Moonlight Villa, 3rd basement level. There's a painting there. That painting is the key to the entire plan. What painting? Su Yang pressed. Lin Fan could no longer speak, only signaling with his eyes for Su Yang to come closer. Su Yang leaned in. Save her. Lin Fan whispered his final words in a barely audible voice. She has never truly been happy. With that, Lin Fan's hand fell limp. His eyes remained open, but life had already left them. He was dead. The scene fell into a brief silence. Wang Hao was the first to speak. Damn, what a huge plot twist. So Teacher Lu was a victim too. Xiaoning Shuang sighed softly. It seems things are far more complicated than we imagined. Su Yang stood up, his expression grave. No matter what, we must return to Moonlight Villa. That painting might be the key to unraveling all the mysteries. But Wang Hao hesitated. What if it's a trap? What if Lin Fan was lying to us? Su Yang shook his head. He had no reason to lie to us. What benefit is there for a dying man to deceive us? Besides, I did sense something strange in the villa. At the time, I just thought the layout of the 2nd basement level was odd, but if there's really a 3rd basement level… Xiaoning Shuang nodded. I think we should check it out too. But we must make thorough preparations. If Teacher Lu is indeed carrying out some crazy plan, the level of danger might far exceed our imagination. Su Yang pondered for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Uncle Xia. It's me, Su Yang. I need the Xia family's help. On the other end of the line, Xia Ningxuang's father's voice came through. What's the matter? I need to reseal Moonlight Villa and prepare the most advanced deep-level investigation equipment. Additionally, if possible, mobilize some reliable high-level awakeners to stand by. This concerns the safety of the entire city. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. All right, I'll arrange it immediately. But Su Yang, you need to be careful. The Xia family can support you, but ultimately, it depends on you. I understand. Thank you, Uncle. After hanging up, Su Yang looked at Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao. Are you ready? We're about to do something extremely dangerous. Xia Ningxuang nodded. I'm ready. Wang Hao, though nervous, still patted his chest. When has Fatty ever chickened out? I just wonder what kind of shocking moves you'll pull off this time. Su Yang smiled, but his expression turned serious. To be honest, I'm not entirely confident this time. But since we've chosen this path, we have to see it through to the end. More importantly, he glanced at Lin Fan's corpse and thought of Lu Ruyan's anguished face. Some people are worth saving, even if they once hurt us. Xia Ningxuang looked at Su Yang's profile, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. This was the Su Yang she liked. Even though he could stay out of it, he always chose to step forward for others, even when facing those who had betrayed him. So, should we set off now? She asked. Su Yang shook his head. Not yet. Let me deal with the spoils of war here first. After all, the enemies we'll face next might be stronger than we imagine. I need to enhance my strength as much as possible. He began searching the battlefield. Soon, several skill books emitting different glows fell into his hands. System notification. Discovered a level skill book, Shadowbind. Learn it. System notification. Discovered B-level skill book, Mental Shock. Learn it. System notification. Discovered S-level skill book, Abyssal Summon. Learn it. Seeing the last skill book, Su Yang's eyes lit up. An S-level skill? What a treasure. But before learning it, he wanted to confirm something. System, if I learn these skills, will there really be no cooldown time? System response. The host's absolute command system can ignore all skill restrictions, including cooldown time, mana consumption, and casting conditions. However, S-level and above skills are extremely powerful, and continuous use may put physical strain on the host. It is recommended that the host use them moderately. Su Yang nodded. It seemed the system wasn't omnipotent, at least his body's endurance had its limits. That was normal if there were no restrictions at all. It would be too overpowered. Learn them all. Learning successful. Congratulations to the host for mastering the A-level skill, Shadowbind. Congratulations to the host for mastering the B-level skill, Mental Shock. Congratulations to the host for mastering the S-level skill, Abyssal Summon. A flood of skill knowledge poured into Su Yang's mind, greatly enhancing his strength. Especially the S-level, Abyssal Summon. Its power was simply terrifying. Coupled with the no cooldown feature, just thinking about it is shocking. All right, it's time to set off now. Su Yang stood up, his expression resolute. Moonlight Villa, here we come. This time, I'm going to uncover all the mysteries. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed, unknown number. Su Yang frowned and answered the call. Hello. On the other end of the line came a woman's voice, filled with pain and despair. Su Yang, is that you? It's me, Lu Ruyan. Help me. Please save me. I can't control myself anymore. Moonlight Villa, basement level 3. Hurry. If you don't come quickly, it'll be too late. That painting, it's summoning something terrifying. I don't want to be a sinner. The call abruptly ended. Su Yang stared at his phone, his face extremely grave. It seemed the situation was even more urgent than he had imagined. After hanging up, Su Yang's expression turned grim. What's wrong? Xia Ningxuang noticed his unusual demeanor. Lu Ruyan is in trouble. Su Yang briefly recounted the phone call. Wang Hao widened his eyes after hearing it. Damn, isn't this the woman who betrayed you? And now she wants you to save her. Haozi's right, Xia Ningxuang frowned. This could very well be a trap. Su Yang shook his head. Judging by her voice, it didn't sound fake. Besides, he glanced at Lin Fan's corpse. Before Lin Fan died, he said there was a secret hidden beneath Moonlight Villa. Now Lu Rian has also mentioned basement level 3. This can't be a coincidence. More importantly, she said that painting is summoning something. Su Yang's expression turned serious. If there's truly something that threatens the entire city, we have to stop it, even if it's not for her. Xiaoning Shuang nodded. You're right. So, should we head to Moonlight Villa now? Yes, but this time we need to be better prepared. Su Yang thought for a moment. Haozi, contact the Xia family's tech team and have them prepare some detection equipment. Exploring underground facilities requires professional gear. Wang Hao immediately pulled out his phone to make the call. Half an hour later, outside Moonlight Villa, the Xia family's tech team had arrived, bringing various high-tech detection devices. The team leader was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking very professional. Miss Xia, based on our geological radar scans, there is indeed a large underground space beneath the villa, the technician said, pointing to the equipment in his hand. And the structure is complex, with at least 3 levels. Where's the entrance? Su Yang asked. Well, the technician scratched his head. The entrance should be inside the villa, but it's well hidden. We'll need to go in and search carefully. The group entered the villa and began searching for the underground entrance. The interior of the villa was lavishly decorated, but at the moment, it felt eerie. The technicians tapped on the walls with their equipment, searching for hidden doors. Here, one technician suddenly shouted excitedly. This wall is hollow behind it. Everyone gathered around and saw what appeared to be an ordinary decorative wall. The technician continued testing. This should be a hidden door, but it requires a password or a special way to open it. Let me try cracking the password, another technician said, pulling out specialized equipment. Su Yang watched them busy at work, unable to suppress a smile. Cracking the password? Too troublesome. He walked straight to the wall, flexing his wrists. Everyone stepped back. Su Yang, what are you trying to do? Xiaoning Shuang felt uneasy. Open the door, of course. Su Yang replied confidently. Since it's a door, it has to be opened. The technicians exchanged glances. But there's no password. Who said opening a door requires a password? Su Yang grinned, his fists beginning to emit a slight vibration. Skill activated. Shockwave fist F level. Damn. Su Yang, you can't be thinking. Wang Hao's eyes widened. That's right. Su Yang nodded. Physical unlocking always works. As soon as he finished speaking, his fists began vibrating at high speed. Shockwave Fist was an F-level auxiliary skill that enhanced the penetrating power of his fists. Normally, the vibration frequency was about 10 times per second, but with the no CD system boost, 10,000 times per second, he punched the wall. Boom. The entire wall shook violently, emitting a piercing grinding sound. What material is this wall? A technician exclaimed. It's so sturdy. Su Yang looked at his fist, then at the small dent on the wall. Oh, it seems to be a special alloy. Then I'll use more force. He took a deep breath, increasing the vibration frequency of his fists. 100,000 times per second. Boom, boom, boom. He struck the same spot repeatedly with Shockwave Fist. Cracks quickly spread across the alloy wall. The technicians were dumbfounded. Is he even human? That's military-grade alloy. Even an A-level awakened strength user couldn't break it so easily. Xia Ningshuang secretly rejoiced from the side. This was her man. Simple, direct, and highly efficient. Password cracking and technical methods were all useless in the face of absolute power. Crack. With a crisp sound, a hole large enough for a person to pass through appeared in the wall. Su Yang patted the dust off his hands. Done. Physical methods are still the fastest. The technicians were speechless. They had brought a bunch of high-tech equipment, planning to perform precise cracking, but he had simply punched through it. This was a blow to the pride of the tech enthusiasts. Wang Hao walked to the hole and peered inside. Whoa, it's pitch black in there. Can't see a thing. I'll go down first to scout. Su Yang prepared to jump down. Wait. Xia Ningshuang grabbed him. What if there's danger down there? Don't worry, I have healing technique. I won't die. Su Yang reassured her. Even if there's danger, someone has to go first to scout. Then I'll go with you. Xia Ningshuang insisted. I'm going too. Wang Hao refused to be left behind. Su Yang looked at them, feeling warm inside. At critical moments, true friends are the most reliable. All right, we'll go together. He turned to the technicians. You stay up here. If we don't return in an hour, retreat immediately and report to the Xia family. The three of them jumped into the hole one after another. Below was a metal passageway, with emergency lights installed on the walls. The lighting was dim, but sufficient to see the path. The passage was long and sloped downward. This structure is much larger than I imagined, Wang Hao remarked. After walking for 10 minutes, they finally reached the first underground level. It resembled a research facility, filled with various precision instruments. Most of the equipment was turned off, with only the emergency power still running. These devices, Xia Ningxuang frowned. They don't look like normal scientific instruments. Su Yang walked up to one of the devices, carefully examining its label. Soul Energy Extractor, Mental Wave Amplification Device, Consciousness Separation Experiment Table. Each name sent chills down their spines. What the hell are these things? Wang Hao's face turned pale. Su Yang's expression darkened as well. It seems the Liu family is indeed conducting some shady secret research. As they moved forward, they saw even more shocking sights. Along the wall was a row of culture dishes filled with unknown liquids. Floating at the bottom of the dishes were fragments of human organ tissue. Disgusting. Wang Hao couldn't help but gag. Even Xia Ningxuang, who had seen much in her life, turned pale. What kind of experiments are they conducting here? Su Yang suppressed his nausea and continued forward. The deeper they went, the more horrifying the sights became. Evidence of human experimentation was everywhere. Bloodstains remained on the experiment tables. X-rays hung on the walls displayed various abnormal human structures. The Liu family is a bunch of lunatics. Su Yang gritted his teeth. He regretted showing mercy to Liu Rian earlier. Such a family must be completely eradicated. Finally, they found the entrance to a deeper level. The security measures here were stricter, requiring fingerprint, iris, and voiceprint verification. Su Yang stared at the high-tech security device and began flexing his wrists. Another physical hack? Xia Ningxuang asked. No, this time I'll use a different method. Su Yang shook his head. For these electronic devices, lightning works better. Skill activated. Lightning technique D level, ZZZZ. Blue arcs of electricity danced in his hand. He pressed his hand directly onto the control panel. Short circuit, smoke, explosion. All the security devices were instantly disabled. The heavy metal door slowly opened. As expected, when in doubt, use electricity. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. Entering the second level, the atmosphere became even more oppressive. A strange smell permeated the air, causing dizziness. Xia Ningxuang released her ice energy, forming a protective shield. This air is toxic, possibly containing mental toxins. The three continued forward and soon found the entrance to the third level. But before Su Yang could act, the entrance opened automatically. A faint female voice came from deep within. Su Yang, you've finally come. Hurry, hurry. I can't hold on. It was Liu Rian's voice. The three exchanged glances and quickly rushed into the third level. The space in the third level was larger, with a massive circular altar in the center. Surrounding it were dozens of transparent culture dishes. Inside each dish floated teenagers, seemingly asleep. But upon closer inspection, these people were already lifeless. Their bodies were intact, but their eyes were hollow and devoid of vitality. This is, Xia Ningxuang gasped, the same pure soul as Su Shui. Su Yang's voice was as cold as ice. They've extracted the souls of these children. Wang Hao looked at the corpses in the culture dishes, trembling with rage. These monsters. These monsters. Su Yang clenched his fists tightly. If he hadn't arrived in time, Su Shui might have ended up like this. Su Yang. A weak call came from the center of the altar. The three walked over and saw Liu Ruyan tied to the center of the altar, her body pierced with tubes. Her face was as pale as paper, her life force faint. Above her hung a massive oil painting. The painting depicted a beautiful middle-aged woman, but her face was twisted and terrifying. She was crying blood, with a sinister smile at the corners of her mouth. The most terrifying thing was that the eyes of the woman in the painting were actually moving, staring at Liu Rian below. A strong, malevolent aura emanated from the painting, making people instinctively feel fear. At the bottom of the painting, a line of words written in blood read, "Mother, I will soon bring you back to life." This painting is problematic. Xiaoning Shuang had just spoken when the woman's eyes in the painting suddenly turned toward them. Those blood-red eyes were filled with hatred, as if they wanted to drag all living beings into hell. A powerful mental shockwave erupted from the painting. Wang Hao's defense device overloaded, sparking. Damn it! My shield! The fat man screamed as the mental shock caused his nose to bleed profusely. The icy heart pendant on Xia Ningxuang's chest dimmed, and she let out a muffled groan, her face turning pale. "This is an S-level peak mental remnant," she said with difficulty. "We need to retreat immediately." Su Yang, however, did not step back. He quietly stared at the twisted face in the painting, his expression complex. Lu Ruyan's mother must have loved her deeply during her lifetime. "Brother, what are you talking about? This is no time for sentimentality." Wang Hao wiped his nosebleed. "This thing is going to kill us all." Su Yang shook his head. "Look at her eyes. Although they're filled with hatred, every time she looks at Lu Ruyan, there's a flash of tenderness in her gaze. Even after death, corrupted by malevolent forces, a mother's love hasn't completely disappeared." Xiaoning Shuang froze. Upon closer inspection, she realized Su Yang was right. The woman's gaze toward Lu Ruyan was entirely different from the way she looked at them. "So what?" Xia Ningxuang gritted her teeth. "She's an evil remnant now. We have to purify her," Su Yang interrupted. "What?" Wang Hao's eyes widened. "Brother, are you out of your mind? This is an S-level peak mental remnant. Even a state guardian would think twice." Su Yang sat cross-legged, extended his right index finger, and gently touched the frame of the painting. "I've said it before. The damage may be low, but the insult is extreme. Today, let me show you what it means to overcome hardness with softness." Skill activated. Requiem D level. A gentle mental wave spread from Su Yang's fingertip. The wave softly caressed the violent mental entity of the remnant in the painting. "Requiem," Xiaoning Shuang gasped. "Are you crazy? That's an auxiliary skill for lightly injured patients. Using it against an S-level remnant is suicide." The woman in the painting was enraged. She let out a piercing roar, and an even more violent mental storm swept forth. Wang Hao's defense device completely failed, and he was sent flying. Xia Ningxuang's icy heart pendant lost all its luster, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Su Yang, stop immediately," she shouted anxiously. Su Yang remained unwavering. He continued to cast Requiem, over and over again, without pause. The gentle yet resolute mental waves persistently washed away the violence and resentment in the remnant's heart. At the same time, he multitasked by casting Protective Barrier and Healing Spell to shield Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang. "This guy is using 4 skills simultaneously?" Xia Ningxuang stared at Su Yang in astonishment. Protective Barrier formed a faint golden shield around them. Healing Spell's green light continuously repaired their injuries. Requiem remained in constant release, never ceasing. The most astonishing part was that none of these skills had a cooldown time. "Is this the legendary multi-threaded operation?" Wang Hao wiped his mouth. "Bro, that was god-tier gameplay." Su Yang complained inwardly. "Multitasking, my foot. My brain's about to explode. Controlling 4 skills at once is harder than taking 4 finals at the same time. But there's no choice, gotta keep up the act." The woman in the painting felt the pure intent within the Requiem. Her roaring gradually subsided, and the blood-red hue began to fade. "No, I must protect Rian." Fragmented whispers came from the painting. Su Yang intensified the Requiem. "You've protected her for so long," Su Yang said softly. "It's time to let go. Rian is still alive, and I will take good care of her." The figure of the woman in the painting became transparent. Her gaze towards Su Yang was no longer hostile, but filled with gratitude. "Thank you, young man. Please, take good care of my daughter." With a final soft sigh, the evil aura in the painting completely dissipated. The oppressive atmosphere in the basement was swept away. Wang Hao stared blankly at the scene. Seriously? Using a healing skill as a requiem? That's way too logical. Xiaoning Shuang was too shocked to speak. She had been taught since childhood that evil lingering souls could only be eradicated with powerful attacks. But Su Yang had used the gentlest method to lay an S-class lingering soul to rest. This stark contrast deeply moved her. His power can not only destroy but also redeem. Xia Ningxuang thought to herself, her gaze towards Su Yang becoming more complex. Su Yang withdrew his fingers and let out a long breath. Done. He clapped his hands. As expected, sometimes gentleness works better than violence, though it's quite a brain drain. At that moment, the once sinister and malevolent painting began to change. The woman's face in the painting regained its former beauty, her eyes filled with maternal love as she gazed at Lu Rian below. Then, the entire painting emitted a soft glow. What is this? Xia Ningxuang's eyes widened. As the glow faded, the painting disappeared, replaced by two items: a transparent crystal the size of a fist, radiating pure white light, and a yellow diary with the words "Experiment Records" written in blood on the cover. System notification: congratulations to the host for obtaining S-Class Soul Crystal 1. System notification: congratulations to the host for obtaining special item, Bloodstained Diary 1. Su Yang's eyes lit up. An S-Class Soul Crystal? That's a treasure. It could directly enhance mental strength and was impossible to buy on the market. As for the Bloodstained Diary, Su Yang flipped through a few pages casually, and his expression darkened immediately. These are the early records of the God-Eater cult's cruel human experiments. The diary detailed various brutal experimental methods, including how to extract pure souls, create artificial awakeners, and even more grotesque content. So Lu Rian's mother was forced to participate in these experiments. Su Yang closed the diary. She must have suffered greatly in her lifetime. Wang Hao leaned over and asked, "Bro, what's the use of this diary?" "Solid evidence." Su Yang put the diary away. "With this, we can wipe out all the God-Eater cult's strongholds in this city." Xia Ningxuang nodded. "This is indeed key evidence. But the most important thing now is to save her." The three approached the altar to check on Lu Rian's condition. Her breathing was weak, but she was still alive. Su Yang immediately cast Healing Spell, and a few minutes later, she slowly opened her eyes. "Su Yang," Lu Rian weakly spoke, "you really came." "Of course, I promised to save you. So I had to come," Su Yang replied irritably. "Why do you always run into dangerous places?" Lu Rian gave a bitter smile. "I don't want to, but I have to stop my father. He's gone mad." "Where is your father?" Xia Ningxuang asked. "He went deeper inside." Lu Rian struggled to sit up. "There's a teleportation array there that leads to the headquarters of the God-Eater cult. He plans to offer all the souls collected here to the cult leader." Su Yang frowned. "Where's the teleportation array?" "Right beneath this altar." As soon as she finished speaking, the altar suddenly shook. A blinding red light shot out from beneath the altar, accompanied by a chilling laugh. "Didn't expect little mice to dare intrude here. Since you're here, don't think about leaving." After the red light dissipated, the basement returned to silence. Su Yang stared at the now empty altar, his brows furrowed. "Escaped?" Wang Hao's face was full of regret. "What a pity. That old guy must know a lot of secrets." "It doesn't matter," Su Yang waved his hand. "This blood-stained diary is more valuable than catching Lu Jingshan." Xia Ningxuang nodded. "This evidence is enough for the Martial Alliance to launch a full-scale purge of the God-Eater cult." The three helped the weakened Lu Rian out of the dark and sinister basement. Back on the surface, Su Yang immediately called Su Shui. "Brother." Su Shui's voice sounded a bit tired. "Am I okay? Just now, I felt strange, like there was something in my mind." Su Yang's heart tightened. "Where are you now?" "At home. Grandma Wang has been with me the whole time." "Go to the hospital right away." "I'm coming over now." After hanging up, Su Yang's face turned grim. Xia Ningxuang noticed his unease. "What's wrong?" "My sister might be in trouble." Su Yang gritted his teeth. Although we stopped that divine descent ritual, Su Shui was chosen as the sacrificial offering. "Are you saying she might have been affected?" "Very likely." Xia Ningxuang immediately took out her phone. "I'll have my family's medical team prepare the most advanced equipment for an examination right away." Su Yang nodded. "Thank you." "Don't mention it." Xia Ningxuang rolled her eyes at him. Lu Ruyan weakly said, "Su Yang, thank you for saving me. And I'm sorry for dragging you all into this." "Don't say such silly things." Su Yang patted her shoulder. "You're a victim too. As for that diary, make sure to hand it over to the Martial Alliance. Even though your father escaped, the God-Eater cult's influence in this city must be eradicated completely." Don't worry, I will. 3 hours later, at the Xia family's private hospital, Su Shui lay quietly on the hospital bed, surrounded by high-end diagnostic equipment. The doctor was a top expert hired by the Xia family, an S-class awakened healer. The test results are out, the doctor said, taking off his glasses with a serious expression. Su Yang asked nervously, "How is she?" "Her physical indicators are completely normal. But," the doctor paused, "deep within her spirit, there is a very complex soul imprint." "What does that mean?" "Simply put, someone has left a mark on her soul. Although this mark is currently dormant, its presence has caused Su Shui's consciousness to enter a self-protective slumber." Su Yang clenched his fists. "Can it be removed?" The doctor shook his head. "I can't reach that level. As far as I know, only the legendary throne-level powerhouses might be able to erase this kind of mark without harming the soul." Throne level. Su Yang fell silent. That was the pinnacle of existence in this world, and there were only a handful of such individuals in all of China. "Is there any other way?" Xiaoning Shuang asked. "In theory, if you can find the source that originally left the mark and reverse engineer it, there might be hope. But this requires extremely profound knowledge of soul studies." A flash of killing intent appeared in Su Yang's eyes. Lu Jingshan, who had escaped, and the God-Eater cult pulling the strings behind the scenes, none of them would get away. "I understand." Su Yang took a deep breath. "Doctor, please continue to monitor Su Shui's condition. Notify me immediately if there's any abnormality." "No problem." As they walked out of the hospital room, Xiaoning Shuang said softly, "Don't worry too much. I've already contacted a few throne-level seniors." "Thank you." Su Yang nodded and pulled out the blood-red diary from his pocket. "This? I'll arrange for it to be sent to the Martial Alliance headquarters immediately," Xiaoning Shuang said, understanding his intentions. "Don't worry, it will be prioritized." Just as they were speaking, Xiaoning Shuang's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and frowned. "It's my dad. Uncle Xia is calling." "Answer it." Xiaoning Shuang answered the call and put it on speaker. "Ning Shuang, where are you now?" Xia Tianming's voice came through. "At the hospital." "What's wrong, Dad?" "Come home immediately. It's important. Bring Su Yang with you." Xia Shuang exchanged glances with Su Yang. "So urgent." "It's inconvenient to explain over the phone, but it's very important. Also, I already know about your operation tonight." Su Yang's heart tightened. The Xia family's intelligence network was indeed formidable. The news had spread so quickly. "We'll head over right away." Xia family manor, study room. Xia Tianming sat behind his desk, his expression serious. On the desk lay an urgent document. "Sit down." He gestured for the two to take a seat, then turned to Su Yang. "Kid, you've caused me a big headache again." Su Yang looked a bit embarrassed. "Uncle Xia, this time I'm talking about a good kind of headache." Xia Tianming suddenly smiled. "The Martial Alliance headquarters is practically in chaos." "In chaos?" Xia Tianming picked up the document. "Half an hour ago, I reported the contents of the blood-red diary to the highest level of the Alliance through special channels. The result." He paused, his eyes flashing with astonishment. "The 9 directors of the Alliance convened an emergency meeting within 10 minutes. The entire Martial Alliance of China is mobilizing. A nationwide operation to eradicate the God-Eater cult is about to begin." Su Yang drew in a sharp breath. The 9 directors were all throne-level powerhouses. "You, as the provider of the evidence, have been awarded a special merit." Xia Tianming continued. "According to Alliance regulations, the rewards for special merit include." He opened the document and read aloud. "A first-class medal of honor, a 10 million yuan cash prize, and the choice of 3 pieces of a great equipment." Wang Hao was dumbfounded. "Holy crap, 10 million. Xia Tianming's tone shifted. "But what's even more important is..." "What?" "Jiang Pujuan, the dean of the War Academy, personally sent you a special recruitment order." Su Yang was stunned. The War Academy was China's top institution for training awakened individuals, admitting fewer than 100 students each year. Jiang Pujuan, known as the god of war on earth, was a throne-level powerhouse. And that's not all. Xia Tianming's voice carried excitement. "Dean Zhang has granted you an S++ level special admission privilege." S++ level. Xiaoning Shuang's eyes widened. "Isn't that only given to those who have made great contributions to the nation?" "That's correct." Xia Tianming nodded. This level means you can freely access all the Academy's resources, including the restricted library, the Rare Treasures Vault, and even the Dean's private collection. Moreover, you'll have a throne-level mentor personally guiding your cultivation. Suyang was momentarily stunned. This treatment was simply too extravagant. Of course, the most important thing is, Xia Tianming looked at Suyang. The War Academy possesses the most comprehensive soul studies research materials in Huaxia, as well as specialized methods for curse removal and mark dispelling. Su Yang's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. When can I enroll? Anytime, Xia Tianming said with a smile. Dean Jiang said you can report as early as tomorrow if you're ready. Su Yang thought for a moment. I want to handle Su Shue's situation first. Actually, regarding your sister's condition, I just consulted an old friend, Xia Tianming said. He suggested you go to the War Academy as soon as possible. Why? Because there's a top-tier mentor there who specializes in soul studies, named Imo Qianxiu. If he intervenes, removing the mark on your sister should be no problem. Hope immediately flashed in Su Yang's eyes. However, Xia Tianming hesitated for a moment. Mentor Imo has an eccentric personality and rarely helps others. If you want his assistance, you'll need to show genuine sincerity. What kind of sincerity? That depends on your abilities. Xia Tianming smiled faintly. At that moment, Xiaoning Shuang's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it, and her expression changed drastically. It's the hospital calling. Everyone tensed up. Hello? What? Su Shui woke up? What did she say? Xiaoning Shuang's face grew increasingly grim. I understand. We'll head over immediately. After hanging up, Xiaoning Shuang turned to Su Yang. Su Shui woke up, but she said something strange. What did she say? She said, she dreamed of a sea of stars, and a voice told her that the key to the divine realm has found its rightful owner. Su Yang's heart jolted. The divine realm? A key? Could this be related to the information he had obtained from the inspector? And why would Su Shui dream of such things? There's more. Xiaoning Shuang bit her lip. She said she also saw a star map in her dream. In the VIP hospital room, the scent of disinfectant mixed with the fragrance of flowers. Su Yang sat by Su Shui's bedside, holding a crystalline object in his hand that shimmered with silver light. This was the S-class soul crystal he had obtained from the inspector, said to contain pure soul energy capable of repairing damaged souls. System, can this crystal be made into a protective charm? Absolute command system prompt. Detected host's intent. The skill, mental thread, can be used to weave the soul crystal into a wearable item. Su Yang's eyes brightened. Mental thread was a C-class auxiliary skill he had acquired earlier. Originally, it could only manipulate small objects, but its lack of a cooldown period made it highly practical. He extended his right hand, and countless silver threads as fine as hair extended from his fingertips. Under his control, these threads began weaving around the soul crystal. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Soon, a silver necklace took shape. The crystal was wrapped in silk threads, emitting a warm and gentle glow. Su Yang gently placed the necklace around Su Shui's neck. Su Shui's pale complexion became slightly rosier, and her breathing steadied. Shui'er, brother is going far away. Su Yang softly stroked his sister's forehead, his voice full of care. When I return, I will definitely bring back a cure. By then, we'll go see the sea you've always wanted to visit. The door to the hospital room opened gently, and Xiaoning Shuang walked in carrying a cup of hot tea. She was dressed in an off-white long dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders. How is Su Shui doing? She asked softly, her concern evident. Much better, Su Yang replied, taking the cup of tea and feeling its warmth in his palm. With this necklace, her soul should be nourished. Xiaoning Shuang glanced at the necklace around Su Shui's neck and froze for a moment. Is that a soul crystal? And an S-grade one at that? Yes, it's a reward from the Alliance, Su Yang said, taking a sip of tea, the taste bittersweet. It's the perfect protection for Su Shui. Xiaoning Shuang felt a warmth in her heart. To unhesitatingly use such a precious S-grade material to protect his sister, this deep sibling bond moved her and made her feel a tinge of envy. By the way, where S. Wang Hao? Su Yang looked around. Didn't he say he'd come to see me off? He's downstairs buying some late-night snacks, Xiaoning Shuang said with a smile. He said he wanted to have one last barbecue with you. Just as she finished speaking, the hospital room door opened again. Wang Hao walked in carrying a large bag of barbecue, followed by a middle-aged man with a weathered face. Su Yang, let me introduce you, Wang Hao said, setting down the barbecue. This is Uncle Zhao, Zhao Gang's father. Su Yang immediately stood up. Zhao Jiangwo, in his 50s, had graying hair and eyes full of exhaustion and sorrow. Su Yang, thank you, Zhao Jiangwo said, bowing deeply, his voice choked with emotion. If it weren't for you, Xiao Gang would have been wrongfully branded a traitor for life. Su Yang quickly helped him up. Uncle Zhao, please don't say that. Zhao Gang was a hero, he deserves this honor. The alliance has cleared Xiao Gang's name and posthumously awarded him the title of hero, Zhao Jiangwo said, wiping the corners of his eyes. His name will be engraved on the martyr's memorial, remembered forever. He deserves it, Su Yang said sincerely. Zhao Jiangwo took out a yellowed notebook from his pocket and handed it to Su Yang. This is Xiao Gang's keepsake. It contains his thoughts and feelings before he passed. I think he would want you to see it. Su Yang accepted the notebook, feeling its warmth, and a pang of sorrow welled up in his heart. Thank you. I will cherish it. After seeing Zhao Jiangwo off, only Su Yang, Wang Hao, and Xia Ningxuang remained in the room. Wang Hao opened the barbecue, and the aroma immediately filled the air. Come on, brothers, one last meal together. Wang Hao raised his drink. To Su Yang's new journey. To friendship. Xia Ningxuang raised her glass in response. To future reunions, Su Yang echoed, raising his glass. The three of them exchanged smiles and downed their drinks in one go. They ate barbecue and chatted, and time flew by. It was late at night when Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang finally got up to leave. Remember, take care of yourself at the War Academy. Wang Hao waved goodbye. Once I break through to C grade, I'll come find you right away. I'll also finish handling my family matters as soon as possible, then head to the War Academy. Xia Ningxuang stood at the doorway, moonlight spilling over her. Wait for me. After seeing off his friends, Su Yang returned to Su Shue's bedside. He opened Zhao Gang's notebook and began reading under the small bedside lamp. The first few pages were mostly daily cultivation insights, but the further he read, the more Su Yang's brows furrowed. This content, something was off. Disappearance cases of Thunder-type awakeners, suspected to be related to a certain organization. Strange runes discovered at the South District Awakeners training ground, highly similar to those found within abyssal rifts. The Vice Dean investigated detailed profiles of S-class students again today. What exactly is he up to? Su Yang's pupils contracted. Zhao Gang was investigating the infiltration of the Devourer cult into the academy. And the Vice Dean? The Vice Dean of the War Academy was problematic? As he continued flipping through the pages, Su Yang encountered even more shocking revelations. Followed the Vice Dean tonight and discovered him meeting with unknown individuals in the basement. The other party mentioned the Divine Realm Key and the Chosen One. We must find evidence and ensure the Academy doesn't become their stronghold. The final page bore Zhao Gang's hasty handwriting. If anything happens to me, make sure to hand this over to someone trustworthy. The War Academy is far from safe. Su Yang closed the notebook, his mind in turmoil. The Divine Realm Key. Su Shui had mentioned this term in her dreams as well. Moreover, if the War Academy had truly been infiltrated by the Devourer cult, wouldn't his upcoming trip be walking straight into a trap? But Su Yang quickly calmed himself. Knowing there was danger made it all the more necessary to go. He had to uncover the conspiracy himself, avenge Zhao Gang, and protect more innocent people. Besides, he was no longer the worthless person who used to be bullied. Thinking of this, Su Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. Come on, let me see what kind of tricks you're playing. The next morning, at Tianhai City's train station, Su Yang, carrying a simple backpack, stood at the entrance gate. Xia Tianming had come specifically to see him off, accompanied by several Alliance staff members. Remember, safety first when you arrive at the War Academy. Xia Tianming patted Su Yang's shoulder. Contact me anytime if anything happens. I will, Uncle Xia. Su Yang nodded, his gaze shifting to Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao standing not far away. Take good care of Su Shui. Don't worry. Wang Hao thumped his chest in assurance. With me around, Su Shui will be absolutely fine. Xia Ningxuang stepped forward and handed Su Yang a delicate little box. What's this? A communicator. Xia Ningxuang's face flushed slightly. It's specially made no matter how far apart we are, we can stay in touch. Su Yang took the box, feeling the lingering warmth on its surface. Thank you. Boarding the high-speed train bound for Kyoto, Su Yang found a seat and settled in. As the train started, the scenery of Tianhai City gradually receded into the distance. Su Yang closed his eyes, organizing the gains from recent times. Besides leveling up, he had learned many new skills. More importantly, his understanding of the system had deepened. The absolute command system not only eliminated skill cooldowns, but even redefined the very concept of skills. Just as he was immersed in thought, a familiar system notification suddenly sounded. Warning! Warning! Detected! A high-dimensional energy entity of the same origin approaching. Threat level: unknown. Recommendation: host should immediately enter a state of alert. Su Yang's eyes snapped open. A high-dimensional energy entity of the same origin? What did this mean? He looked around. Everything in the carriage seemed normal. Passengers were busy with their own affairs. But Su Yang's intuition told him that something was approaching. And this thing was extremely dangerous. The high-speed train sped through the night, its wheels striking the tracks with a rhythmic clack-clack sound. Su Yang sat in the soft sleeper compartment, outwardly watching the scenery flash by the window, but inwardly pondering the system's warning. A homologous high-dimensional energy entity, he softly repeated the unfamiliar term. The system had never used such a description before, and the threat level was marked as unknown, which made him uneasy. Just as he was deep in thought, there was a gentle knock on the compartment door 3 times. "Sir, your dinner," came the sweet voice of the train attendant from outside. Su Yang got up and opened the door. A young female train attendant in uniform stood outside, holding a delicate tray of food. "Thank you," Su Yang said as he took the tray. The attendant nodded politely and left. He closed the door and placed the tray on the table. It was a standard train meal, looking quite ordinary. Just as Su Yang was about to start eating, the compartment door was knocked on again. 3 knocks, identical in strength and rhythm to the previous ones. "Sir, your dinner has arrived," the same sweet voice said. Su Yang frowned and opened the door again. It was the same female train attendant, wearing the same uniform, with the same smile, holding an identical tray of food. "Sorry, you already delivered it earlier," Su Yang said, pointing to the meal on the table. The train attendant looked puzzled. She glanced at the direction Su Yang pointed, then at the tray in her hands. "I'm terribly sorry. I must have made a mistake," she said with an apologetic smile. "Then I'll just—" "Wait," Su Yang stopped her. "What's your name?" "My name is Xiao Wan, employee IDT 1147. The train attendant replied naturally. Su Yang silently noted the name and then closed the door. He returned to the table, quickly analyzing the situation in his mind. If it was just a mistake by the train attendant, it wouldn't be a big deal. But combined with the system's warning, Su Yang silently activated Universal Insight. This passive skill automatically recorded all abnormal fluctuations he perceived. Sure enough, in that fleeting 0.1-second moment, Universal Insight had captured an extremely faint spatio-temporal energy disturbance. Time was reset. Su Yang's expression grew serious. This kind of ability was already beyond the scope of ordinary awakened individuals, resembling the legendary S-level or higher law-based abilities. He immediately activated Life Detection, scanning once per second, covering the entire carriage. In his perception, the entire carriage instantly transformed into a dynamic life heat map. Each person's life energy was displayed as light points of different colors, with heartbeats, breathing, and blood flow clearly visible. Most passengers' life signals were stable, showing normal sleep patterns. However, Su Yang noticed an anomaly. In the third carriage, several life signals exhibited fluctuations that defied physical laws. Their life energy alternated between strong and weak, occasionally disappearing for a moment before reappearing. These people are not right. Even stranger, when Su Yang carefully examined the lock on his compartment door, he found extremely subtle corrosion marks around the lock core. The marks were dark purple and emitted a faint abyssal aura. Someone had tampered with his door lock. Su Yang didn't make a fuss, and continued pretending nothing had happened, slowly eating his dinner. Just then, a faint scream came from the neighboring compartment. The sound was quickly stifled, as if forcibly cut off. The other compartments around didn't react at all clearly. No one else had heard it. Su-yong immediately used life detection to scan the neighboring compartment. There had been a stable life signal there just moments ago, but now it was gone. Someone has been taken out. Su-yong's hand instinctively clenched into a fist. But he didn't act immediately, forcing himself to stay calm. If the other party dared to make a move on the train, it meant they were confident in handling the aftermath. Acting rashly would only alert them. Su-yong decided to take the opposite approach. He feigned a yawn as if he were tired, turned off the compartment light, and lay down on the bed, pretending to sleep. In reality, he was secretly activating the F-rank skill airflow perception. This skill was originally only capable of sensing air movements within 3 meters. But with the no cooldown enhancement, Su-yong could release it once per second, precisely controlling the range to weave an invisible web of wind within the compartment. Any slight movement, even the shift of a single hair, would not escape his perception. Time ticked by. At exactly midnight, Su-yong's web of wind was triggered. Near the compartment door, the airflow showed an extremely unusual fluctuation, as if something was penetrating through the door. Through his slightly squinted eyes, Su-yong saw a chilling scene. A figure in a train attendant's uniform was seeping through the door like a ghost, silently entering the compartment. That face, it was the same Xiaowen who had delivered his meal earlier. But now, Xiaowen no longer looked alive. Her skin was ashen, her eyes devoid of pupils, replaced by bottomless black voids. Most disturbingly, her body flickered in and out of visibility, like a television with a poor signal. Xiaowen slowly approached Su-yong's bed, each step utterly silent. She stopped at the bedside, towering over the sleeping Su-yong. Even without pupils, Su-yong could feel the suffocating malice directed at him. Xiaowen extended her right hand slowly. Her nails grew wildly, transforming into 5 sharp claws. Dark purple liquid dripped from the claws, sizzling as it corroded the floor. Just as the claws were about to touch Su-yong's neck. Su-yong suddenly opened his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Since you want to play, I'll play with you." Xiaowen's claws stopped 3 centimeters from his throat. The dark purple corrosive liquid dripped down, burning small holes into the bedsheet. Yet Su-yong's expression remained unervingly calm, even tinged with amusement. "Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaowen's body suddenly froze. She looked down at her chest, a flicker of disbelief and fear flashing in her eyes. From within her body, countless emerald green vines burst forth like an explosion of green fireworks, instantly wrapping her up from the inside out like a tightly bound zongzi. The vines not only restrained her limbs, but also sealed her mouth, preventing her from making a single sound. "Did you really think I was actually asleep just now?" Su-yong sat up slowly, casually straightening the blanket. "From the moment you entered the private room, I planted a seed of natural energy in your respiratory tract. F-level skill, vine entanglement. Normally, it can only control plants on the ground. But what if it grows inside the body?" Su-yang's voice was calm, as if he were discussing something trivial. Xiaowen struggled desperately, but the vines tightened further, even beginning to spread into her blood vessels and nerves. "Don't waste your effort. These vines are now part of your body. The more you struggle, the faster they grow." Su-yong stood up, walked to Xiaowen, and carefully examined this strange entity. "Now, let's have a proper talk. What exactly are you? Why do you want to kill me? And who's controlling you behind the scenes?" A trace of struggle flashed in Xiaowen's eyes, but it quickly turned hollow and lifeless. She opened her mouth and emitted a sound completely unlike a human. "Target confirmed. Elimination failed." The voice was mechanical and cold, like a broken tape recorder playing. "Observer preparing to take over." As soon as the words fell, Xiaowen's body began to swell rapidly, with countless dark purple cracks appearing on her skin. Trying to self-destruct. Su-yang's eyes narrowed as he instantly unleashed Infinite, freezing spell. A terrifying chill erupted around him, dropping the temperature of the entire room to -100 degrees in 0.01 seconds. Xiao Wen's swelling body was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Even the dark purple energy sealed within the ice layer, unable to move. Su Yang let out a breath of relief. Almost let you escape. He approached the ice sculpture, carefully observing the frozen Xiao Wen. It was now clear that she wasn't human at all, but a life form composed of energy. Her flesh was actually highly condensed dark purple energy, which flowed slowly within the ice layer, trying to find a flaw. Interesting, a bionic construct. Whoever created you has some impressive technology. Su Yang gently touched the surface of the ice sculpture. But no matter how advanced the construct, it must have an information core. Let me see where your brain is hidden. He closed his eyes and activated the F-level skill, Soul Tendrils. This skill was originally designed to sense the emotional fluctuations of living beings, but Su Yang discovered that constructs, though not truly alive, had mental imprints similar to program instructions. Countless invisible tendrils extended from his mind, probing every corner of the ice sculpture like octopus tentacles. Soon, he found a faint trace of mental residue deep within Xiao Wen's head. Found it. Su Yang's consciousness gently enveloped the mental residue and began to read the information within. A scene appeared in his mind, a massive laboratory filled with countless cultivation tanks, each containing constructs of various forms. A voice issued a command, codenamed Cleaner. Target is War Academy student Su Yang. Eliminate him cleanly and efficiently. A blurry face, its details indistinct, but those eyes were chillingly cold. I see. Su Yang opened his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. It seems my actions have already caught the attention of certain people. But since you dared to provoke me. He was about to continue his investigation when he suddenly felt the entire train shake violently. This wasn't a normal driving vibration, but an abnormal, unsettling tremor. Su Yang quickly walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. The scene before him made his pupils contract sharply. What should have been the rapidly passing wilderness was now a lifeless gray void. No land, no sky, only endless rolling gray mist. Within this void, countless black shadows could be vaguely seen moving, their shapes twisted and grotesque, like the deepest nightmares of humanity. Subspace. Su Yang's expression turned grave. To drag an entire train into an independent subspace, this was not something an ordinary awakened individual could achieve. At the very least, it would require a space-type ability user of Class A or above. It seems the observer is more difficult to deal with than I imagined. At that moment, the train's broadcast suddenly came on. Attention passengers, there is a malfunction ahead. The train will temporarily stop for inspection. Please remain seated and wait patiently. The voice was still that sweet female tone, but Su Yang keenly detected a faint, unnatural mechanical quality in it. Even the broadcast system has been hacked. Su Yang turned to look at the frozen Xiao Wen in the ice sculpture and noticed the dark purple energy flowing more intensely. Your companion has arrived? He didn't panic instead. He revealed a look of anticipation. Perfect. I've been wanting to see what this observer is all about. Su Yang walked to the compartment door and gently turned the handle. The lock was completely broken, and even the door frame was twisted and deformed. He pushed the door open and stepped into the corridor. The entire carriage was eerily quiet, with all the compartment doors tightly shut and not a sound to be heard. However, when Su Yang used life detection to scan the area, he found that the previously stable life signals had all become abnormally weak, as if the passengers had fallen into a deep coma. Put all the passengers to sleep? Quite a clean and efficient method. Su Yang slowly walked forward along the corridor, releasing airflow perception, with every step to ensure there were no hidden enemies nearby. When he reached the connection to the third carriage, he suddenly stopped. On the door of the next carriage, a line of words was written in dark red liquid. Su Yang, welcome to my world. The writing was still slowly dripping, exuding a strong smell of blood. Quite the sense of atmosphere, Su Yang remarked without hesitation as he pushed open the carriage door. Behind the door was a completely different space. The original seats and decorations had all disappeared, replaced by a massive circular hall. In the center of the space stood a figure in a black robe. His face was hidden in the shadow of his hood, making it impossible to discern his features, but judging by his build, he appeared to be a middle-aged man. "Hello, Su Yang." The figure spoke, his voice deep and magnetic. "I am the observer, but you can also call me by another name." He slowly removed his hood, revealing a pale yet handsome face. The most striking feature was his eyes completely devoid of pupils, like two bottomless black holes. "You can call me the Cleaner." Su Yang scrutinized the man who called himself the Cleaner, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Cleaner? That name is quite fitting." He stepped into the circular space, glancing around at the eerie surroundings. The walls were an unhealthy grayish-white, with dark red patterns flowing across their surface, resembling blood vessels or some kind of sinister symbols. "Do you know what I hate the most? People pretending to be mysterious in front of me." Su Yang stopped 5 meters away from the other person, especially those who think they have everything under control. The janitor's pupil-less eyes stared at Su Yang, his voice calm, yet unsettling. "Su Yang, the thing on you does not belong to this world." "Oh? What thing?" "The absolute command system." The janitor raised his right hand. "My task is simple: observe how it operates, and then retrieve it." Su Yang raised an eyebrow. "Retrieve? Are you sure you have what it takes?" "In my domain, everything is under my control." The janitor flicked his fingers, and the entire space immediately emitted a low hum. "Including your life and death." As soon as the words fell, Su Yang felt the surrounding space begin to distort. The walls started pressing inward, and the ceiling descended, attempting to crush him into pulp. "Space compression?" Su Yang flexed his wrist. "Not bad, but..." He grinned. "Have you ever considered that you're not trapping me in here, but trapping yourself with me?" The janitor frowned, surprised by Su Yang's composure. "You're in my subspace. Any resistance is futile." "Is that so?" Before the words finished, Su Yang slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth wall technique. Boom. A thick earth wall rose rapidly from the ground, propping up the descending ceiling. But that was just the beginning. Hardening, reinforcement, petrification, metallization. Su Yang unleashed a barrage of enhancement skills, each one cast instantly without pause. The ordinary earth wall, under layer upon layer of enhancements, became harder than diamond. Not stopping there, Su Yang continued to cast earth wall technique. One wall after another surged from all directions, quickly filling the entire circular space. "Are you insane?" The janitor's face changed drastically. "You'll trap yourself in here too." "Trap myself?" Su Yang maneuvered nimbly through the gaps between the walls, continuing to cast skills. "I'm remodeling the battlefield." In less than 10 seconds, the spacious circular space was packed tightly with countless reinforced earth walls, leaving only a narrow passage barely wide enough for two people. The janitor tried to use his spatial abilities to teleport elsewhere, only to find his powers severely restricted. "Impossible. How can you do this in my subspace?" "It's simple." Su Yang's voice came from beyond the walls, tinged with a hint of smugness. "You rely on space compression to restrict me, but I filled the space with solid matter. What else can you compress?" Only then did the janitor realize how cunning Su Yang's strategy was. By continuously casting earth wall technique and other creative skills, Su Yang had forcibly transformed an open battlefield into an extremely narrow arena. In such an environment, the advantages of spatial abilities were greatly diminished, while Su Yang's close combat skills could be fully utilized. "You think this will stop me?" The janitor snorted coldly, forming a seal with his hands. Spatial severance. Invisible spatial fissures slashed towards Su Yang, effortlessly cutting through the hardened earth walls. But Su Yang was already prepared. Earth wall technique. Earth wall technique. Earth wall technique. He frantically cast the skill, new earth walls quickly emerging to fill the gaps created by the cuts. The two were locked in a stalemate. The cleaner kept cutting, while Su Yang continuously filled in the gaps. The entire space was filled with the roar of machinery and the sound of collisions. "Quite interesting." The cleaner paused his attack and reassessed Su Yang. "No wonder the organization values you so much. Your combat strategy is truly unconventional." Organization. Su Yang keenly caught the keyword. "It seems you're not acting on a whim, but rather with a plan and preparation." Of course, the cleaner no longer concealed the truth. Ever since the absolute command system appeared, They have been paying attention to you. Did you really think your abilities went unnoticed? Su Yang's heart sank. He had always thought he had hidden himself well, but it turned out he had still been targeted. However, you don't need to worry too much, the cleaner said in a relaxed tone. We mean no harm, we just want to study how the system operates. Of course, the process might be a bit uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Su Yang sneered. Are you planning to dissect me for research? Dissection sounds too brutal. The cleaner shook his head. We prefer to call it in-depth analysis. Well, that is truly an honor, Su Yang joked on the surface, but his mind was racing to analyze the situation. His opponent's strength was undoubtedly above a level and possessed spatial abilities, which were notoriously difficult to deal with. Although he had used terrain modification to restrict the opponent, this stalemate couldn't last long. He had to find a way to break the balance. At that moment, the cleaner revealed a sinister smile. But before we officially begin the in-depth analysis, let us conduct a small test first. He raised his right hand, and a strange black light appeared in his palm. Do you know what rule stripping is? Su Yang's pupils contracted sharply. He could feel an extremely dangerous aura emanating from the black light. Rule stripping is the process of removing the rule-based powers from the target. The cleaner's voice turned cold, including your skills, talents, and even the system. The black light began to spread, and Su Yang immediately felt something abnormal in his body. He tried to use the hardening skill but found its effectiveness reduced by more than 30%. Moreover, the weakening was still continuing. How does it feel? The cleaner laughed smugly. In the face of absolute rules, your little tricks are useless. Su Yang's expression grew grim. This ability was too bizarre if he couldn't find a way to counter it. He might really end up being recycled. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Warning. Unknown rule interference detected. Initiating emergency protocol. Protocol successfully activated. Host granted temporary authority. Rule immunity. A glimmer of light flashed in Su Yang's eyes. The system actually had such a hidden skill. He pretended to be severely injured, his body swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. Looks like you're not that impressive after all. The cleaner relaxed his guard and intensified the rule stripping. Cooperate obediently, and I'll make your death easier. Is that so? Su Yang raised his head, his eyes filled with killing intent. Then you might be disappointed. In the next moment, he unleashed unprecedented power. Charge, hardening, burst, frenzy. All enhancement skills activated simultaneously. Su Yang turned into a blur, breaking free from the black light's constraints and appearing right in front of the cleaner. What? The cleaner was shocked, unable to believe that Su Yang could still unleash such power under rule stripping. But Su Yang's attack didn't stop. Since you like playing with rules, let me show you what true rules are. With his hands clasped together, the power of the system within him erupted fully. Absolute command, space lock. Absolute command, space lock. As Su Yang's voice fell, the entire space within the carriage instantly froze. The cleaner's face changed drastically, feeling the surrounding space becoming viscous, making every movement extraordinarily difficult. Impossible. He stared at Su Yang. Under the state of rule stripping, your abilities should be suppressed to the limit. Su Yang sneered, moving freely within the frozen space. Suppressed? Yes, they are indeed suppressed. He raised his right hand, a faint frost appearing in his palm. Frost technique. As soon as the frost appeared, it was devoured by the black rule power. See? My abilities have indeed been weakened by your rule stripping. Su Yang's tone carried a hint of amusement. But, frost technique. Frost technique. Frost technique. He cast the technique 3 times in succession, and each time the frost was instantly dissipated, yet Su Yang's movements did not pause. Do you know what refresh rate is? The cleaner's pupils slightly contracted, suddenly realizing something. Su Yang's abilities were indeed stripped, but his speed and casting abilities was astonishing. Every time an ability was stripped, a new identical ability immediately replaced it. My hardening can only last 0.1 seconds before being stripped by you, Su Yang said while continuously casting hardening. But what if I cast it every 0.05 seconds? His body surface shimmered with a metallic luster, the light quickly disappearing and reappearing, So fast, it was dizzying. Your deletion speed can't keep up with my refresh speed. For the first time, the cleaner felt confused and absurd. This combat style was completely beyond his understanding. Rule stripping was working, every one of Su Yang's abilities was being weakened and dissipated. But the problem was, Su Yang's casting speed was ridiculously fast. To an observer, Su Yang's defense seemed to be constantly stripped, yet always present, forming a strange state of simultaneously existing and not existing. This is completely unreasonable. The cleaner gritted his teeth. Casting abilities requires mental energy and time. How can you possibly? Reasonable. Su Yang sneered. From the moment I obtained the system, the word reasonable no longer applies to me. He simultaneously cast different abilities with both hands. Left hand, fireball technique. Right hand, frost technique. Two completely opposite elements alternated, and each time they were stripped, the next immediately replaced them. The light of fire and ice flickered continuously within the carriage, creating a stunning visual impact. Moreover, who said I would only use one ability against you? A cunning glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. In the next moment, the environment within the carriage changed dramatically. The cleaner sensed a massive crisis and immediately increased the range and intensity of rule stripping. Black light spread throughout the carriage, disrupting not only Su Yang's abilities, but even the physical rules within the carriage. Gravity began to reverse. Su Yang felt his body lose weight, floating toward the top of the carriage. But he was already prepared. Magnetic control. An invisible magnetic force erupted from within him, firmly anchoring him to the ground. This D-level auxiliary ability was also affected by rule stripping, its effect continuously weakening. But Su Yang's response was direct and brutal, releasing magnetic control 100 times per second. I don't believe you can strip away the laws of the entire world. Su Yang stood firmly amidst the inverted gravity, appearing even more composed than the cleaner. The cleaner was beginning to look a bit disheveled. Maintaining large-scale law stripping was putting immense pressure on him, and fine beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. You, what kind of monster are you? He stared at Su Yang in disbelief. Monster? Su Yang shook his head. I'm just an ordinary person who enjoys delving into technology. Space began to distort. The walls of the carriage bent and deformed, as if being kneaded by an invisible giant hand. The tearing force brought by this distortion acted on Su Yang, making every cell in his body feel like it was being pulled apart. But he had a countermeasure. Air current technique. Countless micro-air currents formed a repulsion field around him, offsetting the tearing force caused by the spatial distortion. You think altering the environment can restrict me? Su Yang's tone was disdainful. When it comes to playing with techniques, you didn't even know where you were back then. He abandoned his previous defensive structures, as fixed defenses became a burden in a chaotic environment. Instead, he began to showcase his true technique freak nature. Dodge, plus accelerate, plus light body technique. In the distorted space, Su Yang's figure flickered unpredictably. Each time the spatial tearing struck, he could evade it with precision, minimizing the damage. This kind of environmental interference can't limit me. He moved while observing the cleaner's condition. Using universal knowledge of laws, Su Yang sensed the flow of law forces around him. Amid the high-frequency skill casting and stripping, he gradually captured the energy path of law stripping. That black law force didn't appear out of thin air, it had a clear source. Su Yang's gaze locked onto the cleaner's chest. There was a peculiar badge there, shaped like a hexagram, with intricate runes engraved on its surface. Each time the cleaner cast law stripping, the badge would emit a faint black glow. So that's how it is. Su Yang's heart stirred. This discovery instantly clarified many things for him. The cleaner's law stripping wasn't an innate ability, but came from that badge. Looks like your organization is quite interesting. A faint cold smile appeared on Su Yang's lips. Using external objects to mimic the power of law's clever idea, but unfortunately, his figure suddenly vanished. Teleport. Although law stripping greatly shortened the range of teleport, Su Yang still managed to appear behind the cleaner. Unfortunately, you ran into me. The cleaner was shocked and immediately turned to create distance. But Su Yang was faster. Charge. While law stripping weakened the power of charge, combined with Su Yang's precise timing, it was still deadly enough. His right hand aimed directly at the badge on the cleaner's chest. Break for me. Anti-magic strike. This was a skill specifically designed to target magical items. Although it was only D rank, Su Yang's frequent use of it made its power formidable. The cleaner's face changed drastically as he realized Su Yang's target. Impossible. How could you know? But it was already too late. Su Yang's attack struck the badge with pinpoint accuracy. Crack. A crisp, shattering sound echoed as fine cracks spread across the surface of the hexagram badge. The black glow began to waver. The effect of law stripping was halved. As expected, Su Yang smirked as he stepped back. Your power relies on an external object, which means it can be destroyed. The cleaner clutched his chest, his face ashen. You. How dare you destroy the organization's sacred artifact? Divine artifact? Su Yang shook his head disdainfully. In my eyes, it's nothing more than a fancy toy. He twisted his wrist, his killing intent growing stronger. Now it's my turn to counterattack. Although the badge was damaged, it hadn't completely lost its function. The cleaner still retained partial ability to strip away rules, though its power was greatly reduced. Even if the divine artifact is damaged, you're still no match for me. He gritted his teeth, ready to fight with all his might. The gap in a level strength isn't something your little tricks can bridge. Is that so? Su Yang's lips curled into a sinister smile. You probably haven't seen my true power yet. He took a deep breath, unleashing the full force of the system's power within him. What had just happened was merely a warm-up. Now the real battle was about to begin. At the other end of the carriage, Xia Ningxuang, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. She watched Su Yang fighting fiercely, her heart filled with shock. This boy, once considered a useless waste by everyone, was now displaying wisdom and operational skills far beyond her understanding. Su Yang. She murmured his name softly. At this moment, she finally understood what it meant to create miracles in desperate situations. Just then, the badge on the cleaner's chest suddenly emitted a blinding red light. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. His voice turned sinister. Divine Artifact Self-Destruct Mode, activate. The red light was like blood, so intense that it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. Su Yang squinted, feeling the violent energy emanating from the badge. This power was more than 10 times stronger than before. Self-destruct mode for the divine artifact. His lips curled into a cold smile. It seems your organization is really going all out. The cleaner, or rather, the observer, revealed a crazed expression. Since you want to die, I'll help you achieve it. The six-pointed star badge on his chest trembled violently, cracks spreading rapidly, and the red light grew increasingly blinding. Once the self-destruct mode is activated, the divine artifact will unleash power beyond the user's level in a short time. The observer sneered. Even S-level experts would have to avoid its edge. And you, a mere C-level brat, how can you compare to me? As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure erupted from the badge. The entire carriage began to tremble, and countless tiny cracks appeared on the metal walls. Su Yang felt the pressure and frowned slightly. This power was indeed formidable. If he confronted it head-on, he might not be able to handle it. But, you think I destroyed your badge earlier just to weaken you? Su Yang suddenly burst into laughter, his smile radiant yet eerie. No, 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 you misunderstood. My real purpose was to test a hypothesis. The observer froze. What hypothesis? Since your power relies on external objects, then, dangerous light flickered in Su Yang's eyes. Can I use special methods to turn your equipment into scrap metal? As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification sounded. Host has been detected with skill fusion requirements. Begin fusion. Available skills for fusion. F-level glue technique. D-level mental thread. D-level energy disruption. Estimated effect after fusion. C-level concept adhesion. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Glue technique. This skill was something he had accidentally acquired as a life skill after defeating an F-level beast. At the time, he thought it was useless and had left it untouched in his skill bar. Unexpectedly, it was now proving to be incredibly useful. Fusion. Skill fusion initiated. Fusion successful. Acquired new skill. C-level concept adhesion effect. Launches a conceptual energy that cannot be blocked by physical means. Upon hitting the target, forcibly binds the item with the useless concept for 10 minutes. During this period, the target item loses all extraordinary effects and becomes an ordinary object. Note: this skill attacks on the conceptual level, ignoring physical defenses, but can be countered by conceptual skills of the same or higher level. Seeing this skill description, Suyang almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. This skill is practically designed for causing trouble, turning extraordinary items into ordinary ones. Isn't that just telling the opponent, your equipment is useless? How interesting, truly interesting. Suyang flexed his wrist and stared at the glowing badge on the observer's chest. Let's test the effect of this new skill. The observer immediately became alert, his gaze turning cold. Trying to attack a sacred artifact? Dream on. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and the surrounding space began to distort and warp. Layers of transparent spatial fractures appeared in front of him, densely packed like glass walls. Spatial defense absolute barrier. The observer sneered. This is my strongest defense. Even an A-level attack can't break it. Suyang looked at the spatial fractures and nodded. The defense is decent, but... He slowly raised his right hand, a faint blue energy thread gathering in his palm. The thread looked ordinary, even somewhat transparent, as if it might dissipate at any moment. But Suyang knew this was the form of concept adhesion. Your understanding of concepts isn't deep enough. As soon as he finished speaking, the faint blue thread shot out instantly. The observer's face showed disdain. This level of attack? It can't even break through my first layer of defense. But the next second, his expression froze. The thread passed through the first layer of spatial fractures without any obstruction. It didn't destroy or bypass them, it simply ignored them, as if the spatial defenses didn't exist at all. Impossible. The observer panicked, desperately enhancing the energy to thicken the spatial fractures. But it was useless. The thread continued to pass through the second layer, the third layer, the fourth layer. All spatial defenses became meaningless in its presence. The characteristic of conceptual attacks is that they ignore all physical-level defenses, Suyang calmly explained. Your spatial fractures are indeed strong, but they are merely physical defenses. And my attack targets concepts. The observer finally realized the severity of the situation. He frantically mobilized his internal energy, trying to dodge the attack at the last moment. But it was already too late. The faint blue thread accurately hit the badge on his chest. No explosion, no sparks. But the observer could clearly feel the connection between the badge and himself rapidly severing. That feeling was like, my sacred artifact turned into an ordinary piece of metal. He looked down at the badge in disbelief. The six-pointed star badge was still there, its appearance unchanged. But the powerful sense of energy and resonance with the abyssal laws were completely gone. Now, it was truly just a piece of metal with engravings. Congratulations, you've experienced the feeling of returning to simplicity, Suyang said with a smile. How does it feel? Refreshing. The observer's face turned extremely grim. Without the sacred artifact's enhancement, his strength instantly dropped to its original A level. Although still stronger than Suyang, the advantage was no longer as significant. More importantly, the psychological blow left him momentarily unable to accept it. What strange ability did you use? Strange. Suyang tilted his head and thought for a moment. I think it's quite normal. Isn't it just making your equipment temporarily ineffective? It's not permanent. It'll recover in 10 minutes. No need to thank me. Observer. You call this normal? Turning extraordinary items into ordinary ones. And you say it's normal? And you even sound like you're doing me a favor? Recovering in 10 minutes, so no need to thank you? The observer felt his worldview had been completely overturned. How could such a disgusting skill exist in this world? Wait, he suddenly thought of an even more terrifying possibility. You just said temporarily ineffective? That's right. Suyang nodded matter-of-factly. Then what if you use this skill continuously? Continuously? Suyang revealed an innocent and pure smile. Of course, the effect can be maintained indefinitely. After all, my skill has no cooldown time. The observer's face instantly turned ashen. He finally understood the trick hidden in Suyang's words. Recovery time is 10 minutes, but Suyang can release it infinitely. What does this mean? It means that as long as Su Yang wants, his sacred artifact will never return to normal. You bastard. The observer gritted his teeth, preparing to retort. At that moment, a completely different aura suddenly erupted from his body. His muscles swelled abruptly, his height increased rapidly, and his previously thin frame instantly became solid and powerful. A pure, beast-like ferocious aura radiated from him. Very well. The observer's voice became low and hoarse. You've successfully angered me. Now, the game is over. He raised his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. Did you think members of our organization only rely on external items? Too naive. Every official member has undergone the most brutal physical modifications. Although losing the sacred artifact has indeed weakened me. But, he clenched his fists tightly, his joints cracking sharply. To deal with a brat like you, this body alone is more than enough. Su Yang looked at the enemy who had completely transformed in front of him, his brows furrowing slightly. Physical modification? It seemed this organization was even more troublesome than he had imagined. However, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Physical modification? Interesting. Then let me see if your modified body can withstand my greeting. At the other end of the carriage, Xia Ningxuang nervously watched everything unfold. The strange skill Su Yang had just displayed had shocked her, turning extraordinary items into ordinary ones. This ability was too incredible, completely beyond her understanding. Su Yang, just how many secrets are you hiding? She bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. Shock, curiosity, worry, and a trace of something she hadn't even realized herself, a feeling called heart flutter. Interesting. The observer slowly stood up, the camouflage glow on his body fading away. He revealed a tall and slender middle-aged man, dressed in an ordinary black combat suit, with a face so plain it would be hard to recognize him in a crowd. But Su Yang's instincts were screaming alarms. This guy was dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Without those flashy abilities, what do you have left? Su Yang flexed his wrist, producing crisp cracking sounds. The observer didn't respond, instead adopting a textbook combat stance. In the very next second, he moved. There was no fluctuation of any special ability, just pure, raw physical power exploding forth. Yet his speed in that instant was even faster than when he had used his abilities earlier. Su Yang's pupils contracted, and his body instinctively retreated to evade the attack. The fist's wind howled past, grazing his cheek and leaving a shallow cut in its wake. Damn, Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. How could this guy's basic physical capabilities be this terrifying? The observer missed his strike, but immediately switched tactics. His left fist turned into an open palm, slicing towards Su Yang's throat at a bizarre angle. Su Yang quickly leaned back, narrowly dodging the attack. But the observer's offensive was relentless. Palm strikes, elbow blows, knee jabs, whip-like kicks, every move was precise and vicious, each one aiming to kill. What made things worse was that Su Yang realized this guy's combat technique was practically flawless. Every movement was efficient, with no wasted effort. The transmission of force, shifts in balance, timing of attacks, it was all so perfect it felt despair-inducing. Is this guy a freaking humanoid weapon? Su Yang thought to himself, dodging clumsily while mentally cursing. The observer's attacks grew more ferocious, and Su Yang's room for evasion shrank rapidly. Finally, a straight punch came that Su Yang failed to completely avoid. Boom. The fist slammed into Su Yang's left shoulder, sending him flying backward. He rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Cough. Cough. Su Yang struggled to stand up as searing pain radiated from his left shoulder. Something wasn't right. This wasn't just ordinary damage. A strange force was coursing through his muscles and nerves, causing his left arm to gradually go numb and lose sensation. What the hell is this? Su Yang frowned, trying to move his left arm, only to find it significantly less responsive. The observer stared coldly at him and said, "This is the nerve disruption technique, an ancient martial art designed to specifically target biological nervous systems. In 3 minutes, your left arm will be completely paralyzed. In 10 minutes, the entire left side of your body will lose all function." Ancient martial arts? Su Yang blinked. You aliens even learned our earthling martial arts? We're not aliens, the observer corrected him. We are merely higher dimensional beings. But the martial arts traditions of your world do indeed have their merits. Oh, I see now. Su Yang grinned. What you're saying is, you're going to use our earthling martial arts to defeat me. Exactly. Well, isn't that quite convenient? As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Yang abruptly activated 3 F-level skills. Slide step, iron body ram, inch punch. At the same time, healing spell and purification spell surged through his body, frantically working to cleanse the strange energy wreaking havoc inside him. The observer frowned. What was this guy trying to pull now? The next moment, he saw it. Su Yang's movements became bizarre and uncanny. This wasn't teleportation, nor was it ordinary high-speed movement. It was a form of sliding that outright defied the rules of physics. It was as if an invisible skateboard was beneath his feet, allowing him to glide across the ground in an incomprehensible trajectory. And his speed was accelerating rapidly. The observer quickly threw a punch to intercept, but Su Yang suddenly made a sharp 90-degree turn in midair, causing the punch to miss entirely. What? The observer's pupils contracted. This method of movement was completely beyond his comprehension. By then, Su Yang had already slid to the observer's blind spot, slightly lowering his shoulder and assuming the starting stance for the iron body ram. Strangely, his shoulder kept trembling, moving so fast it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Each tremble was a complete charge and explode cycle. The observer had no time to think and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! Su Yang's shoulder grazed the observer's chest, the airflow it generated leaving a white streak in the air. The observer was utterly shocked. The power of this strike was no less than those advanced skills from earlier. But what shocked him even more was what happened next. Su Yang missed his strike and immediately switched moves. His fists came pounding forward, each punch executed with the precision of a textbook inch punch. But the speed of his punches, it was like a machine gun firing in rapid succession. Bang, 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 bang. The dense shadows of his fists wove into a net in the air, leaving the observer with no choice but to defend desperately. Impossible, the observer exclaimed in disbelief as he blocked. Inch punches require extremely precise force control. How can they be thrown in rapid succession? Ha! Su Yang laughed as he continued his assault. Who said inch punches can't be rapid-fired? Rules are dead, but people are alive. The observer grew increasingly flustered. Su Yang was using the most basic ancient martial arts techniques, which should have been easy to counter. But the problem was, this guy completely defied conventional logic. Sliding steps, originally meant as a positioning aid, were being used as his primary movement method with absurd speed. Iron Mountain Lean, which typically required charging to unleash, was being executed in just 0.1 seconds, followed by immediate recharging. Inch punches, meant to deliver a single decisive burst of force, had been turned into a weapon for continuous attacks. The most critical part was how these 3 seemingly incompatible skills were seamlessly combined in his hands. Sliding steps created bizarre movement trajectories. Iron Mountain Lean broke defenses and controlled the opponent, while inch punches delivered relentless output. On top of that, Su Yang's body glowed with the light of healing magic, instantly recovering from any injuries. The observer's prideful neural disruption technique was rendered completely ineffective under the cleansing of purification magic. How is this even playable? What kind of monster are you? The observer finally broke down, meeting Su Yang's inch punch head-on, only to be sent flying backward. Monster. Su Yang paused his attack, flexing his wrist. I'm just an ordinary F-class trash. But, Su Yang grinned. You want to compare techniques? Brother, you're paying respect to the ancestors here. The observer struggled to his feet, his expression changed. Fear, shock, and deep confusion filled his eyes. Why? He murmured. Why do the simplest moves have such immense power in your hands? Because I have a heart that doesn't play by the rules, Su Yang shrugged. You high-dimensional beings always love to complicate things. Neural disruption technique, perfect combat skills. In the end, isn't it just about throwing punches? If that's the case, then let's keep it simple. Su Yang resumed his fighting stance. I'll send you off with the simplest method. The observer's face turned ashen, and he prepared to counterattack. Suddenly, his body began to emit a red glow. No, impossible. How could I lose to a low-dimensional being? The red glow grew brighter, and his voice became distorted. If that's the case, then let's perish together. Boom. The observer's body began to swell, and terrifying energy waves erupted from within him. The self-destruct sequence had been activated. Su Yang's expression changed drastically as he prepared to retreat. Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura descended from the sky. The observer's swollen body froze, and the red light quickly dissipated. In its place appeared a pair of bottomless, black hole-like eyes. What an unexpected little bug. A completely different voice emerged from the observer's mouth, carrying an aloof indifference. You have successfully caught the attention of the curator. Su Yang's heart tightened. This aura, it was countless times stronger than the observer from before. Curator? Su Yang tried to remain calm. Another new title? We are the librarians of the library. The observer, now occupied by that consciousness, stood up, his demeanor completely transformed. And I am the curator of this library. Every world is like a book in our collection. And you, those black hole-like eyes locked onto Su Yang, are the most interesting error I have ever seen. Su Yang looked at the observer, now possessed by the curator's consciousness, feeling conflicted. A moment ago, his opponent was evenly matched, but now they had turned into a universe-level final boss. The plot was developing way too fast. The curator of the library? Su Yang suppressed the turmoil in his heart, his mind racing. Sounds impressive, but what exactly do you want? The possessed observer slowly turned his head, those deep, black hole-like eyes fixed on Su Yang. Just one look made Su Yang feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. This pressure was millions of times stronger than any enemy he had faced before. Our mission is to maintain the order of the universe. The curator's voice was chillingly calm. Every world, every law, is a book in our library's collection. And the thing inside you, the curator's gaze shot directly at Su Yang's chest, is an error code that should not exist in this universe. Su Yang's heartbeat quickened. The secret of the system had finally been discovered. Error code. Su Yang feigned ignorance. I don't understand what you're talking about. Still pretending? The curator sneered. Absolute command system, a foreign program that defies the fundamental laws of the universe. Its existence is a challenge to the order of the universe. Hearing the system's full name accurately stated, Su Yang could no longer keep up the act, but his expression carried a hint of amusement. Oh, you seem to know quite a lot. Su Yang spread his hands. But even if you're right, so what? So what? The curator's aura grew colder. Of course, it must be completely erased to restore the normal order of the universe. As for you, the host, the curator paused. If you cooperate, I can make your death less painful. Upon hearing this, Su Yang instead laughed. Threaten me? Brother, do you think I'm easy to bully? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Su Yang's mind. Ding. Detected a request for access from a subprogram of the same origin. Allow? Su Yang froze for a moment. A subprogram of the same origin? What did that mean? Could this curator have some connection to my system? Su Yang's thoughts moved, and he directly chose no. In the next instant, an even stronger, more advanced consciousness erupted from within Su Yang. This consciousness suppressed the aura emanating from the curator. The curator's expression changed drastically, and for the first time, those previously calm eyes revealed shock. Impossible. The curator's voice changed. Your authority is actually higher than mine? Su Yang felt the surge of power within him and was equally shocked. Was this the true strength of the system? That oppressive force just now could have instantly crushed a top-tier expert. Yet in front of the system, it was completely suppressed without a sound. It seems you don't understand my system well enough. Su Yang grinned. Want me to explain it to you? The curator stared at Su Yang, his shock slowly turning into confusion and anger. No, no. The curator's voice became urgent. The records show that the absolute command system is merely a B-level external program. How could it possibly have authority higher than the curator's? B-level authority? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. It seems your information is a bit outdated. The curator fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly began muttering to himself. No, no, no. Something must be wrong. The system records show that the absolute command system did indeed come from an unknown universe as an external program. but its authority could never exceed a level, let alone surpass the curator-level special authority. Unless. The curator's eyes widened abruptly, and his face showed fear. Unless what? Suyang asked curiously. Unless. It's not an external program at all. The curator's voice trembled. But rather, the master administrator authority that went missing from the library. This answer shocked even Suyang. Master administrator authority? That sounded extraordinary. Ding. Host, would you like me to explain? The system's voice echoed in Suyang's mind, carrying a hint of pride. Explain? Suyang responded internally. I'd love to hear it. Simply put, the curator is correct. I am indeed the master administrator authority that disappeared from the cosmic library. As for why it disappeared, that's another story. In short, host, you now possess the highest authority of the cosmic library. Theoretically, you can modify any law. Suyang was dumbfounded. Master administrator authority? Able to modify any law? This was incredible. No wonder he could ignore skill cooldowns and costs. He had such a powerful authority. It seems you understand now. Suyang looked at the curator, whose expression was constantly changing, and said casually, Since you know my identity, isn't it time to kneel and call me daddy? The curator's face twisted instantly upon hearing this. Even if you have the master administrator authority, you're still just a lowly creature, the curator roared. You don't deserve such power. Today, even if it means self-destruction, I will erase you completely. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the curator began igniting his core power. A massive energy erupted from within him, causing the entire subspace to tremble violently. Is he insane? Suyang's expression changed. This guy really wants to blow up the entire space? Ding. Formatting program detected. Host is advised to leave the current space immediately. Formatting. Suyang's heart tightened. Is he trying to delete me along with it? Rest assured, host. With your authority, you can withstand this level of formatting. However, the system's tone suddenly became meaningful. If you want to learn more secrets about the library, now is the best opportunity. Suyang's eyes lit up. What do you mean? You can voluntarily open 0.01% of your underlying permissions to conduct a data exchange with the curator's subprogram. By doing so, you will not only gain detailed information about the cosmic library, but also learn the locations and abilities of other administrators. Of course, the risk is that the other party will also gain some of your information. Suyang thought for a few seconds and smiled. Interesting. Let's make it thrilling. As the subspace was on the verge of collapse, Suyang made a bold decision. He ordered the system, open 0.01% of the underlying permissions and conduct a data exchange with the curator's subprogram. In the next moment, two powerful consciousnesses collided in the void. At the instant of collision, Suyang felt himself swept into a torrent of data. Countless pieces of information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Star maps, coordinates, skill formulas, law analyses. Holy crap, Suyang exclaimed inwardly. The sensation was like trying to download a 1 terabyte file package using a 56K dial-up connection. His head felt like it was about to explode. Ding. A massive data intrusion detected. Activating firewall. Firewall activation failed. The data stream is too overwhelming. It is recommended that the host immediately use calming mantra to stabilize consciousness. Damn it, system. Aren't you supposed to have full administrator permissions? How can you still be breached? Host, this is not a breach, it is a data exchange. The other party is transmitting information to you while attempting to read your data. Suyang's heart tightened. Wait, if the other party can read my data, then calming mantra, mental soothing, thought acceleration. Suyang frantically applied buffs to himself, forcibly stabilizing his consciousness. At this moment, the curator's voice roared angrily in the mental space. Damn it! What the hell are you? Why can't I read your core data? Suyang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Trying to steal my system? Who do you think you are? Despite the splitting headache, Suyang gritted his teeth and counterattacked. Absolute command. Reverse data flow. In the next second, a miracle occurred. The data stream that had been flooding Suyang's mind began to reverse. The data within the curator was being frantically downloaded by Suyang's system. Impossible. This is impossible. The curator's voice grew shrill. How can you have reverse reading permissions? Yang grinned. Because I am the ultimate administrator. Trying to play data exchange with me? You're courting death. Ding. Downloading target database. Progress. 1%. 5%. 12%. Skill file discovered. Teleportation grade A skill file discovered. Time deceleration grade S skill file discovered. Space lock grade S star map file discovered. Southeastern quadrant of the Milky Way organizational structure discovered. List of Cosmic Library branch curators. Su Yang's eyes lit up as he watched the system notifications pop up one after another. Holy crap. Jackpot. This operation was like robbing a bank. No, it was like robbing the entire bank's database. Stop. Stop immediately. The curator's consciousness trembled violently. You thief. Robber. I will report you to the library headquarters. Su Yang rolled his eyes. Report me. Dude, I am your ultimate administrator, okay? What do you call this? This is reclaiming company assets. Progress. 34%. 56%. 78%. The curator's consciousness was becoming increasingly unstable, his voice breaking intermittently. You will regret this. The Cosmic Library won't let you go. The headquarters have already set their sights on you. Su Yang's heart tightened. Headquarters? That sounded formidable. But the situation was urgent, and there was no time to hesitate. To hell with headquarters, or whatever. I'll take this big gift package first. Progress. 89%. 95%. 99%. Download complete. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring skills. Teleportation grade A, time deceleration grade S, space lock grade S, acquired star map data. Southeastern quadrant of the Milky Way, northern region of the Andromeda Galaxy, Orion Arm. Acquired organizational intelligence. List of branch curators of the Cosmic Library, 347 names. List of inspectors, 23 names. Acquired law analysis. Basic space law, fundamental time law. The system notifications fired off like a shotgun, and Su Yang was overjoyed. This time, he had hit the jackpot. You damn it. The curator's voice was already weak. I will remember you. Next time we meet, you are dead. Before the words were finished, the curator's consciousness suddenly exploded. Boom. A terrifying energy wave swept through the entire subspace. Damn. Su Yang felt the space begin to collapse and hurriedly activated the system. Get me out of here, now. Ding. Exiting subspace. The next second, Su Yang's vision went black, and then bang. He landed heavily on the train floor. Brother Yang, Wang Hao called out anxiously. Are you okay? Su Yang struggled to sit up and found himself back in the train carriage. The surrounding passengers were looking at him curiously, whispering among themselves. That young man just fainted all of a sudden. Could it be a sudden illness? Should we call a doctor? Su Yang waved his hand to indicate he was fine. He couldn't wait to open the system panel. Damn. The interface was completely revamped. The previously simple interface now exuded a futuristic vibe. The most eye-catching feature was a brand new tab. Library. Su Yang excitedly clicked on it. Cosmic Library branch terminal current access level. Chief Administrator restricted mode available functions. Skill search. Law inquiry. Star map navigation. Organizational communication blocked. Warning. You have been marked as a defector, and headquarters is tracking your location. Suggestion. Quickly enhance your strength or find a safe haven. Seeing the final warning, Su Yang couldn't help but swallow hard. Great. Now he was being hunted. However, his gaze fell on the skill list, and he instantly became excited again. Teleportation grade A. Instantly move to any location within your line of sight. Time deceleration grade S. Slow down the flow of time within a designated area. Space lock grade S. Lock the space around a target, preventing movement. Void walk grade SS. Enter a void state for a short time, becoming immune to all attacks. A total of over 300 skills, ranging from grade F to grade SS. Everything was available. This is a massive windfall. Su Yang was ecstatic. So what if I'm being hunted? With these skills, I'm not afraid of anyone. Brother Yang, are you sure you're okay? Wang Hao said worriedly. You suddenly collapsed just now. Scared me to death. Su Yang patted Wang Hao's shoulder. Don't worry, I'm fine. Besides, he looked out the window, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I've gotten stronger. At that moment, The train's broadcast sounded. Attention passengers, the train is about to arrive at Kyoto Station. Passengers preparing to disembark, please organize your luggage in advance. Kyoto had arrived. Suyang stood up and stretched his muscles. Although he had just experienced a battle of consciousness, his mental state had never been better, especially when he thought about the more than 300 skills in the system. He was so excited he could almost fly. Let's go, fatty. Suyang picked up his luggage. Kyoto University, here we come. All right. Wang Hao stood up excitedly. Yang Ji, do you think there are a lot of girls at Kyoto University? And of high quality, right? Suyang rolled his eyes. Can you be a little more serious? Always thinking about girls and never about improving your skills. Hee hee, with you around, Yang Ji, I just need to be the mascot. Wang Hao chuckled. By the way, Yang Ji, when you fainted earlier, did you dream about something? How come you seem like a completely different person after waking up? Su Yang's heart stirred. Wang Hao's observation was quite sharp. Indeed, after that data exchange, his understanding of power had deepened. Especially those S-level and SS-level skills, just reading their descriptions had given him a whole new perspective on the rules of this world. Nothing much, just had a good dream, Su Yang said casually. Dreamed I became a superhero, saving the world and all that. Haha, Yang Ji, you really have a bit of a childish side. Wang Hao laughed. But seriously, you do seem different now. It's like you've gone from being a regular player to a wealthy big shot. Su Yang's mouth twitched. Fatty's analogy was surprisingly accurate. The train slowly pulled into the station, and Su Yang looked out the window into the distance. On Kyoto's skyline, tall buildings stood in clusters, the most striking of which was a massive silver-white structure. That was Kyoto University, the nation's top academy for awakened individuals, a gathering place for countless geniuses. Interesting. A sharp glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Kyoto University's geniuses, are you ready for the trouble coming your way? Just then, the system suddenly chimed. Ding. Strong energy fluctuation detected. Warning, an SS-level awakened individual is approaching. Suggestion, host should remain low-key. Su Yang's expression changed. An SS-level awakened individual? That was a top-tier expert. Why would someone like that appear here? He quickly looked in the direction of the energy fluctuation. On the platform stood a stunning woman in a white dress. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with breathtaking beauty and a cold demeanor. Most importantly, she exuded an aura that was utterly terrifying. Wow, that girl is gorgeous. Wang Hao's eyes were glued. Yang Ji, look at that beauty in the white dress. She's like a fairy descending to earth. Su Yang had no time to admire her. He realized that the woman in the white dress was staring directly at his train car. Moreover, he could feel that she carried a murderous intent. Damn, what rotten luck. Su Yang cursed inwardly. First I offended the cosmic library, and now I'm being targeted by a mysterious SS-level expert. What did I do to deserve this? On the train, trouble kept coming one after another. It's over, this time I'm really doomed. Su Yang cursed inwardly, but outwardly he forced himself to appear calm. The aura of the woman in the white dress was too overwhelming from a distance. It felt like the Grim Reaper had locked eyes on him. What was worse, it was clear she was coming for him. Brother Yang, why do you look so pale? Wang Hao leaned over and whispered, Did the beauty scare you? Scare my ass, Su Yang said coldly. That's an SS-level expert. She could kill us with just a glance. What? SS level? Wang Hao's eyes widened. You must be joking, right? Su Yang was about to explain when the woman in the white dress started walking toward the train. Her target was unmistakable. She was heading straight for the carriage Su Yang was in. Damn, she's really coming. Su Yang broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly tried to think of a plan. Run? Don't be ridiculous. If an SS-level expert wanted to catch him, even wings wouldn't help him escape. Play dead? Don't joke around, she wasn't blind. The only option was to face her head-on. System, do you have any emergency plans? Su Yang asked in his mind. Ding. The system advises the host to remain calm. Analysis indicates that while the opponent is strong, there is no obvious intent to kill. Detected, the opponent carries an energy imprint from the Martial Alliance, suggesting she may be an official operative. The Martial Alliance? Su Yang was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood. Of course, The massive commotion on the train earlier, with space tearing apart, must have caught the Martial Alliance's attention. They were probably here to investigate. Realizing this, Su-Yang felt a bit relieved. At least she wasn't here to kill him, just to gather information. That made things much easier to handle. The train doors opened, and the woman in the white dress stepped into the carriage. Up close, Su-Yang found her even more stunning than he had imagined. Her skin was flawless and fair, her features so exquisite they resembled a work of art. Especially her eyes clear yet profound. Her figure was perfect, with curves in all the right places, leaving no room for criticism. Wow, her looks are at least a 9.5 out of 10. Su-Yang marveled inwardly. If the power gap weren't so huge, I'd really want to ask for her WeChat. The woman walked straight up to Su-Yang and spoke in a calm tone. Su-Yang, I am Xiaoning Shuang from the Investigation Department of the Martial Alliance. The abnormal energy fluctuation that occurred on the train earlier requires your cooperation for investigation. Her voice was heavenly, yet carried an undeniable authority. So it's Xiaoning Shuang. Su-Yang's heart skipped a beat. He remembered this name. She was a genius from the Xiao family, one of the 3 great families in the capital, and a legendary S-level ice ability user. However, the system's detection showed she was SS level. It seemed the rumors were wrong. This woman had hidden her true strength well. Hello, Miss Xia. Su-Yang stood up and said respectfully, I am more than willing to cooperate with the investigation. But could you tell me what specific abnormal fluctuation you're referring to? Xia Ningxuang narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, scrutinizing Su-Yang carefully. The young man before her seemed very ordinary, with weak energy fluctuations, like an F-level ability user who had just awakened. Yet this weakling was the key figure in this incident. According to the energy detector, the spatial tear earlier had occurred in this very carriage, right near Su-Yang's seat. 30 minutes ago, there was a powerful spatial energy fluctuation in this carriage, Xia Ningxuang said slowly. Based on the energy level analysis, it was at least an S-level spatial attack. And you were sitting at the very center of the energy burst. Tell me, what exactly did you experience? Su-Yang's mind raced. He couldn't tell the truth. Absolutely not. The matter with the cosmic library is too outrageous. No one would believe it, and it would only cause more trouble. I have to come up with a plausible lie. Here's what happened. Su-Yang put on a thoughtful expression. I did encounter something strange just now. I was dozing off when I suddenly felt something pulling at my consciousness. Then I found myself in a very peculiar place, like some kind of virtual space. There was a masked person there who said they wanted to take over my body and even attacked me. I fought back with all my might and barely managed to escape. As he spoke, Su-Yang secretly observed Xia Ningxuang's expression. This story was a mix of truth and lies. The key was to make her believe it. After listening, Xia Ningxuang frowned slightly. A virtual space? Body possession? It sounded like an advanced skill related to either the mental or spatial systems. Moreover, being able to precisely target an F-level awakened individual on a high-speed train, this opponent was no ordinary figure. That masked person, do you remember any distinguishing features? Xia Ningxuang asked. I do. Su-Yang immediately pulled out a badge that had long since lost its function. The person dropped this, and I picked it up. Xia Ningxuang took the badge and examined it carefully. Intricate runes were engraved on it, and it emitted faint traces of residual energy. Although she couldn't identify which organization the emblem belonged to, she was certain it wasn't something ordinary. Good. This is an important clue. Xia Ningxuang put the badge away, a hint of admiration appearing in her eyes. Su-Yang, you handled this very calmly. Not only did you escape from such a powerful enemy, but you also preserved critical evidence. You have great potential as an awakened individual. Su-Yang was secretly delighted. It seemed his story had worked. Xia Ningxuang was starting to believe him. You're too kind, Miss Xia, Su-Yang said modestly. I was just lucky. Honestly, I thought I was done for at the time. The masked person's attack was terrifying. It even tore through space. If they hadn't suddenly retreated, I definitely wouldn't have made it. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the train car. Several middle-aged men in uniforms entered, led by a bald man with an imposing presence. Ningxuang, how's the situation? The bald man asked. The moment Su-Yang saw this man's aura, he knew someone even more formidable had arrived. The system quickly provided an analysis. Ding. SS level awakened individual detected. Identity. Minister of the Kyoto branch of the Marshall Alliance. Nation stabilizing envoy Lei Jintian. Good grief. Even a nation-stabilizing envoy had been dispatched. This matter was turning out to be even more serious than he had imagined. Minister Lei, the preliminary investigation is complete, Xia Ningxuang reported succinctly. Su Yang was subjected to a mental attack by an unknown enemy, suspected to be part of an international organization. This is the badge that fell from the opponent. Lei Jintian took the badge, his expression immediately turning grave. Although he couldn't decipher the exact meaning of the runes, the residual energy alone indicated that whoever crafted this badge was definitely above S level in strength. Su Yang, Lei Jintian said, turning to him in a deep voice, the attack you experienced is likely connected to an international espionage organization. For the sake of safety and confidentiality, this matter must be kept strictly secret. Of course, the Alliance won't let you suffer such a fright for nothing. Here's a compensation list, see if it satisfies you. Lei Jintian handed Su Yang a tablet. One glance, and Su Yang nearly jumped for joy. 50,000 merit points, a set of S-class custom battle armor, a standalone villa from the War Academy, a pile of various cultivation resources. This is simply hitting the jackpot. Ahem. Su Yang tried to stay calm. Minister Lei, isn't this compensation a bit too generous? I'm just an F-class ability user. Can I really handle this? Do you think an F-class ability user could survive an attack from an S-class enemy? Lei Jintian said meaningfully. Su Yang, you're much more capable than you think. Your composure and courage during this incident have already proven your value. The Alliance needs talents like you. Su Yang was overjoyed inside. His acting this time was absolutely flawless. Not only did he successfully cover up the secret of the Cosmic Library, but he also secured a huge reward. This was a massive win. Then I'll shamelessly accept it. Su Yang pretended to be modest and nodded. Thank you for the Alliance's care. Lei Jintian smiled with satisfaction and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He turned to look at a middle-aged man wearing glasses standing nearby. Old Zhang, use your mental probe to confirm there are no oversights. The man with glasses nodded and walked towards Su Yang. Young man, no need to be nervous. This is just a routine check. He placed his hand on Su Yang's forehead. Relax, I'll be done quickly. Su Yang tensed up inside. A mental probe? This could be troublesome. Fortunately, he was prepared. The absolute command system not only defended against mental attacks, but could also create fake memories. System, activate memory disguise. Ding. Memory disguise activated. Generating false memory fragments. The man with glasses extended his mental power into Su Yang's mind and immediately saw a few thrilling scenes. Su Yang desperately resisting in a virtual space, severely injured, and barely escaping with sheer willpower. This kid, the man with glasses withdrew his hand, his eyes full of admiration. To persist until the end in such a desperate situation, truly remarkable. Minister Lei, his memories are fine. This kid has extraordinary willpower and is definitely a capable talent. Lei Jintian showed an approving expression. To survive an S-class enemy's attack and remain clear-headed, this Su Yang indeed had immense potential. Very good. Lei Jintian patted Su Yang on the shoulder. Young man, train hard. The Alliance has high hopes for you. I'll arrange the admission procedures for the War Academy. You can report directly. Also, the S-class battle armor will be delivered to your new residence within 3 days. After speaking, the group quickly left the carriage. Once they were gone, Su Yang finally let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. But the rewards this time are just too satisfying. Wang Hao, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. He had no idea what had just happened, only that his brother had suddenly become a hero and received a massive reward. Brother Yang, what exactly happened just now? Why did even the state envoy show up? Wang Hao asked curiously. It's a long story, Su Yang waved his hand. I'll explain it to you later. Right now, I need to check my spoils. Su Yang eagerly opened the system interface and began reviewing the skills he had obtained from the Cosmic Library. When he saw an S-class skill book titled Soul Grafting, he was completely stunned. Skill description. Able to graft a dormant soul onto a new, vibrant body to achieve the purpose of awakening the soul. Note: the host must possess strong vitality and be compatible with the target soul. This skill, Su Yang's heartbeat accelerated. He immediately thought of his younger sister, Su Shui, who had been lying in the hospital all this time. Her body was fine. The problem was her soul remained dormant and unresponsive. If he used this soul-grafting skill, could it really awaken her? But the host, Su Yang's gaze fell on a special item listed in the compensation inventory. One dragon egg fossil rumored to contain powerful life energy. Dragon egg fossil, powerful life energy. Could this be fate? Su Yang was so excited, he almost jumped up. 3 days later, a fully black hover car stopped at the main square in front of the War Academy. The car's body was adorned with the golden emblem of the Warrior Alliance, gleaming under the sunlight. Wow, what kind of treatment is this? A hover car. My dad's old ground car looks like a joke next to it. To ride in this car, you'd at least have to be the son of a national envoy, right? The new students watching were full of envy and speculation. The car door opened, and Su Yang stepped out. He was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, carrying a plain backpack, looking completely unremarkable. That's it. Way too ordinary. I thought it was some rich family's young master. Probably got in through connections. This kind of thing happens all the time now. The murmurs were mixed with disappointment and disdain. Su Yang paid no attention to these voices. He scanned the surroundings, searching for a familiar figure. Yang Ji, over here. Wang Hao's loud voice rang out from the crowd as he waved his hand, afraid Su Yang might not see him. Beside Wang Hao stood an extraordinary-looking girl. Xia Ningxuang was wearing a light blue dress today, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her features delicate and refined. She stood quietly, the brightest star in the crowd. Wow, who is this girl? She's stunningly beautiful. Her aura and figure are amazing. She must be the daughter of some wealthy family. Guys, I'm in love. The surrounding boys' eyes lit up. Su Yang walked over, inwardly marveling. As expected of the protagonist, her looks and presence are just too strong. Fatty, why did you come early? Su Yang smiled and patted Wang Hao's shoulder. Hee, I arrived yesterday and stayed at a hotel near the school for the night. Wang Hao scratched his head. I was too excited to sleep. By the way, Yang Ji, let me introduce you. Wang Hao pointed to Xia Ningxuang. This is Senior Xia Ningxuang, an S-level ice talent, super impressive. Senior heard you were coming yesterday and specially came to welcome you. Xia Ningxuang's face turned slightly red and she lightly coughed. It was just on the way. Su Yang secretly chuckled. This tsundere attitude is really cute. Thank you, Senior, for coming to greet me. Su Yang politely nodded. You're welcome. Xia Ningxuang's voice was cold, but her eyes revealed curiosity. She had always wanted to know the background of this boy who could create miracles in the virtual space. At that moment, a staff member from the Academy's reception office approached. Excuse me, which one of you is Su Yang? That's me. Su Yang raised his hand. The staff member was a young female teacher holding a tablet, smiling professionally. Hello, Su Yang. I'm Teacher Li from the Academy's reception office, responsible for assisting you with your enrollment procedures. Based on your profile, you've been assigned to the regular student dormitory area. Wait. A stern voice suddenly interrupted Teacher Li. Everyone turned around to see a middle-aged man with graying hair striding over. He was dressed in the advanced faculty uniform of the War Academy, with a golden badge of the Vice Dean pinned to his chest. Vice Dean. Teacher Li immediately saluted. The Vice Dean waved his hand and walked towards Su Yang. You must be Su Yang, correct? The Vice Dean said respectfully. I'm Chen Tianhua, Vice Dean of the War Academy. I've heard your name for quite some time. Su Yang was a bit surprised. Hello, Vice Dean, but I'm just a freshman. Freshman? Chen Tianhua laughed heartily. Su Yang, you're far too modest. You're a distinguished guest of our academy. He pulled out a set of keys from his pocket and handed them to Su Yang with both hands. With your S++ level clearance and your special contributions, your residence has been arranged at the Mountaintop Villa, Hero S Hall No. 1. Here are the keys, please take them. The entire crowd fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. S++ level clearance. Hero S Hall No. 1. ISNT that the legendary place reserved only for the nation's guardians. Whoa, what kind of background does this guy have? Teacher Lee nearly dropped his tablet, stammering. Vice Dean, could there be some mistake? Suyong's profile shows. Profile. Chen Tianhua waved his hand dismissively. The profile has already been updated. Suyong now enjoys the highest privileges. This is a direct order from the Martial Alliance headquarters. There's absolutely no mistake. Suyong felt a surge of satisfaction internally. The System S arrangements are really impressive. This level of showing off even makes me feel a bit embarrassed. He accepted the keys and said calmly, "Thank you for the trouble, Vice Dean." This composure made Chen Tianhua even more convinced that Suyong was extraordinary. Of course. Chen Tianhua nodded repeatedly. Suyong, let me take you to see your residence right away. At that moment, a cold laugh came from the crowd. A freshman living in Hero S Hall number 1. Must be some useless guy who pulled strings to get in. Everyone turned to see a tall, handsome young man stepping out of the crowd. He was wearing the senior student uniform of the War Academy, with a badge of the Student Council Vice President pinned to his chest. It's Senior Lin Tianyu, the genius with an A-level lightning talent. He is one of the Academy's most prominent figures. Lin Tianyu walked up to Suyong, his face full of disdain. Kid, do you even know what Hero S Hall number 1 represents? It's a symbol of generations of heroes. And someone like you, who got in through connections, dares to live there. Before Suyong could respond, a sudden chill descended. Xia Ningxuang slowly stepped forward, her expression icy. Lin Tianyu, who are you calling useless? The S-level bloodline pressure emanating from her was fully unleashed, and the air temperature dropped by over 10 degrees in an instant. Lin Tianyu's expression changed, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. Xia Senior? Why are you? Suyong is my friend, Xia Ningxuang said coldly, her voice as frigid as ice. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. But if there is a next time. She didn't finish her sentence, but the pressure she exuded said it all. Sweat appeared on Lin Tianyu's forehead. He hadn't expected Xia Ningxuang to stand up for a freshman. I was just joking, he said awkwardly. Suyong looked at Xia Ningxuang, who had stood up for him, and felt a warmth in his heart. But he didn't show it, and simply said calmly, Senior Lin, thank you for your concern, but where I live is none of your business. This composed and indifferent attitude made everyone present even more curious about his identity. Chen Tianhua quickly mediated. All right. We're all classmates here. No need to argue over this. Suyong, let's go check out your accommodation first. The group headed deeper into the academy. The War Academy covered a vast area with numerous buildings. It had everything from teaching buildings, training grounds, and dormitory areas. At the deepest part of the academy stood a towering mountain peak. At the summit, shrouded in mist, was a secluded villa, faintly visible. That's Heroic Spirit Hall number 1. Chen Tianhua pointed to the summit. It's the best residence in the entire academy. It has complete facilities, including a dedicated training ground and a library. Historically, only 3 National Guardians have lived there during their student years. Wang Hao was stunned. Brother Yang, you're about to soar to great heights. Suyong also felt a bit emotional. From being mocked as trash to enjoying the highest privileges, the change felt like a dream. They took the academy's exclusive elevator straight to the summit. The villa's doors slowly opened, and the luxurious interior left everyone in awe. The living room was spacious and bright, with elegant and grand decor. All kinds of high-tech equipment were readily available. Every piece of furniture here is custom-made to assist with training, Chen Tianhua explained. There's also an independent training ground underground. As he spoke, the floor suddenly parted, revealing a staircase leading underground. Please follow me. The group followed Chen Tianhua down the stairs. The underground space was far larger than expected, spanning hundreds of square meters. The walls were engraved with intricate runes that emitted a glowing light. These formations were personally set up by National Guardian-level experts, Chen Tianhua said proudly. Training here is 10 times more effective than outside. Just as Suyong was about to speak, he noticed an elderly man sitting in the center of the training ground. The man, with a head full of white hair, sat cross-legged, seemingly one with the universe. Sensing someone's arrival, The elderly man opened his eyes. Those eyes were as deep as the starry sky, filled with boundless wisdom. Young one, are you Su Yang? The elderly man's voice was calm and warm, yet carried an unfathomable power. Chen Tianhua quickly bowed. Elder Qin, this is Su Yang. Su Yang, this is your exclusive mentor, Elder Qin. Exclusive mentor? Su Yang was a bit surprised he hadn't expected the academy to assign him a mentor. Elder Qin stood up, smiling as he looked at Su Yang. Young one, I am your exclusive mentor. You can call me Elder Qin. By the way, his eyes flashed with a meaningful glint. That boy Zhao Gang is my most prized student. Su Yang looked at the white-haired elder and thought to himself, Zhao Gang's teacher? The one who could shatter an A-grade beast with a single punch, how strong must his teacher be? Elder Qin, hello. Su Yang greeted politely with a nod. Elder Qin smiled as he scrutinized Su Yang, his eyes filled with an inscrutable depth. Young one, don't be nervous. I just want to see what makes Zhao Gang value you so much. Chen Tianhua said respectfully. Elder Qin, Su Yang's talent is indeed extraordinary. Extraordinary? Elder Qin looked at Su Yang with great interest. Then I must see for myself. He took out an ordinary stone from his pocket and casually placed it on the ground. Young man, describe this stone. Su Yang was momentarily stunned. This was the test? Describing a stone? Wang Hao scratched his head beside him. Yang, what's so hard about this? Isn't it just an ordinary stone? Xiaoning Shuang was also somewhat puzzled, but said nothing, quietly observing. Su Yang stared at the gray stone on the ground, his mind stirring. Since it was a test, it definitely wouldn't be that simple. He took a deep breath and silently activated the absolute command system. System, begin a comprehensive scan and analysis of this stone. Absolute command system activated. Skill, element analysis, unlimited use. Skill, energy tracking, unlimited use. Skill, mental imprint reading, unlimited use. Skill, time retrospection perception, unlimited use. Su Yang's perception was magnified to the extreme. With the system's assistance, he conducted billions of scans and analyses on the stone. Each scan revealed deeper layers of information. Gradually, the ordinary stone in his eyes became extraordinary. This stone, Su Yang began to speak slowly. Its main components are quartz and feldspar, with traces of mica and amphibole. Carbon-14 dating indicates its age is approximately 37,200 years. Elder Qin's eyebrows slightly raised, but he said nothing. Su Yang continued. From the energy traces, it was long exposed to a B-level fire energy field, likely formed near a volcanic crater. About 20,000 years ago, a sea-level magma lizard came into contact with it during its molting period, feeling very irritable at the time. 15,000 years ago, a human martial artist held it. That person practiced earth element techniques and was at the mid-transcendent level. 8,000 years ago, it was buried underground and began to chemically react slowly with surrounding minerals. Su Yang's voice grew increasingly calm, but the content he spoke became more and more astonishing. He narrated the 37,000-year life story of the stone in detail, from its birth to every touch, every environmental change, even sensing the insects that had passed by it. Wang Hao listened, dumbfounded. Yang, did you activate X-ray vision or something? Xia Ningshuang's eyes were filled with surprise. She knew Su Yang was impressive, but she hadn't expected his perception to be this powerful. Chen Tianhua gasped audibly. This wasn't describing a stone, it was practically recounting an epic spanning millennia. Elder Qin's expression shifted from initial indifference to growing seriousness. When Su Yang finished his last sentence, the entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, Elder Qin finally spoke slowly. Young man, your ability is indeed very special. But, he changed his tone, you are merely using this ability, not truly understanding it. Su Yang froze. Elder Qin, what do you mean by that? Elder Qin walked to the stone and gently waved his hand. The ordinary stone immediately floated into the air, slowly rotating. You can perceive all its information, which is remarkable. Have you ever thought about why you can perceive these things? What is the essence of skills? And what are the laws? Su Yang frowned. This question, he had never seriously considered it before. Since obtaining the system, He had been using various skills, enjoying the thrill of no cooldowns. But the essence of skills? He had never delved into it. Suyang hesitated. Old Qin smiled. No need to rush to answer. Even someone as powerful as the guardian of the nation may not necessarily figure it out. However, his gaze grew profound. Only by truly understanding this question can one truly step into the throne realm. The throne realm. Suyang's heart trembled. That was a legendary realm, one that only a handful of people in all of China had ever reached. Old Qin, can you tell me the answer? Suyang couldn't help but ask. Old Qin shook his head. The answer is something you must find for yourself. What others tell you will never truly belong to you. However, he glanced at Suyang. I can give you a hint. Go to the library. You'll find what you need there. The library? Suyang thought of the mysterious space he had encountered on the train. Could that be the place Old Qin was referring to? Oh, by the way, Old Qin suddenly turned as if preparing to leave. Your method of dealing with that library was interesting, but next time, remember to extract the contents of the books as well. What? Suyang's pupils contracted sharply. Old Qin actually knew about what happened on the train. That mysterious library space, he was the only one who had experienced it. Old Qin, how did you? Before he could finish his sentence, Old Qin had already vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there. Chen Tianhua wiped the sweat from his forehead. Suyang, that's just how Old Qin is. He comes and goes without a trace. But for you to earn his recognition is already quite remarkable. Xia Ningxuang walked up to Suyang and asked softly, Are you okay? Suyang snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the girl in front of him. Xia Ningxuang was wearing a light blue dress today, the hem just above her knees. Her long legs were faintly visible. Her fair skin glowed under the light, and her clear eyes were filled with concern and curiosity. I'm fine, Suyang shook his head. I was just thinking about what Old Qin said earlier. Wang Hao leaned over. Brother Yang, did you understand what that old man meant by the essence of skills? Not at all, Suyang admitted honestly. Since obtaining the system, he had only been using skills, never pondering the principles behind them. It was like how someone might know how to walk, but not understand the biological mechanisms behind it. Forget it, no point overthinking. Suyang stretched lazily. Let's get familiar with the environment here first. Chen Tianhua quickly chimed in. Suyang, let me show you around the rest of the villa. The group returned to the surface. The villa was so luxurious, it was almost overwhelming, equipped with all kinds of cutting-edge technology. There was even a small virtual combat room that could simulate various battle scenarios. All these devices are the latest models, unavailable on the market, Chen Tianhua explained. Additionally, a dedicated team will handle your daily needs. Meals, cleaning, security, everything is taken care of. Suyang nodded, feeling a wave of emotion. From the slums to here, the change felt like a dream. After the tour, Chen Tianhua took his leave. The villa was left with only Suyang, Xia Ningxuang, and Wang Hao. Yang Ji, this place is so luxurious. Wang Hao exclaimed excitedly, jumping around on the sofa. I can't believe this is real. Xia Ningxuang sat elegantly to the side, watching Wang Hao's antics with a slight smile at the corner of her lips. By the way, Ningxuang. Suyang suddenly remembered something. Where do you live? I live in Tianjiao District, Xia Ningxuang replied. Not far from here. Tianjiao District was a dormitory area prepared by the War Academy for top students, with a decent environment. But compared to the Heroes Hall, it was still a bit lower in grade. Then you guys should stay here tonight, Suyang said. There are plenty of rooms here. Xia Ningxuang's cheeks flushed slightly. This doesn't seem very appropriate, does it? What's inappropriate about it? Wang Hao said nonchalantly. Anyway, this place is so big, even 10 people wouldn't feel crowded. Suyang nodded in agreement. It's settled then. We have class together tomorrow, so staying together is convenient. Xia Ningxuang hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. Night fell. The three of them enjoyed a sumptuous dinner in the villa's dining room. After the meal, Wang Hao went to bed early, saying he wanted to fully experience the legendary bed. In the living room, only Suyang and Xia Ningxuang remained. Xia Ningxuang had changed into a light pink silk nightgown. The loose clothing couldn't hide her curves, instead making her appear relaxed yet alluring. She sat cross-legged on the sofa. Her long hair, cascading over her shoulders. Su Yang, she suddenly spoke. Do you really not know the essence of skills? Su Yang shook his head. Not at all. I've always used skills based on instinct. Have you ever thought about why your skills don't have cooldowns? This question made Su Yang fall into deep thought. Why indeed? The system had only told him that his skills could ignore cooldowns, but never explained why. I don't know either, Su Yang said with a wry smile. Maybe it's just my talent. Xiaoning Shuang looked at him. I think Elder Qin was right. You only use skills but haven't truly understood them. If one day you lose this ability, will you still be as strong as you are now? This statement was like a wake-up call, jolting Su Yang awake. Yes, if the system disappeared, what would he have left? Apart from a few leveled-up skills, he had nothing. Looks like I need to seriously think about this, Su Yang said earnestly. Xiaoning Shuang nodded. I believe you'll find the answer. She stood up, preparing to go to her room to rest. At the staircase, she suddenly turned back. Su Yang, good night. Good night. Watching Xiaoning Shuang go upstairs, Su Yang felt a warm current surge in his heart. Having a friend like this was truly wonderful. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed at the night view outside. The War Academy was exceptionally quiet at night, while the distant city lights sparkled brightly. The essence of skills, Su Yang murmured softly. At that moment, he suddenly felt a powerful mental force sweep across the villa. The force was extremely subtle. If not for his keen perception, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Su Yang narrowed his eyes. Was someone monitoring this place? Or was someone protecting it? He didn't act rashly, pretending not to notice, but his mind was already on alert. It seemed the War Academy was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. His arrival had also drawn the attention of certain individuals. The night grew deep. Su Yang lay in the master bedroom on the top floor of the Hall of Heroes, staring at the $1,000,000 crystal chandelier on the ceiling. System, you said my skills lack essence. Is that true? The host is finally starting to think. This system is pleased. Don't joke around. I'm serious. Su Yang turned over. Xiaoning Shuang was right. I only use skills, but I don't truly understand them. Since the host has gained awareness, this system has decided to unlock a new feature. Su Yang's eyes lit up. What new feature? Library function activated. Feature introduction. Collects all skill data models obtained by the host from defeated targets, allowing the host to deeply study and analyze them. Note: skills will not be directly instilled. The host must understand and master them independently. Whoa! Su Yang sat up on the bed. Are you saying all the skills I've acquired before are still here? To be precise, their source codes are still here. Previously, the host only accessed the most basic functions, like using a high-end computer just to play Minesweeper. This analogy made Su Yang laugh and cry. So what can I see now? Please close your eyes and try connecting to the library. Su Yang followed the instructions and closed his eyes. The next second, his consciousness was pulled into a space. It was a library, with towering bookshelves reaching the sky, and every book emitted a radiant glow. Whoa, this is so cool. Su Yang wandered around the consciousness space, noticing that each book cover displayed the name and level of a skill. Fireball technique F level, healing technique C level, charge D level. Wait, there are skills here I haven't learned yet. Su Yang approached a bookshelf and found several skill books he had never seen before. Energy camouflage C level, mental shield B level, spatial awareness A level. System, where did these skills come from? These are potential ability data obtained after defeating enemies. Previously, the system's level was too low to display them. Su Yang rubbed his hands together. Can I learn them now? Of course you can. But I must warn you, these skills require slow and painful analysis. Painful? How bad can it be? Su Yang picked up the book Energy Camouflage C level. The pages automatically flipped open, revealing a series of complex symbols and formulas. What the heck is this? The symbols jumped around in Su Yang's mind. Each symbol contained vast amounts of information, making his scalp tingle. This is the true form of a skill. What you used before was just the simplified version. Now you're seeing the professional version. It feels like I'm looking at a combination of advanced mathematics and quantum physics. Su Yang gritted his teeth. But since I have unlimited skills, I'll do unlimited analysis. Data analysis. Mental simulation. Two skills activated simultaneously, and Su Yang's brain entered an overloaded state. In his consciousness, time stretched infinitely. The complex symbols began to decompose, reorganize, and decompose again. Su Yang became like a supercomputer, deducing every detail of the skill at 1 billion times the normal speed. 10 minutes later. Phew. Su Yang opened his eyes, his forehead covered in cold sweat. But his eyes sparkled with excitement. I did it. He raised his right hand, and the energy fluctuations in his palm began to change. From an attribute less energy, it transforms into fire attribute, then ice attribute, followed by lightning attribute. Energy camouflage can perfectly simulate any energy fluctuation not exceeding its own level. This skill is simply amazing. Su Yang clenched his fist. Who will be able to see through my true strength in the future? Congratulations on mastering the C-level skill, Energy Camouflage. Reminder, the true utility of this skill goes far beyond mere camouflage. What do you mean? You can try merging different energy attributes to create entirely new composite skills. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Isn't this the legendary skill fusion? System, why didn't you tell me earlier about such an awesome feature? Your previous level was insufficient. Forcibly activating it would have fried your brain. Thinking about the pain during the earlier analysis, Su Yang deeply understood. So can I now analyze higher-level skills? For example, S-level ones. He looked toward a special area deep within the library. There, the bookshelves were enveloped in golden light, filled with various high-level skills. Space/S level. Time freeze SS level. Causality weapon SSS level. Whoa, there are even SSS level skills. Su Yang walked over. Warning. Your current mental strength is insufficient to analyze skills above S level. Trying won't kill me. He reached out and picked up Space/S level. As soon as he opened the book, his head felt like it was struck by a hammer. The intense pain forced him to immediately exit the library space. Almost fried my brain. He clutched his temples, feeling his heart racing. You were already warned. The data complexity of S-level skills is 1,000 times higher than C-level ones. Forcibly analyzing them will only backfire. Then how can I analyze higher-level skills? Increase your mental strength or find stronger computational support for the system. Computational support? Simply put, find a coprocessor to help share the computational load. Su Yang stroked his chin. You're not talking about that dragon egg, are you? Smart. Dragons are naturally the strongest biological computers. If you can activate it, got it. Su Yang nodded. Looks like waking up that egg needs to be prioritized. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, system, besides skill books, are there other things in the library? Of course. When you eliminate targets, you can also obtain fragments of their memories and knowledge reserves. Memory fragments. Su Yang re-entered the library space. This time, he didn't rush to look at skill books, but carefully observed the surroundings. Soon, he discovered a special bookshelf in the corner. It held various strange books, some resembling parchment scrolls, others stone tablets, and even glowing energy clusters. What are these? Memory fragments, research materials, experimental data, etc. Most are incomplete, but occasionally there are valuable complete records. Su Yang casually picked up a parchment scroll. Written on it was 13 methods to enhance the power of F-level fireball technique. This is useful. He then picked up a stone tablet. Weakness analysis of abyssal creatures. This is good too. Just as he was about to continue searching, a black energy cluster in the corner caught his attention. The energy mass was tightly bound by a chain of special runes, with a striking warning label affixed to it. Extremely dangerous. Do not view. The more forbidden it is, the more I want to know what's inside. Su Yang couldn't resist reaching out to touch the energy mass. Warning. This data involves forbidden knowledge. Viewing it may lead to unpredictable consequences. What forbidden knowledge? Sounds so mysterious. Su Yang's curiosity was instantly ignited, and without hesitation, he activated the data analysis function. The rune chains on the surface of the energy mass began to loosen slowly. Moments later, a line of text appeared clearly before Su Yang's eyes. Feasibility report on soul grafting, soul grafting? Su Yang's heart pounded violently. Wasn't this the key technology to awaken his sister, Su Shui? System, where did this data come from? He asked urgently. Source: Memory fragments of Dr. Blood, a high-ranking researcher of the God-Eater cult. Warning: this individual conducted numerous unethical human experiments. The research data is extremely dangerous. Su Yang gritted his teeth. What did danger matter? For his sister, he would go to hell if necessary. I want to see this data. Strongly advising the host to reconsider. Soul grafting involves the laws of life and death. If anything goes wrong, the consequences will be unimaginable. I've already made up my mind. Su Yang reached out and touched the energy mass. In the next second, countless bloody and cruel images flooded his mind. Screams echoed from the laboratory, scenes of dismembered corpses, and the cold smile of that mad scientist. Ugh! Su Yang suppressed his nausea and continued to read the data. Theoretical foundations of soul grafting, life energy transfer technology, consciousness overlay experiment records. Each piece of data sent chills down his spine. Yet, at the same time, it gave him hope. So, soul grafting is actually possible. A complex light flashed in Su Yang's eyes. This data not only provided him with a way to awaken his sister, but also revealed the darkness of this path. Dr. Blood's experiments may have succeeded, but the cost was countless innocent lives. What does the host intend to do? I'll find a better way, Su Yang said firmly. I will never be like that lunatic, sacrificing others' lives to achieve my goals. Your resolve is commendable, but the host must be cautious. If this knowledge leaks, countless people will covet it. I understand. Su Yang exited the library space, but his emotions remained unsettled for a long time. He now possessed the key technology to awaken his sister, but the darkness behind it weighed heavily on him. It seems I must become stronger. He gazed out at the night sky, not only to guard this secret, but also to wait for the best opportunity to act. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a familiar mental fluctuation. Again, Su Yang frowned. This was the second time tonight he had felt someone watching him. And this time, the mental force was stronger, carrying a clear hostility. It seems someone is secretly targeting me. A cold smile appeared on Su Yang's lips. If the other party wanted to play dirty, he would play along. Now, with the powerful skill energy camouflage at his disposal, hiding his strength was effortless. Let me see who's behind all this mischief. The morning sunlight streamed through the dormitory window, falling on Su Yang's face. He opened his eyes, his mind still replaying the bloody information from last night. Soul grafting, Su Yang murmured softly. The theory is there, but to put it into practice, I still need a suitable vessel. And that vessel was quietly lying in the Academy's treasury. After freshening up, Su Yang headed straight for the treasury. The War Academy's treasury was located 3 floors underground, heavily guarded. Layers of energy barriers and surveillance devices made it as secure as a bank vault. Student Su Yang, requesting to retrieve personal spoils of war, dragon egg fossil. Su Yang presented his ID badge to the guard. After scanning it, the guard nodded, "Follow me." Passing through one security door after another, Su Yang finally reached the depths of the treasury. The room was filled with various precious treasures, each emitting faint energy fluctuations. Here it is. The guard pointed to a transparent display case in the corner. Su Yang's gaze fell on the dragon egg fossil. His emotions mixed. The so-called dragon egg looked more like a giant river stone. Its surface was pitted and dull, a lifeless grayish-brown. Is this thing really a dragon egg? Su Yang couldn't help but complain. It looks more like a random rock picked up from the roadside. The treasury administrator, an elderly man with white hair, shook his head at Su Yang's remark. Don't underestimate this egg. It was a major discovery unearthed by the archaeological team years ago. Although its life force has vanished, its internal energy structure remains intact. As he spoke, the old man took out a detection device. See? It may look unimpressive on the outside, but its internal energy density is equivalent to a great equipment. However what? Su Yang asked. It's just that it's already dead, the old man sighed. The dragon race may have immense vitality, but this egg has been buried underground for at least 10,000 years. Even a true dragon couldn't survive in such conditions. Su Yang nodded, outwardly agreeing with the old man's words, but inwardly, he was secretly smiling. Dead? That is not necessarily the case. I'd like to take a closer look, Su Yang requested. The old man frowned. Kid, this isn't a joke. The internal structure of the dragon egg fossil is extremely fragile. Any forced inspection could cause it to shatter completely. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. Su Yang patted his chest in assurance. I just want to touch it. After all, it's my spoils of war. The old man hesitated for a moment before finally opening the display case. All right, but you can only look. No using any detection skills. No problem. Su Yang approached the dragon egg and slowly extended his hand. The moment his palm touched the surface of the egg, a strange sensation surged through him. Cold, rough, completely devoid of any sign of life. Yet amidst this lifelessness, Su Yang faintly sensed a weak pulse. System, can you detect any signs of life? Scanning. Host, the life characteristics of this object are so faint they are nearly undetectable. By conventional standards, it is indeed classified as dead. Then let us try unconventional methods. Su Yang's lips curled into a slight smile as he quietly activated life force perception. This was an F-grade basic skill, typically used to detect nearby life forms. But through relentless practice, Su Yang had honed its precision to the extreme. Once, twice, 3 times. Su Yang continuously cast life aura perception, as if using a magnifying glass to meticulously search every corner inside the dragon egg. What is this kid doing? The elder muttered, puzzled, as he watched Su Yang. In his perception, Su Yang was simply placing his hand quietly on the dragon egg without releasing any skills. In reality, Su Yang's life aura perception was so subtle that the elder couldn't detect it at all. After more than 10 minutes, a flash of surprise suddenly appeared in Su Yang's eyes. Found it. Deep within the dragon egg, he sensed an extremely faint life force, like a candle about to go out, emitting its last glimmer of light in the darkness. It's still alive. Su Yang was shocked. This was a dragon egg buried for tens of thousands of years. Even with the incredible vitality of a true dragon, retaining even a trace of life in such an environment was nothing short of a miracle. But sensing it wasn't enough, he needed to find a way to reignite this life force. Su Yang switched tactics and began using Healing Spell. Also an F-grade skill, it could be cast repeatedly without limit. The gentle healing energy fell like spring rain, slowly permeating the dragon egg. The elder squinted, sensing that something was off. Although he couldn't perceive Su Yang using any skills, the surface of the dragon egg seemed to be undergoing subtle changes. The previously dull surface now showed a faint sheen. What is this? The elder rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. But as time passed, the changes became increasingly apparent. The cracks on the dragon egg's surface began to close, and its color shifted from ashen gray to a pale green. Kid, what exactly did you do? The elder couldn't help but ask. Su Yang feigned innocence. I didn't do anything, just touched it a bit. Just touching it can restore vitality to a dragon egg? Do you think I'm a child? The elder hurriedly took out various instruments to scan the dragon egg. The results left him stunned. All the instruments still showed 0 life signs, but the changes in the dragon egg were undeniably real. This doesn't make sense. The elder scratched his head. Su Yang secretly chuckled but maintained a puzzled expression. Maybe my hands are just warm. Don't joke around. The elder rolled his eyes. Even the body temperature of a fire element awakener couldn't possibly cause such changes in a dragon egg. At that moment, Su Yang sensed the life flame within the dragon egg slowly recovering. Although still weak, it was much stronger than when he first found it. However, he also noticed a problem. The energy from Healing Spell alone was far from enough to fully awaken the dragon egg. It required a more powerful, primal source of creative energy. System, any suggestions? Based on analysis, the host requires energy at the level of Earth Vein Essence to activate the dragon egg. It is recommended to explore the depths of the Academy's Gravity Training Tower. Su Yang's eyes lit up. The Gravity Training Tower was a facility at the Academy used for physical training. He hadn't expected the depths to contain Earth Vein Essence. Looks like I'll have to find a way to check it out. Su Yang withdrew his hand and said to the elder, "Thank you for letting me observe. I'm satisfied now." The elder stared at the now glossy dragon egg, full of confusion. "Kid, are you sure you didn't do anything?" "I really didn't do anything," Su Yang said with a blink. Maybe I just got lucky and moved the dragon egg emotionally. Moved the dragon egg emotionally. The elder's mouth twitched. That's the most ridiculous excuse I've ever heard. But no matter what, since the detector showed everything was normal, the old man could only put the dragon egg away again. After leaving the treasure vault, Su Yang headed straight for the gravity training tower. When he saw the fee schedule there, he was utterly disheartened. Entering the deeper levels costs 10,000 credits. Su Yang stared at the price list, feeling as if his heart had been ruthlessly squeezed. He currently had only 2,000 credits in total, not even close to enough. This is practically killing me. Just as Su Yang was fretting, his communicator suddenly rang. Brother Yang, big news. Wang Hao shouted excitedly. I found a way to earn credits quickly. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Tell me. There are tons of low-level tasks in the mission hall that no one is taking. Each one doesn't give many credits, but there are so many of them. And Wang Hao's voice suddenly turned mysterious. I found a few tasks that are particularly strange. They look really simple, but the credit rewards are unusually high. Feels like there's something fishy behind them. Su Yang became intrigued. What tasks? Come over and see for yourself. I guarantee you'll be shocked. The mission hall was bustling with noise. On the massive holographic screen, countless mission details were densely displayed. S-Class Beast Blood Python King. Reward, 500,000 credits. Explore the depths of an unknown rift. Reward, 800,000 credits. Escort a caravan through the Death Desert. Reward, 300,000 credits. Each mission gleamed with tempting allure, while also marked with terrifyingly high mortality rates. Wang Hao excitedly pulled Su Yang toward the popular hunting area. Boss, look at this. Hunt the A-Class Beast Ironclad Berserk Bear. Reward, 200,000 credits. Though the mortality rate is a bit high, 99.7%, but we have your no cooldown skill. Su Yang, however, stopped in his tracks. His gaze bypassed those high-reward missions and landed in a dusty corner. Technology and Research section. This area was desolate, with only a few bespectacled academic types occasionally passing by, glancing at it before shaking their heads and leaving. Boss. Wang Hao followed curiously. Why are you going there? Those are all shut-in tasks time-consuming, labor-intensive, and the credits are low. A sly smile appeared on Su Yang's lips. With his no cooldown skill, what task could possibly be considered time-consuming and labor-intensive? He walked straight to the task board and glanced at the details of the dust-covered missions. Repair damaged rune devices. 300 ancient rune devices urgently need repair. Reward, 500 credits per device. Requirements. Mental strength C level or above, basic knowledge of rhenology. Estimated time, 3-6 months. Martial technique deduction and completion. 500 incomplete martial techniques need deduction and completion. Reward, 800 credits per technique. Requirements. Profound theoretical knowledge of martial techniques. Estimated time, 1-2 years. Separation of exotic energies. 1,000 samples of mixed exotic energies need to be separated and purified. Reward, 300 credits per sample. Requirements. Mastery of advanced energy manipulation techniques. Estimated time, 6 months or more. Wang Hao was dizzy just looking at them. Boss, are you crazy? These tasks combined would take years, and they require all sorts of specialized knowledge. Years? Su Yang smiled faintly and directly clicked accept on each task. Ding. Detected that student Su Yang has simultaneously accepted 3 high-difficulty technical tasks. Please confirm whether to proceed. Warning. Simultaneously undertaking multiple technical tasks may result in failure, and corresponding credits will be deducted as penalty for breach of contract. Su Yang clicked confirm without hesitation. The task hall instantly fell silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing, staring in shock. Damn. Someone took all the big tasks in the tech zone. ISNT that the guy who failed his awakening? Has he gone mad? Those 3 tasks combined would take 10 years. Is he tired of having too many credits? Mocking voices rose one after another. Even the task hall administrator couldn't help but walk over. Student, are you sure you want to take on these tasks? These are technical challenges even graduate students wouldn't dare touch, I'm sure. Su Yang nodded. May I ask where the laboratory is? 7th floor, East Wing. But the administrator wanted to say more, but Su Yang had already turned and left. Wang Hao followed behind him, almost in tears. Boss, we worked so hard to save up those credits, and now they're all gone. Relax. Su Yang didn't even look back. Tomorrow, you'll understand what a credit harvesting machine is. 7th floor, East Wing Laboratory. This place was usually deserted, visited only occasionally by a few research-obsessed top students. Su Yang pushed open the door to Lab 306, which was filled with various precision instruments and experiment tables. In the corner were 3 large boxes of damaged rune devices. The bookshelves were packed with incomplete technique scrolls, and the experiment tables were lined with sample bottles filled with mixed energy. This was the impossible task he had just accepted. Let us begin. Su Yang flexed his wrists and walked toward the pile of rune devices. He casually picked up a damaged protective talisman, an ancient defensive rune device whose core rune array was more than half broken. According to standard procedures, repairing such a rune device would require first analyzing the original structure of the rune array, then locating the breakpoints, carefully engraving the runes with mental power, and finally injecting energy to activate it. The entire process would take at least 2 to 3 hours. But Su Yang directly activated rune repair technique. This was an F-level auxiliary skill he had learned in the library, which under normal circumstances could only repair the simplest rune damage. Skill stacking infinitely gentle rune light surged from Su Yang's hands, instantly enveloping the entire protective talisman. The broken rune array began to rapidly heal. The missing rune strokes were perfectly restored, and even years of wear and tear were renewed as if brand new. 3 seconds later, a glowing rune device appeared in Su Yang's hand. Next, he picked up the second damaged rune device. 3 seconds to repair. Third device. 3 seconds to repair. Fourth device. Time ticked by. Su Yang worked like an unceasing repair machine, solving these technical challenges at an astonishing speed. 2 hours later, all 300 rune devices were fully repaired. Next was technique deduction. Su Yang picked up an incomplete copy of Fierce Wind Palm. The latter half of this technique was missing, and normal deduction would require profound theoretical knowledge and extensive verification time. But Su Yang directly activated technique deduction technique. Similarly, an F-level skill, under normal circumstances it could only deduce the most basic technique variations. Skill stacking infinitely. Su Yang's mental power operated at high speed, countless possible technique evolutions flashing through his mind. 5 minutes later, a complete copy of Fierce Wind Palm, Ultimate Edition, appeared in his hands. Not only had the missing parts been restored, but the original moves were also optimized in structure. Next was energy separation. Energy separation technique activated. A sample containing 5 different types of energy was instantly separated into 5 pure energy clusters in Su Yang's hands. The entire process was so fast it left people dazzled. Late at night, the lights in the laboratory were still on. Su Yang looked at the mountain of results in front of him. 300 radiant rune devices, 500 perfectly completed cultivation techniques, and 1,000 pure energy samples. Done. He stretched lazily, ready to submit the tasks. Just then, the laboratory door was suddenly pushed open. Who's in here? It's so late, and you're still. Xiao Ningxuan's voice abruptly stopped. She froze in place as she took in the scene inside the lab. You did all this? Just passing by? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Or did you come specifically to see me make a fool of myself? Xiao Ningxuan walked into the lab and picked up a rune device to examine it closely. As the daughter of a wealthy tycoon, she had seen countless top-tier rune devices, but the perfection of the one in her hand left her in disbelief. This level of repair precision, even a rune master couldn't achieve this, right? You're too kind. Su Yang shrugged. This is just basic work. Xiao Ningxuan flipped open a cultivation technique book, her expression complicated. The level of deduction displayed here had already surpassed most of the professors at the academy. Who are you? Su Yang. An angry voice came from outside the door. Lei Xing stormed in with several student council members, his face dark. I knew you were up to something. He pointed at Su Yang. Completing 3 technical tasks in one day? Do you think we're idiots? What do you mean? Su Yang asked calmly. The task hall system just crashed because of your task settlement. Lei Xing gritted his teeth. 150,000 credits instantly transferred to your account. This has to be a system glitch. Or, he sneered, you're cheating. The atmosphere in the lab instantly grew tense. Xia Ningxuang frowned. Lei Xing, do you have any evidence? Evidence. Lei Xing sneered. The fact that a failure like him, someone who couldn't even awaken, could complete these tasks in a day is evidence enough. He turned to the student council members. According to academy regulations, any student suspected of cheating will have their credits frozen pending investigation. Ding. Your credit account has been frozen. The system notification sounded. Su Yang's expression remained calm. And then, Lei Xing smirked triumphantly. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., in the academy's largest lecture hall, there will be a public verification. If you can't prove your innocence. He paused, a malicious smile spreading across his face. Prepare to be expelled. Lei Xing left the lab with his group. Xia Ningxuang looked at Su Yang, her expression complicated. Can you really pull this off? Su Yang turned back, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Want to see a good show? Make sure to grab a front row seat tomorrow. I'm going to show some people what it means to be utterly crushed. The next morning, the largest lecture hall in the War Academy was packed. Not only students, but also many professors had come. Even faculty and students from other academies had heard the news and gathered. Su Yang pushed the door open, and the room instantly fell silent. Hundreds of eyes turned to him in unison, many filled with anticipation for the drama to unfold. He's here. The main character of the day has finally arrived. He actually dared to show up. Let's see how he plans to spin his lies. Su Yang glanced at the crowd below, a faint smile playing on his lips. On the stage, various equipment and materials had already been prepared. Lei Xing stood at the forefront, accompanied by several authoritative figures from the academy. Su Yang, Lei Xing's voice echoed sharply through the loudspeaker. Since you're here, let's begin. He pointed to the 3 items on the stage: rune device repair, technique deduction, energy separation. Complete them on site, under everyone's supervision. Su Yang stepped onto the stage, casually glancing at the items. The rune device was a severely damaged arm guard, its surface covered with intricate rune circuits, at least half of which were broken. The technique was an incomplete manual of the flowing cloud sword technique, missing a third of its content. The energy sample was a chaotic 7-colored orb, with 7 different types of energy violently colliding within. Just these. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. His words caused an uproar among the audience. Whoa, is he really that arrogant? What's he showing off for? He'll be exposed sooner or later. I bet he won't last 5 minutes. Lei Xing sneered. Since you're so confident, let's begin. You have 1 hour to complete all 3 tasks. 1 hour. Su Yang chuckled. That's too long. He stretched lazily. 10 minutes is enough for me. The audience erupted in disbelief. Even some professors shook their heads. The difficulty of these tasks would take them at least half a day to complete. Arrogant. Lei Xing was furious. Since you said so, 10 minutes it is. If I can't finish, I'll leave the academy myself, Su Yang interrupted. But if I do finish? Impossible, Lei Xing declared. If you really manage to do it, He hesitated. I'll apologize to you in front of the entire academy. Deal. Su Yang walked to the first workstation and picked up the damaged arm guard. Activating rune repair technique, countless repair plans flashed through his mind, and the optimal solution was instantly locked in. However, he didn't start immediately. Instead, he turned to the audience. Everyone, since you're all here, why don't I give you a lesson? The audience murmured in confusion. What was this guy up to? Su Yang held up the arm guard. This is a C-grade defensive rune device, with the core being the resilience rune matrix. Do you see these broken rune lines? His voice carried through the loudspeaker to the entire crowd. The first break is here, at the 7th energy node. The key to repair isn't simply reconnecting the lines, but restoring the correct energy flow. The artifact refinement students exchanged glances. They understood the theory, but executing it was another matter entirely. Now, I'll use structural perspective to analyze the internal structure. Su Yang's eyes glowed, and the interior of the arm guard became transparent. Interesting. The designer of this arm guard was quite clever. They hid a backup circuit at the 12th node. Gasps erupted from the audience. Even the head of the artifact refinement department was stunned. He had studied this arm guard for 3 days and nights without discovering this secret. Su Yang continued. So the correct steps for repair are as follows. Step 1. Activate the backup circuit. As he spoke, he operated on the arm guard. With the cooldown-free enhancement of rune repair technique, the broken rune lines began to mend visibly. Step 2. Recalibrate the energy frequency. Step 3. Optimize the rune arrangement to improve overall efficiency. The students in the audience were captivated. This wasn't just rune device repair, it was a top-tier academic lecture. Even more astonishing, the surface of the arm guard began to emit a radiant glow. Impossible. The head of the artifact refining department abruptly stood up, his eyes filled with shock. This arm guard had been under their research for an entire semester, and they still hadn't managed to repair it. 3 minutes. Su Yang put down the arm guard and clapped his hands. First task completed. The runes on the arm guard's surface glowed, the energy flow was stable, and it was even more perfect than when it was brand new. The audience was dead silent. Su Yang walked to the second workstation and picked up the incomplete manual of the flowing cloud sword technique. Next is technique deduction. He opened the book. The missing content of this sword technique is from the 4th to the 6th level. But, he smiled, the author left enough clues in the first 3 levels. Technique deduction skill activated. Countless possibilities for the technique played out in his mind, and the version most aligned with the original author's intent quickly emerged. Everyone, look at the final move of the 3rd level. Flowing clouds return to the sea. There's a detail in the finishing motion. Su Yang began to analyze the internal logic of the technique in detail, from the continuity of the moves to the flow of inner energy, explaining every detail with absolute clarity. The students from the martial techniques department were dumbfounded. This level of analysis surpassed that of most professors. Another 3 minutes passed. A complete flowing cloud sword technique, perfect edition, appeared in Su Yang's hands. Not only had he filled in the missing parts, but he had also improved the original moves. Second task completed. Someone in the audience started clapping, but the applause quickly stopped, because there was still one final task. Su Yang walked to the 3rd workstation and stared at the 7-colored energy sphere. Energy separation. He pondered for a moment. This is quite interesting. The 7 different types of energy within the sphere were violently colliding, and even the slightest mistake could cause an explosion. Normally, energy separation required specialized equipment, and the process was both slow and complex. But Su Yang simply extended his hand. Everyone, let me show you what direct brute force means. Energy separation skill activated. As his hand approached the sphere, the 7 types of energy instantly calmed down, then condensed into 7 smaller spheres. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Third task completed. Su Yang withdrew his hand. Total time, 8 minutes and 42 seconds. The room fell into a deathly silence. Then, holy crap, unbelievable. Is this even humanly possible? Thunderous applause erupted, deafeningly loud. Many students even stood up to clap. Lei Xing's face turned pale, his body swaying unsteadily. Su Yang turned to face him, his smile radiant. Senior Lei, if I recall correctly, you said earlier that you'd apologize if I succeeded? Lei Xing's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Apologize. Some students in the audience began to jeer. Apologize. Apologize. The voices grew louder and more unified. Lei Xing's face alternated between green and white. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Too quiet. I can't hear you. Su Yang cupped his hand to his ear, pretending to listen. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Lei Xing practically shouted. The audience erupted into even louder applause and cheers. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the crowd. Everyone, any other questions? Su Yang. Su Yang. Su Yang. Someone started chanting his name, and soon the entire classroom joined in. At that moment, Su Yang's communicator rang. Teacher Qin. Impressive performance. However, the value you've revealed will also make you a more obvious target. Over there, He Tian has already started preparing to use unconventional methods against you. Be careful. Su Yang looked at the message, his gaze icy. Unconventional methods? Interesting. He glanced at the cheering crowd below the stage, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. It seemed the real challenge was just beginning. Leaving the martial arts department building, Su-young headed straight for the Academy's forbidden zone, the Gravity Tower. This 300-meter-tall structure was one of the core facilities of the War Academy. The gravity field inside the tower could be adjusted to 50 times Earth's gravity, specifically designed to train advanced awakeners. At the tower's lowest level was the energy center connected to the Earth's energy source. Su-young, are you sure you want to activate the Dragon Egg now? At the entrance to the Gravity Tower, a middle-aged mentor was making a final confirmation. This mentor, named Chen Wu, was an A-level Earth element ability user responsible for the daily maintenance of the Gravity Tower. When Qin Yashuan submitted Su Yang's special application, he almost mistook it for a joke. A freshman who had just enrolled was requesting to enter the Earth's energy source layer to activate a dragon egg? That was crazier than saying you wanted to roast sweet potatoes on the sun. Of course. Su-young nodded. Is there a problem? There's a huge problem. Chen Wu smiled wryly. The energy concentration of the Earth's energy source is 1,000 times that of the outside world, and it's extremely unstable. Even S-level ability users can only stay inside for 10 minutes. He glanced at Su Yang's file. F-level ability user would be torn to shreds by the energy impact in just 3 seconds. Don't worry, I have a way. Su-young patted the dragon egg in his backpack, secretly amused. A way? The truth was, he simply wasn't afraid. The Earth's energy source's violent energy? Wasn't that just a free power bank? Since Professor Qin has already approved it. Chen Wu shook his head helplessly. I'll do my best to protect you, but you must wear this protective suit. He handed over a heavy silver-white protective suit covered in intricate rune circuits. This is the Academy's latest Earth Energy Protective Suit, capable of blocking 90% of energy impacts. Even so, you can't stay inside for more than 5 minutes. Su-young took the protective suit and weighed it in his hands. This thing must weigh at least 50 kilograms. Wearing it, activating the dragon egg would be difficult, let alone walking. Mentor, can I not wear this? Not wear it. Chen Wu's eyes widened. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I have my own protective measures, Su-young said seriously. Besides, this suit is too heavy, it will affect my operations. Chen Wu was silent for a few seconds before finally sighing. Fine, but I must follow you the entire time. If there's any danger, I'll pull you out immediately. No problem. The two took a dedicated elevator and descended. The internal structure of the gravity tower was extremely complex with each level down. The gravity multiplied by 5. By the 10th level, Su-young was already feeling the pressure of 50 times gravity. In such an environment, ordinary people would struggle just to stand upright. Yet Su-yang's steps remained light, and he even had the leisure to admire the scenery along the way. Gravity adaptation, a D-level skill, under the unlimited release enhancement, allowed his body to fully adapt to the changes in gravity. Truly a genius who can shine in the martial arts department. Chen Wu nodded to himself. Just his physical condition alone is far beyond that of ordinary F-level ability users. The elevator continued to descend. 15th level, 75 times gravity. 20th level, 100 times gravity. Chen Wu's expression turned serious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Su-young, however, leisurely scrolled through his phone. Su-young, Chen Wu couldn't help but ask, do you really not feel any pressure? Not really. Su-young looked up and said, it's just like carrying a backpack. Chen Wu, a backpack? This is 100 times gravity. Do you think you're Superman? Finally, the elevator reached the bottom level. The elevator doors slowly opened, and a wave of scorching heat rushed in. This was the core area of the gravity tower, one of the most dangerous places in the Academy. Inside the vast space, thick energy conduits extended from all directions, converging at a massive magic array in the center. At the heart of the array was a deep pit with a diameter of 10 meters. The bottom of the pit was so deep it couldn't be seen, but faint orange-red light flickered within. That was the entrance to the Earth Vein's source. Can you feel it? Chen Wu's voice was heavy. The energy concentration here has already reached its limit. Even I have to maintain a constant defensive state. A yellowish-brown glow lit up on his body. and a layer of heavy rock armor covered him entirely. Su Yang nodded, indeed feeling it. The energy concentration here was more than 1,000 times higher than the outside world. The air was filled with violent elemental fluctuations, like countless invisible blades dancing chaotically. An ordinary person would be torn to shreds within 3 seconds here. But Su Yang's lips curved slightly upward. Energy harmonization activated. Energy absorption activated. In an instant, the violent energy fluctuations around them calmed down. The previously turbulent elemental currents became as gentle as water around Su Yang. Chen Wu's eyes widened. How is this possible? He saw with his own eyes that the energy currents, which even he had to cautiously deal with, automatically avoided Su Yang as they approached him. It was as if there was an invisible protective shield around Su Yang. Nothing's impossible, Su Yang shrugged. Just a little trick. A little trick? Chen Wu felt his worldview completely overturned. This level of energy control was something even an S-class energy type ability user couldn't achieve. Su Yang ignored Chen Wu's shock and walked to the edge of the pit. He took out the dragon egg and carefully examined the patterns on its shell. After this period of meticulous care, the dragon egg's life aura had stabilized significantly. But to fully activate it, a large amount of pure life energy was still needed. And the earth vein source was the best energy source for this. I'm going down, Su Yang said to Chen Wu. What? Down there? Chen Wu almost jumped up. Are you crazy? Below is the core area of the earth vein's source. The energy concentration there is 10 times higher than here. I know, Su Yang smiled. That's why I need to go down. With that, he leapt forward and jumped directly into the pit. Su Yang, Chen Wu exclaimed in shock and quickly followed him down. Inside the pit was an even larger underground space. Countless energy light bands intertwined in the air, creating dazzling light and shadows. At the center of the space, a massive red crystal floated in midair. That was the core of the earth veins, sourced the earth vein heart. So beautiful. Su Yang couldn't help but marvel. The next second, his expression turned serious. A strong sense of malice emanated from ahead. Below the earth vein heart, a pair of enormous eyes slowly opened. It was a giant lizard over 30 meters long, its body covered in fiery red scales. The Earth Fire Lizard King, an A-class peak-level beast, had been slumbering here for years, only to be abruptly awakened by the intrusion of humans. Roar! A deafening roar echoed as the Earth Fire Lizard King rose in fury. It opened its massive, blood-red maw, and scorching flames began to gather within. It's over. Chen Wu's face turned pale. It's the Earth Fire Lizard King. How could this thing be here? He immediately activated his strongest defensive skill and shouted, Su Yang, run! But Su Yang didn't move. He quietly observed the enraged beast, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. An A-rank peak. He murmured softly. Perfect to test out my new skill. Fear Stare activated. This was a skill he had recently acquired from a D-rank psychic beast, originally capable of inducing brief fear only in enemies of the same rank. But with the boost of unlimited activation, the Earth Fire Lizard King's movements abruptly halted. For the first time, its fierce eyes revealed a deep, primal fear. In its perception, Su Yang was no longer an ordinary boy. He had transformed into an incomprehensibly powerful being, like a demon god from the abyss, whose mere gaze exuded a lethal threat. Roar! The Earth Fire Lizard King let out a trembling growl, then crouched low to the ground, not daring to move. Chen Wu was dumbfounded. The mighty A-rank peak Earth Fire Lizard King, terrified by the gaze of an F-rank ability user? What kind of sorcery was this? Su Yang nodded in satisfaction and walked toward the heart of the earth vein. He gently stroked the surface of the dragon egg, speaking softly. Little one, you'll be out soon. Life energy conversion activated. The violent energy within the earth vein's core became gentle and pure under Su Yang's guidance, slowly infusing into the dragon egg. Fine golden cracks began to appear on the egg's surface. A new life was about to emerge. At that moment, Su Yang's system chimed in with a notification. Ding! Detected pure, blooded dragon life form. Would you like to initiate soul binding? Binding will allow talent sharing. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Talent sharing? That sounded interesting. Without hesitation, he chose soul binding. A beam of golden light burst forth from the dragon egg, illuminating the entire underground chamber. The cracks on the egg's surface grew more numerous and larger. Crack! A crisp sound signaled the breaking of the shell. A palm-sized baby dragon, covered in golden scales, poked its head out. Its eyes were pure gold, like two gemstones. The tiny creature exuded a faint dragon aura, though just a hatchling. It carried an innate noble presence. Chirp! The baby dragon let out a soft, innocent cry, curiously taking in the world around it. When its gaze fell on Su Yang, its eyes showed intimacy and dependence. Master! A tender voice echoed directly in Su Yang's mind. He froze for a moment, realizing this was the mental connection brought about by the soul binding. The baby dragon happily climbed out of its shell, leaping onto Su Yang's palm and affectionately nuzzling his fingers. Ding! Binding successful. Acquired shared talents. A rank dragon's might. F rank fire breath. Seeing the system notification, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. The mighty dragon race, and it only shared an F rank fire breath skill? How embarrassing for the dragons. Little one, your fire breath talent is a bit weak, Su Yang teased. Xiaolong understood and immediately puffed up its little cheeks unhappily, looking at Su Yang with its golden eyes full of grievance. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It cried anxiously, trying to defend itself. Su Yang's heart stirred. Since it was an F-level skill, his system should allow unlimited usage. Come, let's try this. Su Yang cast Growth Encouragement on Xiaolong. This was a skill he had previously acquired from a C-level support-type beast, originally meant to temporarily enhance a target's ability. But with the system's unlimited casting, soft green light enveloped Xiaolong. It squinted its eyes in comfort, purring contentedly. Then, it opened its little mouth. Whoosh! A massive golden fireball, 3 meters in diameter, shot out of Xiaolong's mouth, radiating terrifying heat. Boom! The fireball struck the ground, melting a large crater. Its power was comparable to an A-level explosive flame technique. Holy crap! Chunwu was dumbfounded. This is still F-level fire breathing. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. As expected, with the system's enhancement, even F-level skills could unleash astonishing power. Xiaolong's potential far exceeded what the system displayed. At that moment, the entire underground space shook violently. The energy fluctuations from Xiaolong's hatching had been too intense, even reaching the surface. Not good. Chenwu's face changed drastically. Such a commotion will definitely alert the Academy's higher-ups. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful spiritual force swept through the underground space. Moments later, several figures descended from above, landing at the edge of the crater. Leading them was a tall, imposing middle-aged man with a stern expression and an overwhelming aura. It was none other than He Tian, the Vice Dean of the War Academy. Several instructors followed closely behind him. Student Su Yang, what are you doing down here? He Tian's voice came from above, laced with suspicion. Su Yang looked up, his heart sinking. With He Tian's strength, he had undoubtedly already sensed Xiaolong's presence. Sure enough, He Tian's gaze quickly locked onto the little dragon in Su Yang's hands. When he got a clear look at Xiaolong, a flash of greed appeared in his eyes. A dragon hatchling? He Tian was both shocked and ecstatic. It's actually a pure-blooded dragon. The instructors behind him also widened their eyes in disbelief. Dragons were legendary, mysterious creatures. Even the most ordinary dragon, once fully grown, would at least be an S-level powerhouse. The little dragon before them had incomparably pure blood, with limitless potential for the future. Student Su Yang, He Tian suppressed his excitement, his tone becoming friendly. This little dragon is very dangerous. As a student, you can't control it. For everyone's safety, I suggest you hand it over to the Academy for centralized management. Su Yang sneered. Centralized management? That was just a euphemism for taking the dragon away. Sorry, Vice Dean, Su Yang said firmly. This is my partner. I won't hand it over to anyone. How dare you? He Tian's face darkened immediately. You're just an F-level student, and you dare defy my orders? He unleashed the pressure of an A-level peak powerhouse, making it almost impossible for Su Yang to breathe. Most people would have fallen to their knees under such pressure. But Su Yang stood firm, unmoving. As the oppressive force descended, Xiao Long let out an angry roar. Roar! The dragons, a level might clashed head-on with He Tian's pressure. The two forces collided violently in the air, their energy fluctuations visible to the naked eye in the end. He Tian's oppressive aura was completely neutralized. His expression grew even darker. A newly hatched dragon possessing such power? This only strengthened his resolve to seize the dragon. Su Yang, don't be ungrateful, He Tian said coldly. If the newborn dragon isn't handled properly, it could bring great trouble to the academy. This is a responsibility you, as a student, cannot bear. I'll say it again, hand over the dragon immediately. Su Yang was about to retort when he suddenly sensed a familiar presence. You dare to snatch something from my student? A dignified elder's voice rang out. A frail old man appeared at the edge of the pit. It was Elder Qin. His eyes flashed with surprise when he saw the dragon in Su Yang's hands, but he quickly regained his composure. Elder Qin. He Tian's expression shifted slightly. This concerns the academy's safety, it's not a personal matter. Safety? Elder Qin sneered. I think you're more interested in the value of this dragon. A pureblood dragon, no wonder you're tempted. He Tian's face turned ashen. Elder Qin's words were practically exposing him in public. Elder Qin, don't go too far. He Tian roared. As the vice principal, I have a duty to protect the academy's safety. Then let the principal decide, Elder Qin replied. As the two faced off, He Tian smirked and pulled out a red document. Since you're unwilling to cooperate, don't blame me for taking action. The document read, Order from the Martial Alliance Education Oversight Department. Due to recent unexplained energy incidents at the academy, the Oversight Department has dispatched a special investigation team. Team Leader Thunder Punishment. Expected arrival, tomorrow. Elder Qin's expression grew serious. Thunder Punishment was infamous within the Alliance for being a strict and ruthless figure. His methods were harsh and unyielding. Anyone targeted by him rarely escaped unscathed. Seeing Elder Qin's reaction, He Tian smiled smugly. Elder Qin, Thunder Punishment will arrive tomorrow. By then, all violations will be thoroughly investigated. Tell me, how do you think Thunder Punishment will handle an F-ranked student who privately contracts a dragon? Su Yang's heart sank. It seemed He Tian had planned this all along, even going so far as to involve external forces against him. But he would never back down. The dragon was his partner, and no one could take it away. At exactly 3 p.m., a pitch-black military aircraft slowly landed in the central plaza of the War Academy. As the cabin door opened, a terrifying aura swept across the area. It was the pure pressure of an S-ranked powerhouse, making it difficult for the teachers and students to breathe. Is this the legendary Thunder Punishment? The aura of an S-ranked National Guardian is terrifying. I heard that when he gets angry, nothing grows within a 10-mile radius. The students watched from afar, their faces pale. A tall man stepped out of the aircraft, around 40 years old, with short silver hair glinting in the sunlight. He wore the black uniform of the investigation team, with a lightning badge on his chest. The most striking feature was his eyes, which seemed to contain lightning, their piercing gaze shaking one's very soul. This was the leader of the Alliance's Special Investigation Team, the S-ranked National Guardian codenamed Thunder Punishment, Lei Zhentian. Lord Thunder Punishment, Su Yang lives in that villa over there, He Tian said obsequiously, pointing to a nearby, standalone villa. Based on my investigation, Su Yang's actions are indeed suspicious. Within a few days, he not only repaired an S-ranked artifact, but also activated a legendary dragon egg. Such abilities are far beyond what an F-ranked awakener should possess. Lei Zhentian's expression remained cold as he nodded. Seal off the area and begin the investigation. As soon as the words fell, dozens of investigation team members swiftly moved to surround Su Yang's villa. Inside the villa, Su Yang lay on the sofa, holding a small golden dragon in his arms. While gently stroking it, he scrolled through his phone. Young master, a lot of people have arrived outside, and one of them is particularly formidable. The small golden dragon reminded him in a soft, sweet voice. I know. Su Yang calmly patted the little dragon's head. Their intentions aren't good, but it doesn't matter. If they come, we'll deal with them. Let them come. The doorbell suddenly rang. Su Yang got up to open the door, and was met with Lei Jintian's stern face. Su Yang, I am Lei Jintian, the leader of the Alliance investigation team. We need your cooperation for an investigation, Lei Jintian said in a deep, commanding voice, exuding an overwhelming S-class pressure. This aura bore down on Su Yang like a mountain, enough to make an ordinary awakened individual immediately kneel and beg for mercy. But Su Yang remained unfazed. With his dragon might, talent, and formidable mental strength, this level of pressure was no more than a breeze brushing past his face. An investigation? Su Yang raised an eyebrow, his expression calm. Fine, but I have one condition. Lei Jintian frowned. This young man was completely unaffected by his pressure? What condition? If the investigation finds no issues, how do you plan to compensate me for the damage to my reputation and the time I've lost? Su Yang looked directly at Lei Jintian, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. I'm a prominent figure at the academy. Being investigated so publicly has already caused significant harm to my reputation. A trace of surprise flashed in Lei Jintian's eyes. This young man not only showed no fear, but even dared to question him in return. Do you know who you're talking to? He Tian sneered. This is Lord Lei Fa, an S-class national guardian. You're just an F-class nobody. What right do you have to negotiate with him? Su Yang glanced at He Tian with disdain in his eyes. Teacher He, you're mistaken. Under the laws of the Alliance, everyone is equal. Even an S-class national guardian cannot arbitrarily infringe on a citizen's rights. He Tian was left speechless. At that moment, Xiao Shuang and Wang Hao hurried over. Su Yang, what's going on? Xiao Shuang asked, her face full of concern. She wore a light blue dress, its hem swaying gently in the breeze like a blooming snow lotus. Her delicate features were especially radiant under the sunlight, and her eyes were filled with worry, evoking a protective instinct in others. It's nothing serious, just some people wanting to investigate me, Su Yang replied with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wang Hao, standing nearby, was sweating nervously. The S-class National Guardian's pressure made it hard for him to breathe, let alone remain as composed as Su Yang. Old Su, maybe you should just cooperate with the investigation? After all, you haven't done anything wrong. Of course, I'll cooperate. Su Yang nodded, then turned to Lei Jintian. But I have one condition. What condition? Lei Jintian asked coldly. Since this is an investigation, it should be open and transparent. I request that the entire process be live-streamed so that the whole academy, and even the entire alliance, can watch, Su Yang said with a meaningful smile. This way, the investigation's fairness can be ensured, and my legal rights can be protected. Lord Lei Fa, you wouldn't refuse such a reasonable request, would you? A flicker of surprise crossed Lei Jintian's eyes. This young man was actually asking for the investigation to be live-streamed? Either he was truly innocent, or he had come prepared. Fine, Lei Jintian agreed with a nod. Since you're so confident, I'll grant your wish. He Tian secretly felt smug. A live broadcast would be even better when Su Yang's true colors were revealed. The entire alliance would witness his downfall. Then let's begin. Su Yang shrugged. The little golden dragon obediently perched on his shoulder, grooming its scales with its tiny claws. Soon, the investigation team's technicians set up the live broadcast equipment. News spread quickly, and the entire student body and faculty of the War Academy gathered in front of their terminals to watch. Even the Alliance headquarters and high-ranking officials in other cities began paying attention to the investigation. After all, Su Yang's reputation had grown too big recently. Dear viewers, we are now commencing the formal investigation of Su Yang, Lei Jintian said to the camera, then took out a sophisticated device from a case. The device was entirely silver-white, its surface covered with intricate patterns, emitting a faint glow. This is the S-class law truth detector. No lie or disguise can escape it, Lei Jintian said coldly. Su Yang, are you ready? Of course. Su Yang calmly sat down, idly teasing the little golden dragon on his shoulder. Go ahead, I'm curious to see what questions you have. Lei Jintian pointed the detector's probe at Su Yang, and the device immediately emitted a soft hum. Su Yang's various physiological data appeared on the screen, all within normal ranges. In the live broadcast room, tens of thousands of viewers held their breath. Su Yang, Lei Jintian's voice echoed in the quiet villa. Have you ever had contact with any hostile organizations? No. Su Yang answered crisply, and the green light on the detector blinked steadily. He Tian's expression immediately darkened. He had prepared this question in advance, hoping to use Su Yang's connection with the God Eater cult to cause trouble. He hadn't expected such a straightforward response. Wait, Lei Jintian narrowed his eyes. You just said no, but the detector shows you're lying. The live broadcast room erupted. Oh my God, Su Yang really has a problem. The detector's red light is on. How can he explain this? It's over, it's over. My idol is done for. A smug smile appeared on He Tian's face. He had finally caught Su Yang's weakness. But Su Yang remained unperturbed, even reaching up to stroke the little golden dragon on his shoulder. Lord Lei Fa, your question is a bit vague, Su Yang said calmly. You asked about contact, but I interpreted it as collaboration. If you're asking about contact, then my answer is yes. The detector immediately turned green. I have indeed encountered the God Eater cult and defeated several of their members. I've also clashed with a mysterious organization called the Library. I submitted the relevant battle reports to the Alliance. Su Yang's voice was calm yet firm. If that counts as contact, then yes, I have. Lei Jintian frowned. This answer had no loopholes and even highlighted Su Yang's achievements. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room shifted instantly. So that's what happened. Su Yang's move was brilliant. Vice Dean, he is so angry his face has turned green, huh? Xiaoning Shuang, standing to the side, let out a sigh of relief. She had been genuinely worried for Su Yang earlier, but now that he had turned the situation around, she finally felt at ease. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her face, and her clear eyes sparkled with relief, like the brightest stars in the night sky. Continue, Lei Jintian said coldly. Is there anything unusual about your abilities? This question reignited He Tian's hope that Su Yang's abilities were indeed extraordinary. If he denied it, he would be lying, but admitting it would mean exposing his secret. Su Yang chuckled inwardly. Back when the system upgraded, he had learned the skill energy camouflage. Now was the perfect time to use it. He quietly activated the skill, disguising the energy fluctuations of the absolute command system as the traits of an S-level talent. My talent is the S-level high-speed chanting, which significantly reduces skill cooldown time, Su Yang said truthfully. While rare, it's not unusual. After all, S-level talents are inherently rare. The detector still showed a green light. From a technical standpoint, Su Yang was telling the truth. The core function of the absolute command system was to eliminate cooldowns, which was essentially the same as greatly reducing cooldown time. The difference between no cooldown and greatly reduced was merely a matter of phrasing. He Tian's expression grew darker. 2 consecutive questions had been cleverly deflected by Su Yang. Did you repair those ancient artifacts yourself? Lei Jintian continued to ask. This question made Su Yang pause slightly. He had indeed repaired them himself, but admitting it would make the principles behind it hard to explain. However, he quickly came up with a solution. No, Su Yang shook his head. I was able to repair those artifacts thanks to the meticulous guidance of my mentor, Elder Qin, and my in-depth research into ancient artifact forging theories. Without Elder Qin's teachings, I wouldn't have been able to do it. The detector turned green again. This answer was flawless. Su Yang had indeed received guidance from Elder Qin and studied the relevant theories. While his repairability primarily came from the system, Elder Qin's teachings had also played a crucial role. In a sense, he hadn't completed the repairs entirely independently. Watching the live stream from afar, Elder Qin's face lit up with a gratified smile. This disciple was not only powerful, but also exceptionally adept at handling crises. Wang Hao, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. Old Su's way with words is incredible, he muttered under his breath. Everything he says is true, but it feels like he hasn't said anything at all. Xiaoning Shuang chuckled softly. Her understanding of Su Yang deepened, and her admiration for his wisdom grew. This man always managed to display astonishing abilities at critical moments, whether in battle or in crisis management. His talents were truly extraordinary. Lei Jintian was silent for a moment before asking the final question. Have you concealed any important information from the Alliance? This question made the livestream audience hold their breath. It was broad enough that almost everyone might have hidden something from the alliance. Suyong thought for a moment and answered honestly, yes. The detector showed a green light, but his answer left everyone stunned. I've concealed my sister's favorite snacks, the dream I had last night, and some of my true opinions about the alliance's leadership, Suyong said with a straight face. If these count as important information, then yes, I have concealed them. The live stream chat was instantly flooded with ha 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 comments. Su Yang's move is brilliant. Everything he says is technically true. I'm impressed. Vice Dean He's face looks like the bottom of a pot. Lei Zhentian's mouth twitched. This young man's thinking was so quick and agile that he always found the perfect way to respond. The investigation is over, Lei Zhentian said, putting away the detector. Student Su Yang has passed all the tests, and no issues were found. He Tian's face turned completely grim. The meticulously planned investigation not only failed to bring down Su Yang, but instead allowed him to showcase his intelligence and innocence before the entire alliance. Wait a moment, Su Yang suddenly spoke. Since the investigation is mutual, it's my turn to ask a few questions now, isn't it? Lei Zhentian raised an eyebrow. What do you want to ask? Su Yang's gaze shifted to He Tian, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Vice Dean He, as far as I know, the last person Senior Lei Xing interacted with before his disappearance was you. Moreover, it seems there are some private experiments in the underground area of the Academy's herbal greenhouse. Su Yang's voice echoed clearly in the quiet villa, each word striking He Tian's heart like a heavy hammer. Lord Lei Fa, aren't you interested? As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, the live stream fell silent. Tens of millions of viewers held their breath, waiting for the next act in this drama. He Tian's face turned pale instantly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? He Tian tried to maintain his composure, but his voice trembled slightly. I don't know what you're talking about regarding Lei Xing, and I certainly don't know anything about experiments under the herbal greenhouse. Su Yang's smile grew even brighter. Is that so? What a pity. He clapped his hands lightly. But that's okay. I've prepared a little gift that I believe Vice Dean he will appreciate. As soon as he finished speaking, a nearly imperceptible glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. It was the activation signal of an F-level skill called Data Invasion in the system interface. Normally, this skill was of little use, capable only of infiltrating simple electronic devices. But with Su Yang's no cooldown support, releasing it thousands of times consecutively was enough to breach any firewall. 3 days ago, when He Tian announced the investigation against him, Su Yang began his preparations. Exploiting vulnerabilities in the Academy's network, he secretly planted a time bomb in He Tian's laboratory system. Now, it was time to detonate it. Lei Zhentian keenly noticed the change in Su Yang's eyes and was about to ask a question when suddenly the entire War Academy's alarm system blared simultaneously. Alert! Alert! Highest level biochemical crisis detected. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Repeat. All personnel must evacuate immediately. The piercing alarm echoed through the live stream, spreading across the alliance. At the same time, the live stream screen abruptly switched. The original view of Su Yang and the others in the villa was replaced by dozens of small windows, each showing surveillance footage from different angles. The content of these images made every viewer gasp in shock. It was a massive underground laboratory. Hundreds of enormous cultivation tanks were arranged inside. The liquid in the tanks was an eerie green, and floating within were half-human, half-beast monsters. Some had human bodies, but ferocious beast heads. Others had human faces, but their limbs had completely transformed into animal features. The most horrifying part was the faint glimmer of rationality in their eyes. They were still alive. What is this? The live stream's comment section exploded. My God, are these even human anymore? He Tian, that bastard. He's experimenting on humans. Wait. Isn't that Senior Lei Xing? In the center of the screen, one of the cultivation tanks contained a familiar figure struggling in agony. It was none other than the long-missing Lei Xing. At this moment, Lei Xing's lower body had completely beastified, growing sharp claws and scales. His face still retained human features, but his eyes were filled with despair. He frantically turned his head to look at Su Yang, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It's you. It must be you. Su Yang shrugged, his face adorned with an innocent smile. Deputy Director He, are you admitting that these laboratories belong to you? I. He Tian realized he had let something slip, but it was already too late. Something even more terrifying happened. As Su Yang's virus completely took control of the surveillance system, the laboratory's security measures were forcibly disabled. Hundreds of cultivation tanks simultaneously shattered. Green cultivation fluid poured out like a waterfall, and those half-human, half-beast monsters began to awaken. They let out piercing howls and charged out of the underground laboratory in a frenzy. The entire War Academy was instantly plunged into chaos. Students scattered in panic, while the monsters rampaged through the academy, wreaking havoc. Xia Ningxuang watched the live broadcast, a trace of shock flashing in her eyes. She finally understood why Su Yang could remain so calm during the investigation. From the very beginning, he had been in control of the situation. This man's thoughts and plans far exceeded her imagination. Su Yang, she whispered softly, her eyes filled with deep affection. How could a man like this not make one's heart flutter? Wang Hao, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. Old Su, when did you prepare this? It's way too ruthless. Su Yang chuckled inwardly. The system's data intrusion skill is truly powerful. Even though it's only F level, I can use it infinitely. He Tian, that old fox, has finally revealed his true colors. But this is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come. He Tian, realizing his plans had been exposed, knew there was no way out. A trace of madness flashed in his eyes, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. If that's the case, then let's die together. He suddenly lunged at Su Yang, his speed as fast as lightning, befitting an A-level powerhouse. But Lei Jintian reacted even faster. Courting death, Lei Jintian struck out with a palm, and the powerful lightning force instantly repelled He Tian. However, He Tian refused to give up. He pulled out a strange black crystal from his pocket. Ha, you think this is over? He Tian laughed maniacally and crushed the black crystal. In an instant, a surge of dark energy erupted from the crystal, spreading in all directions. Lei Jintian's face changed dramatically. This is the forbidden power of the God-Eater cult. He tried to stop it, but the monsters that had escaped from the laboratory had already surrounded him. He Tian took the opportunity to flee toward the academy's exit. Trying to run? Su Yang sneered and said softly, "Teacher, it's time to close the net." As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly figure suddenly appeared on He Tian's escape route. It was none other than Elder Qin. He Tian, your road ends here, Elder Qin said coldly, pointing casually. Instantly, the surrounding space seemed to freeze, trapping He Tian completely. Impossible. How are you here? He Tian looked at Elder Qin in terror. Elder Qin did not answer, but turned to Su Yang. Xiaoyang, you've done well. Su Yang nodded respectfully. This had been part of the plan he and Elder Qin had devised from the very beginning. He Tian thought he was secretly investigating Su Yang, but in reality, he had long been under Su Yang's surveillance. He Tian was subdued, but a sinister smile appeared on his face. Ha, do you think capturing me means you've won? He laughed wildly. I am merely a part of the seed plan. The true apostle of God is already among you. None of you can escape. This world will ultimately be under the control of my God. As soon as the words fell, He Tian's body suddenly ignited with black flames. These were no ordinary flames, but a strange, eerie black fire. Within seconds, his body turned to ashes. At the very moment he completely disappeared, a black mark flew out from the ashes. The mark circled in the air once before swiftly shooting toward the crowd. Su Yang's pupils contracted as he tried to stop it. But the mark was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it branded itself onto a nearby student. The student was completely unaware, and the mark quickly vanished. Elder Qin's face turned grave. It seems the infiltration of the God-Eater cult runs deeper than we imagined. Su Yang's heart sank. The seed plan? Apostles of the God. It seems He Tian was just a small pawn. The real big boss is still hiding in the shadows. And that mark, just now. He scanned the surrounding crowd, his heart filled with alarm. The enemy might be hiding among them. The next morning, Su Yang walked out of the dormitory building to find Lei Fa and over a dozen senior enforcement officials from the Martial Alliance waiting downstairs. Each of them was a C rank or higher expert. Student Su Yang. Lei Fa approached him. His demeanor was completely different from the day before, now carrying a sincere sense of apology. Officer Lei. Su Yang stopped in his tracks. The development of events was entirely beyond his expectations. Logically, after yesterday's incident, Lei Fa should have simply conducted a routine summary and then left. I'm here to formally apologize to you. Lei Fa's words left everyone present stunned. A national envoy apologizing to a student? During yesterday's investigation, my attitude toward you was unfair. I suspected you without fully understanding the situation, and that was my mistake. Lei Fa bowed to Su Yang. On behalf of the Martial Alliance Enforcement Division, I offer you my sincere apologies. Su Yang quickly supported Lei Fa. Officer Lei, you're being too polite. Yesterday's situation was complicated. Your caution was understandable. Your magnanimity only makes me feel more ashamed. Lei Fa straightened up. In fact, after last night's investigation, we discovered an even greater conspiracy behind He Tian. An even greater conspiracy? That's right. He Tian was merely a pawn. Behind him is a high-ranking official in the Martial Alliance's education department. Su Yang frowned. This indicated that the God Eater cult had already infiltrated the Martial Alliance itself. Based on the intelligence you provided, the library organization is likely a branch of the God Eater cult. They specialize in recruiting members at various academies, corrupting young awakeners. Lei Fa took out a storage ring from his pocket. This is a reward from the Alliance. It contains cultivation resources and a special map. Su Yang accepted the ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. Inside were top-tier pills, rare metals, and advanced skill books. Most importantly, there was a map marked with the location of the 7-colored soul crystal. Thank you, Officer Lei. This is my personal contact information. Lei Fa handed Su Yang a communication card. Contact me anytime if you encounter trouble. I've already submitted the investigation report and your intelligence to the Alliance's Supreme Executive Committee. The committee has ordered a thorough investigation of the entire education system. At that moment, a messenger ran over. Officer Lei, someone from the education department is trying to suppress this matter, claiming it was just an experimental accident and that no investigation is necessary. Lei Fa's expression darkened. An experimental accident. He sneered. Do they take us for fools? Commander Lei, the pressure over there is immense, and they've even resorted to some special connections. Special connections? Lei Fa fumed. I'd like to see what connections can override the orders of the Supreme Executive Committee. He turned to Su Yang and said, things might get a bit complicated next, but rest assured, the Alliance will never let anyone who contributes to it suffer. Su Yang nodded. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside, waves of emotion surged. This is going to trigger a political storm. It seems the God Eater cult has infiltrated the Alliance deeper than I imagined. However, this is also an opportunity. Using this incident, I can completely clear my name and gain recognition from the higher-ups. If handled well, this crisis could turn into my breakthrough. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared at the back of the crowd. Elder Qin slowly walked over, a thoughtful expression on his face. Lei Fa, your reaction this time was faster than I expected. Upon seeing Elder Qin, Lei Fa immediately nodded respectfully. Teacher Qin. Su Yang looked at the two of them in confusion. Lei Fa, such a high-ranking national guardian, was being so courteous to a mere academy teacher? And what did Elder Qin mean by faster than I expected? Could it be that Elder Qin had foreseen these events? Elder Qin walked up to Su Yang and chuckled softly. Little Su, you might not know this, but Lei Fa's change in attitude towards you isn't just because of yesterday's events. There's another reason? Su Yang was even more puzzled. Yes. Elder Qin gave Su Yang a deep look. In you, he sees the shadow of someone. Who? His best friend, who was also my former student. Elder Qin's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. A top-tier national guardian who died in the wilderness 5 years ago while sealing an SS-class abyssal rift. Lei Fa's expression turned complex. His name was Lin Outyan. Elder Qin continued. And like you, he could create miracles in desperate situations. Su Yang's heart trembled. Lin Outyan? That name sounds familiar. More importantly, Elder Qin said mysteriously, He also studied at this academy. His dormitory is the very one you're living in now. This statement made Su Yang's pupils contract sharply. Wait, my dormitory? Could those occasional abnormal fluctuations be related to Lin Outyin? At that moment, Xia Ningxuang walked out of the dormitory building. Seeing so many people, she curiously approached. She was wearing a light blue dress, and the morning sunlight bathed her figure. She walked up to Su Yang. Su Yang, what's going on? Her voice was soft, carrying the laziness of just waking up. Seeing her, Su Yang's heart inexplicably calmed down. Nothing major. Commander Lei came to apologize, he said casually, his tone gentle enough to be impossible to ignore. Xia Ningxuang was surprised. A national guardian apologizing to Su Yang? She knew very well what this implied. A subtle sense of pride quietly rose within her. She looked at Su Yang, her expression becoming even softer. Elder Qin noticed the subtle interaction between the two, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. All right, everything that needed to be said has been said. He clapped his hands. Su Yang, go handle your tasks first. Come to my office when you have time. With that, he turned and left. But at the moment he turned around, Su Yang caught a fleeting depth in his eyes. Elder Qin's identity is definitely not simple. His relationship with the upper echelons of the alliance, his understanding of Lin Outyin, and the words he just said. What kind of big secret is this old man hiding? Lei Fa was also preparing to leave. Before departing, he once again solemnly said to Su Yang, Su Yang, remember, the doors of the alliance will always be open to true heroes. With that, he strode away with the enforcement officers, leaving only Su Yang and Xia Ningxuang standing in the morning light. Xia Ningxuang bit her lip lightly, wanting to say something, but ultimately chose silence. She simply stood quietly by Su Yang's side, accompanying him. Su Yang caught the faint fragrance on her, and a warm current surged in his heart. But at the same time, a huge question arose in his mind. Was Lin Outyin's death really just a sacrifice in battle? Or was there a greater conspiracy hidden behind it? What exactly does Elder Qin know? Su Yang gazed at Lei Fa's figure as it gradually receded into the distance, a trace of contemplation flashing in his eyes. This Lei Fa, his change is too sudden. Although Elder Qin said he saw the shadow of someone in me, for the attitude of the protector of the nation to shift like this, it's definitely not a simple matter. Just as he was pondering, Lei Fa suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned back. Su Yang, wait. Lei Fa's voice carried hesitation, as if he were making a difficult decision. He walked back slowly, taking out an exquisite storage ring from his pocket. This is the Alliance's compensation for you. Lei Fa solemnly handed the ring to Su Yang. Yesterday, you not only helped us capture the traitor, but also provided important intelligence about the library organization. According to the Alliance's rules, you deserve an appropriate reward. Su Yang took the ring, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and his pupils contracted sharply. The internal space of the ring was as large as 10 cubic meters, neatly filled with various precious resources. High-grade spirit stones, rare metals, various pills. But what caught his attention the most was an old map in the corner. This is a possible location map for the 7-colored soul crystal, Lei Fa said in a steady tone. I know about your sister's condition. This map marks all the places where the 7-colored soul crystal might have appeared in the past decade. Su Yang's hand trembled slightly. The 7-colored soul crystal was a rare treasure capable of repairing soul wounds and was the key to awakening Su Shui. He had been searching for it, but had found no leads. He never expected Lei Fa to have such a map. Why give this to me? Su Yang stared directly into Lei Fa's eyes. This kind of information is priceless. Lei Fa was silent for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Because you remind me of someone, he said slowly. Someone who was willing to give everything to protect the people they cared about. Lin Outyin. Su Yang probed. Lei Fa's body stiffened slightly. You know him? Elder Qin just mentioned him. Su Yang answered truthfully, though his mind was quickly analyzing Lei Fa's reaction. This Lin Outyin definitely has issues. When Lei Fa mentioned him, there was guilt, pain, and anger in his eyes. Lei Fa took a deep breath, as if suppressing his emotions. Lin Outyin was my best friend, and also the youngest protector of the nation in the history of the Alliance. 5 years ago, an SS Great Abyss rift suddenly appeared in the northern wilderness. That rift is extremely dangerous. If it isn't sealed, the entire northern city cluster will be destroyed. The situation was urgent, so the Alliance's top brass sent an elite squad to handle it. Lin Outyin volunteered to lead the team, Lei Fa said in a hoarse voice. That battle was like hell. The strength of the abyssal creatures far exceeded expectations, and the entire squad was nearly wiped out. In the end, Lin Outyin burned his life force to forcibly seal the rift. He was only 28 when he died. Su Yang listened quietly, his doubts growing heavier in his heart. Lei Fa says Lin Outyin is a hero. But why do I feel like there's something wrong with this story? An old Qin said the dorm Lin Outyin lived in is the same one I'm in now. Are those occasional anomalies really connected to him? At that moment, Xiaoning Shuang gently tugged on Su Yang's sleeve. Su Yang, let's go back, she said softly, her voice full of concern. Su Yang nodded and said to Lei Fa, "Thank you for your generosity. I will remember this kindness." Lei Fa waved his hand and turned to leave. After a few steps, he stopped again. Su Yang, there's something I must warn you about. He turned back, his expression serious. What is it? Su Yang asked. Someone is protecting He Tian. A high-ranking official in the Martial Alliance's education department is trying to frame yesterday's incident as an experimental accident. Su Yang frowned. What do you mean? I mean, they're trying to downplay the big issue and sweep the small one under the rug, Lei Fa said, his tone filled with anger. They want to cover up He Tian's collusion with the God Eater cult and protect those corrupt insiders. What are you planning to do about it? Su Yang asked. Lei Fa's lips curled into a cold smile. I've already submitted the complete chain of evidence, along with the intelligence you provided about the library organization, directly to the Alliance's Supreme Executive Committee. You bypassed the chain of command? Xiaoning Shuang asked in surprise. That's right, Lei Fa said, his eyes shining with determination. Some things cannot be compromised. The rotten apples within the Alliance must be thoroughly eradicated. With that, he strode away, leaving Su Yang and Xiaoning Shuang standing there. Xiaoning Shuang looked at the storage ring in Su Yang's hand, her expression complicated. Su Yang, you've already caught the attention of the Alliance's top brass, she said softly. This is both an opportunity and a burden. Su Yang nodded. He understood what Xiaoning Shuang meant. Being noticed by the higher-ups meant more opportunities and resources, but it also brought more dangers and enemies. Let's go back to the dorm, Su Yang said. The two of them walked side by side toward the dormitory building. The morning light bathed them, and Xiaoning Shuang's profile looked especially stunning in the sunlight. Her fair skin and long eyelashes cast faint shadows under her eyes. Occasionally, when she glanced back at Su Yang, her clear eyes were filled with warmth. Su Yang stole a glance at her, feeling a gentle warmth in his heart. Having her by my side is such a blessing. When they reached the dormitory building, Xiaoning Shuang stopped. Su Yang, are you free tonight? She asked, her cheeks slightly flushed. I want to treat you to dinner, as a way to celebrate your safe return. Seeing her shy demeanor, Su Yang felt a stir in his heart. Sure, but I should be the one treating you. Why? Because if you hadn't warned me to be cautious of He Tian yesterday, I might have fallen into his trap, Su Yang said earnestly. Hearing this, Xiaoning Shuang's eyes sparkled with a sweet smile. Then let's go together, she said softly. I know a really good restaurant. The two agreed on a time and place and returned to their respective dormitories. As Su Yang pushed the door open and entered his room, he immediately sensed a faint, unusual fluctuation. If not for his sharp mental acuity, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. It's happening again. What is this fluctuation? He looked around, and everything in the room seemed normal. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that some corner was hiding a secret, especially the desk. It was the desk Lin Outyin had once used. Su Yang walked over and carefully examined every detail. Suddenly, his fingers touched a recessed spot on the underside of the desk. It was a small hidden compartment. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat as he gently pressed the recess. With a click, the hidden compartment opened. Inside lay an ancient jade slip. On the jade slip were engraved a few words. The truth lies beneath the abyss. Su Yang picked up the jade slip and sent his spiritual sense into it. Instantly, a blurry image appeared in his mind. In the image, a young man was engaged in a fierce battle. His opponents were not abyssal creatures, but several people wearing Alliance uniforms. Before his death, the young man roared in fury, "You traitors! Scum of the Alliance! Even in death, I won't let you succeed." The image abruptly ended. Su Yang's face turned ashen. Lin Outyin didn't die sealing the abyssal rift. He was killed by people within the Alliance. The story Lei Fa just told was completely fabricated. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Suyong, it's me, Elder Qin. Suyong quickly put away the jade slip and took a deep breath to calm himself. Come in. He opened the door to see Elder Qin standing outside, his expression solemn. Suyong, I have something important to tell you, Elder Qin said in a low voice. It's about the true cause of Lin Outyin's death. Seeing the look on Elder Qin's face, Su Yang's heart tightened. The image he had just seen in the jade slip had shaken his understanding of the world. Now, for Elder Qin to bring up this matter on his own was no coincidence. Elder Qin, please come in. Su Yang stepped aside, and Elder Qin entered the room, his gaze sweeping around. When his eyes landed on the desk, he paused slightly. You found it. Elder Qin sighed softly. I knew that with your sharpness, you'd discover the hidden compartment sooner or later. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. Elder Qin knows about the hidden compartment. Does he also know what's in the jade slip? Elder Qin, you. Come with me. Elder Qin interrupted. There are some things that shouldn't be discussed here. The two left the dormitory, with Elder Qin leading the way deeper into the academy. The night was deep, and the moonlight cast dappled shadows on the stone path. Su Yang followed behind Elder Qin, his mind full of questions. They walked farther and farther, gradually leaving the main buildings of the academy behind. Finally, Elder Qin stopped in front of an ancient forest of stone monuments. This place is... Su Yang looked at the densely packed stone tablets before him, feeling a solemn atmosphere. The Heroic Spirit Monument Forest, Elder Qin said with reverence in his voice. This is where the heroes who gave their lives for human civilization are buried. Su Yang looked closely. Each stone tablet was inscribed with a name and a brief description. Some of the tablets were heavily weathered, their inscriptions blurred, clearly from a distant era. Others were relatively new, their engravings still sharp. Lin Outyin's tombstone is here as well, Elder Qin said, pointing to the depths of the monument forest. But the cause of his death is completely different from the official account. Su Yang followed Elder Qin deeper into the monument forest. They stopped in front of a relatively new tombstone. The inscription on the stone tablet read, Lin Outyin, an outstanding graduate of the Academy of War, heroically sacrificed himself to seal the abyssal rift at the age of only 23. All of this is a lie, Qin Lao said, his tone filled with anger. Lin Outyin didn't die sealing the rift, he was murdered by a traitor within the Alliance. Su Yang clenched his fists. It was just as the image in the jade slip had shown. Why? Su Yang asked. Why did they kill Lin Outyin? Qin Lao gave Su Yang a deep look. Because Lin Outyin discovered a secret. A secret about the truth of this world. What secret? Qin Lao didn't answer directly, but instead asked, Su Yang, what do you think the apostles of the gods really are? Su Yang recalled the terrifying form He Tian had taken when he transformed. It should be some kind of powerful entity possessing someone, right? Possession. Qin Lao shook his head. That explanation is too simplistic. The truth is far more complex. Qin Lao walked to an open space and sat cross-legged. Su Yang sat down across from him. Su Yang, have you heard of conceptual dimensional reduction? Su Yang shook his head. Imagine a three-dimensional sphere projected onto a two-dimensional plane. What would it become? A circle? Exactly. Qin Lao nodded. The so-called apostles of the gods are the result of higher dimensional beings projecting a part of their information into our lower dimensional world. Su Yang was puzzled. Information? Projection? What kind of theory is this? Qin Lao continued to explain. These higher dimensional beings, we call them gods. They cannot directly enter our world due to dimensional constraints, but they can inject a part of their concept into a suitable host. Once a host is chosen, they gradually become assimilated by the god's concept, eventually losing their sense of self and becoming the god's spokesperson in this world. Su Yang thought of He Tian's final, frenzied state, and a chill ran through him. Then what about throne-level powerhouses? What are the laws they comprehend? A complex emotion flashed in Qin Lao's eyes. The laws comprehended by the throne are essentially the process of inscribing their own information into the world. When a person's information becomes strong and unique enough, it can leave an imprint in the world's underlying code. This is the essence of the laws. The legendary Divine Realm stage is about becoming an independent source of information, creating your own system of laws. Su Yang was stunned. This completely overturned his understanding of power. So cultivation, at its core, was about interacting with the world's underlying code. Then what about my system? Su Yang couldn't help but ask. Qin Lao's gaze deepened. Your absolute command system is very special. Unlike others, it doesn't require you to inscribe your information into the world. It's more like a loophole, directly modifying the world's underlying code. Su Yang was shocked. A loophole? The system is actually a loophole in the world? This kind of ability is extremely rare and also incredibly dangerous, Qin Lao said gravely. If the Abyss or a more advanced civilization discovers it, you will become the #1 target for both the protectors and destroyers of order. Su Yang felt an unprecedented pressure. He had thought the system merely removed skill cooldowns, but he hadn't expected such profound secrets to lie behind it. Qin Lao, why are you telling me this? Elder Qin looked at Su Yang, his eyes filled with both relief and concern. It's because the secret Lin Outyin discovered back then is related to your abilities. What? Su Yang was shocked. During one of his Abyss explorations, Lin Outyin discovered an ancient ruin. Within that ruin, there were records about the legend of the Modifier. The Modifier? An existence capable of directly altering the world's underlying code. According to the legend, whenever the world faces a great crisis, such an existence will appear to correct the world's trajectory. Lin Outyin reported this discovery to the upper echelons of the Alliance. But unexpectedly, the Alliance had already been infiltrated by certain forces. Those people feared that the appearance of a modifier would threaten their interests, so. Elder Qin didn't finish, but Su Yang already understood. Lin Outyin was killed by traitors within the Alliance because he uncovered the secret of the modifier. And now, Su Yang himself was very likely the legendary modifier. Su Yang remained silent for a long time before looking up at Elder Qin. Elder Qin, I want to show you something. He had already made up his mind. Since Elder Qin knew so many secrets, there was no need to hide it any longer. With a thought, Su Yang activated the interface of the library in front of him. This is a function of my system, called library. Elder Qin's pupils contracted sharply as he saw the translucent interface suddenly appear. Su Yang shared some basic information stored in the library with Elder Qin, including detailed data on skills and some information about abyssal creatures. Elder Qin carefully examined the information, his expression growing increasingly grave. After a long while, he finally spoke slowly. Containment and cataloging. I know who they are. They? Su Yang asked in confusion. Elder Qin didn't answer and stood up. Su Yang, that's enough for tonight. Remember, stay away from the 7-colored soul crystal for now. Why? Su Yang asked, noticing Elder Qin's unusually serious expression. That place isn't safe right now. There are people from the library active there. After leaving Elder Qin's office, Su Yang didn't return to his dormitory. Instead, he went straight to the Academy's 24-hour study room and found a seat in the farthest corner. On the desk lay a thick, 300-page report titled Soul Grafting Experiment Report. Su Yang stared at the densely packed data and charts, his brows tightly furrowed. Surgery success rate, 78.3%. This number might be high for others, but for Su Yang, it was far from enough. This was Su Shui's life. Even a 0.1% chance of failure was unacceptable to him. System, can you simulate this surgery? Request detected. Analyzing. Analysis complete. The absolute command system can perform unlimited simulation calculations on any known information. Would you like to activate the cloud simulation function? Warning, this function will consume a large amount of mental energy. The host is advised to prepare accordingly. Without hesitation, Su Yang confirmed. In the next moment, His consciousness was pulled into a pure white space. There was no gravity, no time, only an endless stream of data flashing rapidly before his eyes. Constructing simulation model. Importing Su Shue's life data. Completed importing Xiao Jinlong's biological characteristics. Completed importing the full content of soul grafting experiment report. Completed starting the first simulation. The space suddenly shifted, and he found himself in a virtual operating room. Su Shui lay on the operating table, so weak she was almost transparent. In the petri dish beside her, Xiao Jinlong was curled up, its life force faint but pure. The simulation began. Su Yang watched himself follow the steps outlined in the report, completing the soul grafting process step by step. Extracting fragments of Su Shue's soul, purifying Xiao Jinlong's life essence, establishing the soul bridge. At the critical moment of fusion, an unexpected event occurred. Su Shue's soul fluctuated violently, and a strange energy erupted from within her, tearing apart the newly established soul bridge. Xiao Jinlong let out a pained cry, its life force rapidly fading. First simulation failed. Mortality rate 100%. Starting the second simulation, the space reset, and everything began anew. This time, Su Yang first attempted to stabilize Su Shue's soul fluctuations. The result was still failure. Second simulation failed. Mortality rate 100%. Starting the third simulation, fourth simulation, 100th simulation, 1000th simulation. Time lost its meaning here. Su Yang no longer knew how many times he had failed, only that each simulation brought him a deeper understanding of the procedure. He began to notice details not recorded in the report. Deep within Su Shue's soul was a faint mark that activated every time he manipulated her soul. What is this? Su Yang stared at the mark, shocked. The mark was complex and mysterious in shape, exuding an unusual aura. Unknown energy mark detected. Analyzing. Analysis result. Suspected divine mark warning. This mark possesses strong repelling and devouring capabilities. Su Yang drew a sharp breath. A divine mark? How could Su Shui have something like this inside her? Continuing simulation. 10,000th simulation. 100,000th simulation. Millionth simulation. As the number of simulations increased, Su Yang's understanding of the divine mark deepened. He discovered that the mark was not innate but had been implanted later. Even more terrifying, the mark could grow. Whenever Su Shue's vitality weakened, the mark became more active, attempting to absorb her soul's energy to strengthen itself. No wonder Su Shue's condition keeps worsening. Su Yang gritted his teeth. Someone had tampered with Su Shui. Moreover, this person's goal was likely to use Su Shui to cultivate this divine mark. 10 millionth simulation. 100 millionth simulation. Su Yang's simulations became increasingly meticulous as he tried various approaches. Destroy the mark directly? Impossible. The mark had deeply fused with Su Shue's soul, and forcibly destroying it would cause her soul to collapse. Suppress the mark? Also impossible. The mark's power was too overwhelming, and Su Yang's current abilities couldn't suppress it for long. Transfer the mark? This idea made Su Yang's eyes light up. Billionth simulation. 10 billionth simulation. After countless attempts and failures, Su Yang finally found a feasible solution. Using the special ability of the anchor of causality, at the moment the divine mark is activated, bind it to an external vessel. Then, during the instant the mark is transferred, quickly complete the soul grafting. The biggest challenge of this plan lies in the timing. From the activation of the mark to the completion of the transfer, there is only a 0.03-second window. Within such a short time, all critical steps must be completed with astonishing precision. But Su Yang was confident. The existence of the absolute command system allowed him to compress all operations into an instant. Simulation results statistics. Total simulations, 999,999,999,999. Success rate, 99.97%. Remaining failure factors. External interference 0.02%. Unstable vessel 0.01%. Simulation complete. Su Yang's consciousness returned to reality. He opened his eyes and found that the sky outside had shifted from night to day and back to night again. 3 whole days had passed, yet he felt no fatigue. Instead, his mind was unusually exhilarated. Nearly a trillion simulations had made him intimately familiar with every detail of the procedure. Now, he could perfectly execute the entire process even with his eyes closed. The vessel, Suyang murmured. According to the simulation results, he needed a special vessel capable of bearing the divine mark. Ordinary materials simply couldn't withstand the impact of divine power. What he needed was the seven-colored soul crystal. Determination filled Su Yang's eyes. Although Elder Qin had warned him that the place was not very safe lately, with members of the library organization active there, he had no choice but to go. To save Su Shui, he had to take the risk. However, he wouldn't act recklessly. Knowing the danger, he had to prepare thoroughly. Su Yang stood up and stretched his slightly stiff body. Although the 3 days of simulation hadn't drained his physical strength, the intense mental focus left him needing some relaxation. He walked to the window and gazed at the night view outside. The academy was brightly lit, and students were still diligently cultivating. But they would never know that, over the past 3 days, someone had poured their all into nearly a trillion simulations to save a single person. Su Shui, wait for me, Su Yang said softly. Soon, you'll be able to stand again. With that, he turned and left the study room, heading back to his dormitory for a good rest. Tomorrow, he would venture into the Misty Swamp to retrieve the legendary seven-colored soul crystal. That place might very well be the site of his second direct confrontation with the library organization. This time, he wouldn't hide. Back in the dormitory, Su Yang didn't rest immediately. Although the 3 days of intense mental focus hadn't worn him out, the absolute command system kept his body in peak condition. On the other hand, the little golden dragon lying on the desk looked at him pitifully with its large amber eyes. Hungry, Su Yang reached out and gently patted the little golden dragon's head. The dragon immediately squinted its eyes in comfort, purring like a kitten. Over the past few days, he had been so preoccupied with the simulations that he had indeed neglected the little creature. Su Yang walked to the storage cabinet and took out the various precious herbs he had accumulated. Scarlet flame fruit, ice heart grass, thunder vein stone, wind spirit flower. The table was soon filled with treasures, each one incredibly valuable. Here, little one, these are all good things. Eat as much as you like. Su Yang pushed a fiery red, glowing scarlet flame fruit in front of the little golden dragon. The little dragon sniffed it, then turned its head away with a look of disdain. Not a fan of fire attributes. Then try this. Su Yang picked up a stalk of ice heart grass. The little dragon didn't even glance at it. Thunder vein stone? A shake of the head. Wind spirit flower? Still a shake of the head. Su Yang sighed helplessly. You little thing, you're really picky. At that moment, the little dragon suddenly crawled to Su Yang's hand, nuzzling his fingers with its tiny head before giving a gentle nibble. It didn't hurt at all, it felt more like it was being affectionate. Do you want to eat my fingers? Su Yang was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood. Since its hatching, the little dragon had been absorbing the energy within his body. To it, the energy in Su Yang's body was the most delicious food. I get it now. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Energy conversion. He placed his hand on the scarlet flame fruit, and the system's power activated instantly. The fire elemental energy within the fruit was rapidly extracted and converted into the purest life energy, gathering at Su Yang's fingertips. Here, try this. Su Yang offered his fingertip to the little dragon. Its eyes lit up, and it eagerly opened its mouth to absorb the energy. This time, its expression was completely different. Its small eyes squinted into crescent shapes, its tail wagged rapidly, and its entire body trembled slightly with satisfaction and joy. Looks like I guessed right. Su Yang shook his head with a smile and continued activating energy conversion. The icy energy of the ice heart grass, the lightning energy of the thunder vein stone, the wind elemental energy of the wind spirit flower. All the precious treasures of heaven and earth were converted into the purest life energy and fed to the little dragon without reservation. The little dragon didn't hold back either, accepting everything and eating with great relish. Even more astonishing, as the energy continued to pour in, the little dragon's body began to change. Its once palm-sized frame grew rapidly. Its scales became shinier, its wings stronger. Most importantly, Su Yang could clearly sense the increasingly intense energy fluctuations within the little dragon. Just then, the dormitory door swung open. Wang Hao walked in, holding a box of instant noodles. Yang Ji, you haven't tea eaten in 3 days, so I brought you some, he froze mid-sentence. What the heck? What is going on here? Wang Hao stared at the pile of withered treasures on the table and then at the little dragon eating away, completely dumbfounded. Yang Ji, are you feeding a dragon immortal pills? Something like that, Su Yang replied without looking up, continuing to convert energy. Wang Hao swallowed hard. Can I try? Try what? Feeding it. Wang Hao rubbed his hands together excitedly. I want to experience what it's like to feed a dragon too. Su Yang paused, glanced at Wang Hao, then at the little dragon. You can try, but I can't guarantee the outcome. Wang Hao, thrilled, rubbed his hands together and cautiously extended a finger toward the little dragon. Come on, little one, have a taste of Fat Master S. Before he could finish, the little dragon suddenly opened its mouth. Poof! A small fireball shot straight at Wang Hao's face. Although it was just an F-grade fire spit, not very powerful, it was enough to leave Wang Hao's face covered in soot. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Hao clutched his face. This little guy's got quite the temper. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. It only recognizes me as its master. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Xiaoning Shuang pushed the door open and entered, holding a thermal container in her hand. Su Yang, you haven't eaten for 3 days. I made you some. Her words came to an abrupt halt. Seeing the scene in the room, a trace of surprise flashed in Xiaoning Shuang's eyes. Is this the little golden dragon eating? Yes, it's quite picky with food, Su Yang explained. Xiaoning Shuang walked closer and noticed that the treasures on the table had lost their luster, their energy completely drained. You used energy conversion to feed it? Smart guess, Su Yang nodded. It only eats energy after I convert it. Xiaoning Shuang curiously asked, Can I try? Of course. Xiaoning Shuang gently extended her hand toward the little golden dragon. The dragon glanced at her, then stepped back a few paces, clearly refusing. Although it didn't breathe fire at her like it did with Wang Hao, its meaning was clear, no. It seems it really only recognizes you, Xiaoning Shuang said, a bit disappointed but quickly coming to terms with it. Well, it makes sense. You two have had a special bond from the start. Su Yang continued feeding the little golden dragon, but his mind was preoccupied with another thought. The dragon's reliance on him had gone beyond that of a typical pet. This almost instinctive closeness felt more like a blood connection. Just as he was lost in thought, the little golden dragon suddenly stopped eating. Its body began to glow, and mysterious patterns emerged on its scales. This is... Su Yang's eyes widened. The next second, the little golden dragon's figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared in another corner of the room. Spatial blink. Holy crap, Wang Hao exclaimed. It learned teleportation? Su Yang felt a surge of joy as the system notification appeared in his mind. Detected that the contract partner has comprehended a new talent, a rank spatial blink. Would you like to share this talent? Share. In an instant, Su Yang felt a surge of new power flooding into his body. The secrets of space unfolded in his mind, and the technique for short-distance teleportation was fully mastered. Fantastic! Su Yang excitedly patted the little golden dragon's head. With this ability, tomorrow's mission will be much more secure. Xiaoning Shuang watched the scene with envy and said, What an enviable partner. By the way, Su Yang suddenly remembered something and took out a piece of metal from his storage space. There's one last thing. It was a mysterious piece of metal he had obtained from the remains of the observer, and he hadn't found a use for it yet. Since the little golden dragon had such a strong appetite, he thought it might as well give it a try. Su Yang placed the metal fragment in his palm, preparing to process it with energy conversion. But before he could activate the skill, the little golden dragon crawled over on its own and swallowed it in one gulp. Wait! Su Yang tried to stop it, but it was too late. After swallowing the metal fragment, the little golden dragon suddenly shuddered. Its expression became dazed, and its body began to tremble uncontrollably. Even stranger, unfamiliar symbols appeared on its scales. These symbols glowed with a faint blue light, exuding an unsettling aura. This is... Xiaoning Shuang's face changed. The library's mark. Before her words had fully landed, the little golden dragon closed its eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The mysterious symbols continued to flicker on its body. 3 days later, the War Academy held its monthly comprehensive assessment. Su Yang sat in the back row of the examination hall, holding the still sleeping little golden dragon dot on the surface. It seemed like he was overseeing the exam, but in reality, he was using data tracking to monitor the entire academy. This skill was something he had just developed yesterday, derived from the basic, life detection, and infinitely upgraded. Now he could simultaneously track the life fluctuations, mental states, and even micro-expression changes of everyone in the academy. The first round of the theoretical exam begins, the proctor announced. Su Yang scanned the exam hall and quickly locked onto his target Chen Mo, sitting in the third row. He was an ordinary-looking boy with below-average grades, introverted, and almost unnoticed by others. But under Su Yang's data tracking, he could clearly see the black mark deep within Chen Mo's soul slowly writhing. The exam began. The first question was a complex calculation problem about analyzing the weaknesses of ferocious beasts, causing even some top students to frown. Chen Mo picked up his pen, just about to think, when Su Yang saw the black mark suddenly flash. The next second, Chen Mo focused, and his pen began moving rapidly. His actions were smooth, as if someone had directly transmitted the answers into his brain. Interesting, Su Yang sneered inwardly. He continued observing and found that whenever Chen Mo encountered a difficult question, the mark would flash, and Chen Mo would immediately write down the correct answer. Throughout the process, Chen Mo hardly seemed to think. He was like a high-end photocopier, merely transcribing the standard answers. An hour later, the theoretical exam ended. These questions were way too hard. I gave up on the third question entirely. I had no clue. I'll be lucky to pass. The students were discussing among themselves, most looking worried. But Chen Mo remained calm, even wearing a faintly confident smile. This contrast immediately caught the attention of his classmates. Chen Mo, how did you do? Someone asked. Not bad. Chen Mo replied casually. I think I did pretty well this time. Su Yang almost burst out laughing. Did pretty well? You were just a typist copying answers the whole time. The afternoon was the practical assessment. The students were taken to a simulated combat arena, where they needed to hunt the sea-level ferocious beast, ironclad rhino, in a virtual environment. This beast had extremely strong defenses and complex attack patterns, designed to test the students' overall abilities. Most students took over 10 minutes to barely defeat it, while the excellent ones managed in 5 or 6 minutes. When it was Chen Mo's turn, no one paid much attention. After all, his practical performance had always been at the bottom, and everyone thought lasting 3 minutes would be an achievement for him. But what happened next left everyone stunned. Chen Mo entered the virtual battlefield and faced the charging ironclad rhino without panic. He first executed a perfect sidestep to dodge, then precisely attacked the rhino's joints. Every move was flawless, and every strike hit a vital point. In just 2 minutes, the ironclad rhino fell. How is this possible? When did Chen Mo become so skilled? He's like a completely different person. The observing students erupted in shock. Even the proctor was surprised. Chen Mo, have you undergone special training recently? No, maybe I just suddenly figured things out, Chen Mo replied modestly. But Su Yang could see everything clearly through data tracking. During the battle, every move was not made by Chen Mo himself. The black mark had completely taken control of his body the moment the fight began, executing the most optimized combat strategies with near-mechanical precision. Chen Mo's consciousness was almost in a semi-comatose state throughout the entire process. What a perfect puppet, Su Yang thought to himself, secretly on guard. After the assessment ended, the results were announced. Chen Mo secured the top spot in the entire grade with perfect scores in both theory and practical exams. This result shocked the entire academy. My God, Chen Mo actually got perfect scores in both. It's simply a miracle. Looks like someone really can have a sudden breakthrough overnight. The students surrounded Chen Mo, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. Even those usually arrogant geniuses took the initiative to approach him, hoping to learn the secret of his enlightenment. Among the crowd, Xia Ningxuang also noticed this suddenly emerging genius. Chen Mo, congratulations on achieving such excellent results. Xia Ningxuang walked over gracefully and extended her hand. I'm Xia Ningxuang. I hope we can exchange ideas more in the future. She was wearing the academy's uniform, and although it was just an ordinary school outfit, it couldn't conceal her innate noble temperament. Her slender figure, delicate features, and those eyes as clear as ice and snow made her stand out in the crowd. When Chun Mo saw Xia Ningxuang approaching him, a flash of excitement appeared in his eyes. However, just as he was about to reach out to shake her hand, Su Yang, through data tracking, saw a disturbing scene. The black mark deep within Chun Mo's soul emitted a wave of greed the moment it sensed the S-grade frost bloodline in Xia Ningxuang. It felt like a starving beast suddenly catching the scent of a delicious meal. Something's wrong. Su Yang's heart tightened, and he immediately activated mental transmission. Ningxuang, be careful. The voice, audible only to Xia Ningxuang, echoed in her mind. She paused slightly, reflexively withdrawing her hand. What's wrong? Chun Mo asked in confusion. Sorry. Xia Ningxuang gracefully withdrew her hand. I just remembered I have something to take care of. Let's talk another day. With that, she turned and left the crowd. Chun Mo watched her departing figure, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Yang noticed that the black mark's fluctuations gradually subsided after Xia Ningxuang left. It seems the target of this apostle of God is indeed the top talents in the academy, Su Yang thought to himself. And it seems to prefer those with pure bloodlines. That evening, Su Yang found Xia Ningxuang. Was that voice earlier yours? Xia Ningxuang asked directly. Yes, Su Yang nodded. There's something wrong with Chun Mo. You'd better stay away from him. What kind of problem? I'm still investigating the specifics, but I can confirm he's very dangerous, Su Yang said seriously. Especially to someone like you, with top-tier talent. Xia Ningxuang was silent for a moment, then nodded. I trust you. This unconditional trust warmed Su Yang's heart. By the way, Xia Ningxuang suddenly remembered. I was in the library today looking up some information and noticed Chun Mo was there too. He was researching materials about the Mist Swamp. The Mist Swamp. Su Yang's heart stirred. Wasn't that the very place the library mark on the little golden dragon pointed to? What else was he looking up? Information related to the 7-colored soul crystal, Xia Ningxuang replied. And he seemed very focused, not just casually flipping through. Su Yang's expression immediately turned serious. The 7-colored soul crystal was precisely the target of their current mission. It seems the enemies we have to face are even more numerous than I imagined. Su Yang glanced at the little golden dragon sleeping in his arms and thought to himself, the apostles of God and the library, both forces are targeting the same goal. This situation has become more complicated. After returning to his dorm, Su Yang didn't rush to rest. He sat at his desk, spread out the authentic map he had obtained from Thunder Punishment, and carefully studied every detail. Since everyone is eyeing the Rainbow Soul Crystal, let them fight each other first. A faint cold smile appeared on Su Yang's lips. He was no saint if his enemies revealed their weaknesses. They couldn't blame him for being ruthless. The skills data tracking and precision mapping were activated simultaneously. Su Yang began creating 3 different versions of a treasure map based on the authentic map. The first version was completely accurate, marking the correct route to the Rainbow Soul Crystal and the potential dangers along the way. This map was for his own use. The second version was a trap version, specifically prepared for Chun Mo. Su Yang drew numerous false routes on the map, marking some ferocious beast lairs as safe passages and labeling genuinely safe areas as danger zones. The most sinister part was that he also marked several fake treasure points to lure Chun Mo into the most perilous areas. The apostles of God, let us see how you savor the taste of despair. Su Yang smirked coldly as he worked on the map. The third map he called the intelligence version. This map only marked areas where members of the library might appear and the traps they might have set. He planned to anonymously hand this map over to the Alliance's surveillance department. Let the authorities deal with the library, while he reaped the benefits. Why not? After completing the 3 maps, Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. The next problem was how to deliver these maps to their respective targets without being noticed. Airflow technique, activate indefinitely. Su-young softly chanted the spell. In the next moment, several nearly invisible breezes gently flowed through the room. Though they seemed random, they were under Su-young's precise control. He rolled the trap version map into a thin scroll and used the airflow technique to carry it out through the window. Under the cover of night, the breeze silently slipped into Chun Mo's dorm and gently placed the map on his desk. The entire process was soundless. One down. Su-young stretched lazily, picked up the intelligence version map, and headed toward Elder Chin's office. It was already late at night, but Su-young knew Elder Chin would still be working overtime at this hour. Sure enough, the office light was still on. Su-young, why aren't you resting at this hour? Elder Chin looked surprised to see him enter. Elder Chin, I have some important intelligence to hand over to the Alliance. Su-young handed over the intelligence version map. I came across this by chance. It's information about the library's activities in the Misty Marsh. Elder Chin took the map, examined it carefully several times, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Where did this intelligence come from? I can't disclose the exact source, but I guarantee its authenticity, Su-young replied earnestly. The library has already set its sights on a target in the Misty Marsh. The Alliance must remain vigilant. Elder Chin was silent for a moment before nodding. I'll report this intel to headquarters immediately. Su-young, well done. This is what I should do, Su-young responded modestly, though he was secretly pleased. Now, all three factions had reasons to act. Chun Mo would be led into a dead end by the trap version of the map. The Alliance would go to besiege the library, and the library was surely preparing something in the shadows. When the time came, the Misty Swamp would inevitably turn into a chaotic battlefield, and he could take advantage of the chaos to secretly obtain the 7-colored soul crystal. A perfect plan, Su-young thought, his heart brimming with joy. Back at the dormitory, Su-young found the little golden dragon still fast asleep. The runes on its body glowed brighter than before, and the entire little creature was enveloped in a layer of golden light. It seems you're growing too. Su-young gently patted the little golden dragon's head. I hope you'll surprise me when you wake up. The next morning, the entire academy was in an uproar. Have you heard? Chun Mo got his hands on a treasure map of the Misty Swamp. Really? What kind of treasure? I heard it's the 7-colored soul crystal. That's a legendary artifact. Chun Mo has already started gathering a team to head to the Misty Swamp. The students were abuzz with discussion, and the academy was lively with the news. Su-young sat in the classroom, listening to the chatter around him, maintaining a calm expression while secretly feeling delighted. The results are even better than I expected. He sneaked a glance at Chun Mo not far away. At this moment, Chun Mo was surrounded by a group of students, a proud smile on his face as he displayed the treasure map. I bought this map at a high price from a mysterious merchant, Chun Mo said with a deliberately mysterious tone. This treasure has been buried for hundreds of years, and now it's finally going to be discovered. Brother Chun Mo, take us with you. Yeah, we all want to join you. The surrounding students eagerly requested to join. Chun Mo, enjoying the attention, waved his hand and said, All right, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll form a treasure hunting team. But let me make it clear first, the Misty Swamp is very dangerous, so if you're timid, don't follow. We're not afraid. For the treasure, it's worth it. The students' enthusiasm was completely ignited. Even the usually aloof genius students began approaching Chun Mo, hoping to join his team. But what Su-young hadn't anticipated was that the impact of this matter far exceeded his expectations. By the afternoon, even some of the academy's instructors couldn't sit still. The 7-colored soul crystal? Does such a treasure really exist? I've checked ancient texts, and there are indeed records of it. If it's real, we can't let the students have it all to themselves. The instructors began discussing privately, and a few younger ones even started forming their own teams to prepare for the Misty Swamp. When Su-young heard this news, he was utterly stunned. Wow, this is way more effective than I thought. He had originally just wanted to send Chun Mo to his doom, but he hadn't expected to spark a treasure hunting frenzy across the entire academy. But this works too. The more people, the more chaos, and the easier it will be for me to act. Su-young quickly adjusted his mindset. Although the competition was fierce, the larger the crowd, the easier it would be for him to move unnoticed. In such chaos, he could more easily fish in troubled waters. By evening, Xia Ningxuang came to find Su Yang. I heard you're going to the Misty Swamp too. How did you know? Su Yang was a bit surprised. It's all over the academy now. They say you've signed up to join the treasure hunting team. Xia Ningxuang took a step closer. The Misty Swamp is very dangerous. Are you really going? Of course. Su Yang nodded. Since there's treasure, why not try my luck? He certainly wouldn't admit that he was the cause of this whole commotion. Then I'm going too, Xia Ningxuang said without hesitation. Why are you going? Su Yang frowned. You're already an S-rank talent. What do you need treasure for? I'm not going for the treasure. Xia Ningxuang looked directly at Su Yang. I'm worried about your safety. These words warmed Su Yang's heart. But at the same time, he felt a headache coming on. If Xia Ningxuang followed, he'd have to rearrange many of his plans. If you come with me, you'll only hold me back, Su Yang said deliberately. I won't hold you back. Xia Ningxuang shook her head firmly. Besides, my frost abilities are very useful in a swamp environment. Looking at her determined expression, Su Yang knew he couldn't persuade her otherwise. Fine, but you have to follow my orders. No problem. Xia Ningxuang flashed a bright smile. At that moment, the little golden dragon in Su Yang's arms suddenly moved. Huh. Su Yang looked down to see the little golden dragon slowly opening its eyes. In those once innocent dragon pupils, faint streams of data light were now flickering. System notification, Dragon Companion awakening successful. New ability acquired. Decipher beginner can interpret the underlying code of certain technological devices. Note, this ability has a restraining effect on the technological equipment of the library organization. Seeing this notification, Su Yang's eyes lit up. This was practically an opportunity delivered right to his doorstep. The library organization's greatest advantage was their technological equipment, and now that the little golden dragon had a countering ability, it was undoubtedly a trump card in Su Yang's hand. Little one, you really are my lucky star. Su Yang gently stroked the little golden dragon's head. Acquired new ability. Decipher beginner can analyze the underlying code of certain technological equipment. Note, this ability has a restraining effect on the technological equipment of the library organization. Su Yang saw the notification, and his eyes lit up. This was practically a godsend. The greatest advantage of the library organization was their technological equipment, and now that the little golden dragon had awakened a restraining skill, it undoubtedly gave Su Yang a trump card. Little guy, you really are my lucky star. Su Yang gently stroked the little golden dragon's head, feeling elated. The little golden dragon let out a soft, adorable dragon cry, but there was a hint of an electronic tone in it, making it sound particularly unique. It seems this trip to the Misty Marsh will be even more exciting than I imagined. Su Yang gazed into the distance. 3 factions were about to engage in an unprecedented grand battle in the Misty Marsh, and he would reap the fruits of victory from this chaos. The morning sunlight pierced through the thin mist, casting a golden glow over the War Academy. Su Yang, carrying a simple backpack, stood at the academy gate waiting for his teammates. Su Yang, Wang Hao's voice came from afar. The chubby guy was carrying a large, bulging backpack, waddling as he walked. Are you moving house? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh as he stared at Wang Hao's exaggerated gear. Hee hee, better safe than sorry. Wang Hao patted his backpack. I brought a tent, a sleeping bag, compressed biscuits, a water purifier, and the latest life detector. Life detector? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Wang Hao proudly pulled out a palm-sized metal device. This is military grade. It can detect all living creatures within 5 kilometers. Cost me 3 months of allowance. Looking at the high-tech equipment, Su Yang chuckled inwardly. Once they entered the Misty Marsh, this thing would probably turn into scrap metal. What are you guys talking about? Xia Ningxuang's voice came from behind. Su Yang turned around, and the sight before him left him stunned. Xia Ningxuang was wearing a tight combat suit, the light blue material clinging to her figure, perfectly showcasing her waist and legs. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, revealing her fair neck. Her face was flushed, and she was slightly out of breath from running over. Wow! Wang Hao's eyes widened. Ningxuang, you look stunning today. Xia Ningxuang's blush deepened. She sneaked a glance at Su Yang and found him looking at her, which made her heart race. Ahem. Su Yang cleared his throat. Everyone's here. Let's head out. The three left the academy and took a maglev train to the Misty Marsh. Along the way, Wang Hao was as excited as a child, constantly fiddling with various pieces of equipment. Su Yang, what kind of treasure do you think we'll find this time? Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who knows? Su Yang replied calmly. But since we're going, we definitely won't come back empty-handed. Xiaoning Shuang sat next to Su Yang, occasionally stealing glances at him. She noticed that Su Yang was unusually composed today, with an air of profound mystery that inexplicably put her at ease. 3 hours later, the train arrived at the edge of the Misty Marsh. As soon as they got off, a damp, fishy smell hit them in the face. Before them lay a gray, hazy world, with thick fog limiting visibility to 10 meters. The ground was muddy, with pools of water and rotting plants everywhere. This place is so eerie. Wang Hao shivered. The magnetic field in the Misty Marsh is very peculiar and interferes with most electronic devices. Be careful, Xiaoning Shuang reminded. As soon as she finished speaking, the life detector in Wang Hao's hand suddenly emitted a piercing electric noise, and the screen instantly went black. Damn it! Wang Hao's eyes widened. My detector is broken. He frantically pressed the buttons, but the device remained unresponsive. 3 months of allowance gone. Wang Hao was on the verge of tears. Su Yang patted him on the shoulder. Don't be upset. We wouldn't have needed it anyway. Wouldn't need it? Wang Hao was puzzled. Then how are we supposed to detect danger? Su Yang didn't answer. He closed his eyes. Echolocation. Unlimited activation. Countless invisible sound waves radiated from Su Yang's body, spreading outward at a frequency of tens of thousands of times per second. The waves bounced back after hitting obstacles, forming a precise three-dimensional map in Su Yang's mind. Every tree, every rock, every puddle, even the worms wriggling in the soil, were vividly clear. This sensation was far more accurate than any high-tech device. Su Yang, Xiaoning Shuang asked worriedly when she saw him standing there with his eyes closed. It's fine. Su Yang opened his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. I'm getting familiar with the environment. Getting familiar with the environment? Wang Hao looked at the dense fog in confusion. With this thick fog, what can you even see? Who said you have to use your eyes to see? Su Yang replied with a mysterious smile. At that moment, Xiaoning Shuang's expression changed. Careful, something's approaching. Her ice-based ability made her particularly sensitive to temperature changes, and she had just felt several waves of abnormal coldness. Wang Hao tensed up, looking around nervously. Where? I can't see anything. In the dense fog, several dark shadows moved silently, blending seamlessly with the environment. Even Xiaoning Shuang could only sense vague outlines. These were one of the most dangerous predators in the misty swamp, the swamp shadow snakes. Their stealth abilities were exceptional, and they specialized in hunting lost adventurers. 37 degrees to the left front, half a meter underground, 3 of them, Su Yang said calmly, as if reporting the weather. 5 in the treetops to the right rear. 2 behind the dead tree 20 meters directly ahead. Xiaoning Shuang froze. She could only vaguely sense the threats, but Su Yang could accurately report their numbers and locations? Are you sure? Xiaoning Shuang asked in disbelief. Try and see, Su Yang replied. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoning Shuang formed a seal with her hands. Frost arrow rain. Dozens of ice arrows appeared out of thin air, shooting precisely toward the directions Su Yang had indicated. Hiss! Shrill snake cries echoed from the fog as several dark shadows were struck by the ice arrows, revealing their true forms. Several 3-meter-long giant snakes, their black scales marked with strange patterns, were frozen by the ice arrows and fell heavily to the ground. Oh my God! Wang Hao's eyes widened. There really were snakes. And the positions were spot on. Xiaoning Shuang was equally shocked as she looked at Su Yang. All her attacks had hit their targets, proving Su Yang's judgment was flawless. But how was this possible? In such dense fog, even her perception could only vaguely detect them. How could Su Yang be so precise? How did you find them? Xiaoning Shuang couldn't help but ask. That's a secret, Su Yang replied with a mysterious smile. Of course, he couldn't reveal that he was now a human radar, more accurate than any device. In his vision, the misty swamp was like a transparent world. Even more interesting, he had discovered something else. About 5 kilometers away, a team was struggling to move forward. Leading them was a familiar figure, Chan Mo. They were heading toward the treasure, marked by Su Yang on the map. There was indeed something valuable there, but it wasn't the 7-colored soul crystal, it was a sleeping grade A beast, the swamp crocodile king. The show is about to begin, Su Yang thought to himself with a sly smile. In another direction, he spotted a second team. This team was dressed in uniform black attire, moving professionally, and heading toward the actual location of the 7-colored soul crystal. Judging by their equipment and movements, they were clearly from the library. All three forces have arrived. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Su Yang's eyes. The grand drama was finally about to unfold. Follow them, Su Yang said confidently in a low voice. Xia Ningxuang watched as the black-clad team gradually disappeared into the mist and frowned. They look very professional. Isn't it too dangerous to follow them? Dangerous? Su Yang chuckled. For me, the greatest danger is missing out on a good show. Wang Hao scratched his head. What show? You'll find out soon enough, Su Yang winked. Let's go. We'll play the role of the yellow bird this time. The three of them followed the library team. The black-clad individuals were indeed highly professional. Their route was meticulously planned, perfectly avoiding all the dangers of the swamp. Leading the group was a stern-faced middle-aged man, followed by 5 equally well-equipped team members. They seem very familiar with this place, Xia Ningxuang observed the team ahead. Judging by the way they walk, this definitely isn't their first time here. Su Yang nodded. That's right. After all, they're a professional treasure hunting team. But his lips curled into a faint smile. Even the most skilled hunters can sometimes be hunted by their prey. At that moment, the black-clad team suddenly stopped in their tracks. Be careful, there's an ancient energy maze ahead, the middle-aged leader warned in a low voice. Su Yang and his companions immediately found a hidden spot to observe the scene through the dense fog. They could faintly see distorted energy fluctuations in the air, like an invisible barrier floating there. This maze is very ancient, Xia Ningxuang whispered. Legend has it that ancient cultivators used them to protect important places. Forcing your way through could trigger an energy explosion. Wang Hao swallowed nervously. So what do we do? Take a detour. No need. A hint of excitement flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Let them demonstrate for us first. The black-clad team was well aware of the dangers of the maze. The leader took out a sophisticated device from his backpack. It looked like an energy detector, covered in intricate symbols and indicator lights. Begin decoding, the middle-aged man ordered. The other team members immediately sprang into action, some standing guard while others assisted with operating the device. The instrument emitted a humming sound as it began scanning the maze. 17 energy nodes detected. Third layer defense activated. Calculating optimal path. A series of professional terms spilled from their mouths, leaving Wang Hao utterly confused. They're really professional, Wang Hao muttered under his breath. Our school doesn't have anything like this high-tech equipment. Xia Ningxuang nodded in agreement. That's true. Decoding such ancient mazes requires extensive knowledge and advanced equipment. Ordinary adventurers would either take a detour or give up entirely. Su Yang, however, quietly observed, his eyes gleaming with thoughtful intent. In his vision, the ancient energy maze appeared as a 3-dimensional energy network, with the operational patterns of each node clearly visible. Energy flow simulation. This skill allowed him to instantly understand the workings of any energy system. Interesting, Su Yang thought. This maze is cleverly designed, but a confident smile appeared on his lips. For me, it's not even a challenge. Half an hour later, the team in black finally completed the decoding. The path is calculated. Follow the route. The middle-aged man put away the equipment. Remember, don't take a single wrong step or bear the consequences. The team members carefully followed the calculated route, slowly passing through the maze. The entire process was so tense that even their breathing lightened for 10 minutes. Finally made it through, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Now it's our turn, but we don't have that kind of equipment. Who said we need equipment? Su Yang stood up, full of confidence. Xia Ningxuang asked doubtfully, do you really have a way? Of course. Su Yang walked toward the maze. Actually, Cracking this kind of ancient maze isn't that complicated. He stood in front of the maze, squinting slightly. Energy flow simulation activated. Instantly, the energy intensity, flow, and patterns of change at every node in the maze were displayed in his mind. I see, Su Yang chuckled. Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang stared at him in surprise. Without any equipment or calculations, Su Yang strode into the maze. His steps seemed casual, but were precisely placed on the weak points of the energy nodes. The distorted energy waves bypassed him without causing any harm. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, Su Yang passed through the ancient maze that had taken the professional team half an hour to decode. Oh my god! Wang Hao's eyes widened. This is unbelievable. Xiaoning Shuang was stunned as well. Although she knew Su Yang was impressive, this performance was beyond her comprehension. Come over, Su Yang called from the other side of the maze. I've memorized the route, follow me. Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang exchanged glances, their eyes full of shock. How did he do it? Xia Ningxuang wondered, but now was not the time to ask. The two carefully followed Su Yang's steps and successfully passed through the maze. This is incredible. Xia Ningxuang looked at Su Yang, full of disbelief. How did you figure out the solution? Natural talent, Su Yang replied casually, though he was secretly delighted. If those library experts knew that the maze they spent half an hour cracking was effortlessly passed by him in 3 seconds, they'd probably explode with anger. Keep up, Su Yang pointed ahead. The real excitement is still to come. The three continued to track the team in black. But the road ahead was not smooth. The people from the library were very experienced in counter-tracking and had set up numerous energy traps along the way. These traps were particularly well hidden and could be triggered with the slightest mistake. Watch your step, Su Yang warned. There's a sensor trap under that stone on the left. Wang Hao quickly withdrew his foot that was about to step forward. Why can't I see anything? It's a matter of experience, Su Yang explained. In truth, in his vision, the energy fluctuations of those traps were crystal clear, making them easy to avoid. Thus, the three carefully followed the team in black, bypassing more than a dozen traps. Wang Hao was already numb. I seriously suspect, Su Yang, that you have some kind of cheat. What cheat? Su Yang pretended not to understand. That kind of cheat that can see through everything, Wang Hao said seriously. Otherwise, how could you possibly know everything? Xia Ningxuang nodded in agreement. Yeah, your performance has already exceeded the range of normal people. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh inwardly. A cheat? The absolute command system did indeed resemble a cheat, and a top-tier one at that. Maybe I'm just the chosen one? Su Yang joked. At that moment, an accident occurred. Wang Hao accidentally stepped on what appeared to be an ordinary stone. Crack! A crisp mechanical sound echoed, and Wang Hao's face instantly turned pale. Damn it! A disintegration beam shot out from the stone, heading straight for Wang Hao's chest. The beam's power was astonishing, tearing a black rift in the air. If hit, Wang Hao would undoubtedly vanish in an instant. Wang Hao, Xia Ningxuang screamed. At the critical moment, Su Yang reacted swiftly. Spatial blink. This was his newly acquired talent, which he hadn't had the chance to use yet. In less than 0.1 seconds, Su Yang appeared beside Wang Hao, grabbed his arm, and activated spatial blink again. Whoosh! The two of them instantly jumped to a safe spot 10 meters away. The disintegration beam grazed their previous position, leaving charred marks on the ground. Oh my god! Wang Hao collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. I almost died. Xia Ningxuang was also terrified, staring at Su Yang in shock. The rescue just now was practically teleportation. You just now? Xia Ningxuang wanted to ask, but was interrupted by Su Yang. Don't talk, Su Yang said as he quickly walked toward the triggered trap. There's something more important. Camouflage technique. Su Yang used camouflage technique hundreds of times in succession, completely restoring the trap to its original state. The stone returned to its place. The energy fluctuations disappeared, and the charred marks on the ground were perfectly concealed. In less than 3 seconds, the scene was restored to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Perfect. Su Yang clapped his hands in satisfaction. Wang Hao and Xia Ningxuang were utterly stunned. They had witnessed many of Su Yang's incredible feats, but this time, it completely redefined their understanding of amazing. Instant rescue, flawless cleanup, leaving no trace behind. How many hidden skills do you have? Xiaoning Shuang couldn't help but ask. Who knows? Su Yang smiled mysteriously. Maybe even I haven't discovered them all yet. This wasn't boasting, it was the truth. The potential of the absolute command system was immense, and Su Yang was still exploring it. Each use brought new discoveries. Keep moving, Su Yang pointed ahead. Although the commotion just now was minor, we need to be even more cautious. The three of them resumed their tracking. Just when everything seemed to be going smoothly, Su Yang suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Xiaoning Shuang asked. A look of excitement appeared on Su Yang's face, as if he was about to witness something entertaining. This is getting interesting, he said, pointing into the distance. It seems our plan needs some adjustments. In his vision, another team was rapidly approaching the seven-colored soul crystal from a different direction. The leader of that team was none other than Apostle of God, Chen Mo. Although they had previously been severely injured by the swamp crocodile and paid a heavy price, they had unexpectedly managed to escape the beast and were now closing in on the target from an unexpected angle. Two groups of enemies are about to reach the finish line, Su Yang thought with a smirk. Now it's truly going to be a three-way battle. The original plan was to let the library team charge in first while he reaped the benefits as the fisherman. But now, the situation had become more interesting. Su Yang, Xiaoning Shuang noticed his change in expression. What's wrong? Nothing. Su Yang withdrew his gaze, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I feel like this treasure hunt is even more thrilling than I imagined. Stop. Su Yang suddenly raised his hand, signaling the two to halt. At this moment, they were less than 500 meters away from their target. Through the dense foliage, they could vaguely see the terrain ahead beginning to sink, forming a natural depression. What is it? Xiaoning Shuang asked softly. Su Yang didn't answer. He closed his eyes and expanded the perception range of universal insight to its maximum. A three-dimensional map slowly unfolded in his mind. 300 meters ahead, the ground revealed a massive cave entrance, surrounded by various strange plants. Deep within the cave, a multicolored glow emanated. Without a doubt, the multicolored soul crystal was there. More importantly, Su Yang saw two teams approaching the cave from different directions. Now this is interesting. Su Yang opened his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. What's interesting? Wang Hao leaned in curiously. Both teams have arrived, and it looks like there's a lot of hostility between them, Su Yang pointed ahead. We now have two choices. Charge in directly and join the chaos, or what? Xiaoning Shuang asked. Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Or we find a good spot and enjoy a spectacular show first. As he spoke, he crouched down and placed his hands on the ground. Earth excavation. This was an F-level auxiliary skill, typically used for digging simple traps or temporary shelters. But in Su Yang's hands, it became the perfect underground engineering tool. The soil quickly loosened and then spread apart. A tunnel about 1 meter wide and 1.5 meters high began to extend forward. Su Yang remained crouched, his hands continuously activating earth excavation. The entire process was silent. Not even a speck of dirt flew out. My goodness. Wang Hao's eyes widened. How long are you planning to dig? Not long. Su Yang didn't look up, continuing his work as the tunnel extended visibly forward. 3 minutes later, they had dug a 200-meter-long underground passage, leading directly to the area above the cave entrance. Done. Su Yang dusted off his hands. Now it's time to dig an observation hole. He adjusted the precision of earth excavation to its highest level and drilled a pinhole-sized opening at the top of the tunnel. A faint beam of light filtered through, perfectly overlooking the entire cave entrance below. Here, a free VIP box. Su Yang beckoned the two over. Xiaoning Shuang and Wang Hao leaned toward the observation hole and were immediately stunned by the scene below. At the cave entrance, two teams were facing off. On the left was the library squad, 5 members, well-equipped, with a tight formation. Each person radiated powerful energy waves, clearly professionally trained elites. On the right was the team led by Apostle of God, Chen Mo, 7 members, with uneven strength. Apart from Chen Mo himself, who exuded a dangerous aura, the rest were a ragtag group hastily assembled. The team on the left is the library, well-equipped, disciplined, but a bit rigid. Su Yang began his live commentary. The team on the right is the Apostle of God, with a motley crew unstable strength, but their leader is quite peculiar. How do you know all this so well? Xiao Shuang looked at him in confusion. Occupational habit, Su Yang replied with a mysterious smile, continuing to observe below. Who do you think will make the first move? At that moment, voices drifted up from below. Chinemo, I didn't expect you to set your sights on this place too. The leader of the library squad, a man in his 30s, spoke in a cold tone. It seems we'll have to settle this today. Haha, Captain Zhang, long time no see. Chinemo replied mockingly. I remember during the mission in the Northern District, your team suffered quite a bit. That was an accident, Captain Zhang said, his tone even colder. There won't be any accidents today. Is that so? Chinemo glanced around. But I think fighting here won't benefit anyone. How about we each take a step back? Take a step back? Captain Zhang sneered. There's only one 7-colored soul crystal. How do you expect me to back down? Then we'll have to let strength decide. Chunmo's tone suddenly turned icy, and the team members behind him assumed combat stances. Wait. Captain Zhang raised his hand. Before we fight, I need to confirm something. What is it? When is your backup arriving? Chun Mo froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly. It seems you've noticed too. The magnetic interference here is too strong, all communications are completely cut off. So, today, we can only rely on ourselves. Captain Zhang's expression grew serious. In that case, let's end this quickly. Agreed. Chun Mo nodded. But let me ask you something first. What? Do you feel like we're being watched? Captain Zhang's face changed instantly. What do you mean? Just a hunch. Chun Mo scanned the surroundings. I can't shake the feeling that someone is observing us from the shadows. In the underground passage, Su Yang and his 2 companions held their breath. Have we been discovered? Wang Hao asked nervously in a low voice. Impossible, Su Yang shook his head. That guy is just being paranoid. Sure enough, after another careful look around, Chun Mo found nothing unusual and could only shake his head. Forget it, maybe I'm overthinking. Enough nonsense, Captain Zhang said impatiently. Since we've come this far, let's see who's stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful energy wave erupted from his body. B-rank ability, gravity manipulation. Centered on him, the gravity within a 10-meter radius instantly tripled. Several of Chun Mo's weaker team members were immediately forced to one knee, their movements becoming sluggish. Is that all you've got? Chun Mo snorted coldly as an eerie black energy emanated from his body. A rank ability, Shadow Devour. Black shadows spread out from beneath his feet, swallowing everything in their path, even the light, leaving only a pitch-black void. Now this is going to be interesting, Su Yang said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. An A rank versus a B rank, shadow versus gravity, this kind of matchup is rare. But just as the 2 sides were about to clash, an unexpected event occurred. From deep within the cavern came a low, majestic roar. Roar! It was the sound of an ancient beast, carrying an aura that inspired primal fear. Immediately after, a terrifying psychic shockwave erupted from the depths of the cavern, sweeping through the entire area. The 2 opposing teams below, except for Captain Zhang and Chun Mo who barely managed to stay conscious, all had vacant eyes and fell into strange hallucinations. In the underground passage, Su Yang and his teammates were not spared either. Ah! Xia Ningxuang suddenly screamed, clutching her head as she curled up on the ground in agony. What did I just see? Wang Hao's eyes were filled with terror, his entire body trembling. Su Yang felt a powerful mental force attempting to invade his consciousness, but the absolute command system immediately activated its protection, isolating the force outside. Damn it! Su Yang instantly realized the gravity of the situation. The S-class ferocious beast guarding the 7-colored soul crystal, the illusory nightmare beast, had been prematurely awakened. A terrifying mental shockwave swept over like a tsunami. Su Yang felt an immense mental force trying to tear apart his consciousness, but the absolute command system instantly activated its defense mode. System has detected a mental attack. Would you like to enable defense mode? Enable. The next second, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Host has been detected under S-class mental attack. It is recommended to use calming spell for defense. Calming spell? Su Yang froze for a moment. This was a skill he had just acquired from an F-class phantom spider, usually only capable of slightly calming the mind. Against an S-class mental storm, it was practically useless, but he still decided. Unlimited release of calming spell. Instantly, countless points of light flickered in Su Yang's mental world. 1. Calming spell. 2. 10, 100, 1,000. Thousands of calming spells per second frantically operated within his consciousness. The originally weak calming effect was infinitely stacked, forcibly resisting the mental shock of the S-class ferocious beast. Holy crap, this actually works? Even Su Yang couldn't believe it. An F-class skill could withstand an S-class attack. No one would believe this if they heard it. But now was not the time to celebrate. He scanned his teammates around him. The situation was dire. Xia Ningxuang was curled up, clutching her head, trembling violently. A layer of thick ice had formed on the ground around her as cold air began to emanate. No, don't kill them. Xia Ningxuang murmured painfully in her sleep, tears streaming down her face. Su Yang's heart tightened. The usually aloof and cold Xia Ningxuang now looked so vulnerable, making one instinctively want to protect her. Wang Hao's condition was equally bad. The chubby man's face was pale, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, and the energy weapon in his hand was out of control, wildly firing in all directions. Stay away. Stay away. Wang Hao screamed in terror, seeing horrifying things in his hallucinations. Su Yang frowned deeply. If this continued, they would end up fighting each other before the beast even made a move. System, is there any skill that can help my teammates? Ding. Host possesses the mental soothing skill, which can provide mental healing to targets. Mental soothing, a D-class skill, also obtained from a ferocious beast. Normally, it could only calm frightened small animals, with barely noticeable effects. But now, unlimited release of mental soothing. Su Yang extended his hands, pointing them at Xia Ningxuang and Wang Hao. Countless gentle mental waves surged from his hands, softly soothing their minds. Xia Ningxuang's trembling gradually stopped, and the cold air around her slowly dissipated. Wang Hao's panicked expression eased, and the weapon in his hand stopped firing randomly. Phew! Su Yang let out a breath of relief, but remained vigilant. He looked up toward the cave, where the battle had already descended into chaos. Captain Zhang and Chun Mo were barely managing to stay conscious, but their team members had all fallen into hallucinations, starting to attack each other. At the deepest part of the cave, a massive figure was slowly awakening. That was the S-class ferocious beast guarding the 7-colored soul crystal, the illusory nightmare beast. Damn it, this is big trouble now. Su Yang cursed inwardly. He had originally planned to wait until the two teams exhausted each other before stepping in to clean up the mess. But now, great, they had directly awakened the final boss. And judging by its stance, the mental attack had just begun. What happened earlier was merely a warm-up. Su Yang. A weak voice came from behind. Su Yang turned around to see Xia Ningxuang had already woken up, looking at him with her bright eyes. Are you okay? Su Yang asked with concern. I just had a terrible dream. Xia Ningxuang's voice trembled. I dreamed that my family was slaughtered, everyone died in front of me, and I was powerless to stop it. Tears welled up in her eyes again. Seeing her so fragile, a strong sense of protectiveness surged in Su Yang's heart. Xia Ningxuang was usually cold and elegant, keeping people at a distance. But now, she was like a flower battered by wind and rain, fragile yet beautiful. It was just an illusion. Su Yang comforted her softly. Your family is fine. Everything is okay. Really? Xia Ningxuang looked up, hope flickering in her eyes. Of course it's true, Su Yang nodded firmly. When have I ever lied to you? Xia Ningxuang felt slightly reassured, but her face was still pale. Old Su, Wang Hao had also woken up, his face full of lingering fear. I just dreamed I was being chased by a pack of ferocious beasts. I ran for so long, it nearly killed me. The chubby man wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thank goodness it was just a dream. Scared me to death. This isn't the time for chatting. Su Yang pointed to the cave below. The real danger is just beginning. The three of them looked down and saw a massive figure, 10 meters tall, slowly rising from the depths of the cave. It was a ferocious beast in the shape of a giant dragon, its body semi-transparent and composed of light and shadow. Its eyes, like two full moons, emitted an eerie glow. The illusory nightmare beast. The king of S-class psychic beasts. Wow, this thing is huge. Wang Hao swallowed hard. Its size isn't the issue, the real problem is its mental attacks, Su Yang said gravely. What we experienced earlier was just a test. The real assault is coming next. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory nightmare beast opened its massive mouth. Roar! The second wave of mental shock was more than 10 times stronger than the first. The terrifying psychic storm swept through, and even Captain Zhang and Chun Mo were struggling to hold on. Infinite Tranquility Chant. Su Yang activated his defenses again while casting mental soothing on his teammates. But this time, the attack was so powerful that even the infinite use of F-class skills began to show cracks. This won't work. I need to think of something. Su Yang quickly analyzed the situation. The illusory nightmare beast's mental attacks were wide-ranging and growing stronger. If it wasn't stopped, everyone would fall into permanent illusions and become walking corpses. But how could they stop an S-class beast? At that moment, Su Yang noticed a detail. Although the illusory nightmare beast's mental attacks were powerful, its focus wasn't on them, but on the 7-colored soul crystal. Wait, it's not attacking us, it's protecting the soul crystal. Su Yang suddenly realized. The illusory nightmare beast was unleashing the psychic storm not to kill the intruders, but to drive them away and safeguard the treasure it was guarding. In that case, a sly glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. I have an idea. Since it's protecting the soul crystal, let's not fight it head-on. Su Yang lowered his voice, his eyes cunning. What do you mean? Xiaoning Shuang looked at him, puzzled. Simply put, let someone else be the scapegoat. Su Yang smirked mischievously. Don't forget, besides us, there are 2 other groups here. Wang Hao suddenly understood. You mean the library group and Chen Mo? Exactly, Su Yang nodded. The illusory nightmare beast has been awakened, they must have sensed it. Instead of us risking a direct fight with an S-class beast, let them wear it down first. But how do we observe? Xiaoning Shuang asked worriedly. The mental attacks here are too strong. Su Yang gave a mysterious smile. Who said we have to watch the show from here? As he spoke, he began to cast a skill. Infinite Earth Digging Technique. The F-class skill Earth Digging Technique instantly turned into a super excavator in Su Yang's hands. Dirt and rocks were quickly dug away, and a downward tunnel rapidly took shape. Wow, old Su, are you planning to dig to the Earth's core? Wang Hao's eyes widened. Of course not, Su Yang explained as he dug. I'm digging an observation point directly facing the cavern below. This way, we can see the battle without being affected by the attacks. Xiaoning Shuang's eyes showed admiration. This idea was truly clever. Using the terrain to their advantage, they could stay safe while keeping track of the battlefield dynamics. Infinite Stealth Technique. Su Yang cast another F-class skill, completely concealing himself and his teammates. Before long, a spacious underground observation room was completed. Through a precisely calculated angle, they could overlook the entire cavern. Wow, this view is amazing! Wang Hao exclaimed excitedly as he lay by the observation opening. By now, other figures had already appeared in the cavern. The members of the library group arrived first. 3 individuals in white uniforms, holding various high-tech devices, were scanning the multicolored soul crystal. Energy fluctuations are exceptionally strong. Preliminary assessment. S-class mental type material. Detected multiple protective barriers. Analyzing and attempting to break through. Warning. S-class beast life signs detected. On the other side, there was also movement. Chen Mo appeared with a group of players and mutated creatures. Hey, friends from the library, we meet again, Chen Mo said with a sinister smile. It seems we have the same target. Chen Mo, this is not a place you should be, the leading member of the library group said coldly. Leave immediately, or face the consequences. Face the consequences? Chen Mo laughed loudly. Do you think this is still the real world? In this game, strength is the only rule. With that, he gestured for the mutated creatures behind him to attack. It looks like a fight is about to break out, Su Yang calmly analyzed from the observation point. Library wants to use technology to break the soul crystal's defenses, while Chun Mo plans to seize it by force. What about us? Xiaoning Shuang asked. Of course, we sit back and watch the tigers fight, Su Yang's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. But first, we need to make some preparations. Infinite, universal knowledge. This was a D-class skill Su Yang had acquired earlier, capable of analyzing and understanding the principles of various spells. With the boost of infinite casting, Su Yang began rapidly analyzing the energy fluctuations emitted by the multicolored soul crystal. Interesting, the energy structure of this soul crystal is so complex, Su Yang muttered to himself. But if it can be analyzed, it can be replicated. Very quickly, the core energy data of the soul crystal was completely backed up by him. This meant that even if the soul crystal was stolen, Su Yang could recreate its effects using the data. Old Su, what are you doing? Wang Hao asked curiously. Just taking out some insurance, Su Yang replied with a mysterious smile. If the plan goes wrong, at least we won't leave empty-handed. At this moment, the battle in the cave had already begun. The members of the library, though few in number, were well equipped. Various high-tech weapons unleashed astonishing power energy shields, laser cannons, electromagnetic pulses, and more. On the other side, Chun Mo's group relied on their numbers and the special abilities of mutated creatures to fight back. Interesting. The library's technology is stronger than I expected, Su Yang observed with great interest. But Chun Mo isn't simple either, being able to control those mutated creatures. Just as the two sides were locked in fierce combat, the illusory nightmare beast finally erupted. Roar! A stronger wave of mental shock swept through the area. This attack was several times more powerful than before, forcing both sides to halt their fight. Damn it, this beast's mental attack is too strong. Chen Mo gritted his teeth. Activate the mental defense devices. The library members were also panicking. However, their technological equipment began to malfunction under the influence of the soul crystal's strange energy field. System error. Energy output unstable. The shield is about to fail. Now's our chance. A ruthless glint appeared in Chun Mo's eyes. Everyone, charge while their equipment is down. The mutated creatures roared as they charged at the library members. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. Shockwaves from the energy collisions scattered in all directions, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. This isn't good. The shockwaves are about to reach us. Wang Hao said nervously. Don't panic, Su Yang said calmly, already prepared. Infinite oscillation technique. The F-grade oscillation technique, under his precise control, reinforced the surrounding rock walls of their observation point. At the same time, he used infinite airflow technique to skillfully redirect the shockwaves toward a more open area. Old Su, your moves are incredible. Wang Hao was in awe, practically worshipping him. Xiao Shuang's eyes also sparkled. Every time she saw Su Yang use such unexpected methods to execute F-grade skills, she was deeply impressed. This is Su Yang's charm, Xiao Shuang thought to herself. He always manages to solve problems in the most unexpected ways at critical moments. At this point, the battle in the cave took another turn. The illusory nightmare beast seemed to have been enraged. It no longer limited itself to mental attacks, but directly joined the fight. Its massive body moved within the cave, each step causing the ground to quake. The library members and Chun Mo's group were forced to join forces to deal with this S-grade ferocious beast. Now the real show begins, Su Yang said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Let the three sides fight it out, and we'll reap the benefits. But just then, something completely unexpected happened. Chen Mo suddenly stopped attacking. He slowly turned around, his gaze locking onto Su Yang's hiding spot. A sinister smile spread across his face. I know you're there. With the amplification of his mental power, Chun Mo's words reached the observation point loud and clear. Stop hiding. Come out. We seem to be old friends, don't we? Su Yang's pupils contracted sharply. He had been discovered? How was that possible? He had clearly used infinite stealth technique, completely concealing his presence. Even the powerful illusory nightmare beast hadn't detected them. How had Chun Mo found him? What made Su Yang even more uneasy was Chun Mo's mention of an old friend just now. What did he mean? Had they met before? Su Yang narrowed his eyes, his mind quickly analyzing the current situation. Had they been discovered? No, that couldn't be it. If they had truly been exposed, Chen Mo would have acted directly instead of using this invitation to call them out. Besides, the effect of his infinite stealth technique was incredibly strong. Even an S-class illusory nightmare beast hadn't detected them. How could Chen Mo possibly know? Unless… Interesting. A faint smile appeared on Su Yang's lips. It seems this old friend is much smarter than I imagined. Su Yang, what does he mean? Wang Hao asked nervously, lowering his voice. Have we really been discovered? No. Su Yang shook his head. He's just testing us. Xiaoning Shuang looked puzzled. Testing? Exactly. Su Yang chuckled. Think about it. If he was absolutely certain of our location, why wouldn't he just say it outright? Why be so vague? Because he's only suspicious, or rather, he senses something but isn't sure yet. Wang Hao suddenly understood. So he's using this method to force us to reveal ourselves? Smart. Su Yang nodded. Since he's so enthusiastically inviting me to show myself, wouldn't it be rude not to respond? Xiaoning Shuang grew tense. You're planning to come out? Of course. Su Yang stood up, straightening his clothes. With such an interesting scene, how could I miss the show? Besides, a glint flashed in his eyes. I'm also very curious about the secret of that soul crystal. With that, Su Yang slowly stepped out of their hiding spot. Since this friend is so warm in his invitation, I won't stand on ceremony. His voice echoed through the cavern, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Shan Mo turned around, and the moment he saw Su Yang, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. So it really is you, he said, his tone carrying an indescribable meaning. Su Yang, the captain of the library team, immediately became alert. Who are you? Why are you here? Su Yang ignored the captain's question and instead looked at Chen Mo with great interest. It seems you know me well, but I'm curious, when did we become old friends? The smile on Chen Mo's face grew even more peculiar. You'll find out soon enough. But before that, his gaze shifted to the captain. I think this captain should be more concerned about your rule analyzer. The captain frowned. What do you mean? Su Yang chuckled softly and slowly opened his right hand. In his palm, a miniature, multicolored soul crystal energy model appeared, slowly morphing in shape and emitting energy waves identical to a real soul crystal. Even more shocking, the model seemed to breathe, its rhythm perfectly synchronized with the distant soul crystal. This, impossible. The captain's face changed drastically, and he immediately activated the detector in his hand. The instrument's screen displayed data that was utterly unbelievable. The model in Su Yang's hand not only perfectly replicated the energy waves of the soul crystal, but was also downloading the core data of the soul crystal in real time. Your proud rule analyzer, when detecting the soul crystal's core data stream, had already been backed up by me, Su Yang said mockingly. All your current attempts are merely repeating my simulated results. The captain's hand began to tremble. How is this possible? Our equipment is the most advanced, there's no way it could be. Broken by a seemingly ordinary young man, Su Yang picked up where he left off. I'm afraid that's exactly what happened. Xia Ningxuang hid in her spot, watching everything unfold, her heart filled with shock. She knew Su Yang was strong and that he always managed to create miracles. But every time she witnessed his unbelievable actions, she was still deeply shaken. That calm confidence, that commanding presence, and the wisdom to find a way out of any difficulty. This was the Su Yang in her heart. He could always turn the tide at critical moments in the most unexpected ways. Impossible, Chen Mo said angrily. Even if you can replicate the energy fluctuations of the soul crystal, you could never uncover its true secrets. Is that so? Su Yang smiled faintly, and the model in his hand suddenly began to change. The 7 colored lights started to contract, gradually condensing into a transparent crystal core. Deep within the core, a faint, blurry figure appeared. A sealed consciousness, an ancient powerhouse. Su Yang muttered as he observed the changes in the model. Interesting. This soul crystal wasn't naturally formed, it's an awareness container for some powerful being. Chen Mo's face immediately darkened. You, how could you possibly know this? Because I just downloaded all its information, Su Yang said calmly, including its sealing principles, energy composition, and the identity of the being inside. The captain of the library was completely dumbfounded. They had spent an enormous amount of resources and used the most advanced equipment to study this for so long, yet they still hadn't uncovered its secrets. And now, a young man who looked barely 20 had cracked it effortlessly? How was this possible? Who? Who are you? The captain asked in a trembling voice. Suyong didn't answer, continuing to examine the model in his hand. Through the analysis of universal insight, he had roughly understood the truth about the soul crystal. It was a sealing container holding a fragment of consciousness from a powerful being from ancient times. Even stranger, this consciousness had some mysterious connection to Su Shui's illness. More importantly, he sensed a familiar energy fluctuation from the model. This fluctuation resonated in a peculiar way with his system. Interesting. This is getting more and more intriguing, Suyong thought to himself. It seems the gains from this might be even greater than I anticipated. At that moment, Chinemo suddenly made his move. Without another word, he launched an attack. Since you've learned secrets you shouldn't know, you can die now. A surge of black energy erupted around Chun Mo, and the mutated creatures roared as they charged at Suyong. But Suyong was already prepared. Infinite clone technique. In an instant, over a dozen identical Su Yangs appeared in the cave. Each clone held a soul crystal model, making it impossible to distinguish the real one. What? Chun Mo froze. The mutated creatures also halted their attack, bewildered as they looked at the clones surrounding them. The members of the library were even more stunned. Their instruments showed that every clone was holding a genuine model. Well, Su Yang's voice echoed from all directions. Do you still think I'm just an ordinary young man? Chun Mo gritted his teeth. A petty trick. He suddenly raised his hand, and a black sphere appeared in his palm. The sphere emitted an extremely dangerous energy fluctuation, causing the entire cave to tremble. If we can't tell the real from the fake, then let's destroy it all. A crazed smile spread across Chun Mo's face. This is the annihilation bomb I brought. It can level this entire cave. We'll die together. If we can't tell the real from the fake, then let's destroy it all. The black sphere in Chun Mo's hand radiated destructive energy, making the cave tremble violently under its power. All of Su Yang's clones frowned simultaneously. This guy was insane. The power of the annihilation bomb was enough to obliterate everything within a kilometer radius, including themselves. Suyong, Xiaoning Shuang's voice was urgent. This kind of explosion is something even the strongest S-class expert can't withstand. The faces of the library team members turned pale. They were only here to complete a mission, not to die with a lunatic. Chinemo, are you crazy? The captain roared. We're still here. For the great goal of the organization, sacrifice is necessary. A fanatical smile appeared on Chun Mo's face. To disappear together with the legendary Absolute Command, it's a death worth having. The energy of the black sphere grew stronger and stronger. Suyong could feel that the energy density of this bomb had already surpassed the limits of reason. This wasn't just an explosive, it was extremely compressed spatial energy. Once detonated, it wouldn't just cause physical destruction, but could also lead to a collapse of space itself. Wang Hao Ningxuang, get behind me quickly. Su Yang's voice was calm. All of his clones disappeared in an instant, leaving only his true body standing at the forefront. Suyong, what are you planning to do? Xia Ningxuang ran over, her face full of worry. Trust me. Suyong turned to look at her, and the determination in his eyes reassured her. This man always managed to bring a sense of safety in the most dangerous moments. Fatty, stop dawdling. Wang Hao scrambled to hide behind Suyong, his face full of fear. Boss, can this thing really be stopped? We'll know if we try. Suyong took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands. Infinite, hardening. His skin turned as hard as metal, but that alone wasn't enough. Infinite, protective barrier. A transparent energy shield unfolded around them. But against the annihilation bomb, this level of protection was still too weak. There's one more skill. Su Yang's gaze was resolute. While analyzing the soul crystal earlier, he had unexpectedly comprehended a brand new skill through universal insight. Infinite, absolute zero. A bone-chilling cold erupted from Su Yang's body. This wasn't simple freezing, but a state of complete stillness at the molecular level. Even energy itself was frozen. The three layers of defense combined to form a completely sealed absolute protective space. Impossible. Chen Mo's eyes widened. How can you possibly master a law-level skill? Law. Su Yang's lips curled into a faint smile. I just pushed frost magic to its limit. Boom. The annihilation bomb finally exploded. The terrifying energy was unleashed in an instant, engulfing the entire underground cave. Space began to distort, and the rocks turned to fine powder. But at the center of the explosion, the absolute protective space constructed by Su Yang remained completely unscathed. All the destructive force was frozen in place by absolute zero, unable to move. How is this possible? The library team members were stunned. Their instruments indicated that the explosion's energy was enough to destroy a small mountain. Yet it was effortlessly blocked by a young man who looked under 20. Xia Ningxuang clung tightly to Su Yang's arm, feeling the warmth emanating from him. In this absolutely protected space, she experienced an unprecedented sense of security. Su Yang, you're incredible. Her voice trembled, unsure whether it was from fear or something else. Wang Hao was so excited he could barely speak. Boss, you're like a god. You can even block an attack like that. Su Yang frowned. He sensed that his body had undergone a change while resisting the attack. A thin layer of material, shimmering with a rainbow-like glow, covered the surface of his skin. It looked crystalline, yet exuded a mysterious aura. What is this? Su Yang reached out to touch the crystals and found that they adhered tightly, merging with him. Even stranger, these crystals were actively absorbing the surrounding energy. Suddenly, an enraged roar came from within the soul crystal. Damn brat, you actually obtained a fragment of the law. Everyone turned toward the sound, only to see the previously quiet soul crystal shaking violently. Although Su Yang had blocked the explosion's shockwave, the spatial tremors had affected the seal within the soul crystal. A malicious black mist began seeping out of the crystal. The seal has loosened? Xia Ningxuang's face turned pale. This is bad. Su Yang immediately realized the gravity of the situation. The consciousness sealed within the soul crystal was attempting to break free. Ha ha! Finally, an opportunity. A chilling laugh came from the black mist. Boy, thanks to you, the seal has weakened. As a reward, I'll make your death even more painful. The black mist began to coalesce, faintly forming a humanoid shape. At that moment, the rainbow crystals on Su Yang's body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. What? The voice within the black mist grew terrified. A fragment of the law. How do you have a fragment of the law on you? Su Yang also felt something unusual. These crystals had a natural suppressive effect on the black mist. As the mist approached, it was forced back by the light emanating from the crystals. Interesting. Su Yang observed the changes on his body thoughtfully. It seems this price has turned into an unexpected gain. The captain of the library team could no longer afford to be shocked. Chun Mo's self-destruction had already cost them dearly, and now this new development had arisen. Everyone, listen up. Take advantage of the loosened seal on the soul crystal and seize it immediately. At the captain's command, the remaining team members sprang into action, aiming various high-tech weapons at Su Yang and his group. You want the soul crystal? Su Yang sneered. Let's see if you have what it takes. He was about to make a move when the black mist suddenly shifted its focus. The fragment of the law. I want the fragment of the law. The black mist stopped attacking Su Yang and began circling around him, looking for an opportunity. Boy, hand over the fragment of the law. If you cooperate, I might spare your life. Cooperate? Su Yang sneered. What are you, to think you're qualified to negotiate with me? Don't be ungrateful. The black mist roared in fury. I am from the ancient era. Before it could finish, the crystals on Su Yang's body glowed again. The black mist was forced several meters back. It seems these crystals are truly your nemesis. Su Yang observed with interest. Xia Ningxuang clung tightly to Su Yang's arm. Su Yang, I feel like this thing is very dangerous. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Su Yang gently stroked her hair. And now it seems, the one in danger is it, not us. Wang Hao trembled beside him. Boss, what the hell is going on? Why did so many strange things suddenly appear? To put it simply, we've stumbled upon a big secret. Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. And this secret might be more valuable than we imagined. The black mist seemed to realize something and suddenly stopped attacking. Wait, the aura on you. You're not an ordinary person. Just realizing that now? Too late. As Su Yang's words fell, the crystals on his body erupted with an even stronger light. The entire cave was illuminated by a dazzling rainbow glow. And within this light, an even more terrifying truth was slowly revealing itself. Since these crystals can suppress you, I have even more reason to thoroughly study this soul crystal. Su Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Faced with the threat of the black mist's consciousness, he not only didn't back down, but was instead driven by an even stronger desire to explore. System, activate deep analysis mode. Absolute command system initializing. Special energy source detected. Soul crystal resonance with law fragments detected. Import all related data for comprehensive analysis. Import everything. Su Yang ordered without hesitation. In his mind, the system interface underwent a dramatic transformation. The once simple blue interface expanded into a massive three-dimensional space, with countless streams of data cascading like waterfalls. The vast information backed up from the Apostle of God, the energy fluctuations of the law fragments on his body, the complex structure within the soul crystal, all the data converged at this moment. Overclocking mode activated. Warning: current computational load exceeds safe threshold by 300% recommendation. Host should immediately cease analysis. Continue. Su Yang gritted his teeth and persisted. He could feel waves of pain radiating from his brain, but his gaze remained resolute. This pain was nothing compared to the torment his sister had endured. Xia Ningxuang tightly held Su Yang's hand, her cold palm sending a chill through him. Su Yang, you don't look well. Should we stop for a while? Her voice was filled with concern. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her bright eyes were full of worry. Even in this perilous environment, she still exuded an irresistible charm. Don't worry, I can handle it. Su Yang gently stroked her silky hair, savoring its smooth texture. Besides, I've already found the key clue. In the system interface, the massive influx of data was being processed and analyzed at an astonishing speed. The internal structure of the soul crystal gradually became clear. It wasn't just a simple energy container, but an extremely complex multidimensional sealing array. The consciousness being sealed was merely the surface. The true core was a mysterious piece of information referred to as the law code. So that's how it is. Su Yang nodded thoughtfully. This soul crystal is essentially an information carrier. What do you mean? Wang Hao leaned in curiously. Simply put, it's like a super hard drive, Su Yang explained with a straightforward analogy. What's stored inside isn't just energy, but some kind of high-dimensional program code. The sealed consciousness is merely the guardian program of this code. Upon hearing this, the black mist became even more agitated. Impossible. How could you possibly understand the secrets of the gods? God's secret? Su Yang sneered. In the face of powerful computing power, nothing is beyond deciphering. As soon as he finished speaking, a striking red warning suddenly popped up on the system interface. External interference signal detected. Unknown forces attempting to invade the parsing process. The captain of the library raised a strange device, its top flashing a blinding red light. If brute force doesn't work, then I'll use technical means to stop you. High-frequency energy waves filled the cave. Su Yang felt his head spinning violently, and the system interface shook intensely. Trying to interfere with my system? A dangerous glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. You're gravely mistaken. Infinite mental force field. An invisible barrier unfolded around Su Yang. This time, it was different from before. The mental force field had gained vitality. It continuously repaired and strengthened itself, forming an independent computing space. The high-frequency interference waves collided with the barrier, disappearing like stones thrown into water. Impossible. The captain's face changed dramatically. How can your mental power be this strong? Because I never follow the ordinary path, Su Yang said confidently. Under the protection of the mental force field, the system's parsing process stabilized again. More information began to emerge. Parsing progress, 78%. Key node discovered. Soul coordinate system. Resonance frequency match detected. Soul coordinate? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. The term reminded him of what the Apostle of God had mentioned earlier. Parsing complete. Soul crystal essence. High-dimensional law code carrier. Safe extraction method. Locate the root node of the seal and use specific resonance frequencies to unbind. Warning: required resonance frequency matches target, Su Shui, divine imprint frequency similarity, 99.7%. Seeing the last line, Su Yang's pupils suddenly contracted. Su Shui? It's Su Shui again. His emotions were complex. The divine imprint on his sister had unexpectedly become the key to unlocking the soul crystal seal. Was this a coincidence or a deeper connection? Su Yang, what did you discover? Xiaoning Shuang keenly noticed his emotional shift. An unexpected answer. Su Yang took a deep breath and said, "The power of the soul crystal can indeed be safely extracted, but it requires a special key." "What key?" someone asked. "The divine imprint on Su Shui," he replied. As soon as he said this, everyone froze. Wang Hao's eyes widened. "Boss, are you saying that the imprint on her can unlock this soul crystal?" "Not just that." Su Yang's expression grew heavier. "According to the parsing results, there is a deep connection between Su Shui's divine imprint and the seal of the soul crystal. This is definitely not a coincidence." Xiaoning Shuang nodded. "You mean someone deliberately orchestrated all of this?" "Most likely." A cold glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. "From the moment Su Shui was implanted with the divine imprint, we were drawn into a massive conspiracy. And this soul crystal is likely the key to the entire plan." The consciousness within the black mist fell silent upon hearing these words. After a while, a sinister laugh echoed. You've finally figured it out. But what good is knowing the truth? Do you think you can change anything? The grand plan has already been set in motion. No one can stop it." "What plan?" Su Yang asked coldly. "Want to know?" The voice in the black mist carried a mocking tone. "Then bring your sister to find me. Only when her divine imprint and soul crystal fully merge will you see the whole truth." As soon as the words were spoken, the black mist suddenly began to contract. "Wait!" Su Yang tried to stop it, but it was already too late. The black mist retreated back into the soul crystal, and the seal was firmly closed once again. The cave returned to calm, but the atmosphere grew unbearably heavy. The captain of the library team, sensing the unfavorable situation, realized they wouldn't succeed today and had no choice but to retreat with the remaining team members. "Su Yang, we will meet again," he said, leaving behind a meaningful remark before departing. Once the outsiders had left, Wang Hao finally spoke. "Boss, what do we do now? Do you believe what the Black Mist said?" "Whether I believe it or not, we have to be prepared," Su Yang replied, putting away the soul crystal. "This soul crystal can't be used for now, at least not until we fully understand the risks." "But Su Shui's condition." Xia Ningxuang hesitated to continue. "I know," Su Yang said with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "The erosion of the divine imprint is accelerating. Time is running out. But I will never let Su Shui take any risks. If there's even the slightest chance it could harm her, I won't use this soul crystal." Xia Ningxuang gently caressed Su Yang's cheek. "I believe you'll find another way. You've never let me down." Looking at the girl in front of him, Su Yang felt a warmth in his heart. No matter how difficult the road ahead might be, he knew he wasn't fighting alone. "Let's go back," Su Yang said, standing up. "I need to revise the plan. Since someone is pulling the strings behind all this, I will make them understand. Su Yang is not a pawn to be manipulated." Just as they were about to leave, the fragments of law on Su Yang's body suddenly emitted a faint glow. A new line of information popped up on the system interface. "Unknown signal source detected. Signal origin 3,000 kilometers north. Signal content Su Shui. Danger. Come quickly." Su Yang's face turned pale instantly. This signal, it was a cry for help from Su Shui. Su Yang tightly gripped the soul crystal, feeling the immense energy within it. But he also knew that this soul crystal couldn't be used recklessly. The risks were too great. The words of the black mist consciousness couldn't be fully trusted, but the connection between the soul crystal and Su Shui's divine imprint was no coincidence. "I must find a safe way to harness the power of the soul crystal," Su Yang quickly calculated in his mind. On the system interface, various skills flashed by. The F-grade skill mental power threads was originally used for precise control in auxiliary operations. The D-grade skill energy resonance allowed his energy to resonate with the target. And then there was the law code fragment obtained from the library backup data. "Wait," Su Yang's eyes lit up. What would happen if I combined these skills? Mental power threads would provide precise control, energy resonance would handle frequency matching, and law code fragment would serve as the underlying logic support. System, begin skill fusion. Host's intention detected, analyzing fusion feasibility. Analysis complete, fusion success rate, 78% confirm fusion? Confirm. A dazzling light erupted from within Su Yang's body. Three distinct energies collided fiercely within him, gradually merging into one. Xia Ningxuang nervously stared at Su Yang, her face full of worry. Her long hair gently floated in the energy fluctuations. Su Yang, are you okay? Her voice trembled, and the concern in it warmed Su Yang's heart. I'm fine. In fact, I feel stronger than ever. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a C-level special skill. Soul Link skill effect. Based on the target's soul frequency, generates controllable resonant energy, allowing safe energy extraction, information exchange, and even soul-level connection node. This skill is uniquely created by the host and has no related records in the system database. Looking at the system notification, Su Yang's lips curled into a confident smile. Just as I expected. Boss, what new trick have you come up with this time? Wang Hao curiously leaned over. It's a skill that can safely extract the power of soul crystals. Su Yang raised the soul crystal. Now let's test its effect. Soul Link. Invisible threads of mental energy extended from Su Yang's fingertips, gently touching the surface of the soul crystal. At the same time, his energy began to resonate subtly with the crystal. Strangely, this resonance directly penetrated the crystal's surface seal, connecting to the pure energy within. Success! Su Yang exclaimed excitedly. Through Soul Link, he could clearly perceive the energy structure inside the soul crystal. It was an incredibly pure force, free of any impurities or the taint of dark consciousness. This feeling, Su Yang closed his eyes, savoring the experience. It's like having a conversation with the soul crystal. At that moment, the captain of the library team suddenly turned grim. Damn it, he really found a way to safely extract the energy of soul crystals. The other team members stared at him in shock. Captain, what do we do now? The soul crystal's energy is being steadily extracted by him, and we can't stop it. The captain gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. If we can't get the soul crystal, we'll switch targets. The law fragment on him is just as valuable. He pulled out a strange device from his pocket. It was a weapon resembling a gun, but the muzzle glowed with an eerie purple light. The law stripper. Xia Ningxuang's pupils contracted. Are you insane? That thing causes irreparable damage to the soul. For the organization's goals, any sacrifice is worth it. The captain sneered, raising the weapon. Kid, the law fragment on you, it's ours. A purple beam shot out, directly targeting the colorful fragment on Su Yang's chest. Dream on. Su Yang's eyes flashed coldly as he activated two skills. Magnetic control. Electromagnetic pulse. These were evolved skills from the F-level discharge. Though not very powerful, they had a wide range of effect. Countless arcs of electricity intertwined in the air, forming a small electromagnetic interference field. As soon as the purple beam touched the electromagnetic field, its trajectory sharply veered off, grazing Su Yang's shoulder as it flew past. What? The captain's expression changed drastically. Electromagnetic interference can actually affect the precision of the law stripper? Impossible. That weapon was specifically designed to target law-based powers. Su Yang sneered. You don't understand power at all. Any energy weapon requires stable energy conduction, and my electromagnetic pulse happens to disrupt that process. The soul crystal in his hand grew increasingly radiant. Through the soul link, a large amount of pure soul crystal energy was being steadily extracted by him. This energy did not directly enter his body, but was temporarily stored in a container formed by his mental power. This way, I can harness the power of the soul crystal without being affected by the hidden risks within it. Su Yang thought to himself with satisfaction. I really am a genius. Xia Ningxuang gazed at Su Yang's confident profile, her eyes full of admiration. This man always managed to create miracles at critical moments. That calm and composed demeanor, that ability to always find a solution in the face of challenges, it was truly captivating. Su Yang, She softly murmured his name, her voice gentle and warm. Wang Hao, standing nearby, shook his head with a smile. Sister Ningxuang, you're making your feelings way too obvious. Shut up. Xia Ningxuang blushed and glared at Wang Hao. But her gaze quickly returned to Su Yang, filled with love that she simply couldn't hide. The captain of the library team saw this and knew they had completely failed today. The rule separator had been affected by electromagnetic interference and could not be restored to normal for the time being. Meanwhile, Su Yang's soul crystal extraction was nearly complete, leaving them with no further opportunities. Retreat, the captain ordered through gritted teeth, leading the remaining team members to quickly leave the cave. Before departing, he glared venomously at Su Yang. Kid, don't think this is over. We won't let you off. Once the outsiders had left, the cave returned to silence. The soul crystal in Su Yang's hand had dimmed, most of its energy extracted. In the container formed by his mental power, a cluster of pure, multicolored energy was stored. Success. Wang Hao jumped up excitedly. Boss, you've created another miracle. This is just the beginning. Su Yang put away the soul crystal. With this energy, I can prepare for Su Shue's awakening ceremony. However, at that moment, a warning suddenly popped up on the system interface. Warning: an unknown higher dimensional entity is attempting to synchronize with your Soul Link skill. Synchronization success rate: 30%. Block attempt? Su Yang's expression immediately turned serious. A higher dimensional entity? What was trying to copy his skill? System, give me detailed information. Analyzing. Analysis complete. The unknown entity is located in a higher dimensional space, suspected to be related to the library organization. The entity is attempting to replicate the principles of your Soul Link skill. Immediate blocking is recommended to avoid potential risks. Without hesitation, Su Yang chose to block the attempt. But the doubts in his mind only deepened. What exactly is the library? Why has my Soul Link skill caught their attention? What worried him even more was the distress signal still coming from the north. How was Su Shui now? Was she still safe? It seems we must head north as soon as possible. Su Yang stood up, his gaze resolute. No matter how dangerous it is ahead, I will bring Su Shui back. Su Yang looked at the multicolored soul crystal energy stored in his hand and paused. If he absorbed this energy directly, it would indeed greatly enhance his strength. But right now, the most important thing wasn't his own power, it was ensuring the best possible preparation for Su Shue's awakening ceremony. Wait. He turned to look at the faintly glowing golden dragon egg nearby. Since forming the contract with him, the dragon egg had been slowly incubating. The progress was steady, but at its current pace, it would take at least another half a month to fully hatch. Now, the situation was urgent. Su Shui could be in danger at any moment. If I inject soul crystal energy into the dragon egg, Su Yang quickly calculated in his mind. Soul crystal energy is pure, it should significantly accelerate the hatching process. Moreover, he recalled records from ancient texts. When dragon hatchlings are nourished with high-quality energy during incubation, not only can they hatch earlier, but they might also awaken stronger innate abilities. Let us do it. Su Yang decided decisively, slowly channeling the multicolored energy orb into the dragon egg. Su Yang, what are you doing? Xia Ningxuang asked in confusion as she noticed his actions. Just giving our little companion some nutrition, Su Yang replied with a smile. The energy formed by his spiritual power gently touched the surface of the dragon egg, and the multicolored light immediately flowed into it. The entire cave was suddenly illuminated by a brilliant light. The patterns on the golden dragon egg's surface began to flicker intensely, and the glow became as scorching as a small sun. A pure life force emanated from the eggshell, filling everyone present with a sense of comfort. Wow, boss, is it about to hatch? Wang Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide. Crack a fissure appeared at the top of the eggshell. Then, like a spider web, the crack rapidly spread, with golden light streaming out from the gaps. Roar, a crisp yet majestic dragon cry echoed through the cave. The eggshell shattered completely, and a small golden dragon emerged. But this little golden dragon was entirely different from the hatchlings Su Yang had seen before. Its body was 3 times larger, nearly a meter long. Its scales were no longer purely golden but shimmered with a multicolored brilliance, as if the hues of the soul crystal were flowing across its body. The most striking feature was its eyes. Those dragon pupils seemed to contain the vastness of the stars, and the sea profound and intelligent, completely unlike a newborn hatchling. Contract creature hatching complete. Golden Dragon Alpha, level, hatchling growth phase, innate abilities, S rank elemental mastery, a rank spatial traversal, shared abilities. The host can use all innate abilities of the contract creature. Special status, soul crystal enhancement, all ability power increased by 300%. Su Yang stared at the system panel, overwhelmed with joy. S rank innate ability. And it was elemental mastery, one of the top-tier abilities. To put it into perspective, even Xia Ningxuang's ice-based ability was only a single element S rank, while this little golden dragon could control all elements. Not to mention the A rank spatial traversal ability. Spatial abilities were rare, legendary skills. There were only a handful of people in all of China who possessed them. How is this possible? Xia Ningxuang stared at the little golden dragon in shock, her face full of disbelief. As the daughter of a top financial conglomerate, she had seen countless rare contract beasts. But one that was born with S-rank abilities? That was unheard of. Su Yang, what exactly did you do? She asked, her voice trembling. Just gave it a little growth catalyst, Su Yang replied nonchalantly, though inwardly he was ecstatic. This move had paid off big time. Not only had he accelerated the hatching of the little golden dragon, but it had also gained 2 top-tier abilities. Now he effectively possessed both S-rank elemental mastery and a rank spatial traversal abilities. Boss, you're amazing. Wang Hao jumped up excitedly. Our strength is about to skyrocket. The little golden dragon understood everyone's words, proudly raised its head, and let out a cheerful dragon's roar. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Damn it, those energy fluctuations. Quick, attack immediately before they fully adapt to their new powers. The members of the library had returned, and this time they brought more people. Over a dozen figures surged into the cave, each exuding a powerful aura. Hand over the dragon egg, the leading captain roared. A contract beast of that level isn't something you students can control. Want to take it? Then let's see if you have what it takes. Su Yang stood up, coldly staring at them. Having just gained new abilities, he was itching for a chance to test them. Xiao Jin, prepare for battle. The little golden dragon responded to the call, immediately flying to Su Yang's side, its eyes gleaming with battle intent. Just a newly hatched baby dragon? The captain sneered. Don't be so naive. He raised his hand and unleashed a beam of purple energy directly at the little golden dragon. But in the next second, everyone froze in shock. The little golden dragon's figure suddenly vanished, and the purple beam hit nothing but empty air. Spatial teleportation. The captain's expression changed drastically. The little golden dragon suddenly appeared behind him, opening its mouth to release a burst of multicolored flames. Though the flames weren't large, their energy was so intense that everyone's hearts raced. The captain hurriedly dodged, but the flames grazed his body, leaving a deep, charred hole in the stone wall. S-level power. Impossible. It just hatched. The library members were completely panicked. Normally, a newly hatched contract beast would only have D-level combat power and would need a long time to grow stronger. But this little golden dragon had S-level attack power right from birth. Ningxuang, cooperate with me. Su Yang shouted. Xia Ningxuang immediately understood, waving her hand to unleash countless ice spikes that shot toward the enemies from all directions. Through the contract link, Su Yang began using the little golden dragon's spatial teleportation ability. Spatial teleportation. His figure flickered, instantly appearing behind one of the library members. Fireball technique. With the help of S-level elemental control, what was originally just an F-level fireball technique erupted with terrifying destructive power. Boom. The member didn't have time to react and was hit directly by the fireball, sent flying, his fate uncertain. This guy, how did he suddenly become so strong? Was that spatial ability he just used? No, he's sharing the dragon's talents. The captain finally understood, his face darkening. Talent sharing between contract beasts and their masters wasn't uncommon, but it usually significantly weakened the power. Yet the abilities Su Yang was using showed no reduction in strength. Attack together. End this quickly. The captain gritted his teeth and ordered. The remaining members attacked simultaneously, a barrage of multicolored energy assaults overwhelming the area. Su Yang grew even more excited, perfect for testing the limits of his new abilities. Elemental Control, Ice Wall Technique. A 3-meter-thick ice wall rose, blocking most of the attacks. Elemental Control, Lightning Chain. Several lightning bolts shot from his fingertips, jumping between enemies and paralyzing 3 of them. Spatial Teleportation. His figure disappeared again, reappearing at another angle. Elemental Control, Earth Spike Assault. The ground cracked open, and countless sharp earth spikes emerged, forcing the enemies to scatter. In just a few minutes, Su Yang used his new abilities to suppress over a dozen elite library members, leaving them unable to lift their heads. Xia Ning Shuang watched from the side, utterly stunned that this still the Su Yang who was once called a waste? Now, he was like the Grim Reaper on the battlefield, every move precise and lethal. That effortless combat style, that perfect mastery of his abilities, it was so captivating that one couldn't look away. Su Yang, she whispered softly, her eyes filled with love. At that moment, something unexpected happened. As the little golden dragon dodged an attack, strange runes suddenly flickered across its body. Su Yang had seen those runes before. They were the library markings he had discovered on the dragon egg. When the runes flashed, the space around the little golden dragon suddenly distorted, forming a miniature spatial fold. The attack that was supposed to hit it vanished into the warped space. Is that spatial folding? The captain's eyes widened. Impossible. That level of spatial manipulation requires at least an SS-grade talent. Su Yang's heart sank. The runes on the little golden dragon were clearly extraordinary. Moreover, the situation just now showed that these runes had their own consciousness, activating automatically at critical moments. Was this a protective mechanism, or was there a deeper conspiracy hidden behind it? Su Yang stared at the flickering runes on the little golden dragon, immediately becoming alert. These runes were far from ordinary. Even he couldn't replicate the power of that spatial fold. Retreat, he ordered decisively. Xia Ningxuang immediately cooperated, raising a series of ice walls to block the pursuers. In an instant, the 3 of them and the dragon had left the battlefield. Damn it, they actually got away. The library team members chased after them in frustration, but Su Yang's spatial traversal was too unpredictable, and they couldn't catch up. The captain's face was grim, but there was nothing he could do. This mission was to retrieve the dragon egg, but the egg had already hatched and was now bound to Su Yang by a contract. The mission was a complete failure. What was even more shocking was that Su Yang's displayed strength far exceeded expectations. His control over elements and use of spatial abilities were nothing like what an F-grade awakener should be capable of. "Captain, should we report this to the higher-ups?" someone asked. "Report what? That a dozen of us were utterly defeated by an F-grade waste?" The captain growled through gritted teeth. "Let's retreat for now." Meanwhile, Su Yang, Xia Ningxuang, and the little golden dragon arrived at a hidden cave. It was a place Su Yang had discovered earlier, remote and naturally shielded, perfect for conducting secret rituals. "Are you okay?" Xia Ningxuang asked with concern. Although the battle had seemed effortless, she knew Su Yang had expended a lot of energy. "I'm fine." Su Yang shook his head, his gaze falling on the little golden dragon. "But this little guy has more secrets than I imagined." The little golden dragon, sensing his gaze, let out a soft, childish cry and obediently perched on his shoulder. Its adorable demeanor gave no hint of the majesty it had displayed on the battlefield earlier. Su Yang patted its small head, but his mind was racing. The runes on the little golden dragon were clearly marks left by the library. However, its recent display suggested that these runes had broken free from the library's control and had become the dragon's unique ability. What was going on? And then there was the little golden dragon's S-grade elemental control talent. Why did it integrate so perfectly with his system? These questions had no answers for now. The most pressing matter was Su Shui's situation. "Ningxuang, guard me," Su Yang said, taking a deep breath as he retrieved a soul crystal from his storage ring. The soul crystal emitted a dazzling light in the cave, its energy so powerful that the air trembled. "Are you going to start the ritual now?" Xiaoning Shuang asked worriedly. "Won't it be too dangerous?" "It can't be delayed any longer." Su Yang shook his head. "The energy in the soul crystal is continuously dissipating, and Xiao Xue's condition is becoming increasingly critical." As he spoke, he took out several materials. These were items he had meticulously collected over time, specifically for performing the soul ritual. Besides, with the little golden dragon, the success rate has greatly increased. Su Yang glanced at the little golden dragon on his shoulder, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. During the earlier battle, he had discovered that the little golden dragon not only had strong elemental control, but also possessed keen spatial perception. This was perfect for stabilizing the spatial fluctuations during the ritual. "Little one, can you help me with something?" Su Yang asked softly. The little golden dragon tilted its head to look at him, then nodded firmly. Though it had just hatched, it was naturally able to understand his intentions. This was the power of the bond, a connection of minds. Su Yang began setting up the formation. It was an extremely intricate formation, requiring precision down to the millimeter. Any slight deviation could cause the ritual to fail, or worse, harm Su Shue's soul. Xiaoning Shuang stood quietly to the side, her eyes full of worry. She could sense Su Yang's tension and caution, a demeanor she had never seen before. Normally, Su Yang was always confident and composed. But at this moment, faced with his sister's life and death, he revealed a completely different side. That profound love and determination to avoid failure stirred her heart. "Su Yang," she murmured softly, her eyes filled with affection. How could a man like this not move someone's heart? Once the formation was complete, Su Yang placed the soul crystal at its center. Then, he took out a small crystal ball from his pocket. Inside lay a faint, ethereal figure. It was the projection of Su Shue's soul. "Xiao Xue, your brother is here," Su Yang said softly, his gaze gentle. He activated the formation, and the cave was instantly enveloped in a soft light. The soul crystal began to rotate slowly, releasing pure life energy. The little golden dragon cooperated, using its spatial abilities to stabilize the surrounding spatial fluctuations. Soul connection. Su Yang extended his spiritual power, carefully touching Su Shue's soul. That familiar, warm sensation made his eyes grow moist. Spiritual threads. Countless threads of spiritual energy, as fine as hair, shot out from his fingertips, weaving a complex net in the air. This net connected the soul crystal, Su Shue's soul, and the little golden dragon into a stable, triangular structure. "It's starting." Su Yang took a deep breath and activated soul grafting. This was an extremely dangerous, forbidden technique. Any mistake could lead to unimaginable consequences. But he had no other choice. The energy from the soul crystal began to flow into Su Shue's soul, while the little golden dragon used its own life force as a bridge, making the entire process more stable. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Su Shue's soul gradually became clearer, the previous haziness slowly fading away. Then, the unexpected happened. From the depths of Su Shue's soul, a surge of dark energy suddenly erupted. It was a divine mark. Sensing the threat, it launched a frenzied counterattack, attempting to devour Su Shue's soul and even corrupt the entire ritual. Damn it! Su Yang's expression changed, but he did not panic. He had been prepared. Anchor of causality. An invisible chain extended from the air, precisely locking onto the divine mark at the same time. He took out a discarded energy crystal from his storage ring. This was the bait he had specially prepared. Causal transfer. At the moment the divine imprint backfired, Su Yang decisively activated his plan. The invisible power of causality began to operate, stripping the divine imprint from Su Shue's soul and forcibly transferring it to the discarded crystal. The entire process took less than a second, and cold sweat had already appeared on Su Yang's forehead. This operation was extremely delicate and consumed immense mental energy. But it succeeded. The divine imprint was successfully transferred, and Su Shue's soul was restored to purity. The energy of the soul crystal, with the help of the little golden dragon, perfectly integrated into her soul. Soul grafting was complete. Su Shue's soul began to resonate wonderfully with the little golden dragon, forming a special connection. This was not a simple contract, but a deeper level of life sharing. It worked. Xiaoning Shuang excitedly grasped Su Yang's hand. She could feel Su Shue's life force stabilizing and growing stronger. Although still asleep, the life-threatening danger had been eliminated. Su Yang let out a sigh of relief, but quickly noticed something unusual. A faint mark appeared on Su Shue's forehead. The mark resembled the trajectory of a star, shimmering with light. What shocked him even more was that the little golden dragon's system interface showed the resolution of the divine imprint had increased from 0% to 1%. What did this mean? Had the divine imprint not completely disappeared, but instead existed in some form? Or had this ritual brought about unforeseen changes? Unease surged in Su Yang's heart. But for now, Su Shue was safe, and other issues would have to wait. Let's head back first. He carefully stored Su Shue's soul and tidied up the ritual items. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the cave. And it wasn't just one person. Found them. They're right here. A familiar voice rang out. It was the captain of the library team from before. Su Yang's expression darkened. These guys were truly relentless, impossible to shake off.